This man now only wants to marry dozens of beautiful women and have children as soon as possible, because he accidentally awakened the system of having many children and good fortune on the day of his divorce. From that moment on, his life changed completely. All he had to do was find women who met the system's requirements and get them pregnant and have children. He will be able to obtain huge system rewards, billions of cash, top sports cars, private jets, and even various powerful special abilities. At this moment, a beautiful woman who perfectly matched the requirements came into his sight. He immediately formed a plan in his mind and began to approach and capture her step by step. Finally, he successfully completed the task and received a generous reward from the system. From then on, his life completely turned around. He made money by having children, and his career and love went hand in hand, starting his peak life. As Cao Pingwa, who had been driving an online taxi all night, stepped into the house, his wife Liu Ruyan looked up at him and said in a calm but somewhat resolute tone, "Cao Pingwa, let's get a divorce." "Okay," he replied casually while changing his shoes, as if he was agreeing to something very ordinary. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly, with obvious confusion in her eyes. "I mentioned it several times before, and you disagreed. Why did you agree so readily today?" "No reason. I'm tired and don't want to be entangled with you anymore." He said this without even looking at her, and went straight to the bathroom with a towel and pajamas. "Wait for me to take a shower and catch up on some sleep, and then we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon." The warm water poured over his head, taking away the fatigue of the entire night. At this moment, he had an idea, and a high-tech interface appeared before his eyes. "Host, Cao Pingwa, the fertility and blessing system is dedicated to serving you." That's right. Just an hour ago, he accidentally awakened the fertility and blessing system in the underground garage of the community. Whenever he helps a healthy person of the opposite sex to conceive naturally, the system will immediately reward him with 10 million yuan in cash. When a child is born, the system will reward him with an additional 100 million yuan. At this moment, as he showered, the corners of his mouth curled up. He knew that his life was finally taking off. After taking a shower, Cao Pingwa ignored Liu Ruyan sitting in the living room and went back to the bedroom to catch up on some sleep. A few hours later, when he walked out of the room again, he found that there was another person in the living room, Liu Ruyan's mother Wu Yan. Cao Pingwa frowned. This money-loving mother-in-law is here to help divide the family property. Wu Yan sat at the dining table, raised her thick chin and raised her eyebrows, and said, "Pingwa, why didn't you call for help when you saw me?" He walked straight up to the mother and daughter, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "What are you doing in my house?" Wu Yan's face turned pale. "What did you call me?" "What? You're only in your 50s and your hearing isn't working anymore?" He looked disdainful. Wu Yan was so angry that she couldn't even finish her words. "Cao Pingwa, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm your mother-in-law." Liu Ruyan, sitting next to him, was also a little unhappy. "That's enough, Pingwa. Didn't we agree to break up peacefully? Is there any need to make things so awkward?" He turned to look at her. "I was planning to break up peacefully, but if you called your mother here, that's not a peaceful attitude." Seeing that Wu Yan was getting angry, she quickly lowered her tone. "Forget it. The unpleasantness just now is over. Let's talk about the house." She had wanted to use her status as an elder to gain the upper hand in the negotiations, but she didn't expect that her usually gentle son-in-law would suddenly become tough today. He didn't want any more talk. He didn't want the house or the car. He just wanted 600,000 yuan in cash. In order to get out of this situation as quickly as possible, Cao Pingwa decided to temporarily give up the house worth 2 million yuan and the Audi A6 worth 400,000 yuan. When Liu Ruyan heard he was giving up 80 of his fortune, she was overjoyed and was about to agree. But Wu Yan immediately said, "No, we have to split the 600,000 too." He sneered. "Liu Ruyan, I tell you, if you don't divide it according to my way, I will go to court to file for divorce. Anyway, you never want to have children for the sake of your figure. The court will delay the case for a year or two, and it will probably be a 50-50 ruling or 40-60 at most, which is not as good as the conditions I am offering now." Liu Ruyan is 25 years old. She graduated from university at the age of 22 and married Cao Pingwa, a programmer with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. The reason why she thought about divorce was that Cao Pingwa's income dropped sharply after he lost his job, and now he has become a middle-aged man driving a ride-hailing car. Her plan was simple: get a divorce as soon as possible, get more property, and then find a stronger man while she was still young. So she reached out to stop Wu Yan, who was about to speak, and said to Cao Pingwa in a gentle tone, "Pingwa, I agree to the division according to your decision." In the afternoon, at the Jiangnan District Civil Affairs Bureau in Jiangxing City, two people walked out of the hall, one in front of the other, each holding a red certificate. Liu Ruyan looked at the divorce certificate in her hand with mixed feelings. She became a divorced person at such a young age, and if she re-entered the market conditions might not be as good as before. Cao Pingwa looked at his certificate with a look of relief. To him, this was not just a divorce certificate, but also a certificate of honor that led to freedom and a new life. Pingao, now that you've given me the house, where are you going to live? Liu Ruyan suddenly asked softly. Let's stay in a hotel for a while. He said it lightly, but his steps were firm. Walking on the streets of Jiangcheng, Cao Pingwa felt an unprecedented joy. Since obtaining the system, he found that the sky was bluer, the grass was greener, and even the air seemed to be filled with a hint of sweet fragrance. Cao Pingwa's face was full of pride, and he was secretly thinking, where should I start today's hunt? Just then, he caught a glimpse of a miniature billiard sign on the street. He had an idea and walked in with the idea of giving it a try. It was a Monday, and the pool hall wasn't crowded. Inside, 7 or 8 sexy-dressed pool assistants were gathered at the front desk, chatting and smoking, looking rather bored. When the tall Cao Pingwa approached, a rune warrior wearing a tight belly-exposing t-shirt and a small leather skirt came forward first and asked with a smile, "Handsome guy, do you need an assistant?" Cao Pingwa did not speak, but immediately mobilized the system in his brain to scan. Name, Zhang Zi. Age, 19. No makeup. 65 points. Body, 75 points. Experienced 108 riders. Has gynecological diseases. The system judged it as unqualified. Goodness me, I encountered the biochemical matrix right from the start. He looked around again, using the system to scan the surrounding rune warriors and spirit girls one by one. The result was not surprising. None of them met the system's criteria. Zhang Zihan was annoyed by Cao Pingwa's gaze and said coldly, "No, uncle, what are you looking at? If you don't want to find the teaching assistant, just go away." Cao Pingwa was too lazy to pay attention to her. Since he didn't find any target, he turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Hey, handsome guy, wait a minute. One of our colleagues just went to the bathroom. She is very pretty." Zhang Zihan turned around suddenly, his eyes wide open. "Ting Ting, you bitch, who told you to talk too much?" the girl called Ting Ting retorted without showing any weakness. "Jechi is short of money." The words "short of money" quickly caught Cao Pingwa's attention. "Short of money, good." Zhang Zihan showed disdain on his face and said loudly with a hint of guilt in his tone, "This uncle doesn't even like me. How could he possibly like Zhang Jechi, who can't even put on makeup?" As soon as he finished speaking, a pretty girl wearing a white shirt and a gray pleated skirt came out of the bathroom. Cao Pingwa immediately launched a system scan. Name, Zhang Jechi. Age, 19. No makeup, 75 points. Figure, 70 points. Virgin, no bad habits, no tattoos, and a healthy body. The system determined that she was a qualified breeding partner. A score of 75 without makeup is not low. Although she is only a little over 160 centimeters tall and a little thin, her straight and slender legs are very eye-catching, and the system also determines that she is a virgin. Cao Pingwa walked up to her and asked knowingly, "What's your name?" The girl seemed a little shy. "My name is Zhang Jechi." "Jechi, I want you to be my billiards assistant coach." When Zhang Jechi heard this, her eyes immediately brightened up. Okay. Zhang Zihan, who was watching this scene, complained indignantly. "What kind of vision is this? What's so good about dried up pork ribs?" As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his chest and raised his head, trying to show off his strength. Cao Pingwa walked to the front desk, opened the largest and most luxurious box without hesitation, and took Zhang Jechi in to play billiards. However, as a beginner, he soon discovered that the young assistant's skills were even worse than his own. Zhang Jechi, having missed another shot, blushed crimson with shame, not daring to look Cao Pingwa in the eye. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Ha, Jechi, you haven't been working as a billiards assistant for long, have you?" "Sorry, boss, today is actually my 3rd day at work." Zhang Jechi lowered his head, gently tugging at the hem of his white shirt, and whispered, "If you think I'm not playing well, I can ask Ting Ting to come in and take my place." Cao Pingwa waved his hand. "That's not necessary. I'm just playing to kill time. I only asked you to play with me because I think you're the most beautiful assistant coach here." Hearing this, Zhang Jechi's ears immediately turned a pale pink. "By the way, Jechi, how much is your teaching assistant fee per hour?" "I'm a trainee teaching assistant, and it's only 98 yuan per hour." "You don't pocket all the 98 yuan, do you?" "The pool hall takes half, right?" Cao Pingwa asked. Zhang Jechi nodded honestly. Because of his ambition, Cao Pingwa remained a gentleman throughout the game, never exhibiting any frivolous behavior. Zhang Jechi gradually let down her guard, secretly thinking, this customer seems different from those perverts with dirty thoughts. Time quickly arrived at around 5 p.m. Cao Pingwa checked his phone and said to her, Jiechi, I'm a little hungry. Can you go out for dinner with me? Huh? Zheng Jiechi looked a little surprised. But I don't get off work until 9 o'clock in the evening. That's not a problem. I can just buy out the rest of your work today. Zheng Jiechi was clearly panicking. Is this okay? Cao Pingwa's lips curled up into a wicked smile. I don't like eating alone. If you have dinner with me, I'll give you an extra 500 yuan tip. Upon hearing the 500 yuan tip, Zheng Jiechi's expression suddenly changed. Although she still had some concerns, she was indeed short of money. After a moment's thought, she blushed slightly and nodded. Okay then, she thought to herself. It's just a meal together, so it shouldn't be a problem. After leaving the billiard hall, Cao Pingwa asked, Jiechi, what do you want for dinner? I eat whatever the boss eats. I'm not picky. Cao Pingwa pondered for a moment and said, I know there's a popular Chengdu Chuan restaurant nearby. Why don't we go there? Zheng Jiechi's face showed a relaxed and natural smile. Okay. On the way to the skewers restaurant, Cao Pingwa deliberately withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash from ATMs of 5 different banks. Zheng Jiechi, who was standing by, had never seen so many red bills before. She couldn't help but stare wide-eyed and asked, Boss, why are you withdrawing so much cash? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Of course I'm going to spend it. In fact, these cashes were the props he used to conquer Zheng Jiechi. He knew very well that the visual impact of cash was far beyond the reach of online transfers. After withdrawing the money, Cao Pingwa and Zheng Jiechi went to the popular Chengdu Chuan restaurant. As it was not yet 6 o'clock, there were not many customers in the restaurant, so it seemed a bit quiet. Cao Pingwa chose a seat by the window, flipped through the menu, looked up and asked, Jiechi, the beer is not strong. Can you drink some with me? Zheng Jiechi nodded gently. I rarely drink, but I'm fine with a beer with Boss Cao. Soon, a large pot of steaming hot skewers, a mix of meat and vegetables, and 4 bottles of iced Yongchuan Tianyao were served. As they ate the spicy and delicious skewers and drank the cool, thirst-quenching beer, the distance between them seemed to have unknowingly narrowed. Jiechi, why are you an assistant teacher at a billiard hall? Cao Pingwa asked while eating some kidney slices. Zheng Jiechi was eating heartily when she was asked this question. She was taken aback for a moment, then answered truthfully, I'm short of money. Nonsense. Who would come out to work if they didn't need money? Cao Pingwa smiled and clinked his glass with hers before chugging it down. What I want to know is why you're short of money. Zheng Jiechi also took a sip of her wine and slowly opened up. It's not me who's in need, it's my family. Her voice was filled with resignation. My family lives in the countryside, and our circumstances are modest. My dad is a gambler, and he's racked up a lot of gambling debts in the village. My mom's in poor health, and she's constantly on medication. My brother finally found a marriage, but the other family insisted on a 288,000 yuan gift before they would marry their daughter. Well, we're short of money anyway, she whispered. That's why I'm thinking of working part-time after school to help my parents and my brother take some of the pressure off. While chewing on the skewers, Cao Pingwa continued to ask, Do your family know that you are working as an assistant teacher in the billiard hall to help your brother earn the bride price? Zheng Jiechi nodded. I know. Cao Pingwa frowned slightly, but didn't say much. In his heart, he thought, since her family treats her like this, he might as well love her well for once. As they ate and chatted, it was already past 8 in the evening. Cao Pingwa, who had drunk 3 bottles of beer, glanced at his phone and decided the time was right, so he started pretending to be drunk. Waiter, bring me 4 more bottles of Yongchuan. I want to drink my heart out tonight. Zheng Jiechi, who was standing by, quickly stopped the waiter who was about to get some wine, and then said with concern, Boss Cao, I see you're a little drunk. Why don't you have some tea first and don't add any more wine? I'm not drunk. Cao Pingwa waved his hands excitedly. I feel uncomfortable, so what's wrong with drinking a little wine? Boss Cao, if you have anything that makes you unhappy, you can tell me. Getting drunk is not a solution. Hearing this, Cao Pingwa's eyes narrowed, and he took out a divorce certificate from his bag and spread it in front of Zheng Jiechi. Zheng Jiechi was stunned. This? Jiechi, now you know why I paid for your dinner and drinks, right? Cao Pingwa patted the large bag of cash on the table with a look of sorrow. I'm all alone now, with nothing but a lot of money. Zheng Jiechi was speechless for a moment, but couldn't help complaining in her heart. Boss Cao, are you talking like a human being? I also want nothing but money. But she still maintained a kind attitude. Don't be sad, Mr. Cao. You are only 30 years old and rich. You will definitely find a better wife in the future. Cao Pingwa pretended to be touched and raised his glass. Thanks for your good words. Let's have another drink. Waiter, where's my drink? Seeing him getting more and more drunk, Zhang Jieqi quickly stood up and helped him out of the restaurant while paying the bill, fearing he would actually pass out. Boss Chow, where do you live? I'll take you home. Cao Pingwa put his hand on Zhang Jieqi's thin shoulder, but he obviously restrained his strength to avoid putting all his weight on her. After all, Zhang Jieqi, who was just over 160 centimeters tall, could not really support a big man of 185 centimeters. I have no home, he said dejectedly. The house was awarded to my wife during the divorce. No, now I should call her my ex-wife. Zhang Jieqi looked bewildered. Then what should I do? Cao Pingwa raised his hand and pointed to a brightly lit building not far away. What else can I do? Stay in a hotel. Chapter 4. Newbie Gift Pack. Zhang Jieqi helped Cao Pingwa into the Vienna Hotel, and the two slowly walked to the front desk. Cao Pingwa slapped his ID card on the counter and said, "A king-size bedroom, please." Zhang Jieqi didn't think much of it at first, thinking it was normal for him to stay in a king-size room alone. But the receptionist glanced at her and casually asked, "Ma'am, please show me your ID card." Zhang Jieqi quickly explained, "I'm not staying here. I'm just taking him upstairs and settling him in before leaving." The receptionist nodded and, without further questioning, processed the room card. The two took the elevator to the 6th floor. Zhang Jieqi helped Cao Pingwa into the room and was about to leave. But Cao Pingwa waved his hand, saying, "Don't go. It's only a little after 7. It's still early." He picked up the water cup and handed it to her. "Drink some water and rest for a while. I'm going to take a shower first to sober up. When I get out, we can chat for a while. I'll give you 500 yuan for your spending at 9 o'clock. I promise I'll pay you back." After saying that, he hummed a little tune and went into the bathroom. Zhang Jieqi sat on a chair in the room, listening to the sound of the shower head, and suddenly felt a little nervous. She kept encouraging herself, "Don't think too much, he probably just wants to chat. We live in a society ruled by law these days. If he really wants to mess up, I'll call the police and he won't dare to act too recklessly." A few minutes later, Cao Pingwa, having finished his shower, emerged refreshed, his face a carefree expression. He walked over to Zhang Jieqi in his bathrobe and sat down. "Oh, it feels so good after taking a bath. I feel so refreshed." He looked at Zhang Jieqi and said gently, "Jieqi, you are beautiful and cute. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you in the billiard hall." Zhang Jieqi blushed a little and replied in a low voice, "Boss Zhao, we just met today." But Cao Pingwa didn't beat around the bush and directly took out a large stack of cash from his bag and put it on the coffee table between them. "This 100,000 yuan is a token of my love. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll give you 100,000 yuan every month for pocket money. You won't have to worry about your life, and you won't have to work such a hard job outside." Looking at the stacks of red bills on the table, Zhang Jieqi couldn't help but waver. She thought of the family debt, her parents' illness, her brother's betrothal gift, and her own hard days working away from home. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Cao Pingwa took her hand and said, "I really don't want you to go to places like billiard halls anymore. You're a good girl, so let me take care of you, okay?" Zhang Jieqi looked down at the warm hand and suddenly felt a long-lost sense of security. She nodded gently, a shy smile on her face. At that moment, Cao Pingwa heard a system notification in his mind. He had successfully triggered the novice gift package. The system immediately rewarded him with 10 million yuan in cash and a powerful tonic pill. He checked his phone and saw that 10 million yuan had indeed been deposited into his account, with the payee being the Central Bank of China. Cao Pingwa was thrilled, secretly admiring the system's impressive capabilities. This was truly a life of cheating. He hugged Zhang Jieqi and said with a smile, "Jieqi, you are too thin. You need to eat more in the future and put on some weight." He thought to himself, if this girl gets pregnant in the future, she can't be so thin. Both mother and child need a balanced diet. After saying that, he added with a smile, "Don't call me Boss Zhao anymore. That's too distant." Zhang Jieqi blinked and asked softly, "Then what should I call you?" Cao Pingwa smiled proudly, "Call me husband." Zhang Jieqi blushed slightly and shyly called out, "Husband. Good boy." Hearing this call of husband, Cao Pingwa felt happier than if he had won the lottery. He suddenly asked with concern, "Jieqi, when did your last period end?" Zhang Jieqi looked at him with some confusion. "Husband, why are you asking this? I'm concerned about your health." Cao Pingwa's tone was very natural. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then whispered, "It ended 3 days ago." "So, are your periods regular?" Cao Pingwa asked again. Zhang Jieqi nodded. "About once a month, pretty regular." The two of them cuddled and chatted for a while, the atmosphere gradually relaxing. Suddenly, Zhang Jieqi said she needed to go to the bathroom, and as she spoke, she stood up and walked into the bathroom. While she was away, Cao Pingwa opened the system and took out the tonic pill he had just received. It was a small, dark-colored pill, lying quietly in his palm, and looked surprisingly familiar. He mentally complained, "Why does this thing look so much like Maltesers?" After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it twice, and was shocked. Oh my God, it even tastes like Maltesers. Even as he was still mentally complaining about the pharmaceutical factory's formula, a warm current rose from his dantian. This warmth quickly spread throughout his body, flowing through his meridians and blood vessels. He felt as if he had been reborn, light and powerful. He could clearly feel a certain potential in his body being fully activated, and his energy and spirit were more than twice as strong as usual. Chapter 5: Systematic Scoring Rules. The next morning, Cao Pingwa and Zheng Jieqi went to the bank together and deposited the money they hadn't spent the previous night. After completing the formalities, he took Zheng Jieqi back to her school, Liu Vocational and Technical College. As they stood downstairs in the dormitory, saying goodbye, Zheng Jieqi's face was filled with reluctance. It didn't look like they'd just met for a day. "Honey, when will you come see me again?" she whispered, obviously afraid her classmates might hear. Cao Pingwa smiled and ruffled her hair. "Today is only Tuesday. You should study hard, and I will pick you up at the weekend." Zheng Jieqi playfully extended her pinky finger to him. "Then let's make a pinky promise and not regret it." 30-year-old Cao Pingwa followed suit, and the two of them shook hands like a young couple, sealing the deal. After seeing them off, Cao Pingwa walked alone on the street outside the campus, humming a song, his entire body light and airy. "I am as free as the wind, just like your tenderness cannot be retained, and the song is blown away by the wind." At this moment, he has no house, no car, no mortgage, and no job, but he unexpectedly feels that life is particularly easy. He had only 10.5 million yuan in cash to his name and a sweet, obedient girlfriend he'd just confirmed a relationship with. What should he do next? With all that freedom, Cao Pingwa was a bit overwhelmed. After much deliberation, he decided to first solve the housing problem. After all, staying in a hotel every day wasn't a long-term solution. He could also try his luck and see if he could find a good girl who met the system's standards through the agency. He immediately took action, hailing a private car and heading straight for Chuahanjia Street, Jiangnan District's busiest area. As soon as the car stopped, Cao Pingwa randomly walked into a street-side real estate agency. He didn't bother to look at the listings posted on the wall and immediately activated the system to scan the female agents present. After a thorough search, Cao Pingwa was completely wiped out, not a single qualified candidate. Then, a slightly overweight, male agent with a southern accent approached him enthusiastically. "Sir, would you like to see a house?" He ignored him and walked out the door without even turning back, leaving the agent standing there, bewildered. He visited 8 real estate agencies on the street in one go, but still found nothing. He couldn't help but wonder, "System, are your scoring criteria too rigid? Show me the specific rules." The system popped up a scoring form, eligible breeding subjects scoring rules. Damn, this thing is over 20 pages long and quite complicated. Cao Pingwa found a milk tea shop and ordered a lightly sugared pearl milk tea without ice, sipping it while carefully studying the scoring criteria. As he read, he finally realized that meeting Zheng Jieqi yesterday was a jackpot. It turned out the system's review standards weren't just strict, they were ridiculous. If either their makeup or their figure scored below 70, they were eliminated. And if they dated more than one person in their past, they were out. Those with low academic qualifications or insufficient IQ will also be rejected. A history of genetic diseases or smoking will also result in a failure. These are just the basic criteria. There are a lot of detailed deductions that make Cao Pingwa shake his head. Things like drinking, tattoos, hair perms and dyes, plastic surgery, and irregular sleep and rest patterns are all deductions. Even poor eyesight, gastroenteritis, and poor skin can be grounds for deductions. And what about bonus points? Aside from being unmarried, having high emotional intelligence, a good personality, and a high level of education, there are very few other factors. Only after reading the entire grading criteria did Cao Pingwa truly realize how rare Zheng Jieqi truly is. No wonder the system gave her a big gift package as soon as she appeared. She was truly the best of the best. He secretly sighed inwardly that meeting Zheng Jieqi wasn't just luck, it was her good character. But then again, China is vast and populous, so there must be other girls who meet the requirements. Chapter 6: Buying a House in Full. After lunch, Cao Pingwa energetically scanned the real estate agencies on 2 streets, but still came up empty-handed. Just as he was about to call it a day, he caught a glimpse of a Lianjia store with a green sign on the corner and decided to give it another try. He said to himself, "This is the last one. If I can't find a target that meets the system standards, I'll just buy a house at random. As soon as he stepped into the store, his eyes were caught by a female agent sitting in front of a computer. The woman had a capable temperament and a voluptuous figure, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes were particularly alluring. She wore a white shirt, a black hip skirt, and high heels, which made her extremely charming in the workplace. Cao Pingwa calmly started the system scan, and her detailed information popped up on the interface. Name: Jin Yao. Age: 26. No makeup score: 79. Body size: 85. Education: bachelor's degree. Status: perfect. No bad habits. Physical health system assessment: pass. Cao Pingwa raised his lips and secretly praised her. No wonder she is so attractive. The reputation of a system-certified beauty is well-deserved. At this time, Jin Yao was settling accounts with a colleague next to her, complaining that she had given 50 cents less when transferring money for the dinner. The fat girl was a little embarrassed. She had never thought that she would haggle over even a few cents. Cao Pingwa was amused. Being calculative means loving money, and women who are greedy for money are often easier to pry into. He walked over and said calmly, "Hello, I want to buy an apartment." Jin Yao immediately stood up and put on a professional smile. "Welcome, what's your last name?" "No, it's Chow." "What kind of house is Mr. Chow looking for?" "Which community is the most expensive around Chuahanjia Street?" Jin Yao's eyes lit up slightly. She didn't expect the question to be so direct right away, so she quickly replied, "The most expensive one nearby is Yuhu Shijia." "Take me to see it." Cao Pingwa responded readily. Soon, Jin Yao accompanied Cao Pingwa to the high-end residential complex, Yuhu Shijia, on the shores of Shaho Lake. "Mr. Chow, how many people are there in your family? I can recommend a suitable apartment for you." "I'm alone." Hearing that he was single, Jin Yao's eyes lit up even brighter. "So, how big a place would you like?" Cao Pingwa rubbed his nose and replied, "It doesn't have to be too big. Around 200 square meters is about right." Jin Yao almost laughed out loud after hearing this. To her, this kind of house sounded like something out of a wealthy family. She rolled her eyes inwardly, but maintained a dignified smile. "There's a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom apartment in Building 6. Mr. Chow, please follow me." They took the elevator to the 36th floor and entered room 3601. Cao Pingwa briefly walked around the room, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. The view was expansive, facing the Chuahanjia commercial street, and in the distance, the glittering waters of Shaho Lake and the bridge connecting them. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, "This location is really valuable. The view and facilities are impeccable." Just then, Jin Yao came over and introduced. This apartment was originally priced at over 50,000 yuan per square meter, but now the landlord is in a hurry to sell it, only asking 6.5 million yuan. Without even looking up, Cao Pingwa replied, "Okay, I'll take it." Jin Yao was stunned. She hadn't expected him to buy the house so easily, without even bothering to test the price. She'd prepared a ton of sales pitches, but none of them worked. "Mr. Chow, are you sure you want to buy now?" she asked. "Of course. When can the landlord sign the contract?" Jin Yao saw he wasn't being casual, so she quickly pulled out her phone and called the landlord. Moments later, the landlord, Jiang Dawei, arrived, adorned with jewels and a commanding presence, a man of considerable influence. Through a brief conversation, Cao Pingwa learned that boss Jiang had assets exceeding 100 million yuan, but had only recently begun liquidating some of his properties due to cash flow constraints in the past 2 years. This Yuhu Shijia apartment had been his longest-held, large one, but now he had to reluctantly sell it. Jiang Dawei looked at Cao Pingwa and said, "Young man, you look only in your early 30s, yet you've already made a fortune at such a young age. You have good judgment." "I'm indeed 30. Boss Jiang patted him on the shoulder and smiled heartily. "That's impressive. When I was 30, I was still working on the assembly line." Cao Pingwa smiled and replied, "I just happened to be in a good era and made some good money. I wouldn't dare compare myself to you." "Oh, I'm being too modest." Boss Jiang clearly had a good impression of him. "What's your profession?" he asked. "I used to work in IT, but I just retired and want to take a break." "You're a visionary. You know when to advance and when to retreat, much better than me, who just held on." The two were chatting happily when Jin Yao, standing nearby, interjected, "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Chow, we're almost done signing the contract. What's a suitable deposit?" Jiang Dawei smiled and said, "Just as Brother Chow wishes." Cao Pingwa smiled faintly, his tone calm. "No need for a deposit. I'll pay the full amount now." Chapter 7. Money is for women to see, not to spend. After signing the house contract, Cao Pingwa took the initiative to deposit 6.5 million yuan into the landlord Jiang Dawei's account. He did not wait until the transfer date to pay, but transferred the money on the spot, the reason being that the other party needed working capital. I'll give you this money sooner or later, so why not use it now to help you out? Jiang Daoi's liking for Cao Pingwa soared after hearing this, praising him repeatedly as a righteous and responsible young man. Brother Cao, I'll remember this favor. A hint of respect shone in Jiang Daoi's eyes. When I'm done with my work at the company, I'll definitely invite you over for a chat. We can have a good chat then. After seeing Jiang Daoi off, Cao Pingwa turned around and found the agent, Jin Yao, staring at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Mr. Cao, I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for such a big deal today. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Cao Pingwa chuckled inwardly. As expected, money was the most direct attraction. Okay, Manager Jin, lead the way. He nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, the place Jin Yao chose was a small, run-of-the-mill restaurant hidden in a small alley, with a shabby decor that looked a bit dated. Cao Pingwa looked around and teased her with a smile. Manager Jin, you're too frugal. My order is worth 6.5 million, and you're taking a good commission, yet you treat me to dinner in a place like this? He pointed to an old chair with Library 0230 written on it. Aren't these chairs only found in university libraries? Jin Yao was a little embarrassed, but quickly managed to smooth things over with a smile. It's not easy for us workers to earn a little money, so saving is our habit, she said as she heated the dishes. Don't underestimate this place. The food is delicious, the portions are generous, and the prices are affordable. Cao Pingwa flipped through the menu and was stunned by the prices. Stir-fried vegetables for 8 yuan, shredded potatoes for 9 yuan, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin for only 18 yuan. This wasn't a restaurant, it was a museum. Jin Yao gloated. If you're not satisfied, I'll treat you to a 5-star meal. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup arrived. Stir-fried vegetables, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, eggplant with oil, braised spare ribs, and a pot of lean meatball soup. Cao Pingwa took a few bites, and his eyes lit up. It tastes really good. It's even more authentic than what you'd find in many hotels. Seeing how relished he was, Jin Yao enthusiastically used her serving chopsticks to pick up food for him. Mr. Cao, don't be so polite. Cao Pingwa put down his chopsticks and said, just call me Brother Cao. Jin Yao smiled brightly upon hearing this. Okay, then you can call me Jin Yao too. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help asking, Brother Cao, how come a man with such good conditions like you isn't married yet? Cao Pingwa took a sip of his soup and said calmly, I've been married, but I just got divorced. He then pulled out his divorce certificate from his pocket. Jin Yao looked at the little red booklet, her heart blossoming with joy. So they just got divorced. Isn't now a good time for me to take over? She thought of another detail. Since there was still so much money after the divorce, the premarital assets must be huge. If I had met him a few years earlier, half of his wife's fortune would have been mine. The more Jin Yao thought about it, the more distressed she became. She even clutched her chest, feeling a little short of breath. Cao Pingwa noticed her expression was off and asked with concern, Are you okay? Did you eat too fast? I'm fine, Brother Cao, eat more. Cao Pingwa noticed her flushed face and smiled as he ordered 2 bottles of iced Coke to calm her nerves. Jin Yao took it and drank it, very happily. Great, you can drink iced. Cao Pingwa smiled inwardly. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was his ex-wife. I've packed up all your things. When can you pick them up? I don't want them anymore. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. After saying that, Cao Pingwa hung up the phone, his face showing no regrets. Jin Yao, who was beside him, could hear it clearly and was extremely happy. It was really a complete break, so good. At the end of the meal, Cao Pingwa suddenly asked, Jin Yao, after dinner, can you go shopping with me and buy something? Of course. She was just wondering how to continue following Cao Pingwa, but he invited her out of the blue. It was a pleasant surprise. When the bill came, for dishes, a soup, and 2 glass bottles of Coke came to 96 yuan. Cao Pingwa once again marveled at the excellent value for money of this home-cooked restaurant. The two then headed to Wanda Plaza, near Chuahanja Street. Cao Pingwa shopped through luxury stores like Armani and Hermes, spending over 300,000 yuan in just an hour. When he emerged, he was completely renovated, from head to toe, with everything from underwear to sunglasses and designer goods. Meanwhile, Jin Yao, clutching her bags, was practically staggering under the weight. She gritted her teeth and complained inwardly. You're so generous, but you bought so many things for yourself and didn't even buy me a t-shirt? Cao Pingwa, you bastard, you're treating me like free labor. Just as she was complaining in her heart, Cao Pingwa turned around and asked with a smile, Is the stuff heavy? Do you want me to help you divide it up? Jin Yao smiled instantly. It's not heavy, not at all. I'm very happy to be able to help Brother Cao a little bit. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but laugh at this, thinking, women, They say no with their mouths, but their hearts are full of desire. Okay, then accompany me to the hotel. Chapter 8. Sky-High Bride Price. That evening, Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao arrived at the Wanda Rain Hotel, located next to Chuahanjia Street. This supposedly 7-star hotel boasted an absurdly high standard. Upon entering the lobby, one was greeted by a magnificent, 6-meter-high, 40-meter-long curved jade mural depicting the splendor of East Lake. The marble floor beneath his feet was polished to a shine, the overhead lighting was as bright as day, and the entire hall was spacious and quiet, with a neatly arranged reception desk on one side. Cao Pingwa walked up to inquire about the room rate and found that a standard double room was only 1,200 yuan per night, much cheaper than he had expected. He glanced back at Jin Yao, whose hands were laden with things, and said with a smile, "The Ruehua's prices are quite reasonable." Jin Yao forced a smile, but inwardly she was grumbling. "You call that cheap? The most I'd accept in Vienna is 300 yuan a night." Cao Pingwa planned to stay for a long time, so he decisively chose an executive lake view suite for 3,200 yuan a night, booking it for a full 30 days. Jin Yao was stunned by this move. The room alone cost nearly 100,000 yuan, and she felt so heartbroken that she wanted to clutch her chest. The elevator went straight to the 30th floor. After swiping her card and opening the door, she found the suite spacious and bright, with high-end decor and furniture that was clearly expensive. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could overlook the entire Shahu Lake and the city at night, exuding an air of luxury. Jin Yao couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this place is huge, at least 100 square meters, right? Cao Pingwa, sitting on the sofa, smiled and replied. The front desk said it was 120 square meters. She put down her belongings, walked around the room, and finally sighed. It's really expensive, but it's definitely worth it. Cao Pingwa smiled gently and said, I've paid for the room. Why don't you stay here tonight and try it out? Jin Yao blushed and said awkwardly, Brother Cao, you really love to joke around. I'm not kidding. Cao Pingwa said seriously, we're all adults, so just say what you want to say. I'm serious, don't leave tonight. Jin Yao was stunned. Huh? Isn't this a little too fast? Seeing her hesitation, Cao Pingwa simply revealed his trump card. As long as you are willing to stay and be my woman, I will give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Hearing the word 100,000 yuan, Jin Yao's brain short-circuited, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. You mean to support me? Cao Pingwa nodded, his expression calm. Jin Yao hesitated for a moment in the living room, then suddenly gritted her teeth and said, No, I want 880,000. This answer surprised Cao Pingwa, but then he laughed. You dare to ask for 880,000? Is it gold, jade, or diamonds? Jin Yao quickly explained. It's not alimony. It's a betrothal gift. I want to marry you. Cao Pingwa fell silent, cursing in his heart. We just got divorced yesterday, and you want me to make the same mistake today? It's been less than 2 days since the divorce, and you want me to get married again. I'm not stupid. Jin Yao knew she spoke too hastily and immediately made amends. Why don't we date first and get to know each other slowly? Cao Pingwa knew his goal was to get Jin Yao, who had been certified by the system, pregnant, and he didn't mind using some tricks to achieve his goal. He walked over and gently took her hand, saying softly, Yao Yao, I'm serious. I love you very much. Be my girlfriend. Can you stay with me tonight? But Jin Yao immediately pulled her hand back, her tone firm. No, if I really want to sleep with you tonight, then the betrothal gift will be even harder to negotiate. Cao Pingwa looked confused. Why do you have to ask for 880,000? I'll give you 100,000 a month, 1.2 million a year. Isn't that great? I don't think you're ignorant of your finances. Jin Yao lowered her head and bit her lip, her eyes determined. Of course I want 100,000 yuan a month, but I also have a bottom line. I love money, but I am more principled. Hearing this, Cao Pingwa laughed out loud. Everyone has principles, but principles also have a price. Jin Yao looked at him unyieldingly. My price is 880,000 yuan, not a penny less. The room suddenly quieted, and the two men fell silent. Cao Pingwa looked at Jin Yao, knowing that this woman was hard won, a qualified candidate carefully selected by the system. After so much preparation, it was a shame to have the talks fall apart at the last minute. He sat down again and gestured to Jin Yao to come over and chat. Jin Yao hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and sat down, ready to listen to what he had to say. You're from Jiangxi, right? Cao Pingwa asked with a smile. Jin Yao was stunned. How did you know? You mentioned 880,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, so I guessed it. Cao Pingwa spread his hands. Isn't it 388,000 yuan over there? How did you double it? Jean Yao lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said, because my best friend got 880,000 yuan when she got married, and I didn't want to be less than her. Then she talked about her and her best friend's growth history. They were in the same class from elementary school to high school, and their relationship was as close as sisters. Later, she was admitted to a university in Jiangcheng, while her best friend only attended a local medical school. After graduation, she was married to a wealthy second-generation man. The man was lavish, holding a lavish wedding in the county town and giving her an 880,000 yuan betrothal gift. She instantly became the talk of her hometown. Of course, I was happy for her, but I also refused to accept it. Jean Yao's eyes were filled with resentment. I'm not bad-looking, and my education is just as good as hers. Why should I be less than her? Hearing this, Cao Pingwa finally understood that her obsession with money was actually a deep-seated desire for face and a competitive spirit. He pondered for a moment, then raised his lips and said, "Okay, I'll give you 880,000. Jean Yao suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. Really? You're willing to give me a betrothal gift? Cao Pingwa said slowly, but I have a condition. Jean Yao didn't hesitate. You tell me. As long as you're willing to give me 880,000, I'll agree to anything you want. Cao Pingwa approached, revealing a meaningful smile. My condition is that you have to get pregnant with my child first. Chapter 9, I want to become Mrs. Chow. Get pregnant first? Jean Yao frowned, staring at Cao Pingwa warily. Aren't you just trying to take advantage of me in another way? Cao Pingwa smiled calmly and said, how can that be considered taking advantage? I'm clearly discussing cooperation. If you become my girlfriend, I'll give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money a month. If you get pregnant, I'll go to your hometown and give you a grand wedding and 880,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. But let's skip the marriage certificate. His gaze narrowed, and he added firmly, I won't fall into the same trap twice. Jean Yao fell into a brief moment of contemplation. So what you're saying is, in my family's eyes, I'm your wife, but here in Jiangcheng, I'm your 100,000 yuan a month lover? Cao Pingwa nodded generously. That's right, that's what I mean. You've got the face you wanted, and you've got the real money. I've also achieved my goal, and neither of us suffers. Jean Yao still had concerns and asked cautiously, what if I really get pregnant, and you don't give me 880,000? Cao Pingwa chuckled. I'm willing to give you 100,000 a month. So why would you care about 880,000? You're overthinking it. Besides, you'll be the mother of my child by then. So how could I possibly treat you unfairly? Hearing this, Jean Yao felt he had a point. After all, this man had just spent 6.5 million yuan on a house, splashed out over 300,000 yuan on clothes at the mall, and checked into a hotel suite whenever he wanted, renting it out for 30 days at a time. How could he not be incredibly wealthy? She knew that while her circumstances were good, they were far from enough to warrant an 880,000 yuan betrothal gift. During her 4 years of college and work, she had had many suitors, but the most anyone had ever offered was 288,000 yuan. Now, at 26, her market value was declining. If she had missed out on Cao Pingwa, she wasn't sure if her next move would be any better. Brother Cao, if I'm really pregnant, will you really come back home to attend my wedding? Jean Yao asked tentatively. Of course. Cao Pingwa nodded. It's just a few days of being the groom. No harm done there. But remember, we don't need to get a marriage certificate. Jean Yao hesitated for a moment, then finally made up her mind. Okay, then I'm willing to be your girlfriend. But I want to make it clear, if you lie to me, I will take the child and disappear, and you will never see your son again. Hearing her pretentious threat, Cao Pingwa was not angry at all. Instead, he was amused and nodded. Okay, then it's settled. Now that we've settled the matter, why don't you go take a shower, he urged softly. Jean Yao entered the bathroom and took in the spacious, bright, and elegantly decorated space. She couldn't help but sigh. This bathroom is bigger than the small apartment I rent. It turns out that the lives of the rich are truly different. Yao Yao, call me husband. Husband, she called out almost without hesitation, her voice surprisingly soft. Leaning into Cao Pingwa's arms, she asked curiously, if you want a child so badly, why don't you let your ex-wife have one? She'd been putting it off for fear of losing her figure after giving birth. Cao Pingwa replied nonchalantly. Jean Yao's eyes rolled. Is this the reason for your divorce? Cao Pingwa replied casually. Yes, that's it. He knew the truth. He didn't want Liu Ruyan to take even a piece of the empire the system had conquered. With the system in hand, divorce was inevitable. He could no longer tolerate anyone sharing any of his gains. Jean Yao leaned against his chest, her eyes sparkling as she thought. A newly divorced man certainly wouldn't want to remarry anytime soon. But if she could successfully conceive and have him return home for the wedding ceremony, Then there was a chance she could move from temporary girlfriend to official wife. With a little more ingenuity, she felt success was within reach. Chapter 10. The first completion of the mission of having many children and good fortune. The next morning, Cao Pingwa was still asleep when he was awakened by the sound of running water in the bathroom. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "Yao Yao, why are you up so early?" Jean Yao was wiping her face as she walked out of the bathroom, and she replied with a smile, "Did I disturb you, dear?" She placed a kiss on Cao Pingwa's forehead. Then, as she packed her things, said, "I have to go to work." Cao Pingwa turned over and said lazily, "I give you 100,000 yuan a month. Isn't that enough for you?" Jean Yao said softly, "It's enough, but it never hurts to earn more. When it comes to money, I only think too little, not too much." After saying that, she put on her small bag and walked out the door. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell him, "You sleep a little longer, remember to eat well at noon, and I will come back early in the afternoon to accompany you." Watching Jean Yao's back as she left, Cao Pingwa fell back to sleep and didn't get up until noon. After getting up, he took a comfortable bath in the hotel's oversized bathroom, changed into his newly bought brand-name clothes, and went out to eat in high spirits. He took the elevator down to the 25th floor, where the Ruihua Hotel's executive restaurant was designed specifically for guests staying in luxury suites. Although small, the atmosphere was quite elegant. He chose a seat by the window and, while perusing the menu, silently scanned the waitresses. Each of them was attractive, with two even scoring over 80 points without makeup. Unfortunately, both were immediately disqualified by the system due to their complicated histories. Disappointed as he was, he quickly recovered and ordered a 998 yuan Australian lobster and steak set meal, which he enjoyed with great relish. After dinner, he returned to his room for a nap to stay alert for the evening. Around 4 p.m., as he drifted off to sleep, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, he saw Jean Yao, who had just returned from get-off work. She was dressed in a business suit, her face still a little tired. "Honey, I'm home," she said as she entered the room, throwing herself into his arms, her tone extremely gentle. "How was your lunch?" Cao Pingwa replied with a smile, hugging her. "I had lobster steak at the restaurant on the 25th floor." "What? You had lobster for lunch?" Jean Yao slapped him coquettishly. "I had a 12 yuan box lunch." Cao Pingwa laughed heartily. "Who told you not to sleep in with me before having a big meal?" Jean Yao pouted. I'm having lobster and steak tonight too." "Okay, no problem. Let's take a break and go eat together tonight." At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang out in Cao Pingwa's mind. The host had completed a system mission for the first time, earning a 10 million yuan achievement reward. Additional rewards included a 10 million yuan pregnancy support subsidy and a skill unlocked. Combat Technique Level 1, Max Level 10. Cao Pingwa was so excited by the notification that he couldn't help but give Jean Yao a few kisses on the cheek. Jean Yao was bewildered. "Why are you so happy all of a sudden?" He didn't reply, but sat down on the bed and checked his phone. Sure enough, 2 text messages had arrived, totaling 20 million yuan. Adding the 3.4 million yuan he'd left over, he now had 23.4 million yuan in cash. He couldn't help but curl his lips, a curve harder to suppress than the AK in his arsenal. Jean Yao hugged him from behind. "Honey, I'm a little hungry. Let's go downstairs and eat some lobster," Cao Pingwa said fondly. They took the elevator to the 25th floor. As soon as Jean Yao entered the restaurant, she was stunned by the ambience. "Wow, honey, this place is so classy. How much does a meal cost?" Cao Pingwa waved his hand. "Order whatever you want. The price is not a problem. We don't need that little money." Jean Yao pouted. "But you have a lot of money, and it hurts me to see you spend it lavishly." After sitting down, Jean Yao quickly found the set meal Cao Pingwa had eaten at noon while flipping through the menu. "Oh my god, 998 per portion? Yes, it tastes great. Would you like one too?" Cao Pingwa said with a smile. "Save the hassle of choosing. Just order 2. Jean Yao's eyes widened. "That's 2,000 yuan for a meal. We only spent less than 100 yuan on dinner yesterday." After a few rounds of negotiation, she finally ordered a set meal and added a 168 yuan pasta dish, saying it would save Cao Pingwa some money. Soon after, 2 exquisite dinners were served, showing great color, fragrance, and taste. During the meal, Cao Pingwa not only took the initiative to help her cut the steak, but also gave her the good parts of the lobster and steak. He mainly ate the pasta, showing his incomparable thoughtfulness. Jean Yao's eyes were red, and she whispered, "Husband, you are so good to me." Cao Pingwa smiled dotingly. "Is it happy to be my girlfriend happy?" She nodded quickly, with a large piece of lobster meat in her mouth. "Are you obedient? Yes? I will listen to you from now on." Cao Pingwa suddenly changed his tone. "Then don't eat those 12 yuan lunchboxes at noon." They are not nutritious enough, and you will have to eat well when you are pregnant. Jean Yao thought for a while and said, then I will go to a home-cooked restaurant, where they have a combination of meat and vegetables, and a meal costs only 20 or 30 yuan, which is healthy and not wasteful. Cao Pingwa knew that she would not be able to change her money-saving character in a short time, so he did not say much. Okay, but you have to take pictures of every meal and send them to me in the future, and you are not allowed to save money secretly. Jean Yao giggled. I know, husband. Chapter 11. Buy a sports car to make up for regrets. At night, the two of them leaned on the bed and browsed their mobile phones. The atmosphere was lazy. Cao Pingwa was scrolling through videos enthusiastically when he suddenly glanced sideways and discovered that Jean Yao was not watching short videos, but was intently clicking on various advertising software for receiving red envelopes. He leaned over to take a look and saw that Jean Yao's phone was full of familiar apps such as Speed Version, Volcano Version, Donghua Video, and Tomato Novel, all of which were apps that could help people earn pocket money by watching videos. He asked curiously, Yao Yao, you already earn 100,000 a month. Why are you still bothering about these few cents? Jean Yao smiled proudly. You don't understand. This is called accumulating little by little to make a big thing. She opened the accounting software and showed Cao Pingwa the results of her efforts in exploiting the software over the years, with a look of pride on her face. Cao Pingwa found out that he had made more than 1,000 yuan in a year by taking advantage of the situation. He couldn't help but marvel. It's really amazing. Although it's only 1,000 yuan, forget it, as long as you are happy. He continued to scroll through TikTok and suddenly felt a small hand gently touching his cheek. Turning around, I saw Jean Yao with a dazed look in her eyes, and she called softly, husband. The next morning, Jean Yao kissed Cao Pingwa, who was still in bed, and then went to work with a satisfied look on her face. As usual, Cao Pingwa slept until noon before getting up. After washing up, he slowly went downstairs to have brunch. Jean Yao's mission has been completed, and Zheng Jieqi is still in the safe period. Today it's time to find a new goal. It's time to change the hunting venue and do some serious work, such as buying a car. He had always been obsessed with the Porsche 911. At that time, he was working in a large factory with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, and he planned to save up for a few years to buy a basic 911 worth about 1 million yuan. Unfortunately, he later met Liu Ruyan, and on impulse, all the money he had saved for buying a car went into her betrothal gift and hardware. The past is like smoke, and now it's time to start over. It's not too late to be 30, and it's time to make this dream come true. He took a taxi to a nearby Porsche 4S store, muttering to himself as he walked. I heard that for every Porsche sold, there is one less sales lady. I don't know how lucky I'll be today. Maybe I can buy a car and find a breeding partner at the same time. He walked around the store, looking at cars and scanning the information of each female salesperson with the system. There were many beauties at the scene, including a few with good looks. Some scored above 70 points without makeup, and one scored 80 points. However, when their historical records were checked, the system found that they were all judged as unqualified. Cao Pingwa was a little disappointed and was about to give up his goal and just find a random young lady to buy a car. At this time, a girl wearing a white shirt, dark blue hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels walked in from the store door. He immediately activated the system scan. Name: Yu Qian. Age: 24. No makeup. Rating: 81 points. Body rating: 85 points. Education: bachelor's degree. Has an ex-boyfriend who is a delivery man. Does not smoke. Occasionally drinks. Has no tattoos. And is in good health. System assessment: pass. This Yu Qian is not only beautiful, but even without makeup she is as beautiful as his ex-wife Liu Ruyan, so the system gave her a qualified mark. Did you have a former writer? This little problem doesn't bother Cao Pingwa at all. As long as the system can reward him, he's satisfied. He immediately stepped forward, stood in front of Yu Qian, and pretended to glance at the nameplate on her chest unintentionally. Manager Yu, I want to buy a car from you. Yu Qian was not surprised, as she was already used to male customers talking to her. However, although the man in front of her was not handsome, he had a strong aura and looked generous. May I ask your last name, sir? Please don't mention your surname, Cao. She smiled professionally. Hello, Mr. Cao. Have you been to our store before? Is there a car model you like? Cao Pingwa didn't beat around the bush. I wanted to buy the cheapest Carrera before, but I didn't have enough money at that time. Now that I have money, I would like to ask you to recommend me a 911 with better configuration. Yu Qian immediately started the introduction. So what is your budget? Cao Pingwa raised his chin and said calmly, there is no upper limit to the budget. Yu Qian's eyes changed obviously, and her tone became more enthusiastic. Then let me introduce you to our latest 911 Targa 4S. Her explanation was professional and detailed, But Cao Pingwa felt bored after listening to just a few sentences. To be honest, he was not interested in the performance of the car. He was just attracted by the appearance of the 911 and the envious looks of passers-by when he drove out. He pointed directly at the white 911 in front of him and said, "This is it." Yu Qian was stunned. "Don't you want to ask the price?" "You decide. I'll pay in full, and I'm too lazy to bargain." She was stunned by the momentum for a few seconds, and then smiled as brightly as a flower. "Mr. Chow, the bear car price is 2.95 million, plus purchase tax and insurance. It is about 3.3 million. Cao Pingwa nodded. "No problem. Take me to pay. Our finance office is in the back. Please follow me." As she led him inside, she spoke in a cheerful tone. "Pay the full amount today, and you can pick up the car in as early as 2 months. Cao Pingwa suddenly stopped and frowned. "Wait, I pay today, but I have to wait 2 months for the car?" Chapter 12. Used Porsche. Yu Qian's expression tightened when she heard Cao Pingwa say, "I'm going to drive a 911 today." She immediately explained, "Mr. Chow, as a high-end luxury brand, Porsche has extremely high manufacturing requirements for each car, so the supply of cars is limited. Generally, there is a waiting period of about 3 months for new cars. However, if you are a full payment customer, we can expedite the processing for you." Before she could finish her words, Cao Pingwa waved his hand impatiently. "No need to talk about this. I don't want to wait. I need the car today. It doesn't have to be the same model as before. I'll buy whichever one is available." Yu Qian thought for a moment and said, "Only the basic Carrera model is available in the 911 series." Cao Pingwa frowned. "I don't want anything too cheap. Is there anything with better features, even if it's a used car?" Yu Qian's eyes lit up, and she thought for a while with her chin supported by one hand. "How about I take you to see a second-hand 911 Turbo S that we have on consignment in our store?" Cao Pingwa nodded. "Let's go and take a look first." Soon, the two arrived at the garage behind the 4S store. Yu Qian lifted the hood, revealing a bright silver 911 Turbo S, its body gleaming under the lights. This car is a used car that the female owner is selling on consignment. Yu Qian said that the car is in very good condition and has been well maintained. It has hardly been driven, and the interior is like new. Cao Pingwa took a look and decided, "This is the one I want. Contact the owner now." Half an hour later, a white Camry drove into the garage. The car door opened, and a woman with long wavy hair, sunglasses, a silk top, and a high-waisted skirt got out. She had a fiery red lipstick, a tall figure, and a pair of bare, slender, white legs. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes with a sharp aura. Cao Pingwa's attention was immediately drawn to her. Name, Chen Shooting. Age, 33, no makeup. 85, body, 88, master's degree, widowed, in good health. System assessment, qualified reproduction partner. Cao Pingwa's mind raced. Perfect. "Hello, my last name is Chun, and I'm the owner of this Porsche." Chen Shooting spoke calmly, her temperament as cold as ice and snow. Yu Qian stood aside, feeling Cao Pingwa's gaze clearly shift away, and a nameless anger rose in her heart. But she still maintained a professional smile. "Hello, Ms. Chun. This Mr. Chow wants to buy your car." Chen Shooting nodded slightly and said in a straightforward tone, "I bought this car for 3 million yuan. Now I am willing to transfer it for 2.1 million yuan. You have seen the condition of the car." She said it lightly, but there seemed to be some reluctance hidden deep in her eyes. Cao Pingwa asked, "Why do you want to sell such a beautiful car?" Chen Shooting walked towards the silver 911, stroked the hood, and said lightly, "Because I have something more important to protect." There is so much unspoken content hidden in this sentence, but Cao Pingwa keenly captured 2 words, lack of money. He didn't bargain and said directly, 2.1 million, I'll buy it. Yu Qian was stunned on the spot. She had never expected that he would act so quickly. Chen Shooting was also a little surprised, and her eyes became more serious. "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid it's too expensive?" Cao Pingwa smiled and replied meaningfully, "A high-quality second-hand car is much easier to drive than some new cars." Yu Qian, who was standing next to him, frowned as she felt that this sentence had another meaning. Chen Shooting's face was calm and her tone was still composed. "Since you are willing to offer this price, I naturally have no reason to refuse." She looked at Yu Qian. "Please help us with the transfer procedures." All the procedures were completed in less than an hour. After checking the payment information and confirming that it was correct, Chen Shooting took out 2 car keys from her designer bag and handed them to Cao Pingwa. She paused, then took out a black and gold business card from her business card holder and handed it over. "Mr. Chow, if you have time, come to my bar and I'll treat you to a drink." Cao Pingwa took it with a smile. "I will definitely go." Yu Qian stood aside, jealousy almost overflowing from her eyes. She bit her lip and thought, I was the first one to receive this client, and this woman snatched him away as soon as she showed up. How unsportsmanlike. Although she fiercely called herself old girl in her heart, she also knew that in terms of temperament and figure, Chen Shooting really crushed her in all aspects. Before leaving, Chen Shooting looked back at the silver 911 again, then calmly returned to her Camry and drove away. Cao Pingwa watched her back disappear and smacked his lips softly. I really want to know what a woman like this tastes like. However, he quickly calmed down and turned to look at Yu Qian, who was still silent beside him. Hey, what's wrong, Qian? Are you jealous? Yu Qian turned her face away and snorted. Why should I be jealous? I'm just your car buying consultant. It has nothing to do with me who Mr. Chow flirts with or who he chats up. Chapter 13. Yu Qian is jealous again and again. Cao Pingwa walked slowly to Yu Qian with a smile on his face, turning the Porsche key he just got in his hand. He smiled and said, Okay, I did ignore you just now, okay? I admit my mistake, okay? Yu Qian turned her head away and didn't even look at him. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa became bolder and stretched out his fingers to gently turn her head back to face him. Yu Qian immediately said, Hey, what are you doing? Although her tone sounded like she was complaining, there was no anger on her face. Instead, a blush appeared on her face. Cao Pingwa was delighted. Hey, judging by this reaction, it looks like there might be something going on tonight. He whispered, Qian, don't be angry. You are about to get off work. Why don't I take you for a ride and then treat you to dinner? Yu Qian looked down at the shiny car keys, then looked at the silver 911 next to her. She bit her red lips and nodded. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll punch in and come right away. When Cao Pingwa drove a silver 911 and took Yu Qian, who was smiling brightly, out of the 4S store, almost all the eyes in the store were focused on them. The male employees envied him for his luxury car, beautiful woman, and successful life. The female employees secretly admired Yu Qian's precise moves and felt that her steady and solid operations might lead her to success overnight. The old saying has been proven once again. For every Porsche sold, there is one less female employee in the sales department. It was early June in Jiangxing, and the weather was still mild. Cao Pingwa simply didn't turn on the air conditioner and lowered the car windows to let in the natural breeze. Unfortunately, the luxury car was stuck in the evening rush hour traffic before it had gone far. However, this little thing could not affect Cao Pingwa's good mood at all. Sitting in the driver's seat, he watched Yu Qian's beautiful smile while enjoying the envious looks from those around him. He felt that this was the pinnacle of his life, driving a luxury car to pick up girls. After being stuck in traffic for half an hour, the car finally arrived at the entrance of Ruihua Hotel. Cao Pingwa got out of the car and handed the key directly to the doorman. I am the tenant of 3018. The doorman nodded respectfully. Okay, sir. If you need a car later, just notify the front desk 5 minutes in advance. Yu Qian exclaimed. Wow, the service in this hotel is so good. Cao Pingwa smiled slightly and took her straight to the executive restaurant on the 25th floor. As soon as they sat down, Yu Qian ordered the dishes without hesitation. Cheese-baked Australian lobster and French foie gras. Cao Pingwa simply chose an A5 Wagyu steak set meal that cost 3,998 yuan. Qian, would you like some red wine to liven things up? Yu Qian's eyes lit up. Okay, brother Cao, do you like red wine or white wine? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, I actually like drinking beer normally. Today, I will just follow your wishes. You can order whatever you want to drink. He raised his finger and a waiter in uniform immediately came forward and bowed. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Please get a drink menu. I want to treat the beautiful lady to a drink. The waiter moved quickly and brought the wine list after a while. Yu Qian opened it and her eyes widened. The cheapest wines started at 4 figures, 5-figure prices were common, and 6-figure prices were not uncommon. She gritted her teeth and chose a bottle of Chardonnay white wine priced at 31,888 yuan. She thought to herself, you spent 2.1 million to buy a second-hand car for that old woman, and this bottle of wine of mine is only over 30,000. You will definitely be willing to spend it. Soon after, the waiter skillfully opened the bottle, decanted the wine, and poured it, his movements as smooth as flowing water. Cao Pingwa raised his glass and said with a smile, Today is a great day. I bought a car and met new friends. Yu Qian picked up the wine glass, clinked it lightly, and then asked with a smile, Is the beautiful woman you are talking about Miss Chen? Ha ha ha. Qian, are you really jealous? Yu Qian pouted with a resentful look in her eyes. How can I not be jealous when you flirt with her in front of me? But since you took me out for a big meal and treated me to over 30,000 yuan worth of wine, I forgive you. After saying that, she drank it all in one gulp. As soon as the wine entered her mouth, her little face was immediately flushed with a slight drunken blush. The waiter had a very good eye and came over immediately to refill her wine. Just then, Cao Pingwa's cell phone vibrated. He glanced at it and saw that it was Jin Yao calling. He remained calm and pressed the answer button in front of Yu Qian. "Hello, Yao Yao, what's wrong?" Jin Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Husband, are you back to the hotel now? I have something else to do outside, so I won't be going back tonight, and we'll be staying at a friend's house." "Ah, I was thinking of coming to see you at night." "Miss me?" "Nowhere." "Okay, I'll contact you when I'm done. Remember to eat, don't lift anything heavy, and don't do strenuous exercise." "I understand. Husband, please be careful." "Well, bye." As soon as the phone hung up, Yu Qian rolled her eyes and said, "You and your wife have a really good relationship." Cao Pingwa blinked. "She is not my wife." "Humph, I just heard her call you husband with my own ears." "Haha, that's because I like my girlfriend to call me hubby." He looked at Yu Qian meaningfully. "You can call me that too." Yu Qian's face suddenly turned as red as a tomato. "I won't fall for your trick." Cao Pingwa smiled and took out a magic weapon from his pocket, the divorce certificate he had just obtained, and handed it over. Yu Qian took it and looked at it. "You just got divorced the day before yesterday, and you already have a new girlfriend? As a man, you can't live without women." She returned the certificate thoughtfully, but she had a plan in mind. "They are really getting divorced, so I still have a chance. The little devil on the phone just now was just an acquaintance of mine for a few days, so she might not be able to defeat me." Her eyes rolled and she asked in a delicate voice, "Brother Cao, who do you think is prettier, me or Yao Yao who called me just now?" Chapter 14 I, Cao Pingwa, will not be manipulated by women. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, you are indeed more beautiful. Cao Pingwa changed the subject and continued, "But Yao Yao is very obedient and doesn't get jealous that easily." The Porsche saleswoman had a high EQ. She immediately recognized that Cao Pingwa was calling her out. "I can be obedient too." Yu Qian blushed and whispered, "I'm willing to compete fairly with her." Hearing Yu Qian say this, Cao Pingwa knew the time had come. "My previous house was given to my ex-wife when we divorced, so I'm living here temporarily. I'm staying in a Lakeview suite on the 30th floor. It's perfect for enjoying a drink while watching the night view. Qian, would you like to come up and sit for a while?" Yu Qian nodded shyly. Cao Pingwa was delighted when he saw this, and immediately raised his index finger. Check out. Also send a bottle of that Chardonnay we just drank to room 3018. Lakeview suite number 3018, in front of the huge viewing window." Cao Pingwa and Yu Qian were enjoying the night view of Chuahanje Street while drinking white wine that cost more than 30,000 yuan a bottle and chatting. After a while, Yu Qian, who was a little drunk, became blurry in the eyes. She pretended to get up to go to the bathroom, but she lost her balance and fell directly on Cao Pingwa. "Oh, sorry, brother, I may have drunk a little too much." Cao Pingwa took advantage of the situation and hugged her in his arms. "Qian, if you have too much to drink, stay and rest. Don't go home." "Oh, that's not good," Yu Qian said with a look of reluctance. "Brother, I have a good impression of you, but we just met today." Cao Pingwa felt funny in his heart. Why does this line look a little familiar? "Qian, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. Be my girlfriend, and I'll give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month." 100,000 per month. Yu Qian's eyes suddenly widened. She expected to make 30,000 to 50,000 yuan every month from Cao Pingwa, but she didn't expect the other party to start from zero frame and enlarge. "Oh, brother, you misunderstood me. I really like you, brother." Yu Qian, with a blushing face, took the initiative to put her arms around Cao Pingwa's neck and gave him a sweet kiss. After a storm, Cao Pingwa said, "Qian, give me a baby." Yu Qian snuggled in his arms and said, "But I'm not mentally ready to have a baby yet. Can we wait 2 years?" Cao Pingwa, "Give me a baby, and I'll give you a cash reward of 1 million. Yu Qian, "Husband, do you like children so much?" Cao Pingwa, "Yes, I am 30 years old this year, and I really want to have a child of my own. The reason I divorced my ex-wife was because she didn't want to have children with me." Yu Qian bit her lip, and a struggle began in her mind. "Hubby, if I get pregnant with your child, will you marry me?" Cao Pingwa said familiarly, "I can hold a wedding with you in your hometown, but I won't get the certificate with you." After hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Yu Qian was not very surprised. As a Porsche saleswoman, she has long heard about all the outrageous actions of rich people. Yu Qian also knew that a rich man like Cao Pingwa, who could buy a 3 million sports car as easily as buying a bottle of Coke, would not easily give her the opportunity to share his property. "If you really want a child, I can give birth to one for you." Yu Qian's eyes suddenly became shrewd and sharp. "But I also have conditions. The condition is that no matter whether I give birth to a boy or a girl, you must give me 3 million in cash, plus a fully paid house in Jiangxing worth no less than 2 million. Oh, the asking price is 5 million. Cao Pingwa said seriously. Give me a 1 million yuan reward for having a baby. That's my offer. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. From pregnancy to childbirth, Cao Pingwa earned 110 million yuan in cash alone, so he could definitely afford the 5 million yuan. But Cao Pingwa didn't want to be controlled by a woman. There are so many women in China. If you don't want to give birth, there are plenty of people who are willing to do so. The price has been raised so early by a 24-year-old girl like you. It will become more and more difficult to deal with it later on. Yu Qian was very surprised by Cao Pingwa's serious rejection. Because according to her observation and inference, Cao Pingwa's assets are at least hundreds of millions. If he really wants a child, 5 million is not a lot for him. Hubby, you spent 2 million on a second-hand sports car. 5 million isn't too much for me to give birth to a child with you. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, 5 million is really not a lot of money for me, but I can spend my money however I want. Qian, you're not so pretty that I can easily change the rules I set. Yu Qian said coquettishly, husband, don't be so rigid. If 5 million is too much, how about 3 million? Chapter 15, I also want to call him husband. Cao Pingwa was too lazy to bargain with the gold digger. Having just vented his anger twice, he fell asleep directly. Yu Qian, damn, did I offend my cash cow right from the start? She gently nudged Cao Pingwa and asked softly, hubby, are you mad at me? Cao Pingwa pulled Yu Qian into his arms and began to knead her wantonly. No, having a child requires both parties to agree. Go to sleep first tonight, and we'll talk about this later. The next morning, Cao Pingwa woke up feeling refreshed. He played 2 games with Yu Qian roughly before letting her go. After Yu Qian left the Ruihua Hotel, she immediately went to the small pharmacy nearby and bought some emergency contraceptive pills. Humph, Cao Pingwa, you big pig's hoof, I won't give birth to a baby for you until I get the right price. Cao Pingwa took a shower in the Lakeview suite, changed into a brand new Armani suit, and admired himself in front of the dressing mirror for a long time. Clothes make the man, and with this outfit, I look like a young man in his 20s. Cao Pingwa then went downstairs to the executive restaurant and had a simple lunch. Check out. Hello, sir. Your total consumption is 45.80. After scanning the code with a beep, Cao Pingwa said to the pretty waitress, please notify the front desk that the guest in room 3018 needs to use the car. Okay, sir. I'll make the call right away. When Cao Pingwa took the elevator downstairs and walked out of the Ruihua Hotel, his bright silver Porsche 911 was already parked at the door waiting for him. The doorman in a maroon uniform bowed deeply and then handed over the car keys with both hands. Cao Pingwa picked up the car keys and then put a $100 bill in the doorman's hand. Sir, our hotel doesn't allow tipping. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, will your leader fine you if you accept the fine? The doorman was stunned for a moment. A colleague of mine has collected it before, but there was no fine. Just take it, young man. Cao Pingwa patted his shoulder, got into his Porsche, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. In a Lianjia store on Zhongbei Road, a group of real estate agents were chatting while eating lunch. The female agent Jean Yao had 2 dishes today, stir-fried seasonal vegetables and mushroom and pork slices, which she bought from the home snacks store. Before eating, as usual, she placed the food on her desk, took a photo, and sent it to Cao Pingwa via WeChat. I had a full breakfast. Why am I hungry so soon today? Jean Yao didn't think much about it, put down her phone, and started eating. Just as she was enjoying her meal, she suddenly heard the roar of a car engine outside the store. Then a cool silver Porsche stopped at the door. The male and female agents in Lianjia all stretched their necks to watch the fun. The men looked at the cars, and the women expected a handsome guy to get out of the car. As Cao Pingwa, who is 185 centimeters tall, wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses and designer clothes, got out of the car, all the female agents in the room immediately became excited. Wow, it's a handsome guy. Oh my God, he's rich, young, and handsome. I wish he was my boyfriend. What the hell are you dreaming about? With your fat waist, why would Brother Fu like you? Just because you have so much flesh. Get lost. If you can't speak, then don't speak. I can't even dream. Cao Pingwa's appearance can only be considered a little bit handsome. The reason why the female agents were so excited was largely due to the silver Porsche behind him. Money is the best beauty filter for men. The chubby Wang Wan looked out the door and said to Jean Yao, who was busy eating, Sister Jean, there's a handsome guy driving a Porsche outside. Why don't you even look at him? I'm not interested in pretty boys. Jean Yao didn't even raise her eyes and answered casually while eating. Her heart and soul are now focused on the rough yet gentle Cao Pingwa, and she simply disdains to look at those cynical rich second generations who drive sports cars. Wang Wan added, He's not a pretty boy, he's a mature rich man. Jean Yao still didn't raise her eyes. I already have a mature rich man, and he's in very good health. When Jean Yao thought of Cao Pingwa, who was in very good health, she started to blush while eating. At this time, Cao Pingwa himself, wearing sunglasses, had already strode out of the store and walked directly to Jean Yao's desk in full view of everyone. There are both meat and vegetables, and he's quite obedient. Jean Yao raised her head suddenly. Husband. Husband. Everyone in the room widened their eyes. When did Jean Yao get married? How come we don't know? He's probably not her real husband, but her boyfriend, right? Oh my God. When did Sister Jean secretly get a boyfriend who's so handsome and rich? This is too enviable. Sister Jin's boyfriend drives a Porsche. A few days ago, I paid 50 cents less for her dinner together, and she asked me for it. So what? Jean Yao is the stingy king in our area. She can be discussed with you on other matters, but it's definitely impossible for you to shortchange her. Husband, why are you here? Jean Yao looked surprised. If there weren't so many colleagues in the office, she would have wanted to just dive into Cao Pingwa's arms. I had arranged to meet Jiang Dawei this afternoon to handle the transfer of ownership of the house, so I drove over in advance to pick you up and go to the housing authority to save you some subway fare. Hubby, you're so good to me. Jean Yao took Cao Pingwa's hand and asked him to sit down. Hubby, have you had lunch? Do you want to eat with us? I've eaten, just take your time. Jean Yao smiled and nodded. Then I'll eat first, and then I'll go to the housing authority with you. Before she had taken 2 bites, she suddenly realized something and looked up at the Porsche outside the door, then turned to look at Cao Pingwa, who was wearing Armani. So the handsome guy driving the Porsche they were talking about was you? Cao Pingwa said happily. What's wrong? Am I, your husband, not handsome enough? How could that be? You are the most handsome, husband. Seeing Cao Pingwa bought a new car, Jean Yao was happy from the bottom of her heart, because she subconsciously felt that there was a share of her in that Porsche. After finishing her meal and tidying up her desk, Jean Yao took Cao Pingwa's hand and went to the office of the store manager Wang Yong. Manager Wang, I'm going out for a bit this afternoon to help a client with the transfer procedures for the house at Yuhu family. Wang Yong felt sad when he saw the two of them holding hands intimately because he had always liked the beautiful and plump Jean Yao. It's a pity that he is just a small store manager and cannot afford the 880,000 yuan dowry that Jean Yao wants. You are Mr. Chow who bought the big house in Building 6 of Yuhu family, right? Cao Pingwa nodded calmly. Wang Yong understood everything in an instant. He felt a pang of pain in his heart, and a green light flashed on his head. I understand, Manager Jean. Then you can accompany Mr. Chow to handle the property transfer. When Cao Pingwa and Jean Yao got into the silver Porsche and drove away, everyone in the Lianjia store sighed. In this world, beautiful women belong to the rich. Otherwise, it would be great if we, the cattle and horses, could get married. Hey, I also want to call him husband. Husband, take me away too. Don't be so horny. Are you as pretty as Jean Yao? No. Are your breasts as big as hers? No. Then you should take a rest. Chapter 16 Liu Ruyan is so stupid. Jiangqing City, Jiang and District Real Estate Registration Center. Cao Pingwa and Jean Yao stood by the road, waiting for Jiang Dawei to arrive. Honey, we had an appointment with Mr. Jiang at 2:30 p.m., and it's only 1:45 p.m. Aren't we a little too early? Cao Pingwa glanced at Jean Yao and said, I'm the younger generation. How can I let Brother Jiang get here before me? That's right. Jean Yao nodded and said thoughtfully, Hubby, I feel that you are very polite and respectful to Mr. Jiang. Do you hope that he can help you in your career in the future? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Not bad. You have some good sense. Yao Yao, when Brother Jiang comes later, be careful. Don't pull me when we walk. It seems rude. I know, husband. Jean Yao smiled and stuck out her tongue. At 2:10 a.m., a black Rolls-Royce with a domineering, square face pulled up to the side of the road. After the driver in a neat suit got out of the car, he trotted around to the other side of the car. At this time, the iconic double doors of the Rolls-Royce opened slowly and automatically, and Jiang Dawei, wearing a dark business jacket, walked down from the back seat of the car. Boss, please drive slower. The driver said with a slight bow. Jiang Dawei smiled and walked towards Cao Pingwa and Jean Yao on the side of the road. Hey, Brother Chow, why are you here so early? Did I keep you waiting for a long time? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, No, we've only been here for less than 2 minutes. Jiang Dawei, who was 55 years old at the time and had rich experience, came closer and glanced at him. He could tell that the relationship between Cao Pingwa and the beautiful agent next to him was very different from a few days ago. Although the obedient Jean Yao intentionally kept a certain distance from Cao Pingwa, her body posture slightly towards Cao Pingwa and the ambiguous eyes that looked at his back from time to time betrayed their relationship as a couple. However, Jiang Dawei would not take the initiative to point out this little thing. Who hasn't been extravagant when they were young? Jin Yao's work was very meticulous and all the information was prepared very comprehensively, so the property transfer procedures went smoothly. Although it will take another 3 to 7 working days to get the certificate, the large house with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms in Yuhu family now actually belongs to Cao Pingwa. After finishing his work, Jiang Dawei walked out and said to Cao Pingwa, "Brother Cao, I guess you'll be redecorating, so I've arranged for people to clear out all the old stuff in the house for you these past 2 days. That really troubles Brother Jiang." "No trouble, no trouble." Cao Pingwa took Jin Yao and sent Jiang Dawei to his Rolls-Royce. Jiang Dawei noticed that Cao Pingwa was very interested in his car, so he smiled and said, "This is an older model of the Gusto. It only costs a little over 7 million. Brother Cao, I have high hopes for you. If you work hard for a few more years, you will definitely be able to surpass me and buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom." He then pressed one of his business cards into Cao Pingwa's hand. "Last time I left home, I didn't bring a business card. We are now neighbors and friends. If you need any help, please feel free to come to me." Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. "Then I would like to thank Brother Jiang first." After seeing off Jiang Dawei's Rolls-Royce and getting into his own Porsche, Cao Pingwa suddenly felt that his 911 was not as attractive as before. Driving a sports car to show off is just one thing. It's better to buy a car with a little golden man on the front and hire a private driver to drive you, which is more domineering. Chiang Kai-shek also asked me to work hard for a few more years. It won't take that long. After I get a few more babies and save some money, I will buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the way back, Cao Pingwa asked Jin Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat looking at the street view, "Yao, are you familiar with any reliable decoration companies?" Jin Yao nodded. "Yes, husband, you want to decorate your big house, right?" "Well, I've been busy with a lot of things lately, so I want to entrust you with the house decoration." "Entrust it to me." Jin Yao looked flattered. "If I make the decision on house decoration, doesn't that mean I'm the mistress of the house?" Jin Yao's little face smiled like a flower. "Okay, husband, I will contact the best decoration company as soon as possible, and then let them make several decoration plans for you to choose from." Cao Pingwa nodded. "Where are you going now? Are you going back to the store?" Jin Yao's face flushed red. "I'm not going back to the store. I want to go back to our Lakeview suite with you." "Ha! Yao, you said before that I had a big addiction, and I think yours is pretty bad too." Hey, Yao, what are you doing?" "I'm driving." On the shores of Shaho Lake, at the Ruihua Hotel, the Lakeview Suite number 3018 is filled with spring scenery. "Hubby, why are you so gentle today?" "Because you have our baby in your belly." Hee hee. Jin Yao couldn't help laughing. "Hubby, you're so funny. Do you know better than me whether I'm pregnant or not?" Cao Pingwa thought to himself, "I really know it better than you, but I just can't explain it to you. Anyway, I'm only in gentle mode during this period." "All right. Husband, do you think your ex-wife is stupid? Why are you mentioning her at a time like this?" Jin Yao hugged Cao Pingwa's neck and said to herself, "She didn't hold on to such a good man like you, but instead took the initiative to divorce you. I think she is extremely stupid." Liu Ruyan, who was sitting at home watching TV, suddenly sneezed loudly. "What's wrong with me? Why am I sneezing all of a sudden? Is someone cursing at me behind my back?" Liu Ruyan thought for a moment and guessed that the person who cursed her behind her back was most likely her ex-husband Cao Pingwa. "Hey, Lao Cao, I don't want to divorce you either. But you drive a ride-hailing car day and night, and you only make a little over 10,000 yuan a month, which is not enough for me to spend. I've been used to a good life, and I really can't stand the hardship of a downgraded living standard." Liu Ruyan thought, "Since I am free anyway, I might as well give Cao Pingwa a call to comfort him, so that I can appear kind-hearted." Liu Ruyan did it right away. She picked up her cell phone and dialed her husband's number. "Hello, who is this?" "Pingwa, it's me." "Liu Ruyan, if you have to fart, do it now." "Pingwa, why are you so rude?" "None of your business. I'm hanging up now." Hey, don't hang up yet. Did you just curse me behind my back?" "No, I don't have the time." Suddenly, Liu Ruyan vaguely heard the voice of another woman speaking softly on the other end of the phone. "Pingwa, who are you with? What are you doing?" "None of your business." After saying that, Cao Pingwa hung up the phone. Chapter 17, Eliminating Cao Pingwa, Part 1. The next day was Saturday, which was also the day when Zheng Jieqi's safe period ended. So before parting with Jin Yao at the hotel entrance, Cao Pingwa said to her, Yao, I have to go on a business trip for a week. Remember to eat well while I'm away." Jin Yao reluctantly hugged Cao Pingwa's waist and rested her head on his chest. "Okay, honey, I'll take pictures of you at every meal." Be careful when you're on a business trip, and contact me as soon as you return. Cao Pingwa touched Jean Yao's head and pinched her cheeks, and found that he liked this stingy and well-behaved big-breasted girl more and more. Give me another bite before you go. Oh no, Jean Yao said with a blush on her face. There are so many people coming and going in front of the hotel. It's so embarrassing. If you don't give me food, I'll leave. Why? Jean Yao grabbed Cao Pingwa, who was about to leave, then stood on tiptoe and offered her cherry lips. Liu Ruyan Vocational and Technical College, teaching building number 1. Zhang Zihan, along with her boyfriend Li Lei and a group of young girls under her, blocked Zheng Jieqi, who had just finished her self-study class, at the door. Zheng Jieqi, how come you disappeared after just a few days of working at the billiard hall? Do you know that your ability to come and go as you please has caused trouble for your introducer, Ting, and she got scolded by the store manager? Zheng Jieqi said embarrassedly to the young rune warrior named Ting. I'm sorry, Ting. I've gotten you into trouble. Ting waved her hand. Forget it. After all, we are high school classmates. But Jieqi, aren't you short of money? Have you found another way to make money? Zheng Jieqi was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Zhang Zihan asked sarcastically, I heard that you're being kept by a rich, greasy, bald uncle. Is that true? No. Zheng Jieqi thought to herself. Although my husband is a little rough in bed, he is definitely not greasy and not bald. Zhang Zihan looked up and down at Zheng Jieqi, who was wearing new clothes. You're still saying no? How would you get the money to buy new clothes if you weren't kept by someone? Sister, I'm a little short on money lately, and I want to borrow 1,000 yuan from you. Ting in the crowd interrupted and said, Zihan, Jieqi is my high school classmate. This is not a good idea, right? Zhang Zihan turned around abruptly, his eyes wide with anger. Ting, you bitch, shut up. It was because of your talkativeness last time that Zheng Jieqi, that little bitch, snatched my order away. She turned back and said to Zheng Jieqi in front of her, I'm not asking you to compensate me now. I'm just asking you to borrow 1,000 yuan. You don't agree to that. Zheng Jieqi lowered her head slightly and said, Well, if I lend you 1,000 yuan, will you stop bothering me? When Zhang Zihan heard this, she said, Oh no, it's too little. It seems that this little bitch's pocket money is more than the legendary 5,000. That's another price. The innocent Zheng Jieqi asked foolishly, How much do you want to borrow? 5,000. As long as you, Zheng Jieqi, lend me 5,000 yuan today, I promise not to bother you again in the future. Zheng Jieqi felt conflicted. 5,000 yuan was too much. It was her living expenses and tuition for one semester. Can you have a little less? Bang! Zhang Zihan slapped Zheng Jieqi directly. Stop talking to me, you little bitch. If you don't take the money, I'll come to your school every day to block you and slap you in the face every day. Zhang Zihan, why are you hitting people? Ting was about to step forward to help, but Zhang Zihan's boyfriend Li Lei grabbed her hair and said, Don't move. I advise you to mind your own business. Zheng Jieqi covered her burning left cheek, tears streaming down her face. I'll give you money, please don't hurt Ting. At this moment, the roar of a powerful car engine attracted everyone's attention. A silver Porsche 911 approached quickly from a distance and stopped at the door of teaching building number 1. A tall man wearing sunglasses and designer clothes got out of the car. He pushed with his big hand and walked straight through a group of little girls and came in front of Zheng Jieqi, who was covering her face and crying. Hubby, woo! Zheng Jieqi cried and threw herself into Cao Pingwa's arms, feeling safe. Husband, Zhang Zihan was stunned at first, then immediately realized, so you are the financial sponsor of this little bitch. Cao Pingwa ignored Zhang Zihan next to him. While comforting the girl in his arms, he quietly asked her about the situation at the scene. I understand, Jieqi, don't cry. No one dares to bully you here with your husband. Hey, uncle, have you two had enough of your whining? Zhang Zihan looked arrogant. It'll be easier now that you're here. Lend me 10,000 yuan, and I'll promise not to harass your girlfriend anymore. Cao Pingwa comforted Zheng Jieqi, then walked straight towards Zhang Zihan. Zhang Zihan thought the other party was here to pay for his meal, so he took out his iPhone and said, WeChat or Alipay? Bang! Cao Pingwa, who is 185 centimeters tall, slapped Zhang Zihan, who is 165 centimeters tall, to the ground. Her iPhone also flew out. Fuck you. Seeing this, Zhang Zihan's boyfriend Li Lei quickly let go of Ting's hair and rushed directly towards Cao Pingwa. Li Lei is also over 1.8 meters tall and looks young and strong. It's a pity that Cao Pingwa has just learned a few bits of fighting skills from the system. He rushed towards Li Lei's fist, then suddenly dodged Li Lei's young and energetic fist, then hit him in the ribs with a hook punch, and then punched him in the face. Li Lei suddenly felt dizzy and unable to breathe and fell to the ground. At this moment, Zhang Zihan, who had just been stunned by the slap, came back to his senses. You dare to hit me? Cao Pingwa looked down at Zhang Zihan, who was sitting on the ground. Do you have a father? Zhang Zihan, Cao Pingwa gave another slap in the face. I asked you, do you have a father? Zhang Zihan covered his face and said, stop hitting me. I have a father. Does your father know that you have 2 wild men's names tattooed on your 2 diapers? Zhang Zihan. Cao Pingwa turned his head to look at the group of little girls. And you guys, do your parents know about all the shit you have tattooed on your bodies? And you idiot. Cao Pingwa looked at Li Lei, who was sitting on the ground, holding his ribs, and said, did you know that Zhang Zihan has a sexually transmitted disease? Li Lei felt like the sky was falling. Zhang Zihan, you bitch, no wonder I've been burning up when I pee lately. It turns out it's because of you, this crotch-sucking slut. Zhang Zihan flatly denied it. You're talking nonsense. Maybe you infected me with the virus. Li Lei shed tears of regret. Before I was with you, I had no problems at all. How could I have infected you? We'll talk about Li Lei and me later. Now let's make this uncle who beat us up pay us. Zhang Zihan covered his face and said confidently, pay us the money, uncle. If you don't pay us 50,000 yuan each, we will call the police immediately. Fuck, you uneducated and ignorant people are really making me laugh to death. Cao Pingwa laughed out loud. You just asked Zheng Jieqi for 5,000 yuan and then beat her. This is equivalent to committing robbery, which is punishable by a prison sentence of at least 3 years, but not more than 10 years. Are you calling the police to surrender yourself? Zhang Zihan was obviously a little panicked. Are you kidding me? I just asked her to borrow 5,000 yuan. How can it be so serious? Zihan, what this cool uncle said seems to be true. The girls standing nearby watching the excitement took out their phones and searched for robbery. Robbery refers to the act of robbing public or private property by force, coercion, or other means. Violence includes physical assault or coercion on the victim, such as beating or tying them up. Coercion involves threatening immediate violence to frighten the victim into refusing to resist. Robbery of 5,000 yuan is considered a relatively large sum, and therefore may result in a prison sentence of between 3 and 10 years and a fine. Zihan, you and Li Lei might really end up in jail. Bullshit, I just wanted to borrow money from Zheng Jieqi, and she didn't give me the money. How can this be considered robbery? Zhang Zihan was still resisting. Who said Zheng Jieqi didn't give you money under your threat of force? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, you idiot, pick up your phone and take a look, and you'll know. Zhang Zihan was stunned and quickly picked up the Apple phone not far away. She saw that Zheng Jieqi had transferred 5,000 yuan to her via WeChat 5 minutes ago. Zhang Zihan suddenly looked up at Zheng Jieqi, who had been standing beside him silently, and found that the other party was looking at him with cold eyes. Chapter 18. Eliminating Cao Pingwa, Part 2. False accusation. You are false accusing me. Zhang Zihan shouted at the top of his lungs. Cao Pingwa sneered. It was a clear robbery. There's no way there's any false accusation. He turned back to Zheng Jieqi and said, Jieqi, call the police directly. Okay, husband. When they heard that the other party was going to call the police, the group of Rune sisters who had been standing by and watching the excitement scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only Zheng Jieqi's high school classmate Tingting behind. She wanted to see what would happen to Zhang Zihan and her boyfriend Li Lei. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Zihan and Li Lei did not dare to continue extorting money and prepared to run away. As a result, as soon as he got up from the ground, he was kicked by Cao Pingwa and fell to the ground again, unable to move. At this time, 3 school security guards arrived late. They pointed their rubber sticks at Cao Pingwa, who had just been kicking someone, and shouted arrogantly, Hey, who are you? Why are you causing trouble in school? Zhang Zihan and Li Lei, who were lying on the ground, immediately looked at the school security guards as if they had found a lifeline. They looked innocent and asked for help. Uncle Security, save us. Uncle Security, this man hit us and kicked us. You need to seek justice for both of us. After the 3 security guards approached, they looked Cao Pingwa up and down. They found that he was dressed respectably, and there was a Porsche parked next to him. Their arrogant attitude instantly eased a lot. The older security guard in the lead put away his rubber stick and said to Cao Pingwa, Young man, no matter what conflict you had, it's wrong for you to hit someone. Cao Pingwa looked at the 3 security guards with a cold brow. I couldn't see you guys when my girlfriend was beaten and robbed just now. So why are you here trying to smooth things over now? And the 2 evildoers sitting on the ground are not students of your school. I'm just asking you, are all of you school security guards just there to do nothing? Do you just let some random people from outside the school run into the school, beat up students, and steal their money. There's a robbery going on here. The older security guard instantly became nervous. He quickly asked Zhang Zihan and Li Lei on the ground. Are you two students from our Luojiaishan Vocational and Technical College? Zhang Zihan and Li Lei lowered their heads, speechless. Older security guard. It's over. We're in trouble now. My girlfriend was bullied at school, and she's in a bad mood now. Cao Pingwa glanced at the 3 security guards and said, I've already called the police. They'll handle the rest. Just stand aside and watch, the 3 of you. Just keep quiet. If you dare say another word, I'll report this to your school's security department and have you all pack up and leave. The 3 security guards were naturally unhappy after being scolded and threatened by Cao Pingwa. But after they exchanged glances, they chose to quietly retreat to the side without saying anything. Zhang Zihan and Li Lei, who were sitting on the ground, saw that Cao Pingwa had controlled the 3 security guards with just a few words, and their fear of him increased a lot. Handsome guy, we were wrong. We shouldn't have asked Jiechi to borrow money, and I shouldn't have accidentally hit her. Finally deflated, Zhang Zihan said to Cao Pingwa in a wrong tone, Please let us go this time, okay? We promise not to harass Jiechi again. Not good. Cao Pingwa crossed his arms and said, I won't believe a word you, who makes money by selling your body, say. Only when I see you being locked up with my own eyes can I feel at ease. Soon, a police car stopped next to the silver Porsche, and 2 policemen got out of the car. Who called the police? Zhang Jiechi raised his hand and said, Yes, I called the police. Cao Pingwa took her little hand and signaled with his eyes that she don't need to be nervous. Feeling the sense of security coming from the big hand, Zhang Jiechi suddenly calmed down. Zhang Zihan and her boyfriend came to me to borrow money. When I refused, she slapped me. I was so scared that I had no choice but to transfer 5,000 yuan to her. The police officer frowned and said, This is robbery. Zhang Zihan, who had already stood up from the ground, quickly protested. Officer, that's not the case. We didn't rob the money, we just borrowed it, and Zhang Jiechi didn't lend it to me in the first place. The police officer interrupted Zhang Zihan, who was clearly dressed as a gangster girl, and said, Don't worry, our police are very particular about evidence when handling cases. We won't just believe the reporter's one-sided statement. Zhang Jiechi handed over his phone. Officer, I have the transfer records here. Zhang Zihan. Li Lei. The officer looked at Zhang Jiechi's phone and asked Zhang Zihan, Is this sexy maid Zihan WeChat ID yours? Zhang Zihan. Yes, officer, but this transfer was made by the little bitch. Hey, little girl, watch your words, the police officer shouted. How dare you curse at me when the police are here? Just answer whatever you're asked. I've already said we won't blindly believe one-sided statements. The police officer then asked, What are the injuries on your face and the shoe prints on your bodies? Officer, I hit him. Cao Pingwa said calmly. I arrived after they beat up my girlfriend and robbed her of her money. Zhang Zihan saw me coming and teamed up with his boyfriend to ask me to take 10,000 yuan as well. He threatened to beat me if I didn't give it to him, so I had no choice but to defend myself. Cao Pingwa pointed to the camera at the entrance of the teaching building and said, The school has surveillance cameras. You will see everything clearly once you see it. We will definitely watch the on-site surveillance. The 2 police officers looked at each other, a little hesitant. They knew that the little gangsters and hooligans next to them were no match for Cao Pingwa, but Cao Pingwa himself admitted that he and the victim, Zhang Jiechi, were in a relationship, which forced them to look for more evidence. The police officer then turned to the security guard standing nearby and said, Were you 3 security guards at the scene when the incident happened? The 3 security guards shook their heads. The police officer then asked Cao Pingwa, You arrived after they robbed your girlfriend of her money. Did anyone else see them demanding money and beating you? I saw it. Zhang Jiechi's high school classmate, Ting Ting, came forward. I used to hang out with Zhang Zihan, but I didn't expect her to be so disloyal. I told her not to challenge my classmate Jiechi to a fight, but she actually asked her boyfriend Li Lei to pull my hair and stop me from moving. Seeing that there were witnesses and evidence, the 2 policemen said no more and directly let Zhang Zihan and Li Lei get into the police car. All 3 of you, please come to the station. We need to take a detailed statement. When they came out of the police station, the simple-minded Zhang Jiechi still felt a little reluctant and asked, Hubby, are Zhang Zihan and the others really going to be imprisoned for 3 years? Cao Pingwa, in a good mood, nodded, I guarantee it. Isn't this punishment a bit too severe? Cao Pingwa touched Zhang Jiechi's little head and said, For those who dare to bully my woman, Cao Pingwa, this punishment is already very light. He pinched Zhang Jiechi's chin again and looked at the slap mark on her face that hadn't completely faded. If it weren't for the fact that they're still young, I would have found someone in prison to teach them a lesson. And by sending these scum of society to jail, I'm doing the public a disservice, right? Husband. Zheng Jieqi snuggled into Cao Pingwa's arms, feeling full of security. Okay, the unpleasant things are over. Cao Pingwa smiled mischievously. Let's find a place to eat something first, and then go to the hotel to make out, okay? Zheng Jieqi's face turned red, and she nodded shyly. Chapter 19, No Physical Education Class. Next to Luojiashan Vocational and Technical College, in the top-floor suite of the Sheraton 5-star hotel. Cao Pingwa sat back on the big bed, hugged Zheng Jieqi and asked, "Have you missed me these days?" "Yes, but husband, if you don't miss me, you won't take the initiative to send me WeChat or call me. Every time I send you a message, you are always very slow to reply." "Ha ha ha, my husband has been busy with work these days." Cao Pingwa bent down and kissed her again, saying, "Don't worry, since your husband has come to see you, he will definitely stay with you for a few more days. He specifically came to find the girl when she was in the most dangerous time, and he would not leave until he successfully got the system reward." "Really, hubby?" "Of course it's true. Husband, you are so nice." From Saturday to the following Friday, Zheng Jieqi feels that the past week has been the happiest time in her life since she could remember. During the day, Cao Pingwa would patiently accompany her shopping, watching movies, eating big meals, and buy her all kinds of beautiful clothes. In the evening, Cao Pingwa would accompany her in the hotel room to watch TV series, chat, and be sweet and loving. On the evening of the 7th day, the long-awaited system notification tone finally rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of having many children and good fortune. Breeding subject Zheng Jieqi is pregnant with twins. Achievement reward, 10 million yuan. System reward for pregnancy maintenance, 40 million yuan, double reward. Note, the birth reward for twins is 400 million yuan, double the reward. Holy shit, they're twins. And the reward is doubled. Cao Pingwa excitedly held Zheng Jieqi's little face and kissed her several times. "Jieqi, I will definitely take good care of you." Zheng Jieqi was confused, but she was still very happy in her heart. "Hubby, you are so good to me." The next day, after completing the task, Cao Pingwa prepared to say goodbye to his girlfriend temporarily. "Jieqi, please don't stay in the dormitory. I don't want you to climb on the bunk bed. I've already paid a month's rent in advance for this large suite. You can just come back and stay here after class. You should also pay attention to your food. It's best to eat in the hotel restaurant and charge it directly to your room. I will come to pay for you when the time comes. You have to take a picture of yourself before you eat every day and show it to me. I want to check whether you are eating healthily. Also, no gym class." Zheng Jieqi said in confusion. "Husband, are you worrying too much?" "I'm not a child." Cao Pingwa said seriously. "You are just a little baby in my heart. I don't want to see you get hurt." Zheng Jieqi was deeply moved, and her eyes were filled with emotion. "Husband, if you call me husband, you must obey my words." "Well, I listened to my husband." When they said goodbye at the hotel gate, Zheng Jieqi hid in Cao Pingwa's arms, hugged his waist for a long time, and was reluctant to let go. "Husband, when will you come to see me again? My husband has to work and make money. Otherwise, he also wants to be with you every day." "Okay, husband, you should also take some rest and don't work too hard." "Good." Cao Pingwa then casually asked, "By the way, Jieqi, how much of the 100,000 yuan I gave you have you used?" "I kept 10,000 yuan for myself and sent the rest to my parents." Cao Pingwa frowned slightly, but didn't say much. "Do you need your husband to give you some extra pocket money?" No. Zheng Jieqi waved her hand quickly and said, "Honey, you've already bought me so many beautiful new clothes, and I don't have to pay for the hotel room. I can still spend 10,000 yuan for a long time. Okay, call me if you need anything, and tell me directly if you run out of money. One more kiss before you go." The well-behaved and obedient Zheng Jieqi blushed, stood on tiptoe, and gave a sweet kiss. Cao Pingwa sat contentedly in his silver Porsche 911 and drove away. On the way back to Chuahanjia, Cao Pingwa was thinking. Currently, Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi are both pregnant. Although Yu Qian has been actively messaging her these past few days, she obviously hasn't figured it out yet. Then leave her alone for now and go straight to the new target. While waiting for the red light, Cao Pingwa took out a business card with a faint scent of perfume from his pocket. It said, "Haitang Club, Chen Shooting, phone number, 150XXXXXXX." Cao Pingwa opened the Gouda navigation app on his phone, turned the steering wheel, and drove in the opposite direction of Chahanan Street. Chapter 20 Regular Foot Bath. The silver Porsche soon arrived at the entrance of Haitang Club, only to find that the bar door was closed. Cao Pingwa was stunned for a moment. Damn, you're early. He had seldom been to nightclubs before, but when he got there he remembered that bars and nightclubs only open at night. Where should I go to kill some time? Cao Pingwa turned the steering wheel and parked the car in front of the entrance of Jinping Foot Massage across the street. Welcome to Jinping Foot Massage. Hello, distinguished guest. May I ask how many distinguished guests you are? Just me. VIP, please come in. Cao Pingwa followed the reception manager to a spacious private room. Please take a seat, distinguished guest. The reception manager picked up the small menu on the coffee table next to him and said, all the services and prices in our store are written on it. VIP, you can take a look first. Once you've made your choice, just press the call button at the door. Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said, no need to look. Just give me all the services in your store from head to toe. Because it was not yet 2 p.m., Cao Pingwa still had several hours to kill. The reception manager smiled and said, I see. Please wait a moment, VIP. I will arrange it for you right away. After the reception manager left, Cao Pingwa took out his phone and checked his bank account. A week ago, he had 20.2 million yuan left in his account. In the past week, he spent nearly 200,000 yuan on buying clothes for Zheng Jieqi, treating her to various fancy meals, and staying at the Sheraton Hotel. Adding the 50 million system reward he received last night, Cao Pingwa's bank account currently has exactly 70 million and a few thousand. My current strength should be enough to help the beautiful widow solve her problem, right? Thump, thump, thump. Several knocks on the door interrupted Cao Pingwa's thoughts. Come in. A foot massage technician with a ponytail, wearing a dark blue uniform and shiny black stockings on her legs, walked in gracefully. She smoothed the black hair by her ears, a beautiful smile appeared on her pretty face, and she bowed deeply. Hello, distinguished guest. Technician number 69 is at your service. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, beautiful lady, you are so beautiful. What's your name? VIP, you can call me Shan Shan. Okay, Shan Shan, please start your service. Then I'll get some water for the distinguished guest to wash his feet first. Soon, Shan Shan brought a basin of water for washing feet and added some unknown Chinese medicinal herbs into the foot bath. She sat down beside Cao Pingwa, gently helped him take off his shoes and socks, and then slowly put his feet into the foot bath. VIP, is this water temperature suitable? Yeah, that's quite appropriate. Cao Pingwa answered while starting the system and scanning. As expected, her bare face score was 77 points, and her figure score was 82 points, so her appearance was acceptable. However, she had 5 riders before and had 2 abortions, so the system directly judged her as unqualified. After washing her feet, Shan Shan began to give Cao Pingwa a foot massage. I have to say, after 7 days of continuous battle with the little girl Zheng Jieqi, it is still very comfortable to wash my feet and relax. At this time, Cao Pingwa opened WeChat again and found that Chen Shooting had accepted the friend request he had just sent. Ciao. Hello, Miss Chen. I'm free tonight and would like to come to your bar. Chen. No problem, Mr. Chow. When you arrive, just tell the receptionist at the door my name, and I will take care of everything else. Ciao. Okay, see you tonight. Chen. See you tonight. My dear guest, I have finished massaging your feet. Shan Shan stood up and said, I'm going to wash my hands first, and then I'll give you a full body massage. When Shan Shan washed her hands and returned to the private room, the look she gave Cao Pingwa had changed greatly. Because she had just heard gossip from her colleagues while washing her hands, saying that the customer she served was a rich man who drove a Porsche sports car. Handsome guy, for a full body massage you need to lie down on the massage bed next to you. Oh, okay. Cao Pingwa heard Shan Shan's change in address, but he didn't think much about it. He first buried his face in the round hole at the head of the massage bed and let Shan Shan massage his back. Handsome guy, is this strength okay? I'm not very strong, this force is just right. Okay, handsome. You can turn over now. I will continue to massage your head and legs. Under Shan Shan's skilled massage technique, Cao Pingwa, who had been exhausted during this period, fell asleep unconsciously. After a series of meticulous services including foot massage, full body massage, and ear cleaning, Cao Pingwa felt refreshed and regained a lot of energy. When I checked out, it was only 12:80. Shan Shan said to Cao Pingwa, Handsome guy, it's almost 7 p.m. now. Why don't you have a quick meal in our restaurant? It's free. How does the food in your restaurant taste? I think it's delicious anyway. Cao Pingwa, okay, let me give it a try. I have to say that this Jinping foot massage not only has excellent foot massage technicians in terms of appearance and skills, but the chef's cooking skills are also quite good, not inferior to those of ordinary small restaurants. When they were ready to leave after eating and drinking, Shan took the initiative to ask to add Cao Pingwa on WeChat. Mr. Cao, who is sentimental by nature, didn't think much about it and directly showed his QR code. When I went outside, the day had already turned into night. Cao Pingwa, who was not very familiar with the area, suddenly felt that his surroundings were very unfamiliar. However, the large flashing sign of Haitang Club across the street is very eye-catching and not difficult to find. After crossing the crosswalk to the other side of the street, Cao Pingwa walked leisurely to the door of the busy bar. A young female receptionist immediately came up to Cao Pingwa and said, "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Or are you looking for someone? I am a guest of your boss Chen shooting." "Oh, you must be Mr. Cao. Mr. Cao, please come this way." As soon as he entered the bar, the loud music and dazzling lights immediately made Cao Pingwa's eyes and ears uncomfortable. He followed the hostess to the second-floor terrace above the main dance floor and sat in booth SVIP001, which could accommodate 15 people. The female receptionist covered her ears and listened to the headset, then leaned close to Cao Pingwa and said, "Mr. Cao, please sit here and wait for a moment. Our boss said she will be here soon." Chapter 21 Sister-in-law, you don't want to lose this bar that your brother left for you, right? The SVIP booth on the second floor has an excellent view. Cao Pingwa can easily overlook the entire first floor and take in all the northern hemispheres of various sizes and shapes. In the main dance floor, countless young girls danced to the music. They showed off their shoulders, white arms, slim waists, and long white legs. Countless black, white, purple, blue, matte, transparent, lettered, flesh-colored and fishnet stockings are intertwined together, all competing for beauty. While enjoying the ball and silk, Cao Pingwa activated the system in his mind with a lucky mentality and scanned the entire field. Not surprisingly, among so many beautiful young ladies in Haitang Bar tonight, none of them was recognized by the system. Little fairy, although I have tattoos, smoke, drink, go to bars, have sex, and have abortions, I am still a good girl. System, get lost. Soon, Chen shooting, with wavy hair, fiery red lips, and a tightly wrapped purple dress, appeared on the second-floor terrace. She sat in booth SVIP001 where Cao Pingwa was with a cold expression and kept a polite distance from him. "Hello, Mr. Cao." "Hello, Boss Chen. What kind of wine does Mr. Cao like to drink?" As soon as Chen shooting raised her hand, the male waiter standing next to her immediately presented Cao Pingwa with a drink menu. "Order whatever you want to drink. Mr. Cao, all your purchases in my restaurant tonight are free of charge." Cao Pingwa glanced at the wine list and found that it was full of red wines and foreign wines that he didn't recognize. "To be honest, I rarely go to nightclubs, and I know nothing about various red and foreign wines," he said frankly. "As for drinking, I usually just like to drink some domestic beer." Chen shooting did not look down on Cao Pingwa because he knew nothing about wine. Instead, she had a better impression of him because of his honest and casual personality. "In that case, I recommend that Mr. Cao drink some mild champagne." Cao Pingwa nodded slightly. "Boss Chen, just make the decision." Chen shooting said to the male waiter next to her. "Serve Mr. Cao a small dragon suit, and also various snacks, nuts, and fruit platters." "Okay, boss." Soon, 3 bottles of Spade Ace champagne of different but bright colors were brought up. Chen shooting raised her hand slightly again, and the waiter standing beside her immediately understood and began to open and pour the wine skillfully. She raised the slender goblet filled with golden champagne and said to Cao Pingwa calmly, "Mr. Cao, I want to thank you again for buying my Porsche at a price far above the market price." Cao Pingwa also raised his goblet and gently clinked it with the other person's. "You're welcome." After a few more drinks, Cao Pingwa pretended to say casually during the chat, "Boss Chen, if you encounter any difficulties in your business, I am happy to help." Chen shooting said expressionlessly, "Thank you, Mr. Cao, for your kindness. I appreciate it." Cao Pingwa persisted. He even sold his beloved sports car. "I guess Boss Chen is in big trouble this time. I, Cao Pingwa, don't have any special talents, except that I have a lot of money." "Boss Chen, why don't you just tell me how much money you need right now?" Chen shooting looked into Cao Pingwa's eyes. Her expression remained unchanged. "I understand what Mr. Cao means, but I want to advise Mr. Cao not to waste his time on me. I'm 33 years old, 3 years older than you, and a widow with a child. It's really not worth Mr. Chao's extra effort for me." Cao Pingwa grinned. "What's wrong with being older than me? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you will bring you gold bricks. What does it matter if I've been married and had children? Boss Chen, have you forgotten? My last name is Cao." Chen shooting didn't expect that she would describe her shortcomings so bluntly, and the extremely thick-skinned Cao Pingwa could still pretend not to care while making jokes. She turned her face away and suppressed her laughter for 2 seconds, then turned back and said indifferently, I know my Porsche 911 is only worth 1.8 million. The extra 300,000 that Mr. Chow paid is just a loan from me. Once I get through this difficult time, I'll find a chance to pay you back with interest. I'm willing to be friends with Mr. Chow, but if Mr. Chow has other ideas, I still say the same thing. Please don't waste your time on me. After Chen Shooting finished speaking, she raised her hand and 5 beautiful young ladies in miniskirts stood in a row next to the booth. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, Boss Chen, what does this mean? Chen Shooting said calmly, if Mr. Chow needs a female companion, I can introduce you to one. Plump, slim, gentle, lively. I have all kinds of beauties under my command. They are all younger and prettier than me. Cao Pingwa scanned the system and found that the 5 young ladies all had high scores in appearance and figure, but the number of soul rings in their stomachs was more than 1. They are indeed young and beautiful, but I have a special taste. I don't like young ones. I only like older sisters. Chen Shooting really didn't expect that even though she put the 5 most beautiful girls in the store's atmosphere group in front of Cao Pingwa, he chose to continue to pester her. She stood up helplessly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chow. I feel like I've had a little too much to drink and need to go back to the office to rest. Just let these 5 girls continue to drink with you today. Looking at Chen Shooting's graceful figure as she left, Cao Pingwa complained in his heart. This pretty little widow is a bit difficult to deal with. But she is so beautiful and so loyal. It is worth my spending a little more time on her. After returning to the office behind the bar, Chen Shooting took off her disguise, and her face no longer had that cold, keep-away expression. She subconsciously walked to the dressing mirror on the wall and looked at herself in the mirror carefully. She has delicate features, fair skin, and not a single wrinkle on her face. If Chen Shooting didn't like big wavy hair and more mature makeup and dressing style, based on her face, it would be completely fine to say that she was a young girl of 25 or 26 years old. This Cao Pingwa really has some vision. Compared to those 5 vulgar hostesses, I am indeed prettier. Unconsciously, Chen Shooting's pretty face began to turn slightly red. What's wrong with me? Bang, bang, bang. A few dull knocks on the door interrupted Chen Shooting's thoughts. Before she could say anything, the person knocking on the door pushed it open and walked in. Leading the group was a 198 centimeters tall muscular guy named Tank. Behind the Tank followed his boss Fai Long, a bald man with a rather festive look, a fat head and big ears. Fai Long is followed by a little skinny monkey, nicknamed Zijuoxing, who is Fei Long's advisor. Fai Long walked straight to Chen Shooting's boss desk and sat down. Tank and Zijuoxing stood behind him on his left and right. The height difference between the 3 formed a cell phone signal symbol. The kind-looking Fai Long had a kind face. Sister-in-law, have you gathered the money? Chen Shooting sat in her boss chair and said expressionlessly, I have only raised 10 million so far, and I can transfer it to you now. Oh, sister-in-law, I'm afraid this won't work. Fei Long said with a smile. The IOU that Big Brother wrote to me clearly stated that it was 30 million. I, Fai Long, will not charge interest for the sake of my deceased brother, but you must not lose out on the principal. Chen Shooting frowned slightly. Give me another month, and I will gather the remaining 20 million. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, my own business is also short of funds. I can't wait for you for a month. Fei Long stood up, walked slowly around the desk with a smile on his face, and came to Chen Shooting's side. Sister-in-law, why don't you sell this bar that Big Brother left for you? I have a buyer here who's willing to pay 25 million. No, Chen Shooting refused sternly. I will never sell Begonia. If you don't sell the bar, how are you going to pay the other 20 million? The smiling Fai Long suddenly stopped smiling and turned gloomy. Chen Shooting, I'm calling you sister-in-law to give you some face. You don't really think I won't be tough with you, do you? On the surface, Chen Shooting was still sitting steadily in the boss chair, but in fact, she was starting to panic. She tried to remain calm and said, 15 days. Give me another 15 days, and I, Chen Shooting, will definitely gather the remaining 20 million for you. Fai Long, who had a gloomy face, suddenly showed a slightly silly smile. It's not impossible to give my sister-in-law another 15 days, but I have one additional condition. Fei Long extended a thick index finger and lifted Chen Shooting's delicate chin. My condition is that my sister-in-law has to sleep with me every day for these 15 days. Chen Shooting turned her head and dodged Fei Long's finger. Wishful thinking. Ha 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 ha, sister-in-law, don't think too much. I, Fai Long, am not the person you think I am. Fei Long sat down on Chen Shooting's desk, pressing down so hard that the whole desk shook. If I don't keep an eye on you every night, what if you run away? Who would I ask for my 20 million? Chen Shooting gritted her teeth and remained silent. not knowing how to deal with the fat dragon in front of her. Either you sell the bar and pay me back, or you sleep with me for 15 days and then pay me back. Feilong showed a wicked smile on his big face. Sister-in-law, I think you should condescend to sleep with me for a few days. You don't want to lose this bar so easily, right? Chapter 22. The hero saves the beautiful and sexy widow. Is it fun for you three men to bully Boss Chun, a woman? Feilong, Tank, and Zijuoxing looked back at the same time and saw a tall, strong, middle-aged man in his 30s who looked a little handsome appearing at the office door. Chen Shooting was shocked. Why are you here? Who the hell are you? Feilong asked with a smile. I'm a friend of Boss Chun. Cao Pingwa walked into the room while staring at the muscular man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He knew in his heart that with his small body and the basic fighting skills he had just learned, he would definitely not be able to beat the opponent. Feilong asked again, friends? What friends? Where did you meet? His question seemed simple, but in fact he was taking the opportunity to find out Cao Pingwa's bottom line. They're all old hands. Just by asking Chen Shooting and how they knew each other, they can roughly guess what kind of business the other person is in and how strong he is. Cao Pingwa replied, Boss Chun and I are both members of the Porsche Club. We met at a club gathering. Feilong knew that Chen Shooting owned a silver Porsche 911, and since Cao Pingwa was wearing all branded clothes, he temporarily believed what he said. What's your name, brother? No need to mention your surname, Cao. Brother Cao, you're so young and can afford a Porsche. You're really young and promising. I wonder what kind of business you're in. Cao Pingwa stared at the tank out of the corner of his eye and said with a smile, currently unemployed. Feilong also laughed and said, unemployed? That means you're a rich second generation. May I ask, where did Brother Chao's family make their fortune? Ha ha, my parents are just ordinary civil servants. It's not like they made a fortune anywhere. Hearing Cao Pingwa say this, Feilong stopped laughing. Either the guy in front of me is talking nonsense, or his background is extremely complicated. Can an ordinary civil servant family buy a Porsche sports car for their unemployed eldest son? This kid looks so noble. It seems that this ordinary civil servant family is not ordinary at all. Red. Feilong originally thought that if the guy who came in to ruin his plans was just an ordinary rich second generation, he would just ask Tank to throw him out. Then he continued to put pressure on Chen Shooting and asked her to start sleeping with him tonight. Feilong has been coveting Chen Shooting, the beautiful and sexy widow, for a long time. But after a brief confrontation and communication, he suddenly felt unsure of Cao Pingwa's true intentions. Players like Feilong who have a little black in them are more wary of white players and afraid of red players. So he was a little undecided for a moment. Seeing the bald fat man sitting at the desk remain silent, Cao Pingwa took the initiative to speak. I just heard at the door that you three seem to be having some financial disputes with Boss Chen. Feilong said with a dagger hidden in his smile. So what? If it's just a minor financial conflict, I should be able to help Boss Chen. Ha! I think, Brother Cao, you probably can't help Boss Chen with this favor. Feilong felt that it would probably be no problem for the rich second generation who drove the Porsche to take out 1 or 2 million to help a group of beautiful widows. If this guy's surname Cao is fascinated by Chen Shooting, it is not impossible for him to try his best to get 3 to 5 million for her. But now Chen Shooting owes him 20 million. No matter how wealthy a family is, they would never let their son spend so much money on a widow with children. Chen Shooting's thoughts coincided with Feilong's on this point. Cao Pingwa wanted to pursue her. Even after he clearly rejected her with words, he still didn't give up. But asking him to come up with 20 million at one time to save himself is absolutely a fantasy. Mr. Cao, what happened between Feilong and I is none of your business. Please go back. Chen Shooting didn't want Cao Pingwa, who was kind to her, to be dragged into this and be beaten by a tank for nothing. Cao Pingwa's face was as calm as a lake. Boss Chen, tell me how much money you owe them. I'll see if I can help. 20 million. Chen Shooting signaled Cao Pingwa with her eyes to retreat quickly and said to him, Mr. Cao, you can't help me. You'd better leave quickly. 20 million is neither too much nor too little for Cao Pingwa, who currently has 70 million in his pocket. Is it worth spending 20 million to save a pretty widow? Cao Pingwa was also a little hesitant for a moment. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a hint of sadness and fragility in Chen Shooting's stubborn eyes, and Cao Pingwa's desire to protect her was immediately aroused. It's just 20 million. If I'm lucky, I can earn it back in 2 shots. I absolutely cannot let the beautiful and sexy widow be bullied by this bald fat guy. If anyone wants to bully her, it has to be done by me, Cao Pingwa myself. Boss Chun, I'll lend you 20 million. Chen Shooting. Feilong. Brother Cao, are you kidding me? Can you come up with 20 million in cash to lend to my sister-in-law? Chen Shooting also spoke up. Mr. Chow, 20 million is not 2 million. It is not a small number. Besides, I don't have anything valuable to mortgage to you. Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said, I don't need you to pledge anything as collateral. I trust you, Boss Chun. Then he took out his cell phone and sat down at the desk where Fai Long had sat before. So at this time, Tank and Ji Duoxing stood behind Cao Pingwa, one on the left and one on the right, making the scene seem a bit chaotic and funny. Looking at the confused bald man, Cao Pingwa said cheerfully, What are you waiting for, brother Fai Long? Give me your card number. Fai Long looked unconvinced, but still gave a wink to Ji Duoxing, who was as thin as a monkey. Ji Duoxing took out a few bank cards from his small bag and handed them to Cao Pingwa, who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. Under the watchful eyes of 4 pairs of eyes, Cao Pingwa calmly transferred 4 sums of 5 million to Fai Long's card through 4 different accounts. The money has been transferred. Can you write a receipt, brother Fai Long? In fact, as long as there is a transfer record, it is not important whether there is a receipt. But Cao Pingwa felt that since he had spent so much money, leaving a receipt was a kind of psychological comfort. After receiving the 10 million transferred to him by Chen Shooting, Fai Long wrote her a receipt for 30 million with a forced smile and gave her the old IOU as well. Let's go. After looking at Chen Shooting reluctantly for several times, Fai Long finally smacked his lips and left with his 2 confidants. Chapter 23 Sister. After leaving Haiding Bar, Fai Long felt very complicated. Although he was very happy to get the 30 million in cash, Fai Long still felt a little uncomfortable because he didn't get the beautiful sister-in-law he had been dreaming of. Damn, where did that kid named Chow come from? Fai Long said with a cold face. Xiaoji, when you go back, please find some time to check his background for me. I understand, Brother Long. The monkey-like Ji Duoxing rolled his eyes and said, Brother Long, are you thinking that if that guy surnamed Chow doesn't have a strong enough background, we could just take both the man and the money? You accepted money from that Chow brat, and you also let your sister-in-law sleep with you? Fai Long's face lit up with a joyful and kind smile. It really is true that there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. You not only look like a monkey, you're also as smart as a monkey. Hehehe. Ji Duoxing had a lewd smile on his face. Can you let me play with my sister-in-law too, when the time comes? Fai Long laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, no problem. Fai Long, never eat alone. If I have meat to eat, you can have meat too. But I'll have to wait until I get tired of it first. Ji Duoxing quickly said respectfully, That's right, Brother Long. You should be the one firing the first shot. At this moment, Tank, who had been following silently, suddenly said in a bass voice, When Brother Long got tired of playing, why did you, a skinny little monkey, take over instead of me? Ji Duoxing raised his head and gave Tank a fierce look. You only grow muscles, but no brains. What size are you and what size am I? After your big idiot has played with my sister-in-law, what's the point of me playing with her? After seeing Fai Long leave his office with the money, Chen Shooting, who had been holding on, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God, I was so nervous just now. Cao Pingwa patted his chest and said, That muscular man just now was too big. He must be over 2 meters tall. Chen Shooting couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of her mouth. She quickly wrote a 20 million yuan IOU, handed it to Cao Pingwa, and said expressionlessly, Thank you, Mr. Chow. I will slowly pay you back the 20 million IOU. Cao Pingwa took the IOU and asked, Boss Chun, why do you owe that Fai Long so much money? A trace of sadness flashed in Chen Shooting's beautiful eyes. I didn't borrow that money. My late husband borrowed it. Cao Pingwa picked up the crude old IOU on the table and took a look at it. This IOU doesn't look very reliable. The IOU is indeed written and stamped with my husband's handwriting and fingerprints, although I've never heard him say he borrowed money from Fai Long, let alone 30 million yuan. Cao Pingwa asked doubtfully, Then will you pay Fai Long back? What else can I do if you don't pay me back? Chen Shooting said with a cold look in her eyes, After my husband passed away, his former subordinates gradually all came under the control of Fai Long, the former second-in-command. Now in the underworld of Jiangnan district, Fai Long's strength can already be ranked among the top 3. Cao Pingwa asked, Has Boss Chen ever considered contacting the authorities? Fighting crime or something? Chen Shooting shook her head. I'm a female owner of a bar. I need to open the door to do business. Fai Long only needs to send a few of his men to my shop every day to cause trouble. Within a month, I will have to close it down. I am a widow with insufficient strength. There is no way I can beat Fai Long and his gang. Cao Pingwa nodded silently, basically agreeing with Chen Shooting's words. Mr. Chow, with 20 million, you can't get any woman. Why would you use such a large sum of money to help a widow with a family like me? Cao Pingwa smiled wickedly. What do you think? Chen Shooting's eyes suddenly became alert. The wolf just left, and now the tiger comes. Mr. Cao, I have already clearly rejected you before. We are not suitable. I now owe you a total of 20.9 million. Give me 5 years, and I, Chen Shooting, will pay it back, plus 5% interest. Cao Pingwa knew that he couldn't force things on a strong-willed woman like Chen Shooting. And sleeping with the young widow was only his first goal. His ultimate goal was to let the young widow give birth to a baby for him. So Cao Pingwa decided to save the country in a roundabout way. I can ask Boss Chen to pay me back in 5 installments, but I have one condition. Chen Shooting frowned slightly. What conditions? Cao Pingwa grinned and said, I want to recognize you as my godsister. Chen Shooting. Cao Pingwa continued to explain. Although I can afford 20 million, it is indeed not a small amount. From what Filong said, I think this bar was left to you by your deceased husband. I definitely can't have it. You even sold your beloved Porsche and only managed to scrape together 10 million. This means you don't have any other valuable assets besides this bar. I do believe in Mr. Chen's character, but if there's no clue, I'm still a little worried. Cao Pingwa changed the subject and said with a smile, but if you become my godsister, then we will be a family from now on. As a family, not only will I not charge you interest, but it doesn't matter if you pay me back in 5, 10, or 20 years. This way you don't have to bear the huge pressure of paying back the money, and I can feel more at ease. Isn't it a win-win situation? After hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Chen Shooting certainly understood what he was planning. No matter what, he really helped me a lot tonight, almost saving my life. I can be your godsister, but I can only be your godsister, Chen Shooting said with a complicated look. Cao Pingwa beamed. That's great. Ever since I was little, I've always wanted to have a beautiful and outstanding older sister. Today, this dream has finally come true. Chen Shooting finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Okay, I'll just believe your nonsense for now. She walked to the wine cabinet against the wall and took out 2 high-heeled glasses and a bottle of red wine that had been treasured for many years. Since we are becoming sworn brothers, there should be some sense of ceremony. Chen Shooting poured 2 glasses of red wine, picked up one, and said, after drinking this sworn brother wine, you will be my, Chen Shooting's, brother. Cao Pingwa quickly raised his glass. Sister, your brother toasts you. With the sound of crisp clinking glasses, a bottle of red wine was almost empty. Completely relaxed, Chen Shooting's pretty face flushed slightly, exuding the irresistible temptation of a mature woman. Pingwa, can you still drink? Shall we open another bottle? Let's go. I'm so happy to be recognized as your sister today. Let's drink until we're drunk. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, how would I have a chance if I don't get drunk? Chapter 24, I Am Your Uncle. Cao Pingwa was a little too proud to think that he would be able to eat right away after having Chen Shooting as his godsister. For a moment, he forgot that Chen Shooting was a female bar owner. As expected, Chen Shooting, who has a deep drinking capacity, easily got Cao Pingwa, a 185 centimeters tall man, drunk. Brother, you're lying down now. Chen Shooting shook the red wine glass in her hand and smiled condescendingly. We only drank 5 bottles of red wine and 3 bottles of foreign liquor. Your alcohol tolerance is too poor. Get up. Let's continue drinking. Cao Pingwa's consciousness was blurred. He waved his hands at the air and said, I can't drink anymore. I can't drink anymore. Sister is so powerful. I admit defeat. After saying that, he fell asleep on the sofa in the office. Chen Shooting sat down next to Cao Pingwa with a glass of wine in hand, touched his head, and said with a smile, You stinky little brother, you want to get your sister drunk so you can do something bad? It's a pity that I've never met anyone who can drink more than me in my life. The next morning, Cao Pingwa rubbed his still aching head and opened his eyes with great effort. What came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling. When he turned his head, he saw a little girl with 2 pigtails, about 4 or 5 years old, standing by the bed, looking at him curiously with her big round eyes. Cao Pingwa looked confused. Who are you, little girl? The little girl blinked her big eyes. I'm Lele, who are you? Cao Pingwa looked at the intimate photo of Chen Shooting holding Lele on the bedside table and said with a smile, I'm your uncle. Lele shook her head. You are lying. I don't have an uncle. Ha ha ha. It didn't exist before, but it will start today. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, little girl, not only do you have a new uncle now, you will also have a new father in the future. Seeing that Lele was still looking at him with suspicion, Cao Pingwa asked again, Lele, how old are you this year? I'm 5 years old and already in the senior class. When talking about going to the senior class, Lele raised his head and chest with a look of pride on his face. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Lele is amazing. Lele, What is your favorite food? Lele loves ice cream the most. Then after Uncle wakes up, I'll take you out for ice cream, okay? Really? The little girl's innocent big eyes were full of anticipation. Of course it's true. I'm your uncle. How could I lie to you? Lele quickly and happily pulled Cao Pingwa's big hand, pulling him hard and jumping up and down. Then uncle, please get up quickly. Lele has been wanting to eat ice cream for a long time. At this time, Chen Shooting, wearing his silk pajamas, pushed the door open and came in. Lele, don't be so rude. Lele immediately let go of Cao Pingwa's hand and stood there with his head down, whispering, My uncle said he would take me to eat ice cream. Uncle. Chen Shooting was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Cao Pingwa lying on the bed. How can you, an uncle, make a wish as soon as you meet your niece? I didn't make a random wish. I really want to take Lele out for ice cream. Chen Shooting frowned slightly. Children can't eat too much sweets. It's bad for their teeth and health. Cao Pingwa clasped his hands together and said, Sister, but I've already promised Lele. Can you not do this again? Chen Shooting smiled and glared at Cao Pingwa with a slightly resentful look. Okay, this won't happen again. Yeah, time to eat ice cream. The clever Lele jumped 3 feet high. Okay, Lele, come out with Mom so your uncle can get dressed and get up. When Cao Pingwa got dressed and walked out of the bedroom, Lele was sitting at the dining table, watching cartoons on his tablet. Chen Shooting stuffed a cup of warm honey water into his hand and said, Drink it, and your head will not hurt so much. After saying that, she walked into the kitchen next door. Cao Pingwa took this opportunity to stroll around the house and found that Chen Shooting's house was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment of about 100 square meters. He walked into the bathroom, lifted the toilet seat, and peed. Just as he was about to finish shaking and turn around to leave, he suddenly thought of something and put the toilet seat down again. After coming out of the bathroom, Cao Pingwa walked into the kitchen again. Sister, do you need my help? Chen Shooting's attention did not leave the stove. No, it will be ready soon. You and Lele can just wait and eat together. Cao Pingwa did not leave, but stood behind Chen Shooting and watched her make breakfast. The silk pajamas fit her figure perfectly, outlining her fascinating curves. As she cooked, the naturally elastic curves trembled slightly, which made Cao Pingwa feel a little dry in the mouth. Sister, why did I come to your house as soon as I woke up? Wasn't your original house given to your ex-wife when you divorced? Cao Pingwa's eyes widened. You know all this? Chen Shooting glanced at him sideways. Didn't you say that yourself when we were drinking last night? You're already blacking out after just a few drinks? Cao Pingwa smiled awkwardly and complained in his heart. 2 people drank 5 bottles of red wine and 3 bottles of Martell Cordon Bleu. Can this be called a little wine? I won't dare to drink with you anymore. Chen Shooting continued making breakfast while saying, The Ruihua hotel you're staying at now is on Chuahanja Street, too far from my bar. I didn't want you to sleep in my office all night, so I brought you to my house. Cao Pingwa scratched the back of his head and said, I'm such a big guy. How did you get me back? Of course I'll ask for help. Chen Shooting said after tasting the saltiness of the pot. I called the 4 male waiters in my shop to help me carry your drunken brother back here. After saying that, Chen Shooting wanted to turn around to get the salt, but Cao Pingwa was standing too close to her, and the 2 of them accidentally bumped into each other. This breakfast is so big and soft. Cao Pingwa, who had gained an advantage, quickly asked with concern, Sister, I hope I didn't hurt you. Chen Shooting, who knew that she had hit someone with the ball, blushed with shame. This shouldn't be the case. How could I wear pajamas without underwear like usual when there is a man at home? My kitchen is too narrow, and you're too big to be standing here. As she pushed Cao Pingwa out, she said, Go out and sit with Lele for a while. I'll make breakfast right away. Soon, 3 bowls of fragrant and brightly colored tomato and egg noodles, for 2 adults and 1 child, were placed on the table. Without Chen Shooting saying anything, Lele turned off the tablet and put it aside, then began to eat noodles with big mouthfuls. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa couldn't help but praise in his heart. She can cook, keeps the house so clean, and teaches the children so well. She is definitely a good wife and mother. Chen Shooting was still too embarrassed to look Cao Pingwa in the eye because of the incident in the kitchen just now, so she just handed him the chopsticks. My cooking skills are average, so you can just eat a little. Cao Pingwa took the chopsticks and took a few bites. Sister, your cooking skills are pretty average. You can open a noodle shop without any problem. Chen Shooting was very happy to hear Cao Pingwa's praise, but she just glared at him coquettishly and then ate her noodles. Looking at his beautiful and virtuous wife and well-behaved and lovely daughter beside him, Cao Pingwa suddenly felt a sense of happiness he had never felt before. I wish such a virtuous widow were mine. Chapter 25 Chen Shooting vs. Liu Ruyan. After eating a healthy breakfast, Cao Pingwa waited for nearly an hour before Chen Shooting and her daughter were dressed and ready to go out. Sitting in the white Toyota Camry driven by Chen Shooting, the family of three soon arrived at the Chua Hanjie commercial street, which was very lively on weekends. Cao Pingwa first returned to his Lakeview suite alone to change into clean clothes, and then took Lele straight to the Haagen-Dazs ice cream shop. The female clerk saw Lele leaning on the glass cabinet with both hands, looking at the various colored ice creams in the cabinet with excitement, and asked with a smile, "Little boy, you are so cute. How many ice cream cones would you like to have?" Lele stretched out his chubby little hand without hesitation. 5. I want 5 ice cream balls. Chen Shooting calmly walked over to Lele and pushed back 3 of her fingers. Don't eat too much. Lele pouted and tears began to well up in her eyes. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa, who was standing nearby, quickly tried to smooth things over. Sis, you finally let Lele eat ice cream once, so let her have her craving for it. After saying that, he reached out and helped Lele raise 2 fingers again. Lele looked at the 4 fingers on his hand, and then looked at his new uncle with gratitude. Chen Shooting glared at Cao Pingwa and pushed back one of Lele's fingers. 3 scoops of ice cream, that's my bottom line. Lele thought 3 balls were not too few, so he nodded happily, and then politely said to the female clerk at the counter, Beautiful sister, I want 3 ice cream balls, 1 white, 1 chocolate, and 1 strawberry. My mom only lets me have 3 scoops of ice cream. Can you make each scoop bigger for me? Ha ha. Not only the people in the store, but even the customers next to them were amused by the cute Lele and started laughing. Cao Pingwa bought 2 ice creams ordered by Lele, 1 for Lele and 1 for Chen Shooting. What? Chen Shooting looked confused. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Of course I'll treat you to ice cream. Chen Shooting showed a hint of shyness and took the ice cream from Cao Pingwa's hand. I'm not a child. Why are you buying me ice cream? Although she said she was not happy, she was happier than Lele when she ate. Cao Pingwa looked at it and laughed. Ha! No one can escape the law of true fragrance. Chen Shooting rolled her eyes at him as she ate. Women my age tend to gain weight easily, so I don't usually eat too much sweets. Cao Pingwa quickly flattered her. Sister, you are not fat at all. You have a great figure. Smooth talk. After eating the ice cream, Cao Pingwa started to accompany Chen Shooting and her daughter shopping for clothes. After visiting several stores, Lele suddenly tugged at Chen Shooting's skirt and said, Mom, I want to go to the bathroom. Chen Shooting touched her daughter's head and said, Okay, Mom will take you there right away. So Cao Pingwa accompanied the mother and daughter to a public restroom on the commercial street. Cao Pingwa quickly flushed the toilet and then stood outside the bathroom waiting for Chen Shooting and Lele. Meanwhile, in the women's bathroom, Cao Pingwa's ex-wife Liu Ruyan was looking at Lele, who was washing her hands carefully with hand soap in front of the children's sink, with an aunt's smile on her face. Wow, your daughter is so cute and sensible. She can even wash her hands by herself. Chen Shooting, who was standing behind Lele, responded with a polite smile, Thank you. Liu Ruyan wiped her hands and just walked out of the women's bathroom when she saw Cao Pingwa standing outside. Flat. What a coincidence. Cao Pingwa saw Liu Ruyan wearing a tight light pink dress, bare legs, and white high heels, walking towards him with a swaying figure. Are you shopping here alone too? Liu Ruyan asked. Cao Pingwa frowned slightly. Well, I've said hello, you can go now. Liu Ruyan keenly sensed that Cao Pingwa was urging her to leave. Pingwa, why are you standing outside the bathroom? Are you waiting for someone? Who are you shopping with? Before Cao Pingwa could speak, Chen Shooting came out of the women's bathroom, holding Lele's hand. Pingwa, do you two know each other? Cao Pingwa nodded to Chen Shooting. She is my ex-wife, Liu Ruyan. Looking at the beautiful and sexy Chen Shooting with big wavy hair standing next to Cao Pingwa, holding her little daughter, Liu Ruyan felt that she understood everything in an instant. Cao Pingwa, you're such a good person. No wonder you agreed to divorce me so readily. It turns out you already found someone new. You found a rich woman with kids, didn't you? You don't want to work hard anymore, right? No wonder you didn't even fight with me for the house or the car. I guess you've already found your long-term meal ticket. Cao Pingwa frowned and said, Liu Ruyan, what's wrong with you? She's my sister. Where did you get your sister, Cao Pingwa? We've been married for 3 years, and I didn't even know you had one. Your rich sister showed up as soon as we got divorced, right? Seeing that Liu Ruyan's excitement attracted a lot of onlookers, Chen Shooting also began to frown. Miss Liu, could you please stop being so noisy? This is a public place. Liu Ruyan was already in a frenzy and didn't care about much else. When did you two get together? Cao Pingwa, are you cheating on me? Oh yeah, when I called you last week, were you sleeping with this old woman? Old woman. Chen Shooting's forehead veins jumped, and she immediately felt murderous. Miss Liu, I'm warning you one last time. Shut your mouth immediately. Liu Ruyan was so angry that her face turned red. Tell me to shut up? You want to seduce my husband and not let me speak, right? It's been less than 2 weeks since my husband and I divorced, and you two are already so blatant. Bang! A crisp slap finally stopped the crazy Liu Ruyan. You dare to hit me? Even Pingao has never hit me. Chen Shooting, who once served as the sister-in-law, has a full aura. What's wrong with hitting you? I'm Pingo's godsister, and I won't allow anyone to say bad things about my brother in public. Liu Ruyan was already intimidated by Chen Shooting's aura, but she still said in a low voice with a bit of dissatisfaction. What do you mean by sister? You two are clearly. Bang! Another crisp slap. At this moment, a nosy passerby asked Liu Ruyan from a distance. Beautiful lady, do you need me to call the police for you? Chen Shooting turned her head and glared. I'm helping my brother teach his ex-wife a lesson. It's none of your business. Passers-by hurriedly fled to a distance in embarrassment and continued to watch the fight. Chen Shooting turned back and said to Liu Ruyan, do you still dare to speak nonsense? Liu Ruyan was stunned by the slap, and she covered her cheeks with her hands and shook her head. Okay, you're quite understanding. Ms. Liu, if there are any misunderstandings or conflicts between you and Ping Ao, please discuss them privately. I will not interfere. But if I find out that you embarrass Ping Gao in public again, don't blame me, Chen Shooting, for being ruthless. I understand, Sister Chen. Well, you go first. After watching Liu Ruyan escape the scene in disgrace, Chen Shooting returned to Cao Pingwa and Lei. Cao Pingwa said with a flattering look on his face, Sister is so cool. Chen Shooting rolled her eyes at him with a smile, then squatted down and said to her little daughter, Lilu, Mommy shouldn't have hit anyone just now. Hitting people is wrong, don't you know? Lei nodded immediately. But if someone bullies us, we must fight back firmly when it's time to do so, understand? Lei nodded again immediately. Cao Pingwa. Chen Shooting continued patiently to her daughter. What will Lei do if someone bullies her mother or uncle when she grows up? Lei raised his chubby little hand and said with a determined look, slap it. Chen Shooting smiled and touched Lei's little face. My Lei is so smart. Chapter 26 The Intelligent Bar Owner. After the little episode of meeting his ex-wife Liu Ruyan, Cao Pingwa's family of 3 continued to stroll around the bustling Chua Hanjie street. From lunchtime to dinner time, Cao Pingwa only played with the energetic little Lei for half a day, and even with Chen Shooting taking over, he already began to feel a little exhausted. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Oh my God, I'm exhausted after playing with a relatively obedient child like Lei for an entire afternoon. How can I afford the good life of having many children in the future? Because she had to go back to the bar to look after the store in the evening. After dinner, Chen Shooting drove her Camry and dropped Lei off at her parents' house. Seeing Chen Shooting drive into the family housing area of Jiangxing University, Cao Pingao asked in surprise, Sister, are your parents teachers at Jiangxing University? Chen Shooting smiled and said, they are not teachers. One is a professor and the other is an associate professor. So, Sister, are you a graduate student from Jiangxing University? Chen Shooting glanced at Cao Pingao and said, how do you know I have a graduate degree? Yes, I am indeed a master's degree in economics from Jiangxing University. Cao Pingwa thought, damn, no wonder the system recognized Chen Shooting, who occasionally smokes. The high IQ genes in her family are indeed worth passing on. Sister, how did you, a graduate student from Jiangxing University who comes from a family of 2 professors, become the female owner of a bar today? Chen Shooting said calmly, I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. When I married my husband, my parents were so angry that they didn't even come to my wedding. It was only after Lei was born that my relationship with them gradually eased. Cao Pingao looked back at Lei, who had been playing all afternoon and was now dozing off in the child's seat in the back row, and said with a smile, a granddaughter as adorable as Lei is so close to your grandparents. It's impossible for your parents not to like her. After the car stopped, Cao Pingao asked again, do you need me to help you carry Lei up? No. Chen Shooting stroked Lei's little face, letting her slowly wake up, and said to Cao Pingao, my parents have been urging me to remarry. I'm afraid if I suddenly show up in front of them with you, they'll start to have wild thoughts again. Cao Pingao laughed and said, just tell them that I'm your adopted brother. Chen Shooting glanced at him with a smile on her face. I haven't told them yet about adopting you as my brother, but I have a feeling you really want to meet my parents. Of course, my sister's parents are my parents, so of course I want to go upstairs and say hello to them. You're really shameless. Chen Shooting's pretty face flushed slightly after being hit by Cao Pingwa's straight ball. Forget it today. I'll take you home to meet them later when I've laid the groundwork. Mother. At this time, Lele in the back seat also woke up. Mom, are we there yet? Yes, Lele. We are already downstairs at Grandpa and Grandma's house. Mom will take you upstairs. Lele blinked her big round eyes. Uncle, won't you go up with us? Chen Shooting smiled and said, we have to keep our uncle's affairs a secret for now. Mom will tell you when the time is right and give Grandpa and Grandma a surprise. 10 minutes later, after sending her daughter home, Chen Shooting returned to the car downstairs. Pingao, where are you going now? Back to the hotel. Cao Pingao shook his head and said, I'll go to the Begonia bar with you. Your Porsche is still parked over there. My Porsche? Chen Shooting smiled at him and said, I've already sold you the car. Did you make a mistake? Cao Pingwa smirked and said, Hey, aren't we already a family? Do we need to be so clear about the differences? That won't do. Sis and brother are siblings, but we still have to settle accounts clearly. I, Chen Shooting, don't like to take advantage of others, even if that person is my adopted brother. Half an hour later, a white Toyota Camry arrived at the door of Begonia Bar. At this time, night had completely fallen, and the flashing neon sign of Haitang Club had already lit up. After getting out of the car, Chen Shooting looked around and said, Huh? Why can't I see your Porsche? Oh, I didn't park in the bar's parking lot yesterday. I parked across the street. Across the street? Chen Shooting looked across the street and saw the neon sign of Jinping Foot Massage was quite conspicuous. Seeing this, Cao Pingao quickly explained, Sister, this is what happened. I came too early yesterday, and your bar wasn't open yet, so I went across the street to wash my feet to kill time. I swear it's a legitimate foot bath. Chen Shooting said happily, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so nervous? I know that Jinping Foot Massage is quite legitimate because I go there from time to time for foot washing and massage. Besides, I know you, Pingao, have plenty of women around you. There's no need to go to that kind of place to relieve stress. Cao Pingao laughed awkwardly and said, Sister, how come I don't lack women around me? I am in need. Chen Shooting smiled meaningfully and said, Really? Then why did your ex-wife Liu Ruyan say today that when she called you last week, she heard you having sex with another woman? Cao Pingwa. This woman who has been the sister-in-law is not simple. Sister-in-law, Chen Shooting continued, Pingao, you're only 30 years old. It's normal for you to have those needs after your divorce and be alone. I don't mind you having as many girlfriends as you want, as long as you stay safe. Be careful. Cao Pingwa looked confused. Yes, be careful. Chen Shooting explained. You are so young, so rich, and have good looks. I guess there are many girls around you who want to throw themselves at you. I'm not saying they're all after your money, but you should be wary of others. If you don't hold your umbrella properly, these young girls will really get pregnant with your child just to tie you down. After hearing this, Cao Pingwa laughed in his heart. Sister, you are worrying about nothing. I, your brother, am the chosen one with the system of having many children and good fortune. I am the man who will save China's birth rate. As long as I only communicate deeply with women who are approved by the system, the more pregnant they are, the more money I will make. I am not afraid at all that some of these gold diggers are giving birth to my children just for my money. How much can they possibly want? If I get a 100 million yuan reward for giving birth to a baby, I won't lose it no matter what. I understand, sister. I will be careful, Cao Pingwa said sincerely. Seeing that Cao Pingao seemed to be receptive to advice, Chen Shooting didn't say anything more. Just as she took 2 steps toward the bar door, she turned back and asked, Do you want to have a couple more drinks before going home today? I have a designated driver here that's easy to call. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, No more drinking. I drank with you yesterday, and my head still hurts a bit. Chen Shooting smiled and said, Okay, I'll go back to the store first. Come find me anytime you want a drink. Chapter 27 Tool Man Yu Qian. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when I drove the silver Porsche back to the Ruihua Hotel. As Cao Pingwa took the elevator upstairs, he was thinking, Who should I ask to accompany me tonight? Zheng Jieqi now lives in the Sheraton Hotel next to her school, which is a bit far from her. Jin Yao lives very close to him, and it takes less than 10 minutes to get there by taxi. But it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. If I continue playing with her, it will definitely be past 12 o'clock. Going to bed too late is not good for the health of pregnant women. It seems that it would be most appropriate to find a female Porsche salesperson who is not willing to give birth to a baby for me for the time being. Anyway, she is not pregnant, so he can do whatever he wants without any worries. Cao Pingao took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent Yu Qian a short message. Come to Ruihua to find me. At this time, Yu Qian was lying on the single bed in her rented small apartment and browsing her mobile phone. This guy Cao Pingwa hasn't contacted me for over a week. Also, during this period, I called him, but he didn't answer. I sent him more than 10 WeChat messages, but he only replied to one perfunctorily. Could it be that I made him angry by offering too high a price last time, so he simply doesn't want me anymore? Yu Qian frowned slightly and looked out the window. Even though I earned 100,000 yuan just by spending one night with him, it's not a big loss, but I hope to earn 100,000 yuan every month. Cao Pingwa, please give me another chance. I won't dare to speak nonsense this time, and I will definitely serve you comfortably. A crisp WeChat message notification sound interrupted Yu Qian's scattered thoughts. She picked up her phone and saw that it was Cao Pingwa who sent her a message. Oh my god, I just made a wish and it came true. Yu Qian, who found herself being called out, jumped off the single bed and began to change clothes and put on makeup at full speed. Half an hour later, Yu Qian, with delicate makeup, long hair draped over her shoulders, and wearing a white suspender-tight miniskirt, appeared at the door of Lake View Suite 3018 of Ruihua Hotel. She didn't knock on the door or ring the doorbell directly, but squatted down according to the instructions of the sugar daddy on WeChat, covering her buttocks with one hand to prevent her skirt from being exposed, and flipping up the doormat with the other hand. Sure enough, there was a door card underneath. After swiping the card to enter, I saw that the lights in the suite were on, but Cao Pingwa was nowhere to be seen. Yu Qian called softly, "Husband, I'm here. Where are you?" "I'm taking a bath." Cao Pingwa's voice came from the bathroom. Yu Qian quickly took off her high heels, changed into the hotel slippers, and walked into the bathroom next door. At this time, Cao Pingwa was lying comfortably in the large round bathtub, drinking champagne from a high-heeled glass and admiring the night view of Jiangxing outside the window. Hearing footsteps coming in, he turned around and said, "Wow, she's dressed pretty well. Of course you have to dress up to see your husband." Yu Qian walked to the edge of the bathtub and said delicately, "Hubby, you haven't paid attention to me for more than a week. I miss you so much." "Ha ha ha, your husband has to be busy with his career and deal with other women. It's lucky he can spare one day a week to see you." Yu Qian was shocked. "Other women?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Yes, if you don't want to give birth to a baby for me, I will naturally find another woman who is willing to give birth to a baby for me." Yu Qian knew that what Cao Pingwa said was most likely true, and the jealousy in her heart suddenly surged up. However, she knew that she was not qualified to be jealous or act petty in front of Cao Pingwa, so she still smiled and said coquettishly, "Honey, I didn't say I didn't want to have a baby for you. It's just that I'm only 24 years old this year, and I'm not mentally ready to have a child yet." Yu Qian thought, "I don't want 5 million this time, nor do I want 3 million. I just need you, Cao Pingwa, to raise the price a little bit, and I will give birth to a child for you for 2 million. But Cao Pingwa in the bathtub didn't respond at all. "Take off your clothes and take a bath with me." Yu Qian, Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Do I have to say the same thing a second time?" Yu Qian was afraid that her sugar daddy would be angry again, so she quickly stood in front of the bathtub and started to take off her clothes. Soon, the white and flawless body entered the round bathtub. Yu Qian picked up a glass of champagne next to the bathtub, took a sip, then snuggled into Cao Pingwa's arms and fed him the champagne mouth to mouth. Cao Pingwa hugged the fair-skinned and beautiful girl in his arms, sipped the imported champagne, and sighed in his heart that the life of rich people is so fucking great. Then, the sound of playing in the water came from the bathroom. After taking a long bath together, Cao Pingwa still felt a little unsatisfied. So he picked up Yu Qian, who was already exhausted and weak, from the round bathtub, and simply dried her body with a white towel, then carried her to the 2-meter-wide bed in the bedroom. After another round of lovemaking, Cao Pingwa fell asleep directly. Yu Qian lay beside him with mixed feelings. This bastard obviously treated me as a mere tool. But he is in such good health and gives me 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, so I can actually tolerate his rudeness and bad temper. As for having a child for him, since he doesn't mention it, I won't mention it either. After spending 2 or 3 years with him, I can definitely buy myself a house in Jiangxing. After recovering, Yu Qian gently climbed out of bed, took out a small pill from her LV purse, and swallowed it. Chapter 28. Fair skin and beauty are antonyms of purity and purity. Currently, 19-year-old Zheng Jieqi and 26-year-old Jin Yao have both successfully become pregnant. It is not easy to force my 33-year-old sister, Chen Shooting, to come over. It will take some time to build up feelings and find a breakthrough. The 24-year-old Porsche saleswoman Yu Qian was temporarily classified by Cao Pingwa as a tool for sexual gratification. He planned to keep doing this until Yu Qian figured it out herself. So in the following week, Cao Pingwa started hunting new prey again. The results were far from satisfactory. For 7 consecutive days, Hunter Cao Pingwa did not find any suitable prey. Of course, during these 7 days, he did not find any breeding partners recognized by the system. But these qualified breeding partners were all other people's wives. Looking at the happy scene of another family of 3, Cao Pingwa, who still has a conscience, really cannot do anything to destroy other people's families. After a week of fruitless harvest, Cao Pingwa began to reflect. The system has many requirements for qualified breeding objects, but in fact, they can be summarized into 3 main requirements. First, the external conditions, mainly the bare face score and body score, must be above 70 points. Second, your past experience must be clean. Whether you are married or single, you cannot have had a dead baby, and you cannot have more than 1 previous rider. 3. Good health. The requirements seem not high, but in fact there is a hidden mystery. The first requirement and the second requirement are contradictory. In today's liberal society, most beauties with a natural makeup score of 70 or above have lost their virginity before they graduate from college and enter the society. Those who can maintain their virginity for a long time usually don't look that good. Fair skin and beauty, and pure as ice and jade, are almost a pair of antonyms in today's China where morals are declining and people's hearts are no longer as pure as before. Not to mention adding another hard indicator of physical health. Various technologies and the hard work of takeout and pre-prepared meals, the pressure of work and overtime, and the irregular work and rest schedule of staying up late playing games and browsing the phone. It can be said that modern people in their 80s do not meet the standard of complete physical health. Therefore, considering the 3 major requirements of the comprehensive system, it is quite normal that Cao Pingwa cannot find his 5th strategic target in a short period of time. Cao Pingwa walked on the busy Chuahanjia commercial street, and from time to time, he passed by several beautiful young ladies in cool clothes. While scanning with the system, he was thinking, instead of wandering around looking for a needle in a haystack like me every day, I might as well open an MCN internet celebrity company and let beautiful young ladies come to me. Just do it. Cao Pingwa immediately spent 1,200 yuan to find an agent and got a business license the next day. Then he used his business license to recruit people with high salaries on the Boss Direct Hiring recruitment software and built his own entrepreneurial team from scratch. A cafe downstairs of the Wanda International Office Building, next to Chuahanjia Street. There weren't many customers in the store. Some were sitting in groups of 3 or 4 chatting, while others were drinking coffee and browsing their phones alone. At this time, a girl wearing a white shirt and black trousers, holding a paper resume in her hand, and with light makeup on her face walked in from outside. She looked around at the customers in the store, and her eyes finally met with a tall, strong, middle-aged man wearing a casual polo shirt. "Are you concise?" the man asked. He nodded concisely. "Are you Mr. Cao?" Cao Pingwa also nodded. "Please sit down." After Jinjia, somewhat reservedly, sat down opposite him, Cao Pingwa asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Well, iced American coffee, please." Jinjia took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code to pay. Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll buy you a drink." "Waiter, give me an iced Americano." While speaking, he also activated the system in his mind. Name, concise. Age, 25. No makeup, 69 points. Body size, 80 points. Bachelor's degree, virginity, no bad habits, no tattoos, good health. The system judged it as unqualified. What a pity, the girl has all the qualities except that her appearance score is a little off. Cao Pingwa asked in his heart, "Brother Tongzi, simple makeup actually looks good too. Can't you just give me a break? Appearance after makeup has nothing to do with genetic inheritance. Please continue to look for other breeding partners who meet the requirements without makeup. Forget it, if I fail, I fail." Maintaining a pure working relationship with your subordinates is also more conducive to the development of daily work. "Mr. Cao, this is my paper resume." Jinjia handed the materials to Cao Pingwa, who was sitting opposite him with both hands respectfully. Cao Pingwa took the resume without looking at it and put it aside. "I've already looked over your resume that you filled out online. I'm quite satisfied with it in every aspect. There's no need to pretend to read it again. A comprehensive talent like you who has worked in various positions in other MCN companies for a period of time is exactly what I need." Cao Pingwa said frankly, "Jinjia, I would like to hire you as the general manager of my company. Please name your price." "Concise, huh? Mr. Cao, I only have 3 years of experience in the industry, and the highest I've ever held is the deputy manager of the artist management department. If you just let me be the general manager of your company, I'm afraid I might not be able to do it." Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "If you don't try and push yourself, how can you know if you are capable of it? Besides, my company is a startup, which is suitable for young people like you who can grow with the company. Hearing Cao Pingwa's words, Jianjia, who was straightforward by nature, no longer hesitated and boldly quoted his asking price. My highest salary before was 12,000 yuan a month. Since Mr. Cao has confidence in me and wants me to try out for the position of general manager, I request a monthly salary of no less than 36,000 yuan after deducting the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. With a simple and resolute expression, he said, as long as Mr. Cao gives me this treatment, I can work all year round, not taking any personal time off, and devoting all my energy to the company. Ha 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 ha, no need to be so exaggerated. Cao Pingwa waved his hand and laughed. You still need to rest when you need to. Your health is the capital of the revolution. If you get sick from exhaustion, it will be a loss for you and the company as well. The company's general manager only earns a little over 30,000 yuan a month, which is really not enough. How about I offer you a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, or an annual salary of 600,000 yuan? Concise. Well, that's fine. She was so excited. Oh my God, I suddenly found a job with an annual salary of 600,000. Am I dreaming? Ha 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 ha, of course not. Cao Pingwa extended his right hand to Jinjia. Welcome to join my banana media. Jinjia also quickly extended his right hand. Thank you, boss, for believing in me and giving me such good treatment and opportunities. By the way, boss, how many employees does our company have now? Cao Pingwa smiled and pointed at himself, then at Jinjia. There are only 2 of us in our company? Jinjia looked incredulous. Seeing Cao Pingwa nodded affirmatively, Jinjia's heart couldn't help but beat nervously. This is too unreliable. Could this boss Cao be a liar? He just keeps promising the position of general manager and high salary. There is a dangerous smell everywhere. Hey, Mr. Cao, I was a little too excited just now. Jinjia maintained a polite smile. The conditions you offered me are all very good, but I think I still need to go back and think it over carefully. The 30-year-old Cao Pingwa saw through the 25-year-old simplicity at a glance. Open your WeChat payment code. Concise, huh? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, I asked you to open the payment code, not the payment code. So what are you afraid of? Jinjia opened her WeChat payment code hesitantly. Cao Pingwa scanned the amount with his mobile phone and directly transferred 50,000 yuan, with the note saying probationary period salary. Just looking at the arrival information on my phone, the CPU in my brain crashed instantly. Chapter 29. What decent person would carry his divorce certificate with him when he goes out? Although the interview location was just a roadside cafe. Although the young boss words were full of weirdness and empty promises. Although the so-called startups don't even have a single employee yet. But the 50,000 yuan advance salary that I received on my mobile phone was real. Jinjia also considered whether the man opposite her had other intentions towards her, but she was very clear-headed and understood that her appearance was far from meeting the standard of 50,000 yuan a night. Since the boss is not after my sex appeal, he most likely genuinely believes that I am capable and is sincerely recruiting me. Anyway, I have received the probationary period salary, so I might as well give it a try. If I find anything wrong, I will just run away after working for a month. After sorting out his thoughts, Jinjia sat up straight and said, since Mr. Cao is so sincere to me, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse. Boss, when do I start work? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, you have already started working. Come upstairs with me to see the office first. Wanda International Office Building A, 20th floor. After Cao Pingwa and Jinjia walked around the empty 20th floor, they asked, so what are your thoughts? Faced with the boss's vague question, Jinjia suddenly became nervous. This must be my boss testing me. Today is my first day at work, and I can't take any questions from my boss lightly. Jinjia looked around and said, the offices on the west side have been renovated to a certain extent. If the boss wants to get the company up and running as quickly as possible, he should rent an office on the west side. The offices on the east side are almost all unfinished. If you are not in such a hurry, I personally recommend renting these offices on the east side because they are convenient for decorating according to your ideas. After hearing the concise and flawless high-scoring answer that gave him the final say, Cao Pingwa was stunned. Because he just asked casually, ha ha ha, I feel like I made the right decision by hiring you as my general manager. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, but only children make choices. As an adult like me, of course I want them all. Concise, huh? But boss, there are only 2 of us in our company now. Is it really necessary to rent this entire floor of office space? Yes. Cao Pingwa looked around the empty office and said, Manager Jian, please recruit people for me as quickly as possible in the renovated office to build our startup team. I will personally take charge of the renovations on the other side. Both sides are doing it at the same time. I hope that by the time I finish decorating the East office, Manager Jian will have recruited all the people from all departments of the company for me. Jianjia straightened his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss. I promise to complete the task." At this moment, Cao Pingwa's cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Pinggao, it's me. Liu Ruyan. What the hell do you have to say? Hey, why are you like this? Can't we just talk properly?" "No. If you have to fart, do it now. If you don't, I'm dead." "Pinggao, where are you now? Can we meet and talk? I'm renting an office and don't have time to meet you." "Rent an office? Are you going to start a company?" "Pinggao, what kind of company are you starting?" "Fuck you. Liu Ruyan. If you're so bored, just find a class to attend. Don't call me for no reason. I'm busy." After saying that, Cao Pingwa hung up the phone. When I looked back, I saw Jianjia frowning and looking at me with a complicated expression. "Sorry, it was my ex-wife calling, and I accidentally cursed." Cao Pinggao subconsciously took out his divorce certificate and handed it to Jianjia. Concise. "Boss, I believe you. You don't have to show me your divorce certificate." Cao Pingwa was stunned for a moment. Then he put away the little red notebook while laughing awkwardly. "Damn, I'm used to showing off my divorce certificate in front of women." A simple question filled my mind. Is this right? What decent person would carry their divorce papers with them when they go out? "Husband, where are you?" The voice arrived before Jin Yao's men. "I'm here," Cao Pingwa shouted towards the elevator room in the middle of the office building. Jin Yao walked into Cao Pingwa's office with a smile and found a young girl standing next to him. She put away her smile, looked at Jianjia with a wary expression, and asked, "Husband, who is she?" "Her name is Jianjia, and she's the general manager of the company I just hired." When he heard that Jianjia was just an employee of the company hired by Cao Pingwa, he saw that although her figure was similar to his, plump and well-proportioned, her appearance was 2 levels lower than his. Jin Yao felt relieved temporarily, and a smile appeared on her face again. She quickly stood beside Cao Pingao, took his arm affectionately, and pressed his arm tightly against her plump and soft chest. It is obviously a declaration of sovereignty to the simple one next to it. It was too simple to explain anything, so he just stood aside silently. Of course, Cao Pingwa also noticed Jin Yao's little tricks, but he was very happy to see a beautiful girl jealous of him. "Manager Jian, this is Jin Yao, my personal real estate consultant and girlfriend." When Jianjia heard this, the CPU in his head started working frantically again. "The person who just called you is your ex-wife. The beautiful woman who is calling you husband now is not your wife, but your personal real estate consultant and girlfriend." "Hello, Miss Jean." "Hello, Manager Jian." After greeting Jianjia simply, Jin Yao said in a coquettish tone, "Honey, what do you think of these offices I found for you?" Cao Pingwa replied, "Everything is fine." "So, which rooms are you going to rent, husband?" Cao Pingao smiled and said, "I want to rent this entire floor. Yao Yao, please help me contact the owner and see if there is any discount for renting the entire floor." Jin Yao nodded. "Okay, husband, I'll call the owner right away." A few minutes later, Jin Yao, who had finished the call, came back to report on her work. "Honey, the landlord said that office space is hard to rent these days. If you're willing to rent the entire space and pay a full year's rent in one lump sum, he's willing to rent it to you for 50 yuan per square meter." Jin Yao used the calculator on her phone to calculate. This entire floor of office space is 2,000 square meters. The annual rent is 1.2 million. Cao Pingao looked out the window at the bustling street scene. This price is really good. A few years ago, the rent for Wanda International's office buildings was between 100 and 200 yuan per square meter. Yao Yao, prepare the contract and arrange for me to meet with the owner to sign the contract as soon as possible. Jin Yao smiled happily and said, "I understand, husband." Cao Pingao then said to Jianjia, who was standing next to him, "Manager Jian, you should go back and rest today and come back to work tomorrow morning. Pick one of the offices on the west side as your general manager's office and start recruiting right away." Jianjia nodded seriously. "Okay, boss." Chapter 30. Build your dream office. After taking the elevator downstairs together, Cao Pingwa took Jin Yao's arm and said goodbye to Jianjia at the gate of Wanda International Building A. Jianjia walked towards the subway station, while Cao Pingwa and the others walked towards the Ruihua Hotel in the opposite direction. 3018 Lake View Suite. Cao Pingao sat on the large sofa in the living room, while Jin Yao leaned against his chest with her back to him. She held a tablet computer in her hand and showed Cao Pingao the decoration design drawings of different styles. "Look, honey, these are the 3 renovation plans I found from the renovation company for our large house at Yuhu family. Which one do you think is better?" "Hey, honey, I'm telling you something serious. Don't move your hands." Jin Yao's face flushed, and she twisted her body to try to avoid Cao Pingwa's clutches. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "The decoration work has long been handed over to you. You can decorate it in any style you like. Oh, but after all, you paid for the renovation, so you should come up with the main style. I will take care of the follow-up work and promise not to trouble you again." Cao Pingwa slowed down his movements and asked, "Then Yao Yao, what style do you like?" Jin Yao smiled happily and said, "I like the second simple European style." "Then choose this one. But this design is the most expensive. The estimated cost of the entire renovation may be around 1.5 million to 1.7 million. Cao Pingwa freed up one hand and directly transferred 2 million to Jin Yao on WeChat. "For the house we live in, we should choose the best decoration materials and furniture. Don't worry about the price. Use these 2 million yuan as you wish. If it's not enough, tell me." Looking at the huge sum of 2 million received on her mobile phone, Jin Yao was stunned in Cao Pingwa's arms. "Husband, do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with your money?" "Ha ha ha ha. I'm not afraid, because Yao Yao, you're a smart girl. You know that being my, Cao Pingwa's, woman brings far more benefits than just 2 million. You won't betray me for such a small amount of money." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Also, I know you've always wanted to live in a mansion like the Yuhu family. So when you're planning the renovation, you can pick a room first, and when it's finished you can move right in." After hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Jin Yao's tears suddenly flowed out. First he let her be in charge of the decoration work of the house, and now he invited her to live in his mansion. Jin Yao felt that she was one step closer to becoming Mrs. Cao. She hugged Cao Pingwa's neck and kissed him while crying. "Woo, husband, you are so good to me. I will definitely be devoted to you and give birth to a healthy baby for you. Woo." As they cried, their mouths touched each other, and then they were so passionate that they started to make love on the sofa. For the next period of time, Jin Yao concentrated on the decoration of the Yuhu family's big house. The newly appointed general manager of Banana Media, Jinjia, moved directly into the west side of the 28th floor and began recruiting employees to build the company team. Cao Pingwa himself was responsible for the decoration of the unfinished office on the east side. He first took out an area of 900 square meters and divided it into the front desk reception area, employee office area, management office area, 2 meeting rooms of different sizes, and a tea room. Then he used the remaining 100 square meters of the corner office to design a rich chairman's area for himself. As you enter the chairman's office, the first thing you see is a 20 square meter office area for the chairman's secretary. Going further in, through a domineering double door, you will find Cao Pingwa's real private space. He spared no expense in decorating these 80 square meters. First of all the walls are made of the lightest and thinnest materials with the best sound insulation effect on the market. As the chairman of an MCN company, Cao Pingwa will definitely have to talk about work with different female anchors in his office in the future. Then, during the renovation, a huge floor-to-ceiling window was deliberately retained. This not only provides better indoor lighting, but more importantly, Cao Pingwa particularly likes to watch the scenery in front of the floor-to-ceiling window while exercising with his sports partners. Finally, in addition to the office area and independent bathroom, he also designed a secret door in his office, which leads to a 20 square meter small bedroom with an independent small bathroom. This is used for temporary rest when he is tired from work. That day, Jinjia had just finished interviewing several young applicants in the west office area when she saw a beautiful woman in a floral sundress and long, beautiful hair walking towards her. "Hello, beautiful lady. Are you here for an interview as well?" The long-haired beauty was stunned for half a second, then smiled and said, "Yes, I'm here for an interview." "Then please give me your resume." The long-haired beauty smiled again. "Actually, I didn't bring my resume. I came here today to learn about your company first. I'll bring my resume for the interview another day. Is that okay?" If it were any other interviewee with average looks, their straightforward and concise personality would simply ask them to go back and prepare their resume before coming back. However, the beauty in front of him was too outstanding in both appearance and figure. Jinjia felt that recruiting her into the company, no matter what position she was assigned, would be of great benefit to the company's overall image. In addition, recruit more beauties for Banana Media is the only work suggestion that Chairman Cao Pingwa briefly gave to the general manager. The extremely insightful Jinsi would certainly not regard Cao Pingwa's casual work suggestion as just a suggestion. So she stood up from behind her desk and said, "I'm not very busy right now, so let me show you around Banana Media." Jinjia showed the long-haired beauty around the office and asked, "I haven't asked for her name yet." "Oh, my last name is Liu Ruyan. What's your name, beautiful lady?" "My name is Jinjia, simple as in Jane, pure as in Jia." I'm the general manager of Banana Media. When Liu Ruyan heard this, her eyes widened instantly. Manager Jian, you are amazing. You look about my age. I didn't expect you to be the general manager of a company at such a young age. He smiled briefly and politely. Our Banana Media is an internet startup company that takes a youthful approach. Our company's chairman is only 30 years old this year. When Liu Ruyan heard Jinjia mention Cao Pingwa, she immediately looked at her calmly. She has a nice figure, with a nice curve. However, her looks are far inferior to mine, so I can only say that she is pretty good compared to ordinary people. A girl of this level shouldn't be in Cao Pingwa's eyes. Could it be that he's had too many of my kind, and his taste has changed? Wow, your boss is so young. Manager, Jian must get along well with your boss, right? Liu Ruyan tried to test Jian's tone. Our boss is very straightforward. He's the type to get to the point without saying too much nonsense. He's really easy to get along with. Just as Jinjia was about to continue introducing the company's situation to Liu Ruyan, the two of them ran into Cao Pingwa, who came to inspect the progress of the East Office renovation. Liu Ruyan, why are you here in my company? Jinjia widened his eyes and asked, Boss, do you know Miss Liu? Cao Pingwa frowned and said, Nonsense. She is my ex-wife. Chapter 31 State Secrets. Oh. Jinjia was instantly embarrassed. Liu Ruyan quickly smiled and said to her, I'm sorry, Manager Jian, I didn't feel comfortable revealing my relationship with Ping Ao at first. Jinjia laughed dryly twice. It's okay. If that's the case, boss, you guys chat. I'm going back to my office to work. After Jinjia left, Cao Pingwa took Liu Ruyan into a newly renovated negotiation room next door. Tell me, why are you coming to my company? Liu Ruyan smiled widely. Didn't I hear you say you started a new company when I called you a while ago? I was a little curious, so I came over to take a look. Cao Pingwa said expressionlessly. Have you finished reading it? If you're done, you can leave. Liu Ruyan didn't move and continued to ask, Pingwa, when you divorced me, you only got 600,000 yuan in cash. Where did you get the money to start the company? Hearing Liu Ruyan say this, Cao Pingwa instantly understood why she came. She was here for his money again. Where does my money come from? Liu Ruyan persisted in asking, Is it your wealthy sister who funded your company? After listening to Liu Ruyan's words, Cao Pingwa glanced at her with the system. Name, Liu Ruyan. Age, 25. No makeup, 83 points. Body size, 83 points. Bachelor's degree, has a former writer, the host, no bad habits, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Not counting the 20 million lent to Chin shooting, and the 2 million used to renovate the house, the 3 million used to renovate the office, and some other small daily expenses. Cao Pingwa currently has less than 45 million left. It's time to show some strength to that bitch Liu Ruyan and make her start to regret it. The money I used to start the company is all my own. Cao Pingwa said calmly. Your own? Liu Ruyan looked confused. Just renting an entire floor of such a large office building would cost far more than 600,000 yuan. Where do you get the money, Pingwa? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I earned it myself. Liu Ruyan, how is it possible for a middle-aged online ride-hailing driver like you to earn so much money in less than a month? Cao Pingwa, tell me the truth. Did you hide your assets during the divorce? Cao Pingwa said confidently, Absolutely not. The tens of millions I have now were all earned after I left you. So no matter how much money I have now, it has nothing to do with you. Liu Ruyan, are you angry? Liu Ruyan was naturally furious. Tens of millions? Cao Pingwa, you are so shameless, secretly hiding so much money behind my back. Give me half of the money you have. Otherwise I will sue you in court and put you in jail. Cao Pingwa smiled smugly and made a pleased gesture. Liu Ruyan's fair face had already turned completely red. Good. Good of you, Cao Pingwa. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. After saying that, she left angrily. As soon as she walked out of Wanda International Building A, Liu Ruyan immediately called her mother Wu Yan. Mom, that bastard Cao Pingwa secretly hid a large sum of money before divorcing me. I knew it. Otherwise, why would he suddenly agree to divorce you? How could a middle-aged man like him, who lost his job and now drives a ride-hailing service, find a wife as beautiful as you? So when he distributed his property so generously, I knew there was something fishy going on. Mom, please stop talking behind the scenes. What should we do next? Girl, how much money did Cao Pingwa hide? Anyway, he said he still has tens of millions in his hands. Tens of millions. Wu Yan on the other end of the phone jumped up from the sofa. That's all our money. Our money. Sue him. We'll sue him in court right now. We'll take all the money he has. In a law firm next to the Jiangnan District Court in Jiangxing City. Lawyer Qian, this is the situation. Wu Yin looked worried. Are you sure you can help us get our money back? Lawyer Qian, dressed in a well-tailored suit, exuded confidence. If what you two are saying is true, then Ms. Liu's ex-husband, Mr. Cao, has committed a serious crime of embezzlement. Not only will he need to give Ms. Liu the money she deserves, he will also have to pay you a large sum of compensation. In addition, he faces a prison sentence of 2 to 5 years. It's so serious, I have to go to jail? Liu Ruyan, who had been married to Cao Pingwa for 3 years, suddenly softened her heart. Lawyer Qian, can you just give me the money and keep Cao Pingwa out of jail? Lawyer Qian shook his head. I can't do that. To get back the money that belongs to you, Ms. Liu, we must prove that your ex-husband committed the crime of embezzlement by intentionally concealing marital property. With tens of millions of dollars in embezzlement, your ex-husband is bound to go to jail. Girl, why are you still worried about that bastard Cao Pingwa at this time? Are you being soft-hearted? Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered. No, I didn't. You still say no? Wu Yin frowned and shouted. My daughter, you can't be stupid at this time. That's tens of millions. It's enough for me and my daughter to spend for a lifetime. Under pressure from her mother Wu Yin, Liu Ruyan finally chose to let Cao Pingwa go to jail and enjoy the tens of millions in his hands alone. After signing the attorney agency agreement and sending Liu Ruyan and her daughter out the door, Lawyer Qian returned to his desk and looked at the copy of Cao Pingwa's ID card on the table. If this guy surnamed Cao really had hidden tens of millions in marital assets, why didn't he keep it a low profile? Instead, he openly confessed to his ex-wife? Lawyer Qian frowned, his face full of confusion. It's 2025. Are there still so many wealthy people who are ignorant of the law? Because Cao Pingwa's information as the legal representative and sole shareholder of Banana Media was publicly available online, Lawyer Qian successfully filed a case in the Jiangnan District Court. He directly applied to freeze all of Cao Pingwa's assets immediately, and at the same time asked the Jiangnan District Court to conduct a thorough investigation and collect evidence on Cao Pingwa's current property situation. Soon, Judge Zhao, who was in charge of the case, called Lawyer Qian and asked him to bring his client Liu Ruyan to the court. After the electronic security door of the court office area opened, Judge Zhao looked at Wu Yan, who was following behind Lawyer Qian and Liu Ruyan, and asked, Who are you? Hello, Your Honor. I am the mother of the plaintiff, Liu Ruyan. Judge Zhao frowned slightly. The family members are waiting outside. Lawyer Qian and the client, please come in with me. After the three of them arrived at Judge Zhao's office, Judge Zhao directly picked up a few bank statements and handed them to Lawyer Qian and Liu Ruyan. This is the bank statement Cao Pingwa provided at the request of our court. I have verified its authenticity with several banks. Judge Zhao sank into his office chair and said, The evidence shows that the defendant Cao Pingwa did not hide any marital property. The 80 million yuan in income he recently received was all earned after the divorce and is not considered marital property. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened. 80 million? Judge, are you saying that Cao Pingwa made 80 million in less than a month? How is this possible? He's just a middle-aged ride-hailing driver. Judge, are you mistaken? Judge Zhao glanced at the agitated Liu Ruyan speechlessly. Keep your voice down. This is a court. Our court relies on evidence. Your lawyer will explain to you whether I made any mistakes. At this time, Lawyer Qian was carefully looking through Cao Pingwa's various transactions. When he saw that the remittance of Cao Pingwa's tens of millions of dollars was written as Central Bank of China, he was instantly petrified. After a while, Lawyer Qian came back to his senses and carefully asked Judge Zhao for confirmation. Judge Zhao, is the remittance party written incorrectly? Judge Zhao said solemnly, This involves such a large sum of money. I have verified it with the bank several times, and there is absolutely no mistake. Lawyer Qian. Judge Zhao then asked Liu Ruyan, What did your ex-husband do for a living? Liu Ruyan replied, He used to be a senior programmer. That's right, Judge Zhao said solemnly. Your ex-husband's income was all paid directly from the central bank. This means he must have participated in some important national project and made a significant contribution. Liu Ruyan asked in confusion, Huh? How come I don't know what national project he participated in? Judge Zhao looked at Liu Ruyan as if she was a fool. Are state secrets something an ordinary person like you deserve to know? Chapter 32 Money or Face. Lawyer Qian was also aware of the significance of the money directly transferred by the Central Bank of China. But he had received Liu Ruyan's attorney's fee after all, so he had to ask one more question. Judge Zhao, is it possible that when Cao Pingwa participated in the national project, he and my client, Ms. Liu Ruyan, were still legally married? In that case, should half of the income he earned go to Ms. Liu Ruyan? Judge Zhao glared at Lawyer Qian fiercely. I'm just an ordinary judge. How can I find out when Cao Pingwa's involvement in the state secret project began and ended? Lawyer Qian, if you have the ability, please investigate it yourself. Bring me the evidence, and I will help you divide your property according to the law. Lawyer Qian quickly shook his head like a rattle. How dare I, a small lawyer, investigate this? I don't want to go to jail. Judge Zhao took a sip of strong tea to calm himself down. Lawyer Qian, just understand. Anyone who investigates this kind of thing will be dead. Seeing her daughter Liu Ruyan and Lawyer Qian coming out of the explosion-proof door together, covered in dust, Wu Yan hurried forward and asked, "What's going on? Why are you two looking like that? Is that judge biased towards Cao Pingwa?" Lawyer Qian said listlessly, "I'll refund you the legal fees later. I won't take this case anymore." Wu Yan this. After seeing Lawyer Qian flee in disgrace, Wu Yan encouraged Liu Ruyan. "It's okay, girl. We'll find a better lawyer. If the district court continues to favor Cao Pingwa, we'll appeal to the municipal court. No matter what, we must get our money back." Seeing Liu Ruyan lowering her head in silence and not responding to her words, Wu Yan took her hand and asked, "Daughter, what did you discuss with the judge just now? How did you discuss it? How much money did Cao Pingwa hide in total?" She bombarded Wu Yan with questions, and the already upset Liu Ruyan threw her hands away. "Oh, that's enough, Mom. Just be quiet for a moment. I'm really confused right now." Wu Yan was also surprised, so she said in a gentle tone, Okay, Mom won't ask you anymore. Let's talk about it when we get home." In the house that Cao Pingwa gave to Liu Ruyan. After listening to her daughter Liu Ruyan's story, Wu Yan was unable to react for a long time. 80 million. Are you saying Cao Pingwa made 80 million in the last month? Liu Ruyan nodded with a bitter face. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't urged me to divorce Ping Ao, I would have at least half of the 80 million now." "Oh no, it's not half and half. I shouldn't have divorced Ping Ao at all." Liu Ruyan, feeling complicated, started crying out of grievance. "Whoa, Mom, it's all your fault. It's you who prevented me from becoming a rich wife, and it's you who made me lose a good husband." Whoa. Wu Yan now feels like she is regretting it so much. "My dear, you are Cao Pingwa's wife, and even you don't know that he is involved in such a lucrative national project." "How could I know?" Liu Ruyan cried more and more sadly. "Wu, I don't care. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Mom, you have to compensate my husband." "That's enough. Stop crying. Look at how useless you are." Wu Yan interrupted Liu Ruyan's crying with a sharp voice. "What's the point of just crying? We should immediately find a way to repair our relationship with Cao Pingwa. We can't let this big fat fish get away so easily." Liu Ruyan sniffed and asked, "I was the one who forced Pingwa to divorce me. He probably hates me to death now. How can I repair our relationship?" Wu Yan touched her daughter's pretty face and said, "Men tend to let their cerebellum control their brain. It's actually quite easy to control them. My daughter is so beautiful. All you have to do is act a little coquettishly and trick her into coming home to live with you. If you have a child, can't you just remarry?" Liu Ruyan blushed. "Oh, Mom, I'm only 25 years old this year, and I don't want to have children yet." Okay, we can talk about having children later. First, lower your status, lure Cao Pingwa back home, and sleep with him." Liu Ruyan heard her mother's direct instructions and blushed. "Oh, Mom, what you said makes me feel like that." Wu Yan was speechless. "What's there to be shy about? You're Cao Pingwa's wife. It's not like you've slept together before." Liu Ruyan said shyly, "But I was the one who initiated the divorce. Later, I went to court and sued him. Although I didn't succeed, I really can't face him anymore." Wu Yan's face was filled with a look of disappointment. "My daughter, I've already thought of a way to win back Cao Pingwa. I can't do it for you. It's up to you to decide whether to do it or not, as long as you don't regret it in the future. Mom is just reminding you. For 80 million, do you want money or face? Think carefully about it." After thinking for less than a minute, Liu Ruyan said firmly, "I want money." Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction. "Then you should call Cao Pingwa right now and feel out his reaction first." "Good." Liu Ruyan took out her cell phone, took a deep breath, and prepared herself mentally. "I'm ready." Wu Yan added, "The phone is on loudspeaker." The Sheraton Hotel next to Luojiaishan Vocational and Technical College. In a luxurious suite, Cao Pingwa was sitting with his legs apart, lazily leaning on the big sofa in the living room with his eyes closed. Zheng Jieqi, a college student with twin ponytails and wearing a JK uniform, was kneeling on the thick carpet at Cao Pingwa's feet, studying quietly and seriously. Suddenly, the cell phone in Cao Pingwa's hand vibrated. Without opening his eyes, he slid his finger and answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" Pingwa is me." "Fuck, Liu Ruyan, you still have the nerve to call me?" "Yes, I'm sorry, Pingao. I misunderstood you before, and I went to the court in a fit of rage. I've already taken the initiative to withdraw the case today. Can you please forgive me this time? No. You said you would sue me, and you said you would drop the case, and now you want me to forgive you just by making a phone call and talking. I think you are dreaming. Pingao, I know what I did was wrong. I want to invite you home for dinner tonight, and give me a chance to apologize to you in person, okay? As soon as Cao Pingwa heard it, he understood the little thoughts of Liu Ruyan and Wu Yan behind her. He chose to remain silent for a while to whet the other party's appetite. Liu Ruyan couldn't hear Cao Pingwa's response and was extremely anxious. Pingao, are you still listening? I'm listening. Tonight. I'm thinking about it. Liu Ruyan said humbly. Oh, then take your time to think about it. I'll be waiting for you by the phone. Cao Pingao suddenly asked. By the way, is that old bidden from Wu Yan living with you now? Oh. Liu Ruyan looked at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa and listening, and replied awkwardly. Yes, I didn't want to live alone after you left, so I brought my mother over from Huanpi. Cao Pingwa said, it's okay for me to go home for dinner, but you have to get your mother out of the house first. I get annoyed just by seeing her. Liu Ruyan looked at Wu Yan again, only to see Wu Yan nodded with a grim expression. Okay, I'll let my mom go back to Huanpi by herself. So what time will you be home tonight? I can prepare dinner. Around 7 o'clock. After saying that, Cao Pingwa hung up the phone. After he finished the call, all the muscles in his body tensed and relaxed, and he completely relaxed. Chapter 33 Welcome the ex-husband home for dinner. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, Zheng Jieqi walked out of the hotel bathroom with a red face. She returned to the living room and sat on Cao Pingwa's lap like a well-behaved kitten, resting her face in his arms. Cao Pingwa caressed her head and played with her twin ponytails for a while. Jieqi, you have made great progress in your studies during this period. You deserve praise. Zheng Jieqi's pink earlobes began to turn red. Hubby, please stop talking. I'm already very embarrassed. Ha ha ha. This isn't the first time I've learned this, so why should I be embarrassed? Oh, I'd be embarrassed no matter how many times this happens. Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After the two of them sat on the sofa for a while, the young Zheng Jieqi asked with a heavy heart. Honey, who was that woman who just called you? My ex-wife. So what does it mean that she asked you to dinner? Cao Pingao laughed and said, I'm not a worm in her stomach. How can I know what she's thinking? Zheng Jieqi put her arms around Cao Pingwa's neck, put her little face against his big face, and said coquettishly, Honey, could you please not go to dinner with her? Oh, Jieqi, are you worried that I'll rekindle my old relationship with my ex-wife? The simple-minded Zheng Jieqi nodded, and tears began to well up in her eyes. In fact, she has always been very clear in her heart. It is very likely that she will not be able to monopolize a man like Cao Pingwa. But when she faced this reality, she still felt very uncomfortable. Cao Pingao put one hand around Zheng Jieqi's slender waist and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with the other hand. Jieqi, don't worry. I have no plans to get back together with my ex-wife. Really? Of course, I, Cao Pingwa, never hide which women I want to be with or not with. He reached out and pinched Zheng Jieqi's chin, looked directly into her eyes and said, But Jieqi, you have to be mentally prepared. There will probably be more than 1 or 2 women around me in the future. I understand that a handsome, rich, and outstanding man like you, my husband, must have many beautiful women pursuing you. Zheng Jieqi pouted and said aggrievedly, I don't expect you to accompany me every day, as long as you don't mind that I'm not in good shape or pretty enough, and don't forget me, that's all. Cao Pingao kissed her cherry lips and said softly, No, Jieqi, since I took your first blood, I will be responsible for you. As long as you don't change your mind towards me, I, Cao Pingao, will be your first and last man. I will definitely take good care of you for the rest of your life. Husband, you have to keep your word. Zheng Jieqi said while shedding tears of emotion. If my husband doesn't keep his word, I'll be hit by a truck as soon as I leave the house. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Zheng Jieqi quickly reached out and covered Cao Pingwa's mouth. I believe you, so don't say those unlucky words. Ha 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 ha. Fine, I won't say anything if you don't let me. Cao Pingao touched Zheng Jieqi's legs in black stockings and said, Jieqi, you look really good in this JK suit. It turns out that JK suits only look good when worn by young girls. As long as my husband likes it, I will only wear this kind of clothes for you, my husband, to see. Cao Pingao stroked the braid at the back of her head again. Then what's the situation with these twin ponytails? Zheng Jieqi looked shy. This is the JK uniform with black stockings and twin tails that I learned online. It's called the attack speed set. Ha ha ha. Cao Pingao picked up the light Zheng Jieqi and strode into the bedroom of the suite. Since you've made such careful preparations, Jechi, let me see if this attack speed-enhancing suit of yours can actually increase my attack speed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the fiery sunset was still high in the sky, and the night in Jiangxing in June would take nearly an hour to come. Liu Ruyan, who had dressed up carefully, stood on the balcony of her home, looking towards the gate of the community, waiting for her ex-husband to come home for dinner with some trepidation. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine came from a distance. A stylish silver Porsche 911 quickly drove into the community and smoothly parked in the parking space where the Audi A6 was originally parked. Cao Pingwa, dressed in Hermes, got out of the car in a dashing manner, strode into the corridor, and took the elevator upstairs. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan hurried out of the house and went to the elevator to greet her ex-husband, who had suddenly become rich. As soon as Cao Pingwa opened the elevator door, he saw Liu Ruyan wearing a tight white halter dress, matte black stockings on her legs, and delicate makeup on her face. I have to say, Liu Ruyan is really beautiful. She wants a pretty face and a nice figure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen into it so easily. Wow, you've come to the elevator to pick me up. Your attitude is pretty good today. Liu Ruyan smiled charmingly. Pingao, welcome home. As Cao Pingwa followed her into the familiar home, he saw the slippers he used to wear at home neatly placed at the main door. Did you lose my things? Liu Ruyan smiled and shook her head. I didn't lose any of your things. I put them all in the study for the time being. Cao Pingwa was touched after hearing this. After all, we have been married for 3 years, and she still has some feelings for me. After changing into his slippers, he walked around the house again and found that the house was basically the same as when he left a month ago. Apart from some of Wu Yan's things in the guest room, the study was full of his own personal belongings. Pingao, let's eat first. Liu Ruyan set up a table with a sumptuous meal while opening a bottle of red wine with a corkscrew. Cao Pingao quickly intervened. I only eat, not drink. He estimated that Liu Ruyan would definitely seduce him tonight and try to use her body to repair the relationship between them. If you drink alcohol before having sex, many things will become unclear, so Cao Pingwa has to be on guard. He was not very worried about Liu Ruyan, because although Liu Ruyan was materialistic, she was not a bad person by nature. Cao Pingao was on guard against Wu Yan. He knew that Liu Ruyan had done many disgusting things, and in fact, it was Wu Yan, the old Biden, who was directing them behind the scenes. That old Biden is an old woman who loves talent like her life and will use any shameless tricks. After Cao Pingwa was promoted by a large company, he had planned to take a break for a while to recuperate. After all, he still had a lot of savings, no mortgage or car loan, and no children to raise, so he would not have any pressure in life in the short term. But under the instigation of old Biden and Wu Yan, Liu Ruyan kept nagging Cao Pingao every day to let him continue to go out and make money. The result was that after he had worked hard for half a year driving an online ride-hailing car and had been squeezed out of every last bit of value, Liu Ruyan still insisted on divorcing him at the request of her mother Wu Yan. Seeing that Cao Pingao was unwilling to drink, Liu Ruyan did not force him and directly put the red wine back into the wine cabinet at home. Cao Pingao pulled out a chair and sat down at the dining table. He took one look at the delicious 4 dishes and 1 soup and said with a smile, "Are these dishes bought from the small restaurant at the entrance of the community?" Liu Ruyan smiled a little embarrassedly. You know my cooking skills. I can only make instant noodles, so I have to rely on some external help. It's okay, as long as there's something to eat, I don't care who made it. After saying that, Cao Pingwa picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Because he knew that he would come to meet his ex-wife Liu Ruyan tonight, Zhang Jiechi kept asking Cao Pingwa for help in the hotel during the day. Cao Pingwa also understood that the little girl was trying to squeeze him dry and not give Liu Ruyan any chance. So he consumed a lot of energy and was already hungry. After finishing a bowl of rice like a whirlwind, Cao Pingao picked up the second bowl of white rice and asked, "Where's the A6 at home? Why isn't it parked in the parking space?" Liu Ruyan's eyes were a little evasive. That A6? I've already sold it. Chapter 34 They are all my little wings. Liu Ruyan stammered and said, Although you gave me the house and car during the divorce, you also took away the 600,000 yuan in savings. I didn't have a job, so I had to sell my A6, which I rarely drive. Cao Pingwa sighed and said, Forget it, just sell it. How much did you get for it? 200,000. Cao Pingwa almost spit out a mouthful of rice on Liu Ruyan's face. Fuck you. I spent 400,000 yuan on an A6, and you sold it for half the price before I even drove it for a few days? Liu Ruyan, you are such a spendthrift woman. I'm sorry, Pingao, I was wrong. Liu Ruyan lowered her head and didn't dare to look into Cao Pingwa's eyes. Forget it. It's sold. Let's continue eating. After the two of them ate together in silence for a while, Liu Ruyan spoke first. Pingao, during this period of time since we separated, I have been reflecting at home. I shouldn't have listened to my mom and divorced you after you lost your high-paying job. I'm sorry, Pingao, I know I was wrong. I was really too snobbish before. Cao Pingwa laughed in his heart when he heard this. Liu Ruyan, you know you are wrong. You are just afraid that you won't get a share of my money. Seeing Cao Pingao continue to eat calmly, Liu Ruyan continued to play her emotional card. Pingao, we have been married for 3 years after all. I know you still have feelings for me, and I still love you in my heart. I was wondering if you could move back home first and give me a chance to make amends. Make up for the mistake. Cao Pingwa suddenly raised his eyebrows. We're divorced, which is like a perfectly intact mirror being broken. Liu Ruyan, can you put this broken mirror back together just like that? Liu Ruyan's face was filled with regret, and she said sincerely, Pingao, as long as you are willing to move back home, I will definitely let you see my sincerity in saving our marriage. From now on, I will take care of all the housework at home, and I will also start learning to cook with all my heart. When you get home from work, I'll give you a shoulder massage and leg massage. Anyway, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Cao Pingwa's eyes remained icy. Humph, that sounds nice, but there's a saying that goes, it's hard to change one's nature, don't you know? You married me when I had money, and divorced me when I had no money. Tell me why I should believe you this time. Liu Ruyan was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Pingao, I really know I was wrong, and I really want to change. What do you want me to do to make you believe me? Then let's start as boyfriend and girlfriend. Cao Pingwa said calmly. You pursue me again, and I'll slowly see your sincerity before we talk. Okay. Liu Ruyan cried with joy, wiping her tears as she said. Then Pingao, don't spend money on hotels anymore. Just move back home. Cao Pingao smiled wickedly. Then it depends on your sincerity tonight. If I feel comfortable sleeping at home, I will naturally go back home to live. Hearing Cao Pingwa put the emphasis on the word sleep, Liu Ruyan immediately understood his hint, and her pretty face immediately turned red. I understand. After eating and drinking, Cao Pingwa couldn't help but feel lustful when he saw Liu Ruyan, who was wearing sexy clothes and had charming eyes. Damn, she is worthy of being the woman who has been with me for 3 years. She knows exactly what I like to eat and what to wear. The matte black stockings paired with a tight hip-hugging mom skirt, coupled with Liu Ruyan's beautiful buttocks, made Cao Pingwa, who had regained his strength, unable to bear it at all. Liu Ruyan, don't clean the table, go take a shower first. Before you go take a shower, I have a few more questions for you. Liu Ruyan sat next to Cao Pingao and rubbed his calves with her black-stockinged feet. Ask quickly. Cao Pingwa felt a fire burning in his lower abdomen. Liu Ruyan's eyes were as charming as silk. What is your relationship with your godsister, named Chen Shooting? You said she's my godsister, so of course we're godsisters. Real? I, Cao Pingao, don't like to hide things. You, Liu Ruyan, know that. He said calmly. I'm divorced and single now. If Chen Shooting and I were in a relationship, why would I be afraid to admit it? Hearing Cao Pingao say this, Liu Ruyan finally felt relieved. Although Chen Shooting is older, Liu Ruyan also understands that apart from being a few years younger, her appearance and figure cannot compare to the beautiful Chen Shooting. If she were to compete with her for Cao Pingwa, Liu Ruyan knew that her chances of winning would be no more than 50%. Then which woman were you with when I called you that day? Cao Pingao frowned slightly. Liu Ruyan, aren't you meddling a little too much? You've been asking for divorce several times. After the divorce, as a young and energetic bachelor, isn't it normal for me to have some needs? If you really want us to reconcile and make peace, you should show your sincerity and strength and surpass all the women around me who are pursuing me, instead of complaining here. When Liu Ruyan heard Cao Pingwa admit that he had a new love during this period, she felt extremely jealous. But Cao Pingwa was right. It was Liu Ruyan who wanted to divorce, so she had no right to blame Cao Pingwa for the romantic affairs that happened after their divorce. Liu Ruyan's eyes were filled with resentment. How many mistresses do you have outside now? Cao Pingwa said happily. What do you mean by mistress? They are all my women, my little wings. Liu Ruyan raised her lips high in the air and gently kicked Cao Pingao under the table with her black silk jade feet. Them? How many of them are there? 3. Cao Pingwa was originally going to say there are only 3 now, but when he saw that Liu Ruyan was starting to blush, he modified his words. After all, I really made her mad, so I can't eat tonight. 3. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened. Cao Pingao, you've only been divorced from me for about a month, and you've already found 3 women out there? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, doesn't this prove that the man you like is very good? Liu Ruyan abruptly turned her head away, not looking at Cao Pingwa's face, and then kept repeating in her heart. He has 80 million. 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 A few minutes later, Liu Ruyan adjusted her mindset, put on a smile again, and turned back. Compared to me, are these 3 girlfriends you just dated as pretty as me? Do they have as good figures as me? Liu Ruyan is still very confident about her appearance and figure. She wants to regain her confidence in this regard and make a comeback. Cao Pingwa naturally understood what she was thinking, so he deliberately concealed the fact that Yu Qian, who was 170 centimeters tall and had a C cup, had a slightly better figure than Liu Ruyan, who was 170 centimeters tall and had a B cup, and replied, "No matter your looks or figure, you, Liu Ruyan, are the best among the 4. Hearing Cao Pingwa say this, Liu Ruyan immediately straightened her chest, and a confident look appeared on her face again. Chapter 35. Liu Ruyan really put a lot of thought into this. After taking a shower, Liu Ruyan's face was pink, and she came to Cao Pingwa wearing a light purple silk nightgown. Just as Cao Pingwa was about to start, Liu Ruyan stuffed a set of pajamas he had worn at home into his hands. "Ouch, go take a shower first." Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Ha ha, I can't help it." Liu Ruyan smiled and said, "It's still early, don't be so anxious. I'll be waiting for you in our bedroom. I won't be going anywhere." Cao Pingwa walked into the bathroom with his pajamas and saw that his previous bath towel was hanging on the shelf by the wall, and his previous toothbrush, cup, facial cleanser, electric shaver, and other items were also placed in their original places. Liu Ruyan also prepared a new lemon-flavored safeguard soap for him. Cao Pingwa doesn't like to use shower gel. I have to say that in order to save herself, Liu Ruyan really put a lot of thought into it this time. Standing in the familiar shower room and taking a shower, Cao Pingwa suddenly had a strong feeling of coming home. Cao Pingwa lived in this home for more than 1,000 days and nights. Except for the last few months, he lived a happy life most of the time. With a decent, high-paying job and a young, beautiful wife, he originally thought that his happy life would continue like this forever. But as the old saying goes, misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Although Cao Pingwa lost a marriage that started off well but ended badly, he gained an opportunity to contribute to China's fertility rate. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, it will first test his mind and spirit, exhaust his muscles and bones, starve his body, and empty his mind. For the prosperity of our motherland and for the millennium heritage of our Chinese nation, I, Cao Pingwa, have no choice but to do this. So no matter how rough and dangerous the road may be, I will keep moving forward bravely. While taking a bath, he conjured up a big tonic pill and swallowed it. After taking a shower, Cao Pingwa pushed the door open and walked into the master bedroom, only to see that his and Liu Ruyan's wedding photo had been hung back at its original location on the head of the bed. Damn, with this wedding photo hanging up, it seems like we're still a couple. Liu Ruyan sat on the headboard, her beautiful long legs spread out on the bed, and said with an ambiguous look in her eyes, "We are already husband and wife. As long as Pingwa is willing, we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to remarry tomorrow." Cao Pingwa thought to himself, "Liu Ruyan, you are dreaming again. I still say the same thing. Let me see your sincerity and change first." When Liu Ruyan heard this, she quickly got off the bed and walked to Cao Pingwa with a red face. She wanted to kiss him actively, but was a little shy. Cao Pingwa said jokingly, "Ha, you've been an old married couple who've been open and honest with each other for 3 years. Why are you still shy? After all, we've been separated for over a month, so it's inevitable that they'd feel a little embarrassed." Liu Ruyan looked coquettish and hit Cao Pingwa's arm with her pink fist and said, "Why are you like this? What if I get pregnant?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "If you're pregnant, just give birth to the baby." "No, I'm only 25 years old. I don't want to become a shrew just because of giving birth and raising children at such a young age." Cao Pingwa was too lazy to argue with her, so he changed the subject and asked, "When did you last have your period?" "Huh." Liu Ruyan looked up and recalled, "He left about 3 or 4 days ago." "What happened?" Cao Pingwa said happily, "Aren't you still in your safe period today? What are you worried about?" Liu Ruyan nodded gently. "Yes." After she no longer worried about getting pregnant unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan began to savor what had just happened. "Pingwa." She snuggled up to him and rested her head on his shoulder. "Why do I feel like your body has suddenly improved a lot in this short month? You're a bit like when you were 27 or 28. Ha 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 ha. Maybe it's because I've been exercising a lot recently." Cao Pingwa was originally in good health, but as he turned 30, coupled with the mental blow of being suddenly laid off by the company, his physical strength became increasingly poor. There were a few times when he performed poorly, and was even ridiculed by Liu Ruyan. There is no way around this. After all, a man's physical condition is closely linked to his mental state, mood, and self-confidence. But times are different now. Now that he has money in his pocket and is not worried, Cao Pingwa is in a happy mood and full of confidence. Coupled with the strong support of those tonic pills rewarded by the system, it can be said that his current strength has already surpassed his peak at the age of 20. Let's start another round. Liu Ruyan was surprised. Have you rested well? Certainly. Oh my god. Pingwa, how come you've become so powerful now? Cao Pingwa smiled wickedly. This is just the beginning. Tonight's fun has just begun. The extreme fatigue made Liu Ruyan's brain almost unable to think normally. She just felt that her body and mind had been completely conquered by Cao Pingwa, who was rich and in good health. Chapter 36. Come on, daughter. You will definitely be Mrs. Cao again. The next morning, Liu Ruyan felt sore all over after waking up. Seeing Cao Pingwa get up and start to put on his clothes, she hurriedly asked, Husband, are you going out? Cao Pingwa said happily, Hee, why did you suddenly change your way of addressing me and call me husband? I am still just your ex-husband. Liu Ruyan lay on her side on the bed, pouting and coquettishly saying, I'll just call you. Can I call you in advance? Okay, you can call me whatever you want, I don't care. Cao Pingwa said with a smile while tidying up his clothes. Just keep your voice down next time you call me in the middle of the night. I was really worried last night that the neighbor next door would call the police. Liu Ruyan's face flushed instantly. Oh, hubby, you're so annoying. Honey, so when will you be home tonight? I'll go home when I want to. After saying that, Cao Pingwa picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table with a smile, turned around, and walked out. Looking at Cao Pingwa's tall back as he left, Liu Ruyan's eyes were full of stars. Why do I feel like he has become much more handsome? Is it because he is richer than before? Or is it because he is in better health than before? It should be both. No matter what, Liu Ruyan, you have to get your man back. Liu Ruyan lay in bed until noon before she reluctantly got up. Just as I ordered a takeout and sat down to eat, my mother Wu Yan called. My girl, did you two sleep last night? Wu Yan asked nervously on the other end of the phone. Oh, mom is asleep. Great. Wu Yan happily stood up from her chair. When will Cao Pingwa move back in? He hasn't said anything yet. He said he wants to see how I perform first. Look at performance? Look at what performance? Liu Ruyan replied. Of course it depends on whether I treat him well and whether I am different from the past. This Cao Pingwa has become even more cunning after becoming rich. Daughter, please tell me in detail what you two talked about yesterday after Cao Pingwa came home. I will help you analyze it carefully. So Liu Ruyan told her mother Wu Yan all the interactions and conversations between herself and Cao Pingwa last night. Of course, she would not tell the details of how she was conquered by Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa, that bastard. He cheated on me with 3 women in just 1 month. After hearing Liu Ruyan's truthful account, Wu Yan said angrily on the phone, Dear girl, didn't you scold him and ask him to pay 20 million as compensation for your mental illness? Oh my god, I don't allow you to scold Pingwa. Liu Ruyan, who was completely convinced last night, has now begun to lean towards Cao Pingwa in her heart. We were the ones who initiated the divorce. How can what happened after the divorce be considered cheating? Since he has honestly admitted it and said that those 3 wild women are not as pretty as me, it means that he has the intention to reconcile with me. Mom, Pingwa has a very bad impression of you because of the divorce. Please don't come to see me recently. I'm afraid he will be angry if you run into him again. Wu Yan said helplessly. Okay, then let's talk over the phone if there's anything. Mom will be your remote military advisor and strong support. Come on, daughter. You will definitely be Mrs. Cao again. Cao Pingwa drove his silver Porsche 911 to the underground parking lot of Building A of Wanda International Office Building. After taking the elevator to the 28th floor, he first went to the east side to check the progress of the office decoration. I have to say, if you are willing to spend money to hire more workers, the decoration will be fast. His luxurious chairman's office was already taking shape. The renovations for the management office area, staff office area, conference rooms, and other areas were all more than halfway complete. After visiting the east side, Cao Pingwa came to the west side. The young and energetic Jinjia did not disappoint Boss Chao's expectations. In less than a month, she had built the basic corporate structure of Banana Media. The simply decorated West office is neatly divided into the front desk reception, business negotiation department, artist management department, technical operations department, public relations and promotion department, human resources department, finance department, administration department, etc. Although the number of staff in each department is not sufficient at present, the basic functions of each department have begun to be established. Boss, you're here. Seeing Cao Pingwa coming in, Jinjie quickly stood up to greet him. Well done, Manager Jian. It looks like I really found the right person this time. Seeing Cao Pingwa's satisfaction with his work, Jinjie finally felt relieved. It seems that my 997 overtime work 7 days a week has not been in vain. My position as the general manager with a monthly salary of 50,000 should be secure. Boss, these office areas are currently divided temporarily. If you find anything unreasonable, we will adjust it immediately. Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said, I don't care about these details. You, as the general manager, just make the decision. Oh, by the way, he added, don't buy too much office furniture in the West District yet, because when the East District is finished, you will all move there to work. Jinjie asked doubtfully, what is the boss going to do with this office? Cao Pingwa looked around and said, I've already thought about it. I'm going to redecorate this whole place. I plan to divide the 1,000 square meters in the West area into about 50 live broadcast rooms of different styles, and then provide them to the female anchors under our company. Jinjie nodded in admiration. Good idea. Boss, you're the one who thinks long-term. I'll just follow your instructions and focus on the task at hand. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, ha 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 ha. All right, Manager Jian, you can flatter less and do more. I'm leaving now. I won't disturb you guys from doing your work. Okay, boss. Jinjie accompanied Cao Pingwa all the way to the elevator and only started walking back after watching the elevator door close. As she walked, she whispered to herself, you told me to stop flattering you. You were smiling so happily when I flattered you just now. After leaving the company, Cao Pingwa drove to Yuhu family to see how the luxury house he bought for 6.5 million was being decorated. As soon as he parked the car and walked to the bottom of Building 6, he saw Jin Yao, who was wearing a tight floral dress and holding an umbrella, directing the decoration workers to move floor tiles into the corridor. Husband, why are you here? After seeing Cao Pingwa, Jin Yao immediately ran to his side with a happy face, holding up an umbrella to block the sun for him. Cao Pingwa, who is 185 centimeters tall, took the parasol from Jin Yao, who is 165 centimeters tall, with a smile. Let me hold it for you. Thank you, husband. You are so kind. With her hands free, Jin Yao quickly pulled Cao Pingwa's arms tightly against her plump chest. Yao, why don't you let the decoration company take care of buying these decoration materials? It would be better for you to stay at home and rest in such a hot day. Jin Yao smiled and shook her head. I know you are not short of money, but I still want to help you save money. I will entrust the design and construction to the decoration company, but I will be responsible for purchasing various decoration materials myself. This way, I can not only check the quality of various building materials, but also avoid being taken advantage of by the middlemen, the decoration companies. Cao Pingwa smiled and was not prepared to ask Jin Yao to change her frugal habits that she had formed over the years. Okay, since I've handed the house decoration over to you, you can do it according to your own ideas. But I have 2 requests. Jin Yao looked at Cao Pingwa with eyes full of infatuation. Husband, you say, I will obey. First, you are not allowed to lift heavy objects yourself. Leave the physical work to professionals. Secondly, every time you enter a renovation site, you must wear a dust mask first, and you cannot stay on site for too long. Although Jin Yao didn't know it yet, Cao Pingwa knew that she was a pregnant woman and the dust pollution at the decoration site was not good for both adults and children. Hearing Cao Pingwa's meticulous concern for her, Jin Yao was so moved that her eyes became moist. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him hard on the cheek. Hubby, you're so good to me. Chapter 37 Resurrection Armor. For the next week, Cao Pingwa's happy life went smoothly. His own startup company, Jiangxing Banana Media Culture Company, Limited, has begun to take shape thanks to the almost unremitting efforts of General Manager Jinjie. Once the East Side office is renovated and an opening ceremony is held, Banana Media can begin normal operations. In terms of renovation progress, the office is progressing relatively fast and should be completed within a month. The renovation of the big house of Yuhu family will take about 2 months. After all, it was a house they would live in. So Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao both demanded that the decoration work be done with meticulous care and without rushing. During the day, apart from taking a stroll around the company, Cao Pingwa spent his time accompanying Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi, 2 pregnant women who didn't even know they were pregnant, trying his best to keep them in a happy and comfortable mood. As for the beautiful Porsche saleswoman Yu Qian, Cao Pingwa ignored her and left her alone for a week. Cao Pingwa visited his godsister Chen shooting once and played with Xiao Lele for half a day, almost exhausting him to death. In the evening, after finishing his work, Cao Pingwa would go to see his ex-wife Liu Ruyan. That night, After Cao Pingwa finally got away from Zheng Jieqi, who was becoming more and more clingy to him, he returned to Liu Ruyan's residence feeling a little tired. As soon as he entered the room, Liu Ruyan, who was wearing full makeup and a silk short skirt and pajamas, hurried to greet him. "Honey, you're back. Have you had dinner?" "Have eaten." Cao Pingwa walked straight into the living room and sat down on the big sofa. These days he has to deal with Zheng Jieqi, Jin Yao, and his ex-wife Liu Ruyan at the same time. Cao Pingwa, leaning back on the sofa, sighed in his heart. "I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it these days." Liu Ruyan saw Cao Pingwa lying on the sofa with his eyes closed as soon as he got home, so she sat next to him and said softly, "Hubby, I see you look very tired. Why don't you let me give you a massage?" Cao Pingwa closed his eyes and snorted softly. After getting Cao Pingwa's consent, Liu Ruyan began to massage him according to the massage techniques she had learned online in the past few days. "You know what? Your new massage technique is pretty good." When Liu Ruyan heard Cao Pingwa praising her, she was very happy. "As long as you like it, I will give you a massage every day." "That's good. I think I see a little bit of your sincerity." After massaging for almost an hour, Liu Ruyan said delicately, "Honey, can you take me for a drive sometime? I've never even ridden in your Porsche." "Well, since you've behaved so well this week and made me, your husband, so satisfied, you deserve a proper reward. Let's go take a shower now, and then I'll take you for a ride." Liu Ruyan was surprised. "Really, husband? Are you going to take me for a ride now?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Yes, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day." Liu Ruyan quickly gave him a sweet kiss. "Husband, you are so nice." On the Jiangxing second ring overpass, shrouded in darkness, a bright silver Porsche 911 was speeding. The temperature in Jiangxing was not very high in the evening of June, so Cao Pingwa did not turn on the air conditioner in the car. Instead, he chose to lower the window to let Liu Ruyan feel the pure speed and passion. "Honey, you look so cool driving a Porsche with one hand." With her long hair flying and her cute face, Liu Ruyan is particularly charming against the backdrop of the night. "Hold my hand with your other hand." She took the initiative to pull Cao Pingwa's right hand and bent down to kiss the back of his hand. "Hubby, can we remarry? I promise to be a virtuous and sensible wife in the future. Can you give me another chance?" Cao Pingwa smiled and made a pie in the sky. "Liu Ruyan, maintain your current state and continue to let me see your changes and sincerity. I believe that in the near future, we will be able to become a happy couple again." Tears glistened in Liu Ruyan's beautiful big eyes. "I understand, husband. I will definitely keep going and keep working hard." After driving out of the elevated road, the Porsche arrived at the East Lake Ring Road. Cao Pingwa parked the car in a roadside parking space and took Liu Ruyan to the East Lake to enjoy the scenery. "Hubby, I remember when you were pursuing me 3 years ago, you often drove me to Donghu Lake to see the night view." Liu Ruyan leaned close to Cao Pingwa, took his arm, and said, "You drove me here again today, and I felt like I was back to when I just graduated from college. I was so young back then." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "You are still very young now, only 25 years old. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much in the past few years. If there is any change, it's just that you have gained some of the charm of a young woman or a married woman." The two chatted while enjoying the lake breeze, and before they knew it, they were hugging each other again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of having many children and good fortune. If the breeding partner successfully conceives naturally, the system will reward 10 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees. Skill reward, Resurrection Armor, Trial Version. Resurrection Armor, Trial Version, can only be used once. Resurrection Armor, Official Version, will take effect when the baby is successfully born. Resurrection Armor, Official Version, can be used unlimited times, but each use must be separated by 6 months. Random reward, 1 Maltesers. Chapter 38 is it because I wasn't rich enough before. On the way back, Cao Pingwa was in a good mood and humming a little tune while driving. Liu Ruyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at him with a slightly resentful look, scratching her thigh, and said, "Hubby, you enjoyed yourself very much, but in order to satisfy your wish, I got several mosquito bites on my thighs. It itches so much." Cao Pingwa was of course happy. In addition to the 10 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees, he was also lucky enough to obtain the God-level equipment, Resurrection Armor. What do wealthy people with systems fear most? Of course it's the fear of death. No matter how much money or how many women you have, if they suddenly die, it would be a huge loss. Although Cao Pingwa has not encountered anything that threatens his life, it is always better to take precautions before it happens, especially in matters like this where life and death are at stake. "Ruyan, How many bites did you get on your legs? Cao Pingwa asked with a smile. Huh? 3 big bags and 1 small bag. What's wrong? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, how about I take you shopping tomorrow and buy you 4 bags, 3 large and 1 small, to compensate you? Liu Ruyan's eyes widened, and suddenly she felt that the mosquito bites on her legs were not so itchy anymore. Really, honey? I've recently fallen for a Louis Vuitton bag. Of course it's true. When have I, your husband, ever lied to you? Cao Pingwa looked relaxed and comfortable. Let's go home and have a good sleep. I'll take you shopping tomorrow when we get up. That night, the excited Liu Ruyan clung to her ex-husband Cao Pingwa like an octopus. She acted extremely flattering and charming, and tried her best to please Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa knew that Liu Ruyan was pregnant with his child, so compared to his rather rough and barbaric style some time ago, he seemed particularly gentle tonight. The illusion that Cao Pingwa had become gentle made Liu Ruyan start to think and feel excited. My humble flattery during this period was indeed effective. As long as I continue to use myself to influence him and continue to provide him with rich emotional value, he will definitely change his mind and eventually agree to remarry me. By then, I will be able to transform myself into a wealthy lady with tens of millions in assets. After getting up at noon the next day, Cao Pingwa drove his Porsche with Liu Ruyan to Wanda Plaza next to Chuahanjia Street. They first had a simple Japanese meal worth more than 1,800 yuan, and then went shopping in various luxury stores in the mall. In the LV store on the first floor, with an excited look on her face, Liu Ruyan tried on a new 36,000 renminbi Liu brand bag in front of the floor-length dressing mirror. Honey, does this bag look good on me? It looks great. Is this the bag you've been eyeing recently? Is it only 36,000 yuan? The female clerk standing nearby felt jealous after hearing what Cao Pingwa said. This woman is too lucky. She actually found such a tall, handsome, manly, and rich husband. I wish I were half as lucky as she is. Cao Pingwa calmly scanned the code to pay and used the system to skin several beautiful female clerks in the store, but none of them met the requirements. Either someone died in his stomach, or there were too many previous riders. Cao Pingwa turned to Liu Ruyan and said, just carry it like this. Ask the waiter to wrap up your old bag. Okay, husband. Thank you, husband. Liu Ruyan quickly ran to Cao Pingwa's side, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a sweet kiss. My husband is so nice. Cao Pingwa said, Ruyan, you still have 3 bags left. Should we continue shopping in this store or go to another one? Liu Ruyan rolled her big eyes and asked, honey, can I not buy so many bags and replace them with clothes and shoes? It's up to you. I don't care. Liu Ruyan cautiously asked, clothes and shoes are much cheaper than bags. So, can my husband buy me 2 more beautiful little skirts? That way I can dress up beautifully every day, and it will make you, my husband, look more proud when I go out. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, okay, since you are considering my reputation, then I will naturally fulfill your wish. Let's buy a suitcase first, and then go shopping for clothes. Oh, my husband, you are so good to me. Liu Ruyan, with an excited face, kissed Cao Pingwa several times in a row. It has to be said that Liu Ruyan, who is 170 centimeters tall and slim, is a natural clothes hanger. Even some clothes that look ordinary will look good when worn by Liu Ruyan. Honey, do I look good in this little camisole? It looks good, buy it. Honey, where's this off-the-shoulder shirt? It looks good too, buy it. Honey, isn't this pleated skirt a little too short? It feels like it might be too revealing. Liu Ruyan, who was trying on a miniskirt, playfully twisted her round and perky little butt towards Cao Pingwa, who was sitting next to her. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting very low, suddenly felt his blood boiling. Damn, this woman is so slutty. Why didn't I notice this before? Was it because I wasn't rich enough? Buy it. This little skirt is pretty cool. Wear it at home for me, and don't wear it outside. I know, husband. Soon, the newly bought suitcase was filled up by Liu Ruyan. After Cao Pingwa did the math, he found that excluding the LV bag worth 36,000 yuan, he only spent less than 80,000 yuan on clothes and shoes for Liu Ruyan, which was indeed cheaper than giving her 4 bags. Finally, Liu Ruyan walked into the Hermes store, dragging the newly bought suitcase with one hand and holding Cao Pingwa's arm with the other. Liu Ruyan, who had already had a great time shopping today, did not plan to continue shopping at Hermes. Because she has been keeping a record of her account, she knows that she has spent more than 100,000 yuan in one go today. Liu Ruyan is not stupid. She understands that she is still in the probation period. Even if she enjoys Cao Pingwa's love, she must know when to stop and must not arouse his disgust. So when her eyes were attracted by a light blue Hermes handbag, she did not pick it up and try it on as she had done before. Cao Pingwa's eyes were extremely sharp. He asked the female clerk next to him directly, How much is that light blue bag? The pretty saleswoman immediately replied, Sir, that's called the Blue Glacier. It's handmade entirely from crocodile leather and is one of our best-selling handbags. The current selling price is 129,800. After hearing the price quoted by the Hermes saleswoman, even Liu Ruyan, who usually spends money lavishly, couldn't help but widen her eyes. I didn't expect this bag to cost nearly 130,000 yuan. It's really a bit expensive. It's not expensive at all, Cao Pingwa said calmly. If you want it, I'll buy it for you. Liu Ruyan's heart was moved, and she almost agreed. No, this is most likely a test from Cao Pingwa to see if I am still the same as before and don't feel bad at all about spending his money. So Liu Ruyan shook her head and said, I don't want it. I'm happy with an LV bag worth over 30,000 yuan. I know my husband just started a company and is still in the startup phase, so he must have a lot of expenses. So at a time like this, I absolutely cannot hold my husband back. I should let you invest more money in your career. Wow, I didn't expect such words to come out of your mouth, Liu Ruyan. Cao Pingwa said with a smile. I'm glad you've become so sensible. It's just a 130,000 yuan bag. If you like it, I'll buy it for you, and then we can go have dinner together. Really, no need, husband. Let's just go eat. Just as Liu Ruyan and Cao Pingwa were talking, a beautiful woman came over and picked up the crocodile skin Blue Glacier and looked at it from left to right. Qian. Yu Qian heard a familiar voice and turned around to see. Husband. As soon as she said the word husband, Yu Qian discovered that there was a beautiful woman standing next to Cao Pingwa. The beautiful woman was looking her up and down with eyes full of vigilance and hostility. Chapter 39. Appropriate female competition is beneficial to the ecological balance of the back garden. When they heard the two beauties calling Cao Pingwa husband, the eyes of several female employees in the Hermes store were instantly focused on him. They all looked at the tall male protagonist with gossipy eyes, wanting to see how he would deal with the situation. As a man who has awakened the system of having many children and good fortune, Cao Pingwa has long known that he will definitely encounter the situation today, which is jokingly called the Ashura field. He had actually started to consider letting the women around him get to know each other slowly, so if they happened to run into each other today, it was fine. Cao Pingwa was very confident in his controllability and was not panicked at all. Honey, who is she? Liu Ruyan asked with a jealous look on her face. In fact, when she heard the other party call Cao Pingwa husband, she had already guessed the other party's identity. Cao Pingwa said calmly, Oh, her name is Yu Qian. She's a saleswoman at the Porsche 4S dealership. I met her when I was buying a car. He then took the initiative to introduce her to Yu Qian. Her name is Liu Ruyan. She is my ex-wife. Since we happen to meet here, it would be a good opportunity for you two to get to know each other. Let's get to know each other? When these words were spoken, not only Liu Ruyan and Yu Qian were surprised, but the female shop assistants who were enthusiastically eating melons nearby also opened their mouths in surprise. Liu Ruyan, what does he mean by this? Is he asking me to live in peace with this wild woman he met outside? Yu Qian, I didn't expect his ex-wife to be so beautiful. No wonder he ignored me completely during this period. It turns out he was busy rekindling his old lover. Why are you two standing there? Say hello to each other. Cao Pingwa urged with a smile. So the two beauties, both 170 centimeters tall and with comparable looks and figures, had no choice but to extend their right hands with solemn expressions. Hello, Miss Liu. Hello, Miss Yu. After saying hello, Liu Ruyan quickly took Cao Pingwa's arm and stuck close to him, silently declaring her sovereignty to Yu Qian. She had heard Cao Pingwa say that the three women he had met recently were not as pretty as her, so she felt a little complacent and took it lightly, but she didn't expect that the quality of her competitor was so high. Yu Qian was also worried. It's over. I originally thought that with my looks and figure, even if I acted a little bit in front of Cao Pingwa, he would not give up on me easily. Now that's not the case at all. Cao Pingwa thought, letting Liu Ruyan and Yu Qian compete with each other within a reasonable range should be beneficial to improving his control and the ecological balance of his own back garden. Waiter, please pack up that small crocodile leather bag for me. I bought it. The female salesperson quickly stepped forward and asked, Sir, are you talking about the Blue Glacier model that costs 129,800? Cao Pingwa nodded. After the female clerk packed a brand new Blue Glacier handbag, she immediately got into trouble again. She looked at Liu Ruyan on the left and Yu Qian on the right, not knowing who she should give the bag to. In the end, she had to hand the bag to Cao Pingwa himself. After Cao Pingwa scanned the code to pay, he handed the bag in his hand directly to Liu Ruyan beside him. You've been very good and obedient during this period and have provided me with a lot of emotional value. This Hermes bag is my reward for you. Thank you, husband. Liu Ruyan was so moved that her eyes became moist. She quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed Cao Pingwa on the face. I didn't expect that my husband would give me such an expensive gift in front of this wild woman. It seems that the position of me, his ex-wife, in his heart is indeed incomparable to those coquettish bitches outside. Yu Qian looked at the packed bag in Liu Ruyan's hand, then looked at the sample bag in her own hand. She felt extremely jealous and regretful. If I hadn't acted like that, and hadn't been so smart as to bargain with him and make him angry, then the person he gave me the Hermes bag today might be me. That's a limited edition Hermes bag worth nearly 130,000 yuan. Okay, that's all for today's shopping. Qian, come have dinner with us. As Cao Pingwa spoke, he extended his empty left hand to Yu Qian. Yu Qian didn't hesitate at all and went straight forward to hold his hand. She thought to herself, this is probably the last chance he gives me. I must seize it no matter what. Liu Ruyan was naturally jealous when she saw Cao Pingwa holding her arm and then taking the initiative to hold Yu Qian's hand, but she didn't dare to say a word. I am currently just his ex-wife and have no right to stop him from making a few temporary friends of the opposite sex. If I don't show some generosity today and instead get jealous and lose my temper and make him unhappy, then the next time he gives the Hermes bag to someone, it might be this little bitch named Yu Qian. I must be patient temporarily, because a little impatience will ruin a big plan. Cao Pingwa saw Liu Ruyan's face turn pale and blue, so he smiled and asked, Ruyan, I want Qian to have dinner with us. Do you have any objections? Liu Ruyan quickly smiled as warm as a spring breeze. As long as my husband is happy, I have no objection at all. Ha 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 ha. This kid is teachable. This kid is teachable. So Cao Pingwa walked out of the Hermes store triumphantly, holding Liu Ruyan's arm with his right hand and Yu Qian's hand with his left hand. Seeing this scene, the female shop assistants who had been watching the show were all stunned. Is this the end? What about the fight? Are these two beauties not going to pull each other's hair and fight? Why are you fighting? Didn't you hear that handsome guy just say that the beautiful woman he went shopping with was only his ex-wife, and the new beauty he met later was most likely his girlfriend outside? Handsome guy, you're asking two beauties to compete for the job, don't you understand? My God, these rich people are really having fun. They're tall and a bit handsome, and they're so generous, giving away bags worth hundreds of thousands of yuan at will. I want to join them and compete for a job too. You should take a break. Didn't you see the level of those two beauties just now? How can you compete with them? Get lost. I can't just daydream. On the 5th floor of Wanda Plaza, there is a seafood hot pot restaurant called Hongding Doulao. Cao Pingwa, surrounded by women on both sides, enjoyed himself as Liu Ruyan and Yu Qian took turns feeding him. Hubby, have a big oyster I boiled for you. You've worked hard these past few days. While feeding Cao Pingwa oysters, Liu Ruyan pretended to glance at Yu Qian, who was sitting on the other side. The subtext is also very clear. My man has been putting all his energy into me recently and has no time to care about you, a little bitch. Are you angry? Yu Qian pretended not to notice Liu Ruyan's provocative look and kept a low profile, actively picking up food for Liu Ruyan. Sister Liu, you've worked hard taking care of my brother these past few days. This prawn is for you. She felt that it was not appropriate to continue calling Cao Pingwa husband in front of Liu Ruyan, so she temporarily changed her words and called him brother. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan pretended to be generous and picked up a big abalone for Yu Qian. Sister Qian, have some abalone. Thank you for taking care of Pingwa for a few days when I was not able to help you. Yu Qian cursed him in her heart, but smiled and said, You're welcome, Sister Liu. As long as my brother needs me, I can always be by his side. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the middle, placed his hands on two almost soft waists, enjoying the delicious food while enjoying the envious and jealous looks from other diners around him. He thought to himself, although the two rivals in love, who met for the first time, could not help but speak with some sarcasm and hidden meanings, they were still willing to call each other sisters and maintain superficial harmony. I am basically satisfied with this situation. With more training in the future, maybe I will be able to take off with Liu Ruyan and Yu Qian, these two little wings. Chapter 40. Controlling Yu Qian. After eating and drinking, what Cao Pingwa didn't expect was that Liu Ruyan and Yu Qian actually rushed to pay the bill. Sister Qian is also a guest. How can I let the guest treat me? Liu Ruyan emphasizes the host-guest relationship. Sister Liu, that's too polite. This is the first time I'm meeting Sister Liu. As her younger sister, I should treat her to a meal. What Yu Qian emphasized was, I am younger than you. Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said, Qian, let Ruyan pay the bill. She accepted over 200,000 yuan worth of gifts from me today, so it's only right that she treats me to dinner. Yu Qian was shocked when she heard this. a gift worth more than 200,000 yuan. So besides that 130,000 yuan Hermes bag, you also gave her something worth over 100,000 yuan. Yu Qian felt like she was about to regret it. If I hadn't done that before, maybe I would be the one receiving the gift today. No, I must get Cao Pingwa back from his ex-wife. She took advantage of the time when Liu Ruyan went to the front desk to check out and pressed her soft curves against Cao Pingwa's body. Honey, you haven't contacted me for over a week. I miss you so much. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, oh, really? How much do you miss it? Yu Qian blushed, thinking about how I couldn't sleep all night. I could only put the pillow between my legs and imagine that the pillow was you, my husband. Fuck, I'm getting a little excited. I'm going to take you back to my Lakeview suite tonight. Hearing Cao Pingwa say this, Yu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still has feelings for me and is willing to be close to me. When Liu Ruyan came back after paying the bill, she found Yu Qian sitting closely next to Cao Pingwa, and the two of them were whispering and chatting intimately. She immediately cursed in her heart. You little green tea girl, you really know how to take advantage of every opportunity. Cao Pingwa, you playboy? Why don't you just let the little green tea girl sit in your arms? Liu Ruyan said gently. Hubby, I've settled the bill. Let's go home together. Cao Pingwa hugged Yu Qian and said, I'm not going back with you tonight. I have some work to deal with at the hotel. Liu Ruyan, what kind of job is this? Cao Pingwa, you clearly want to continue your tryst with this little bitch. Hubby, Liu Ruyan sat on the other side of Cao Pingwa. Can you finish your work tomorrow? I want you to go home with me. Cao Pingwa turned his head to glance at Liu Ruyan and said, I've already called a special car for you to go back. Go home and have a good rest. Wait for my call. Although his tone of voice was relatively gentle, he deliberately slowed down his speech, showing an unquestionable tone. Okay. Liu Ruyan pouted and felt very sad. Liu Ruyan sat alone in the special car going home. While looking at the night view of Jiangqing outside the car window, she recalled Cao Pingwa's brutality and ferocity, gentleness and consideration, lavish spending and ruthlessness in recent times. She felt a mixture of emotions, sadness, regret, disappointment, jealousy. 2 lines of crystal tears flowed silently from her beautiful big eyes. Ruihua Hotel, Lakeview Suite 3018. Cao Pingwa stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a wine glass in hand, admiring the night view along the shore of Shahu Lake without saying a word. After taking a shower, Yu Qian walked out of the bathroom and came to Cao Pingwa. Husband, she called softly. Cao Pingwa didn't move at all, neither looking at her nor agreeing with her. Yu Qian didn't dare to say much, but just stood quietly beside him to watch the night view. After a while, Cao Pingwa finally spoke. How are you thinking about having a baby for me? Yu Qian quickly replied. I'm willing to give birth to a baby for my husband. Cao Pingwa withdrew his gaze from the window and returned it to Yu Qian. But the conditions I offer you today are different from last time. If you, Yu Qian, give me a healthy baby, I will only reward you 500,000. Yu Qian, but husband, didn't you say before? Cao Pingwa interrupted her directly. I was planning to give a baby a reward of 1 million, but I am a little annoyed by your bargaining with me. Cao Pingwa, like smart women, not women who play tricks. Yu Qian, do you understand? I understand. Yu Qian suddenly felt that both she and Liu Ruyan were being easily toyed around by the tall man in front of her. His unfathomable financial resources, physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people, and decisiveness in killing people all made Yu Qian love and fear him, and fascinated by him. She thought to herself, if the reward for having a baby is 500,000, then so be it. As long as I serve this man wholeheartedly, I believe the benefits and advantages I will gain from him are definitely worth the 500,000. Honey, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to be clever with you before. Yu Qian sincerely apologized to Cao Pingwa. I won't do that again. Honey, I'll do whatever you ask me to do and accept whatever rewards you give me. I won't talk nonsense again. Well, the boy is teachable. The next day, when Yu Qian opened her eyes, she found that Cao Pingwa was not in bed. She turned around and stretched, and suddenly found a Hermes glacier blue bag that she had long admired but could not afford was sitting on the bedside table next to her. Yu Qian's little brain suddenly froze. At this time, Cao Pingwa, who had just finished washing up, walked into the bedroom. I know you like this bag very much, so after I got up today, I called the Hermes store and asked them to send one over. He picked up the small leather bag on the bedside table and put it in the hand of Yu Qian, who was still in a daze. Honey, are you going to give me this limited edition Hermes bag? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Nonsense. Are there other women in this room? Yu Qian burst into tears of joy, stood up from the bed and hugged Cao Pingwa's neck. Wow. Thank you, husband. Wow. Wow, I've never received such an expensive gift before. Ha ha, a bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a valuable gift. Cao Pingwa wiped the tears from her face and said, Qian, as long as you are devoted to being my Cao Pingwa's woman and give birth to a few healthy babies for me, I will guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. You can carry any expensive bag you want. Yu Qian looked at Cao Pingwa with admiration and said with a sob, Hubby, I'm yours for life. Chapter 41 Happy Events. After Cao Pingwa taught her a lesson using the give a slap and a sweet date method, Yu Qian became much more obedient in front of him. Unfortunately, they worked together for 7 consecutive days, but still got nothing. There is no choice but to wait until the dangerous period next month to continue trying. Happy times always pass quickly. June passes and July comes. Jiangcheng, known as the Furnace City, also began to show its brutal side. When the summer sun scorches the land of Jiangcheng, it is impossible to stay outdoors. In broad daylight, not only are there fewer pedestrians, but even fewer cars on the road. On this day, Cao Pingwa was hiding in an air-conditioned Lakeview suite to escape the heat. Jin Yao, who was leaning on his arms and using her phone to browse advertisements and receive red envelopes, suddenly muttered to herself, Today is the 5th day, why hasn't my period come yet? She suddenly sat up straight, looking at Cao Pingwa with a hint of fear in her eyes. Honey, am I really pregnant? Cao Pingwa knew it well, and said calmly, Then why don't you just order takeout and have a tool delivered to you to test it, and you'll know. Jin Yao quickly opened the food delivery app and started operating it. Half an hour later, the hotel's food delivery robot rang the doorbell of the Lakeview suite. Jin Yao trotted to open the door, took out a yellow pharmacy paper bag from the robot's belly, and then quickly ran into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she slowly walked out of the bathroom with a complicated expression on her face. Honey, it's 2 bars. Ha 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 ha. That's great. It means I haven't wasted my time on you. Cao Pingwa smiled and waved to Jin Yao, asking her to sit next to him again. Then he put his arm around her shoulders and asked, What's wrong, Yao Yao? Are you unhappy that you are pregnant with my child? No. Jin Yao quickly kissed Cao Pingwa on the cheek and leaned her head on his shoulder. It's just that it was a little sudden. I was a little confused for a moment. Cao Pingwa smiled and said nothing, waiting for Jin Yao to slowly adjust her mood. Soon, the tension caused by the first pregnancy subsided, and a huge feeling of joy suddenly came over me. Jin Yao rubbed her little face against Cao Pingwa's neck while she shed tears. Honey, we have our own little baby now. Hubby, you will take good care of me and the baby in my belly, right? Cao Pingwa put one arm around Jin Yao's slender waist and used the other hand to wipe her tears with a tissue. Of course, Yao Yao, I will definitely make you happy. Husband, do you prefer a son or a daughter? As long as it's your child, I like it whether it's a boy or a girl. Husband. Jin Yao was moved and kissed Cao Pingwa, then asked, By the way, husband, now I'm pregnant with your child. When are we going to go back to my hometown to hold the wedding? Cao Pingwa touched his big nose and thought, Well, the weather in July and August is too hot, and my banana media will officially open for business soon. I really can't leave. Maybe in October. The weather will be cooler in October. I will accompany you back to your hometown in Jiangxi to hold the wedding then. I still have to wait for more than 3 months. Jin Yao pouted slightly and said, My belly will be big by then. Will it be a bit inconvenient? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha ha ha, the belly won't be too obvious after more than 3 months. So what if it's obvious? Isn't it normal to get married while pregnant? Oh, you're disgusting. Jin Yao punched him lightly in the chest with her pink fist. What do you mean by getting married while pregnant? That's so ugly. After the fight, she looked at Cao Pingwa lovingly and gently caressed his cheek with her hand. It's fine to go back to my hometown to hold the wedding in October. After all, men should focus on their careers. Don't worry, husband. You focus on your career, and I'll be responsible for decorating our big house in the Yuhu family. You make the decisions on the big things, and I'll share the small things with you. I will definitely not hold my husband back. Cao Pingwa smiled and pinched Jin Yao's little face. My Yao Yao is really sensible. The two of them hugged each other and cuddled on the sofa for a while. By the way, Yao Yao, the small room you live in now is too ordinary. Before the house at the Royal Lake family is finished, you might as well move into this Lakeview suite. Jin Yao nodded happily. I listened to my husband. Cao Pingwa added, and quit your job as a real estate agent. The weather in Jiangxing is so hot right now. I'm really worried about you running business outside with my baby. Honey, I just got pregnant and you won't let me go to work? Jin Yao said in a coquettish tone. You know I can't sit still. If you don't let me go to work and earn money, I'll feel uncomfortable, husband. Cao Pingwa thought for a moment and said, "How about this? When my company officially opens, you can come to my company and be my secretary. If you don't want to be too idle, just sit in the office and do some simple and safe work. I definitely won't let you continue to go out on business trips." Jin Yao blinked and asked, "If I become your secretary, will you pay me a salary?" Cao Pingwa said happily, "Yao Yao, you are really obsessed with money. In addition to the 100,000 yuan pocket money I give you every month, I will pay for your 5 insurances and 1 fund, and also give you a secretary's salary. Is that all right?" Jin Yao smiled brightly after hearing this and kissed Cao Pingwa on the face more than 10 times. "My husband is so nice. He treats Yao Yao the best." The next day, Cao Pingwa drove to the Sheraton Hotel next to Liu Technical Vocational College to visit his girlfriend Zheng Jieqi. "Honey, I miss you so much." As soon as they met, Zheng Jieqi jumped directly onto Cao Pingwa, hugged his neck, and refused to get down. Cao Pingwa held the little girl in his arms and let her act coquettishly on his face and mouth. After the two of them lingered at the door of the room for a while, Cao Pingwa carried Zheng Jieqi to the bedroom and comforted her gently. After Zheng Jieqi's mood improved, Cao Pingwa pretended to say casually during the chat with her, "Oh, by the way, Jieqi, why do I remember that you should have your period these days? Am I wrong?" Zheng Jieqi shook her head innocently. "Husband, you are not mistaken. It was probably postponed for some reason." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Jieqi, you are not pregnant with my baby, are you? How is that possible?" Zheng Jieqi punched Cao Pingwa's arm with her little fist. "I've been taking the imported medicine you bought for me. How could I possibly be pregnant?" Cao Pingwa pinched her little face and said, "No matter how good the imported medicine is, it's not 100% safe. Why don't we buy a tool to test it?" After hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Zheng Jieqi looked obviously flustered. After all, her situation was very different from Jin Yao's, and Zheng Jieqi was not mentally prepared at all for pregnancy. Cao Pingwa opened Matewan to buy medicine and asked the rider to bring them the testing tools. "Jieqi, do you know how to use this? Do you need my help?" Zheng Jieqi blushed and said, "No need, husband. I can just follow the instructions." After saying that, she walked into the bathroom in the suite alone. Cao Pingwa sat quietly in the living room to rest. He understood that it would not be easy to convince Zheng Jieqi, who was still a college student, to give birth to a baby for him. But he would make Zheng Jieqi agree no matter what, because she was pregnant with twins, worth 400 million yuan. After about 20 minutes, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the bathroom. How could this happen?" Upon hearing the sound, Cao Pingwa immediately stood up and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 42, A Gambling Father, a Sick Mother, a Brother Lacking a Gift, and a Broken Home, Part 1. When Cao Pingwa walked into the bathroom, he saw Zheng Jieqi sitting on the toilet, crying with a pregnancy test stick in her hand. He walked forward, helped the little girl put on her underwear, and then hugged her in his arms. "Why, baby, why are you crying like this?" "Oh, hello, hubby, I'm pregnant, oh, hello." Cao Pingwa wiped Zheng Jieqi's tears and comforted her. "It's okay, baby. Your husband is here and will take care of you." Zheng Jieqi nodded while crying. "Wow, husband, what should I do now?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "What should we do? Of course we need to take good care of the pregnancy and give birth to our baby." I don't want to have a baby. I'm still a baby myself." Young Zheng Jieqi broke down and started yelling. Cao Pingwa knew that he couldn't push the issue too much, so he said, Okay, no, then I'll carry you back to the living room to rest for a while, okay?" "Good." Zheng Jieqi cried and hugged Cao Pingwa's neck, hanging on him like a sloth. Cao Pingwa easily carried the light little girl from the toilet in the bathroom to the big sofa in the living room. After comforting Zheng Jieqi softly for a while, the little girl's emotions finally calmed down and she finally stopped crying. She hid in Cao Pingwa's arms like a wounded kitten. "Hubby, if I don't want the baby in my belly, will there be any bad consequences?" Cao Pingwa began to lay the groundwork. "Well, it's highly unlikely, but if you do that kind of surgery, there's a certain chance that you won't be able to have another baby in the future." Zheng Jieqi looked conflicted. Then, is the probability high?" "Your husband is not a doctor either. I can only tell you that this is a possibility." Zheng Jieqi blushed and said, "Actually, it's not that I'm completely unwilling to give birth to a baby for you, my husband, but it's too early now." "Husband, what should I do?" Cao Pingwa pretended to think deeply for a while, then said, "The safest way at the moment is to give birth to the baby in your belly first." When Zheng Jieqi heard this, her lips immediately curled up. "No, I'm still in school. I'm not prepared to be a mother at all." Cao Pingwa caressed her head and comforted her. "It's okay, Jieqi. No mother is completely prepared before giving birth to a baby. Motherhood is something that is engraved in your genes and will automatically activate when the time comes. And you don't have to worry about going to school. After you give birth to the baby, I will hire someone to help take care of the child. I will definitely allow you to go back to school. Cao Pingwa continued to increase his investment. Jechi, I know you are actually a good student who likes to study. Before, due to family reasons, you didn't do well in the college entrance examination and only got into a junior college. I know you have always been a little dissatisfied. After you give birth to the baby, I, your husband, will fully support you in continuing your studies. I will not only support you in taking the college entrance exam, but also support you in pursuing a master's degree and a doctorate, until you are satisfied. Hearing that Cao Pingwa had thought so long-term and carefully about her accidental pregnancy, Zheng Jechi was so moved that her eyes became moist again. Hubby, you're so good to me. But I'm still very scared. I'm really not ready to get pregnant and have a baby. Seeing that Zheng Jechi was still hesitating, Cao Pingwa continued to trick her according to his previous plan. Jechi, if you're willing to work hard and give birth to our baby, I'll reward you with 1 million. How about that? Zheng Jechi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Husband, the 100,000 yuan pocket money you give me every month is more than enough. I can't spend it all. I don't want your money. Cao Pingwa said, if you don't want the 1 million, what about your parents? And what about your brother who wants to get married but doesn't have enough money for the bride price? Zheng Jechi. She sat on Cao Pingwa's lap and pondered for a long time, then said softly, Hubby, giving birth to a baby for you is a big deal. I want to call my parents first and talk to them first. Is that okay? Cao Pingwa nodded, of course. Jechi, take your time with this call. I'm going to the bedroom to rest for a while. Call me when you're done. After saying that, he put Zheng Jechi on his lap onto the sofa, then walked into the bedroom, leaving the living room completely to her. After listening to Zheng Jechi's chattering in her hometown dialect for over an hour through the door, Cao Pingwa finally heard her call. Honey, I'm done with my call. You can come out now. Cao Pingwa walked out of the bedroom. How is it? Jechi, what did your parents say? Zheng Jechi's expression was quite complicated. At first they scolded me and told me to go to the hospital and have the baby aborted. But when they heard that you gave me 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month and wanted to reward me with 1 million yuan for having a baby, my parents and my brother all changed their minds and supported me in giving birth to the baby. When Cao Pingwa heard this, he thought, it's just as I expected. Jechi is really pitiful. She lives with such a family that is obsessed with money and doesn't care about her or her relatives at all. They have never seen me in person, let alone knowing my character. They don't even know whether I am tall, short, fat, or thin. Just because I gave them money, they were willing to let their own daughters and sisters give birth to children for a strange man. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but sigh that there were too many shameless people in this world. Jechi, the baby in your belly is a matter between the two of us. You don't have to consider too much about other people's opinions. Cao Pingwa sat down next to Zheng Jechi, put his arm around her shoulders, and said, if you want to have a baby, then have it. If you don't want to have a baby, I won't force you. I'm willing to give birth. Zheng Jechi's tone was resolute, and also contained a hint of resignation. I'm willing to give birth to a baby for my husband. If it can also help my family solve some financial problems, there's nothing wrong with that. Cao Pingwa caressed her little head with some heartache and said, hey, you care so much about them. When have they ever cared so much about you? When Zheng Jechi heard this, tears suddenly started flowing again. The next day, Zheng Jechi's parents and brother, who couldn't wait for 10 months and wanted the money now, rushed to Jiangxing from their hometown in Hunan province and asked Cao Pingwa to meet and talk through Zheng Jechi. Cao Pingwa also wanted to see how shameless people could be, and after all, the other party was a close relative of his girlfriend, so he agreed to meet them. The famous Taizixuan restaurant in Jiangxing. Cao Pingwa booked 2 adjacent private rooms. He first arranged Zheng Jechi in one of the private rooms. Jechi, please sit here and keep quiet. Let me talk to your parents and your brother first. Come over when I call you. Zheng Jechi nodded obediently. Okay, husband. After arranging things for Zheng Jechi, Cao Pingwa went to the next room through a small door connecting the 2 private rooms. After closing the small door again, he sat down at the center of the round table, drinking tea while waiting for the arrival of the 3 shameless men. Soon, Zheng's father, Zheng's mother, and Zheng Jechi's brother Zheng Debao appeared in front of Cao Pingwa together. Zheng Debao looked very proud. Brother-in-law, why don't you order the food first so we can eat and talk at the same time? Cao Pingwa's eyes flashed. Who the hell is your brother-in-law? Talk if you want, or get out of here if you don't want. Chapter 43. A gambling father, a sick mother, A brother lacking a gift and a broken home, part 2. Faced with Cao Pingwa, who went crazy at the beginning, Zheng's father, mother, and Zheng Debao were all confused. Zheng Debao smiled awkwardly and pulled out a chair to sit down. You've already gotten my sister pregnant, so why aren't you my brother-in-law? Cao Pingwa said with disdain. It's very simple, because you are not worthy of being my brother-in-law. Besides, I'm older than you, so just call me Brother Cao, and that's it. Zheng Debao gritted his teeth and said, Okay, Brother Cao, can we order now? Can't. Cao Pingwa said calmly. Let's talk about business first. After that, I'll see if I should treat you to a meal based on my mood. Don't go too far. Zheng Debao, who had been repeatedly humiliated, could no longer hold back. We are Jiechi's closest family after all. My parents and I came all the way from our hometown to Jiangcheng, and you treat us like this? Cao Pingwa raised his sword-like eyebrows and said, I didn't invite you to Jiangcheng. You came here on your own. If you think my attitude is bad, then I'm leaving. Cao Pingwa stood up and was about to leave, but Zheng's father quickly reached out and stopped him. Hey, Xiao Qiao, don't be like this, don't be like this. We can talk it out. He politely asked Cao Pingwa to take the main seat again and said to his eldest son, Debao, watch your attitude. Xiao Qiao is a big boss, and he must be very busy with business. It's really sincere that he can take time out to meet us. Mother Zheng also whispered in Zheng Debao's ear. Son, don't forget why we came to Jiangcheng. We came here for your betrothal gift, so that you can get married as soon as possible. You should apologize to them and show some mercy. Zheng Debao rolled his eyes and forced a smile at Cao Pingwa. Brother Cao, I was rude just now. Since you are a few years older than me, please forgive me this time. After listening to this, Cao Pingwa nodded gently. Okay, let's get straight to the point. By the way, why didn't my sister come? Where is she? Zheng Debao suddenly asked. Cao Pingwa made up a lie. She has something to do at school and can't come. Just tell me what you think. She listens to me on important matters anyway. Oh, that's right. Zheng Debao leaned forward and said, Brother Cao, you should have heard from my sister that I plan to marry my girlfriend in the second half of the year. We have a good relationship and have met the parents of both families. There are no major problems. The only minor issue is the betrothal gift. The money I save from my own work plus the money my parents give me, combined, is still not enough to pay the 288,000 yuan my girlfriend's family wants. Zheng Debao rubbed his hands with a flattering look on his face and said, Brother Cao, didn't you promise my sister that you would reward her with 1 million if she gave birth to your child? I was wondering if you could give us 500,000 yuan first, as a deposit for my sister to agree to bear your child. Cao Pingwa did not directly answer Zheng Debao's words, but tapped the table slowly and steadily with his right index finger. Thump, 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 thump. After knocking for a while, Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, That's it. Zheng Debao. Father Zheng nodded and said, Yes, we came to discuss with you about paying half of our deposit first. Cao Pingwa frowned and asked, Don't you care what I do? Don't you care whether I have a wife and children? Don't you care whether I'm a good person? As long as I have money, as long as I'm willing to pay 1 million, you'll be willing to sell your daughter, your sister, to me like a commodity, right? Zheng's father waved his hand and said, My daughter is a money loser anyway. In our place, we use the betrothal gifts we receive from our daughter's marriages to pay for our son's marriages. Zheng Debao also nodded vigorously beside him. My parents raised my sister from childhood to adulthood, spending so much time and money. Now that she's grown up and is with you, Brother Cao, isn't it time for her to give back to her family? Cao Pingwa pointed at Zheng's mother and said, Sister, do you think so too? Mother Zheng nodded helplessly. My son is already 28 years old this year. It's not easy for him to find a wife now. Jiechi should help her elder brother. Cao Pingwa was silent for a while and said, Whether it's 500,000 or 1 million, it's all small money to me. Paying half the deposit first is a reasonable request. Hearing that the financial sponsor had agreed, Zheng's father, Zheng's mother, and Zheng Debao immediately became delighted, their eyes filled with desire for money. But before you pay the deposit, I have another question to ask you. Cao Pingwa said again. Zheng Debao looked impatient. Brother Cao, if you ask, we will tell you everything we know. Cao Pingwa's eyes turned cold. Did you all know that Jiechi worked as an assistant teacher at a billiard hall to supplement the family income? Zheng Debao nodded. I know. Zheng's father and mother also nodded to show that they understood. Zheng Debao, you're only 28 years old and work in the provincial capital. You're not going to tell me you don't know what a billiards assistant coach's job is like, are you? Zheng Debao was stunned for a moment, and then a look of shame appeared on his face. But that little bit of shame quickly disappeared. I know there are certain risks in letting my sister be a pool assistant. So what? I didn't force her to go. She found that part-time job herself. Cao Pingwa suppressed his anger, his eyes extremely cold. So, in order to get married, Zheng Debao, you don't mind your own sister selling her looks, or even her body, for money? Zheng Debao didn't dare look directly at Cao Pingwa, turned his head aside, and said, My sister is 19 years old this year, and an adult. I have no control over how she makes money. After listening to the conversation between Cao Pingwa and Zheng Debao, Zheng's mother, who was sitting next to them, became anxious. Debao, what are you talking about? What does selling your looks and body have to do with Jechi? Debao, didn't you say your sister was just teaching people how to play billiards? When men are talking, you women shouldn't interrupt. Zheng's father said loudly. Why teach others to play billiards? Our daughter can play billiards, so why teach others to play billiards? You women just don't have brains. Mother Zheng glanced at Father Zheng, then turned around and took Zheng Debao's hand, asking anxiously, Then your sister isn't teaching people how to play billiards, so what is she doing? Zheng Debao shook off Zheng's mother's hand and said impatiently, Oh, she doesn't teach people how to play billiards. She plays billiards with people, and the customers will take advantage of her in the process. Mother Zheng pressed on. A little advantage? What little advantage? Zheng Debao replied with an evasive look. Yes, it was just a touch of the hand, a hug around the waist, etc. Don't ask me, Mom. After hearing this, Zheng's mother had already guessed what was going on. She lowered her head and covered her face with her hands, looking very sad. Zheng Debao's face turned pale. He said to Cao Pingwa, Brother Cao, you've finished asking questions. When will you give me the 500,000 yuan? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, You've treated Jechi so well, why should I give you money? Zheng Debao felt like he was being fooled, so he slammed the table and stood up and said, You're just a local tycoon who spends his money to support my sister. What qualifications do you have to stand on the moral high ground and accuse me? Cao Pingwa said happily, Are you anxious now? Well, I won't decide whether to give you money or how much to give you. I'll let Jechi make the decision. Zheng Debao said with a cold face, Then call Zheng Jechi now. No need to call. Cao Pingwa turned his head and said to the small door next to him, Jechi, you can come over now. Zheng's father. Zheng's mother. Zheng Debao. The small door connecting the two private rooms was opened from the other side, and Zheng Jechi walked in slowly with a disappointed look on her face. Dad, Mom, brother, I heard everything you just said. Chapter 44, I have to eat more for our baby. Zheng Debao looked embarrassed and tried to defend himself. Jechi, don't get me wrong. Big brother never thought of asking you to sell your body for money. When you were preparing to become a billiards assistant coach, Big brother reminded you to be careful, right? Cao Pingwa directly exposed Zheng Debao's sophistry. Bullshit. If I were Jechi's older brother, I would never agree to my sister becoming a billiards assistant coach. And you're telling her to stay safe? Zheng Debao, you're ridiculous. How can Jechi, a 19-year-old girl with little social experience, stay safe in such a smoky environment? You saw your own sister jumping into the fire pit and didn't stop her because it was beneficial to you personally. Zheng Debao. Jechi, don't listen to his nonsense. Big brother doesn't think so. Brother, you don't need to explain anymore. Zheng Jechi interrupted Zheng Debao coldly. I don't have much social experience, but I'm not stupid. She turned to look at Cao Pingwa again, her eyes full of gratitude. I know that if I hadn't met my husband and been rescued from this sea of suffering by him, I would have ended up like Zhang Zihan, a pheasant with a rotten crotch. Daughter, I'm sorry. At this moment, Zheng's mother, who had previously covered her face with her hands, suddenly came forward, tears streaming down her face, and took Zheng Jechi's hand and said, It's because I don't care enough about you. If I knew you were doing that kind of work to supplement the family income, I would never let you go. Zheng Jechi held her mother's hand, feeling a little shaken. Mom. If you want to blame someone, blame Mom. Don't blame your eldest brother. He's getting married in the second half of the year, but even after borrowing money from all the relatives and friends around him, your dad and I still can't come up with the money for the betrothal gift. Mother Zheng said flatteringly, Can you talk to Boss Cao and ask him to give us some money so that your brother can start a family smoothly? Zheng Jechi suddenly felt as if she was falling into an ice cave. It turned out that her mother didn't really care about her. She withdrew her hand and asked, Mom, if I say I want to continue studying and don't want to have children now, will you support me? Mother Zheng quickly shook her head and said, You silly child, why are you reading so many books? What's wrong with you giving Boss Cao a son, and then both you and your son enjoying the good life with him? Zheng Jechi's eyes turned cold. What if I am willing to have a baby, but not willing to help my brother pay the betrothal gift? Zheng's mother. Zheng's father. who was sitting next to him, slammed the table and said, "You ungrateful bastard. I raised you and even sent you to college, and how come you don't even know how to be grateful? We're not asking for a lot of money right now, just 500,000. Are you unwilling to give me that?" Zhang Jiechi glanced at Zhang's father and asked Zhang's mother, "Where's the 90,000 yuan I transferred to you earlier? Isn't this enough to pay my brother's betrothal gift?" Zhang's mother evaded attention and said, "Your father first used 50,000 yuan to pay off his gambling debts, and then he lost the remaining 40,000 yuan. Zhang Jiechi's face turned pale. He sighed deeply, then turned to Cao Pingwa and said, "Hubby, they are my family after all. I want to help them one last time." Cao Pingwa nodded and asked Zhang Debao, "How much money do you need for the betrothal gift?" Zhang Debao was so excited that he quickly replied, "We still need 180,000. Cao Pingwa directly picked up his mobile phone and transferred 180,000 yuan to Zhang Jiechi on WeChat, asking her to transfer it to her elder brother Zhang Debao. After receiving the money, Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and Zhang Debao immediately smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Cao. Thank you, sister." Zhang Debao's eyes almost disappeared with laughter. "Brother Cao, can I order food now? I'm almost starving. Why are you clicking? I'm annoyed just by the sight of you." Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said, "You've got the money. Now get out of here and don't delay Jiechi and I from having dinner." Zhang Debao. Father Zhang stood up and said, "Son, since others don't want to eat with our family of 3, then we shouldn't bother trying to please them." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the box. Mother Zhang wanted to say something to Zhang Jiechi, but she found that her daughter was just concentrating on looking at the menu and didn't even look up to pay attention to her, so she had to leave with her son Zhang Debao in disappointment. After her parents and brother left, Zhang Jiechi calmly began to order food. "Honey, I want to eat boiled fish, husband and wife lung slices, and Peking duck. What do you want to eat, honey? I'm fine with anything. I'll eat whatever you order." Soon, the exquisitely presented dishes were served one after another. Zhang Jiechi ate the food with big mouthfuls while saying to Cao Pingwa, "Honey, can you help me pack 2 roast ducks? The plates are a bit far away and I can't reach them." Cao Pingwa stretched out his long arm, picked up the fresh spring pancake wrapper and asked, "Would you like some green onions?" "Want?" Cao Pingwa fed the wrapped roast duck rolls directly into Zhang Jiechi's mouth. "Hubby, this roast duck smells so good." Zhang Jiechi munched on the roast duck and said vaguely, "Hubby, you should eat too. Don't just pack it for me." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "I'm not hungry. You and the baby will eat first." Zhang Jiechi was moved. "Husband, you are so good to me." Thinking of how gentle and considerate Cao Pingwa was to her, and how her biological parents and brother treated her, her eyes instantly became moist. "Hubby, I feel like you are the only relative I have in this world now." Cao Pingwa wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. "Jiechi, I am not the only relative you have. Don't you have our baby in your belly?" "Yes, I have to eat more for our baby." Zhang Jiechi cheered herself up and began to eat the roast duck that Cao Pingwa had prepared for her. She ate roll after roll, silently shedding tears. Cao Pingwa next to her didn't say much, but just wrapped the roast duck silently, allowing the little girl to quietly deal with the complicated emotions in her heart at the moment. In the following days, Zhang Jiechi was in a very low mood. Now it is July and the school is on summer vacation. Cao Pingwa is worried that it will be bad for her health if she stays alone in the hotel room all the time. If she develops some disease again and affects the twins in her belly worth 400 million yuan, the loss will be huge. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, "Since I can't be with her every day, I will find her a suitable roommate. This way I can go out hunting and fooling around without worrying about her being left alone." Cao Pingwa thought about it for a while and felt that among the 3 women around him, Liu Ruyan, Jin Yao, and Yu Qian, Jin Yao, who had a plump figure and easygoing personality, was more suitable for this task. So he drove back to the Lakeview suite and told Jin Yao, who was looking forward to seeing him, about Zhang Jiechi's situation. At the beginning, Jin Yao was a little jealous. After all, Zhang Jiechi was also pregnant with Cao Pingwa's child, and she must be worried that the little girl would compete with her for favor. But when she heard how Zhang Jiechi's biological father, mother, and brother treated her, the kind-hearted Jin Yao immediately felt deep sympathy for Zhang Jiechi, who was only 19 years old. "Hubby, please bring her over to live with me." Jin Yao leaned in Cao Pingwa's arms and said, "This will not only save you some hotel room fees, but also allow us 2 girls to keep each other company while you're busy." Cao Pingwa nodded with satisfaction. "My Yao Yao is really sensible." Chapter 45. A Harmonious Family Brings Prosperity, Part 1. The next day, Cao Pingwa drove his silver Porsche 911 and took Zheng Jiechi to the Ruihua Hotel on Chuahanjie Street. When they took the elevator upstairs together, Zheng Jiechi held Cao Pingwa's hand tightly and was visibly nervous. "Hubby, is this Sister Jean Yao really easy to get along with?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Anyway, I think she has a good personality. Jiechi, don't worry. If you two don't get along after meeting today, I'll take you back to your Sheraton hotel later. Is that okay?" "Okay, then I'll follow your arrangements, husband, and get to know Sister Jean Yao." The two of them came to the door of Lake View Suite 3018 together. Before I could knock on the door, it was opened from the inside by Jean Yao with a smile on her face. Jean Yao's outfit today was different from the sexy style she wore when she met Cao Pingwa in the past. The upper body is a simple white t-shirt, and the lower body is a very formal light blue long skirt. She wore only a little bit of non-offensive makeup on her face, and her long hair was tied back. The whole person appears intellectual, mature, and steady. "Oh, you must be Jiechi's sister. You are so pretty and pretty." Zheng Jiechi's face turned red when she was praised, and she immediately had a good first impression of Jean Yao, the big sister who looked pretty, easygoing, and enthusiastic. Even the tension I felt on the way here just now disappeared in an instant. "Hello, Sister Jean Yao." "Hello, hello." Jean Yao smiled and stepped aside. Come in, Sister Jiechi. Let's go inside and talk." Zheng Jiechi walked into the Lake View Suite with a smile on her face. Just as Cao Pingwa was about to follow her in, Jean Yao stopped him with her hand. "Hey, husband, don't come in. If you were here, there would be a lot of things that we girls wouldn't be able to talk about." Cao Pingwa said happily. "Why? Do you two have any secrets that you can't tell me, your husband?" "Of course, we girls have a lot of secrets," Jean Yao said with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha. Okay, then you guys chat first. I'll go sit in the executive restaurant downstairs for a while. Call me if you have anything." "Okay, husband." Jean Yao smiled and caressed Cao Pingwa's big face and said, "Just leave Sister Jiechi to me without worry." After taking the elevator to the executive restaurant on the 25th floor of the hotel, Cao Pingwa found a seat by the window and sat down. He ordered a latte and drank it while admiring the cityscape outside the window. "Mr. Cao, why are you alone today?" Cao Pingwa turned around and found that the person chatting with him was Fu Jiejia, the most beautiful waitress in the executive restaurant on the 25th floor. Cao Pingwa, who has been staying in Lake View Suite number 3018 for more than a month, drives a Porsche sports car in and out of the hotel, wears many brand name clothes, and is surrounded by beautiful women, is tall, strong, and masculine. He has long been the focus of attention of the waitresses in the executive restaurant on the 25th floor. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with me drinking coffee alone?" Fu Jiejia pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course, no problem. It's just that Mr. Cao is usually surrounded by beautiful women, and I rarely see you come to our executive restaurant alone." Cao Pingwa said happily, "Ha ha, I didn't expect that, Jiejia. You observe us tenants very carefully." Fu Jiejia said with a look of affection, "No, I only observed you, Mr. Cao." As she spoke, she placed a tissue with her phone number written on it next to Cao Pingwa's hand. "Mr. Cao, next time you have no one to accompany you, you can contact me." Looking at Fu Jiejia's slender back and the teasing look she gave him as she left, Cao Pingwa couldn't help but scan her again with the system. Name, Fu Jiejia. Age, 25. No makeup, 80 points. Body size, 81 points. Bachelor's degree, 3 former writers. Non-smoker, no tattoos, in good health. The system judged it as unqualified. "Brother Tongzi, can't you show some mercy to a beauty like this who has 80 points in both eyes?" For a beauty of Fu Jiejia's level, I really don't mind having 3 like-minded people. In order to ensure the genetic purity of the host's offspring, the system recommends that the host seek out another qualified reproductive partner. Cao Pingwa, unable to convince the system, picked up the tissue with the phone number written on it and looked at it. There's no harm in adding WeChat first. At present, my tool is Yuqian. When I am angry, I can vent it directly on her. But Yuqian will get pregnant with my baby sooner or later, so it is necessary to find a replacement for her. And this very proactive Fu Jiejia is a very good candidate for substitute toolman. Cao Pingwa picked up his phone, opened WeChat, entered the number, and added a friend. Jia, who loves traveling, accepted his friend request in 1 second. After drinking 3 cups of lattes and going to the bathroom twice, Cao Pingwa looked at the time and found that Jean Yao and Zheng Jiechi had been chatting in the Lakeview suite for nearly 3 hours. He sent a WeChat message to Jean Yao with a puzzled look on his face. "What's going on?" After a while, Jean Yao made a video call directly. When Cao Pingwa connected the video, he saw Jin Yao sitting on the sofa in the living room, and Zheng Jieqi sitting next to her with his head resting on her shoulder. Both of them had smiles on their faces, and it was obvious that they were having a very pleasant conversation. "I'm sorry, husband. I was so happy chatting with Sister Jieqi that I forgot you were downstairs." Cao Pingwa smiled and shook his head, saying helplessly, "It's okay, as long as you are happy. Can I go back to my room now?" Jin Yao nodded. "Of course, husband. Please come up quickly. Don't sit alone in the restaurant like an idiot." "Hey, wait a minute." Zheng Jieqi next to him suddenly put her head in front of the phone. "Honey, I'm a little hungry. Can you bring me something to eat when you come back?" "Okay. Jieqi, what do you want to eat?" Zheng Jieqi said happily. "I want to eat steak and pasta, pizza, and French fries." "No problem. These things can be made in the executive restaurant. I'll buy them for you right away." I want some too. Jin Yao also said on the phone. "Honey, I'm hungry too. I want one portion of what Sister Jieqi ordered, and I also want some freshly squeezed juice." Cao Pingwa nodded at his phone and said, "The order has been received. Please wait in the room for a moment, ladies. I will deliver the food to you as soon as possible." Ha ha. Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi on the phone screen were laughing so hard that they were bent over. Chapter 46, A Harmonious Family Brings Prosperity, Part 2. At the dining table in the large living room of the Lakeview Suite, Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi sat side by side, chatting and laughing as they ate the various high-calorie delicacies on the table. Cao Pingwa sat opposite them, smiling like an ant. "I didn't expect that after just a few hours, you two have become as close as sisters." Jin Yao took a sip of freshly squeezed juice and said with a smile, "Because I've always wanted a cute and well-behaved little sister like Jieqi." Zheng Jieqi quickly took Jin Yao's arm and said, "I have always wanted a sister as gentle and considerate as Sister Yao Yao." "Oh, so these two beauties met too late," Cao Pingwa said happily. Jin Yao smiled and put her arm around Zheng Jieqi's shoulders, nodding happily with her. After properly appeasing Zheng Jieqi, the various preparatory work for Cao Pingwa's startup company, Banana Media, went more and more smoothly. In late July, the renovation of the rough office on the east side was officially completed. Cao Pingwa first spent a lot of money to hire the top and most professional formaldehyde removal company in Jiangxing to thoroughly remove formaldehyde and various harmful substances from the newly renovated office, then ventilate it for another week. On July 29th, Banana Media held a small opening ceremony in the newly renovated company conference room. The process of the ceremony is also very simple. First, the company owner Cao Pingwa and the general manager Jinjia gave a concise and brief speech. Then there was the ribbon-cutting ceremony and fireworks. Finally, all the colleagues of Banana Media came together to Chuahanjie Street next to the company's office building and had a dinner at the Daoxiang restaurant. During the dinner, the center seat at the table in the private room was naturally occupied by Cao Pingwa, the undisputed boss of Banana Media. On Cao Pingwa's right sat the general manager Jinjia, who had worked tirelessly and made great contributions to the company's preparations in recent times. "Manager Jin, you've really worked hard during this period." Cao Pingwa took the initiative to raise his glass to Jinjia. Seeing this, Jinjia quickly raised his own glass, lowered the rim and gently clinked it with his boss's, then raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. It's not hard at all. This is what I should do as the general manager of the company." Ha ha ha. Manager Jin is really capable and humble. Cao Pingwa was very proud. "Meeting a talent like you has made my entrepreneurial journey much easier." He took a sip of the red wine in his glass and said, "I, Cao Pingwa, like to distinguish rewards and punishments clearly. Since Manager Jin followed my request and assembled a startup team for me before the office renovation was completed, I must reward you today. How about this? Starting next month, Manager Jin, your monthly salary will increase directly from 50,000 to 60,000. Are you satisfied with this bonus?" Jinjia's eyes widened, and he nodded quickly. Satisfied. Thank you for your training, boss. Thank you for your trust, boss." She was very happy. "When Boss Chow interviewed me more than a month ago, I thought he was a liar, but I didn't expect that he would be my mentor. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. I only worked there for over a month, and he gave me a 20 salary increase. Where can I find such a good boss?" He simply and proactively toasted Cao Pingwa with a glass of wine, and at the same time secretly made up his mind. "I must work hard under Boss Chow and make the company bigger and stronger." After a brief chat with the general manager, Cao Pingwa turned to his left. There sat his first secretary Jin Yao and second secretary Yu Qian. Chapter 47. Drought kills those who die, flood kills those who die. Cao Pingwa raised his glass with a proud look on his face. "Yao Yao, You are my first secretary. From today on, the largest desk in the chairman's secretary's office is yours." Jean Yao raised a glass of juice, her eyes filled with a mixture of emotion and happiness. "Thank you, boss." The reason why she was moved was because when she first saw the beautiful Yu Qian today, she felt a little panic and inferiority in her heart. In terms of appearance, Jean Yao with 79 points is slightly inferior to Yu Qian with 81 points. In terms of body shape, Jean Yao is 165 centimeters tall, and Yu Qian is 170 centimeters tall. Jean Yao's legs are not as long as Yu Qian's, and their shape is not as good as hers. The only obvious advantage is that Jean Yao's breasts are bigger and fuller than Yu Qian's. D is greater than C. However, when Jean Yao was at a disadvantage in almost all aspects, Cao Pingwa clearly showed his preference for her. Not only did he publicly hold Jean Yao's hand at the company's opening ceremony, he also appointed her as his first secretary, with a higher seat and treatment than his second secretary Yu Qian. That's why Jean Yao was so moved at this moment. She looked at her man with eyes full of emotion. "He has me in his heart, and the weight I have in his heart is heavier than that of this little slut next to him." After clinking glasses with Jean Yao, Cao Pingwa raised his glass to Yu Qian. "Qian, you will be my second secretary from now on. No one in the company has the right to command you except me and Yao Yao." Yu Qian quickly raised her glass, nodded, and said, "Okay, boss." Although she ranked second to the first secretary Jean Yao, Cao Pingwa's words still gave Yu Qian enough face. He made Yu Qian feel that she was Cao Pingwa's confidant, and also made her feel that she had a very high status in banana media and was the third person after Cao and Jean. Cao Pingwa was very satisfied to see that the two women had accepted his arrangements very smoothly, and that they had been able to get along harmoniously from the meeting to the opening ceremony to the company dinner. "Come on, let's have another drink together." When Jean Yao and Yu Qian clinked glasses with each other, their eyes met face to face for a brief moment. Then, the second secretary, Yu Qian, took the initiative to lower her eyebrows, choosing to temporarily avoid the other party's sharp edge. At the subsequent banquet, the heads of various departments of banana media, who were also sitting at the head table, began to toast Cao Pingwa, Jianjia, Jean Yao, and Yu Qian. Cao Pingwa is the only big boss of the company, and Jianjia is the general manager appointed by Boss Cao. It is normal for the heads of various departments of the company to toast to them. As for the reason why they toasted Jean Yao and Yu Qian, the reason was ostensibly because they were the boss's secretaries, but in reality, it was because everyone could see that the two beautiful secretaries had a close relationship with Boss Cao. It is necessary to curry favor with them as they can get their say. After accepting the toast from the company's management, Cao Pingwa welcomed the toasts from employees from various departments. After he got to know all the employees in his company, more than 20 female anchors who had just signed contracts with the company lined up and came to him. In fact, Cao Pingwa had already taken the time to read the resumes of some of them and watch some of the short videos they posted on Douyin. So when he saw these female anchors in person today, he couldn't help but sigh at the power of technology. These 20 or so female anchors who look okay online are really ugly when you see them offline. Not to mention, compared with the two natural beauties Jean Yao and Yu Qian beside Cao Pingwa, the real appearance of these female anchors can't even compare with the simple 69 points without makeup. It's really an eyesore. Jianjia, who was sitting next to him, also noticed the slight change in Cao Pingwa's expression and explained a little embarrassedly. "Boss, we at Banana Media have just started out and aren't well known in the Jiangxing MCN community yet, so we can't sign those higher quality female anchors for the time being." Cao Pingwa nodded slightly. "Don't worry, Manager Jian, I don't mean to blame you." Jianjia breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately added, "I'll work overtime tonight to come up with a new recruitment plan and have it on your desk tomorrow morning." "Ha ha ha, Manager Jian, you don't have to work so hard." Cao Pingwa laughed. "Today is the company's opening dinner. Don't worry about eating and drinking. It's not too late to start work tomorrow." Jianjia quickly toasted Cao Pingwa with another glass of wine. "I understand, boss." After having a satisfying meal and a drink, the company's chairman Cao Pingwa was the first to leave Daoxiang restaurant, accompanied by two beautiful secretaries and to the gazes and applause of all the company's employees. When they came outside, Cao Pingwa, who was a little drunk, held Jean Yao's hand with his right hand and Yu Qian's hand with his left hand, humming a little tune as he swaggered along Chuahanjia Street towards Ruihua Hotel. There are a lot of people in the commercial street at night in summer, so Boss Cao, who was shopping with two beauties at the same time, attracted a lot of envious and jealous eyes along the way, and he quite enjoyed this feeling. When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. "Ha! Yao Yao, Come here, let your husband kiss you. Jean Yao blushed slightly. Oh, husband, there are too many people on the street. I don't care about that. Cao Pingwa pulled Jean Yao on his right into his arms, put his arms around her shoulders, and kissed her hard. Qian, come here, let your husband kiss you too. Yu Qian on the left blushed and leaned into Cao Pingwa's arms and kissed him on the cheek. Ha ha ha, my Qian is becoming more and more well-behaved. This open embrace made the male compatriots around him collectively break down their defenses. Damn, it's really drought-stricken and flood-stricken. God is so unfair. Why is it that I have been single for 30 years, usually with only the five fingers girl for company, while some people can embrace women without restraint? You damn rich second generation, I wish you a speedy death from exhaustion. After stirring up a wave of hatred on Chuahanjie Street, Cao Pingwa and his companions strolled back to the downstairs of Ruihua Hotel. Just when Yu Qian was thinking that she would most likely sleep with Jean Yao today, she heard Cao Pingwa say, "All right, Qian, just drop me off here. You can go back and rest now." Yu Qian looked at Cao Pingwa in surprise. "Husband, don't you want me to accompany you upstairs?" I'm willing to help you sober up with Sister Jean." Jean Yao almost couldn't hold back her smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Yu Qian, but I can take care of my husband by myself until he sobers up." Yu Qian looked at Jean Yao's smug face and felt jealous. However, after being suppressed and disciplined, she did not dare to act rashly in front of Cao Pingwa, so she had to force a smile and said, "Then you should rest early, husband. I'll go back first. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Jean." After saying that, Yu Qian hailed a taxi at the hotel entrance and left unwillingly. After returning to her rented single apartment, Yu Qian, feeling physically and mentally exhausted, took off all her clothes and went into the small bathroom to take a shower. As she washed, she unconsciously recalled the scene of Cao Pingwa and Jean Yao hugging each other naked in that luxurious and spacious Lakeview suite. I'm so angry. Apart from the fact that her breasts are a little bigger than mine, how am I inferior to that bitch? Why does that big pig's hoof Cao Pingwa favor her so much? Jealousy, dissatisfaction, unwillingness, loneliness, sadness, hunger and thirst, all kinds of complex emotions made Yu Qian couldn't help crying softly. This side of the Ruihua Hotel. Jean Yao took Cao Pingwa's arm and took the elevator upstairs with him. "Hubby, you didn't let Yu Qian go upstairs because you didn't want her to meet Jia Qi for the time being, right? My Yao Yao is so smart." Cao Pingwa pinched her buttocks and said, "Jia Qi's mood has just improved a few days ago. I'm worried that she will feel pressured after meeting Yu Qian, and her mood will be bad again." Jean Yao pouted slightly and said that Yu Qian is indeed very pretty, tall, and with long legs. "Hubby, you're only worried that Jia Qi will feel stressed when she sees her. Why don't you worry about whether I feel stressed?" Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Why are you feeling any pressure? You're almost at the same level as her." Jean Yao glared at Cao Pingwa with a sly look. "Men's words are deceitful. You only say nice things. I'm obviously not as pretty as her." "Ha ha ha, that's wrong." Cao Pingwa said happily. "Yao Yao, haven't you heard that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder? Maybe in the eyes of others, Yu Qian is slightly more beautiful than you, but in my eyes, Cao Pingwa, you are prettier than her." "Really, husband?" Jean Yao was touched. "Of course it's true. Your husband always means what he says." Jean Yao, who was so delighted by Cao Pingwa's coaxing, stood on tiptoe and gave him several sweet kisses in a row. Chapter 48: The Reason for Being Favored. The next morning, 28th floor, Building A, Wanda International Office Building. In the office of the chairman of Banana Media, Cao Pingwa, wearing a dark Armani casual suit, was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looking into the distance. Looking at the busy people in the city, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. "I can't believe that only a little over a month has passed since I obtained the system for having many children and great fortune. And my life has changed dramatically. From a middle-aged online ride-hailing driver abandoned by his wife, he became a young boss with 4 mistresses, 4 unborn children, 1 beautiful godsister, and an MCN startup company. Such a little life is really pleasant." Knock, knock, knock. There was suddenly a knock on the door. Enter. First Secretary Jean Yao, wearing a white shirt, a black hip skirt, and flesh-colored stockings, pushed the door open and walked in. "Boss, Manager Jian wants to see you." "Well, please ask her to come in." Cao Pingwa turned around and walked back to his 2-meter-long solid wood desk and sat down in the extremely soft leather boss chair. At this time, Jianjia, dressed in a professional suit, walked in. "Manager Jian, do you have something to talk to me about?" Jianjia placed a neatly printed document in front of Cao Pingwa. "Boss, This is the new version of the anchor recruitment plan I made. Please take a look. Cao Pingwa looked at the plan on the table, then looked at Jian Jia, whose face looked slightly tired, and said with a smile, "It looks like Manager Jian worked overtime last night." Jian Jia smiled and said, "Boss, you trust me so much and pay me such a high salary. I dare not slack off in the slightest." Then Manager Jian, please sit down for a moment. I'd like to take a look at the proposal you wrote. This new version of the anchor recruitment plan made by Jian Jia was as concise and clear as her name, and Cao Pingwa finished reading it quickly. Well, there's nothing wrong with the overall idea, but you could be a little bolder. Jian Jia showed a confused expression. Be braver? What do you mean, boss? Cao Pingwa pointed to a line on the proposal and said, as for outdoor advertising, 2 million yuan isn't enough. Let's invest 10 million yuan first to see the results. 10 million. Jian Jia's eyes widened. Boss, our Banana Media's registered capital is only 30 million. Isn't it a bit too fast to spend 10 million on advertising? Ha ha ha. Manager Jian, you don't have to worry about the funds. That's a matter for me, the boss. Cao Pingwa smiled confidently. Your job is to recruit more high-quality female anchors for me as quickly as possible. Female anchor? Boss, do you mean that our company only recruits female anchors and not male anchors? Jian Jia asked with some confusion. Cao Pingwa, damn, how could I say what was really in my heart? We can also recruit a few male anchors with potential and special skills, but our main recruitment targets at Banana Media are still young and beautiful female anchors. He nodded concisely. I understand, boss. I'll go back and make a new promotional plan with increased advertising investment. Well, thank you for your hard work. Just as Jian Jia turned around and prepared to leave, Cao Pingwa called her from behind. By the way, Manager Jian, do you have a driver's license? Jian Jia stopped and replied, I have a driver's license. Cao Pingwa asked again, do you have any experience on the road? He nodded concisely. I used to often drive my colleague's car to discuss business. That's great. I'm just about to get you a bus. Cao Pingwa said with a smile. How can you, the general manager of Banana Media, always have to squeeze into the subway to go to get off work? Jian Jia looked happy. Then I would like to thank the boss first. As soon as she came out of Cao Pingwa's spacious chairman's office, Jian Jia saw Jin Yao and Yu Qian sitting in the chairman's secretary's office again. The two beauties wearing OL suits. One has a plump figure and the other is tall and has long legs. Each has her own advantages. Jian Jia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder you, boss, look down on the group of female anchors I recruited. Compared with your two beautiful female secretaries, they can really be regarded as just a bunch of misfits. After a simple nod of greeting to Jin Yao and Yu Qian, Jian Jia left. It was soon noon. Jin Yao called the home-cooked stir-fry restaurant she often ate at, ordered 4 dishes and a soup, and asked them to prepare them and send them to the company. When the poorly packaged lunch arrived, Yu Qian asked with a look of disgust, Secretary Jean, is this restaurant you ordered from reliable? Will it give the boss diarrhea after eating there? Jin Yao rolled her eyes at Yu Qian and spread out the food on an empty desk, saying, Secretary Yu, if you don't dare to eat, just order a takeout for yourself. Just when Yu Qian was hesitant, Cao Pingwa, who had smelled the fragrance, pushed open the door and walked out from the inner room. Is lunch here? Great, I'm starving. Seeing Cao Pingwa take the disposable chopsticks handed to him by Jin Yao and start eating without hesitation, Yu Qian immediately gave up the idea of ordering takeout alone. She sat down at the table and opened a set of disposable dishes and chopsticks. Seeing this, Jin Yao asked meaningfully, Secretary Yu, don't you think the takeaway I ordered isn't fancy enough and you don't want to eat it? Yu Qian looked embarrassed. No, Secretary Jean, you misunderstood me. Cao Pingwa munched on Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork, looked at Jin Yao, then at Yu Qian, and guessed something. Qian, don't worry. Yao Yao and I have eaten this home-cooked stir-fry many times. There is no problem with the taste or hygiene. Hearing her boss' words, Yu Qian didn't dare to hesitate any longer and ate every dish directly. It tasted really good. While eating, Yu Qian asked Jin Yao, Manager Jean, how much is the total cost of these 4 dishes and 1 soup you ordered? Jin Yao casually replied, 92. Yu Qian, is it 92 renminbi? Jin Yao couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense, is it possible to put away knives and be happy in a small restaurant like this? Yu Qian's eyes widened. Well, that's too cheap. Cao Pingwa said happily. When Yao Yao took me to this fly-infested restaurant for dinner for the first time, I had a similar reaction to you. Seeing Jin Yao and Cao Pingwa smiling at each other, Yu Qian felt very jealous. Why would a man as rich as him be willing to go to such a small place to eat with a bitch like Jin Yao? Is it because he admires Jin Yao's good quality of diligence and thriftiness? Is this why he prefers Jin Yao? Yu Qian reflected while eating. It seems that if I want to get more material things from Cao Pingwa, I must first pretend to be less materialistic. After eating and drinking his fill, Cao Pingwa stood up and said, I'm going out for a bit. Call me if you need anything. Jin Yao quickly asked, Hey boss, don't you need us to accompany you out? No, I'm just going to buy 2 cars and we'll be back soon. Cao Pingwa smiled and touched Jin Yao's little face and said, It's so hot outside now, you should just stay in the office and enjoy the air conditioning. Buy a car. Jin Yao couldn't help but frown. She subconsciously looked at Yu Qian next to her. Cao Pingwa, you bought such a beautiful Yu Qian last time you bought a car, and you want to go car shopping alone again today? No way. Jin Yao quickly stopped Cao Pingwa and said, Boss, wait a moment. I want to go buy a car with you. Cao Pingwa looked back and found that Jin Yao was looking at him with jealous eyes. He then looked at Yu Qian beside him and immediately understood Jin Yao's little thoughts. Yao, you are overthinking it. If I, Cao Pingwa, want to use the opportunity of buying a car to pick up girls, it's useless for you to follow me. Okay, follow me if you want. At this time, Yu Qian also stood up from her seat. Boss, I also want to accompany you to buy a car. Cao Pingwa said happily, but my Porsche only has 2 seats. Yu Qian said with a firm look on her face. It's okay. I can take a taxi and go with you. Chapter 49. At a time like this, I can live without a boyfriend. Cao Pingwa's original plan was to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth about 10 million yuan as his chairman's car. However, after injecting 30 million renminbi into his own banana media, he currently has only more than 26.5 million renminbi in cash on hand. Cao Pingwa thought that there would be a lot of money to burn in the company's early stages, so he should keep some cash on hand for emergencies. So he decided to just buy a Mercedes-Benz Maybach as a transition. On the way to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, Jin Yao, sitting in the passenger seat, asked, Honey, you just bought this Porsche not long ago. Why are you thinking about buying another car? Because this 911 is very powerful to drive, but it's not very practical. Cao Pingwa held the steering wheel with one hand and caressed Jin Yao's smooth little face with the other. I'm going to take you and Jechi for a prenatal checkup in a few days, but my sports car can only carry 1 person. So, I want to buy a 7-seater commercial vehicle just for you two, and give you a driver so you can travel comfortably. Jin Yao's eyes were filled with emotion. Hubby, you are so good to us. Soon, the silver Porsche stopped in front of a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Yu Qian's online taxi also caught up in time. So Cao Pingwa walked into the door of the 4S store under the escort of 2 beauties on his left and right. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz. Are there any car-buying consultants who have appointments? Seeing the Mercedes-Benz saleswoman coming towards them with delicate makeup and quite pretty, Jin Yao and Yu Qian gave her a warning look at the same time. Cao Pingwa scanned her with the system and found that she was not qualified, so he smiled and said, We don't have an appointment, so just let us take a look around first. The saleswoman looked embarrassed by the stares of the 2 female secretaries. Okay, sir, you can take a look first. If you have any questions, you can always ask the store staff. Seeing the leading female colleague get frustrated, the other female salespeople who were ready to make a move suddenly didn't dare to step forward. Oh my, that handsome guy driving the Porsche is tall and manly, just my style. If only he didn't have those 2 female bodyguards with him. I have to say, those 2 female guardians are indeed quite beautiful. Yes, especially that tall girl. She looks like a little model. If there's anyone in our store who can compare to her, it's only our store flower. Oh, by the way, speaking of store beauties, where is our store beauties? She seems to have gone to the bathroom. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Qian Wan, the store flower, walked out of the bathroom at the back while adjusting the silk scarf around her neck. What are you all chattering about? A female colleague said with a smile. Xiao Qian, you're back just in time. What do you think of the 2 beauties that handsome guy brought with him? Qian Wan looked in the direction her female colleagues pointed and saw Jin Yao and Yu Qian, who were closely following Cao Pingwa. Her gaze stayed on Jin Yao for a while, and then immediately shifted to Yu Qian. She was indeed a beauty of the same level as herself. Qian once said meaningfully, It is rare to see someone bringing 2 beautiful female companions to buy a car at the same time. Hey, did you see what car that handsome guy is driving? A female colleague replied, He drives a silver Porsche 911. Look, it's the one parked in the parking space at the door. Qian Wan looked at the Porsche gleaming in the sun and asked, Shouldn't you be rushing to get in with such a high-quality customer? Why are you letting them shop on their own? The female colleague who had just been frustrated said, It's all because of those 2 beautiful female protectors beside him. I just went up to say hello, and they looked at me like they wanted to eat me. Qianwanla said, "Are you scared now? Which outstanding and wealthy man isn't surrounded by beautiful women these days? If you don't fight for it, the opportunity to become a rich wife will not appear on its own." After saying that, Qianwan straightened her clothes, held her head high and chest out, and walked towards Cao Pingwa and the others with a twist of her waist. A female colleague reminded her from behind, "Hey, doesn't Xiao Qian already have a boyfriend?" Qianwan turned her head and smiled slightly. "At this time, I can live without a boyfriend." Thump, 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 thump. Qianwan was wearing a light blue shirt on her upper body and a light gray hip skirt on her lower body. Her beautiful legs were wearing flesh-colored stockings, and she was wearing a pair of black high heels with red soles. She walked forward with enchanting steps. Jin Yao and Yu Qian immediately cast wary glances at her at the same time. However, Qianwan remained calm and composed, staring intently at Cao Pingwa in the middle with her beautiful eyes, and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Qianwan, and I'm happy to serve you." Cao Pingwa was very interested in this bold and shameless beauty, so he activated the system in his brain to scan her. Name, Qianwan. Age, 23. No makeup, 80 points. Body size, 84 points. College degree, virgin, non-smoker, mild alcohol abuser, no tattoos, generally healthy. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Cao Pingwa. Wow, my fertility is really good today. I met a qualified reproductive partner so quickly, and she's a virgin. Beautiful lady, you've come at the perfect time. I just have a few more questions for you. Qianwan suppressed the upward curve of her lips and maintained a standard smile. Sir, feel free to ask. Cao Pingwa. Which is the most expensive car in your store? Qianwan. The most expensive car in our store right now is the Maybach S680, with a top-of-the-line price of 3.68 million yuan. Cao Pingwa. Do you have a car in stock? Qianwan. There's a black one. Cao Pingwa. Then I'll buy it. Qianwan. Her pupils trembled, and she even looked a little bit disbelieving of her own ears. First, sir, you mean you want to buy that top-of-the-line S680? Cao Pingwa said calmly. Yes, otherwise why would I ask if you have a car in stock? Qianwan's eyes widened. But you just asked for a price. You didn't even take a look at the car, and you decided to buy it. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, why would I hesitate to buy a Mercedes-Benz worth over 3 million yuan? After hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Qianwan had already made up her mind. I must become one of the women of this tall man in front of me. A man who buys a Maybach S680 as if it were a small car toy is so charming. Even Jin Yao and Yu Qian, who had known Cao Pingwa's extraordinary strength for a long time, were shocked. Jin Yao, my husband looks so handsome and domineering when he buys a Mercedes-Benz. My baby and I will definitely be very happy. Yu Qian, this bet paid off. Cao Pingwa, this big pig's hoof, is truly unfathomable. I must endure hardships and work hard to get pregnant with his child, and then achieve financial freedom. By the way, I also want to buy a 7-seater commercial vehicle. Which one is the most expensive in your store, and which one is in stock? Cao Pingwa asked again. Qianwan, who had just recovered from her shock, quickly replied. The most luxurious business car we have in our store right now is the Mercedes-Benz V300. It's in stock, and the price is 650,000 yuan. Cao Pingwa said calmly. Well, then let's get a V300. Also a regular E-Class. They should have the E300 in stock, right? Qianwan nodded. Yes, sir. The E300 is the most available, with all configurations available. Cao Pingwa touched Jin Yao's shoulder and said, Yao Yao, go and pay with your card. There are 3 cars. I'll use one, you can use one, and Jianjie can use one. All the cars are registered in the company's name, so the company can deduct taxes when the time comes. Jin Yao nodded obediently. Got it, boss. Cao Pingwa then said to Yu Qian on the other side. Qian, accompany Yao Yao to handle the formalities. Yu Qian unconsciously raised her voice a little and said, Okay, boss. Chapter 50. Qianwan seeking support. While Jin Yao and Yu Qian were going through the car purchase procedures in the finance office of the 4S store, Cao Pingwa was leaning on the big sofa in the VIP lounge with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the door of the lounge was opened, and then a small, fragrant breeze floated into Cao Pingwa's big nose. He opened his eyes and saw that the person coming was indeed the beautiful saleswoman Qianwan. Mr. Cao, I poured you a cup of scented tea to clear away the heat. She leaned over and placed the paper cup of scented tea on the coffee table in front of Cao Pingwa. Because 2 buttons on her shirt collar were undone at some point, the spring scenery in her collar was accidentally visible to Cao Pingwa, who was sitting there. Cao Pingwa said calmly. Thank you. You're welcome. Qianwan remained bent over for a few seconds before slowly straightening up. Boss Zhao, do you like my looks and figure? Ha ha ha. Manager Qian, you have a very straightforward character. Cao Pingwa said happily. Qianwan said with a smile. It can't be helped. I finally found this opportunity to chat with Mr. Cao alone. If I don't get to the point quickly, I'm afraid your two pretty secretaries will come back from completing the car purchase paperwork, and I won't have the chance to say what I want to say. Cao Pingwa admired Qian Wanjiao's pretty face and said with a smile, Manager Qian, just say whatever you want to say. Qian Wan looked straight into Cao Pingwa's eyes without any concealment and said, Mr. Cao, I have always admired young entrepreneurs like you, so I also want to become yours like Miss Jean and Miss Yu. Cao Pingwa pretended not to understand, hoping to tease Qian Wan, who liked to play it straight. Ha ha, Jean Yao and Yu Qian are my personal secretaries. Manager Qian, do you also want to come to work in my company? Qian Wan said with an ambiguous look in her eyes. Mr. Cao, don't look at my young age, but my eyesight is very good. Ms. Jean and Ms. Yu are ostensibly your secretaries, but I can tell from the way they look at you and their hostility towards me that the relationship between you three is definitely not that simple. Cao Pingwa said happily. You know that the relationship between the three of us is complicated, and you're still willing to get involved? Qian Wan's eyes suddenly became sharp and shrewd, which seemed inconsistent with her young face. As long as the conditions are right, I don't mind lining up behind Ms. Jean and Ms. Yu, nor do I mind that Mr. Cao has more complicated relationships. Cao Pingwa looked at Qian Wan with a playful look as she boldly asked for support, and thought that these young girls nowadays are really becoming more and more straightforward and honest. Since Manager Qian has said this, I won't beat around the bush with you. Cao Pingwa took the cup of scented tea, took a sip, and said, Your appearance does meet my requirements, but before I offer you any conditions, you need to break up with your boyfriend first. Qian Wan's eyes widened suddenly. Mr. Cao, how did you know I have a boyfriend? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Because you're wearing a silk scarf around your neck in such hot weather, I guess it's probably to cover the hickey on your neck. Qian Wan. Cao Pingwa smiled and added, Of course, I'm just guessing. Before you ask me, I'm not 100% sure that you have a boyfriend. Qian Wan was shocked again. This rich man is really not simple. Mr. Cao, I understand. Qian Wan bit her lip and said with determination, I will break up with my current boyfriend as soon as possible. Yeah. Cao Pingwa nodded gently. After you dump your boyfriend and the hickey on your neck disappears, contact me again. As he spoke, he showed his WeChat QR code. Seeing this, Qian Wan quickly took out her mobile phone and added Cao Pingwa's personal WeChat. At this time, Jean Yao and Yu Qian, who had just completed the car purchase procedures, pushed the door and walked in together. Jean Yao frowned. Manager Qian, didn't you just go to the restroom because of a stomachache? Why are you in the VIP lounge again? Yu Qian also stared at Qian Wan with a vigilant look. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa took the initiative to speak up and said, I asked Manager Qian some questions about buying a car. I have finished asking my questions. Manager Qian, please go back to your business. After hearing what her boss had said, Jean Yao didn't know what to say. She just pouted slightly and looked at Cao Pingwa with jealous eyes. Qian Wan also immediately stopped while she was ahead. After greeting Cao Pingwa and the others politely and courteously, she quickly left the room. As soon as Qian Wan left, Jean Yao and Yu Qian hurriedly sat down next to Cao Pingwa, one on the left and one on the right. Boss, what did you two just talk about here alone? Jean Yao asked in a coquettish tone while rubbing Cao Pingwa's arm with her soft curves. Didn't I tell her I talked to her about cars? Jean Yao pouted with a look of jealousy. I don't believe it. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha ha, Yao Yao, I'm such an honest person, how can you not believe what I say? He turned to look at Yu Qian, who was also a little jealous. Qian, you also don't believe that I only talked to her about cars. Yu Qian also raised her pretty cherry lips and said, Humph, boss, you are so mean. You asked me and Sister Jean to help you with the paperwork for buying a car, but you were here being affectionate with the pretty saleswoman. Cao Pingwa stretched out his two big hands and hugged the two girls' shoulders, then kissed them hard on the pretty face. All right, stop being jealous and get down to business. Have you completed all the paperwork for buying the car? How much did it cost me in total? When it comes to money, Jean Yao doesn't dare to be negligent at all and says very seriously, I chose a mid-range Mercedes-Benz E300 for Manager Jian, and the price is 550,000 yuan. The landing price of the 7-seater V300 commercial vehicle is 738,000 yuan, and the most expensive Maybach S680 has a total price of 4.1 million yuan. So the total cost for the 3 cars was 5.388 million. Although it was Cao Pingwa's money that was spent, Jean Yao, who had always been very frugal, still felt a little distressed. Cao Pingwa was calm. The 3 cars cost only more than 5 million yuan in total, which was about half a Rolls-Royce Phantom. From this perspective, the price of Mercedes-Benz is quite affordable. Yao, when can we pick up the car? Jean Yao replied. The staff at the 4S store said that both the S680 and E300 are available and we can drive them away today. Because I chose a white interior for the V300 commercial vehicle, they needed to transfer it from another Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in Jiangxing. They said I could pick it up within 3 days. Cao Pingwa nodded gently. Okay, waiting for 3 days is not a big problem. It won't delay me from taking you and Jechi out to do some errands. Yao, when you return to the company, remember to notify the Human Resources Department immediately and ask them to hire a reliable driver for me as soon as possible. I understand, boss, Jean Yao said with a smile. Chapter 51. I would rather cry in a Mercedes than laugh on a motorcycle. Zhou Jia, let's break up, Qian once said to her boyfriend Zhou Jia, who came to pick her up from get off work on a motorcycle. Zhou Jia was completely bewildered. Xiao Wan, we were in a good relationship. Why did you suddenly say you wanted to break up? Qian once said calmly. Because you can't give me the life I want. Jay Cho. Xiao Wan, I have a car and a house in Jiangxing. If you don't want to go to work, I can support you. From now on, I'll take you to eat whatever you want on weekends, and wherever you want to go, I'll take you there on holidays. I also take care of all the housework at home. Are you still not satisfied with this kind of life? Of course I'm not satisfied. Qian Wan's eyes gradually turned cold. I want a life where I can eat delicious food every day and travel abroad whenever I want. You, Jay Cho, have a car and a house, but the house is just a 2-bedroom apartment of less than 100 square meters, and the car is just a motorcycle. Jay Cho pointed at his motorcycle and said indignantly, This is a Kawasaki H2. I spent over 200,000 yuan on it. Qian Wan rolled her eyes at the agitated Zhou Jia and said, Look at you. You're such a loser. You treat a 200,000 yuan worth of rickety motorcycle like a treasure. Your rickety motorcycle is so hot in the summer and so cold in the winter, and you can't even leave the house in the rain or snow. I want to drive $1 million luxury car and live in a multi-million-dollar mansion with servants. Can you afford these things, Zhou Jia? Jay Cho. Xiao Wan, give me a few years. I will work hard to give you a better life. I can't wait. Qian Wan's tone was very determined. I'm 23 years old, young and beautiful, at the peak of my value. My worth will only continue to decline as I get older, so I can't possibly wait for you. Zhou Jia shook his head in pain. Xiao Wan, why do you objectify yourself like this? You are a living person, not a commodity. Those who dare to commercialize themselves are truly wise. Qian Wan said without changing her expression. If I don't take advantage of my youth and beauty to find a powerful supporter and use the opportunity to achieve a class leap, will I have to wait until I'm over 30 and start to feel old and faded before I regret it? Zhou Jia, do you understand? I would rather cry in a Mercedes than laugh on a motorcycle. After hearing Qian Wan's blunt and cruel words, Zhou Jia was speechless for a moment. After taking a break, he could only play the last emotional card. Xiao Wan, we've been together for more than 2 years. I really love you. Please don't leave me, okay? While speaking, Zhou Jia tried to reach out and hold Qian Wan's hand. Seeing this, Qian Wan quickly took a step back and dodged his hand. I've already told you everything I need to say. From now on, we are no longer boyfriend and girlfriend. At this time, the online taxi that Qian Wan called arrived. She was just about to get in the car and leave when Zhou Jia behind her grabbed her right hand. Xiao Wan. Qian Wan shook Zhou Jia's hand away with all her strength, frowning and saying sternly, Zhou Jia, please stop pulling and tugging at me, or I'll call the police. Looking at Qian Wan's cold and resolute eyes, Zhou Jia didn't dare to continue to force her to stay, and could only watch her get on the online taxi and leave. In Yu Qian's small single apartment, Cao Pingwa frowned and asked, What's going on? It's been 2 months, Qian, and there's no movement in your belly at all. Yu Qian quickly leaned into his arms with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, husband. I consulted the doctor a few days ago, and the doctor said it might be because of the medication I took before, which caused hormonal imbalance in my body and led to irregular periods. The doctor also suggested that I wait until my menstruation returns to normal before considering having a baby. Cao Pingwa touched her head and comforted her. It's okay, Qian. Your husband doesn't blame you. Then we'll wait until you're regular next month, and then we'll continue working together. Yu Qian nodded obediently. Don't worry, husband, I will definitely give birth to a healthy baby for you. After the two of them cuddled together for a while, Cao Pingwa looked around the small hotel-style apartment of less than 20 square meters and asked, Qian, I'm giving you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Why don't you move to a bigger place? I'm used to living here and don't really want to move. Yu Qian caressed Cao Pingwa's cheek and said, and I saved all the pocket money my husband gave me because I wanted to buy a house of my own in Jiangchen. Saving money to buy a house is the truth, but Yu Qian told this truth to Cao Pingwa, also with a little bit of luck. What if my husband hears that I'm struggling to save money to buy a house, and out of pity decides to give me a house? Of course, Cao Pingwa could guess Yu Qian's little thoughts. If Yu Qian can be obedient and give birth to a few healthy babies for him, it would not be a bad idea to give her a luxury house in the future. However, Cao Pingwa would not make blind promises in advance, as he did not want to whet the appetite of the gold digger too much. It is easier to control the other party if you give them benefits little by little. Suddenly, Cao Pingwa's cell phone on the bedside table vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat voice call from Qian Wan, a female Mercedes-Benz salesperson. Cao Pingwa caressed Yu Qian's smooth and tender back with one hand and pressed the answer button with the other. Hello, Manager Qian, are you looking for me? Mr. Cao, I've broken up with my boyfriend. When are you free? Let's meet and talk. Cao Pingwa looked at the time on his mobile phone. It was just past 10:30 in the evening. Send me your location and I'll come find you later. After hanging up the voice call, Cao Pingwa found that Yu Qian in his arms was already full of jealousy. Hubby, are you still going to meet Qian Wan so late? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded, then stood up and put on his clothes, saying, she asked me to meet her so late at night, so she must have something important to tell me. Qian, just rest at home. I'll be back soon. Yu Qian reluctantly wrapped her arms around Cao Pingwa's waist from behind, pressing her soft body tightly against his back. Hubby, can you please not go see Qian Wan? You'll be walking into a tiger's den if you go. You won't be able to come back tonight. Ha ha ha. Cao Pingwa turned around and pinched Yu Qian's little face, saying happily, even if it really is a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth, the tiger that eats the meat will only be me, Cao Pingwa. Half an hour later, Qian Wan, standing on the side of the road, saw a brand new Mercedes-Maybach S680 with a temporary license plate parked in front of her. When the car window was lowered, it was clear that the person sitting in the driver's seat was the extraordinary Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa saw that Qian Wan had long hair and exquisite makeup tonight. She was wearing a black off-shoulder dress, ultra-thin stockings, and a pair of high-heeled sandals. The whole person looks young, beautiful, and sexy. Mr. Cao, get in the car. Good. Qian Wan smiled, opened the car door, and got into Cao Pingwa's Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Chapter 52, Smart Qian Wan. Qian Wan, sitting in the passenger seat of the Maybach, had a look of joy on her face, which was in stark contrast to her indifference and impatience when she met her boyfriend Zhou Jie before. Mr. Cao, you look so handsome driving a Maybach. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Cao Pingwa turned the steering wheel and drove his S680 to the door of a nearby Shangri-La hotel. After getting off the car, Qian Wan followed Cao Pingwa calmly and walked into the magnificent and brightly lit hotel lobby. Please give me a large suite on the top floor. Cao Pingwa handed his ID card to the female receptionist. Qian Wan, who was standing next to her, also took out her ID card. But she did not step forward and hand it directly to the hotel front desk. Instead, she handed her ID card to Cao Pingwa. Qian Wan just wanted him to see her real date of birth. This is the kind of confidence that only young girls have to dare to reveal their true age. Cao Pingwa took a quick look at the ID card and handed it to the female receptionist. Soon, after completing the check-in procedures, Cao Pingwa took Qian Wan upstairs in the elevator. In the luxury suite number 2869, Cao Pingwa sat back on the big sofa in the living room. Manager Qian called me to ask me to meet and talk. I'm here. Please come and talk. Qian Wan's eyes were ambiguous, and she said directly, Mr. Cao, I want to be your girlfriend. Cao Pingwa made no secret of it. Be my girlfriend, and you'll get 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Qian Wan was shocked. 100,000 yuan in pocket money a month would be 1.2 million yuan a year. Follow him, and you can easily earn millions a year. Seeing the delight in Qian Wan's beautiful eyes, Cao Pingwa smiled and said, It seems that Manager Qian is quite satisfied with the treatment I offer. Satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. However, Qian Wan was not overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. Her thoughts were still clear. Mr. Cao, I've always wanted to find a reliable boyfriend and develop a long-term, stable relationship. But I'm still a little worried. What if I completely give myself to you, Mr. Cao, and Mr. Cao doesn't want me anymore after a few months? Qian Wan said meaningfully. Once a new car is sold, even if the owner has driven it a small number of miles, it becomes a used car. I'm a car salesperson myself, and I know only too well how quickly used cars depreciate in value. After hearing Qianwan's words, Cao Pingwa realized that she was asking for a guarantee from him. However, since Cao Pingwa did not give in to Yu Qian, who is also a beautiful car saleswoman, he would not easily increase the stakes on Qianwan tonight. I'm sorry, Manager Qian. I need to be fair, so I can't make any additional promises to you. Qianwan quickly said, Mr. Cao, you misunderstood. I don't mean to ask for more. I just want you to change my monthly salary to annual salary. This way, you don't have to spend more money, and I can feel more secure. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, this Qianwan is indeed a smart girl. You know what you want and how to get it reasonably. But the smarter the girl Cao Pingwa is, the less likely she will give in easily, otherwise it will only become more difficult to control her in the future. Everyone is given pocket money on a monthly basis. If you want to join, you can only do the same as them. Qianwan frowned slightly when she heard this. She didn't expect that Cao Pingwa would be so generous and principled at the same time. Boss Zhao, besides the 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, are there any other benefits to being your girlfriend? Cao Pingwa raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You've hit the nail on the head. If you want to be my girlfriend, you must give me a child. I will reward you with 1 million yuan in cash for each child you give me. A 1 million yuan bonus for giving birth to a child. Qianwan couldn't help but frown. On the one hand, she felt that it would be a good thing to give birth to a child for Cao Pingwa, because in this way she could establish an unbreakable long-term relationship with this powerful man. On the other hand, she felt that the reward of 1 million was too little. You, Cao Pingwa, casually spent more than 5 million to buy a car the day before yesterday, without even blinking an eye. Now that I have given birth to a baby for you, shouldn't you buy me a big house in the most expensive community in Jiangcheng? Mr. Cao, Miss Jean, and Miss Yu also receive the same treatment. Is it a 1 million yuan reward for each child born? Cao Pingwa said, No, Jean Yao will receive a standard reward of 1 million yuan for giving birth to a child, but I will only give you Qian 500,000 yuan. Qianwan looked puzzled. But Miss Yu's appearance is obviously better than Miss Jin's. Why is her reward only half of hers? Cao Pingwa grinned. Because she bargained with me about giving birth to a baby for me, which made me a little unhappy, so I cut her fertility bonus by 50 as punishment. Qianwan. She had originally planned to use her youth and beauty to ask Cao Pingwa for a house when she wanted to have a baby, but now she didn't dare to mention it anymore. Because Qianwan knew that she and Yu Qian were beauties of the same level, and Yu Qian had fallen into the same trap, there was no need for her to fall into it again. Cao Pingwa saw Qianwan lowering her head slightly, silently weighing the pros and cons in her mind, so she didn't continue talking. The spacious suite fell silent in an instant. About 10 minutes later, Qianwan raised her head again, her beautiful eyes no longer showing any hesitation. Mr. Cao, I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Ha 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 ha, very good. Cao Pingwa said happily. Xiaowan, you are indeed a smart girl. Cao Pingwa picked up his phone and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her on WeChat. Then let's start our relationship from now on. Qianwan looked at the payment information on her phone, her heart pounding. Boss Cao, can I go take a shower first? Cao Pingwa nodded. Don't make me wait too long. Good. 5 minutes later, Qianwan, who had just taken a quick shower, wrapped herself in a white bath towel and walked up to Cao Pingwa with wet hair. Remove the armor. Qianwan blushed slightly and did as she was told. Chapter 53 Heading North. Xiaowan, as long as you are devoted to being my Cao Pingwa's woman and give me 2 healthy babies, I will make sure you have enough food and clothing for the rest of your life and live happily every day. Husband. Qianwan, who was very skillful, called husband in a tender voice while hugging Cao Pingwa's neck and asking for kisses. Xiaowan, you are such a natural little goblin. Just as Cao Pingwa's desire was slowly being aroused again, Qianwan's cell phone next to him suddenly rang. She picked it up, took a look at it, and quickly pressed the reject button with a frown. Your ex-boyfriend? Cao Pingwa asked with a smile. Qianwan nodded. Hubby, don't think too much. I have deleted his WeChat, and I will blacklist his phone number now. At this time, her persistent ex-boyfriend Zhou Jie called again. Don't worry, Xiaowan. I'm not such a petty person. Cao Pingwa pinched Qianwan's slender waist and said with a smile, Answer the phone and turn it on. Let me hear what he wants to say. Qianwan hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed and did as she was told. Hello? Xiaowan, you finally answered my call. Zhou Jie, we've broken up. Don't call me anymore. Xiaowan, how could you break up like that and even delete me as a friend on WeChat? Don't you have any regrets about the 2 years we were together? Qianwan, who was sitting naked on Cao Pingwa's legs, said firmly. No, because I never liked you. You, Zhou Jie, are just my temporary driver and meal card. I've found my Mr. Right now, so please don't call me anymore. Really, Mr. Right? Zhou Jie on the other end of the phone said in disbelief. But we just broke up this afternoon. How could you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiaowan, I don't believe what you said. You must be lying to me. Qianwan said helplessly. Believe it or not, please don't bother me anymore. It's over between us. Xiaowan, please don't be so heartless. I'm right at the gate of your community now. When you come home, can we have a last good chat in person? At this time, Cao Pingwa suddenly reached out and touched Qianwan's face and nodded to her. So Qianwan said to the phone, Okay, just wait at the gate of the community. After hanging up the phone, Qianwan immediately leaned into Cao Pingwa's arms. Husband, Xiaowan only has you in her heart. Why did you ask her to agree to meet him? Cao Pingwa pinched Qianwan's chin and said with a smile. Because I plan to personally take you home and let your ex-boyfriend meet me, the soulmate, so that he can completely stop thinking about you and stop harassing you. At the entrance of the community, Jay Cho leaned on his motorcycle, smoking one cigarette after another, and the ground next to him was already full of cigarette butts. Suddenly, a shiny black Mercedes-Benz with a temporary license plate slowly stopped at the roadside, not far away. The roof light inside the car lit up at the right time, allowing Zhou Jie to clearly see the man and woman sitting in the car. Xiaowan. In front of her ex-boyfriend Zhou Jie, Qianwan unbuckled her seatbelt, then leaned over to Cao Pingwa and offered her cherry lips. After a passionate kiss, Cao Pingwa asked, Do you need me to accompany you? No need, husband. Jay Cho is very timid and wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Okay, then I'll sit in the car and wait for you to finish talking to him. I'll leave after you enter the community. Okay, husband. Qianwan opened the car door and got out, then limped towards Zhou Jie, who looked shocked. Xiaowan, who is he? Qianwan said calmly. My boyfriend. Jay Cho. Xiaowan, I'm so good to you. How could you cheat on me? Qianwan looked at Zhou Jie as if he was a fool. We broke up this afternoon, and he and I just confirmed our relationship last night. How could you be a cuckold? Zhou Jie asked with a bitter face. Xiaowan, what were you doing so late? The way you walked just now, did you already? Qianwan's face was calm. Yes, everything that should have happened between him and me happened. Zhou Jie's face was filled with pain. Xiaowan, I've been in a relationship with you for 2 years. I hold you in my hands and love you wholeheartedly, but you're only willing to hold my hand and hug me occasionally. You won't even let me kiss you. Why are you so generous to this old man, giving everything to him right after you get together with him? Zhou Jie said bitterly. Is this fair to me? Qianwan said with disdain. Fair? Zhou Jie, you're almost 25. Why are you still so childish? In today's society, what matters is money, resources, and power. Who will talk to you about fairness? Besides, I'm young and beautiful, and he's healthy and rich. We're a perfect match. Is it fair that I have to give my virginity to a loser like you who rides a broken motorcycle? Jay Cho tried to save face with a tearful voice. I'm riding a Kawasaki H2, not some crappy motorcycle. Yes, I know your motorcycle costs more than 200,000 yuan. Do you know how much the Mercedes-Benz Maybach I just rode cost? Qianwan asked back. Jay Cho. I don't know. Qianwan's eyes suddenly became sharp. The landing price is 4.1 million. My boyfriend bought it the day before yesterday and paid the full price without blinking an eye, as if he was buying a small toy. Now you understand why I am willing to give myself to him completely. Jay Cho. Seeing that her ex-boyfriend was speechless after being hit by reality, Qianwan ended directly. Zhou Jie, you said you wanted to meet up and talk one last time. Now I'm here and we've talked. I've been frank with you about everything, so please don't call me and harass me anymore. After saying that, Qianwan walked into the community with slightly twisted steps. At this time, Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the Mercedes-Benz Maybach, saw that Zhou Jie was still standing there stupidly, so he slowly drove the car to his side. With a wicked smile on his face, he said to Zhou Jie through the car window, Hey, man, at a time like this, shouldn't you be listening to Jay Chou's songs while riding your motorcycle north? Zhou Jie's eyes were full of anger, and he wanted to smash the Mercedes-Benz with the helmet in his hand. But he knew in his heart, if he really damaged the luxury car worth more than 4 million, he might not be able to pay for it even if he sold his beloved motorcycle. What are you talking about? It's just a few coins. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Yes, I am rich, and with money I can do whatever I want. Brother, listen to my advice. Qianwan is too deep in the water. You can't control her. Brother, this is considered saving your life, Do you understand? Zhou Jie's face was full of confusion, but he still refused to give up and asked, You and Xiaowan, did that really happen? Cao Pingwa smacked his lips, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Dude, all I can say is, your ex-girlfriend is pretty smooth. Ah! Zhou Jie finally broke through his defenses and rode his Kawasaki H2 northward with tears in his eyes. Chapter 54. I'm okay in other aspects, except that I have too many girlfriends. When Cao Pingwa drove back to Yu Qian's small apartment, it was already past 1 a.m. As soon as she heard the knock on the door, Yu Qian immediately got up and opened it. Honey, I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha ha ha, didn't I say I'd be back soon? Humph, you still have a conscience. Yu Qian took the initiative to throw herself into Cao Pingwa's arms, closed her eyes, and rested her head on his shoulder. Suddenly, the scent of a strange woman's perfume drifted into her nose. Yu Qian felt a pang of sadness in her heart. That little bitch who sold the Mercedes-Benz finally succeeded. It's over, it's over. Now the old people, Jin Yao and the others are all pregnant. But it's my turn to get pregnant, but I can't. And there is another newcomer competing for resources. Yu Qian felt a deep sense of insecurity in her heart. So that night she behaved extremely gently and obediently towards Cao Pingwa, doing everything she could to flatter him. She used to be a little arrogant because of her good looks, but she finally lowered her arrogant head in front of Cao Pingwa. The next day, Cao Pingwa and Yu Qian played too late last night and slept together until almost noon. After having brunch together downstairs of the small apartment, the two drove to the company together. When Jin Yao, the first secretary sitting in the office, saw her boss Cao Pingwa and the second secretary Yu Qian arrive late, her little mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Boss, the HR department hired a driver for you according to your request. They said they'll wait for you to interview him in person before they can start the job. Cao Pingwa noticed the slight jealousy on Jin Yao's face, smiled, pinched her face, and said, then quickly asked the driver to come and meet me. After saying that, he pushed the door and walked into his chairman's office. Yu Qian tried her best to avoid Jin Yao's jealous look and quietly sat down at her workstation. However, after Jin Yao finished calling the Human Resources Department, she couldn't help but say to her, Secretary Yu, the boss is not just your boss. You can't let him exhaust his health just for your own selfish desires. Facing the first secretary's criticism, the second secretary Yu Qian had a hard time saying, I wasn't the only one who exhausted the boss last night. That little bitch named Qian was also involved. However, she didn't dare tell Jin Yao these thoughts. She was not afraid that Jin Yao would become even more jealous, but she was afraid that Cao Pingwa would be unhappy afterwards. After all, he doesn't care about a little jealousy, but this kind of gossip and stirring up trouble will definitely anger him. So Yu Qian lowered her head slightly and said, I understand, Secretary Jin. Seeing that the other party had given in, Jin Yao didn't say anything more. Soon, Liu Ruyan, 48 years old, tall, and with a square face, appeared at the door of the chairman's secretary's office. Hello, ladies. The HR department of the company notified me to come and see the boss. Jin Yao stood up with a smile on her face. You must be Master Liu. The boss is waiting for you inside. I will take you in right away. After knocking on the inner door, Jin Yao led Liu Ruyan in. Boss, the driver, Master Liu, is here. Cao Pingwa, who was looking at a resume in front of the computer, quickly stood up and invited Liu Ruyan to sit on the sofa in the office. Yao Yao, go make a cup of tea for Master Liu. Okay, boss. Liu Ruyan quickly said. Boss, you don't have to be so polite. Just pour me a glass of water. Jin Yao stopped and looked at Cao Pingwa, who smiled and said, then pour Master Liu a glass of water. Okay, boss. After Jin Yao poured Liu Ruyan a glass of water, she left the room. Master Liu, I saw in your resume that you previously served in the Chinese military. Liu Ruyan nodded. I was a scout in the army, and I also drove a car. So if the boss is willing to hire me, it's like hiring two people at the same time with one salary, a driver and a bodyguard. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, no wonder Master Liu's salary expectation is 10,000 yuan per month. Liu Ruyan smiled a little embarrassedly. It's hard to find a job outside now. I'm willing to work for 8,000 yuan a month. Ha 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 ha. Master Liu, you misunderstood me, Cao Pingwa said with a laugh. I think a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan is too little for someone like Master Liu, who has made contributions to the country. He held up 3 fingers and said, how about I give you this amount every month? 30,000. Liu Ruyan was shocked. Boss, are you saying you'll pay me 30,000 yuan a month? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Yes. But I have a small matter that I need to discuss with Master Liu in advance. Liu Weigwa said sincerely, "Boss, please speak." Cao Pingwa said, "I am a good person in other aspects, but I have too many girlfriends." Liu Weigwa, "Boss, as your driver, I will pick up whoever you ask me to pick up, and I won't say much while driving." Cao Pingwa added, "Most of them are pregnant with my children." Liu Weigwa. He frowned slightly and asked, "Boss, is this illegal?" "Ha ha ha. It's not illegal, and the country currently encourages childbirth, so every child can be registered normally." Liu Weigwa nodded. "Since it's not illegal, it's the boss's private matter. I will keep my boss's privacy confidential and will never say a single word to anyone." "Very good." Cao Pingwa happily extended his right hand to Liu Weigwa. "Welcome to Banana Media." Liu Weigwa also extended his big hand. "Thank you for the high salary, boss. I will do my best to drive the car for you." "Ha ha ha. I absolutely believe in Master Liu's work ethic. So, go to the Mercedes-Benz dealership on Tuanjie Avenue right now and drive back my 7-seater commercial vehicle." Liu Weigwa immediately stood up and said, "Okay, boss. I'll go get the car right away." After Liu Weigwa left, Cao Pingwa walked out of his office and said to Jin Yao, "Yao Yao, call Jiechi and ask her to get ready. Master Liu will drive a business car to pick her up at the hotel first, and then come to pick us up." Jin Yao, "Okay, boss." Cao Pingwa turned to Yu Qian and said, "Qian, I'm going to the hospital with Yao Yao and the others later. You stay in the office and call me if you need anything." "Okay, boss." Yu Qian understood that Cao Pingwa was going to take Jin Yao and Zheng Jiechi for their first prenatal checkup. Feeling very unbalanced, she couldn't help but look down at her belly and whispered to herself, "Do see, you have to hurry up and do your best. We are being chased from the front and blocked from the back. If you don't do your best, we will fall out of favor." Chapter 55. Taking 2 pregnant women for a prenatal checkup, the doctors in the hospital were shocked. Liu Weigwa drove a Mercedes-Benz V300 commercial vehicle directly from the 4S store to the main entrance of Ruihua Hotel. Not long after, a young girl wearing a simple pink t-shirt and jeans, with a high ponytail and a pretty face and no makeup on, walked out of the revolving door. Liu Weigwa quickly got out of the car after seeing this, walked around the front of the car, and asked the little girl very respectfully, "You must be Miss Zheng Jiechi Zheng." Zheng Jiechi said shyly, "Yes, I am. Ms. Zheng, Boss Chow asked me to pick you up. Please get in the car." Liu Weigwa opened the back door for Zheng Jiechi, then placed his left hand high on the door frame to prevent the passenger from hitting his head when getting in the car, and made a "please" gesture with his right hand. Zheng Jiechi, who came from a low-income family, had never enjoyed this level of courtesy and respect, and got into the car with a flattered look on his face. The most comfortable seat in a 7-seater business car is the second row. The second row usually has 2 aviation seats and the largest space for activities. Zheng Jiechi had just sat down in the soft and comfortable chair when she received a WeChat message from Jin Yao on her phone. "Jiechi, has Master Liu picked you up?" Zheng Jiechi typed a reply. "Got it, don't worry, Sister Yao Yao." Jin Yao, "Okay, see you later." A few minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz business car arrived downstairs of Building A of Wanda International Office Building. After the car stopped, Liu Weigwa immediately got out and opened the door for Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao, who were waiting on the roadside. "Yao Yao, you and Jiechi sit in the back. It's spacious and comfortable," Cao Pingwa said as he held a parasol for Jin Yao. "Okay, husband." Once in private, the clever Jin Yao would always change the word boss to husband immediately. After Jin Yao got into the car and Liu Weigwa closed the door for her before leaving, Cao Pingwa put away his umbrella and sat in the passenger seat. After seeing Cao Pingwa get on the car, Zheng Jiechi, who was sitting in the back seat, first reacted by wanting to say hello to her boyfriend. But before she could even say husband, Liu Weigwa had already swiftly returned to his driver's seat. As soon as he saw that there were outsiders in the car, the young Zheng Jiechi immediately felt embarrassed to speak. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "What's wrong, Jiechi? Why don't you say hello to me?" Zheng Jiechi had no choice but to blush and call out in a mosquito-like voice, "Old husband." Cao Pingwa smiled and put on his sunglasses, then said to Liu Weigwa beside him, "Master Liu, navigate to St. Mary's Maternity Hospital." "Okay, boss." The excellent performance of the Mercedes-Benz V300, coupled with Liu Weigwa's superb driving skills, allowed Jin Yao and Zheng Jiechi, sitting in the back seat, to enjoy an unprecedented comfortable riding experience. Jin Yao even adjusted the backrest of her seat to the lowest position and fully extended the leg rest, almost lying comfortably in the car. "Honey, although this business car is only over 700,000 yuan, far less expensive than your Porsche 911, it is really much more comfortable to sit in." Cao Pingwa glanced back and said with a smile, "Yao Yao, You know how to enjoy yourself. Jin Yao then taught Zheng Jiechi next to her how to adjust her automatic seat so that she could also lie down halfway like herself. How about it, Jiechi? Isn't it more comfortable to ride in the car like this? Yeah. Zheng Jiechi smiled and nodded. The trip was relaxing and comfortable and went by quickly. Jin Yao and Zheng Jiechi felt like they hadn't been talking for long when the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle pulled into the parking lot of St. Mary's Hospital. As one of the most upscale private hospitals in Jiangxing, the environment of Santa Maria Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital is very secluded. The parking lot with lush greenery is also filled with good cars such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and Land Rover. Cao Pingwa walked into the hospital lobby holding Jin Yao and Zheng Jiechi's hands, one on each side, and directly made a VIP expert appointment for them both, which cost 980 yuan each. Then he asked Liu Ruyan to rest in the hall while he took the two girls to do the examination. The first step of a prenatal checkup is to draw blood and do a urine test to check basic blood and urine tests. Then you have to queue up for a B ultrasound to confirm whether you are really pregnant, whether it is a normal intrauterine pregnancy, and the development of the fetal heartbeat and fetal bud. Originally, Cao Pingwa was a little worried that the young Zheng Jiechi would be too nervous about the prenatal checkup, but he found that she was chatting easily with her elder sister Jin Yao all the way, as if nothing had happened. This made him once again praise in his heart his decision to let Zheng Jiechi and Jin Yao get to know each other. Sitting in the VIP lounge with Cao Pingwa and his friends, waiting for their B ultrasounds, were three other couples with significant age differences. A fat man in his 40s with a big beer belly and a young girl in her 20s. A middle-aged man in his 50s wearing glasses and suffering from severe baldness, and a young woman who looked to be in her early 30s. There was another couple, a gray-haired old man in his 60s, and a young girl in her 20s who looked about the same age as Zheng Jiechi. When Cao Pingwa was looking at him, the old man was also looking at Cao Pingwa. Both sides nodded slightly to each other. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, this old gentleman is still as sharp as ever. A man is a boy until he dies. Even when he is 80 years old, he still likes an 18-year-old girl. The old man thought, this young man is really promising. He can actually bring two girls for examination at the same time. This management ability is really extraordinary. Apart from the 60-year-old man, the other two couples were also speculating about the relationship between Cao Pingwa and the other two. The originally confident man with a beer belly and the bald man suddenly became less confident after seeing Cao Pingwa, who was surrounded by beautiful women. It didn't take long before the words Ms. Jin and Ms. Zheng appeared on the electronic screen on the wall. Then Jin Yao and Zheng Jiechi walked into the ultrasound room hand in hand, looking relaxed. After the examination, Cao Pingwa and his three companions went upstairs to see the doctor. In the spacious and bright obstetrics clinic, the doctor was carefully checking Jin Yao's test results on the computer screen. Jin Yao, who was sitting opposite the doctor, felt a little nervous, so she reached out and shook Cao Pingwa's hand. Husband, don't worry, Yao Yao. We are both in good health and don't have any bad habits. There will be no problem with our baby. Cao Pingwa was not worried at all. After all, Jin Yao was a breeding target selected by the system. Seeing her husband's confident face, Jin Yao's uneasy mood gradually calmed down. Mr. Cao, Ms. Jin, the doctor finally said, according to the B ultrasound results, it is a normally located intrauterine pregnancy, and the fetal heartbeat and embryo are developing normally. The blood routine, blood HCG, and progesterone indicators are all normal. Overall, the embryo is doing well. Jin Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said with joy, that's great. Thank you, doctor. The doctor nodded and said, you're welcome. I'll create a file for you two right now. While creating the file in the computer, the doctor discovered that the information submitted by Jin Yao did not include a marriage certificate, but only her ID card and household registration information. But he didn't ask any more questions. After all, this situation was not uncommon in private obstetrics and gynecology hospitals. After completing the file creation work and making an appointment for the approximate time of the next prenatal checkup, Jin Yao once again expressed her gratitude to the doctor, then affectionately took Cao Pingwa's arm and walked out of the clinic chatting and laughing with him. The doctor clicked the mouse, closed Jin Yao's prenatal examination file, and opened the various examination results of a pregnant woman named Zheng Jiechi. Hey, this Zheng Jiechi is only 19 years old this year, so young. At this time, Cao Pingwa walked in again with Zheng Jiechi, who looked a little nervous. Please take a seat. The doctor looked at the computer screen and said to the two people who came in. After browsing Zheng Jiechi's blood and urine routine tests, he turned his gaze away from the computer, sat up straight, and looked at the couple sitting opposite him. Hello, Miss Zheng. Hello, Mr. Cao. The doctor looked surprised. Mr. Chow, why are you here again? Chapter 56, Coming from Behind. Cao Pingwa laughed dumbly. Because the baby in Miss Zheng's belly is also mine. Doctor. The doctor smiled awkwardly, then pretended to be busy and flipped through the information at hand, and then began to look at Zheng Jieqi's B ultrasound examination results on the computer. Hey, Ms. Zheng, Mr. Chow, congratulations. You're pregnant with twins. Cao Pingwa, who had known about the situation for a long time, smiled and tried his best to look surprised. Really? That's great. Zheng Jieqi next to her was surprised at first. Then she sat down on the chair and started crying. Cao Pingwa quickly hugged her in his arms. What's wrong, Jieqi? Twins are so rare. This is a good thing. Zheng Jieqi cried and said, Wow, wow, wow. I don't know if I can take care of a little baby. Wow, wow, wow. Now there are two of them. The pressure on me is just too much. Jin Yao, who was sitting in the corridor outside, heard the crying and quickly poked her head in from the doorway, asking anxiously, Honey, why is Jieqi crying? Is there something wrong with the baby? Cao Pingwa turned around and said happily, The babies are fine. It's Jieqi's mentality that's broken. Babies? Jin Yao reacted quickly, immediately turning worry into joy and asking, Is Jieqi pregnant with twins? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Jin Yao walked into the clinic with a smile and began to comfort Zheng Jieqi with Cao Pingwa. Don't worry, Jieqi. If you can't take care of the twins, I'll help you. Zheng Jieqi looked at Jin Yao with a wronged expression and said, Sister Yao Yao, you should give birth to your baby around the same time as me. By then, you will be struggling to take care of yourself, so how can you care about me? Jin Yao wiped her tears and smiled. That doesn't matter. My husband will definitely hire the best confinement nanny to help us when the time comes. Right, husband? Cao Pingwa quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. When the time comes, we will arrange 2 confinement nannies for each child. I will hire 6 of the most expensive confinement nannies for the 2 of you, who will take turns to take care of your baby 24 hours a day. After listening to Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao's echo, Zheng Jieqi sniffed and said, Honey, can we hire a confinement nanny for a few more months? I'm really afraid I can't take care of it myself. Cao Pingwa caressed Zheng Jieqi's little face and said, No problem, just ask for a few months. In addition to the confinement nanny, I will also hire a few more live-in nannies to ensure that there is always someone to help you take care of the child. Don't worry, Jieqi. I promised you that after you give birth to your baby, you can go back to school. I will definitely keep my word. Looking at Cao Pingwa's sincere face, Zheng Jieqi felt a surge of security and hid in his arms. Hubby, you're so good to me. The obstetrician sat nearby and watched the show silently. Having worked at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital for nearly 5 years, he originally thought he was knowledgeable. But when he saw Cao Pingwa's family of 3, or rather a family of 6, showing their love in front of him, he still felt quite shocked. This fucked up society is really a place where people either die of drought or flood. After Zheng Jieqi's emotions completely calmed down, the doctor first explained to her the various conditions of the twins in her belly according to the procedure, and then told her some things she needed to pay attention to during pregnancy. Ms. Zheng, when you go back, eat and drink as you should, pay attention to balanced nutrition, and stay in a good mood. This will be good for you and the fetus. Also, for safety reasons, it's best not to have sex during the first 3 months of pregnancy. Zheng Jieqi blushed and nodded seriously. I know, doctor. I will do as you say. Doctor. Okay, I've already created your file. See you next month for your second prenatal checkup. Zheng Jieqi politely stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, doctor. Goodbye, doctor. On the way back, Jin Yao, who was sitting in the second row of the business car, suddenly asked Cao Pingwa with a happy face. By the way, husband, didn't you say that if I gave you a healthy baby, you would reward me with 1 million? Jieqi is pregnant with twins now, so shouldn't you reward her with 2 million? Cao Pingwa turned around and smiled. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. My husband's words are definitely counted. 19-year-old Zheng Jieqi is not very interested in money now. She said innocently, Actually, I don't care whether the award is 1 million or 2 million. As long as my husband can arrange for me to go back to school and continue my studies, that's all that matters. Jin Yao quickly took her hand and said, You silly girl, why don't you want what's yours? Although my husband treats us very well, we should also have some private money of our own. Cao Pingwa asked with a smile, Oh, Yao Yao, how much private money have you saved without telling me? It's a secret. I won't tell you. Jin Yao looked very proud. Because the doctor's advice said that there should be no sexual intercourse during the first 3 months of pregnancy. After the first prenatal checkup, Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi no longer pestered Cao Pingwa like they did before. This gave him a chance to take a break from his busy schedule and concentrate on dealing with Qianwan, the female Mercedes-Benz salesperson he had just recruited. I have to say that although both are gold-digging gold diggers, Qianwan's rank and level are much higher than Yu Qian's. Not only is she gentle as water in bed, she also listens to orders and bows her head actively. Moreover, every time she went out with Cao Pingwa, she always looked at him with admiration and kept calling him husband, husband, in a sweet voice, and her emotional value was maximized. When shopping, Qianwan would keep spending money on Cao Pingwa, buying him all kinds of big brand clothes, shoes, underwear, socks, sunglasses, belts, etc. From head to toe, from inside to outside, there is nothing that Qianwan has not considered. At the same time, Cao Pingwa, who has a patriarchal tendency, would naturally give her many gifts in return without realizing it. Clothes, bags, earrings, necklaces, high-end cosmetics, skincare products, etc. A week later, Cao Pingwa found out that Qianwan had spent more than 100,000 yuan on him, while he himself had spent more than 500,000 yuan on Qianwan. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but sigh. This 23-year-old girl is really extraordinary. Yu Qian, who was surpassed from behind, saw it and felt anxious, regretting it so much. I am really stupid. Why shouldn't I seize such a good first-mover advantage and try to be clever with him? Now, his cleverness has backfired. If Qianwan gets pregnant with his child before me, I will have to be the last one in the future. That night, in the one-bedroom apartment that Qianwan rented, Cao Pingwa was lying on the bed with her to rest. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task. System reward 10 million yuan. Skill reward, green hat warning ability. Green hat warning ability becomes effective when the physical distance to the detection target is within 5 meters. The cuckold warning capability will become independent of physical distance once the baby is successfully born, and any target can be monitored at any time. Random reward, 1 tonic pill. Chapter 57 Learning to Swim, Part 1. Cao Pingwa focused his attention on Qianwan and saw a circle of blue light surrounding her. Blue light indicates that the woman is very loyal, and there is no risk of infidelity. Yellow light indicates the woman's loyalty is average, and there is a certain risk of infidelity. Green light indicates low female loyalty and a higher risk of infidelity. This ability to warn of infidelity is really a must-have skill if you want to have many children. There will definitely be many mothers for my children in the future, and I will definitely be too busy to take care of them all. It will be difficult to avoid neglecting some of them. If the mothers of these children in the cold palace encounter some temptations to cheat in life, I can use this skill to predict in advance and prevent myself from being cuckolded. Okay, Xiaowan, put your legs down. Qianwan held her breath and said, It's not even 10 minutes yet, honey. I'll hold on a little longer. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Don't insist, you are already pregnant. Qianwan turned her head and smiled. How did you know this, husband? Do you have any superpowers? Cao Pingwa, isn't Qianwan a little too smart? I don't have any superpowers. I just feel like we've succeeded. Although Qianwan didn't believe what Cao Pingwa said, she still obediently took her beautiful legs down from the wall and put them back into Cao Pingwa's arms. She looked teasingly and caressed Cao Pingwa's broad chest with her jade feet. The next morning, Cao Pingwa's cell phone on the bedside table vibrated. He pulled out a hand, closed his eyes, touched the phone, and slid the answer button. Hello, who is this? Uncle, I'm Lele. Hello, Lele. Why are you calling your uncle so early? Uncle is such a lazy bum. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. The little girl on the other end of the phone asked in a baby voice, Uncle, can you swim? Yes, Lele. Do you want to learn how to swim? Yes. Uncle, can you come and teach me how to swim today? Of course you can. Lele, just wait for your uncle at home. Your uncle will come to you as soon as he gets up. After Cao Pingwa hung up the phone, Qianwan, who was clinging to him, asked, Husband, do you need me to accompany you to find your little niece? Although I can't swim very well, I can accompany her into the women's locker room, help her change clothes, and take a bath. Cao Pingwa pinched Qianwan's smooth little face and said, Thank you for your kindness, but Lele's mother, my god-sister, should go to learn swimming with us. Sister? Qianwan keenly caught the information that Cao Pingwa deliberately leaked to her. So she said with high emotional intelligence, The next time you need something, please tell me at any time. I am very popular with children. After getting up, the two took a shower together in the small bathroom. Cao Pingwa stood straight and brushed his teeth. Qianwan stood behind him and carefully rubbed his back with a newly bought bath ball. After rubbing his back and arms, Qianwan hugged Cao Pingwa from behind and reached out to rub his stomach and chest. After rubbing her upper body, She squatted down and rubbed Cao Pingwa's legs and feet. While enjoying Qianwan's bathing service, Cao Pingwa was thinking about going swimming with Chen Shooting and her daughter later. Because the beautiful widow has always dressed conservatively, I have never had the chance to intuitively appreciate her good figure. Today should be a good opportunity. When Cao Pingwa thought of the plump Chen Shooting in a swimsuit, he instantly felt his blood boiling. The change in his expression was naturally noticed by Qianwan, who was helping him scrub his back. With her high emotional intelligence, she didn't say a word and directly helped him solve the problem. After taking a shower, Qianwan gently and carefully helped Cao Pingwa put on his clothes, and then sent him out the door with a well-behaved look on her face. As soon as Cao Pingwa went downstairs, he saw his shiny black Mercedes-Maybach S680 waiting for him on the roadside. After sitting in the spacious backseat of the car, Cao Pingwa said to Liu Ruyan in the driver's seat, "Old Liu, let's go to Donghu Jingyuan." "Okay, boss." Donghu Jingyuan, Building 6, Room 1101. Standing in front of her wardrobe, Chen Shooting hesitated a bit. Should she wear a more conservative one-piece swimsuit or a more figure-flattering two-piece swimsuit? Suddenly, the doorbell rang at the front door. "Liu, your uncle must be here. Go open the door for him." "Okay, Mom." Lele quickly put down the tablet in his hand, jumped off the sofa, and ran to the door with excitement. "Uncle." "Hey," Cao Pingwa responded, then smiled and picked up the cute little Lele and walked into the house. "Lele is so good. Thank you for opening the door for Uncle." At this time, Chen Shooting, who had finished packing in the bedroom, also came out of the room with a smile on her face. "I had originally planned to take Lele to the swimming pool for swimming lessons last month, but I was too busy before then. When I finished my work and took her to find a swimming coach, I found that the preschool swimming classes at several nearby swimming pools were already full. I can't swim myself, so I have to trouble you, my busy uncle. I hope you won't interfere with your company's business." Cao Pingwa, holding Lele in his arms, said with a smile, "As the boss of a company, my job is to discover talents and assign them to the right positions. If I can't focus on the big picture and let go of the small details, and I don't dare to delegate authority, and I have to do everything myself, not only will I be exhausted, but the company will definitely not grow." Chen Shooting's eyes lit up and she nodded gently. "I didn't expect that Boss Chow and I have similar styles of being bosses. Ha! Otherwise how could we be siblings?" Cao Pingwa said happily. "Sister, have you packed your swimming supplies?" Chen Shooting nodded and lifted the large handbag in her hand. "It's packed. Everything is in this bag." Without saying a word, Cao Pingwa took the big bag from her hand, then walked towards the door with the bag in one hand and Lele in the other. "Sister, you don't need to bring your car keys. I bought a new car and hired a driver." "Oh, okay." Chen Shooting put down the Camry car keys on the table and followed Cao Pingwa out. When Liu Ruyan saw Cao Pingwa holding a cute little girl with a round face in his arms, and followed by a beautiful young woman of the same age as him with a calm aura, his first reaction was, "This must be the Empress." Unexpectedly, the little girl opened her mouth and said, "Wow, Uncle, your new car is so big." When Liu Ruyan heard this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Uncle?" But the look between the boss and the beautiful young woman doesn't seem like brother and sister, more like a couple. Despite his doubts, Liu Ruyan immediately stepped forward to take the handbag from Cao Pingwa's hand and then put the bag in the trunk of the car. Chen Shooting curiously walked around to the back of the car and looked at the rear logo, Maybach S680. "This car is not cheap. I just spent $3 million to buy my Porsche 911 last month, and this month I bought a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. The strength of my adopted brother is truly unfathomable." Chapter 58, Learning to Swim, Part 2. Soon, the black Maybach arrived at the gate of Hongshan swimming pool. After Cao Pingwa's family of 3 got off the car, they carried their bags and walked directly into the swimming pool, while the driver Liu Ruyan drove to find a parking space. When buying the ticket, Cao Pingwa also bought himself a new pair of swimming trunks, a swimming cap, and a set of toiletries. "Sister, I'm going to the men's locker room to change clothes first. I'll wait for you in the swimming pool later," he said as he handed 2 cards to Chen Shooting. Chen Shooting held Lele's hand and nodded. "Okay, see you inside later." After taking a quick shower and changing into swimming trunks, Cao Pingwa was the first to walk into the inner hall. At this time, the Hongshan swimming pool was crowded and bustling. He stood by the swimming pool, watching several well-proportioned young girls swimming back and forth, while patiently waiting for Chen Shooting and her daughter. About 20 minutes later, Chen Shooting and Lele, who had taken a shower and changed into their swimsuits, walked into the inner hall hand in hand. "Mom, Uncle is over there. Let's go find him." Cao Pingwa turned around and looked at the sound. His eyes widened instantly. He knew that his sister had a good figure, But when he saw Chen shooting in a purple two-piece swimsuit for the first time, he was still amazed by her. Pingao, have you been waiting for us for a long time? No, Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile. Sister, you look so beautiful in this outfit today. Chen shooting blushed slightly. Thank you. Seeing many children swimming happily in the swimming pool, Lele, who was very envious, let go of her mother's hand, took Cao Pingwa's hand, looked up, and said, Uncle, please take me swimming quickly. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Don't worry, Lele, your uncle will take you into the water right away. Afterwards, Cao Pingwa went down the escalator with Lele to the swimming pool and began to teach her how to swim. Sitting by the swimming pool, Chen shooting watched her daughter happily learning to swim with Cao Pingwa from a distance. Suddenly, she sighed in her heart. It's better to have a man in this family. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Chen shooting picked it up and saw that it was her mother calling. Mom, Shu Ting, are you and Lilu at home? We're not at home. I'm taking her outside to learn swimming. Oh, that's what happened. Your Aunt Wang introduced you to someone a few days ago. Mom, didn't I tell you that I don't want to go on any more blind dates recently? Chen shooting frowned slightly and interrupted her mother directly. Chen's mother was silent for a while on the other end of the phone, then continued, Daughter, you are only 33 years old this year. If you don't find someone while you are still young, are you really going to live alone for the next few decades? Mom, I'm not alone. I have Lele. We are living a good life together. Hey, Mom knows you're worried that the man won't treat Lele well after you remarry, but this time the guy your Aunt Wang introduced to you is different. He's a teacher at the University of Finance and Economics, 38 years old and never married, and he doesn't mind you having a daughter. After hearing what her mother said, Chen shooting felt very embarrassed. Because she doesn't want to go on blind dates, nor does she want her parents to worry about her personal problems all the time. Suddenly, Chen shooting saw Cao Pingwa, who was patiently teaching Lele to swim in the swimming pool. Mom, actually my friend introduced me to a guy recently. I've met him a few times, and he seems pretty good to me. Really? Shooting, don't lie to me. Of course it's true, Chen shooting said, looking at the tall Cao Pingwa while holding her phone. He's 30 years old, divorced, and has no children. He runs his own business. Does he know you have a daughter? He knew that he and Lele had not only met before, but they also got along quite well. Mother Chen's tone brightened noticeably. That's great. When can you bring him over for your father and me to see? Let's wait for a while. After all, we've only just met for a short time. I'm afraid it'll scare others if I let him go home with me to meet you and Dad so soon. That's right. Let's wait until you two have more time to interact with each other before we decide. After hanging up the phone, Chen shooting looked at Cao Pingwa with a more complicated look. I'm sorry, brother. Although you probably don't mind, I still used you as a shield without your consent. Children learn to swim quickly. After learning for less than an hour, Lele was able to swim in the pool by himself without a swimming ring. Like a happy little fish, she swam towards Chen shooting on the shore. Mom, look, I can swim now. Chen shooting smiled and said, Mom saw it. Lele is awesome. He doesn't need a swimming ring anymore so soon. As they were talking, Lele swam to the shore and hugged one of Chen shooting's long white legs, making Coach Chow, next to him, very envious. Mom, come down and swim with us. Chen shooting bent down, reached out and wiped the water off her daughter's face and said with a smile, Mom can't swim, so I'll just watch you and Uncle swim. When Lele heard this, he turned to look at Cao Pingwa and said, Uncle, can you teach Mom too? I want to swim with Mom. Cao Pingwa was very happy in his heart. Lele is so good. Your uncle's love for you is not in vain. Of course, since your uncle can teach you, he can naturally teach your mother as well. Hearing Cao Pingwa say this, Lele quickly shook Chen shooting's legs and said coquettishly, Mom, then you come down too. Let your uncle teach you how to swim. Chen shooting couldn't resist her daughter's repeated requests, so she had to go into the water with a swimming ring on her pretty face with a slight blush. Pingwa, please teach me, an adult, a lesson. Cao Pingwa said happily. It's not a big deal, but if you want to learn how to swim, you have to take off the swimming ring first. Chen shooting said a little embarrassedly, but if I leave the swimming ring, I will sink to the bottom directly. Cao Pingwa smiled and took a step forward, placing his hands on her smooth waist. Don't worry, sister. I will keep holding your waist and abdomen with my hands to provide you with buoyancy and won't let you sink. Okay. Chen shooting took off the swimming ring tremblingly, and with Cao Pingwa's support, she slowly began to swing her white arms in the water and kick her big white legs. Sister, your breaststroke posture is quite standard. Chen shooting blushed and said, but I feel like if you let go of my hand, I'll sink to the bottom. Ha ha ha. Stop thinking about sinking and focus more on your swimming posture and rhythm. Pay attention to the synchronization of your hands and feet, and find the feeling of floating while swimming. Under the patient teaching of Coach Cao, Chen Shooting, who has long arms and legs, quickly found some feeling of swimming. She said with joy, "Hey, Pingwa, I suddenly feel like I can float on my own." "Really? Then let me let go and try." Before Chen Shooting could agree, Cao Pingwa removed the force from his hand on her belly. Chen Shooting instantly felt that she lacked buoyancy and panicked. She panicked, and the rhythm of her hands and feet became disrupted. Once her swimming rhythm was disrupted, her body immediately began to sink. Chen Shooting, who was panicking in the water, subconsciously stretched out her hands and hugged Cao Pingwa's neck tightly. Chapter 59. Pingwa, don't be like this, I am your sister. How can you let go just like that? Chen Shooting, who was still in shock, said coquettishly. Cao Pingwa, who had just washed his face with facial cleanser, felt secretly happy. Sister, didn't you just say that you found the feeling of swimming? Chen Shooting blushed and said, I thought I knew it. And you can't just let go of my hand. You need to give me more time to prepare. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Okay, I understand. Chen Shooting, who had gradually calmed down, suddenly found herself hugging Cao Pingwa tightly in the swimming pool. On the water surface, she put her arms around Cao Pingwa's neck, and the two of them faced each other at close range, their noses almost touching. Under the water, her legs were tightly wrapped around Cao Pingwa's waist. Chen Shooting knew that the way they were hugging each other was too intimate, but she couldn't swim yet, and she couldn't leave the man in front of her in the water. Was this all planned when he asked me to take off my swimming ring? Pingwa, let's continue swimming. Cao Pingwa smiled evilly and said, Let me rest for a while. Chen Shooting's face flushed red, then put me on the shore. How can I rest if you hold me like this? Ha ha ha, you're not heavy, and you're buoyant in the water, so it's not hard at all to hold you. Cao Pingwa placed his hands on her slender waist and deliberately squeezed it. I'll just stand in the water and rest for a while. Then we'll continue with the swimming lesson. Chen Shooting looked into Cao Pingwa's eyes shyly. She knew that he was deliberately taking advantage of her, but she didn't say much. After all, it was I who asked the other person to teach me how to swim, and in the process of learning to swim, there will inevitably be some physical contact. Suddenly, a cheerful little fish swam past the two of them. Mom, don't be afraid. Your uncle will hold you up and help you swim. Lele splashed in the water and swam in small circles. Come on, Mom, swimming is so fun. Seeing her little daughter enjoying herself so well, Chen Shooting regained her enthusiasm. Pingwa, let's continue swimming. As a mother, I can't lose too much to my child. Cao Pingwa, who had hugged her enough for now, smiled and said, Okay, let's continue. Pay attention to the coordination of your hands and feet. Good. After another hour of teaching, Chen Shooting slowly found the feeling of swimming. However, adults cannot learn to swim as fast as children. Currently, Chen Shooting can only swim a short distance on her own under the close supervision of Cao Pingwa. At this time, Lele, who had been swimming for nearly 2 hours, finally showed signs of fatigue. Mom, I'm tired and hungry. Okay, Lele, Mom will take you to dinner right away. Chen Shooting turned to Cao Pingwa, who was hugging her, and said, Let's stop here for today. Let's go eat together. Cao Pingwa nodded. Okay. After lifting Lele directly from the water to the shore, Cao Pingwa helped Chen Shooting climb up the ladder beside the swimming pool. After coming out of the water, Chen Shooting's already sexy one-piece swimsuit was completely soaked and stuck even tighter to her snow-white skin, attracting the attention of countless men around her. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa picked up a bath towel and draped it over Chen Shooting. Chen Shooting turned her head to look at him, smiled, and said nothing more, then turned around and wrapped another small bath towel around Lele. Lele, be good, don't catch a cold. Then Cao Pingwa held Xiao Lele's hand with one hand and Chen Shooting's hand with the other, and walked along the edge of the swimming pool towards the locker room. Countless people behind them cast envious glances at them. Men envy Cao Pingwa because his wife has a sexy figure and good looks, and looks like a queen-like female star. The woman envied Chen Shooting, not only because she was beautiful and had a good figure, but also because her husband was tall and muscular. Coupled with their previous, very affectionate behavior in the water, it shows that the husband is definitely in good health. Having a husband with great health is the key to a woman's happy life. After returning to the men's locker room, Cao Pingwa slowly took a shower and changed into his clothes again. He walked out of the locker room, handed in his cards at the front desk, and then called Liu Ruyan, who had been waiting in the car. Old Liu, you can come to the door to pick us up now. Okay, boss. A few minutes later, the black Maybach S680 appeared at the main entrance of Hongshan swimming pool. Cao Pingwa did not get in the car first, but waited for Chen Shooting and Lele to come out of the women's locker room, then helped them carry their bags and got in the car together. Where are we going to eat? Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked. Chen Shooting, who was in the back row, was applying facial cream to Lele's round face as she said, let's go to the nearby Zhongnan shopping mall and find a Chinese restaurant. I'll treat you. Okay. Cao Pingwa turned around and said, let's go, Lao Lu, to Zhongnan shopping mall. Natural Seasoning Restaurant, 5th floor, Zhongnan shopping mall. After the four of them sat down, Chen Shooting politely asked Liu Weigua, Master Liu, do you have any dietary restrictions? Liu Weigua was a little flattered and said, No, Miss Chun, you guys can order whatever you want, and I'll just eat with you. Chen Shooting added, the seasoning in this restaurant is lighter, more suitable for children, so I have to trouble Chef Liu to accommodate our tastes. Liu Weigua quickly said, Miss Chun, you are too polite. I usually eat light food. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting next to Liu Weigua, said with a smile, Sister, why don't you ask me if I can handle light and calm food? Chen Shooting glanced at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous look in her eyes. You are Lele's uncle. Isn't it your duty to accommodate her? Cao Pingwa, ha, that's true. Because she had to go to the bar to watch the store in the evening. After eating and drinking, Chen Shooting first sent Lele to her parents' house, and then asked Cao Pingwa to take her back to her home. Downstairs of Building 6, Donghu Jinyuan. After Cao Pingwa took Chen Shooting's handbag out of the trunk, he didn't give it to her. Instead, he held it in his hand and said, Sister, let me take you upstairs and use the restroom at the same time. Chen Shooting didn't think much of it. Okay, take your wet swimming trunks and swimming cap with you. I'm going to wash Lele's and my swimsuits later, so I might as well wash yours too. Cao Pingwa, okay. After following Chen Shooting upstairs and into the house, Cao Pingwa went to the bathroom first to run a toilet. After coming out, he saw Chen Shooting, wearing a purple nightgown, standing in front of the washing machine with her, but sticking out and her waist bent, putting the wet clothes in the bag into the washing machine one by one. Sister Shooting. Cao Pingwa stepped forward and hugged Chen Shooting's slender waist. Oops. Chen Shooting was startled. Her pretty face flushed as she turned around and said, Pingwa, don't be like this. I'm your sister. Chapter 60. See you tomorrow, little brother. Cao Pingwa had a wicked smile on his face. You are my god sister, yes, but when we were learning to swim together in the swimming pool today, you clearly had feelings for me. Sister Shooting, you won't deny it, right? Chen Shooting agreed with a blush on her pretty face. She had been alone in her empty room for 5 years, and when Cao Pingwa hugged her in the water today, her inner defenses had indeed begun to waver. Pingwa, this is not good. Chen Shooting jumped out of the washing machine with a red face, put on her purple dress vacuum first, and then continued to put the wet clothes in the bag into the washing machine. After putting the laundry beads in place and starting the washing machine, Chen Shooting turned to look at Cao Pingwa and said with a thoughtful look in her eyes, I hope you can continue to be Lele's uncle. Is that okay? Of course. Cao Pingwa stepped forward and caressed Chen Shooting's cheek. Then can I continue teaching you to swim tomorrow and then take you home like I did today? Chen Shooting blushed and said, Okay, but what's going on between us must be kept secret, especially Lele. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Lele is only 5 years old this year. What does she know? Humph, don't underestimate the kids nowadays. They are very smart. Okay, I promise to behave myself in front of Lele. Chen Shooting kissed Cao Pingwa on the cheek again. Okay, I should go to the store now. Do you need me to ask Lao Lu to drive you? No, I can drive there myself. Downstairs. Cao Pingwa hugged Chen Shooting and wanted to give her another sweet kiss goodbye. Chen Shooting shyly avoided his mouth. Master Liu is still beside us. Liu Weigua, who had a sharp ear, quickly got into the driver's seat of the Maybach. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Is it okay now? Chen Shooting looked around warily, then blushed and took the initiative to kiss Cao Pingwa. See you tomorrow, stinky brother. After saying that, she turned around and got into her Toyota Camry. On the way back, Cao Pingwa, sitting in the spacious back seat of the Maybach, closed his eyes and carefully recalled the 2 battles he had with the beautiful widow not long ago. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. When he took it out and looked at it, it was a call from his father in his hometown of Shenyang. Dad, you looking for me? Pingwa, why didn't you tell me and your mom about such a big thing as divorce? Cao Pingwa frowned and said, I plan to tell you about this matter in person when I go home on the 11th. Cao Pingwa, who has been working outside, is used to reporting good news but not bad news to his parents in his hometown. Dad, how did you know about my divorce with Liu Ruyan? Ruyan's mother called us and said that there were some minor misunderstandings and conflicts between you and Ruyan, and that they divorced in anger. She also said that now that you and Ruyan have talked it out, she hopes your mother and I can persuade you to remarry Ruyan and continue to live a good life together. Cao Pingwa was so angry after hearing this that he laughed, thinking that Wu Yan, that old bidden, was really thicker-skinned than a city wall. It was she who kept urging Liu Ruyan to divorce me, a middle-aged unemployed man without a high-paying job. Now she can even shamelessly call her parents in her hometown and ask them to persuade me to remarry. Old Biden is dreaming. Dad, this is what happened. Cao Pingwa directly told his father Cao Song the simplified version of the truth and asked him and his mother to block the phone numbers of Liu Ruyan and Wu Yan, mother and daughter. After hanging up the phone, Cao Pingwa said to Liu Weigua, who was driving in the front seat, "Old Liu, let's not go back to the Rehua Hotel yet. Let's go to Foodie New City Community." "Okay, boss." Food New City Community. After taking a shower, Liu Ruyan, wearing only a pair of purple silk pajamas, was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching a TV series. Suddenly, the electronic lock of the door was opened from the outside with a fingerprint, and then Cao Pingwa pushed the door open with an expressionless face. "Husband, you're back." Liu Ruyan, with a look of surprise on her face, quickly got up from the sofa and trotted to the door to greet her ex-husband. She swiftly took out Cao Pingwa's slippers from the shoe cabinet, and then squatted down to help him change his shoes. Cao Pingwa looked down at the spring light exposed in Liu Ruyan's collar, raised his foot to let her help him take off his shoes, and asked coldly, "Did you know that your mother called my parents?" "Ah." Liu Ruyan panicked instantly, looked up at Cao Pingwa, then quickly lowered her head to help him change his slippers. I know. Okay, you told me the truth." After changing his shoes, Cao Pingwa strode into the house and sat down on the big sofa in the living room. Liu Ruyan stood in front of him with her head slightly lowered, like a young wife who had made a mistake. "I tried to persuade my mother not to disturb your parents, but she refused to listen. I'm sorry, husband." Cao Pingwa spread his legs apart, shaking his right leg and resting his hands on the back of the sofa. "Are you standing so straight as an apology?" "Oh." Liu Ruyan quickly knelt in front of Cao Pingwa. "I'm sorry, honey. I apologize to you on behalf of my mother." Chapter 61, The Obedient Ex-Wife. Looking at his lovely ex-wife kneeling before him respectfully to admit her mistake, Cao Pingwa was quite satisfied with the results of his training during this period. He picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it in front of Liu Ruyan. "Kneel closer and give me a leg massage." "Okay, husband." Liu Ruyan quickly knelt on the soft pillow, and her delicate knees instantly felt much more comfortable. "My husband is so good to me." While she was giving Cao Pingwa a massage, she asked cautiously, "Husband, what do our parents think about our remarriage?" "Our parents?" Cao Pingwa said happily. "Liu Ruyan, you really like to be clever with changing the address in advance. It's not the first day you've known me, Cao Pingwa. I always make my own decisions, so I won't listen to other people's opinions on remarriage, even if that person is my parents." Cao Pingwa raised his foot and stepped on Liu Ruyan's soft body. "Liu Ruyan, I told you before, as long as you let me see your change and your sincerity, I will remarry you. But if you and your mother continue to try to be clever and take shortcuts, don't blame me for being ruthless." Liu Ruyan quickly said with some grievance, "I'm sorry, husband. It wasn't my idea to call your parents this time. I really love you and I really want to be with you again. Well, I have to say, you've changed a lot in recent times. If it weren't for this little incident caused by your mother, I would have planned to rekindle our relationship." Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and changed the subject. "But now I think I need to test you for a while to see if you can completely break free from your mother's control. After all, she was the one who played a big role in our divorce, wasn't she?" Liu Ruyan was speechless and began to secretly hate her mother Wu Yan. "Oh, by the way, my banana media is just starting out, and I'm a little short on funds." Cao Pingwa put down his foot that was stepping on Liu Ruyan, stretched out his hand to pull her up from the ground, and let her sit next to him. "Go find a bank tomorrow and get a loan using your house as collateral. Then give me the money to use for a while." "Loan? Mortgage the house." Seeing Liu Ruyan hesitate slightly, Cao Pingwa immediately frowned. "What's wrong? You don't want to help your husband with such a small favor?" No. Liu Ruyan quickly leaned into his arms. "Of course I'm willing to help my husband. After all, this house was originally bought for me by you, husband." Cao Pingwa kneaded her smooth shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't worry about the repayment. My company's funds will be able to turn around in 2 or 3 months." Liu Ruyan rested her face on his shoulder. "I'm not worried. My husband is so capable. I'm not worried at all." She suddenly raised her head and said with an ambiguous look, "Hubby, you haven't been home for many days. I miss you." Cao Pingwa didn't say a word. He just held Liu Ruyan in his arms, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom. The next morning, Cao Pingwa was just about to get up when Liu Ruyan hugged him with her snow-white arms. She said with lust in her eyes, "Honey, I didn't eat enough last night." Because he had eaten very full at Qian Wan and Chen Shooting's house yesterday, Cao Pingwa was not very motivated last night. "Okay, since you've been so well-behaved lately, I'll give you an extra meal." After caressing his ex-wife, Cao Pingwa took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Liu Ruyan, wearing a silk nightgown, reluctantly saw him out the door and stood in the corridor waiting for the elevator with him. Cao Pingwa said, "Okay, I can wait for the elevator myself. You can go back to the house." Liu Ruyan took Cao Pingwa's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "No, I want to stand with my husband for a while longer." "Ha, then wear more clothes next time and wait for the elevator with me." Cao Pingwa reached out and pinched her round and cute little butt and said with a smile, "I don't like my sexy side being seen by other outsiders." Hearing Cao Pingwa say that she was his woman, Liu Ruyan was extremely happy. "Okay, husband, I'll go back first. When you're working, remember to eat on time, take breaks, and go home more often after work." In the afternoon, Cao Pingwa accompanied Chen Shooting and her daughter to Hongshan swimming pool for swimming, as usual. Little Lele no longer needs a swimming ring, nor does she need Cao Pingwa as her uncle. As soon as she entered the swimming pool, she dived into the pool like a little fish seeing water and started swimming happily. Chen Shooting reminded him, "Lele, don't swim too far away from mom and uncle." Lele easily switched from breaststroke to backstroke. "Got it, mom." "Don't worry, sister. I've been watching Lele out of the corner of my eye." Cao Pingwa took a step forward and stretched out his big hands to Chen Shooting's waist. "Let me continue teaching you how to swim." "Okay." Chen Shooting placed her hands on Cao Pingwa's shoulders. "But you have to remember to behave in front of Lele." Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Was there anything wrong with me when I taught you how to swim yesterday?" Chen Shooting said with an ambiguous look, "It's not unruly, but it's not very rule-bound either." Cao Pingwa, "Ha. As long as Sister Shooting promises to make it up to me later, I promise to behave better today than yesterday." Chen Shooting blushed slightly. "Stinky little brother. As long as you behave yourself in front of Lele, I'll obey you when we're alone together." After swimming and having dinner, Chen Shooting first sent Lele to her parents' house, and then went back to her own home with Cao Pingwa in his Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Following Chen Shooting upstairs and into the house, Cao Pingwa had just closed the door and turned around, but before he could say anything, his mouth was blocked by Chen Shooting's soft lips. Cao Pingwa leaned against the door and was a little breathless from Chen Shooting's passionate kiss. "Oh my God, why are you more anxious than me?" Ha. Chen Shooting's cheeks flushed, and her eyes were filled with lust. "Stop talking nonsense and follow me into the house." Chapter 62. Good morning, boss. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, and 50 is full of potential. Chen Shooting is 33 years old this year and has been living alone for another 5 years. She is at the age when she is eager for something. Cao Pingwa, who had a good foundation and great physical strength, was able to tie with her in the first 2 days, but he fell into a disadvantage from the 3rd day. If he hadn't taken 2 consecutive strengthening pills given by the system, he wouldn't have been able to sustain a week of high-intensity exercise. After a satisfying double-row chicken-eating game, Cao Pingwa hugged the plump and beautiful lady Chen Shooting and lay down on her big bed to rest. "Sister, do you want to give Lele a little brother or sister?" Chen Shooting caressed Cao Pingwa's chest and said happily, "Why? You're not satisfied with being Lele's uncle, and you have to be her stepfather?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Well, I want to give you and your daughter a complete home." Forget it, stinky brother. You have so many women around you. Isn't your family a bit too complete, with too many people? It's more lively when there are more people. Wouldn't it be nice for Lele to have more brothers and sisters? Chen Shooting suddenly sat up and looked at Cao Pingwa in surprise. "Are you serious?" Cao Pingwa nodded. "Of course, I really want to have a baby with you." Chen Shooting. Her expression was very complicated. "Pingwa, I am very grateful for your help before, and thank you for being so kind to Lele. I won't deny that I've fallen in love with you, but you have to understand that Lele always comes first to me. She has been without a father since she was a child, so I want to put all my love as a mother on her alone." Cao Pingwa understood that he could not force mature women like Chen Shooting, who were career-oriented and independent-minded, to have children for him. "I understand, Sister Shooting. We can talk about having a baby together when Lele is older." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat video call from Liu Ruyan. Cao Pingwa directly rejected the video call and called back with voice. "Husband, why don't you answer my video?" Cao Pingwa caressed Chen Shooting's smooth back and said, "I'm in a meeting, so it's not convenient to video chat." Oh, didn't you ask me to go to the bank to apply for a mortgage loan a few days ago? Now the money has been approved, a total of 1.6 million. The loan period is 3 years, and the monthly repayment is 52,000. Cao Pingwa said, I understand. Just transfer the money to my card. I'm a little busy right now. I'll contact you later. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Shooting couldn't help but ask curiously, who is it? My ex-wife. Your ex-wife? She's divorced you, but she still calls you husband. Ha ha ha, there's nothing I can do. She said she can't forget me in her heart. Chen Shooting glanced at Cao Pingwa with a helpless look on her face. Brother, are you short of money lately? Why do I seem to hear your ex-wife helping you with a loan? Cao Pingwa said calmly, I'm not short of money. I asked her to get a loan from the bank just to get back what originally belonged to me. Chen Shooting naturally didn't understand what Cao Pingwa said, but she didn't want to get involved in the emotional entanglement between Cao Pingwa and his ex-wife. If you need money, just tell me. The bar business is pretty good recently. I have 3 million in cash on hand, so I can pay you back first. No need, sister. If I really need money, I will tell you directly. Cao Pingwa touched Chen Shooting's slender waist and said with a smile, Sister, I'm talking to another woman on the phone in front of you. Aren't you jealous at all? Chen Shooting showed a wicked smile. I'm just your god sister. Why should I be jealous? You say one thing and mean another. Cao Pingwa pulled Chen Shooting back into his arms and began to squeeze her wildly. Chen Shooting's face quickly turned red. Oh, my stinky brother. It's getting late. I should go to the store. It's okay to be a few hours late occasionally. After saying that, he leaned over and kissed her. The hot August has passed, and the still hot September has arrived. Cao Pingwa, who had been addicted to the gentle love of Qian Wan and Chen Shooting one after another, suddenly found that he had not been to the company for almost half a month. So this morning, as soon as Jin Yao got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, Cao Pingwa also prepared to get up. Hubby, what are you doing up so early? Zheng Jiechi, who was standing next to him, put his arm around Cao Pingwa's neck, preventing him from getting up. You finally get to sleep with me once, so just stay in bed with me for a while longer. Cao Pingwa turned around and hugged the petite Zheng Jiechi, feeling a little sorry. This 19-year-old girl is pregnant with twins for me, but I have paid too little attention to her recently. Jiechi, be good. Today I'm going to visit the company with your sister Yao Yao. I'll come back early to accompany you after get off work tonight, okay? Zheng Jiechi rubbed her little face against Cao Pingwa's neck for a long time before reluctantly letting go of her hands. Okay. Then come back early in the evening, my dear. I will wait for you in the hotel room. Cao Pingwa kissed the clingy girl, then jumped off the 2-meter-wide bed and walked into the bathroom of the suite. Jin Yao, who was brushing her teeth, looked surprised. Husband? Why are you getting up so early? Ha ha ha. Am I usually that lazy? Jin Yao smiled without saying anything, but took out Cao Pingwa's toothbrush from the cabinet, squeezed toothpaste for him, and handed it to him. Cao Pingwa took the toothbrush, brushed his teeth with his right hand, and hugged Jin Yao with his left hand, and was very unruly. Jin Yao blushed and twisted her body. Husband, please brush your teeth properly, and please don't touch me everywhere. Cao Pingwa spit out a mouthful of white foam and laughed. You only need one hand to brush your teeth, and the other hand is idle anyway. Jin Yao had no choice but to endure his harassment, while quickly washing up and returning to the living room to change clothes. When Cao Pingwa walked out of the bathroom leisurely, Jin Yao had already changed into a beautiful and sexy OL suit. White shirt, black hip-hugging skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and black high heels with red soles. Her black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair neck. Cao Pingwa smiled lewdly and said, Yao Yao, you look so beautiful in this outfit. Jin Yao smiled and handed a dark blue polo shirt and a pair of white casual trousers to Cao Pingwa. Hurry up and change your clothes, or we'll be late. Cao Pingwa took a step forward and put his arms around Jin Yao's waist and hips. I'm the boss of the company. I can go to the company whenever I want. How can I be late? After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Jin Yao on her cherry lips. Jin Yao, who was held in the arms of the hot Cao Pingwa, had no power to resist at all and could only let him do whatever he wanted on her mouth, face and neck. After a passionate kiss, Jin Yao patted Cao Pingwa's arm coquettishly. Hate it. You messed up the clothes I just put on. She first lowered her head and buttoned the 5 buttons on her white shirt, adjusted her collar, and then gently helped Cao Pingwa change into casual clothes for going out. Jin Yao took Cao Pingwa's arm and walked out of the Ruihua Hotel together. It was sunny outside. After crossing the road in front of the hotel and walking about 200 meters along Chuahanjia Street, the two arrived at the downstairs of Building A of Wanda International Office Building. As soon as they entered the lobby on the first floor of the office building, Jin Yao took the initiative to let go of Cao Pingguo's arm and walked side by side with her boss. Cao Pingguo, who hadn't been to the company for a long time, found that Building A was much more popular than it was half a month ago. During the morning rush hour, the elevator was crowded with young girls of various dressing styles. Suddenly, a girl wearing JK and white stockings caught a glimpse of Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao, who were standing nearby waiting for the elevator. She was startled and then quickly asked her companion for confirmation. Hey, do you see that man is the boss of our company? The girl in fishnet stockings also glanced at Cao Pingguo secretly. Yes, it looks very similar to the photo in the company brochure, but I'm not sure. Another JK in black silk stockings boldly asked Cao Pingguo. Excuse me, are you Mr. Cao? Cao Pingguo smiled and said, my last name is indeed Cao. Do you know me? You are really Mr. Cao. The black silk JK girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and scream, then quickly pulled her companion and said to Cao Pingwa, good morning, boss. Chapter 63. First use of the secret room. Boss, Cao Pingguo asked, slightly surprised. Are you three all from Banana Media? The three little girls in JK clothes nodded excitedly. At this time, the other girls in the elevator also reacted, and various clips sounded one after another. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Mr. Cao. Boss, I'm also from Banana Media. My name is Tian Tian. Cao Pingguo smiled and said, Okay. Good morning, everyone. At a glance, he saw that among these girls, some were wearing OL professional attire like Jin Yao, some were wearing black stockings and hip-length skirts, some were wearing Lolita outfits, some were wearing maid outfits, and some were posing as General Thunder and Ye Goddess. In short, there were many varieties. Jin Yao, who was standing next to Cao Pingguo, couldn't help but laugh and said, Boss, if you knew the company had signed so many beautiful young ladies recently, would you have come to work a long time ago? Ha. Cao Pingguo laughed, but didn't answer. He asked, Yao, how many anchors has the company signed now? Jin Yao replied, there are about 200 female anchors and about 20 male anchors. Because many people take the initiative to come to the company for interviews every day, the number is increasing every day. Cao Pingguo nodded slightly. Well, it seems that spending a lot of money on advertising is effective. After a while, an elevator returned to the first floor. All the young ladies in the elevator looked at Cao Pingwa, and no one dared to grab the boss's elevator. Seeing this, Cao Pingguo took Jin Yao and walked into the elevator car first. At this time, the young ladies who were waiting in line for the elevator came in one after another, filling the elevator. As soon as the elevator door closed, the small space was instantly filled with various scents of perfume, shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, cosmetics, and the body odor of young girls. Cao Pingwa, who is 185 centimeters tall, looked down from a high vantage point, smelling the fragrance of various flowers while watching the game comfortably. The elevator quickly reached the 20th floor, and the young ladies filed out again, scrambling to clock in at the company's front desk. After Cao Pingwa took Jin Yao out of the elevator, they first came to the west side of the floor, where there were 50 live broadcast rooms that had just been renovated a week ago. Cao Pingwa walked into a college student dormitory, shook the sturdy iron bed, and knocked on the brand new desk and wardrobe. Well, the decoration is nice. Yao, the decoration company you found is indeed reliable. Jin Yao smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, boss. After inspecting the live broadcast room in the West District, Cao Pingwa walked around the entire 20th floor at a leisurely pace before returning to his chairman's office. Yu Qian, the second secretary sitting in the outer secretarial office, immediately stood up from her seat in excitement when she saw Cao Pingwa walk in. Boss, you're here. She was wearing a light blue shirt today, a black hip skirt with ultra-thin black stockings, and a pair of high-heeled sandals on her feet. Cao Pingguo saw the longing for him in Yu Qian's eyes. Qian, come in with me. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked into the inner room. Yu Qian quickly took out the small mirror from her pocket to check her makeup, then walked into the inner room and closed the door. Jin Yao, the first secretary who was locked in the outer room, sat down at her workstation. While tidying up the desk, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Cao Pingguo sank into the boss chair in front of the French window, looked at Yu Qian standing next to him with a wronged look on her face, and said happily, What's wrong, Qian? Why do you have this expression when you see your husband? Yu Qian's mouth pursed, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. I thought you didn't want me anymore, husband. Who said I don't want you anymore? Seeing Cao Pingguo hook his index finger at her, Yu Qian quickly sat on his lap and continued to act coquettishly. Then why have you ignored me for more than half a month? I can't even see you at the company. I send you 10 WeChat messages, but you only reply to one. My husband has been really busy lately. Cao Pingwa wiped away a tear from the corner of Yu Qian's eye, then put his hand on her black silk legs to comfort her. Qian, don't let your imagination run wild. You're so beautiful. How could I bear to give you up? Besides, we still have to work hard together to have a baby this month. Yu Qian blushed slightly and lightly hit Cao Pingwa's chest. You're so annoying. You said you wanted to have a baby with me, but in fact, you haven't loved me for almost a month. Ha ha ha. It turns out you're hungry, Qian. Cao Pingwa's big hand slid under her silky stockings and into her skirt. Qian, are you free today? Yeah. Yu Qian's cheeks flushed. Honey, isn't it a bad idea to be in the office? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, my office is well soundproofed. You don't have to worry. Oh no, it's too bright, and I'm shy. Cao Pingwa picked up the black silk OL in his arms, then walked to the wall and pushed open an invisible door with his elbow. A small room with a bathroom appeared in front of the two. Yu Qian was surprised. Husband, why is there a secret room in your office? Cao Pingwa had a wicked smile on his face. Of course, it's to make it easier for me to have in-depth and simple discussions about work with the female employees of the company. Hubby, you're such a mean person. Yu Qian said coquettishly. Tell me the truth. Have you discussed work with several female employees in the secret room? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Qian, you are the first one. This secret room is also my first time using it. Really? Even Jean Yao hasn't used it with you. Cao Pingwa nodded. How is it? Are you happy? Yu Qian smiled shyly. Yeah. Ha ha. Then let's go and try out the quality of the bed in the secret room. Cao Pingwa carried Yu Qian into the secret room, and the invisible door on the wall automatically closed slowly behind them. The huge chairman's office fell silent in an instant, and the laughter and joy in the secret room did not leak out at all. As Cao Pingwa walked out of the secret room with a refreshed spirit, the phone on his desk rang. Hello, boss. I'm Jean Yao, and Manager Jian is here to report to you. Cao Pingwa glanced at Yu Qian, who was still getting dressed in the secret room, and said, I see. Ask Manager Jian to wait for me for a few minutes. Okay, boss. After Jean Yao hung up the phone in the outer room, she said to Jian next to her, Manager Jian, please sit on the sofa for a while. The boss said he will see you right away. Oh, okay. Jian sat down on the leather sofa at the door and glanced at the empty desk of the second secretary Yu Qian, thinking, am I coming at the wrong time? The boss either doesn't come to the company for half a month, or when he comes to the company, he goes to the company with the beautiful secretary. Just as Jian was grumbling in his heart, Yu Qian, with a rosy face, pushed open the door and walked out from the inner room. Manager Jian, the boss said you can come in. Oh well. Jian quickly stood up holding the folder. When she passed by Yu Qian, she accidentally caught a glimpse of two fresh red strawberries on Yu Qian's fair neck. Chapter 64. Selecting Key Training Targets. Seeing Jian's awkward expression, Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the boss chair, calmly asked, Manager Jian, are you looking for me? Yes, boss. Jian placed the two documents in his arms neatly in front of Cao Pingwa. The document on the left is my work report for August, and the one on the right is the resumes of the company's 10 female anchors who have signed a visas. The day before yesterday, I had a small meeting with the head of the artist department and the head of the operations department. We all agreed that we should select one with potential from these 10 female anchors, and then pool all the company's resources to train her into a small internet celebrity. Cao Pingwa agreed. A snake cannot survive without a head. We at Banana Media really need a top star of our own. Manager Jian, your management should have their own candidates in mind, right? Jian nodded seriously. Yes, I've made a clear mark on the resumes of several female anchors with potential. However, for something as important as selecting key training targets, your opinion should be the primary consideration. Cao Pingwa casually flipped open the collection of female anchors' resumes and said, looking at the resumes alone is not enough to select the top anchor. I need to see it with my own eyes. Have all 10 female anchors come to the company today? They're all here, Jian said quickly. If the boss has time now, I'll arrange for them to meet with you. When it comes to getting the female anchor and Cao Pingwa to meet, Jian is even more anxious than Cao Pingwa himself. Because she didn't know when the elusive boss would come to the company, and the matter of selecting the top star could not be delayed any longer. Cao Pingwa said, okay, then Manager Jian, you go and make the arrangements. I'm free now. Soon, Jian arrived at the door of the chairman's office with 10 female anchors, all of different sizes and with their own unique characteristics. First Secretary Jean Yao knocked on the door, walked into the inner room, and said to Cao Pingwa, Boss, Manager Jian has brought everyone here. Well, Sort them by resume, one by one, and I'll talk to them individually. Okay, boss. After Jin Yao left the office, Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the boss chair, rubbed his hands and prepared to start selecting a concubine. The first person to walk in was a woman in revealing clothes and heavy makeup. She walked up to Cao Pingwa with a charming smile on her face and said in a coquettish voice, "Hello, boss." At the same time, she bowed deeply, highlighting her big breasts and unfathomable career line. Cao Pingwa, who had seen and experienced everything, looked at the obvious color difference between her face and neck and immediately activated the system in his mind. Name, Li Shufan. Age, 25. No makeup, 65 points. Body size, 80 points. College degree, 23 former writers, 6 abortions, smokes, drinks, has tattoos, and has gynecological problems. The system judged it as unqualified. My goodness, the real person without makeup only scored 65 points? It's a complete photo scam. No wonder you have to scrape such a thick layer of putty on your face to make it look barely presentable. His private life is so messy, I can't even complain about it. Okay, you can go out now. Li Shufang. She saw Cao Pingwa lower his head and start looking at the resume of the second female anchor, and she knew in her heart that the boss didn't like her. Seeing that Li Shufang had just been in there for less than a minute and came out with a look of disappointment on her face, the 9 female anchors queuing outside the door all looked surprised. Jinjia stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? What did the boss ask you?" Li Shufang looked helpless. "The boss didn't ask me anything. He just looked at me and let me out." Jinjia thought to herself, the boss is really strict about appearance. Okay, then go back to your live broadcast room first. Okay, Mr. Jian. Shocked, Li Shufang left with a sigh. After Li Shufang's bad start, the second female anchor who walked into the office was obviously much more restrained. "Hello, boss. My name is Mary." Cao Pingwa glanced around. Name, Molly. Age, 24. No makeup, 72 points. Body size, 70 points. College degree, 3 ex-writers, smokes, has tattoos. The system judged it as unqualified. Mary is called Mary. How about Mary? And your figure is actually only 70 points. Pure bullying. You can go out now, too. Mary, huh? Oh, okay. Following Ma Li were 3 consecutive internet celebrity faces with a strong sense of technology. Cao Pingwa, who was used to eating fine bran, couldn't bear to watch it. He felt uncomfortable all over if he looked at it for even one more moment. Just when Boss Chow was about to be disappointed, the 6th girl who walked into his office finally made him feel enlightened. She is about 1.68 meters tall, with long hair, fair skin, beautiful features, and only light makeup on her face. She wore a simple pink camisole top and denim hot pants, and her exposed long legs were slender and straight. Name, Zhang Yue. Age, 20. No makeup, 82 points. Body size, 80 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, non-smoker, moderate alcoholic, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Cao Pingwa. Her figure is a little too thin for my taste, but her advantage is her youth. The female college students with faces full of collagen look so tender and watery, as if you can squeeze water out of them. Hello, boss. My name is Zhang Yue, and I'm a junior student majoring in art design at Jiangqing Shi College. Hello, please take a seat. Cao Pingwa glanced down at the resume and found that there was indeed a simple recommendation mark on it. Your resume says that your Douyin account has over 100,000 followers, and your monthly income from advertising and live streaming is between 20,000 and 30,000 yuan. Zhang Yue sat down and nodded. Yes, boss. I've been learning how to be a self-media person since I started college, and I've been doing live streaming for over a year. Not bad, not bad. He has experience, ability, and a certain fan base. He is indeed a good candidate. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Zhang Yue, if you were asked to be the company's top internet celebrity, what aspects of yourself do you think you need to improve? Zhang Yue was delighted after hearing this, knowing that the boss had taken a liking to her. I'm very confident in my appearance. I'm also good at singing and chatting with fans during live broadcasts. My only weakness right now is dancing. If the company can train me and allow me to receive professional dance and body training, I believe my live broadcast room will be even more popular than it is now. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, not bad, very confident. I like confident young people. After chatting with Zhang Yue for more than 10 minutes, Cao Pingwa fell in love with this lively girl even more. Okay, let's stop here for today. There are 4 people queuing up behind us. Cao Pingwa said, leaning back in the boss chair with a relaxed attitude. Zhang Yue stood up happily and said, okay, boss. I'll be out first. Cao Pingwa originally thought that after meeting Zhang Yue, today's concubine selection activity had lost its suspense, but who knew that the seventh person to enter the office was also a fresh female college student? Hello, boss. My name is Wang Lulu, and I'm a junior student majoring in art design at Jiangxing Shi College. Chapter 65, Good Girlfriend, Part 1. Name, Wang Lulu. Age, 20. No makeup, 80 points. Body size, 83 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, no bad habits, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Cao Pingwa looked at Wang Lulu, who was wearing a light green miniskirt and a neat single ponytail. Are you also from Jiangxing Shi College? Wang Lulu nodded with a smile. Yue and I are classmates and best friends who live in the same dormitory. After I terminated my contract with the previous union, it was Yue who brought me to Banana Media. Oh, I see. Please take a seat. Cao Pingwa looked at Wang Lulu's resume and asked, Lulu, I see your registered residence is Chengde City, Xiangnan Province. What do your parents do for a living? Wang Lulu was stunned for a moment and said, Actually, my home is not in the city, but in Sherman County under Chengde City. My father works in Pengcheng, and my mother works on the farm at home. Cao Pingwa asked again, How many brothers and sisters do you have in your family? Wang Lulu replied, I have an older sister and a younger brother. Cao Pingwa thought, as the second child in a rural family and a girl, she is probably not favored. Compared with Zhang Yue, who comes from an urban family and is the only daughter in the family, Wang Lulu, who has lacked love since childhood, is obviously an easier target to conquer. Although Wang Lulu is slightly inferior to Zhang Yue in facial features and appearance, her figure is fuller and has a C cup. So a strategy of divide first, then defeat them one by one, gradually formed in Cao Pingwa's mind. Wang Lulu saw Cao Pingwa fell into deep thought after asking about her family situation, and couldn't help asking, Boss, why are you asking so many questions about my family matters? Cao Pingwa replied casually, Oh, nothing. I just want to get to know you better. Wang Lulu blinked and said, Boss, you've already chosen Yue as the company's key training target, right? Cao Pingwa said happily, Oh, how did you figure that out? It's very simple. The 5 female anchors who came in for the interview took less than a minute at the fastest and 3 minutes at the slowest. You just sent them away. When it was Yue's turn to come in for the interview, you two chatted for over half an hour straight. Wang Lulu curled her lips and said, Isn't this obvious? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Aren't there 3 more female anchors waiting in line behind me? Maybe I can chat with them for even longer? Wang Lulu shook her head gently. The looks of the 3 girls behind are far inferior to Yue. There is no way you will like them, boss. What about you? Lulu, you're pretty too. Why can't I choose you as the company's key training target? Wang Lulu bit her lip and said, I know I can't compare to Yue in terms of appearance. She has more experience in live streaming than I do, and her Douyin followers are several times more than mine. If I were the boss of the company, I would also choose Yue. Although she said that she was inferior to Zhang Yue in everything, there was obvious dissatisfaction and unwillingness in Wang Lulu's eyes when she said these words. Cao Pingwa crossed his legs and asked, Lulu, do you have a boyfriend? Wang Lulu blushed slightly. No. Cao Pingwa, does Zhang Yue have a boyfriend? Oh. Wang Lulu looked surprised. Does whether she has a boyfriend affect your decision, boss? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Of course, I prefer single female anchors. After all, dating is very energy-consuming. It's not easy for a company to make a new talent famous. It requires a lot of resources, so I hope the people I choose can devote themselves wholeheartedly to the work. After hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Wang Lulu felt troubled, because Zhang Yue is indeed in a relationship with a rich second-generation boy in the school. Seeing Wang Lulu's hesitation, Cao Pingwa actually understood, so he pushed her from behind. If Zhang Yue is in a relationship, then I would be inclined to choose you as the company's key training target and concentrate all resources on making you the top internet celebrity of Banana Media. Wang Lulu. After more than 10 seconds of hesitation, Wang Lulu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Boss, I can't lie to you. Yue does have a boyfriend. But I know Yue is always very serious when she's working. She won't let her personal life affect her live broadcast career. Cao Pingwa grinned and said, Thank you for endorsing your best friend, but the company needs to invest real money, so I will carefully consider who to choose in the end. Afterwards, Cao Pingwa interviewed the remaining 3 female anchors. As Wang Lulu said, the appearance of these 3 female anchors was around 70 points, which made Cao Pingwa, who had just interviewed 2 beautiful female college students, not interested at all. After the concubine selection, work was completed, the general manager walked in and asked concisely, "Boss, are you also interested in Zhang Yue?" Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Is she Manager Jian's first choice?" He nodded concisely. From a comprehensive perspective, Zhang Yue is indeed the best among the 10 female anchors, and her success rate should be the highest. Cao Pingwa certainly agrees with the concise and very objective point of view, but what he cares about most is not whether the company can cultivate a small internet celebrity, but how to make Zhang Yue and Wang Lulu, two beautiful and lively female college students, willingly give birth to a baby for him. Zhang Yue is indeed very good, but I think her roommate Wang Lulu has more potential. Concise, huh? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "What's the matter, Manager Jian? Don't you believe in my judgment?" No. Jian Jia, with her high emotional intelligence, would not question her boss's judgment of people without reason. That Wang Lulu is indeed quite pretty. I heard she sings well too. The boss has always had a unique vision. He must have a reason for choosing people this way. Cao Pingwa said happily. Okay, stop flattering me. I just think Wang Lulu is more attractive to me. I have plenty of money anyway, so I'll invest some resources in Wang Lulu to test the waters. If she's not very popular, I'll just give it to Zhang Yue. Jinjia replied seriously, I understand. I'll follow your idea, boss. Chapter 66, Good Girlfriend, Part 2. At noon, Zhang Yue and Wang Lulu, two good friends, were having lunch together at Mr. Rice downstairs from their company. The two beautiful female college students attracted the covetous gazes of many male diners in the restaurant. They all felt that today's Mr. Rice was particularly white and fragrant. Suddenly, Zhang Yue received a new message on WeChat from Banana Media Female Anchor Group 1. Jinjia, General Manager everyone, after careful consideration by the company's management, has decided to select Wang Lulu, TikTok ID. Lulu doesn't eat sugar, as the company's key training target and upgrade her A-level contract to an S-level contract. I hope that other anchors will continue to work hard and constantly improve their professional level. The company will sign S contracts with more potential anchors in the future. At the same time, it will increase investment in various resources to help everyone realize their dream of becoming a big internet celebrity. After seeing the news that she was accidentally eliminated, Zhang Yue's eyes widened, and she stood there in a daze with her mobile phone in her left hand and chopsticks in her right hand. Yue, what's wrong with you? Asked Wang Lulu, who was sitting opposite and eating. Zhang Yue looked at her bestie with complicated eyes. Take a look at the news in the company group. Wang Lulu took out her phone, opened WeChat, and then a very realistic look of surprise appeared on her face. Oh my, what's going on? Why did the company choose me? Frustrated, Zhang Yue said with a hint of sarcasm. I thought I was the best female anchor in the interview with the boss, but it turns out you were the best girl in the conversation with the boss this morning, Lulu. Wang Lulu smiled awkwardly. Actually, the boss only asked about my family situation. I don't understand why the company didn't choose you, Yue. You're obviously better than me in every aspect. Oh, Zhang Yue sighed, adjusted her mentality, and said, maybe the boss and the company saw the potential in you. Congratulations, Lulu. I'm really happy for you. Thank you, Yue. Wang Lulu smiled. Yue, you are so outstanding. I believe the company will definitely sign you for the next S signing. Zhang Yue listlessly ate at the white rice on her plate. I hope so. After barely finishing their meal, Wang Lulu and Zhang Yue walked hand in hand and held an umbrella back to office building A where the company was located. When they were taking the elevator upstairs, they met Li Shufang and Ma Li, who were also coming back from lunch. Li Shufang looked at the young and beautiful Wang Lulu and said with a sour taste in her mouth, Congratulations, Lulu. You will be the top internet celebrity of our Banana Media in the future. Wang Lulu politely replied, Thank you. Ma Li also congratulated him in an ambiguous manner. Our company's A signing conditions are already the best among all the MCN companies in Jiangxing. The profit share that A signed with our female anchor is 40%, and there is also a 4,000 yuan basic salary. Ma Li's eyes were filled with longing. I can't imagine how good the conditions of the S visa will be. Lulu, you are so lucky. After taking the elevator to the 20th floor and walking back to the live broadcast area on the west side, Wang Lulu and Zhang Yue found that the company's general manager Jian Jia was waiting for them at the door of their live broadcast room with two people. Yue, pack up your personal belongings that you left in the live broadcast room. The company has now allocated this largest room to Lulu. Jian Jia said. Zhang Yue. Wang Lulu next to him quickly said, Boss Jian, the small live broadcast room I'm using now is also pretty good. Why don't you ask Yue to move? Jian Jia said calmly. Lulu, you are now the company's key training target. Of course, The company will give you the largest and best-equipped live studio. She pointed to a man and a woman behind her and said to Wang Lulu, her name is Xiaomei, and she will be your personal assistant from now on. This is Chen Xing. He will be your exclusive post-production editor from now on. Xiaomei, who was wearing glasses and had a round face, immediately nodded and greeted Wang Lulu. Hello, Sister Lulu. The IT guy in a plaid short-sleeved shirt and jeans also greeted Wang Lulu. If you have any technical questions in the future, feel free to contact me. After Jinjie finished the introduction, he said to Wang Lulu, after you move the live studio, Lulu, remember to go to the Human Resources Department and sign a new S-level contract with the company. Wang Lulu nodded seriously. I understand, President Jian. After watching Jinjie leave, Wang Lulu looked back and saw that her best friend was so angry that her nose was crooked. Zhang Yue's face was full of resentment. The company's best live broadcast room, high-quality S-signature, exclusive editor, and personal assistant. Why are these resources not mine? Why is Wang Lulu, who is always following me and is inferior to me in every way, suddenly climbing over me? I'm sorry, Yue. I didn't expect the company to give me the large live broadcast room you use. Wang Lulu said softly with an apologetic look. Actually, you don't have to rush to pack up. You can use the live studio for a few more days. After all, we have such a good relationship. No need. Since the company has made arrangements, I'll just move. After Zhang Yue finished speaking coldly, she turned and walked into her live broadcast room. Looking at her best friend packing up her things in the room, Wang Lulu couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. That evening, in the executive restaurant on the 25th floor of the Ruihua Hotel, Cao Pingwa, who always keeps his word, left work early and had a rare sumptuous dinner with Zheng Jieqi and Jin Yao. After finishing their meal, the three of them took the elevator back to the Lakeview Suite on the 30th floor and rested on the sofa in the living room. Cao Pingwa sat in the middle, and Jin Yao on the left leaned her head on his shoulder, still using her mobile phone to browse advertisements and receive cash-read envelopes. Zheng Jieqi on the right rested her little head on Cao Pingwa's thigh, lying on the sofa and watching ancient idol drama on her tablet. Suddenly, Qian Wan, who had been neglected for a while, made a video call to Cao Pingwa. Jin Yao glanced at Cao Pingwa's phone and said with a pout, Do you need Jieqi and I to go to the bedroom for a while? Cao Pingwa put his arm around Jin Yao's shoulders and kissed her on the cheek. There's nothing to avoid. We'll be good sisters from now on. Chapter 67. The Price of the Top Card, Part 1. Honey, I miss you. You haven't come to see me for more than a week. Qian Wan was just about to continue acting coquettishly when she suddenly discovered that Cao Pingwa in the video was hugging a plump girl in pajamas. Cao Pingwa introduced the two to each other with a relaxed expression. Xiaowan, this is Jin Yao, 3 years older than you. Yao Yao, her name is Qian Wan. You two have met before at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Jin Yao, who was a few years older, suppressed her jealousy and took the initiative to say, Hello. Hello, Sister Jin Yao. Qian Wan said politely. After she adjusted her mood, she said to Cao Pingwa with a slightly clipped tone, Hubby, I'm unemployed. No way. Xiaowan, aren't you the store belle of your Mercedes-Benz 4S store? What's the point of being a shop flower? I was absent from work a while ago because I wanted to go out with you, so the manager didn't like me and fired me. Qian Wan said with all her heart, Hubby, it's hard to find a job outside now. Can I come to work in your company? When Cao Pingwa heard this, he guessed that Qian Wan had most likely quit her sales job at the 4S store on her own initiative, just to be able to spend more time with him and make it easier for her to win his favor. It's not impossible for you to come work in my company, but I can only offer you the position of third secretary to the chairman with a monthly salary of 4,000. The first secretary Jin Yao has a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, and the second secretary Yu Qian has a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. Cao Pingwa likes this feeling of clear class distinction and rules. Qian Wan in the video looked very happy. Okay, it doesn't matter if the salary is a little lower. I am willing to be my husband's secretary. Okay, then you can report to the company tomorrow morning. Well, bye husband, bye Sister Jin Yao. Seeing Cao Pingwa ended the video call with Qian Wan, Jin Yao, who was leaning on him, couldn't help but said sourly. No wonder you designed the secretary's office so spacious, husband. How many pretty secretaries are you planning to hire for yourself? Ha ha ha. Cao Pingwa pinched Jin Yao's upturned lips. Yao Yao is now the oldest among all the girls. She is their big sister. You should be more open-minded. Hubby, you always flatter me. Jin Yao pursed her lips and said helplessly. Okay, as a sister, I'll try to be more generous. Cao Pingwa comforted Jin Yao, but ignored Zheng Jieqi, who was lying on his lap. The little girl who had been secretly jealous just now bit his arm hard. Oh my god, Jiechi, you are a puppy. Zhang Jiechi's lips curled up high. Humph, I was born in the year of the dog. The next morning, the third secretary Qian Wan arrived at the company earlier than the first secretary Jin Yao and the second secretary Yu Qian. She also chose an empty desk for herself in the chairman's secretary's office. Cao Pingwa, who had slept in with Zhang Jiechi on the big bed in the Lakeview suite, didn't arrive until almost noon. Oh, everyone's here. Cao Pingwa asked with a smile. Yao Yao, has Xiaowan completed her employment procedures? Jin Yao nodded with a slightly cold expression. It has been done a long time ago. Okay. Cao Pingwa turned to Qian Wan, who was wearing a classic office lady outfit of a white shirt and black skirt and matte black stockings on her legs. If you have any questions, ask Yao Yao and Qian. Also, remember to call me Mr. Chow or boss at work. Qian Wan smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Okay, boss. Wang Lulu, who is being trained by Banana Media, has seen her fan base increase rapidly with the support of the company's various resources. In less than a week, the number of fans of Lulu Doesn't Eat Sugar increased from over 20,000 to 200,000. Seeing that Wang Lulu, who was continuously receiving real money from the company, was doing very well in the company, her best friend Zhang Yue felt both unwilling and jealous. Although they would still go back to school and live in the same dormitory after work, in fact, the 2 girls were already estranged in spirit. Compared to Zhang Yue, who was feeling frustrated, Wang Lulu was in a very good mood this week. The company reimburses her taxi fare to and from get off work. She has an assistant who is always available to serve her and a dedicated post-production editor. Other female anchors in the company who are younger than her or about the same age as her will respectfully call her Sister Lulu. Those who are obviously older than her will also be very polite and take the initiative to greet her when they meet. Gradually, everyone began to call Wang Lulu the #1 sister of Banana Media behind her back. In a female dormitory of Jiangqing Shi College, Wang Lulu and Zhang Yue sat back to back, each putting on makeup at their desks. Zhang Yue was very curious. The reason I put on makeup is because I have a date with my boyfriend tonight. Wang Lulu, why are you, a single person, putting on makeup? So she pretended to be casual and asked, Lulu, are you going out tonight too? Then do you need my boyfriend's car to take you out of the school? Wang Lulu said calmly. No need. Someone will come pick me up later. Do you have a boyfriend? Wang Lulu was stunned for a moment. No. That means there's someone you're dating. I guess so. Zhang Yue's curiosity was now piqued. Who is it? Do I know him? Wang Lulu turned around and glanced at her best friend. We know each other. You'll know who he is when he gets here. Tisk, why are you keeping me in suspense? Half an hour later, Zhang Yue and Wang Lulu, with exquisite makeup, walked out of the dormitory building arm in arm. Zhang Yue has long hair draped over her shoulders and wears a tight belly-revealing t-shirt, hot pants, and sneakers. She looks lively and playful. Wang Lulu wore a high ponytail, a black off-shoulder dress, and ultra-thin shiny black stockings on her legs. She looked pure yet seductive. Lulu, it's rare to see you wearing black stockings. Wang Lulu nodded. Try a different style. In fact, it wasn't Wang Lulu who wanted to dress like this, but the person who came to pick her up asked her to do so. Soon, a silver BMW Z4 stopped in front of the 2 girls. A boy with big logos all over his body got out of the driver's seat. He was Zhang Yue's second-generation rich boyfriend Qin Feng. Yue, you look so beautiful today. After praising his girlfriend, Qin Feng's eyes couldn't help but drift to Wang Lulu's beautiful black silk legs next to him. Lulu, you look pretty today too. Zhang Yue glared at Qin Feng fiercely, signaling him to keep his eyes straight with her eyes. At this moment, a bright silver Porsche 911 swooshed to a stop in front of the BMW Z4. Zhang Yue was shocked. Could this Porsche be here to pick up Wang Lulu? Qin Feng's BMW Z4 was completely beaten by this Porsche 911. When the window of the Porsche was lowered, a tall, mature and handsome middle-aged man wearing casual clothes was seen sitting in the driver's seat. Boss. Zhang Yue's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 68 The Price of the Top Card, Part 2. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Oh, what a coincidence, Yue. You are here too. Zhang Yue stared at Cao Pingwa sitting in the Porsche with her eyes wide open, then turned to look at Wang Lulu beside her. Lulu, boss, is he here to pick you up? Wang Lulu didn't explain much. She just opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat of the Porsche. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yue suddenly realized. No wonder the company invested so many good resources in you, Wang Lulu. It turns out that you have been secretly hooking up with Boss Chow behind my back. Cao Pingwa glanced through the car window at Qin Feng standing nearby and asked Zhang Yue. Yue, is that young man your boyfriend? Zhang Yue suddenly didn't want to admit it. Yeah. Cao Pingwa waved to Qin Feng with a playful look as a greeting, and then said to Zhang Yue, Lulu and I are leaving first. See you at the company next week. Zhang Yue quickly said, Okay, boss. See you at the office next week. After watching the silver Porsche 911 carrying her best friend roar away, Zhang Yue felt mixed emotions. Wang Lulu, you have grown up. You have even learned to use your beauty to gain opportunities and resources for yourself. But I am obviously prettier than you, and I got along very well with the boss at that time. Why did he choose you in the end? Is it that my looks are not what Boss Chow likes? Just when Zhang Yue was puzzled, Qin Feng, who was standing next to her, said, Yue, get in the car, let's go eat together. Zhang Yue turned around and looked at Qin Feng, and suddenly felt very depressed. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Zhang Yue was originally quite satisfied with Qin Feng as her boyfriend. She often showed off the gifts Qin Feng gave her and the WeChat red envelopes he sent her in front of Wang Lulu. But a rich second generation who has to ask his family for everything is simply not worth mentioning compared with the mature, steady, handsome, and wealthy young entrepreneur Cao Pingwa. Zhang Yue thought to herself, the various treatments I receive in the company have already been completely crushed by Wang Lulu, the #1 sister of Banana Media. If I am outdone by her in terms of boyfriend, then I won't be able to hold my head up in front of her anymore. Zhang Yue suddenly felt that Qin Feng looked particularly annoying. I suddenly feel a little unwell. Let's cancel our date tonight. Qin Feng looked nervous. Yue, you feel uncomfortable somewhere. Do you need me to drive you to the hospital? Zhang Yue held her forehead and said, No, I just have a sudden headache. I just need to go back to the dormitory and take a nap. Qin Feng, you go back first. We'll contact each other via WeChat later. Looking at Zhang Yue's slender back as she walked back to the dormitory, Qin Feng twisted his mouth and cursed to himself. Damn, why did your attitude towards me suddenly become so cold? I've already bought the condoms and am planning to take you down tonight. Ciao. After the silver Porsche drove out of Shi College, it stopped at the intersection and waited for the traffic light. Cao Pingwa held the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes wandering wantonly over Wang Lulu. Yes, you wore black stockings as I requested. Wang Lulu blushed. Boss, after I have dinner with you tonight, can I go back to the dormitory to sleep? Sure. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Whether you want to stay with me in the hotel tonight or go back to your own dormitory, the choice is of course yours. Wang Lulu looked at Cao Pingwa from the side. If I choose to go back to the dormitory tonight, will the company stop training me as its top star? Cao Pingwa grinned. Lulu, you are already 20 years old this year. You are already an adult. Do you think there is a free lunch in this world? Wang Lulu bit her pink lips, but I have signed a 5-year S visa with the company. The contract signed by S was drafted by me, and it contained a special clause. Cao Pingwa said calmly. The special terms and conditions state that as the company's chairman, if I find your work attitude problematic, I can downgrade your S visa to an A visa at any time. Lulu, if I transfer the resources I gave you to Zhang Yue, will the company gain more benefits? Don't want. Wang Lulu blurted out. Since entering college, Wang Lulu has been living in Zhang Yue's shadow. Zhang Yue's family conditions are better than hers, and she is the only daughter in the family and enjoys the love of her parents. At school, the beautiful Zhang Yue is the focus of teachers and classmates, and Wang Lulu can usually only serve as her background. Zhang Yue started her own media and live streaming business earlier than Wang Lulu and achieved more results. Her number of fans was several times hers. This past week, Wang Lulu experienced for the first time what it felt like to be in the spotlight and receive attention and favor from those around her. This feeling is addictive and hard to let go. Boss, I'm not going back to the dormitory tonight. Wang Lulu's eyes slowly became firm again. As long as the boss continues to let me be the top star of the company, no matter what the boss asks, I can cooperate. Ha ha ha, great. I like girls with smart brains. Seeing the red light at the intersection turn green, Cao Pingwa stepped on the gas and drove his 911 quickly towards the Shangri-La Hotel. After a period of cloud and rain passed. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, Wang Lulu asked with a blushing face. Boss, besides me, how many girlfriends do you have now? Well, not counting you, there are 4 girlfriends, 1 ex-wife, and 1 godsister. Wang Lulu caressed Cao Pingwa's sturdy chest and asked, Can you handle running a company and dealing with so many female bosses? Cao Pingwa smiled and asked, Lulu, do you know why my name is Pingwa? Wang Lulu shook her head in confusion. Pingwa means to fill up any uneven spots on the road. Cao Pingwa pinched Wang Lulu's delicate little face and said, I, Cao Pingwa, am destined to be a sea king who fills holes wherever they arise in my life. Wang Lulu thought for a while after hearing this, and then her face turned red. Boss, you are too lewd. Chapter 69 Favored. Wang Lulu, wearing hotel pajamas, skipped to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the room and looked out at the endless night scene of Jiangcheng with its flashing neon lights. Cao Pingwa hugged her from behind and asked, "Is the night view here nice?" Wang Lulu blushed slightly. "Yeah, it looks good. How about I book this presidential suite and we watch the night view together every night?" Wang Lulu said with a wicked smile. "Are you just here to see the night view, boss?" "Ha ha ha ha. You come to see the night view, and I'll appreciate the beauty." Wang Lulu turned around in Cao Pingwa's arms, raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful big eyes. "Boss, am I beautiful?" "Of course it's beautiful. How about comparing with Zhang Yue?" Cao Pingwa caressed Wang Lulu's little face and said sincerely, "In my eyes, Lulu, you are no worse than Zhang Yue. Besides, your figure is fuller, which is more to my liking." Wang Lulu happily stood on tiptoe and kissed Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa took the opportunity to put his arms around her smooth back, not letting her soft cherry lips leave his mouth. Under the alluring moonlight, the two of them lingered in front of the French window. Near noon the next day, Wang Lulu, feeling sore all over, woke up on the soft, white bed. Looking at Cao Pingwa sleeping naked beside her, her little face turned red as she recalled the shameless things they did together by the window last night. Wang Lulu had to admit that after many times of physical intimacy, she had established a deep emotional connection with this young and wealthy man. At this time, Cao Pingwa also woke up, yawned and stretched. "Boss, you're awake." Cao Pingwa reached out and pinched Wang Lulu's smooth little face. "Also call me boss. From now on call me husband in private." Wang Lulu said delicately without the slightest hesitation. "I know, husband." "Ha ha ha, you're so good. Did you sleep well last night?" Wang Lulu blushed and poked Cao Pingwa's shoulder with her finger. "You made me exhausted, so I slept soundly." Cao Pingwa smiled and asked, "Does your stomach still hurt?" Wang Lulu touched her flat belly and said, "Much better. The pain is basically gone." "That's good. Boss, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore, but I'm starving." "Ha ha ha. We exercised too much last night, and I'm starving now." Cao Pingwa jumped off the bed and picked up the naked female college student from the double bed. "Let's go take a shower first, then go to the hotel restaurant for lunch together." Wang Lulu's pretty face flushed, and although she was still a little shy, she took the initiative to put her arms around the man's neck. "Yeah." After a simple lunch buffet at the restaurant of Shangri-La Hotel, which cost 498 yuan per person, Cao Pingwa drove his silver Porsche 911 and took Wang Lulu back to Chuahanjie Street. "Husband, let's find a pharmacy near the company later." Wang Lulu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had her cheeks slightly flushed. "I had to buy something to eat last night because of you. Otherwise it would be troublesome if something unexpected happened." Cao Pingwa, driving his Porsche with one hand, said with a smile, "If it's an accident, just give birth to the baby." "Hubby, are you kidding me?" Wang Lulu's eyes widened. Cao Pingwa said without further ado, "If you are my girlfriend, you will get 50,000 yuan a month in pocket money. If you are willing to bear a baby for me, you will get 100,000 yuan a month in pocket money. And for every baby you give me, I'll give you another 1 million in cash. The more you give me, the more you'll get. There's no upper limit." Wang Lulu. Cao Pingwa glanced at the shocked Wang Lulu and asked, "How about it? Do you want to reconsider it?" Although Wang Lulu, who came from a rural family with very ordinary financial conditions, was indeed tempted by the price offered by Cao Pingwa, having a child was still a bit beyond the scope for a female college student. Wang Lulu bit her lip and said, "Hubby, I just started my junior year this month and haven't even graduated yet. Can I just be your girlfriend first?" "Sure." Cao Pingwa knew that pushing the enemy too hard was useless, so he resorted to the old strategy of sneaking into Chinsong. "You don't have to go to the pharmacy later. I have imported medicine prepared for you in the glove box in front of you." Wang Lulu stretched out her little hand and opened it. Sure enough, there was a bottle of imported aphrodisiac inside. "Husband, you are so considerate." After opening the medicine bottle and taking 2 small pills, Wang Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. She was just about to close the glove box when she suddenly found a divorce certificate inside. "Honey, can I see this?" "Okay, you can see." Wang Lulu picked up the small notebook and saw that the divorce certificate had the names of Cao Pingwa and Liu Ruyan written on it, and the divorce date was more than 2 months ago. She glanced sideways at Cao Pingwa, who was driving, and couldn't help but feel moved. Since he doesn't have a legal wife now, then I have the opportunity to become Mrs. Chow. Wang Lulu suddenly felt that Cao Pingwa's profile looked more and more handsome. Soon, the bright silver Porsche 911 drove into the underground garage of Wanda International Office Building. Lulu, go upstairs first. I'll go park the car. Okay, husband. Cao Pingwa smiled and pointed to his right cheek. Wang Lulu understood and unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned forward and gave him a kiss. Building A, 20th floor, West Side live broadcast area. On the way to her own live broadcast room, Wang Lulu met her good friend Zhang Yue, who was coming out of the company's tea room. Both girls were stunned, then nodded to each other as a greeting, and continued to pass by each other. Zhang Yue had just taken 2 steps when she couldn't help but look back at Wang Lulu's back. She didn't return to the dormitory all night last night. From the way she walked today, it seemed like she had successfully won over Boss Chow. Zhang Yue, feeling unwilling, bit her lips hard and walked silently back to her live broadcast room, which was less than 8 square meters and looked like a pigeon cage. Not far away is the exclusive live broadcast room of Banana Sister, which has its own makeup area and a small dressing room, with a total area of nearly 30 square meters. As soon as Wang Lulu pushed the door open and walked in, her assistant Xiaomei immediately came up to her. Sister Lulu, are you still drinking Starbucks caramel latte today? Yeah. Wang Lulu sat down in front of the dressing table and started to touch up her makeup before the live broadcast. Xiaomei adjusted her round glasses and said, Okay, I'll go downstairs and buy it for you now. Hey, Xiaomei, wait a moment. Xiaomei turned around and asked, Sister Lulu, do you have any other instructions? Wang Lulu paused for a moment, then said, Yue likes Frappuccino, so bring her one on the way. I understand, Sister Lulu. Well, be careful on the road. Looking at herself in the makeup mirror with delicate features and rosy complexion, Wang Lulu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Chapter 70 True and False Big Brother. She live-streamed for 4 hours straight in the afternoon, took a half-hour break to have a quick dinner, and then continued the live-stream. Capital is ruthless. Once the company invests resources in you, you have to extend your live broadcast time to earn more profits for the company. Banana Queen is no exception. After more than 3 hours of live broadcast, a level 1 account with the ID, Banana Brother, entered the live broadcast room. Welcome, Brother Banana. As soon as Wang Lulu, who wore twin ponytails, read out the ID, she became curious. This name, could it be my husband? She moved her mouse and clicked on the personal homepage of Banana Brother, and sure enough, she saw several photos of Cao Pingwa and his silver Porsche 911. At this time, a new comment appeared on Wang Lulu's live broadcast interface. LV1 Banana Brother, thank you for your hard work in live streaming. When will you end the broadcast? Wang Lulu smiled knowingly, pulled her ponytails in front of her with both hands, and said with an ambiguous look, Lulu will be live streaming until 11 p.m. today. LV1 Banana Brother, can't you get off the air earlier? I miss you. Oh no, the company has a requirement for the length of live broadcasts. If you don't meet the requirement, your salary will be deducted. LV1 Banana Brother, then I will give you some gifts as compensation, and then you can go off the air now. LV45, AAA Building Materials President Wang. Holy shit, a level 1 freeloader like you really knows how to YY. Even if Lulu is off the air, can she really go meet you? LV45, Mr. Wang of AAA Building Materials. Besides, I, the big brother in the live broadcast room, haven't seen enough. How dare Lulu go off the air? LV1 Banana Brother. LV1 Banana Brother. Hey buddy, how much did you spend on this level 45 account? LV45 Mr. Wang of AAA Building Materials. More than 300,000. LV1 Banana Brother. How long have you been doing live streaming? LV45, Mr. Wang of AAA Building Materials. It's been 5 or 6 years. What happened? LV1 Banana Brother, huh? You only earned over 300,000 in 5 or 6 years. I thought you were so awesome. LV45, Mr. Wang of AAA Building Materials. I really got my eyes opened by getting pricked in the butt with a knife today. LV45, AAA Building Materials President Wang. You're a level 1 idiot who didn't even spend a penny. Besides your tough mouth, what else can you be tough about? LV1 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV27 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV30 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV31 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV32 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV33 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV34 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV34 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV35 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV35 Banana Brother sent a carnival. Cao Pingwa played 10 carnivals in a row and directly raised his level 1 account to level 35. Banana Brother also surpassed AAA Building Materials President Wang. in one fell swoop and became the #1 brother on the Lulu Doesn't Eat Sugar list. Looking at the special effects flying all over the screen in the live broadcast room, Wang Lulu's eyes almost disappeared with laughter. Thank you, Brother Banana, for sending Lulu 10 carnivals. Lulu gives you a heart. The live broadcast room with more than 200 people instantly exploded. LV11 Pure Love Warrior. Holy crap. Here comes another big brother. LV35 7 times a night. Damn it. I've been doing live streaming for 3 years and only just reached level 35. Where did this banana brother come from? The speed at which he levels up is too brutal. LV26, I am Lulu's little lick spittle. Mr. Wong of AAA Building Materials. Someone has snatched your throne as the big brother of the live broadcast room. Can you tolerate this? LV45, AAA Building Materials Master Wong. I can't beat you, kid. You cleared 10 carnivals in one go. LV35 Banana Brother #1. Stop talking nonsense. I am now the #1 in Lulu's live broadcast room. LV35 Banana Brother. Lulu, you can stop broadcasting and take a rest now. Just as Wang Lulu was about to agree, the carnival animation effects appeared on the live broadcast screen again. Thank you, Mr. Wong from AAA Building Materials for the 3 carnivals. LV45, Mr. Wong of AAA Building Materials. Brother Banana, I am now the #1 brother on Lulu's list. Why would a small-time guy like you with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan want to play with me? LV36 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV36 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV37 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV37 Banana Brother sent a carnival. LV37 Banana Brother sent a carnival. Wang Lulu, who had never received so many rewards before, was so excited that her face turned red. Oh, thank you, Brother Banana, for giving Lulu 5 more carnivals. Lulu loves you. LV37 Banana Brother. Mr. Wong, AAA Building Materials. Shall we continue? LV45, Mr. Wong of AAA Building Materials, exited the live broadcast room. LV11, Pure Love Warrior. Holy crap. Brother Banana is awesome. He just made Mr. Wong, the building materials guy, into autism. LV35 7 times a night. I'm convinced too. I'll hang out with Brother Banana from now on. LV26, I am Lulu's little lick spittle. Brother Banana, if you really meet Lulu offline, you must be gentle to her. Wang Lulu blushed and said quickly, Hey, everyone, don't think too much. Brother Banana was just joking with you. The company has a rule that female anchors are not allowed to meet with fans and friends offline. Then I'll sing you one last song, Bungee Jumping Machine, which has been very popular recently, and then I'll end today's live broadcast. Wang Lulu stood up from her gaming chair and stretched out her arms. I'm so exhausted. Assistant Xiaomei quickly brought a cup of water. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Lulu. Have a drink first. Wang Lulu took the water cup and said, Xiaomei, take my work phone back after get off work. Chat with Mr. Wang, the CEO of AAA Building Materials, tonight and say some nice things to him. If he stops being a fan, the operations manager will go to CEO Jin and complain about me again. Xiaomei nodded seriously. I understand, Sister Lulu. Wang Lulu picked up her small leather bag and said, Okay, then you can clean up the live studio. I'm leaving first. Okay, Sister Lulu. After coming out of the exclusive live broadcast room, Wang Lulu sneaked to the east area on the 20th floor. Walking through the quiet and deserted office corridor, she tiptoed to the office of the chairman of Banana Media. Sure enough, Cao Pingwa was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window waiting for her. Wang Lulu quickly walked to his side and took the initiative to get into his arms. Honey, thank you for giving me so many gifts. Cao Pingwa said happily. Ha ha ha. Then how exactly are you going to thank your husband? The 20-year-old female college student blushed and said, My husband, I will do whatever you want me to do to thank you. Then let's play a game first, and then go get some late-night snack. Cao Pingwa put his arms around Wang Lulu's slender waist, carried her directly to his desk, and then leaned over to kiss her. The eyes of the female anchor who was reluctant to accept the invitation soon became hazy and blurred. In the spacious chairman's office, beside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, under the bright moonlight, there is a scene full of spring. Chapter 71 Give Birth to the Child First. The weekend came quickly again. As usual, Cao Pingwa asked Lu Weigua to drive the Mercedes-Benz V300 commercial vehicle and take Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital for their second prenatal checkup. After queuing up and completing various examinations, Cao Pingwa took the 2 girls to see Dr. Li Ming, who had received them last time. Mr. Cao, Ms. Jean, Ms. Zheng. Based on the B ultrasound and other examination results, the 3 fetuses are all developing very well. Li Ming adjusted his glasses and said to the petite Zheng Jieqi, Ms. Zheng, you are pregnant with twins. You will need to improve your nutrition when you return home. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Did you hear that, Jieqi? Dr. Li and I share the same opinion. You should eat more and be less picky about food. Zheng Jieqi pouted and said, I understand. I will try my best to gain some weight. After leaving the hospital and taking a car back to the Ruihua Hotel on Chuahanjia Street, Jin Yao said to Zheng Jieqi, Jieqi, go upstairs and rest first. My husband and I will talk about the house renovation. Oh, okay. Zheng Jieqi obediently took the elevator upstairs. Cao Pingwa followed Jin Yao to the lobby lounge on the first floor of the hotel. After sitting down, Jin Yao said, Hubby, the renovation of our Yuhu family's big house has been completed, and I have already hired a professional formaldehyde removal company to come in. If everything goes well, we'll be able to move in from the hotel around November. Jin Yao took out a piece of A4 paper from her LV bag. This is my account. The house renovation and furniture and appliances cost a total of over 1,489,500 yuan. How can I transfer the remaining 510,000 yuan to you? Cao Pingwa smiled and pulled Jin Yao into his arms. Yao, you've worked hard. Do we really need to be so clear about this little money between us? Jin Yao blinked and asked in confusion, Then what should I do with the remaining money? Cao Pingwa touched his nose and said, You can take it first. When you move into your new house, use it to pay for water, electricity, internet, property fees, etc. When you're done, come back to me. Jin Yao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Cao Pingwa with eyes full of emotion. Husband, are you planning to let me be the head of the family? Cao Pingwa nodded. Well, I feel at ease with you in charge. Jin Yao said with tears in her eyes, I understand, husband. I will definitely take good care of this family and take good care of my sister Jieqi. After wiping her eyes, she continued, By the way, husband, you said before that you would accompany me back to my hometown to hold the wedding in October. It's already mid-September. Shouldn't you accompany me back to meet my parents and propose a marriage? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha, that's right. We still have to go through the process. In a couple of days, once I'm done with my current work, I'll go back with you to your hometown in Jiangxi. Recently, Cao Pingwa has been obsessed with a tender and beautiful 20-year-old female college student, and he can't let her go and can't stop talking about her. Moreover, these days happen to be Wang Lulu's dangerous period. If you miss it, you will have to wait until next month to get the system reward. Jin Yao actually keenly sensed that Cao Pingwa had a new love recently. But Cao Pingwa was generous and trusting towards her, and had the intention of making her his main wife, so she had to suppress her jealousy and try to be more generous. Okay, after you finish your work, we'll go back to Jiangxi together. After comforting Jin Yao and just walking out of the Ruihua Hotel, Cao Pingwa received a call from his ex-wife Liu Ruyan. Husband, can you come home now? I have something important to tell you. Is there anything you can't say over the phone? Honey, my period is half a month late. I just bought a pregnancy test stick and tested it myself, and the result is 2 lines. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, Liu Ruyan, you are so slow to react. You got pregnant in July, but you only realized it in September. I see. Just wait for me at home. I'll be back now. Cao Pingwa hung up the phone and got into the Mercedes-Benz business car parked at the hotel entrance. Lao Lu, go to Foodie New City Community. Okay, boss. As soon as he entered the house after unlocking the door with his fingerprint, Cao Pingwa saw Liu Ruyan and Wu Yin sitting at the dining table in the living room. He frowned and asked, Why did you call your mother here? Liu Ruyan quickly explained, Hubby, don't be angry, because this is my first unexpected pregnancy. I was very panicked, so I called my mother to accompany me. Wu Yin raised her thick chin and asked, Pingwa, do you plan to keep the baby in Ruyan's belly? Cao Pingwa said, Of course I want it. When Wu Yin heard this, a look of confidence immediately appeared on her sharp-looking face. Since something that shouldn't have happened has happened, and you're willing to take responsibility, then I can only reluctantly agree to your remarriage with Ru Yin. Cao Pingwa grinned and said, You agree, don't you? You agree. Didn't I say I want to remarry your daughter? Wu Yin. Liu Ruyan. Wu Yin frowned. Cao Pingwa, what do you mean? Ru Yin is pregnant with your child. Why don't you remarry her? Cao Pingwa snorted coldly. Because you and your daughter have long lost your credit with me. When I was making $500,000 a year, they were good husbands and sons-in-law. But as soon as I got laid off, they immediately started divorcing me. Now you see I'm rich again, and Liu Ruyan, who previously refused to bear my child, is now pregnant. Why do I feel like you and your daughter are after my money again this time? Liu Ruyan's eyes were filled with tears, and she said aggrievedly, Husband, I have been taking the imported medicine you gave me on time. This pregnancy was really an accident, and I didn't scheme against you. I truly love your husband. You must believe me. Wu Yan also quickly agreed. Hey Pingao, don't think too much. I just think that since Ruyan is pregnant with your child, you should give her a legitimate status. I haven't considered the money issue at all. Cao Pingao leaned back in his chair and said calmly, it's not impossible to give her a name, but we have to wait until she gives birth to the baby in her belly. Wu Yan frowned. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. What if she gives birth to the child and you don't remarry her? Cao Pingao was laughing in his heart. Old bidden, you don't have to doubt it. I will definitely not remarry Liu Ruyan. You're worrying about this for nothing. If I don't want this child, I can just ask her to have it aborted right now. Cao Pingwa said frankly, since I agreed to let Ruyan give birth to our child, I definitely hope to give the child a complete family. I believe in your husband. Liu Ruyan, who had been well-tempered by Cao Pingao recently, said immediately, I'm willing to give birth to the baby in my belly first, so that you can see my sincerity in wanting to be with you again. Wu Yan gave Liu Ruyan a fierce look and whispered to her, Daughter, can you clear your mind a little? Bearing a child for him without any guarantee is very risky. Mom, stop talking. Liu Ruyan turned her face away, not wanting to continue listening to her mother Wu Yan's slanderous words. If I hadn't listened to you, I would never have divorced Pingao. Wu Yan, Liu Ruyan continued, we didn't plan to have a baby so soon, but the baby is here anyway. This is God's will. Now Pingao is willing to take responsibility for the baby in my belly. So what does it matter if we remarry after the baby is born? Wu Yan looked helpless. My girl, if you are determined to give birth to a child for Cao Pingao, I can't stop you. But I still want to remind you, what if Cao Pingwa suddenly changes his mind and no longer wants to be responsible for the child? What will you do? Chapter 72, I won't say anything I shouldn't say. Liu Ruyan bit her lip and said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. I know Pingao very well. He won't ignore me and the baby in my belly. Wu Yan's face was filled with despair, and she felt that she had raised such a grown-up daughter in vain. Cao Pingao, who was sitting opposite, looked very proud. Don't worry, Ruyan. The baby in your belly is my own flesh and blood. I will be responsible for you. He stood up and said, Come on, I'll take you to the hospital for a prenatal checkup now. When Cao Pingwa and the other two came down from the building together, the driver Lu Weiguo was cleaning the second row of airline seats in the business car with a small car vacuum cleaner. Because Jin Yao and Zheng Jiechi had just sat there this morning, there were inevitably some of their hair left on the chairs, so before Cao Pingwa went upstairs, he asked Lu Weiguo to tidy up the second row of seats while waiting for him. Boss, everything is cleaned up. Well, I trust you to do the job, Lao Lu. Liu Ruyan, who was following behind Cao Pingao, saw that her man had bought a new car and hired a driver. The smile on her face immediately became brighter. Honey, your new car is so beautiful. How much did it cost? This car isn't expensive. I think it's over 700,000 yuan, but I can't remember the exact figure. Cao Pingwa spoke in a relaxed tone, and spending more than 700,000 yuan seemed like spending more than 70 yuan in his mouth. After saying that, he took Liu Ruyan's hand and sat in the two airline seats in the second row. Wu Yan, who followed behind with a sullen face, had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat herself. After getting in the car, Liu Ruyan looked around and said, Honey, the back seat of this Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle is so spacious, and the big recliner is so comfortable to sit in. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, If you feel comfortable sitting here, I will drive this car to pick you up every time I accompany you for prenatal checkups. Liu Ruyan looked very happy. Husband, you are so good to me. After Cao Pingao fastened his seatbelt, he said to Lu Weiguo in the driver's seat, Old Lu, use the navigation system to go to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. Lu Weiguo, navigation? Boss, didn't we just go there this morning? I'm very familiar with the route. Although Lu Weiguo was a little confused, he didn't say a word. He just followed Boss Chow's request, plugged his mobile phone into the mobile phone holder, and then opened Gauta Map. Half an hour later, the black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle parked in the parking lot of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital again. Seeing Cao Pingao bringing her daughter to one of the best private obstetrics and gynecology hospitals in Jiangxing for a prenatal checkup, the unhappiness on Wu Yan's face finally eased a little. While accompanying Liu Ruyan in line for an ultrasound, Cao Pingwa made an excuse to go to the bathroom and went alone to Dr. Li Ming's clinic on the second floor of the hospital. Mr. Cao, do you have something to talk to me about? Cao Pingao discreetly placed an envelope on the pile of documents on Li Ming's desk. Dr. Li, my ex-wife is pregnant and is waiting in line downstairs for a checkup. Li Ming, is the child in your ex-wife's belly also yours? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Li Ming looked at the envelope on the table, and a faint fiery red color could be seen inside. As he slid the envelope into the drawer of his desk, he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Cao. We at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital have always been very careful to protect our clients' privacy. I won't say anything I shouldn't say." That night, in the top-floor presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel, Banana Queen, Wang Lulu was sitting at the dressing table in the bedroom, broadcasting live on her mobile phone. Seeing fans in the live broadcast room filling the comments with questions asking if she was checking into a hotel with the top guy on the list, Wang Lulu smiled calmly and said, "Oh, everyone, stop guessing. Lulu is on a business trip today, so she stayed in a hotel. It's not what you think. LV35 7 times a night. Really? I don't believe it. Doghead, doghead, doghead. LV11, pure love warrior. Lulu, if you are really staying in the hotel alone, just walk around the room with your phone. LV35 7 times a night. Yes, yes, let's all check together to see if there is a man hiding in your house. LV26, I am Lulu's little liquor. You old perverts who are so depressed, stop spreading rumors. Lulu is still a college student, still a pure little girl, love, love. LV11 pure love warrior. I am Lulu's little liquor, my friend. Your ID is really not wrong. You really are this. Thumbs up. No matter how fans asked Wang Lulu to prove her innocence, she could not do so because Cao Pingwa was lying naked on the double bed not far away. LV35, 7 times a night. Hey, guys, if there really is a big brother in Lulu's room, would it be Mr. Wang from AAA Building Materials? Or that banana brother who only came to the live broadcast room once? LV11, pure love warrior. I think it should be Mr. Wang of Building Materials, because he is usually in the live broadcast room at this time. What a coincidence that he is not online today. LV26, I am Lulu's little lick spittle. It's definitely not Mr. Wang of AAA Building Materials. Even if there is someone, it should be Mr. Banana. LV11 pure love warrior. Oh my god, buddy, isn't your Lulu pure and innocent? LV26, I am Lulu's little lick spittle. This is not just a hypothesis. And although Brother Banana has only come to the live broadcast room once, I think he knows Lulu privately, and they have a very close relationship. Wang Lulu's pretty face immediately turned red as everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing their relationship with Banana Number 1. Just now, Banana Number 1 had invited her to eat bananas. After finishing the live broadcast work, Wang Lulu snuggled back into Cao Pingwa's arms like a well-behaved and clingy kitten. Huh? Lulu, your live broadcast is over. Cao Pingwa asked, rubbing his eyes. Wang Lulu kissed his cheek coquettishly. Yes, husband, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. I just had a good sleep, and now I'm full of energy again. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task. If the breeding partner successfully conceives naturally, the system will reward 10 million yuan. Skill reward, romantic luck, 1 time. Using Peach Blossom luck, the host will meet a qualified breeding partner with an overall score of 80 or above within 24 hours. Host's cumulative system rewards reach 100 million yuan, and an additional 3 Maltesers will be awarded. Chapter 73, Proposal Journey, Part 1. Cao Pingwa was so happy that he kissed Wang Lulu hard. Great. Honey, did I perform so well this time? Wang Lulu looked confused. Ha ha. Yes, Lulu, you performed very well this time, which made me very happy. Wang Lulu blushed slightly. As long as you are happy, Lulu will cooperate with you in any way. After the two of them rested on the big bed for a while, the female college student who had just fallen in love with the pleasure of sex began to rub her little face against Cao Pingwa's neck again. Hubby, I still want to. Well, young people have good health. Cao Pingwa said happily. Then your husband will play another game with you. The next day at noon, as Jean Yao, who was wearing a plain long dress and light makeup, walked out of the door of Ruihua Hotel, she saw Cao Pingwa leaning against the door of a black Maybach. She walked forward and looked into the car again. Hey, honey, why don't I see Master Liu? It only takes a little over 4 hours to drive from Jiangcheng to your hometown, Fuyang County. It won't be a problem for me to drive alone. Cao Pingwa smiled and touched Jean Yao's face. Isn't it nice to take this opportunity to go back to your hometown with you and spend some time alone with you? Of course that's fine. You're so nice, husband. With a happy face, Jean Yao hugged Cao Pingwa's arm and put it into her plump and soft chest, then stood on tiptoe and gave him a kiss. Cao Pingwa smacked his lips and said, Your little mouth is quite sweet. Get in the car. Okay, husband. The domineering Mercedes Maybach S680 was driving smoothly and quickly eastward on the highway. Inside the car, Jean Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Cao Pingwa with loving eyes. Honey, are you thirsty? Do you want me to feed you water through a straw? Honey, are you hungry? I brought a box of cut fruit. Do you want some Chinji's cake? The gentle Jin Yao not only fed Cao Pingwa water and food according to his request, but also took the initiative to find topics to chat with him to relieve his boredom and played his favorite music and songs for him to listen to. These thoughtful gestures made Cao Pingwa, who was driving a long-distance bus, not feel bored at all, and he did not feel sleepy at all from beginning to end. In a blink of an eye, the Mercedes-Benz Maybach drove into Jiangxi province. When passing through a hilly area, the sky suddenly became overcast, and soon it began to rain heavily. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa immediately turned on the fog lights and hazard lights, and reduced the speed of the car to about 80 miles per hour. Although the Maybach has good performance, there was nothing unusual about the tire grip or the handling of the entire vehicle in the rain. However, Cao Pingwa, who was particularly life-conscious, drove the car off the highway when passing the first service area. It will be safer if we leave after the rain stops. Jin Yao nodded obediently. I always listen to my husband. Safety first. After parking the car, Cao Pingwa saw that the rain showed no sign of stopping anytime soon, so he lowered the seat and lay flat in the car. Yao, I'll take a nap first. Call me when the rain stops. Okay, husband. You can rest assured. Soon, Cao Pingwa, who had recently consumed a lot of energy on the female anchor, fell asleep. In the dream, Cao Pingwa was lying on a golden beach. The tide on the shore continued to rise, and soon wrapped him in warm sea water. The amazing thing is that Cao Pingwa did not feel suffocated when soaking in the water, but felt warm and comfortable. Honey, the rain has stopped. Cao Pingwa heard Jin Yao whispering in his ear. He opened his eyes and stretched, and found Jin Yao holding lip gloss and touching up her makeup in the makeup mirror on the passenger seat sun visor. Yao, you are such a greedy little cat. Because they stopped for 2 hours to avoid the rain, it was already getting dark when Cao Pingwa and his team arrived at Fuliang County. With Jin Yao's guidance, Cao Pingwa drove the car into an old residential building. When we get to my husband, we can just park the car on the side of the road. The old neighborhood where my parents live doesn't have an underground garage. Cao Pingwa turned the steering wheel and parked the Maybach next to a BMW X5. He smiled and pinched Jin Yao's little face. Yao, why do you look so nervous? Jin Yao glared at him coquettishly. This is the first time I bring my boyfriend home to meet my parents. How can I not be nervous? But you, husband, you're here to propose marriage today. Why aren't you nervous at all? Cao Pingwa said happily. Ha. I have prepared enough gifts, so I am not nervous. As soon as the two got out of the car, several female relatives who were waiting downstairs immediately surrounded them, then immediately took Jin Yao's hand and chattered with her in dialect. He is Cao Pingwa, my boyfriend. Jin Yao introduced him to her relatives. Pingwa, they are my eldest aunt, second aunt, eldest aunt, second aunt, third aunt, and youngest aunt. Cao Pingwa said in Mandarin with a relaxed expression, Hello, aunts, hello. Hello. Looking at the tall and strong Cao Pingwa with extraordinary bearing, all the aunts and cousins were satisfied. Come home and sit down. Don't stand downstairs. Surrounded by his aunt and uncle, Cao Pingwa followed Jin Yao up the stairs to the 6th floor and arrived at her parents' home. Jin Yao's parents lived in a small 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, and the small living room was already full of people. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Jin Yao first had a brief chat with her parents with tears in her eyes, and then greeted the relatives in the living room in order of seniority. Cao Pingwa, my boyfriend. Jin Yao, with a blushing face, took Cao Pingwa's hand and took him to sit down among the crowd. What was a little unexpected to Cao Pingwa was that the person who asked him questions was not Jin Yao's parents, but a man in his 50s with a slick back hair and a big beer belly. Cao, what do your parents do for a living? Jin Yao whispered in Cao Pingwa's ear, This is my uncle, Jin Dazhou. He's an engineer and the richest of our relatives. Cao Pingwa, so that's how it is. Generally speaking, the stronger the economic strength, the higher the reputation in the family. My parents are ordinary grassroots civil servants. Jin Dazhou raised his fat chin slightly and said, I heard from Jin Yao that you opened an internet company in Jiangxi and are doing business on your own? Right. So how much money does your company make in a year? My company has only been open for a few months and hasn't started to make a profit yet. When Jin Dazhou heard this, he raised his chin even higher. I am also a businessman. I know that you are just starting your business and the funds on hand must be very tight. But we in Fuliang have our own customs when marrying off our daughters. And Jin Yao is so outstanding and beautiful, so it won't do if the betrothal gift you prepare is too little. Cao Pingwa said calmly, Uncle, just name your price. Chapter 74, The Marriage Proposal, Part 2. Faced with the confident Cao Pingwa, Jin Dazhong couldn't help but feel a little confused. His wife Xiao Wan, Jin Yao's aunt, had just quietly reported to him that Cao Pingwa was driving a black Mercedes-Benz. Jin Dazhong whispered in dialect to Xiao Wan beside him. Did you see the numbers written on the back of the car? It's too dark to see clearly. It looks like 26 or something. Jin Dazhong was shocked when he heard it. 26? 260? E-class car? You're so arrogant driving an E260? Don't you know that our Jiangxi dowry is well known? Xiao, since you're still starting a business, we Jin Yao won't ask for much. Excluding the 5 gold, what do you think of the 680,000 yuan betrothal gift? The living room suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to the outsider, Cao Pingwa. Isn't a betrothal gift of 680,000 a bit too little? Cao Pingwa said with a smile. Jin Dazhong, Cao Pingwa turned his head and glanced at Jin Yao, who was sitting next to him with her head slightly lowered and her face red. I heard from Yao that when her best friend, who she had played with since childhood, got married, the man gave her a betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan. So I also prepared a betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan for Yao. I don't want her to lose to anyone. Husband, Jin Yao called Cao Pingwa softly with eyes full of emotion. The Jin family relatives in the living room suddenly exploded and started gossiping in their dialect. This man Yao found is really good. He has good looks, good height, and strong abilities. That's right, 880,000 yuan is really a lot of money. I haven't seen anything higher than 880,000 yuan in our county. When my uncle's son got married last year, he only paid 580,000 yuan for the bride price. Now he's outsold. Jin Dazhong, who had seen the world, quickly regained his composure and used his eyes to signal everyone to remain calm. Xiao, are you planning to use this 880,000 yuan betrothal gift as a formality, or are you really going to give it to Jin Yao as her own money? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, of course it's real. Jin Dazhong still doesn't believe that Cao Pingwa, who drives a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, can really get a betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan. Then why don't you pay a portion of the deposit to Jin Yao's parents today, so that they can rest assured and leave their daughter to you? Okay, how much do you want to pay? Jin Dazhong's eyes sternly said, take 200,000 first. Okay. In full view of everyone, Cao Pingwa calmly transferred 200,000 yuan to Jin Yao's mother's Alipay account. This time, the pretentious Jin Dazhong could no longer find any fault with Cao Pingwa and simply gave up. After the marriage proposal was successfully completed, Jin Yao's family of 3, together with her future son-in-law Cao Pingwa, sent Jin's relatives downstairs. Kim Daejong walked up to his BMW X5 and found a domineering Mercedes-Maybach S680 parked next to it. Wow, this is a nice car. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, this is my car. Jin Dazhong's eyes widened. Is this your car? Isn't the one you drive, Xiao, a Mercedes-Benz 260? Cao Pingwa took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. The Maybach immediately lit up and responded. Do you need me to move the car for you? No. Jin Dazhong waved his hand, and his tone suddenly became polite. Xiao, let's keep in touch when we have time. After getting into his BMW X5, Jin Dazhong looked at his wife, Xiaowan, with disdain. Are your eyes used to vent anger? Xiaowan, what's wrong? What's wrong? You told me that Xiao was driving a Mercedes-Benz 260, but it turns out that he was driving a Mercedes-Benz Maybach S680. Xiaowan looked confused. Is there a big difference? Jin Dazhong sighed and said helplessly, one sells for over 300,000, and the other sells for over 3 million. Do you think there's a big difference? A car worth over 3 million. That Xiao's strength is truly unfathomable. Jin Yao has definitely got the upper hand this time. Jin Dazhong said while steering. Our family should interact more with the third brother's family in the future. I've finally figured it out. Cao Pingwa is definitely not an ordinary person. After seeing off the relatives and friends, Cao Pingwa took out 2 bundles of cash from the trunk of the Maybach and placed them in front of Jin Yao's parents. Uncle and aunt, this 120,000 yuan is my gift to you too. It is not included in the 880,000 yuan betrothal gift. Oh, Xiao, how can this be so embarrassing? When Jin Yao's parents saw that their daughter had found such an outstanding husband, their eyes almost burst into laughter. Xiao, don't leave tonight. Just stay at home and treat this place as your own home. After taking a bath in the evening, Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao hugged each other on the small bed in her boudoir. Looking at the man in front of her who had given her and her parents enough face in front of her relatives, Jin Yao felt extremely safe and at ease. Hubby, you're so good to me. I, Cao Pingwa, always keep my word. And Yao Yao, you are so well behaved, so of course I have to be doubly nice to you. Jin Yao leaned her head against Cao Pingwa's arms and couldn't help shedding tears of emotion. Meeting my husband is truly the greatest blessing of my life. Cao Pingwa gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and kissed her forehead. Silly girl, your good days are still to come. Jin Yao looked up at Cao Pingwa, her beautiful eyes full of affection, and they kissed instantly. Oh, honey, I shouldn't have teased you. Jin Yao said apologetically. I'm pregnant with your baby now, and the doctor told me not to have sex for the first 3 months. It's okay, Yao Yao. I'll be fine in a while. Let's turn off the lights and go to bed. Jin Yao reached out to turn off the small bedside lamp, then lay back in Cao Pingwa's arms in the dark, then lowered her head with a red face. The next day, Jin Yao first took Cao Pingwa to visit the Fuliang Ancient County Government Office, and then took him to try the 3 local special snacks of Fuliang: cold noodles, dumpling cakes, and alkaline cakes. After staying at Jin Yao's house for 2 days, Cao Pingwa prepared to drive back to Jiangcheng, while Jin Yao decided to stay in her hometown and prepare with her parents for their wedding, which was scheduled to be held in October. Downstairs of the old residential building, Jin Yao hugged Cao Pingwa's waist, reluctant to let go. Husband, you drive back alone. You must pay attention to safety on the road. Don't worry about the wedding here. I will prepare everything. You just need to show up when the time comes. Ha ha ha, I get it. Cao Pingwa let Jin Yao hold him for a while longer before saying, Yao Yao, if you don't let me go, it will be dark soon. Jin Yao quickly released her hands and wiped away her tears. I won't keep you, husband. Please leave quickly. It's not safe to drive at night. Remember to send me a WeChat message to let me know you're safe when you get to Jiangcheng. Okay. Cao Pingwa pointed to his mouth again. Give your husband a sweet treat before you leave. Hate. Jin Yao blushed, stood on tiptoe, and offered her cherry lips. Chapter 75 Qianwan, a far-sighted person. Jiangcheng, Wanda International Office Building A. In the office of the chairman of Banana Media, Cao Pingwa, who had calmed down, leaned back in his boss chair, while Qianwan, blushing, put her arms around his neck and sat on his lap. Xiaowan, you looked so beautiful when you were so turbulent just now. Qianwan smiled with an ambiguous look in her eyes. As long as my husband likes it, Xiaowan will dance for you every day. Hey, honey, don't move. Let's sit here for a while and chat together. Cao Pingwa stroked Qianwan's slender waist with his big hands and said with a smile, Okay. Qianwan leaned over and lay on Cao Pingwa's broad chest. Hubby, I heard from Sister Jin Yao that you bought a large house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in the Yuhu Shijia community across the street, and it has been renovated. Are you planning to let Qian and I move in as well? Cao Pingwa said casually. Well, if you and Qian are willing to move in, that's fine. Qianwan's eyes rolled around. But if Qian and I both move in, won't it be a bit too crowded? Huh? A 180 square meter, 4-bedroom house. How can it be crowded for 4 girls like you? Qianwan smiled and said, It's not crowded now, but aren't Sister Jin Yao and that little sister named Zheng Jiechi pregnant? I heard that my little sister is pregnant with twins. Husband, don't you reserve a baby room and a nanny room for them at home? Cao Pingwa nodded. Indeed, now that you mention it, this 4-bedroom, 2 living room apartment is only big enough for Yao Yao and Jiechi. Then I'll buy another big house just for you and Qian. Hearing Cao Pingwa say what she wanted to hear according to her guidance, Qianwan happily sat up straight. Hubby, I actually really like the environment of the Royal Lake family community, so I've been keeping an eye on the housing availability there recently. House 3501 in Building 6 is for sale. It's listed at $5.98 million. The price should be negotiable, Qianwan said with a look of affection. If my husband buys 3,501 as well, then Qian and I can be neighbors with Sister Jin Yao and the others. It will be convenient for us to look after each other upstairs and downstairs, right? Cao Pingwa looked at the 23-year-old girl in front of him, with her clothes slightly open and delicate features, and basically guessed what she was thinking. Okay, then I'll buy 3,501 as well, and let you and Qian live there. You're so nice, husband. Qianwan was so happy that she gave him several kisses in a row and rubbed her tender little face against Cao Pingwa's big face. Qianwan certainly knew that the big house at 3601 was not under Jin Yao's name, but under Cao Pingwa's own name. Therefore, as a far-sighted woman, she is not in a hurry to ask Cao Pingwa to add her name to the house title. Qianwan's idea was to first ask Cao Pingwa for some renovation fees in the name of renovating the house, and then pocket the money herself. As for adding her name to the house title, she planned to wait until she was sure that she was pregnant with Cao Pingwa's child, and then find a suitable time to talk to him about it. Qianwan held Cao Pingwa's face in her hands, looked at him with loving eyes and said, "Husband, have you rested well? Do you want to play another round?" Cao Pingwa did want to start another round, but he knew that Qianwan was pregnant with a cuckold warning device. So for safety reasons, Cao Pingwa asked Qianwan to put on her clothes and went outside to call his second secretary Yu Qian in to replace her. Soon, a tall and long-legged office lady with long hair and delicate makeup, wearing a white satin shirt on the upper body, a gray hip skirt, and black stockings on the lower body, walked in wearing a pair of black high heels. "Boss, you're looking for me." Cao Pingwa hooked his index finger at Yu Qian, and Yu Qian immediately sat on his lap obediently. "Qian, let's try a few more times together to see how our pregnancy rate will be in September, okay?" Cao Pingwa pinched Yu Qian's little chin with one hand, and the other hand, accidentally, slipped onto her beautiful black silk legs. Yu Qian blushed. "I always listen to my husband. Natural conception really varies from person to person and is extremely random." Cao Pingwa became pregnant the day after he and Jin Yao got together, but after investing a lot of energy in Yu Qian, there was still no movement in her belly. If Yu Qian had not been recognized as a breeding target by the system, Cao Pingwa would have suspected that there was something wrong with her function. After finishing lunch and taking a nice nap in the office, Cao Pingwa suddenly remembered that he still had a skill reward from Wang Lulu, one romantic opportunity that he had not used yet. Since Yu Qian's fertility is not good at the moment, let's find a new person to try. Brother Tongzi, use your peach blossom luck once. Romance buff has been activated. The host will meet a qualified breeding partner with an overall score of 80 or above within 24 hours. Cao Pingwa asked with some doubt. Brother Tongzi, what should I do specifically? Do I need to take the initiative to go to crowded places? The host can act freely as he pleases. When the peach blossoms come, the host will feel it. Cao Pingwa looked at the bright sun outside the window and decided to hide in the cool office in the afternoon to play a few games of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. You have entered the first level combat readiness state. Come on, Special Forces. After 7 consecutive random matches, Cao Pingwa finally succeeded in winning the chicken with his 3 teammates who were lying in wait thanks to his excellent skills of lying in the bushes and being the 6th one. One of the girls with a nice voice even took the initiative to add himself as a gaming friend. Just when Cao Pingwa was about to play another game with the young lady whose ID was Brother Ing, the company's general manager Jianjia came to him with some documents and company accounts for his signature. Boss, after 2 months in August and September, and with an investment of 10 million in advertising fees, our banana media has become quite famous in the MCN circle in Jiangxing. Jianjia looked at the thick advertising bill and asked seriously, "Today is September 25th. Can we reduce our advertising spending next month?" "No need to reduce it. Continue to maintain the current publicity efforts." Cao Pingwa signed the bill calmly, then looked up and smiled at Jianjia. If we hadn't invested so much money in advertising and hiring, would banana media have become so popular and prosperous in such a short time? Jianjia nodded in agreement, but still reminded him, "Boss, our company currently has over 18 million in funds in its account. At the rate of burning through 5 million in advertising fees per month, it can only last for 3 months at most." "Ha ha, Manager Jian, I told you before, you don't have to worry about funding issues." Cao Pingwa leaned back in his boss chair and said with a relaxed smile, "You just need to do your best to help me manage the company and recruit more high-quality female anchors and internet celebrities. By the way, we need to hire fewer female anchors like Li Shufang and Ma Li, who are involved in technology and hardcore work. Ask the HR department to recruit more naturally beautiful young women like Wang Lulu and Zhang Yue." Cao Pingwa said seriously, "We should recruit more female students with good foundations. It doesn't matter if they don't have experience in becoming internet celebrities or live streaming. The company can provide them with free pre-job training and some living allowances." "Manager Jian, do you understand what I mean?" Jianjia nodded quickly. "I understand. Boss, you want to cultivate a wave of female college students who are internet celebrities for banana media, just like Wang Lulu." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Yes, that's exactly what I meant." Although Jianjia thought that Cao Pingwa's differentiated selection of materials might be effective, she always felt that something was wrong. Speaking of female college students, there are 4 good-looking female college students who just came to the company for interviews. After they finish their interviews, do you need them to be brought to you for review? Cao Pingwa remained calm and was overjoyed in his heart. Damn, this romantic luck really comes as a surprise. Chapter 76, Introvert Jiang Xinxin. Soon, the 3 female college students who had successfully passed the interview at the Human Resources Department were brought to the chairman Cao Pingwa. The plump girl leading the group said generously, Hello, Mr. Chow. We are freshmen majoring in administrative management at Jiangxing Donghu College. Hello. Boss Chow sat upright, his eyes sweeping over the little faces filled with collagen one after another. Name, Li Mingming. Age, 18. No makeup, 68 points. Body size, 75 points. Undergraduate student, one former writer, generally healthy. The system judged it as unqualified. Name, Zhou Shitting. Age, 18. No makeup, 71 points. Body size, 74 points. Undergraduate student, two former writers, often stays up late, and is in severe subhealth. The system judged it as unqualified. Name, Wu Zihan. Age, 18. No makeup, 78 points. Body size, 83 points. Undergraduate student, three former writers, tattoos, often stays up late, generally healthy. The system judged it as unqualified. All of them failed. Where's the 80-point beauty you promised? Where's the romantic luck you promised? Jian Jia, who was standing next to Cao Pingwa, noticed his confused expression and quickly asked in a low voice. Boss, is there anything wrong with these three girls? Oh no. What's the HR department's opinion? He replied concisely. All three girls are amateurs, but their appearance is pretty good. The HR department suggested giving them B visas and letting them do a 3-month internship first. Cao Pingwa nodded gently. Okay, then we'll just do what the HR department says. Wait a minute. Didn't you say there were 4 girls coming for the interview? Why did you only bring 3? Oh, I made a mistake before. The other girl was just accompanying her 3 roommates to the interview. Cao Pingwa asked again, have you seen her? What does she look like? Jian Jia was stunned for a moment and said, she's quite pretty, but she looks very introverted. I don't think she's suitable for the job of self-media. When Cao Pingwa heard this, he thought, it's good to be introverted. Introverted girls are generally simpler, cleaner, and easier to control. I understand. Manager Jian, you can take the 3 of them to complete the employment procedures. After getting the boss's approval, Jian Jia walked up to the 3 female college students and said, welcome to Banana Media. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Thank you, Mr. Jian. All 3 girls looked excited, holding each other's hands and cheering quietly, as if they had already seen themselves becoming internet celebrities who made a fortune every day. Cao Pingwa came to the company's front desk with 2 beautiful female secretaries, and then saw at a glance a young girl with a very pure appearance but very simple clothes, sitting on the sofa in the corner waiting for someone. Name, Jiang Xinxin. Age, 18. No makeup, 83 points. Body size, 80 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, no bad habits, in good health. The system determines it as qualified breeding target. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but feel excited. Damn, this little peach blossom is so tender and white. Like an easily frightened little rabbit, Jiang Xinxin looked cautiously in the direction of Cao Pingwa with her peach blossom eyes that could look at a dog with deep affection. As soon as their eyes met, she immediately lowered her head shyly and looked at her phone anxiously. Seeing that Jiang Xinxin was so easily shy, Cao Pingwa understood. If a 1.85-meter tall man like him went up to her and talked to her directly, it would only make the 18-year-old girl's psychological defenses rise to the maximum. So he turned his head and looked at Yu Qian and Qian Wan who were following behind him. Qian Wan reacted very quickly, smiled, and nodded to Cao Pingwa, then walked straight to Jiang Xinxin and sat down, starting to chat with her in a very friendly manner. Qian, look at Xiao Wan's understanding. You should learn more from her in the future. Yu Qian pouted slightly and said with a hint of jealousy, oh, I see. Cao Pingwa turned around and walked back. Let's go back to the office first. Boss, aren't you going to get to know that girl? Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile. The time is not right yet. You can't get the tofu if you are impatient. More than 10 minutes later, Qian Wan, who had added Jiang Xinxin as a friend on WeChat, also returned to the chairman's office. How's it going, Xiao Wan? How's your conversation going? Qian Wan sat on Cao Pingwa's lap with an ambiguous look in her eyes and said coquettishly, Boss, you asked me to pick up other pretty girls for you. Aren't you worried that I'd get jealous? Ha 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 ha. Eating a little vinegar occasionally is good for your health. Humph. Qian Wan gently hit Cao Pingwa's chest with her pink fist. Boss, you are such a playboy. That girl's name is Jiang Xinxin. She's the roommate of the 3 girls who just came to your place for the interview. I also tried to persuade her to join our company and use her spare time to try to do some self-media and earn some extra money, but she firmly declined. Boss, although I didn't talk to Jiang Xinxin for a long time today, I can feel that her personality is really too introverted. Qian Wan caressed Cao Pingwa's big face and said, I think you shouldn't rush into things with a simple girl like Jiang Xinxin. or you might scare her away. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "That's why I asked you to be my vanguard scout instead of going into battle myself. How about this, Xiaowan? I'll leave Jiang Xinxin's affairs to you. Keep in touch with her, become her good friend, and then find a suitable opportunity to introduce her to me." Qianwan nodded obediently. "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely help you with this assistance." Chapter 77 Sharpshooter Badge. That night, in the small apartment that Yuqian rented, Cao Pingwa's cell phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. He put one arm around Yuqian's slender waist and picked up the phone with the other hand. It turned out to be a voice call from his ex-wife Liu Ruyan. So he put his index finger in front of his mouth, made a silence gesture to Yuqian, and then connected the language. "Hey, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Hubby, are you still busy at the company?" "Right." "Then, husband, have you eaten on time? Don't make yourself too tired. How can you make money without working hard? If you have something to say, just say it." "My husband, that 1.6 million yuan loan is due for repayment the day after tomorrow." When Cao Pingwa heard this, he thought, "So you are here to ask me for money? Didn't you sell my car earlier and still have 200,000 in cash?" I spent some, there's not much left." "How much is left?" 80,000 plus." "Damn, you spendthrift woman who doesn't work and doesn't earn a penny, and you spent 120,000 in less than 3 months. Cao Pingwa said, "Isn't the monthly repayment for that loan 52,000 yuan? Pay it off for me this time, and I'll pay it back to you when my company's funds are no longer tight." Oh, okay. Then husband, you should take a rest. I won't disturb you from working." Yeah, hung up. After seeing Cao Pingwa put down his phone, Yuqian dared to ask, "Who is it, husband?" "My ex-wife." Yuqian pouted slightly. "Why did she call you so late?" "They want to ask me for money." "Humph, she's divorced you and still comes to you asking for money. How shameless. We don't talk about her, we talk about us." Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. If the breeding partner successfully conceives naturally, the system will reward 10 million yuan. Skill reward, Sharpshooter Badge, Bronze. Bronze Badge, hit rate increased by 30. Silver Badge, hit rate increased by 60. Gold Badge, hit rate increased by 80. Legendary Badge, hit rate can be freely adjusted. Random reward, 2 Maltesers. The next day, Qianwan negotiated a price of 5.8 million yuan with the owner of room 3501, Building 6, Yuhu family. After buying 3 Mercedes-Benz cars in one go, Cao Pingwa had only a little over 20 million left in his account. However, he recently got back 1.6 million from his ex-wife Liu Ruyan, and also received 10 million pregnancy maintenance fees from female college student Wang Lulu and beautiful secretary Yuqian. Therefore, excluding the liquid funds in the company's public account, Cao Pingwa currently has more than 41 million yuan in working cash. When Qianwan saw Cao Pingwa calmly sign the house purchase contract and calmly pay the 5.8 million yuan purchase price, her big eyes almost smiled. This big house will be mine sooner or later. After coming out of the real estate agency, she affectionately took Cao Pingwa's arm and pressed her soft curves tightly against his arm. "Honey, this house was renovated last year. I think it only needs a few minor renovations to the 2 bathrooms and the kitchen and some new furniture and appliances before it's ready for living." Cao Pingwa felt the soft touch on his arm and said with a smile, "Tell me, how much budget do you want your husband to give you for the renovation?" Qianwan's eyes rolled around, and she said in a coquettish voice, "Honey, can you give me a budget of 1 million first? Then I can refund you if there's more and make up for the less, okay?" Cao Pingwa knew that the materialistic Qianwan would not be as frugal and save money for herself as Jean Yao from the Gu family. After giving out the 1 million yuan for decoration, she will definitely pocket a large sum of it. However, considering that Qianwan has always provided him with extremely high physical and emotional value, and is now helping him to win over the innocent 18-year-old female college student named Jiang Xinxin, Cao Pingwa readily transferred 1 million yuan to her WeChat. Hearing the sound of gold coins being credited to her account on her phone, Qianwan's face flushed with joy. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Cao Pingwa's big face several times. "Thank you, husband. You are so kind." The time passed quickly at the end of September, and the National Day holiday arrived in the blink of an eye. In previous years, on May Day and National Day, no matter how busy Cao Pingwa was, he would always take time to go back to his hometown in Xianyang to visit his parents. Although he has now opened an MCN internet celebrity company, he has handed over most of the specific work to professional workers who prioritize simplicity. So this time, Cao Pingwa, who was rich and had plenty of free time, drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach S680 back to Xianyang a day in advance successfully avoiding the travel peak during the National Day holiday. When the family of three was having dinner together at home, Cao Pingwa's mother Wang Lan couldn't help but ask about his divorce with Liu Ruyan. Pingwa, are you and Ruyan really done with each other? Is there any chance of reconciliation between you two? Why reconcile? Cao Pingwa's father, Cao Song, frowned slightly and said, as soon as Liu Ruyan and Wu Yin saw that Pingwa had lost his job, they immediately filed for divorce. I have no regard for such snobbish in-laws. Cao Song turned to Cao Pingwa and said, don't worry, son. A real man will never worry about not having a wife. Just go ahead and pursue your career now. If you don't have enough money, your mom and I have some savings and can use them to support you. Cao Pingwa ate his meal and said with a smile, I know, Dad. I will ask you for it when I need it. On October 1st, I spent the day at home with my parents. At noon on the 2nd, Cao Pingwa drove out to have lunch and chat with two good high school classmates, Ding Yuan and Lu Long. I didn't expect you, Lao Chao, to be divorced too, Lu Long said with a casual smile, a cigarette between his lips. Then among our close high school classmates, only Lao Ding is still not divorced, right? Get lost. You can't spit out ivory. Ding Yuan laughed and picked up the empty cigarette box and threw it at Lu Long, who had a smirk on his face. My wife and I are in love. Divorce is a joke. After Lu Long blocked the flying empty cigarette box, he said to Cao Pingwa, don't worry, Lao Chao. There are many better flowers in the world. There is no need to be obsessed with one flower. Bye-bye, the next one will be better. Cao Pingwa said happily. So many jingles. Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Besides, the last thing I need around me right now is women. You two really don't need to worry about me. Lu Long looked unconvinced. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Cao Pingwa, damn. Oh, by the way, are you two going to the high school reunion tonight? Ding Yuan, who was sitting opposite me, suddenly asked. Cao Pingwa shook his head. Not interested. I plan to go back to Jiangcheng this afternoon. Lu Long patted Cao Pingwa's shoulder with a smirk on his face and said, Lao Chao, I heard that your high school goddess will also be attending the party tonight. Cao Pingwa was stunned for a moment, then widened his eyes and asked, did Qin Shui return to Xiangyang? Chapter 78, Renewing the Past, Part 1. Qin Shui was the beauty of Cao Pingwa's class in high school, and one of the most beautiful girls in that class at Xiangyang No. 4 Middle School. When Cao Pingwa was in high school, he liked Qin Shui very much because she was both good in character and academic performance. He was her desk mate for more than a year, and their relationship was very ambiguous at one time. It's a pity that Qin Shui was admitted to Fudan University in Shanghai, while Cao Pingwa went to study at Huazhong University of Science and Technology in Jiangxing. After they separated, the two kept in touch for a while, but the young and energetic Cao Pingwa was soon attracted by other beautiful female classmates around him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. In the evening, Cao Pingwa drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach and took his two good brothers Lu Long and Ding Yuan to attend a high school reunion. After parking the car, the three of them had just reached the entrance of the restaurant when a black Audi Q7 parked on the side of the road suddenly honked its horn. Then a man with a slicked-back hair and a large gold chain around his neck stuck his head out the window. Lao Chao, Lao Lu, Lao Ding, long time no see. Ding Yuan, who was a straightforward person, raised his eyebrows and said, Zhao Wei? What the hell are you honking to scare me? Lu Long, a mean-spirited man, said with a sinister smile, Hey, Lao Zhao, you're doing pretty well. Changing your car again. Zhao Wei said with a smug look on his face, Hey, that Japanese car wasn't driving well, so I replaced it with a German one. What kind of car do you see? Lu Long said with a wicked smile, Lao Ding and I came here in Lao Chao's Mercedes. Hey, Lao Chao, it looks like you've made it big in Jiangxing. You even drive a Mercedes. Zhao Wei squinted at Cao Pingwa and asked, Is it a C-Class or an E-Class? Lu Long was just about to use Cao Pingwa's Maybach S680 to attack Zhao Wei in the face, but was stopped by a look from Cao Pingwa. It's so boring to get slapped in the face so soon. Let's let this ostentatious Zhao Wei show off a little longer before we talk about it. Lu Long and Ding Yuan nodded in agreement. Cao Pingwa responded to Zhao Wei. It's too hot outside, let's talk inside. Okay, let's go in and eat and talk. Seeing that Cao Pingwa avoided answering his questions, Zhao Wei assumed that he was driving the cheapest A-Class Mercedes-Benz. The hotel's luxurious private room is brightly lit and magnificent. There are only a dozen or so high school classmates who are doing well here tonight. It's a class reunion. Who would come if not to show off? Zhao Wei, who thought he was the best, sat down in the first seat, then waved his hand and said with great enthusiasm, Everyone, feel free to order whatever you want. I'll pay for all the expenses for tonight's dinner and karaoke. Wow, Zhao Wei, You've been doing pretty well lately. Ha ha ha, no, it's just SOSO. Zhao Wei, I heard you recently changed your car. Did it cost a lot of money? Hey, I just changed it to a Q7. It didn't cost much, maybe around 700,000 yuan. Lu Long and Ding Yuan looked at Zhao Wei's smug and pretentious face and felt funny in their hearts. I wonder what kind of expression will be on his face when he finds out that the car Lao Chao drives is a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. At this time, a late male classmate walked in from outside. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. I'm late. Zhao Wei sat upright, raised his chin slightly, and asked, Li Lei, what car did you drive here? Li Lei, I drove my Mazda here, what's wrong? Zhao Wei laughed jokingly and said, I always drive Audis, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benzes, and you drive a Mazda. No wonder you're the only one stuck in traffic. Ha ha. The wealthy Zhao Wei just told a bad joke and filled the box with a happy atmosphere. Cao Pingwa turned a blind eye to all this. His eyes were always focused on the door of the private room, waiting for the appearance of goddess Chen Shui, whom he had not seen for a long time. Finally, the last one to arrive, Chen Shui, arrived late. I'm sorry I'm late. She had long hair draped over her shoulders and light makeup on her fair, beautiful oval face. She was wearing a white long dress with transparent hollow shoulders and arms embroidered with various lace patterns. Chen Shui, who exuded a gentle temperament, amazed everyone in the box as soon as she appeared. Oh my, after not seeing you for so many years, Miss Chun is still as beautiful as ever. Zhao Wei stood up and walked forward with a smile, wanting to take Chen Shui to sit next to his main seat. Unexpectedly, Chen Shui took the initiative to sit between Cao Pingwa and another female classmate, Kong Jing. Hey Kong Jing, we haven't seen each other for more than 3 years. The last time I saw you was when you got married. Kong Jing blushed. Oh, Chen Shui, don't mention it. I have already divorced my husband. Chen Shui was shocked. When did this happen? What happened last year? I've been divorced for more than a year. Seeing Chen Shui and Kong Jing holding hands and chatting about family matters, Zhao Wei had no choice but to return to his main seat in disappointment. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting next to Chen Shui, silently activated the system in his mind. Name, Chen Shui. Age, 30. No makeup, 83 points. Body size, 86 points. Master's degree, has a former writer, the host, no bad habits, no tattoos, and is in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. What? I had sex with Chen Shui? How come I don't have any impression of such a good thing? After chatting with Kong Jing, Chen Shui turned around and found Cao Pingwa looking at her in shock. What's wrong, Pingwa? I've aged a lot, haven't I? Cao Pingwa quickly adjusted himself. No, you are more beautiful than before. Chen Shui's pretty face flushed slightly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful big eyes. You are still as smooth-talking as before. The last time we met I was 18. Now I'm 30 and almost fading. How could I be more beautiful now? Cao Pingwa said with an ambiguous smile. Youth has the beauty of youth, and maturity has the charm of maturity. I honestly think that 30-year-old Chen Shui is no less capable than 18-year-old Chen Shui. Chen Shui's face flushed even more, and she took the initiative to avoid Cao Pingwa's somewhat burning gaze. Soon, a sumptuous banquet was placed in front of everyone. Old high school classmates were toasting each other, and the atmosphere in the box became increasingly lively. Zhao Wei, who was the most popular, took the initiative to talk to Chen Shui with a glass of wine, but found that her interest was obviously in Cao Pingwa. The divorced single young woman Kong Jing has been flirting with Zhao Wei, who has a big gold chain and a small gold watch. While drinking with Kong Jing, Zhao Wei glanced at the beautiful Chen Shui and said, I'll show you my new Q7 later. I don't believe that you, Chen Shui, would rather ride in Cao Pingwa's broken Mercedes-Benz than in my big Q7. After eating and drinking, Zhao Wei paid the bill in front of everyone with great fanfare. After a group of people walked out of the hotel, Zhao Wei immediately took out his car keys and started the car of the new Audi Q7 parked on the roadside at the main entrance in front of everyone. Zhao Wei said confidently, Chen Shui, take my car. I'll take you to the place where you can sing. Chen Shui smiled and said, thank you, but I have already agreed with Ping Ao that we can go to sing in his car. Hey, the Mercedes-Benz A-Class he drives is too small. My big SUV is more comfortable. At this time, a shiny black Mercedes-Benz Maybach slowly stopped next to Zhao Wei's Audi Q7. Oh my god, a Maybach S680. Zhao Wei, who knows cars, widened his eyes. This car is so beautiful. The window of the Maybach rolled down, and Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said to Chen Shui, get in the car. Chapter 79, Renewing the Past, Part 2. When Zhao Wei saw that it was Cao Pingwa driving the Maybach, he was filled with disbelief. Thinking about how he had just boasted to his classmates at the dinner table about how awesome his Audi Q7 was, Zhao Wei was so embarrassed that he tapped his toes on the ground. Seeing that the classmates who had been surrounding him and flattering him had suddenly gathered around Cao Pingwa's Maybach, Zhao Wei still asked with unwavering determination, "Lao Cao, your car is not cheap. Did you pay full price for it?" Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Even with the down payment, my S680 is more expensive than your Q7 in full." Zhao Wei, don't ask any more questions. Cuckoo. Lu Long and Ding Yuan, who were watching the joke from the side, laughed so hard. Afterwards, Cao Pingwa took Chen Shui, Lu Long, and Ding Yuan to Shangshi KTV. The classmates also arrived in their own cars. Zhao Wei, who had publicly promised to pay for all the expenses tonight, had to go to the front desk to book a room amid the strange looks of his classmates. The mean Lu Long joked beside him, "Old Zhao, how about we all split the bill for singing? You've already spent money treating everyone to a meal. How can I let you treat us to singing too?" Zhao Wei laughed awkwardly and said, "It's okay. We agreed that I'd pay for all the activities tonight. Besides, this is just a small amount of money." After barely listening to the students singing old songs off-key for an hour, Cao Pingwa leaned over to Chen Shui's ear and said, "Let's go for a drive alone." Chen Shui's pretty face turned red. She bit her lip and then nodded slightly. Cao Pingwa quickly turned to his two good friends Lu Long and Ding Yuan, signaling that he and Chen Shui would leave first. "After you two finish singing tonight, find a way to get home." Ding Yuan, "It's okay, we can go back by ourselves." "Come on, Lao Cao." Lu Long also gave Cao Pingwa a thumbs up with a smirk on his face. Chen Shui was originally planning to say goodbye to Kong Jing, with whom she had a good relationship, before leaving, but when she turned around, she found that Kong Jing was already hugging Zhao Wei in the corner of the box, kissing each other passionately. After coming out of the noisy and dim KTV box and sitting in the quiet and comfortable Mercedes-Benz Maybach, Chen Shui instantly felt much refreshed. Cao Pingwa held the steering wheel with one hand, looked ahead, and said, "I remember you never liked noisy environments." Chen Shui's eyes lit up. "It's been so many years, you still remember? You are the goddess Chun whom I loved for 3 whole years when I was in high school. How could I possibly forget about you? It's a pity that your goddess is old now." "Nonsense," Cao Pingwa interrupted sternly. "You're only 30 this year, which is the most attractive age for a woman. Plus, you've maintained yourself in such good condition. No one would doubt you were a 23 to 24-year-old girl who had just graduated a couple of years ago." Chen Shui couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. "You are much better at making girls happy than before." "Ha ha ha. No, I'm 30 years old now. I'm not the 18-year-old kid who didn't know how to pursue you." Chen Shui glanced at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous look. "Do you still remember where you confessed your love to me?" "Of course I remember. It's the People's Park on Daqing West Road." Cao Pingwa also glanced sideways at Chen Shui and asked, "Where should we go sit?" Chen Shui, "Okay." In the lush People's Park, Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui sat side by side on a bench. They chatted casually while drinking cold beer bought from the convenience store nearby. Cao Pingwa asked, "Haven't you been working in Shanghai since graduation? Why did you suddenly return to Xiangyang?" After taking a sip of beer, Chen Shui said, "My mother isn't feeling well, so I came back to stay with her for a while." After a moment of silence, she continued, "Actually, I'm tired of staying in Shanghai, so I want to go back to my hometown to adjust for a while." "Hey, Pingwa, you don't know. For a girl like me who has no connections, no background, and only a diploma, it's really hard to gain a foothold in the Magic City." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "A beauty like you should be able to settle down easily in the Magic City, right? There should be plenty of men pursuing you, right?" Chen Shui lowered her head slightly and said, "Many people have pursued me over the years, but I have never met the right person." After another period of silence, Chen Shui couldn't help but ask, "I just heard Lu Long and Ding Yuan say, while we were having dinner, that things haven't been going well for you lately?" Cao Pingwa, "No. They said you were laid off by the company and then divorced your wife. Is that true?" Cao Pingwa subconsciously reached into his pocket to take out his divorce certificate, but found that he had forgotten to bring it this time. "That's the way it is, but getting laid off and getting divorced aren't all bad things. After being laid off, I started my own company and ended up making more money than before. Divorce isn't a bad thing. After all, it's better to spend 3 years seeing a person clearly than to spend 30 years with the wrong person before realizing it, right?" Chen Shui nodded after listening. "Seeing you so optimistic, I feel relieved." Cao Pingwa took a big sip of ice beer and said, "Chen Shui, I have something I want to ask you." Chen Shui blinked her beautiful eyes. Well, why don't you ask? Well, during the summer after we both finished our college entrance exams, didn't we go to People's Park to drink and chat together, just like tonight? When Chen Shui heard this beginning, her fair little face began to turn red. I confessed my feelings to you, but you didn't accept. I drank a lot and woke up the next morning at Rujia, a hotel near the park. While observing Chen Shui's expression, Cao Pingwa asked, I want to ask if anything happened between us that night. Chen Shui looked shy. You don't remember anything? Seeing Chen Shui's reaction, Cao Pingwa realized that the system was indeed reliable. I really couldn't drink much at that time. I couldn't remember anything when I woke up. Cao Pingwa, you bastard. You bullied me while drunk, and then you forgot everything after you slept. Chen Shui felt both angry and amused, so she turned her back and didn't look at him. Cao Pingwa said happily behind her back, Thank you, Chen Shui. Thank you for not sending me to jail back then. Why did I send you in? I liked you at that time too. Cao Pingwa reached out and grasped Chen Shui's shoulders, gently pulling her body back. Since you liked me back then, why didn't you accept my confession? Chen Shui slowly raised her head, looked at Cao Pingwa with ambiguous eyes, and said, One of us is going to study in Shanghai, and the other is going to study in Jiangxing. You're a restless person, so I know it's almost impossible for us to have a long-distance relationship. The result was just as I expected. I tried to keep in touch with you after I went to Shanghai, but you, such a playboy, quickly forgot about me. Cao Pingwa quickly held Chen Shui's hand and said, No, Xiao Xue, I have never forgotten you. He leaned over and wanted to kiss Chen Shui, but Chen Shui dodged. Cao Pingwa tried again. This time Chen Shui hesitated and did not hide. After a passionate kiss, Chen Shui pushed Cao Pingwa away. You're taking advantage of me again. I'm sorry, Xiao Xue. You're so beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Humph. You must have said this to many pretty girls. Cao Pingwa said with a straight face. No, I have definitely only said this to you. Chen Shui glared at Cao Pingwa coquettishly and said while tidying her clothes, Okay, I'll just trust you this time. The two chatted about the past until the early hours of the morning, then walked slowly out of People's Park, shoulder to shoulder. When they arrived next to Cao Pingwa's black Maybach, Chen Shui suddenly said, Oh, you've been drinking and can't drive. Why don't you call a designated driver? Cao Pingwa looked around, then set his sights on the sign of a Vienna hotel across the street. Last time it was Home Inn, but now it's been upgraded to Vienna. He turned to Chen Shui and said with a smile, How about the two of us? You wish, Chen Shui said with a coquettish look on her face. Chapter 80, Renewing the Past, Part 2. When facing a beautiful woman, Cao Pingwa's face is thicker than a city wall. Xiao Xue, I'm going back to Jiangxing tomorrow. I don't know when I'll see you again. He took a step forward and gently held Chen Shui's hand. Let's get a room and sit together and chat. When it's later and there are no traffic police checking for drunk driving, I'll drive you home, okay? Seeing that Chen Shui just blushed and lowered her head slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, Cao Pingwa took her hand and walked towards the Vienna hotel across the street. As soon as she walked into a twin room, Chen Shui's cell phone rang. Mom, Xiao Xue, why haven't you come home yet so late? I'm at Kong Jing's house. I plan to rest there tonight. Oh, okay, then you can have your class reunion, but don't drink too much. It's not good for your health. Got it, Mom. I'll hang up now. As soon as Chen Shui put down her phone, Cao Pingwa hugged her from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Good. Chen Shui's pretty face flushed. That's not what I meant. That's not what you meant, Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile. Chen Shui gently twisted her soft body in Cao Pingwa's arms. You're so annoying. Didn't we agree to just come up here and chat? Can I hold you and talk? You? Chen Shui's small mouth was blocked by Cao Pingwa's big mouth. After a passionate kiss, Chen Shui finally let down her guard. Can you let me take a shower first? How about we take a shower together? Don't want. Chen Shui pushed Cao Pingwa onto the bed, then turned around with a red face and slipped into the bathroom, locking the door. 10 minutes later, just when Cao Pingwa was getting increasingly anxious, Chen Shui, like a lotus flower emerging from water, came out of the bathroom wrapped in a snow-white bath towel. Her shoulders were pink, her collarbones were distinct, and her arms and legs were covered in flawless, rosy white skin. She looked no different from the 20-year-old girls around Cao Pingwa. Seeing Cao Pingwa looking at her speechlessly with a dazed look on his face, Chen Shui was very happy. Am I a little fat? I'm not as slim as I was when I was young, am I? No. To be honest, Xiao Xue, you were a little thin when you were 18. Now your figure is so feminine. It's perfect. Cao Pingwa couldn't help swallowing, stood up and walked to Chen Shui, and put his hand on the knot of the bath towel on her body. Chen Shui looked shy, bit her lower lip and nodded slightly. Cao Pingwa pulled open the bath towel. All the memories of that night 12 years ago came back in an instant. Xiaoxua, I remember everything. Chen Shuai, remember something? That night during the summer vacation after the college entrance exam, Cao Pingwa said, caressing Chen Shuai's oval face. I vomited all over myself, and you didn't despise me at all. When you helped me undress and wash my clothes, dragged me to the bathroom to help me take a shower, and finally helped me to bed, I took the opportunity to give you. Stop talking. Chen Shuai shyly hid in Cao Pingwa's arms. Just remember it. You don't have to tell it all. Cao Pingwa caressed Chen Shuai's exposed white and smooth back, and for a moment he couldn't help himself. The next morning, Chen Shuai, who was lying in Cao Pingwa's arms, woke up first. She pulled the quilt over her naked body, then looked at Cao Pingwa, who was also naked beside her, and her face couldn't help but blush. Hey, how come I ended up sleeping with an old classmate at a high school reunion? I'm not such a casual person usually. Is it because I gave him my first time? Or is it because I still like him a little bit in my heart? At this moment, Cao Pingwa's cell phone on the bedside table dinged. Chen Shuai couldn't help but be curious and picked it up to see a new WeChat message. Husband, when will you come back to Jiangxing to be with me? I miss you so much. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Kiss, hug, kiss. Chen Shuai frowned slightly and gently put Cao Pingwa's phone back to its place. Soon, Cao Pingwa was awakened by the sound of water in the bathroom. After taking a shower, Chen Shuai quickly dressed herself and said to Cao Pingwa, I should go home, and you should go back to Jiangxing to be with your girlfriend. Cao Pingwa was stunned. He picked up his phone and pressed the power button, then saw a WeChat message from Zheng Jieqi on the screen. Light snow. Don't worry, I'm not jealous of you. Chen Shuai said with a relaxed smile. Pingwa, last night, we were just two old classmates who hadn't seen each other for years and had a drink together. Let's not think too much about it, okay? Of course, Cao Pingwa wanted to renew his relationship with Chen Shuai and maintain a relationship where they could have frequent and in-depth communication. However, he also understood that for a woman like Chen Shuai, who had studied and worked in Shanghai for 12 years and remained a chaste woman, spending money on her would definitely be ineffective. And she probably won't be willing to share herself with other women. Then we can only maintain a normal friendship for now and take it one step at a time. I understand, Xiaoxua. Can we keep in touch? Chen Shuai smiled and said, Of course, after all, we are high school classmates with such a good relationship, right? After returning home and having lunch with his parents at noon, Cao Pingwa drove back to Jiangxing in the afternoon. Ruihua Hotel, 30th floor, Lakeview Suite. As soon as Cao Pingwa entered the room, Zheng Jieqi jumped onto him, hugged his neck, and kept acting coquettishly. Honey, you said you would come back to be with me yesterday. Why did you suddenly postpone it for a day? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, My parents were reluctant to let me go, so I stayed at home for one more day. When Zheng Jieqi heard this, she could only purse her lips and said nothing more. Cao Pingwa understood. Because Jean Yao was preparing for the wedding in her hometown, all the classmates at school had gone back to their hometowns for the holidays. Only Zheng Jieqi did not want to go home to see her family, who only loved money and not her, so she could only spend the National Day holiday alone in the hotel. Okay, my husband is back. Cao Pingwa carried the little girl to the big sofa in the living room. After patiently comforting her for a long time, a smile appeared on her face again. There was no way. Zheng Jieqi had 400 million renminbi in her belly, and Cao Pingwa couldn't help but be patient. When they slept together at night, the 19-year-old girl was particularly dishonest. Jieqi, don't move your hands. Zheng Jieqi's face flushed. Husband, the doctor said that I can't do it in the first 3 months. I'm almost in my 4th month now. Cao Pingwa was stunned for a moment. Safety first. Let's just forget it. Husband. Okay, let's be gentle. Chapter 81, The Little Maid in the Industrial Park. Cao Pingwa spent most of the remaining National Day holiday in the Lakeview Suite with Zheng Jieqi, who was pregnant with twins. He would occasionally go downstairs and cross the street to visit the company, give red envelopes to the company employees who insisted on working overtime during the long holiday, and order some afternoon tea takeout. Although Zheng Jieqi was relatively well-behaved and obedient, Cao Pingwa was a 30-year-old man after all. Chatting with a 19-year-old girl was no different from coaxing a child, and it was extremely exhausting. At this time, Cao Pingwa always thinks of his godsister Chen Shooting. The plump Chen Shooting not only has a lot of knowledge about sex, but also allows Cao Pingwa to give full play to his emotions without any scruples. When we were resting together afterwards, it was so relaxing and enjoyable to chat with her. After all, the 33-year-old bar owner's experience is unmatched by any other woman around Cao Pingwa. That night, Cao Pingwa drove to Chen Shooting's house and took the elevator upstairs. Instead of ringing the doorbell or knocking on the door, he sent a WeChat message to Chen Shooting. My surname is Chow. I'm at the door. Chloe Ting, right now. Soon, the door was gently opened from the inside. Cao Pingwa walked in and asked quietly, Is Lele asleep? Chen Shooting suppressed a smirk and said, He fell asleep. We need to keep the noise down. Cao Pingwa also laughed softly and said, I'm fine, just be careful. Just as the two were having an in-depth conversation, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Mom, I had a nightmare. Chen Shooting was stunned for a moment and decisively chose to disconnect the phone and the charger. She put on her pajamas, ran to the door, opened it, picked up her daughter, and returned to her small bedroom. She patted Lele's back gently and said softly, Don't be afraid, Lele, Mom is here. Mom, I just dreamed that you were fighting with your uncle, and you beat him until he cried. Chen Shooting. That's Ulmeng Lele. Mom won't fight with uncle. Lele slowly closed his eyes and muttered, Well, that's good. Lele likes his uncle very much. Lele doesn't want his mother and uncle to fight. After coaxing her daughter back to sleep, Chen Shooting returned to her bedroom with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Pingao, I suddenly. Cao Pingao leaned back on the bed and said happily, It's okay. I'll just treat it as a practice of saving paper. Chen Shooting blushed and lay down next to Cao Pingao again, caressing his chest and saying, Your endurance is already strong enough. You don't need any additional practice. It's not enough. I can only tie with you now. Cao Pingao leaned over and kissed Chen Shooting's sexy lips. When you are afraid of me, my endurance will be enough. After quietly leaving Chen Shooting's house, Cao Pingwa drove his Porsche 911 back to the Ruihua Hotel. As he passed by the company's office building, he noticed that several offices on the 20th floor were still brightly lit. So Cao Pingwa turned the steering wheel and parked the car downstairs of the company. After taking the elevator upstairs and walking around the company, Cao Pingao found that the door of the general manager's office was ajar. He gently pushed the door open and saw Jianjia sleeping on her desk. The laptop in front of her was still on, with half of her written material on it. Seeing that the air outlet of the office air conditioner was facing Jianjia, who was sleeping, Cao Pingwa picked up a suit jacket next to him and gently covered her with it. He was about to turn around and walk out when he heard Jianjia wake up behind him. Boss. Manager Jian, I asked you to take a few days off around the National Day holiday, but you only went home for one day before coming back to work. Cao Pingwa sat down on a chair opposite his simple desk and said with a smile, You should take care of your health while working. If you get sick from overwork, it won't be worth it. Jianjia's face flushed slightly. I understand, boss. I will pay more attention. Cao Pingao pointed at his laptop again and said, What document is so urgent? Can't you finish it tomorrow? Jianjia glanced at the computer screen and said seriously, Our company's radio and television program production and operation permit has not been approved yet. This document is what the government requires us to submit. So I have to revise this document tonight, and I can submit it as soon as the government opens tomorrow, the 8th. Cao Pingwa asked, A radio and television program production and operation permit. Will it affect our company's normal operations if we don't get it approved? He replied concisely, No impact for now. Our company already has the 3 licenses, the Commercial Performance License, the Information Network Audiovisual Program Transmission License, and the Internet Culture Operation License. This 4th license is mainly for our company to produce short dramas and web series in the future. Cao Pingwa thought for a while and decided to meet with Jiang Dawei tomorrow, who had certain connections in Jiangnan district of Jiangqing City, to see if he could help. Manager Jian, don't worry too much. I'll find someone to get all the company's certificates and licenses processed as soon as possible. The next morning, driver Liu Weigua drove a Mercedes-Benz Maybach and took Cao Pingao to the park office building of Zhang's Industrial. Entering the lobby on the 1st floor, Cao Pingao said to the receptionist, My last name is Cao. I'm looking for Mr. Jiang. I have an appointment. The receptionist had a typical smile on her face and typed a few words on the computer. Welcome, Mr. Cao. Mr. Jiang is meeting with a client in his office right now. He will be seeing you in about 15 minutes. I'll take you upstairs now. Thanks. Cao Pingao followed the receptionist into the elevator when he saw a girl in a maid outfit rushing over. Wait a minute. The lady at the front desk quickly pressed the door opening button and asked the maid to catch the elevator. In the elevator car, Cao Pingwa looked at the maid next to him with great interest. My dear girl, your outfit is really out of place in the Jiang Industrial Park, which processes auto parts. Name, Jiang Qianqian. Age, 19. No makeup, 84 points. Body size, 80 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, 1 small tattoo, no bad habits, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Jiang Qianqian has fair and beautiful skin, and her hair is black and smooth. The little girl obviously grew up in a family with very good material conditions. Her last name is Jiang. Could she be Jiang Dawei's daughter? After the elevator reached the 6th floor, the receptionist took Cao Pingwa to a VIP lounge. Mr. Cao, please wait a moment. The chairman will come to meet you after he finishes receiving the previous guests. Okay, thank you for showing me the way. You're welcome. The receptionist bowed slightly and left the VIP lounge. Cao Pingwa turned his head to look at the little maid sitting on the single sofa next to him, who was playing with an iPhone 16 Pro Max with a relaxed look on her face, and asked, "Are you here to see Mr. Jiang too?" "Yeah." Jiang Qianqian didn't even raise her eyelids. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Looking at your age, little sister, are you Mr. Jiang's daughter?" Jiang Qianqian raised her head in surprise. "How did you know?" Chapter 82, Two-Dimensional Beautiful Girl. I guessed that from the way you ran in from outside in your maid outfit and chased the elevator. The security guard at the door didn't dare to stop you, and the front desk lady was so polite to you. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "I didn't expect that I guessed it right." "I see." Jiang Qianqian blinked her big eyes and said, "Hello, my name is Jiang Qianqian." "Hello, my name is Cao Pingwa." Jiang Qianqian raised her eyebrows. "Boss Cao, your name is so weird." "Ha ha, I like to help when I see injustice." Cao Pingwa laughed. After the two chatted for a few more words, Jiang Dawei, who had just seen off the previous group of visitors, walked into the VIP reception room with his secretary. "Brother Cao, long time no see. Qianqian, why are you here too?" Jiang Qianqian jumped off the sofa, walked over to Jiang Dawei, took his hand, and said coquettishly, "Dad, Mom won't let me attend the comic convention in Shanghai next month. Can you help me plead with her?" Jiang Dawei frowned slightly. "Qianqian, you are a sophomore. Instead of staying in school and studying hard, you go to comic conventions all day long. How can you be so unbelievable?" He tugged at the maid's headdress on his daughter's head and said, "And what strange clothes are you wearing?" Jiang Qianqian pouted her pretty lips and continued to shake Jiang Dawei's hand coquettishly. "Dad, I promise I won't let the Shanghai comic exhibition interfere with my studies. Please help me put in a few good words with Mom." Jiang Dawei, who is actually a daughter slave in his heart, can't stand Jiang Qianqian's coquettishness at all. Okay, I will talk to your mother later. Qianqian, next time you come to my company, please let me know in advance and try to dress like a student." Jiang Qianqian stuck out her tongue with a wicked smile. "I know, Dad." Then she obediently retreated outside the reception room, so as not to delay the meeting between Jiang Dawei and Cao Pingwa. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, Brother Cao, I made you laugh." Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said, No, Brother Jiang's daughter is very lively and cute." After Jiang Dawei invited Cao Pingwa to take his seat again, he asked directly, "Brother Cao, you are so anxious to see me. Have you encountered any difficulties in your business?" Cao Pingwa nodded and said, "To be honest with you, Brother Jiang, I did encounter a small problem." Then, he briefly told Jiang Dawei about the difficulties the company encountered when applying for the radio and television program production and operation license. After listening to this, Jiang Dawei nodded gently. "Don't worry, Brother Cao, I'll make a phone call and ask for you first." He turned around, took the phone from the secretary, searched the address book, and dialed a number. "Hello, Secretary Liu, I'm Jiang Dawei." "Ha ha ha, I'm fine. Is District Chief he busy now?" "Hey, hello, District Chief he, I'm Lao Jiang. I have something I want to consult you about." After talking with District Chief he on the phone for a while, Jiang Dawei suddenly turned to Cao Pingwa and asked, "Brother Cao, what's the name of your company?" Cao Pingwa quickly replied, "Banana Media Culture Company, Limited." After listening to this, Jiang Dawei repeated into his phone, "It's called Banana Media Culture Company, Limited, right, haha. Then I'd like to thank District Chief he first." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Dawei looked at Cao Pingwa with a smile and said, "Brother Cao, the business license you need will be approved this week." Cao Pingwa's eyes widened as he asked, "Really, Brother Jiang? Thank you so much." "Ha ha ha, you're welcome. It's just a piece of cake." Jiang Dawei explained. "District Chief, he just told me that there have been so many new internet companies established in the district in recent months that the approval process has been a bit slow. But it doesn't matter now. Your Banana Media has jumped the queue and is now first in line." Cao Pingwa asked, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry to bother District Chief he about our company's affairs. Do you want me to send you something as a token of my appreciation?" Jiang Dawei smiled and said, No. District Chief he and I are old acquaintances, and she has always been a relatively upright official." He narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice to say to Cao Pingwa, "Brother Cao, If you want to expand and strengthen your business, you must handle your relationship with the higher-ups well. Sometime if I have the chance, I will introduce you to District Chief He. Cao Pingwa said respectfully. Then I would like to thank Brother Jiang for his guidance and introduction. Hey, Brother Cao, there's no need to be so polite between us. Jiang Dawei stood up with a smile and said, it's a rare occasion for you to come to my company to see me, so I should invite you to have a meal. Unfortunately, I already arranged my lunch for today the day before yesterday. Cao Pingwa also quickly stood up and said, it's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to have dinner with Brother Jiang in the future. Afterwards, Jiang Dawei politely escorted Cao Pingwa all the way to the elevator on the 6th floor and then helped him into the elevator. Brother Cao, please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Thank you very much. Brother Jiang, please stay. Cao Pingwa took the elevator down to the 1st floor. Just a few steps out of the elevator, he heard a young female voice shouting behind him. Boss Cao, wait a moment. Cao Pingwa turned around and saw Jiang Qianqian in a maid outfit. Is there something you need from me, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Qianqian walked up to Cao Pingwa, looked up at him and asked, are you the boss of Banana Media? Yes, how did you know that? Jiang Qianqian said with a wicked smile. I just overheard it at the door of the reception room. Ha 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 ha. All right, classmate Jiang, have you heard of my Banana Media before? Jiang Qianqian nodded. The bus stop sign at the entrance of our Abei University, as well as bulletin boards throughout the school, are filled with recruitment ads for your Banana Media. Boss Cao, is your company hiring any female 2D anchors? Cao Pingwa said happily. Mr. Jiang, you don't want to come work at my Banana Media, do you? Jiang Qianqian raised her chin proudly. What's wrong? Am I not pretty enough to be a female anchor? That's not the case. Cao Pingwa thought to himself. If my current strength was not inferior to your father's and I occasionally needed to ask him for help with something, I would have done it according to the system's requirements. You are still a sophomore after all. What's wrong with being a sophomore? I'm 19 years old now, an adult. What's wrong with me wanting to work part-time? Cao Pingwa couldn't refuse Jiang Qianqian directly, so he tried to divert the conflict by saying, as long as your father agrees, I have no objection. Jiang Qianqian pouted. Why do you have to let my dad know about this? Ha, that can't be helped. Cao Pingwa crossed his arms and said with a smile. Anyway, there's no way I'm going to let you come to my company to be a female anchor without your dad's knowledge. Okay, then I'll talk to my dad later and try to communicate. Jiang Qianqian's lips curled up high, and she took out her iPhone 16 Pro Max and said, can I add WeChat first? If my dad agrees, I can contact you. Okay. Cao Pingwa readily showed his WeChat QR code. Chapter 83 Wang Lulu's Transformation. The next day, as soon as Cao Pingwa walked into the office, the beautiful female secretary Qian Wan immediately stood up from her seat, then followed him into the inner room with a happy face and closed the door. Cao Pingwa sank into his spacious boss chair and said, what's wrong, Xiao Wan? Do you want to talk to me about something? Qian Wan sat on Cao Pingwa's lap with a charming look in her eyes and said delicately, stretch out your hand. Cao Pingwa stretched out his right hand. Qian Wan proudly placed a pregnancy test stick with 2 bars on it in his hand and said, I just tested it this morning. Honey, I have your baby in my belly. Cao Pingwa, who was not surprised at all, pretended to be a little surprised. Oh, that's good. Xiao Wan, from today on we can't mess around anymore. At the same time, you should also pay more attention to rest and eat healthily. I listen to your husband. Qian Wan leaned tenderly in Cao Pingwa's strong arms, her mind full of the happy picture of herself living in a luxury house with a big belly. After coming out of the chairman's office, the 3rd secretary Qian Wan, who was pregnant with a dragon seed, looked at the 2nd secretary Yu Qian with a different look. Sister Qianqian, I'm going to the hospital with my boss later, so I'll leave the office to you alone. No. Yu Qian was extremely jealous. Damn it. In the end, that little slut Qian Wan got pregnant first. Now I am the only one whose stomach feels still. Is there something wrong with me? Thinking of this, Yu Qian's beautiful big eyes couldn't help but become moist. Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. When Cao Pingwa walked into the clinic on the 2nd floor with the beautiful Qian Wan, he found that Dr. Li Ming looked at him with envy and admiration. Mr. Cao, Ms. Qian, judging from the results of various tests, the embryos are all normal. I'll create a file for Ms. Qian first, and you can come for your prenatal checkup on time next month. Thank you, Dr. Li. Qian Wan turned to Cao Pingwa with a smile and asked, Husband, were Sister Jean Yao and Sister Jiaqi also examined by this Dr. Li when they came for their prenatal checkups? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Yes. Li Ming. No. Buddy, how do you make them know each other and live in harmony? I want to learn this. The rest of October went smoothly. With the continuous promotion of huge advertising fees, Cao Pingwa's banana media became more and more famous in the Jiangcheng MCN circle. Many local internet celebrities in Jiangcheng, both big and small, switched to banana media after their previous contracts expired because of the relatively less exploitative anchor contracts it offered. At the same time, with the strong support of the company, Wang Lulu, the banana queen, has seen her Douyin followers soar to over 1 million. This made the female anchors in the company, including her good friend Zhang Yue, extremely jealous. After the show ended, Wang Lulu rested in her gaming chair while looking at the calendar on her phone. Why is my period so late this month? It can't be. She thought for a while, then opened Meituan on her phone to buy medicine and placed an order for a testing tool. Half an hour later, a young rider in a yellow jersey appeared in the elevator on the 20th floor. Ms. Wang, you ordered takeout. Wang Lulu took the yellow paper bag with a slightly nervous look on her face. Thank you. 15 minutes later, in a cubicle in the company's women's restroom, Wang Lulu sat on the toilet, looking at the 2 bars displayed on the equipment in shock, and her mind was confused for a long time. I'm pregnant. What should I do? Didn't I take the imported medicine he prepared for me? Oh, if I had known that taking medicine was so unreliable, I should have insisted on him holding an umbrella for me. After sitting in the small cubicle of the bathroom for 2 hours, Wang Lulu, who had completely sorted out her thoughts, came to the chairman's office with a determined look in her eyes. Lulu, do you have something to talk to me about? Cao Pingwa took Wang Lulu's tender little hand and led her to sit on the large leather sofa in the office. Honey, I'm pregnant, Wang Lulu said very seriously. That's good news. Cao Pingwa smiled. Then your pocket money for next month will increase from 50,000 to 100,000. Wang Lulu frowned slightly. Husband, I'm not kidding you. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. I know. Hubby, why do I feel like you're not surprised at all? Hey, because I know the quality of the seeds has always been good, and you're not the only one who's been accidentally infected. Cao Pingwa caressed Wang Lulu's smooth little face and said, Lulu, please take the trouble to give birth to our baby. I will reward you with 1 million yuan afterwards. Wang Lulu nodded readily. Okay. Cao Pingwa. Lulu, why did you agree so readily? Wang Lulu blinked and said, because I've thought it through. Husband, if you give me 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, that's 1.2 million yuan a year. After the baby was born, you gave me an extra 1 million renminbi. Isn't that less than what I earned from working so hard every day live streaming? Besides, I don't really like being a female anchor. If Banana Queen Zhang Yue wants to be one, then let her be. Wang Lulu leaned her head on Cao Pingwa's shoulder and said, I don't like having to put on a smile every day to deal with those LSPs in the live broadcast room. In my heart, I only want to sing and dance for you, my husband. Cao Pingwa stroked Wang Lulu's smooth ponytail and said, I don't like my woman to do work that requires her to be in the spotlight. Since Lulu doesn't want to be an anchor anymore, you don't have to continue working from now on. Wang Lulu looked up at Cao Pingwa, her face filled with surprise. But the company has already invested so many resources in me. If I just quit like this, wouldn't it be too much of a loss for you, my husband? Hey, these are just small amounts of money. I don't care about your husband at all. Cao Pingwa said with a smug look on his face. When you want to be a female anchor, your husband can spend money to support you. If you don't want to do it anymore, your husband can spend money to support you. My husband just hopes that you can be happy every day. Wang Lulu was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She hugged Cao Pingwa's neck and said delicately, Husband, you are so good to me. After kissing and hugging Wang Lulu on the sofa in the office for a long time, Cao Pingwa asked her to go directly back to the presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel to rest. Leave the aftermath of the company to me. Lulu, you don't have to worry. Cao Pingwa pinched her little face and said, I'll take you to the best private hospital in Jiangcheng for a prenatal checkup in a few days. Okay, husband, I'll follow your instructions. Wang Lulu obediently left a sweet kiss on Cao Pingwa's big face and then left with ease. Wang Lulu had just left for less than 5 minutes when Zhang Yue, who had been unable to bear it any longer, finally put aside her pride and took the initiative to find the biased boss Cao. Cao Pingwa saw Zhang Yue with delicate makeup on her face, wearing a low-cut tight navel-bearing top and a hip-length miniskirt and striped black stockings on her lower body. Obviously came prepared. Yue, do you have something to talk to me about? Zhang Yue, with a look of resignation on her face, said indignantly, Boss, why am I not as good as Wang Lulu? Why won't you give me a chance to prove myself? Chapter 84 The Unwilling Zhang Yue. A chance to prove myself. Cao Pingwa smiled as he leaned back in his boss's chair. There are so many female anchors who want a chance to shine. Why should I give this opportunity to you, Zhang Yue? Zhang Yue bit her lip and asked unconvincedly. Then why did you give this opportunity to Wang Lulu, boss? How am I not as good as her? Cao Pingwa had a wicked smile on his face. Lulu's figure is a little fuller than yours. I don't like chewing on ribs that are too thin. Zhang Yue. She was embarrassed and annoyed, and said with her head held high. I'm not a rib. I'm not that thin. And I'm prettier than her. Cao Pingwa said happily. Well, as for appearance, everyone has their own preferences, but her breasts are indeed bigger than yours. Zhang Yue. Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Cao Pingwa crossed his legs, tilted his mouth, and his eyes moved back and forth between the neckline of Zhang Yue's low-cut dress and the snow-white thighs under her hip-length miniskirt. Zhang Yue, you want to be banana queen and want the company to spend resources to support you. But do you know what the price is? Zhang Yue blushed and stammered. I know what kind of price Lulu paid. I can do it too. Seeing that Zhang Yue had figured it out, Cao Pingwa said bluntly. If you want me to make you the company's top female anchor, you have to agree to be my girlfriend first. Be my girlfriend, Cao Pingwa, and you'll get 50,000 yuan a month in pocket money. If you're willing to give birth to a baby for me, I'll give you 100,000 yuan a month in pocket money. Zhang Yue, 100,000 a month. The 20-year-old female anchor was shocked by Cao Pingwa's generous offer. No wonder Wang Lulu, who came from a rural family, agreed to be his girlfriend. Although a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is indeed very attractive, but getting pregnant before marriage when she is just in her third year of college is too shocking, right? Zhang Yue blushed and whispered, Boss Cao, which set meal did Wang Lulu choose? Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, set meal? This is the first time I've heard of this. But that's between Lulu and me, not something you should ask now. Well, if I agree to be Boss Chao's girlfriend, but you continue to support Wang Lulu instead of me, then wouldn't I have given myself to you in vain? Zhang Yue thought she was very smart and said, I want to sign an S-level contract with the company first. This is easy. Cao Pingwa took out a contract from his desk drawer and threw it on the table. Take a look. Zhang Yue took a step forward with a suspicious look on her face, picked up the contract, and looked through it. S signature. The second party's name is my name, and the company has signed and stamped it? She raised her head and looked at Cao Pingwa, who looked relaxed, in shock. Boss, have you prepared my S-level contract this early in the morning? Cao Pingwa nodded calmly. I never fight a battle without preparation. Now, as long as you sign your name on this contract, you, Zhang Yue, will become an artist that the company must focus on training. Zhang Yue was ecstatic inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. Boss, can you lend me a pen? Cao Pingwa took out another pen, placed it on the table, and slid it over. Zhang Yue took the pen with both hands, and then with her slightly trembling right hand, she signed her name on the S-level contract that she had been thinking about so much. After signing, Zhang Yue took a deep breath, raised her head, and said, Boss, now Lulu and I are both female anchors with S signatures. Who will be the top anchor at Banana Media in the future? Of course it's you, Zhang Yue, who will be in charge. Although Lulu's popularity and number of fans have increased significantly recently, compared to the resources the company has invested in her, the efficiency is still not satisfactory. I believe that if I put the same resources into you, you would be able to make more money for me if I took over as the company's top star. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Yue, do you have this confidence? Looking at Cao Pingwa's ruthless face like a capitalist, Zhang Yue thought, this wave is stable. Although that little slut Wang Lulu shamelessly offered herself to Boss Cao in exchange for resources, she was not good enough at making money and was ruthlessly abandoned by the capitalist after he got tired of her. It was her own fault. Boss, don't worry. As long as the company is willing to train me and give me Wang Lulu's resources, I will definitely be able to do better than her. Cao Pingwa laughed in his heart when he heard this. Lulu just doesn't want to do this job anymore, so this resource position should have been your turn. Zhang Yue, you think you are very smart, but in fact, this wave is basically a gift for nothing. Come on Yue, let's add WeChat. After adding WeChat, Cao Pingwa directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Zhang Yue, eliminating any legal worries. He stood up and walked to Zhang Yue, reached out, and touched her fair little face. A 20-year-old female college student is so tender. Yue, we've finished dealing with work matters. Now it's time to confirm our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship on the spot. Zhang Yue's eyes widened with a blushing face. Huh? It's here? Shall we go to the hotel? Not good. Cao Pingwa said domineeringly. I will do it wherever I say it will be done. After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Zhang Yue. The female anchor subconsciously dodged for a moment, but when she saw Cao Pingwa frowning slightly, she immediately dared not to hide anymore. On the big sofa in the office, Cao Pingwa hugged Zhang Yue, who was only wearing a short skirt, and said with a smile, "Yue, why did you keep covering your mouth just now?" Zhang Yue's face flushed. I was afraid that the two female secretaries sitting outside would hear it. Ha 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 ha. The walls of my office were specially treated during renovation. Even if you screamed at the top of your lungs just now, they wouldn't have been able to hear you. Zhang Yue was surprised. Really? Cao Pingwa smiled wickedly. I've experimented with this many times. You? Zhang Yue hit Cao Pingwa's chest lightly with her small fist. Boss, I have handed myself over to you. You must not forget the promise you made to me just now. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Call me husband first." Zhang Yue looked at the young, wealthy, domineering and strong man in front of her and shouted without hesitation. Husband. Chapter 85. Boss Cao, who loves micromanaging. After enjoying Zhang Yue's 20-year-old young body again, Cao Pingwa let her put on her clothes and go back to work. He sat back in his boss chair, picked up the landline on his desk, and dialed an internal number. "Manager Jian, come to my office." When Jianjia was summoned by the boss, he immediately put down the work at hand and rushed to the chairman's office. "Boss, you're looking for me. Sit down and talk." Cao Pingwa waited for Jianjia to sit down and said, "Wang Lulu will not be working starting tomorrow. All the resources she previously enjoyed should be assigned to Zhang Yue." Concise, huh? Boss, the company has invested nearly 300,000 yuan in Wang Lulu. How can she just quit? Besides, she signed a 5-year contract with the company. If she breaks the contract, she'll have to pay compensation. Doesn't she know that? Cao Pingwa remained calm and said, "As for the contract, our company can just terminate it on its own initiative. We shouldn't let a student who is still in school pay for it." Concise. Her mind raced, trying to process the confusing facts. It seems that the gossip circulating in the company recently is true. The relationship between the boss and Wang Lulu is indeed extraordinary. I can understand the relationship between the boss of the MCN company and its female anchors, but what happened to Wang Lulu, who was doing well and just started her account, suddenly quit? Why did the boss acquiesce? Wouldn't this put Wang Lulu out of the boss's control? Is it possible that the boss got tired of playing, and the two of them parted ways amicably? I understand, boss. I'll notify the HR department to handle Wang Lulu's contract and reallocate company resources to Zhang Yue. Well, this is the signature contract that Zhang Yue just signed. Take it to the Human Resources Department on your way. Jianjia took the signed and stamped contract from Cao Pingwa and was shocked again. Okay, boss. Banana Media Human Resources Office. After hearing about Cao Pingwa's arrangement from Jianjia, the head of the HR department was also confused. No way the company's top executive can just change people. Wouldn't all the previous investment of real money be wasted? Boss Jian, didn't you try to persuade the boss to stop micromanaging? I tried to persuade him, but the boss has his own ideas. Jianjia said with a serious face, "Stop talking nonsense and do as the boss wants." The head of HR sighed. I see. After returning to his general manager's office, Jianjia sent 2 messages in a row to several major work groups. General Manager Jianjia, after careful consideration by the company's management, we have decided to select Zhang Yue TikTok ID, Awei Budaga, as the company's key training target and upgrade her A-level contract to an S-level contract. Wang Lulu terminated her employment relationship with the company due to personal reasons. I hope everyone will continue to work hard and constantly improve their professional skills. Everyone has the opportunity to become the next top anchor to sign an S-level contract with the company and enjoy the company's resources. Sitting in the spacious live broadcast room that Wang Lulu had used before, Zhang Yue couldn't suppress the smile while looking at the group messages in the Banana Media Female Anchor Group 1. She instantly felt that her stomach wasn't so painful anymore. Xiaomei, go downstairs and buy me a latte. I want it hot. Huh? Didn't you always drink iced Americano before? Zhang Yue turned her head slightly and looked at the assistant who had just transferred to her. Were you also so talkative when you worked under Wang Lulu before? Xiaomei. Sorry, Sister Yue. Hot latte? I'll go get it now. After Zhang Yue finished her live broadcast work, when she returned to the school dormitory, she happened to meet Wang Lulu, who had come back to pack up and was preparing to move to the Shangri-La Hotel for permanent residence. Lulu, you don't live in the dormitory anymore? Zhang Yue asked meaningfully. Did you see the message President Jian sent in the work group? I see. As Wang Lulu tidied her closet, she said calmly, haven't you always thought the title of Banana Queen should belong to you? Congratulations, you've finally gotten what you wanted. Zhang Yue frowned slightly. You're saying it as if Wang Lulu gave me the title of Banana Queen. I fought for this opportunity myself, and I paid a price for it. Wang Lulu looked up at Zhang Yue and said, Okay, whatever you think is fine, as long as you are happy. Zhang Yue. Wang Lulu, as your former best friend, I want to remind you that you should learn to accept defeat when you gamble. If you can accept the fact that my husband is the one he favors now, we can still be good friends. Zhang Yue smiled triumphantly. I can even put in a few good words for you to your husband, so you can return to the company as a female anchor. Of course, your position can only be below mine. Wang Lulu paused her movements, looked at Zhang Yue as if she were a fool, and said happily, Now that I think about it, it was really stupid of you and I to compete for the position of the company's top female anchor. What do you mean? Zhang Yue looked puzzled. Yue, why do we work so hard every day to live stream for so long? And then we have to pinch our noses and flirt with the big brother who sends gifts in the live broadcast room. Zhang Yue was stunned for a moment. For what? To make money, of course. Wang Lulu nodded. Yes, I followed you to start your own media and live broadcasts in order to earn tuition and living expenses. Now I have a reliable man who pays me 100,000 yuan a month and only asks me to accompany him occasionally. Why should I continue to force myself to be a female anchor? After hearing this, Zhang Yue was speechless. Suddenly she realized, 100,000 yuan a month? Lulu, did you promise to give birth to his child? Wang Lulu nodded calmly. Giving birth to a baby will give me an extra 1 million yuan reward. Why wouldn't I give birth? Zhang Yue. But we are only in our junior year, and you don't want to study anymore? Wang Lulu continued to pack her wardrobe calmly. Hey, going to college and getting a diploma is not so that you can find a job and earn money to support yourself in the future. Now that I have a job that makes a lot of money easily, why should I continue to study? If I can graduate, then I will. If I can't, I don't care. Faced with Wang Lulu's outrageous statement, Zhang Yue was in disbelief. If my parents knew I was going to get pregnant and have a baby while I was in college, they would break my legs. Wang Lulu's expression became a little complicated. I'm different from you. I have an older sister and a younger brother. As long as I don't ask my parents for money, they won't care about me at all. Wang Lulu, who had only packed a small bag, said to Zhang Yue, I don't want the rest. You can use whatever you find useful and donate or throw away the rest. Seeing her former best friend picking up her small bag and about to leave, Zhang Yue suddenly asked reluctantly, Lulu, where are you going to move to? Wang Lulu turned around and said, Shangri-La Hotel, next to the school. Yue, you can come and play with me when you are free. It is much more convenient to take a shower in the presidential suite than at school. Chapter 86. The hero Qin Feng? The victim Qin Feng. Zhang Yue's boyfriend Qin Feng suddenly discovered that his girlfriend had been ignoring him in recent days. She didn't answer my video calls, and she didn't reply to my WeChat messages. When we had a fight a few days ago, she said she wanted to break up. Could she be serious? Although Qin Feng, a rich second generation who drives a BMW Z4, will never lack women, he spent a lot of effort to pursue a beauty like Zhang Yue, who is even a campus beauty, and he definitely doesn't want to let her go easily, especially since he hasn't been able to eat. So that night, after dinner, Qin Feng drove his BMW Z4 to the downstairs of Zhang Yue's dormitory, sat in the car, playing with his mobile phone while waiting for her to come back. I waited until after 9 o'clock in the evening, but still no sign of Zhang Yue coming back. Suddenly, a shiny black Mercedes Maybach S680 slowly stopped not far away. A tall and strong young man in casual clothes got out of the driver's seat. Qin Feng, who was sitting in his car, took a closer look. Damn, isn't this Wang Lulu's boyfriend? Last time he drove a Porsche 911, and today he's driving a Mercedes Maybach. This guy is really rich. At this time, a graceful figure in a purple miniskirt got out from the passenger seat of the Maybach. Yue? When Qin Feng saw that the person getting out of the car was not Wang Lulu, but his girlfriend Zhang Yue, his brain froze. It wasn't until Cao Pingwa was holding Zhang Yue's hand and walking towards the dormitory gate that he reacted, jumped out of the car and shouted, Yue, what are you doing? Cao Pingwa and Zhang Yue turned around at the same time. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Zhang Yue asked puzzledly. Of course I'm waiting for you to come back. Qin Feng had a look of suffering on his face. Yue, I've been so good to you. How could you cheat on me? Zhang Yue frowned slightly. Didn't we break up 5 days ago after a fight? How did I become a cheating partner? Qin Feng, how can you take seriously what you say during an argument? He was just about to step forward and continue his face-to-face argument with Zhang Yue when Cao Pingwa's tall body blocked his way. Little brother, your name is Qin Feng, right? Qin Feng saw that the other party was a big man, more than a head taller than him, so he didn't dare to fight with the man who cheated on him. Yes, what's wrong? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, you have a name that suits you as a protagonist. You drive a BMW Z4, and there are many female students in school. Why do you insist on labeling yourself a cuckold and being a tortoise? Zhang Yue is my woman now. You need to stay away from her. Do you understand? Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said, humph, you dare to steal my girlfriend? Let's see what happens. After saying that, he walked towards his BMW without looking back. Zhang Yue, who was hiding behind Cao Pingwa, said worriedly, husband, is this Qin Feng going to cause you any trouble? It's okay. Dogs that bark usually don't bite. Cao Pingwa put his arm around Zhang Yue's shoulders with a relaxed look on his face and continued walking towards the dormitory gate with her. Even if this Qin Feng can bite people, I'm not afraid. My fighting skills have just automatically upgraded to level 4, and I was just worried that I wouldn't have the chance to try it out. Zhang Yue looked bewildered. Fighting skills? Level 4? Honey, have you been learning Taekwondo recently? Cao Pingwa smiled without saying a word, put his arm around her, and walked into the female dormitory. Hey, this is the girls' dormitory, no men allowed. The dormitory manager stretched out her hand to stop Cao Pingwa, her eyes full of vigilance. Cao Pingwa smiled and stuffed a red 100 yuan bill into the dormitory manager's outstretched hand. My girlfriend's bag is a bit heavy. I'll send her upstairs and come down right away. The dormitory manager glanced at the small Chanel bag on Zhang Yue's arm and thought to herself, you really don't even want to act anymore. Okay, come down quickly after you send that person off. Don't do it again. The dormitory manager admonished Cao Pingwa righteously while calmly putting the red note into her pocket. Qin Feng, sitting in the BMW Z4, called his good friend who he usually got along well with. Hey, my girlfriend was kidnapped. Come over and help me get revenge. Fuck. Which idiot from the courtyard dares to steal your young Master Qin's girlfriend? I'm tired of him. It's not from our school. It's from outside the school. Outside the school? No problem. Who cares if he's inside or outside the school? Hey, bring a few more people. The other side is quite big, about 1.85 meters tall. Hey, I thought he was a big guy. I'll bring 6 or 7 of my good brothers over right away and beat him up for you, young Master Qin. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng finally cheered up a little. There are 6 or 7 people plus me. How can I lose if I hit him with a flying dragon on his face? In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed, and Cao Pingwa and Zhang Yue upstairs had finished a game. Qin Feng was sitting in his BMW Z4 downstairs, waiting for his brother to come, and he was getting more and more anxious. That bastard said they'd be there soon. But it's been ages, and there's not even a shred of him. Chow, that guy and Yue have been up there for so long. It's impossible. Qin Feng immediately called Zhang Yue's roommate's cell phone. What? Both of you are not in the dormitory. Yes, today is the weekend. We are watching a movie outside. What about Wang Lulu? Is she in the dormitory? Lulu? Lulu moved out of the dormitory a week ago. With a clang, Qin Feng instantly felt like the sky was falling. A man and a woman were alone in a room together, and they played for 15 minutes, and some were so fast that they could play 3 games in a row. It's over. My girlfriend's first blood is going to be taken away by that bastard. At this time, 2 severely overloaded electric scooters finally arrived at the battlefield slowly. Mr. Qin, where is he? Qin Feng cried out in a tearful voice. How come you bastards are so slow to come? My woman is about to be slept with by someone else. Huh? So fast. Where is the adulterer? Let's go catch him. Qin Feng said with tears in his eyes. It's the girls' dormitory next door, building 11, room 520. Let's go, Master Qin, let's rush up and kill him. Maybe we can still make it. When 7 or 8 young men rushed into the girls' dormitory together, the fat dormitory manager pushed them all out in one breath. What are you doing? This is the girls' dormitory, no men allowed. Young people nowadays really have no rules at all. Chapter 87, Connections. Faced with the obstruction of the fat dormitory ant, Qin Feng was so anxious that he almost cried. Auntie, my girlfriend is about to be given to you by another man, so let us in. The dorm auntie blushed and said, Bullshit. This is a girls' dormitory. How could a man come here? Qin Feng's good brothers said beside him, Auntie, please be flexible. We are in a hurry to catch the adulterer. Catching someone cheating? The dorm manager's melon-eating DNA moved violently. No. If so many of you go up together to catch the adulterer, what if a fight breaks out? Then won't I, the building manager, be held responsible? Absolutely not. None of you guys can go in today. Just as the 2 sides were pulling each other back and forth, Zhang Yue, with a rosy complexion, walked out of the stairwell with Cao Pingwa, who was dressed in a relaxed manner. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Wow, there are so many people." Rivals in love become extremely jealous when they meet. Qin Feng, who was extremely angry, pushed the dormitory manager away and went straight to Cao Pingwa with his good brothers. "Hubby, be careful, there are a lot of them." Cao Pingwa calmly protected Zhang Yue behind him. "I just upgraded my fighting skills. How can I be afraid of them?" In no time, all 7 male college students were knocked to the ground by Cao Pingwa. Zhang Yue, who was standing behind him, was full of admiration. "My husband is so awesome. My husband is so handsome." "Hey, stop it, stop it, stop it." The dormitory manager hurried over to stop the fight. Cao Pingwa patted the corner of his clothes and said, "I want to continue fighting, but they are all lying on the ground pretending to be stupid and can't get up." He walked over to Qin Feng, who was sitting in the corner next to him, and asked condescendingly, "How about it, Qin Feng? Are you convinced?" Qin Feng turned his face away and remained silent. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa raised his foot to scare Qin Feng. Qin Feng was so frightened that he quickly raised his hands to protect his face. Don't hit me, I give in." "Okay, I'll give in," Cao Pingwa said with a smile. "I will let you go today and not call the police. Otherwise, I am afraid that some of you will be punished or expelled, and it will be difficult to explain to your parents later. Get lost." After Qin Feng and his good brothers left in disgrace, Cao Pingwa walked up to the dormitory manager and said, "Auntie, you did a great job just now." He took out 5 more red bills and gently put them into Annie's hand. "You must pay more attention to those little bastards from now on. Don't let them sneak into the girls' dormitory and harass my girlfriend and other female classmates." The dormitory manager calmly put the bill into her pocket and said seriously, "Don't worry, men are not allowed in the girls' dormitory. That's the rule." The next morning, Cao Pingwa was hugging his female secretary Yu Qian, who was wearing a black silk stocking and a tight skirt, and cleaning the windows with her in his chairman's office. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Cao Pingwa put his arm around Yu Qian's slender waist and walked her back to the desk. "What's the matter, Xiaowan?" "Excuse me, boss. The front desk just called and said a girl named Zhang Qianqian has an appointment to meet you." "Oh, that's what happened. Xiaowan, go to the front desk and show Zhang Qianqian around the company. Then bring her back to see me in 10 minutes. "Okay, boss. I'll go right away." Zhang Qianqian and Yu Qian passed each other and walked into Cao Pingwa's chairman's office looking around. She didn't wear any weird clothes from the 2D world today, but only a simple pink t-shirt and ripped denim crop pants, and a pair of genuine pink coconut shoes on her feet. Her black hair was braided into 2 pigtails, and her pretty face was almost without makeup. But even so, Zhang Qianqian's appearance is very good, and she can always make people feel refreshed wherever she goes, and they can't help but look at her twice. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family sat down in the armchair in front of Cao Pingwa's desk as if she had arrived at her home ground. "Hello, Boss Zhao. I'm here to work at your banana media." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome." Last night, after being pestered by his beloved daughter for many days, Jiang Dawei finally called Cao Pingwa. The content of the call was also very simple. It is better to guide than to block. Jiang Dawei felt that instead of letting Zhang Qianqian go out and look for an MCN agency on her own, it would be better to place her in the company of his acquaintance Cao Pingwa. This will allow his daughter to get some social experience and understand how hard it is to make money, while also allowing Cao Pingwa to help take care of her. "Classmate Zhang Qianqian, I'm really curious. You're a rich second-generation daughter. Why don't you stay at school to eat, drink, and have fun? Why do you have to come here to be a part-time female anchor?" Zhang Qianqian said calmly, "Of course it's to make money." "Making money?" Cao Pingwa said happily. "The total assets of your Zhang's industrial group exceed 1 billion. How could you, Miss Zhang, be short of money?" Zhang Qianqian pouted and said, "Of course I'm not short of money, but my parents are only willing to buy me a 500,000 yuan Steinway piano, not a 500 yuan cosplay costume. Since they don't support my personal hobbies, I have no choice but to work and earn money to support myself." Cao Pingwa nodded after hearing this and said, "Well, it seems that Jiang really loves the two-dimensional world." Zhang Qianqian said proudly, "Of course not." At this time, General Manager Jian Jia, who was summoned by Cao Pingwa, walked in from outside the door. "Boss, you're looking for me?" "Yes, that's right, Manager Jian. This girl's name is Zhang Qianqian. You'll take her to the Human Resources Department to complete the onboarding procedures. Then have someone clear out the more spacious live broadcast room next to Zhang Yue for her to use. Concise." "Okay, boss." Cao Pingwa then said to Zhang Qianqian. "Then, classmate Zhang, please go with Manager Jian to handle the formalities first. If you have any problems at work, you can ask Manager Jian to help you solve them. If she can't solve them, just come to me directly." "Okay." Jiang Qianqian jumped off the chair and walked out of the office door first with a relaxed look. Jianjia quickly asked in a low voice, "Boss, is she the one with connections?" "Yeah." Cao Pingwa nodded. "It was her father who helped us get the radio and television program production and operation license that we were short of. So please take care of her wherever you can." Jianjia immediately replied, "I understand, boss." Banana Media Human Resources Office. The HR manager was completely bewildered. Why is the boss micromanaging again? Giving a completely amateur a base salary of 5,000 yuan with no responsibilities? And giving her an assistant and a dedicated post-production team? Where did she come from? Why does the company have to spend so much money to support her? Jianjia said seriously, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Just follow the boss instructions." After coming out of the Human Resources Office, Jianjia led Jiang Qianqian to the live broadcast area on the west side of the 20th floor. The female anchor Ma Li was seen holding a cardboard box of her personal belongings with a sad face as she was kicked out from her live broadcast room. "Qianqian, the cleaning lady is cleaning the live studio. You can go in a while." "Okay." Jiang Qianqian looked around, feeling that everything was new and strange. It turns out that the backgrounds of so many live broadcast rooms are fake. Jianjia smiled and explained, "It's not entirely fake. Most of our company's anchors broadcast live from their own homes or dormitories using their own equipment. Only the company's core artists can enjoy the exclusive live broadcast room created by the company and the top-notch live broadcast equipment inside. So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean I'll become the company's core artist on my first day at work?" Jiang Qianqian blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Boss Chow is quite a nice guy." Chapter 88, Rewarding the Groom. Zhang Yue found that a girl who was obviously better than herself without makeup suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room next to her, and the company also assigned her a young assistant. She immediately felt uneasy. "I just squeezed out Wang Lulu and haven't even secured my spot as the banana queen, and now here comes the next wave? No, I'm going to ask him clearly." In the chairman's office. As soon as Zhang Yue saw Cao Pingwa, she sat on his lap and said coquettishly, "Honey, who is that new girl? Why is the company treating her, a complete novice, so well?" Cao Pingwa held the delicate and soft Zhang Yue in his arms, touching the smooth black silk stockings made of horse oil on her legs, and saw through the little thoughts of this 20-year-old female college student at a glance. "She is the daughter of a good friend of mine. She came to the company as an anchor mainly to experience life. Don't worry, Yue. The company's current investment in you won't be reduced at all, and she won't threaten your position as banana queen." "Really, hubby?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Why would my husband lie to you? Besides, Jiang Qianqian is planning to pursue a niche career in the 2D world, which doesn't conflict with your career as a beautiful female anchor. So that's how it is." Zhang Yue felt relieved for the moment. "I understand, husband. I'll go back to my live studio now." Unexpectedly, Cao Pingwa not only did not loosen his two big hands holding Zhang Yue, but also began to knead her body wantonly. "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my chairman's office?" "Oh, honey, can we talk about this later? My first live stream of the day is about to begin." "Not good." Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Cao Pingwa patted Zhang Yue's snow-white back, and she quickly stood up and got her cell phone. "Hey, Yao Yao." "Hey, husband. I've almost finished preparing for the wedding. It's set for next Saturday, October 28th. "Got it. Yao Yao, can I arrive a day early?" "Okay. Remember to bring your Maybach when the time comes. I want to use it as the lead car in the convoy." "Okay, I'll hang up now. See you next week." "Yes. Honey, please be careful on the road when you come. I'll be waiting for you in Fuyang." After Cao Pingwa hung up the phone, Zhang Yue dared to speak. "Honey, are you going away for a long trip next week?" Cao Pingwa touched Zhang Yue's smooth little face and smiled. "Yes, I'm going to Jiangxi to attend a friend's wedding." Zhang Yue blinked her big eyes and asked, "Do you need me to go with you? To keep you company on the way?" "Ha ha ha, no need for that. Just keep Jiang Cheng as your banana sister. I'll be back soon." Time quickly came to next Friday. The county seat of Fuyang County, Jiangxi Province. Jin Yao, wearing a slim white cheongsam, stood downstairs of her house, looking forward to the arrival of the groom. Not long after, the familiar black Mercedes-Benz Maybach appeared at the intersection and quickly stopped next to Jin Yao. "Husband." Jin Yao didn't care that her parents and relatives were still watching at the window upstairs, and she threw herself into the arms of Cao Pingwa, who had just got off the car. Tears of longing also flowed out. Cao Pingwa hugged Jin Yao, who was sobbing softly, and felt touched. Okay, my husband is here. Yao Yao, why are you still crying? Wow, it's been 34 days since I last saw you. I miss you so much." Cao Pingwa gently stroked Jin Yao's back and comforted her softly for a long time before she slowly stopped crying. Hearing a burst of laughter coming from upstairs, Jin Yao lowered her head slightly. Her face flushed as she lightly punched Cao Pingwa's chest. It's all your fault. They made a fool of me. Hey, if they want to watch, let them watch for a while longer. After saying that, Cao Pingwa leaned over and was about to kiss Jin Yao. Oh, no. The extremely shy Jin Yao was about to dodge, but her cherry lips were blocked by Cao Pingwa's mouth. Yo ho ho ho. At this time, there was another burst of laughter from upstairs. The next morning, in a hotel room not far from Jin Yao's home, Cao Pingwa, who was going to be the groom, got up early for a rare occasion. After eating a bowl of Fulian's local specialty breakfast, copper coin cake, downstairs, he got into a Mercedes-Benz Maybach with a red rose hood ornament and went to pick up the bride, accompanied by two young groomsmen, Jin Yao's two cousins who were still in college. After passing all the checkpoints and arriving at the door of the bride's bedroom, Cao Pingwa only heard the bridesmaids behind the door laughing and saying something in the local dialect. His cousin Jin Sherwin quickly stepped forward to translate for him. Brother-in-law, the bridesmaids said they won't open the door unless you give them enough red envelopes. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Hey, that's easy. I was worried that they would ask me to sing through the door. Sherwin, can you help me find out how many bridesmaids there are so I can give them red envelopes based on the number of bridesmaids? Okay, brother-in-law. Jin Sherwin immediately spoke in dialect towards the door. Brother-in-law, they said there were 5 bridesmaids in total. Without saying a word, Cao Pingwa took out 5 big red envelopes and stuffed them into the room through the crack under the door. Ah! When the bridesmaids saw the red envelopes, they screamed excitedly and bent down to grab them. The bridesmaid who got the red envelope opened it and found 6 bright red Mao Zedong banknotes inside. 600? Yao Yao, your husband is so generous. Jin Yao, sitting barefoot on the bed, smiled like a flower. At this time, the voice of translator Jin Sherwin came from outside the door. Listen up, bridesmaids inside. Whoever opens the door first for us to receive the bride will receive a 2,000 yuan red envelope from the groom. Ah, groom, I'll open the door for you right now. Hey, stop pushing, let me open the door. No, I'm determined to open this door today. Under Cao Pingwa's financial offensive, the bridesmaids instantly changed sides and rushed to let the wedding party outside in. Cao Pingwa first kept his promise and gave the bridesmaid who opened the door for them a big red envelope of 2,000 yuan, and then said to Jin Sherwin and Jin Sherwu beside him, Sherwin, Sherwu, hurry up and help my brother-in-law find his shoes. He will give you a big reward if you find them. Okay, brother-in-law. The two brothers Jin Sherwin and Jin Sherwu answered in unison, and then immediately began to jump around the room looking for shoes. Cao Pingwa walked to the bed with a smile on his face, looking at Jin Yao, who was wearing a beautiful headdress, delicate makeup on her face, a bright red traditional Chinese dress, and a pair of beautiful bare feet. Yao Yao, you are so beautiful today. Jin Yao's face flushed, and she looked at Cao Pingwa with affectionate eyes. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. Husband, brother-in-law, I found a pair of wedding shoes here. Cao Pingwa looked up and saw Jin Sherwu standing on the table and using a clothes hanger to hook a red high-heeled shoe from the ceiling of the room. Okay, be careful when you come down. Sherwin, you continue looking. At this time, Jin Yao couldn't help but look down, and Cao Pingwa reacted immediately and quickly put his hand under her skirt. The bridesmaids next to them screamed collectively. Ah! It's over, he found me. How is that possible? How did he find out so quickly? Sure enough, Cao Pingwa took out a second pair of red high-heeled shoes from Jin Yao's red skirt. Brother-in-law shoes. Cao Pingwa took the high heels handed to him by Jin Sherwu, and then gave him and Jin Sherwin a big red envelope of 3,000 yuan each. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jin Sherwu was so happy that his eyes almost disappeared with laughter. Jin Sherwin, who was rewarded generously despite not finding the wedding shoes, was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, brother-in-law. After easily completing 20 push-ups and singing a few lines of The Moon Represents My Heart in public, Cao Pingwa knelt on one knee, ready to put on Jin Yao's red wedding shoes. At this time, the bridesmaids next to them started to make a noise again. No, the groom must pass the 3rd test before he can take the bride away. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Any more tests? Just don't make me sing in public again. Jin Yao looked at Cao Pingwa, who was half kneeling in front of her, and said with eyes full of heartache, Forget it, don't test him anymore. I am willing to be taken away by him now. Oh Yao Yao, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already feeling sorry for your husband? Jin Yao looked at Cao Pingwa lovingly and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. He is my man. If I don't feel sorry for him, who else should I feel sorry for? Alas, a bridesmaid said. The last test was too easy for the groom. The last one needs to be a little trickier. Another bridesmaid said with a smirk, I have a great idea. Before the groom puts on the bride's wedding shoes, he must kiss both of her feet. When everyone in the room heard this, they were all very happy. Wow, this test you came up with is too perverted. Exciting, this test is exciting. Ha, what if the groom likes this? Then aren't you rewarding him? Jean Yao, who was sitting on the bed, immediately objected. Hey, don't make it difficult for him. Change one. Unexpectedly, Cao Pingwa grabbed one of Jean Yao's jade feet and said with a wicked smile. It's okay, Yao Yao. It's not the first time anyway. Chapter 89, Best Friend's Secret, Part 1. Amidst the endless screams and cheers, Cao Pingwa kissed Jean Yao's 2 jade feet in public without changing his expression, and then gently put on her wedding shoes. Jean Yao, who was extremely shy, buried her face in her plump chest, and her entire body from her ears to her neck was flushed. Then, surrounded by the crowd, Cao Pingwa easily carried Jean Yao on his back and walked down the stairs carefully. Finally, amid the sound of festive firecrackers, the wedding car convoy, led by a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, slowly drove towards the wedding banquet venue. In the back seat of the Maybach, the bride Jean Yao leaned on the groom's shoulder with a happy face. Yao Yao, you're really good at saving money for me. The entire wedding car fleet is rented Audi A6s. Will your relatives and friends think it's not high-end enough? Jean Yao held Cao Pingwa's hand tightly, unwilling to let go for even a second. What's wrong with A6? I think it's fine. And the car we were riding in was a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. My best friends and bridesmaids were all so jealous. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, it's both face-saving and saves the money of renting a car, right? Jean Yao looked very happy. My husband really understands me. The subsequent wedding ceremony went smoothly, and Jean Yao arranged all the details very well. Especially her high school classmate who is a professional MC, his hosting skills are quite good. After the ceremony, the wedding banquet officially began. The banquet had a rich variety of dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, beef, mutton, shrimp, turtle, and crab. However, Jean Yao did not order abalone or sea cucumber. She felt that they were too expensive and not cost-effective. It would be better to add a large pork elbow or grilled lamb chops to each table. In the dressing room backstage, Jean Yao first helped Cao Pingwa change into a looser and more comfortable Chinese-style dress that was convenient for toasting, and then she also changed into a burgundy high-slit tube-top dress that was convenient for movement. The white neck, collarbone, shoulders, and a pair of plump and snow-white breasts made the lustful Cao Pingwa angry. Oh, hubby, everyone's waiting for us to toast them. No, I can't bear it at all. Let them eat the food first. It won't be too late to toast a few minutes later. Jean Yao looked at Cao Pingwa's fiery eyes and turned away shyly. 5 minutes later, after changing her clothes, Jean Yao took Cao Pingwa's arm and returned to the wedding banquet, where they began to toast each table. Jean Sherwin and Jean Sherwu each held a bottle of wine and followed the newlyweds, helping them to add wine from time to time. Soon, Jean Yao and Cao Pingwa arrived at the table where Jean Yao's old classmates were sitting. Quietly, Yao Yao. Before the toast started, Jean Yao hugged one of the girls and started crying. Cao Pingwa didn't even need to guess. He knew that this girl named Jingjing must be the best friend who had grown up with Jean Yao and later received a betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan. Then the handsome guy standing next to Jingjing, who is about the same height as me, should be her rich second-generation husband. Hey, that's not right. Why is this guy looking at me? Cao Pingwa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling doubtful. My Yao Yao is dressed so sexy and beautifully today. The male colleagues present here, even if their wives are sitting next to them, can't help but secretly take a few more glances at her. But now she is right next to you, and you are looking at me instead of her? No, something is absolutely wrong. Cao Pingwa activated the system in his mind and scanned the girl hugging Jean Yao. Name, Li Jing. Age, 26. No makeup, 78 points. Body size, 80 points. Technical secondary school education, virginity, no bad habits, no tattoos, good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Good guy, after being married for so many years, she is still a virgin. Plus, the way her husband looks at me. This must be a marriage of convenience. Hubby, this is Li Jing, the best friend I've ever met since we were kids. Jean Yao wiped her tears with a tissue and introduced. This is her husband, Cheng Chuan. My husband, Cao Pingwa. Hello. Hello. Cao Pingwa reluctantly shook hands with Cheng Chuan and then felt uncomfortable all over. Although Li Jing's appearance is slightly inferior to Jin Yao, her baby face makes her look young and cute. Yao Yao, the baby in your belly is 4 months old, right? Jin Yao blushed. Jingjing, did you figure it out? Li Jing nodded gently. I know your figure best. Usually, you only grow breasts and not belly. She reached out and gently stroked Jin Yao's not-so-noticeable belly and said with envy, That's great. I wish you a happy marriage and a baby soon. The simple-minded Jin Yao said happily, Thank you, Jingjing. It's time for you and your husband to have a baby. Cheng Chuan, you two should work hard. Cheng Chuan smiled and nodded, while there was an unnoticeable bitterness in Li Jing's smile. After chatting with Li Jing for a while, Jin Yao decided to continue with the toast. She and Li Jing agreed to meet alone tomorrow to reminisce about the past, and then she took Cao Pingwa's arm and walked to the next banquet table. After Li Jing sat down again, she unconsciously looked in the direction of Jin Yao and Cao Pingwa. Wife, what are you looking at? Cheng Chuan suddenly came over and asked. Li Jing avoided looking at him. No, I didn't see anything. Didn't you see anything? Cheng Chuan had a meaningful smile on his face and whispered in Li Jing's ear. Could it be that we, my husband and I, have fallen for the same man? Chapter 90, Best Friend's Secret, Part 2. That night, in Jin Yao's boudoir, Cao Pingwa lay flat on the bed with his hands behind his head, admiring the plump figure of Jin Yao with a comfortable look on his face, watching her demonstrate to him what turbulent waves meant. Hubby, hold me. I have no strength left. Good. Cao Pingwa sat up and put his big hands around Jin Yao's fair and smooth waist and back. After holding her for a while, Jin Yao in his arms started crying. What's wrong? Yao Yao, why are you crying? It's okay, honey. I'm just happy. Jin Yao wiped her face with the back of her hand and said with a smile in her tears, I'm so happy, so blessed. I feel like I'm the happiest woman in the world today. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. Cao Pingwa kissed Jin Yao's eyes, which were filled with tears of joy, and said with a smile, Yao Yao, your husband will make you happier in the future. Husband. Jin Yao looked at Cao Pingwa with deep affection, and from then on there would never be another person in her heart. Because Jin Yao had a 4-month-old baby in her belly, after hugging each other for a while, Cao Pingwa ended the fight early for safety reasons. After the battle, Jin Yao pulled over a thin blanket and gently covered her and Cao Pingwa with it, then leaned her head affectionately in his arms. Hubby, I have something I want to discuss with you. Well, Yao Yao, you say? My parents are getting older, and climbing 6 flights of stairs every day is too tiring. Jin Yao caressed Cao Pingwa's sturdy chest and said, So I want to buy them a bigger house with an elevator. It's a good thing that you have such filial piety. How much is the housing price per square meter in Fuliang? Don't you have enough money there? Cao Pingwa asked. Jin Yao quickly said, No, husband, you've already given me a lot of money, and I've saved it all. 400,000 yuan in pocket money, 880,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, and the 120,000 yuan you gave my parents as a meeting gift. I received over 80,000 yuan in gifts today, plus the 200,000 yuan I've saved over the years. I now have a total of 1.68 million yuan in cash on hand. This money is more than enough for me to buy an apartment with an elevator for my parents in the county town. Cao Pingwa said happily. Then just buy it directly. Why discuss it with me? Jin Yao looked at Cao Pingwa lovingly and gently stroked his big face with her soft little hands. Although you gave me the money, you are my man and my backbone. I must discuss important matters at home with you, and I can only do it after you agree. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Oh, my Yao Yao is so virtuous and sensible. After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Jin Yao's lips. Jin Yao hugged Cao Pingwa's neck and didn't let his mouth leave. After a passionate kiss, the two continued to hug each other naked and chat. After meeting Jingjing at the wedding banquet today, the knot that had been in my heart for so many years was finally untied. Jin Yao buried her little face in Cao Pingwa's neck and murmured, Thinking back, I was really stupid before. Why would I compete with my best friend? But now it's all right. We both have our own good homes. Cao Pingwa thought of Cheng Chuan, who had secretly flirted with him during the day, and he could not help but feel his anus tighten. It's strange to say, Jingjing's rich second-generation husband is 5 years older than you and is already 35 this year. Jingjing loves children too. I really don't understand how they've been married for so many years and still haven't had a baby. Jin Yao suddenly sat up as if she had suddenly realized something. Husband, don't you think there's something wrong with Cheng Chuan's health? Cao Pingwa said happily. I don't know if he has any health problems, but I feel that your best friend's marriage is not as harmonious as you imagined. The clever Jin Yao heard the hidden meaning in Cao Pingwa's words. Husband, do you see what's wrong? Tell me quickly. Cao Pingwa originally didn't intend to talk about these gossips, but he couldn't resist Jin Yao's cuteness and Delay's temptation, so he had to say. The marriage between Li Jing and her husband Cheng Chuan may just be a formality. Jin Yao? No way. They've been married for so many years, and their relationship has always been good, right? Cao Pingwa twisted his lips into a wicked smile and said, the relationship between sisters can be very good. Jin Yao. Hubby, you are kidding me. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, hey, since you insist on asking me, I'll just tell you how I feel. Who knows the actual situation? The next day, in a cafe in Fuliang County, Jin Yao and her best friend Li Jing sat opposite each other. After chatting about the past for a while, Jin Yao couldn't help but ask, Jingjing, are your in-laws in Jingdezhen treating you well? Li Jing nodded. It's fine. Yao Yao, why do you ask this suddenly? What about your husband? Is he good to you? Jin Yao asked again. Li Jing was stunned for a moment and said, he is also very nice to me. He buys me whatever I want to eat or where I want to go, he will satisfy me. Jin Yao paused for a moment, then pressed on. Then why don't you two have a baby after being married for so many years? Li Jing looked into Jin Yao's eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Yao Yao, did you see anything? Jin Yao thought. It was my husband who noticed it, but it's all the same. Jingjing, you are my best friend who grew up with me. I have always regarded you as my own sister. Jin Yao reached across the coffee table and held Li Jing's two small hands. If you've ever been wronged, don't keep it to yourself. You can tell me. Yao Yao. Tears silently slid down from the corners of Li Jing's eyes. After listening to Li Jing's confession, Jin Yao was shocked. Jingjing, you knew Cheng Chuan wasn't straight, so why did you marry him? Li Jing wiped away tears and said, my father was in poor health and couldn't go to work during that time, and my brother was about to go to college. Our family's financial situation didn't allow me to have many choices. To be honest, I was really stupid and naive at the time. I thought that after I married Cheng Chuan, I would be able to slowly adjust him back to normal. Li Jing burst into tears again. In the end, he slept with me for so many years and never touched me once. Jin Yao. She stood up and sat next to Li Jing opposite her, put her arm around her shoulders, and wiped her tears. Jingjing, do your parents know about this? What about Cheng Chuan's parents? Li Jing shook her head. I haven't told anyone about this except you. Cheng Chuan married me in the first place just to deal with his parents' pressure to get married. Jin Yao looked helpless. This is not a solution for Jingjing. You are not going to live like this with Cheng Chuan for the rest of your life, are you? My brother has a girlfriend and plans to get married next year, Li Jing said, biting her lip. Cheng Chuan said he's willing to pay the down payment for my brother's wedding house, and he's also willing to be responsible for the mortgage payments going forward. Isn't he just using money to control you and make you continue to play the role of his wife? Jin Yao was furious. Alas, everyone has their own destiny. My destiny may be to be Cheng Chuan's fake wife for the rest of my life. Li Jing suddenly looked up at Jin Yao and said, Yao Yao, I want you to do me a favor. Jin Yao nodded quickly. Jingjing, tell me, I have some money on hand right now. How much do you need? It's not about the money. Seeing Jin Yao walk into the bedroom with a worried look on her face, Cao Pingwa guessed that she must have learned the truth from her best friend Li Jing. Hubby, you have a sharp eye. Jin Yao crawled into Cao Pingwa's arms, put her arms around his neck, and said, Jingjing's husband Cheng Chuan is really that good. Cao Pingwa didn't say anything, but just gently stroked Jin Yao's back to comfort her. Jingjing is so pitiful. Everyone thinks she married well and her marriage is so happy, but in fact, she has been living a widow for so many years. After hugging her for a while, Jin Yao said again, Hubby, Jingjing wants us to help her. How does she want us to help her? Jin Yao raised her head, looked at Cao Pingwa with a tangled look, bit her lip, and said, she wants you to help her have a child. Chapter 91 Borrowing Chickens to Lay Eggs, Part 1. Cao Pingwa, you want me to help her give birth? How can I help her? Jin Yao frowned slightly and said, that's what I want you and Jingjing to do. Cao Pingwa was in a state of confusion. Damn it. They're trying to use me as a breeding animal. Oh, it's not as bad as you say. Jin Yao shook Cao Pingwa's hand and said, Jingjing really wants a child of her own, and I'm discussing this with you. If you don't agree, forget it. No, even if I agree, what about her husband? Jin Yao's expression suddenly became complicated. The idea of asking you for help was proposed by her husband, Cheng Chuan. Cao Pingwa, I understand it very well, but I am still deeply shocked. Yao Yao, since Li Jing and the others want to have a child, artificial insemination is also possible. Why do they have to ask an outsider like me to help? Cheng Chuan's parents work in the Jingdezhen medical system. He's afraid that if his parents find out about him and Jingjing having IVF, his own identity will be exposed as well. I see. Cao Pingwa nodded gently and asked, Yao Yao, you asked me to help your best friend in this way. Aren't you jealous? Jin Yao pouted slightly and leaned her head against Cao Pingwa. It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous at all. But when I think of Jingjing living that kind of widow's life every day, I feel so sad for her. She can't live without her husband now, but if she can have a baby, then her life will have companionship and purpose, and I think she won't feel so miserable. After listening to this, Cao Pingwa sighed. Hey Yao Yao, you and Li Jing really have a deep sisterly love. He thought that since he had a system for having many children and good fortune, and Li Jing was pretty cute, it was a sure-win business that he would miss out on. Okay, Yao Yao, since you've asked, I'll reluctantly help your best friend. Really, hubby? Jin Yao quickly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Li Jing while saying to Cao Pingwa, it only takes a little over half an hour to drive here from Jingdezhen City. Honey, prepare yourself mentally. Jingjing and the others will be here soon. Cao Pingwa. Fuyang County, All Seasons Hotel. Cao Pingwa followed the room number Jin Yao gave him and arrived at the door of room 8308 on the 3rd floor of the hotel. After ringing the doorbell, the door was quickly opened from the inside. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. When Cao Pingwa saw that it was not Li Jing but her husband Cheng Chuan who opened the door for him, he couldn't help but frown and felt a chill down his spine. Why is it you? Cheng Chuan replied with an ambiguous look in his eyes. I drove Jingjing here. She has a driver's license but has always been afraid to drive on the road. Please come in. Cao Pingwa hesitated for half a second, then walked into the room. I saw that Cheng Chuan and his friends had booked a luxurious king-size room. Li Jing, wearing a green mini dress, was sitting at the end of the bed with her head slightly lowered. Cao Pingwa stood in the aisle at the door and looked at Li Jing, then turned back to look at Cheng Chuan who was standing behind him with a meaningful smile on his face. He suddenly felt a little caught in a dilemma. Oh, excuse me, I have to go. Her husband Cheng Chuan smiled and said, Jingjing, I'll pick you up tomorrow at noon. Li Jing, who was sitting at the end of the bed, neither looked up nor answered. But Cheng Chuan obviously didn't care. He suddenly came up to Cao Pingwa and whispered, My wife doesn't have much experience, so please excuse me. Cao Pingwa didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he nodded slightly. Cheng Chuan looked up and down at Cao Pingwa reluctantly for several times, then closed the door and left. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Li Jing finally raised her head. Don't stand there. Come and sit down. Cao Pingwa walked forward and sat at the end of the big bed. Thank you for helping me, Li Jing said with a red face. You're welcome. Hey, I took a shower before you came. After Li Jing said this, her little face became even redder. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I've washed it at home. Do you think I need to wash it again? Li Jing looked up at Cao Pingwa, then immediately lowered her head shyly. No, that's not necessary. The double room suddenly became quiet. Two people sitting very close to each other can clearly hear each other's breathing. Do you need me to turn off all the lights in the room? Li Jing suddenly broke the silence and asked. Huh? Why are you turning off the lights? Although my figure isn't as good as Yao Yao's, our height and weight are not much different. Li Jing's pink ears turned red. After turning off the lights, you can imagine me as Yao Yao. Cao Pingwa was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, No, you're pretty too. I don't need to imagine you as someone else. Really? Certainly. Li Jing was very happy when she heard Cao Pingwa say this. She stood up and walked from the foot of the bed to the head of the bed. With her back to Cao Pingwa, she reached for the zipper on her back, took off her green dress, and then got into the white quilt wearing only a set of pure white underwear. Seeing that Li Jing, a girl, was so proactive, Cao Pingwa simply took off his outer clothes and got on the bed wearing only a pair of boxer briefs. Don't be nervous. I have experience. Li Jing blushed. I'm not nervous. I feel that you are a little nervous. Ha ha ha. I am indeed a little nervous, because this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Cao Pingwa reached out and touched Li Jing's cheeks and shoulders, and found that she did not show any disgust or avoidance towards his touch. Then I really have to get started. Li Jing gently closed her eyes, with anticipation and calmness on her face. 3 minutes later. No, I was a little nervous and didn't perform well. Cao Pingwa looked embarrassed. I'm not usually like this. Li Jing gently caressed Cao Pingwa's cheek with her small hand. It's okay. The result is what matters. For things like this, we can't just focus on the results. It's also important to enjoy the process. Cao Pingwa, who was a little furious, directly took out 2 marshmallows and ate them in one breath. Li Jing looked confused. Are you hungry? Do you want me to order takeout first? Cao Pingwa said confidently. No, 2 chocolates are enough. Chapter 92 Borrowing Chickens to Lay Eggs, Part 2. The next morning, after Li Jing woke up, she gently moved her body and leaned against Cao Pingwa's warm body. It would be great if he was really my husband. Oh no, Li Jing, what are you thinking? He's your best friend's husband. You must never do anything to let Yao Yao down. Are you awake? Cao Pingwa stretched himself and asked, Is your stomach okay? Li Jing blushed slightly and shook her head. It hurts a little bit. It's normal. After getting up together, Cao Pingwa prepared to leave. Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong? Cao Pingwa turned around and asked. Li Jing sat on the bed and said, Take a shower first before going back. Yao Yao has a very good nose. She'll be unhappy if you just go back like this. Cao Pingwa nodded, turned, and walked into the bathroom. Because the bathroom in the king-size room is separated by frosted glass, and it is the kind that is frosted in the middle, and the upper and lower parts are ordinary glass. So Li Jing, who was sitting in the room, could clearly see Cao Pingwa's face and feet, as well as his blurry figure while taking a bath. As she watched, she gradually felt hot all over and her face flushed. As Cao Pingwa came out of the shower, he spotted Li Jing, who looked a little strange. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Li Jing, with a red face, lowered her head, not daring to look Cao Pingwa in the eye. No, I'm fine. You go first. I'll just wait for my husband to pick me up. Cao Pingwa looked at Li Jing's overly rosy face, then looked back at the frosted glass bathroom, and immediately understood. What time will your husband pick you up? 12 noon. Cao Pingwa glanced at his phone. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. There's plenty of time. What's enough time? Before Li Jing understood what Cao Pingwa said, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and then she found that she had been carried back to the bed by Cao Pingwa. Li Jing looked shy, bit her lip, and nodded without hesitation. Cao Pingwa wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled the quilt over the limp Li Jing. After returning to the bathroom and taking a shower, he returned to the bed and whispered, Are you okay? Are you recovering? Li Jing was so shy that she covered most of her face with the quilt, leaving only her 2 round eyes exposed. Yeah, then I'll go back first. See you in the evening. Okay, see you tonight. As soon as she returned to Jean Yao's boudoir, she threw herself into Cao Pingwa's arms. Honey, I missed you. I miss you too, Yao Yao. Really? Of course. Cao Pingwa smiled. If it weren't for helping your best friend, I wouldn't want to be separated from you for such a long time. Jean Yao sniffed Cao Pingwa's neck carefully again and found that he only smelled of shower gel and shampoo. He cleaned up the traces before going home. It turns out that he has me in his heart. Cao Pingwa also noticed Jean Yao's little trick and thought that best friends understand best friends and women understand women. Hubby, are you tired now? Seeing Jean Yao's lustful eyes, Cao Pingwa immediately carried her to the bed. I was a little tired, but as soon as I saw my Yao Yao, I was no longer tired. 11 p.m., 3rd floor, Four Seasons Hotel. After Cao Pingwa rang the doorbell, he immediately took a big step back. Unexpectedly, the person who opened the door for him today was Li Jing. Tonight she had light makeup on her face, her hair had obviously been washed and styled, and she was wearing a tight purple skirt. Li Jing's round eyes sparkled, and she blushed slightly as she said, Don't stand at the door, come in. Oh, okay. After entering the room, Cao Pingwa found that Li Jing had filled the TV cabinet with various snacks, cakes, bread, juice, and beer. One of the large buckets of red-packaged Maltesers is particularly eye-catching. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Are these all prepared for me? Li Jing nodded. I can't let you help me on an empty stomach. She blushed again and pointed to the socks lined up on the big bed. I see Yao Yao always wears you. Which pair do you want me to wear? You're very sincere tonight. Cao Pingwa said happily. Just wear ordinary black stockings. Li Jing lowered her head and blushed as she sat on the clean, white bed, putting on her black stockings one leg at a time. After dinner at home that day, Cao Pingwa clearly felt that Jean Yao's jealousy had grown stronger in the past few days. As expected, women are lying when they say they are not jealous. Yao Yao, after tonight, I won't be seeing Li Jing this month. Jean Yao looked surprised. What's wrong, husband? Did something unpleasant happen between you two? Not really, Cao Pingwa said as he put on his clothes. After today, her ovulation period for this month will be over, so there's no need for me to see her again. If I want to see her, I'll have to wait until next month. Hearing Cao Pingwa's businesslike attitude towards the meeting with Li Jing, Jean Yao felt much more balanced in her heart. I understand, husband. Then you should make sure to rest and go home early. King room number 8308, All Seasons Hotel. As soon as Cao Pingwa walked into the room and closed the door, he turned around and was pushed against the door by Li Jing and kissed. As the saying goes, love grows over time. After 7 days of physical intimacy, Cao Pingwa and Li Jing inevitably developed some special feelings. Of course, Cao Pingwa only had a slight crush on the gentle Li Jing. Li Jing had obviously begun to fall in love with the tall, strong, and energetic Cao Pingwa. After a passionate kiss, Cao Pingwa said, "Jingjing, I told Yao Yao before I came here that after tonight, we need to meet again next month." Li Jing's eyes instantly became somewhat resentful. "I understand. You and Yao Yao have helped me a lot, and Yao Yao is very generous. I just hope that these efforts we're making together will have a good outcome." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "There will definitely be a good result. Yao Yao's belly is the best proof. Jingjing, don't just think about the result. Isn't the process beautiful?" Li Jing looked shy, but said with a very firm tone, "This past week has been the happiest time I've had since I got married." Ha ha ha. Cao Pingwa picked up the petite Li Jing from the carpet. "In that case, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Let's stop chatting and make the most of this precious time tonight, okay?" Li Jing bit her lips, lust surging in her eyes. Chapter 93 Multiple Birth Badge. Amidst the continuous clouds and rain, Cao Pingwa suddenly heard the system's announcement. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task. Breeding subject Li Jing successfully conceived naturally, and the system awarded her 40 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees, double the reward for twins. Skill reward, multiple birth badge, bronze. With different levels of multiple birth badges, the host's chance of giving birth to multiple births will be enhanced to varying degrees. Bronze badge increases the chance of multiple births by 5. Silver badge increases the chance of multiple births by 10. Gold badge increases the chance of multiple births by 20. Legendary badge increases the chance of multiple births by 30. When the baby is born healthy, the multiple birth badge will automatically upgrade to a higher level. Random reward for Maltesers. Holy crap, twins again. I didn't expect that the kindness to help out actually contributed 440 million yuan. I really made a fortune this time." The next morning, Cao Pingwa took a shower as usual, then said goodbye to Li Jing and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, before he reached the door, Li Jing hugged his waist from behind. 2 soft touches came clearly from behind. "Don't leave, stay with me for a while, okay?" Hearing the reluctance and attachment in Li Jing's tone, Cao Pingwa immediately softened his heart. He turned around and gently took Li Jing into his arms. "Okay, I'll stay with you and wait for your husband to pick you up." "Thanks." Li Jing, with tears in her eyes, buried her face in Cao Pingwa's chest and tried hard to absorb his scent, trying to engrave his taste into her memory forever. At 12 noon, Cheng Chuan drove his Infiniti QX56 and arrived downstairs of the Four Seasons Hotel on time. He walked leisurely to the door of room 8308 and rang the doorbell. As soon as the door opened, Cheng Chuan saw that it was Cao Pingwa who opened the door for him, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. "Hey, long time no see, hello. Thank you for your hard work this week. Thank you and Jin Yao for keeping Jingjing and me a secret." Cao Pingwa said calmly, "You're welcome. Am I here at the wrong time? How about I go downstairs to have a meal, and then come back to pick her up?" Cheng Chuan asked with a smile. "No, we were waiting for you to pick her up." Before Cao Pingwa finished speaking, Li Jing, with tears still visible on her face, walked out of the room. She handed the room card to her husband Cheng Chuan expressionlessly. "Go check out. I'll wait for you in the car." Cheng Chuan didn't care about Li Jing's cold attitude towards him. He took the room card from her hand with a smile and handed her the Infiniti car keys. The 3 of them took the elevator downstairs in silence. Cheng Chuan then went to the hotel front desk to check out, while Cao Pingwa took Li Jing back to Cheng Chuan's car. Soon, Cheng Chuan, who had paid the rent, returned to his Infiniti. He sat in the driver's seat and politely asked Cao Pingwa, who was standing outside the passenger window, "If we don't succeed this time, then next month when Jingjing's ovulation period is approaching, I'll bring her to Jiansheng to find you and Jin Yao. Is that okay with you?" Seeing Li Jing sitting in the passenger seat looking at him expectantly, Cao Pingwa had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Okay, if you don't get pregnant this time, you can contact Jin Yao again next month." Cheng Chuan said happily. "Okay, then we will leave first." Li Jing said softly with reluctance in her eyes. "Goodbye." "Goodbye," Cao Pingwa replied softly. 2 days later, after Jin Yao had arranged everything for her parents to change houses, Cao Pingwa set out to return to Jiansheng with her. The black Mercedes-Maybach S680 was moving smoothly westward on the highway. In the car, Cao Pingwa, holding the steering wheel, thought, The original plan was to stay for 2 or 3 days, be a cheap groom, accompany Jean Yao through the formalities, and then return to Jiangxing together. I didn't expect that I would stay in Fuliang County for a total of 12 days. However, although this trip was a little hard, the rewards were huge. 40 million in pregnancy maintenance fees, 400 million in future income, and a long-term gain buff to increase the chance of multiple births. I have consumed too many of the big tonic pills, and now I only have the 4 that the system just rewarded me in my pocket. Jean Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly asked, "Honey, do you remember the service area up ahead?" "Of course. The last time I drove back to Fuliang with you, we took shelter from the rain there for a few hours." Jean Yao's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered with affection. "Husband, you've been driving for 2 hours straight. How about we go to that service area to rest for a while, before continuing?" Cao Pingwa immediately understood the hidden meaning behind Jean Yao's words. "Okay, safety first. Husband listens to you." After the Maybach drove off the highway and entered the simple service area, Cao Pingwa deliberately parked the car in a more secluded location on the side of the parking lot. He lowered the chair and lay down flat. "Then I'll take a nap first. Yao Yao, you are free to move around. Call me in 30 minutes. "Okay, husband." After Jean Yao unbuckled her seatbelt, she didn't go anywhere, but just lowered her head with a red face. After entering November, the temperature in Jiangcheng dropped suddenly, making people feel as if summer had just passed, and then winter came. In the parking lot of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, Li Ming had just parked his Audi A6, and as he got out of the car, he ran into Cao Pingwa, who was getting out of the passenger seat of a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. "Hey, Dr. Li, what a coincidence." "Ha. Hello, Mr. Cao. Are you bringing your girlfriend here for a prenatal checkup?" "Yes. I have to trouble Dr. Li again today." Before Cao Pingwa finished speaking, Jean Yao, who was wearing a white tight-fitting sweater, a hip skirt, and flesh-colored stockings inside, and a light gray windbreaker outside, walked out from the back seat of the business car hand in hand with Zheng Jieqi, who was wearing a JK uniform inside and a light gray windbreaker of the same style outside. "Hey, hello, Dr. Li." "Hello, Ms. Jean." "Hello, Ms. Zheng." Immediately afterwards, Qian Wan and Yu Qian, who were also wearing black silk OL suits inside and black windbreakers outside, also walked out from the back seat of the car. Qian Wan smiled and greeted Li Ming. "Hello, Dr. Li." "Hello, Ms. Qian." Li Ming glanced at Yu Qian, who was standing next to Qian Wan. She was also about 170 centimeters tall and long-legged, and her appearance was no less than that of the beautiful Qian Wan. "Huh, a new face?" Before Li Ming could be surprised, Wang Lulu, wearing a loose pink sweatshirt and jeans, with no makeup on and a face full of collagen, also came out of the business car. "Li Ming." He couldn't help but whisper to Cao Pingwa beside him. "Mr. Cao, may I ask what kind of business you are in?" Cao Pingwa said bluntly, "Oh, I run an MCN company." "MCN company? Then are all these girlfriends of yours female anchors under your company?" Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Neither." Chapter 94, Magic City, Comic Exhibition, First Snow. Jean Yao, Qian Wan, and Yu Qian next to her are my secretaries. The girl in the hoodie at the back was a female anchor for a while, but she's not doing it anymore. "Oh, so that's how it is," Li Ming said with envy. "Then Mr. Cao, you guys go to the first floor for the examination. I'll go back to my clinic on the second floor." Cao Pingwa. "Okay, I'll see Dr. Li later." After Jean Yao and Zheng Jieqi completed their third prenatal checkup, Qian Wan completed her second prenatal checkup, and Yu Qian and Wang Lulu completed their first prenatal checkup in their lives. Cao Pingwa and his group of 7 returned to Chuahanjia Street, downstairs of Building A of Wanda International Office Building. Old Lu, send Jieqi and Lulu back to the Yuhu family first, and then go do that thing. Lu Weigua nodded seriously. "Okay, boss." The thing that Cao Pingwa was talking about was asking Lu Weigua to drive to Food New City Community to pick up Liu Ruyan and Wu Yin, mother and daughter, and then take them to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. Cao Pingwa, who only treated his ex-wife Liu Ruyan as a tool for childbirth, is now too lazy to take the time to accompany her for prenatal checkups. After explaining the matter to Lu Weigua, Cao Pingwa, dressed in a neat suit, turned around and walked towards Office Building A. 3 beautiful secretaries, each wearing a windbreaker and with their own unique style, quickly followed behind him. When they were taking the elevator upstairs, the third secretary Qian Wan saw that there were only 4 of them in the car, so she took the initiative to lean into Cao Pingwa's arms and asked for a kiss. During the time when the first secretary Jean Yao was away, the second secretary Yu Qian had already fallen behind Qian Wan in the competition for favor, so she dared to stand by and secretly feel jealous. Jean Yao, the main wife, who experienced the Fuyang trip with Cao Pingwa, would not indulge Qianwan. Secretary Qian, please be careful. There are surveillance cameras in the elevator. Hearing Jin Yao calling her Secretary Qian, Qianwan had no choice but to retract her cherry lips and leave Cao Pingwa's arms. She knew that now was not the time for her to confront the official wife, Jin Yao head-on. Cao Pingyao, who hadn't had enough, put his big hand into Jin Yao's windbreaker, then put his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms. It's okay, Yao Yao. I'm tall, and I'm blocking the camera. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her unscrupulously. Qianwan, who was standing next to them, was filled with jealousy, but she dared not say anything. Seeing Qianwan, who had been doing well recently, suffer a setback in front of Jin Yao, Yu Qian, who was standing on the other side, couldn't help but gloat over her misfortune. It was not until the number above the elevator jumped from 19 to 20 that Cao Pingwa let go of Jin Yao's little mouth. Boss, you're such a fool. Secretary Jin muttered softly with her pretty face flushed. Ha ha ha. Cao Pingyao, feeling very proud, strode out as soon as the elevator door opened. 3 beautiful secretaries with different expressions also hurriedly followed him out of the elevator. Seeing the company boss who hadn't been seen for a long time coming back, the 3 young ladies at the front desk bowed and shouted, "Hello, boss." Well, hello. Cao Pingyao had just returned to his chairman's office and hadn't even sat down when the company's general manager Jianjia came to him with a pile of information. Boss, this is the work report submitted by the department heads for October. This is my October work report. These are the financial documents that need your signature. Yeah, okay. Cao Pingwa signed all the documents swiftly, then pushed the work reports of various departments aside and picked up the concise general report to read. Well, Zhang Yue is indeed a live broadcast saint. She only took half the time it took Wang Lulu to easily reach over 1 million followers on Douyin. Jinjia nodded beside her. Her live broadcast income is more than 3 times that of Wang Lulu during the same period. By the way, how's our little connection doing these days? Has he caused any trouble for you? An awkward smile appeared at the corner of his simple mouth. She's a complete social terror and doesn't consider herself an outsider at all. She often wanders around the company's various departments without causing any major trouble. Cao Pingyao said happily. Ha 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 ha, so it caused a lot of trouble. Jinjia laughed and said, ha ha. Anyway, now except for Zhang Yue and me, everyone else in the company basically avoids her. Ha ha ha, this Jiang Qianqian is quite interesting. Speak of Cao Cao, and he will appear. Jiang Qianqian, a woman with connections and twin ponytails, wore a finely crafted dark blue sailor suit and white silk calf socks with bows on both sides. She swaggered into Cao Pingyao's chairman's office. Boss Cao, you're finally back. Cao Pingyao smiled and asked, Mr. Jiang, do you have something to talk to me about? Jiang Qianqian plopped down in the armchair in front of Cao Pingyao's desk. Just as she was about to speak, she turned her head and looked at Jinjia standing next to her. Boss Jin, both chairs here are empty. Why don't you sit down and talk to Boss Cao? Concise. Ha ha ha. Manager Jin, please sit down too. Cao Pingyao said with a smile. After seeing Jinjia sitting next to her, Jiang Qianqian spoke up. Boss Cao, I received an invitation to the CJ Autumn Comic Expo last week. I'd like to go to Shanghai next week. Cao Pingwa asked, do your parents agree with me going to Shanghai to attend the comic convention? Jiang Qianqian smoothed her left ponytail and nodded. I told them that the company sent me to the Magic City to participate in the exhibition. Cao Pingwa. Jinjia, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Cao Pingyao laughed awkwardly and said, Mr. Jiang, you really know how to use the opponent's force to your advantage. Okay, then I'll have my driver, Lao Lu, go with you and be your bodyguard. Hearing Cao Pingyao's straightforward agreement, Jiang Qianqian immediately revealed the sweet smile that is unique to a 19-year-old girl. Boss Cao, will the company reimburse my round-trip airfare to Shanghai and my local food and lodging? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, you said it was the company that sent you to the comic convention, so of course the expenses were paid by the company. Jiang Qianqian's beautiful eyes flashed with cunning. 2 of my friends from the Hebei University Animation Association have also received invitations to the CJ Autumn Exhibition. Can the company cover their travel expenses? Cao Pingyao smiled readily and nodded. Wow, Boss Cao is so generous, much more generous than my dad. After giving a thumbs up to Cao Pingwa's physics, Jiang Qianqian left satisfied. Jinjia glanced at Cao Pingyao and said, I'll ask the finance department to book Jiang Qianqian a flight and hotel for next week's trip to Shanghai. Well, go ahead. After Jinjia left the office, Cao Pingwa took out his phone and found Chu Xue in his WeChat friends list. My surname is Chao, Xiaoxua. Are you in Xianyang or Shanghai now? In less than a minute, Chuxua replied. Chuxua, my mom is feeling better now. I'm back in Shanghai to work. After a few seconds of silence, Chuxua took the initiative to send another message. Chuxua, are you coming to Shanghai? Chapter 95, Dinner Twice a Week. When Cao Pingwa was about to reply to Chen Shui's WeChat message, his ex-wife Liu Ruyan suddenly called. Honey, I just finished my prenatal checkup and am now preparing to take the special car you sent me home. Well, are the test results normal? Our baby is in good condition, but I just felt that there was something wrong with the way Dr. Li looked at me today. Don't think too much. Go back and have a good rest. I'm hanging up. Wait a minute. Husband, my mom asked me to ask you if your company's financial problems have eased at all. Last month, I didn't have enough money on hand, so I borrowed 30,000 yuan from my mother to pay off my loan. This month's repayment date is coming soon. Cao Pingwa sneered. It will take another 1 to 2 months for the company's funding problem to be completely resolved. Ask your mother to take out some of her pension savings to help you repay the loan. Husband, you will return the money from the loan repayment to my mother later, right? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, You're already the mother of my child. Won't all my money be yours from now on? Do we need to divide it so clearly among our family members? Hearing Cao Pingwa say this on the phone, Liu Ruyan couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. I understand, husband. I won't disturb you from working. Remember to come back and see me when you have time. Okay, I'm hanging up. Goodbye, husband. Liu Ruyan only dared to hang up the phone after hearing Cao Pingwa hang up first. She put down her phone and turned around to see that her mother, Wu Yan, was looking at her like she was a fool. Girl, are you stupid? How could you mortgage your own house and then give all the money to Cao Pingwa? Wu Yan looked very disappointed. If he takes the money and doesn't acknowledge it, this 1.6 million loan will become your personal debt. Do you know? Liu Ruyan touched her belly and said confidently, No, I'm carrying his own flesh and blood in my belly. How could he possibly refuse to pay such a small amount of money? She glanced at Liu Weigua, who was driving in the front seat, and said in a low voice, Mom, as long as I can give him a healthy baby and then successfully remarry him, then his company and assets worth 80 million will all be ours, right? Wu Yan also coveted the 80 million in Cao Pingwa's hands. Oh, I hope so. How much do you need to pay back for the loan? Mom will transfer it to you via WeChat right now. Liu Ruyan's eyes rolled. 62,000. Wu Yan sighed as she transferred the money. Oh, this is the little money I saved for my retirement. In the afternoon, Cao Pingwa hugged the delicate and soft female anchor Zhang Yue, who had just turned 20, and cleaned the windows in the office with her. In the chairman's secretary's office outside the office door, First Secretary Jean Yao couldn't help but sit in her seat and complain. I've only been back home for a month, and how come the 2 top female anchors in the company are both hooking up with the boss? She looked at Yu Qian, then at Qian Wan. How on earth did you two manage to defend the tower? Yu Qian pursed her lips and dared not say a word, but Qian Wan boldly challenged him. Secretary Jean, you know the boss's style. If he sets his eyes on a girl, who can stop him? Jean Yao knew that Qian Wan was telling the truth, so she didn't say anything more. It was just past 5 o'clock. Cao Pingwa walked out from the inner room with Zhang Yue, whose face was too rosy. After get off work, let's go home and have dinner together. Upon hearing this, the 3 beautiful secretaries quickly turned off their computers and packed up their things. Then they put on their windbreakers and carried their brand-name bags and followed Cao Pingwa to the elevator. After Cao Pingwa and his group of 5 came out of the office building, they first crossed the Chua Hanjia Commercial Street and then crossed Chuan Road through the crosswalk. It only took them about 10 minutes of walking to get back to Building 6 of Yuhu family. After returning to Jiangxing from her hometown Fuyang, Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi moved from the Lakeview suite of the Ruihua Hotel to the 4-bedroom, 2-living room 3601. Qian Wan and Yu Qian have also moved into 3501, where only the bathroom and kitchen have been renovated. Currently, 2 housekeepers are employed in each of the 2 houses, who take turns cleaning, buying groceries, and cooking for Jin Yao and the other 3. Anyway, they don't have to worry about housework at all. When we were taking the elevator upstairs, besides Cao Pingwa and the 4 girls, there was another couple in the car. A bald fat man who looked to be in his 50s with a huge beer belly, and a young girl with a pair of foxy eyes, probably in her early 20s and a charming figure. The fat guy pressed the 35th floor, and Cao Pingwa pressed the 36th floor. The fat man couldn't figure out the relationship between Cao Pingwa and the 4 beautiful girls around him, so he hugged the girl in his arms and looked at Cao Pingwa with a provocative look. Cao Pingwa curled his lips, stretched out his 2 long arms, and hugged the 4 girls, Jin Yao, Yu Qian, Qian Wan, and Zhang Yue into his arms. Then he gave the fat man a look that said, "What's the matter?" When the fat man saw this, his arrogance instantly disappeared. But the little girl next to him couldn't help but cast a curious look at the tall, handsome Cao Pingwa. As soon as they reached the 35th floor, the fat man took the lead and got off the elevator with his female companion. Qian Wan and Yu Qian also got off the elevator on this floor and went back to 3501 to change clothes. As soon as Cao Pingwa, Jin Yao, and Zhang Yue walked into the door of 3601, Zhang Jieqi and Wang Lulu, who were sitting on the sofa watching TV, immediately stood up to greet them. "Welcome home, husband." Cao Pingwa smiled and glanced at Zhang Yue beside him and asked, "Well, how's dinner going? I'm a little hungry." Zhang Jieqi, wearing a pink bunny home outfit, answered obediently. Aunt Zhao and Aunt Wang said that dinner can be served on time at 6 o'clock. Cao Pingwa said as he changed into his slippers, "Okay, I'll go change into some clothes first." "Honey, I'll go with you." Jin Yao quickly took Cao Pingwa's arm and took him to the master bedroom where they lived. In the dressing room of the master bedroom, Jin Yao, with a gentle face, changed Cao Pingwa into a comfortable dark cotton home suit. While straightening Cao Pingwa's collar, she said softly, "I know you're in good health, but you're already 30 years old, so you should exercise some restraint." "Ha ha ha. Yao Yao, are you worried that I'll soon turn into that bald, fat guy in the elevator just now?" "No, my husband is very handsome," Jin Yao said with a flickering look in her eyes. "I'm just worried about your health." Cao Pingwa immediately took Jin Yao into his arms. He bent down and kissed her soft lips, then whispered in her ear, "I'm going to let you know how healthy my health is and put your worries to rest." "Oh, hubby, they're all waiting outside for you to have dinner together. Dinner starts at 6 o'clock, and it's only 5:30 now. There's plenty of time for us to start a game." Jin Yao's heartbeat quickened, and her face flushed slightly. "Okay." At exactly 6 o'clock, the rectangular dining table in the living room was filled with a sumptuous Chinese dinner. Cao Pingwa sat alone at one end of the long table. On his right sat the rosy-faced Jin Yao, Zhang Jieqi, and Yu Qian. Sitting on the left are Qian Wan, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue. "Starting today, we will all have dinner together every Friday and Saturday night." Cao Pingwa, glowing with satisfaction, raised the champagne glass beside him and said, "Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. Let's have a toast together." Chapter 96, The First Family Dinner. Cheers. The 6 girls raised their goblets filled with juice and drinks, vying to clink glasses with Cao Pingwa. At this time, 2 housekeeping ladies brought 2 pots of pork ribs and lotus root soup and placed them at the 2 ends of the long table. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Zhao and Aunt Wang," said Cao Pingwa. Seeing the host being so polite, the 2 housekeepers smiled and said, "It's not hard work, as long as everyone is satisfied with the meal." At this time, Jin Yao and Qian Wan, who were the first to react, followed Cao Pingwa and said, "Aunt Zhao, Aunt Wang, thank you for your hard work. You prepared such a large table of dishes for us." Seeing this, the other 4 girls followed suit and expressed their gratitude to the 2 housekeeping ladies. Cao Pingwa nodded slightly after watching. The mothers of the children selected so far are all good people. After the family dinner officially began, Jin Yao, as the main wife, frequently used serving chopsticks to pick up food for the 2 newcomers, Wang Lulu and Zhang Yue. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The only person who made Jin Yao a little unhappy was Qian Wan, who was sitting opposite her. Because she was the only girl at the table who hadn't removed her makeup, and she had obviously put on makeup again before the meal. After returning home, everyone changed into comfortable home clothes, but she changed into a slim and tight little mother's skirt and wore Cao Pingwa's favorite horse oil black stockings on her legs. While eating, Qian Wan would occasionally use her silk stockings and jade feet to secretly tease Cao Pingwa's calves under the table. It was not until Jin Yao glared at Qian Wan fiercely that she calmed down a little. "Lulu, when are you planning to move here from the hotel?" asked Zhang Yue, Wang Lulu's best friend who was sitting next to her. "We'll move tomorrow," Wang Lulu replied while eating braised pork ribs. "I don't have much stuff to begin with, and tomorrow's Lalamove delivery girl Jin Yao has already arranged everything for me. I just need to go take a look at the site." It was Jin Yao's idea to let Wang Lulu move to Yuhu family, because she, who has always been frugal, really couldn't stand Wang Lulu living alone in a large suite at the Shangri-La Hotel. Cao Pingwa is rich, but Jin Yao doesn't want anyone to waste his money. "So do you plan to live upstairs or downstairs?" Zhang Yue asked again. Wang Lulu: "I live upstairs, so I can keep Jieqi company." 20-year-old Wang Lulu and 19-year-old Zhang Jieqi are not only of the same age, but also come from rural families with poor economic conditions. Therefore, they have many common topics and became good friends in a few days. Well, now that you're pregnant, are you still going back to school? Zhang Yue asked while eating steamed sea bass. Go ahead, why not? Zhang Yue raised an eyebrow and asked, aren't you afraid that your teachers and classmates will notice your big belly? Wang Lulu said calmly. So what if I found out? What school rule says female students can't get pregnant? I plan to finish the first semester of my junior year first, and then apply for a leave of absence after the Lunar New Year when my belly becomes too big to move around. That way I'll have fewer classes to catch up on after I have my baby. Zhang Yue looked at Wang Lulu in disbelief. I never realized before, Lulu, that you have such a free and easy personality. Wang Lulu nodded and said, well, if you were like me and cared less about what people around you think, you would live an easier life. Now that Wang Lulu is pregnant, she doesn't have to accompany Cao Pingwa, so she usually goes out with a bare face and wears whatever clothes make her comfortable and happy. Live a transparent and free life. Zheng Jieqi, who was sitting opposite, envied Wang Lulu's free and easy personality because ever since she knew she was pregnant, she was embarrassed to go back to her school to see her teachers and classmates. After the group of people at the table had been eating and chatting for a while, Zhang Yue suddenly realized that among the 6 girls present, she was the only one who was not pregnant with Cao Pingwa's child, and she was also the only one whose pocket money was not 100,000 yuan per month. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha! Who told you not to give birth to a baby for me? Zhang Yue's lips curled up. I don't mind it myself. I'm mainly worried that my parents won't agree. Cao Pingwa took a sip of champagne and said, there's nothing I can do about it. I've already set the rules. If you want better treatment, you have to pay the corresponding price. Zhang Yue curled her lips and asked Cao Pingwa, husband, can I move here too? You've seen the conditions of our school dormitories. They're really not that great. Besides, it's more convenient to get to work from here. Cao Pingwa nodded gently. Of course you can. I bought this big house just for you. But if Lulu and Yue both move in, the 2 houses won't be enough. Jin Yao, who was sitting on his right, quickly responded, it's enough for you, husband. There are 8 large bedrooms in the 2 houses upstairs and downstairs. How can it not be enough for 6 girls? Cao Pingwa reached out and touched Jin Yao's little face and said with a smile, it's enough now, but it won't be enough after the baby in your belly is born. Baby rooms, nanny rooms, these spaces must be reserved in advance. Jin Yao was touched when she heard Cao Pingwa think so much about her and the baby in her belly. Hubby, you are so good to us. You are all your husband's little wings. If he doesn't love you, who will he love? Cao Pingwa continued, well, I want to buy the 2 houses across the street, 3502 and 3602, first. Yao Yao, Qian Qian, and Xiaowan, you 3 big sisters, will be in charge of the communication work. Jin Yao, okay, husband. Yu Qian, I understand, husband. Qian Wan, no problem, husband. Cao Pingwa nodded and said, if you want someone to move out, you can increase the price a bit. It would be best if we could finalize the deal on these 2 properties before I return from Shanghai. Then I can sign the contracts and pay the money right after I get back. Magic City? Are you going on a business trip, husband? Jin Yao asked with concern. Yes, I'm going to the Magic City next week. Qian Wan quickly said in a coquettish voice, hubby, I'll go with you. Jin Yao was not willing to be outdone. Hubby, I also want to go to Shanghai. I have never been there before. Yu Qian and Zhang Yue next to them also expressed their desire to go along. Even the introverted Zheng Jieqi whispered coquettishly, husband, if they go, I want to go too. Cao Pingwa looked at the 6 pretty faces that expressed anticipation, and his heart softened. Okay, let's all go. While your bellies are still small, it's only right that I take you on a trip. Ah, that's great. The spacious dining room was instantly filled with laughter as loud as silver bells. Chapter 97, Hunter and Prey, Part 1. Jiangqing Tianhe Airport. Cao Pingwa and his group of 13 people queued up together for security check. Leading the group was Cao Pingwa, who was empty-handed, followed by Liu Ruyan, who was dragging a large suitcase. In the middle were 11 young girls, each dragging their own small suitcases. Among the 11 girls, in addition to Cao Pingwa's 6 girlfriends, there are also Jiang family's daughter Jiang Qianqian and her 2 female classmates who came to hitchhike on the plane and stay in the hotel, as well as Zhang Yue and Jiang Qianqian's 2 assistants Xiaomei and Xiaoli. In the girls' team, walking in the front were Jin Yao, Yu Qian, and Qian Wan, 3 mature and sexy young ladies. They were slim-fitting light-colored sweaters or satin shirts inside, paired with hip skirts, black stockings or flesh-colored stockings, and a high-end wool coat or woolen windbreaker outside. Jin Yao and Yu Qian only wore light makeup, while Qian Wan, unsurprisingly, wore heavy makeup. Zhang Yue, the banana queen, who also wore heavy makeup, was doing an outdoor live broadcast with a selfie stick. She wore a white lace shirt on the inside and a brown Chanel-style jacket on the outside. She wore only a black ultra-short pleated skirt on the bottom, and her beautiful legs were bare, not afraid of the cold. Following Zhang Yue were 7 young girls with no makeup on, dressed like college students. Among them, apart from Jiang Qianqian and Wang Lulu, who are both good-looking, only Zheng Jieqi has a pretty appearance. On the way from security check to the terminal, the group of people chattering and laughing attracted a lot of attention along the way. Just after taking his seat in the waiting area at gate 80, Cao Pingwa saw Jiang Qianqian walking towards him. "My dad's calling." She handed her iPhone 16 Pro Max to Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa took the phone. "Hello, Brother Jiang, I'm Cao Pingwa." "Brother Cao, you've worked so hard this time. Qianqian said that you were the one personally leading your company's business trip to Shanghai." "Ha ha ha. For a startup, I usually do everything myself." At this moment, Jianjia, who was sitting in the office, suddenly sneezed loudly. Okay. With you leading the team, Qianqian's mother and I will feel more at ease." After chatting briefly with Jiang Dawei for a few more words, Cao Pingwa hung up the phone and handed the phone back to Jiang Qianqian with a smile. "Your father told me to keep you safe and to listen to me on the way." Jiang Qianqian's pretty little mouth turned up high. "Dad is always like this. I am not a child." "Ha ha ha. I don't care if you're a kid or not. I'm your boss. What's wrong with you following my instructions on the way?" Jiang Qianqian curled her lips. "No problem." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Okay, just be reasonable. Go have fun, just don't run too far." "I told you I'm not a kid anymore." Jiang Qianqian glared at Cao Pingwa with her big eyes, then went to find her classmates angrily. Cao Pingwa looked at Jiang Qianqian's graceful figure after she turned around, and thought, if you are not a spoiled brat, who is? At this time, the sound of Zhang Yue's live broadcast next to him caught his attention again. "Yes, I'm waiting for my flight at Tianhe Airport now. I'll be flying first class to Shanghai to attend the event soon." Zhang Yue held her phone in her right hand and made a scissors gesture on her left cheek with her left hand. Of course, the first-class cabin is arranged by the company. Wei Wei can't afford it herself. "Ha ha, everyone has really sharp eyes. The person sitting next to me is indeed Lulu. We have been good friends living in the same dormitory since our freshman year. We are as close as real sisters. Oh, Lulu is not broadcasting anymore. She found a boyfriend, but I don't. I'm still single." After saying that, Zhang Yue glanced towards Cao Pingwa guiltily and found that he was sitting and chatting with Jin Yao. She instantly felt relieved. "Lulu, many of my fans in the live broadcast room know you. Can you say hello to them for me?" Wang Lulu, with a face full of collagen, appeared frankly without makeup. "Hello everyone. I am Lulu who doesn't eat sugar. I won't broadcast it anymore. I'm preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam now, so I don't have time to do live broadcasts. Everyone can continue to support my good friend Wei Wei." Zhang Yue turned the camera on herself again. "Okay, that's all for today. I'm about to board the plane. See you in Shanghai tonight." But, after closing the live streaming software, Zhang Yue said to Wang Lulu with gratitude, "Thank you, Lulu. Thank you for directing many of your loyal fans to me. We used to be college besties living in the same dormitory, and now we are sisters living in the same big house. There is no need to be so polite about such a small matter," Wang Lulu said in a relaxed tone. Soon it was time to register. Because Cao Pingwa and his team had already booked all 8 first-class seats on the plane, they went directly through the VIP channel and boarded the plane first. After getting on the plane, Cao Pingwa and his 6 girlfriends plus Jiang Qianqian naturally sat in first class, while Lu Weigua took his 2 assistants and Jiang Qianqian's 2 female classmates to the economy class at the back. The first thing Cao Pingwa did after settling down was to open the Duozi Duofu system and scan the 4 flight attendants on the plane. The 2 flight attendants in charge of economy class have a beauty score of just over 70 points without makeup. One went through 11 riders, the other went through 18 riders, and all were judged as unqualified by the system. Cao Pingwa looked at the older flight attendant again. Name, Zhao Xia. Age, 32. No makeup, 77 points. Body size, 80 points. College degree, experienced 69 riders, had 7 abortions, smokes, drinks, has tattoos, has gynecological problems, and has sexual problems. The system judged it as unqualified. Wow. As expected of the chief flight attendant, this brilliant performance directly crushes the first 2 flight attendants. Finally, Cao Pingwa set his sights on the obviously younger and prettier flight attendant in charge of the first-class cabin. Name: Liu Ruyan. Age: 25. No makeup: 81 points. Body size: 85 points. College degree: virginity, no bad habits, no tattoos, good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Wow, a virgin flight attendant. This is a 99% rare thing. Cao Pingwa immediately became interested. Soon after the plane successfully took off, it entered a stable cruising state. Flight attendant Liu Ruyan began to provide service by squatting with her knees moving up and down, and distributed hot towels and menus to Cao Pingwa and others in the first-class cabin with a smile on her face. The youngest, Zhang Jiechi, looked at the menu in her hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, there are so many delicious foods to eat in first class." You can choose between beef short ribs, smoked salmon and meat sauce dandan noodle soup, cordyceps mushroom chicken soup and pork ribs, and kelp soup. Jiang Qianqian, who was sitting next to Zhang Jiechi, glanced at her from the side and asked, "First time flying first class?" Zhang Jiechi blushed and said, "This is my first time on a plane." Jiang Qianqian was stunned for a moment and said, "Hey, it's okay. Taking a train, a plane, or a car is the same. They are just different means of transportation." She leaned close to Zhang Jiechi's ear and said, "Some airplane meals are terrible. They're not as good as instant noodles." "Is this true?" Zhang Jiechi's eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Qianqian smiled and said, "I experienced it myself." After flight attendant Liu Ruyan collected everyone's meal needs, she immediately returned to the meal preparation area to prepare the meals. Suddenly, the tall and strong Cao Pingwa lifted the curtain and rushed in. Liu Ruyan was a little surprised. "Sir, do you need any service?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "I don't need any service. I just sat for too long while waiting for the flight, so I just wanted to stand for a while." Liu Ruyan certainly understood that Cao Pingwa had bad intentions, because first class was different from economy class. There was plenty of space for movement, and there was no need for Cao Pingwa to go to the food preparation area to stretch his legs. "Beauty, do you have a boyfriend?" Cao Pingwa asked with a smirk on his face. Liu Ruyan chuckled. "Sir, you are so direct. It only takes 2 hours to fly from Jiangxing to Shanghai. Excluding the time for takeoff and landing, there's also the time you spend at work. If I keep wasting time, I might not be able to get your WeChat." Liu Ruyan glanced at the tall and handsome Cao Pingwa again and said, "You already have 7 beautiful women flying first class with you. Do you still need to add me on WeChat?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, you misunderstood. I am the boss of an MCN company, and they are all my employees." As Liu Ruyan unpacked the food, she said, "You're such a generous boss, taking your employees on a first-class trip." Cao Pingwa said with a teasing look, "Of course not. I have always been very generous to beautiful women." Liu Ruyan put a few boxes of food into the microwave, operated it skillfully, then turned to face Cao Pingwa and said, "Excuse me, sir, I already have a boyfriend." Cao Pingwa smirked and said, "That doesn't matter. My last name is Cao." Liu Ruyan. Chapter 98, Hunter and Prey, Part 2. Liu Ruyan smiled and said, "Sir, you are quite humorous, but I have to hurry and prepare meals for your company employees." Cao Pingwa persisted. "From your accent, you seem to be from Jiangxing. My company is also in Jiangxing. I really don't want to add you on WeChat." Liu Ruyan turned her back and continued to work skillfully on the operating table. "Even if you don't care that I have a boyfriend, I don't like to have unnecessary ties with men who have wives." Cao Pingwa admiring Liu Ruyan's back and her beautiful black silk legs under the stewardess uniform. "How do you know I have a wife?" "Guess a woman's sixth sense." "What if I say I don't have a wife?" "Every man I meet flying first class says that." Cao Pingwa burst out laughing. "Ha ha. I have to say, this woman's sixth sense is sometimes really accurate." Hearing the man behind her say this, Liu Ruyan smiled, thinking that this man was finally going to give up. Suddenly, a crimson divorce certificate was placed in front of her. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "I'm different from those men you met before who like to lie." Liu Ruyan took the divorce certificate with a mixture of laughter and tears, opened it, and took a look, then returned it to Cao Pingwa. "You're such an interesting person. Why are you leaving home with a divorce certificate?" "Of course it's to prove my innocence." Cao Pingwa leaned against the operating table, admiring Liu Ruyan's tall and straight profile, and said, "There are too many scumbags these days, but I'm different from them. I'm a responsible man." Liu Ruyan glanced at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous look in her eyes. "If I agree to add you on WeChat, will you let me go and let me concentrate on preparing the meal?" Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded, then opened his WeChat QR code. Liu Ruyan sighed lightly, smiled, and took out an iPhone 16 from the locker next to her. She had just unlocked her phone using facial recognition when the curtain of the food preparation area was lifted from the outside. This time, the person who came in was Jiang Qianqian, wearing a cartoon-patterned hoodie and ripped jeans. "Boss Chow, Sister Jean Yao is calling you. She said there's something urgent." Cao Pingwa was stunned for a moment, then said to Liu Ruyan, "I'll go see what's going on first." After Cao Pingwa left the food preparation area, Jiang Qianqian kindly reminded Liu Ruyan, "Beautiful stewardess, you'd better be careful. Our boss Chow is a playboy. There are so many gossips and scandals about him in the company." "Ha ha ha ha. Thank you, little sister." Liu Ruyan covered her mouth and said happily, "Thank you for your kindness, but you are still too young." What do you mean?" Jiang Qianqian looked confused. Liu Ruyan said with a smile, "Little sister, have you ever heard that high-end hunters often appear as prey?" Cao Pingwa strode back to the first-class cabin and saw Jean Yao leaning back in the chair with her eyes closed. He quickly walked over and touched her face. Jean Yao opened her eyes and saw that it was Cao Pingwa. She immediately took off her headphones with a smile and said, "What's wrong, boss? Do you want to talk to me about something?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "No, I just wanted to ask if you feel any discomfort when flying with your baby." Jean Yao's eyes were full of tenderness. "No, everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, boss." "Okay, then you can continue listening to music and rest." When Cao Pingwa turned around, he saw Jiang Qianqian coming out of the food preparation area. "How dare you, little girl, fool your boss?" Jiang Qianqian stuck out her tongue and said, "Who told you to disturb the stewardess from preparing the meal and delay Jiechi and I from eating?" Cao Pingwa said happily, Okay, I'm still wrong this time." "Well, what else?" Jiang Qianqian sat back in her seat with a proud look on her face. Cao Pingwa smiled and shook his head, preparing to go to the food preparation area again, but saw Liu Ruyan coming out pushing a food cart. Seeing this, he had no choice but to sit back in his seat. Soon, Liu Ruyan pushed the dining cart to Cao Pingwa's side, then squatted down so that her eyes were on the same level as Cao Pingwa's seated position. "Sir, this is the steak set meal you ordered." "Thanks. This is the tissue you ordered." Liu Ruyan handed over a tissue with an ambiguous look. Cao Pingwa took it and saw that there was indeed a phone number written on it. He put the tissue into the inside pocket of his shirt. After eating a few simple bites of ordinary airplane meals, Cao Pingwa, who had drunk a lot of water before, suddenly felt the urge to urinate. So he stood up and walked towards the private bathroom in the first-class cabin. Zhang Yue, who had been staring at Cao Pingwa since she got on the plane and was looking for an opportunity to win his favor, immediately stood up and prepared to follow him. Unexpectedly, Qian Wan, who had already tied up her long hair, got there first and blocked her way. "Sister Yue, you can sit down now." "Sister Qian Wan," Zhang Yue looked surprised and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you just get pregnant?" Qian Wan smiled and said, "Sister Yue, you are still too young. There is more than one way to please a man." After saying that, she quickly caught up with Cao Pingwa and went into the exclusive bathroom of the first-class cabin with him. The 2-hour relaxing and enjoyable journey was over in the blink of an eye. Cao Pingwa and his 13 companions were given priority to get off the plane under the arrangement of the crew and walked out of the gate of the arrival gate without any obstruction. As soon as he came out of the gate, Cao Pingwa saw Chen Shui waiting outside. She had delicate light makeup on her face today, and she was wearing a high-necked white tight-fitting base shirt, tight jeans, a long black windbreaker on the outside, and a pair of black high heels with red soles on her feet. Flight attendant Liu Ruyan was just an unexpected appetizer. Chen Shui, Cao Pingwa's white moonlight in high school, is his real hunting target this time in Shanghai. Chapter 99, Checking into the hotel and assigning rooms. Seeing Cao Pingwa leading a group of young and beautiful girls to her, Chen Shui said with a smile. As expected of the boss of an MCN company, each of his employees is more beautiful than the last. Cao Pingwa chuckled and said, "Thank you for coming to pick us up at the airport." Then he turned around and introduced himself to everyone. "This is Manager Chen Shui from the Oriental Exhibition Company, and also my high school classmate." Cao Pingwa then said to Jiang Qianqian and her 2 female classmates, "The CJ Autumn Comic Exhibition you're going to attend is hosted by Oriental Exhibition." "Hello, Manager Chen." Everyone in the group took the initiative to greet Chen Shui. Although in terms of appearance, the beautiful Chen Shui is not much different from Cao Pingwa's 6 girlfriends. The only one who is obviously inferior is Zheng Jiechi, who scores 75 points without makeup. But Jean Yao and the other 6 still felt an invisible pressure. After all, Chen Shui has achieved some success in her career and has truly become independent in the Magic City. She has a dignified and generous temperament that Jean Yao and others do not possess. Cao Pingwa and his group of 13 followed Chen Shui out of Hangzhou Airport and saw 3 white Toyota Alphas parked on the roadside waiting for them. I rented 3 commercial vehicles as you requested. Each vehicle with a driver costs 2,500 yuan a day. Chen Shui asked Cao Pingwa. Shall I take you to the hotel to store your luggage first? Okay. Then, under Cao Pingwa's arrangement, everyone got into 3 Toyota Alphas. In the front passenger seat sat Chen Shui, the guide. In the second row sat Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao. In the third row sat Jiang Qianqian and Zheng Jieqi. In the second car sat Qian Wan, who looked sullen, Yu Qian, Zhang Yue, who was broadcasting live, and Wang Lulu. In the last car sat Liu Weigua, the company's 2 assistants Xiaomei and Xiaoli, and 2 of Jiang Qianqian's classmates. Please go to the National Exhibition and Convention Center. Chen Shui said to the driver of the first car. Okay. The leading vehicle started slowly, and the 2 cars behind it quickly followed. On the way, Jin Yao, who was sitting next to Cao Pingwa, said to him, Boss, this car is quite comfortable to sit in. It feels no worse than the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle in the company. Of course not, Cao Pingwa explained with a smile. Yao, don't be fooled by the Toyota logo on the front of the car. The price of this Alphard is not cheaper than the Mercedes-Benz V300 that the company owns. Really? Jin Yao was surprised. Cao Pingwa smiled and asked the driver in the front seat. Master, how much did you pay for this Alphard? The driver said proudly, I bought it last year for 860,000 yuan. How about it? Jin Yao smiled and nodded. You really get what you pay for. Because the National Exhibition and Convention Center is not far to the west of Hangzhou Airport, the straight line distance is only 4 or 5 kilometers. So in less than 10 minutes, 3 Toyota Alphards parked one after another at the gate of the Intercontinental Hotel located in the southwest corner of the National Exhibition and Convention Center. After getting off the bus, Jin Yao immediately collected everyone's ID documents, and then followed Chen Shui to check in. Because the CJ Autumn Comic Exhibition was about to officially begin the next day, the hotel lobby was bustling with people in all kinds of strange costumes, coming and going. While Cao Pingwa was waiting and looking at his legs, Jiang Qianqian suddenly rushed to his side. This Intercontinental Hotel was fully booked when I tried to book it 2 months ago. How did you manage to book so many rooms? Cao Pingwa pointed at Chen Shui, who was handling paperwork at the front desk, and said, It depends on my connections. Your comic conventions are all hosted by the Oriental Exhibition Company. Wouldn't it be easy for them to open a few hotels? Jiang Qianqian nodded in sudden realization. So that's how it is. It would be very convenient to stay here and attend the comic convention. Thank you, Boss Cao. After saying that, she happily ran back to her classmates. At the front desk, Jin Yao said to Chen Shui, My boss asked me to take care of the accounts on this business trip to Shanghai. How about we add each other on WeChat so I can transfer the deposit for the car rental to you? Chen Shui smiled and showed her WeChat QR code. I can see that he trusts you very much. Jin Yao smiled, which was considered as her agreement. Chen Shui thought, Cao Pingwa is not the kind of person who trusts others easily. The relationship between him and Jin Yao is definitely not simple. Soon, Jin Yao and Chen Shui returned to the crowd with 5-room cards. Chen Shui explained to Cao Pingwa, This Intercontinental Hotel is right next to the Convention and Exhibition Center, and you just told me you were coming to Shanghai last week, so I only managed to get you 5 standard rooms. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, It's okay. You've already helped us a lot, and 5 standard rooms are enough for us. Then he began to allocate rooms on the spot. Qianqian, you and your 2 classmates will live in a room. Jiang Qianqian hurried forward and took a room card from Jin Yao. Yue and Lulu live in the same room. Xiaowan and Qianqian live in the same room. Zhang Yue and Qianwan stepped forward and took the room card handed to them by Jin Yao. Yao, you and Jieqi will share a room, and Lao Lu and I will share another. Because Chen Shui was next door, Cao Pingwa, of course, lived in the same room with Liu Weigua. Who else hasn't been assigned? We, Xiaomei and Xiaoli, the 2 assistants standing in the back row, raised their hands and said, Cao Pingwa, Xiaomei, go add an extra bed in Yue's room. There are already 3 people in Xiaoli Qianqian's room, so go add an extra bed in Qianwan's room. Okay, everyone, go upstairs and put your luggage. We'll meet here again in 30 minutes. Chapter 100 I live at the head of the Yangtze River. You live at the tail of the Yangtze River. In the afternoon, at the suggestion of local guide Chen Shui, Cao Pingwa and his group came to Huangpu Road in 3 Alphas, ready to visit the 4A level scenic spot here, the National Key Cultural Relic Protection Unit, with a history of 450 years, and the U Garden, known as the first of the 5 famous classical gardens. After entering the house, you will see pavilions, towers, halls, terraces, rockery and rocks, small bridges and flowing water, which are full of movement and stillness and rich in layers. It has to be said that compared to modern buildings made of reinforced concrete, ancient Chinese buildings and gardens can always give people a different feeling of tranquility and far-reachingness. So after walking past the lakeside pavilion and taking a look around the Manhwa Tower, Cao Pingwa had the idea of building his own private garden when he had enough financial resources in the future. After visiting Yu Garden, it was almost time for dinner. So Cao Pingwa and his group, led by tour guide Chun, took a car to the time-honored Lao Zhengxing restaurant on Fuzhou Road to taste authentic local cuisine. After taking their seats in the private room, Chen Shui asked the waiter for a few more menus so that everyone could look at them and order together. Wow. Everyone on the internet said that Shanghai residents don't use RMB but Shanghai currency. I finally saw it today. Cao Pingwa held up the menu and said with a smile, Yao Yao, I advise you not to look at the menu. Just eat whatever everyone ordered. Jin Yao was aroused by Cao Pingwa's words and hurriedly moved to the side next to Qian Wan, who was holding the menu, and looked at the menu with her. What? A plate of cold mixed crispy cucumbers for 88? Is the price on the menu wrong? Jin Yao looked incredulous. Chen Shui, who was sitting next to Cao Pingwa, laughed and said, There's nothing we can do about it. Prices in Shanghai are just so outrageous. I lived in my hometown of Shenyang for 2 months before returning. It took me several days to get used to it again. Jin Yao continued to flip through the menu, unconvinced. Braised pork 358. Steamed sea bass 598. 128 for a serving of white porridge? Chen Shui smiled and said, It's okay, Jin Yao, just order whatever you want to eat. I'll treat you all tonight. Jin Yao subconsciously looked at Cao Pingwa. This is not appropriate. Manager Chun, there are so many people in our company, and the price of this restaurant is so expensive. Ha ha ha, it's okay, Yao Yao. Chen Shui is a wealthy woman in Shanghai with an annual salary of nearly $1 million. It's no problem for her to treat us to a meal. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? My salary is not that high. Chen Shui smiled and patted Cao Pingwa's arm, but this gentle pat made several girls at the scene jealous. Cao Pingwa said happily, Didn't you tell me that your monthly salary is over 50,000 yuan now? Chen Shui laughed and said, 50,000 a month, 1 million a year. Did your PE teacher teach you math? Hey, 600,000 plus the year-end bonus is not much different from an annual salary of 1 million. Cao Pingwa said while drinking tea. Chen Shui glared at him with a smile on her face. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. When the girls at the table heard that Chen Shui was a female elite with an annual salary of over 600,000, they all began to admire her in their hearts. Jin Yao said with admiration, Manager Chen, you are amazing. Chen Shui quickly said modestly, My salary has only increased in the last 2 years. When I first graduated, my salary was very low. I couldn't even afford to rent an apartment in Shanghai. I relied on my family for support to get through the first few years. Besides, my salary isn't that high in Shanghai. After deducting rent and various living expenses, I can't save much money throughout the year. Qian Wan, who was sitting next to Jin Yao, rolled her eyes and asked, Manager Chen is so outstanding and so beautiful. Your boyfriend must be outstanding too, right? Chen Shui glanced at Cao Pingwa next to her and said, I'm too busy with work and never have time for love. Not good. Qian Wan, Jin Yao, Yu Qian, and Zhang Yue, for girls, immediately felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts, and their faces became a little solemn. The peaceful Wang Lulu remained calm, while the youngest Zheng Jieqi was still surprised by the news that the young and beautiful Chen Shui earned 1 million yuan a year. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa quickly changed the subject and said, Let's order first. We still have to go to the bun tonight. Let's eat and talk at the same time. At Chen Shui's invitation, everyone present ordered a dish of their choice in turn. When it was Jin Yao's turn to order, she frowned and finally ordered the cheapest item on the menu, garlic vegetables, for 58 yuan. After everyone finished ordering, Chen Shui added a few more main dishes and asked the waiter to take the order and serve the food as soon as possible. After eating and drinking to our heart's content, we paid the bill and the total cost of the meal was 72.18. On a clear night, Cao Pingwa and his group of 14 people walked together in groups of 3 or 4, strolling along the Bun's riverside promenade. Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui walked and talked, and gradually fell to the end of the team. The Oriental Pearl Tower looks quite beautiful from here. Cao Pingwa suddenly stopped and walked to the railing and said. Chen Shui also walked to the railing with a smile on her face, leaned against it, and asked, How does the night view of the Bund compare to that of Jiangqing? Yeah, I feel it's about the same. There are more tall buildings here, and they're more concentrated. Walking in front, Jiang Qianqian suddenly found that Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui had fallen behind, so she was about to call them to catch up, but was stopped by Jin Yao. Jin Yao glanced at Cao Pingwa with a complicated look in her eyes, then said to Jiang Qianqian, Qianqian, let's have some fun and let the two old classmates reminisce about the past alone. Oh, okay. Jiang Qianqian continued to jump and walk forward. Chen Shui observed Jin Yao's action of stopping Jiang Qianqian from afar and felt very confused. She nudged Cao Pingwa next to her with her elbow and said, Hey, your secretary Jin Yao is beautiful and plump, serious, gentle, and sensible. You too. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, What's wrong with us? Chen Shui had a smirk on her face. I feel like you and her are quite close. Are you two secretly dating? Ha ha ha. Which of my 3 female secretaries isn't pretty? Which isn't gentle and sensible? Which one doesn't have a good relationship with me? Xiao Shui, you're overthinking it. I'm just a boss who likes to mingle with his employees. Seeing Cao Pingwa's calm face, Chen Shui began to feel uncertain. She could feel that Cao Pingwa had a close relationship with those beautiful female employees, but she couldn't be sure which one was his girlfriend. After a brief contact, she felt that the most likely person was Jin Yao, but Jin Yao's reaction just now was not very likely. Cao Pingwa saw the opportunity and teased, Xiao Shui, why are you so concerned about the personal relationship between me and my secretary? Are you jealous? Chen Shui blushed. Why would I be jealous? I'm just gossiping. A sudden gust of wind blew from the river, ruffling Chen Shui's long black hair. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but reached out and smoothed a few strands of hair by her ears. Chen Shui neither refused nor avoided, but her cheeks became a little redder. Cao Pingwa felt that the atmosphere was right, so he recited the Song Dynasty poem he had prepared on the plane that day. I live at the head of the Yangtze River. You live at its tail. I miss you every day, but I can't see you. We drink from the same river. Looking at the charming Bun night view and listening to the affectionate confession of the man beside her, Chen Shui's heart trembled. Cao Pingwa saw that Chen Shui's eyes had obviously changed, so he continued. When will this water stop flowing? When will this hatred end? I only wish your heart is like mine. I will never let you down. Before he could finish reciting, Chen Shui dived into his arms. The wind is a little strong, and I'm a little cold. Can you hug me? Cao Pingwa didn't say anything extra. He opened his coat and let Chen Shui lean on his warm chest, then silently stroked her back. Sure enough, gold diggers have their own way of playing, and female elites have their own weaknesses. Chapter 101 Chen Shui's Sixth Sense. After hugging for a while, Chen Shui took the initiative to withdraw from Cao Pingwa's arms. With red eyes, she said, I'm very happy that you came to the Magic City to see me, but please don't tease me anymore. Cao Pingwa said seriously, Xiao Shui, I'm not teasing you. Everything I said to you was sincere. You said you weren't teasing me. Chen Shui said coquettishly. Then tell me what the first 2 lines of the divination Swansea you just recited were? I live at the head of the Yangtze River. You live at its tail. What's wrong with these 2 lines? You know very well that your own company is in Jiangcheng, while my work and connections are in Magic City. You confessed your feelings to me in this situation. How do you expect me to respond? If you're not just trying to make me happy, what are you doing? Cao Pingwa naturally hoped that Chen Shui could go back to Jiangcheng with him, but he also understood that Chen Shui, who had an independent personality, would not be willing to become just his vassal, like Jin Yao and the others. Chen Shui, I like you, from high school until now. I won't ask you to give up the career you've worked so hard to build in the Magic City, nor will I force you to move my business from Jiangcheng to your city like a lickspittle. I know that would only make you look down on me. Cao Pingwa gently caressed Chen Shui's girlishly smooth cheek with the back of his hand. So my suggestion is, let's pretend it's 12 years ago and try a different path together. Chen Shui blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you saying that we should try a long-distance relationship? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Nowadays, communication is so advanced and transportation is so convenient. If you want to see me, I'll have a meeting at the company this morning and then fly to Shanghai in the afternoon to pick you up after get off work and have dinner with you. He took the opportunity to hold Chen Shui's 2 small hands and said, Xiao Shui, I like you. This little physical distance is not worth mentioning to me. Chen Shui's pretty face flushed slightly, and her big eyes sparkled. Obviously, she was a little moved. It's not impossible to have a relationship like this, but what will happen in the future? Society is changing so rapidly these days. Who knows what the situation will be like in 3 or 5 years? Cao Pingwa patiently explained. By then, maybe my business will be big enough to naturally expand from Jiangcheng to the Magic City. Maybe you're tired of struggling in the Magic City and would like to return to Jiangcheng, where the pace is slower, to be with me. Chen Shui nodded slightly and muttered to herself, "That's true. No one can predict what will happen in a few years. Pingao, can you give me 2 days to think about it?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Of course, the comic convention doesn't officially start until tomorrow anyway, and my company and I will be in Shanghai for several days." Chen Shui smiled and said, "Then let's go find the main force first, otherwise they will think we are lost." Because Jiang Qianshan and the others had to attend a comic convention the next day, after Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui returned to the team, everyone got in 3 Toyota Alfords and returned to the Intercontinental Hotel next to the National Exhibition and Convention Center. After watching everyone walk into the hotel, Cao Pingwa took Chen Shui's hand and said goodbye to her. "Xiao Xue, I haven't been to your place in the Magic City yet." Chen Shui blushed. "Didn't you tell me to give you 2 days to think about it? You can't wait any longer." Cao Pingwa smiled wickedly. "From the first moment I saw you when I got off the plane, I couldn't wait." Hateful. Chen Shui lightly hit Cao Pingwa's chest with her pink fist. "Let me kiss you before you go back." "Don't want. Then you can hug me again, right?" Chen Shui blushed and bit her lip, then took the initiative to open her arms and hug Cao Pingwa's waist. "I have to get up early for work tomorrow, so I won't take you in." "Well, be safe on your way home, and send me a WeChat message when you get home." "Good." After watching Cao Pingwa walk into the gate of the Intercontinental Hotel, Chen Shui also got into the Toyota Alpha business car that was left behind. Just as the driver was about to leave, Chen Shui suddenly said, "Wait a moment, master. I forgot something for my friend. I'll go up and be right back." Taking the elevator to the 6th floor of the hotel, Chen Shui walked to the door of room 638 according to her memory. She hesitated for half a second, but still rang the doorbell. Soon, the door was opened by Liu Ruyan from the inside. "Manager Chen?" Chen Shui glanced inside and didn't see Cao Pingwa in the room. Didn't Pingwa go back to his room? He clearly went upstairs before me. Just as Liu Ruyan was about to explain, Cao Pingwa came out of the bathroom shirtless. "Xiao Xue, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Well, these are the passes for tomorrow's comic convention. I forgot to give them to you earlier." Chen Shui took out a stack of badges with blue lanyards from her bag and handed them to Cao Pingwa. "Wear these when you enter tomorrow, and you won't need to buy tickets." Cao Pingwa nodded. "Okay, got it. I'll take you downstairs then." Chen Shui quickly waved her hand and said, "No need. Just take off your clothes and continue taking a shower. I can go down by myself." Then old Liu, "Please see Manager Chen off for me." Liu Ruyan, "Okay, boss." When Cao Pingwa finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom, Liu Ruyan just walked back to the room. "She left in a car?" "Yes, boss." Liu Ruyan said seriously. "I accompanied Manager Chen all the way to the car, and then I watched the car drive a kilometer away before I returned." Cao Pingwa breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I was a little more cautious. This smart woman with a strong sixth sense is really hard to deal with." Liu Ruyan looked at Cao Pingwa and asked, "Boss, have you ever been a soldier before?" "No. Why are you asking, Lao Lu?" Liu Ruyan said seriously. "I feel that your anti-reconnaissance ability is not like that of an ordinary person, so I'm asking." Cao Pingwa, "It sounds like a compliment, but why do I feel like something's wrong?" "Forget it. I've finished my shower, so I won't disturb your rest." After saying that, Cao Pingwa pushed the door open and walked out of room 638, then walked a few steps deeper into the corridor and came to the door of room 646. After the doorbell rang twice, Jean Yao, wearing a purple silk suspender nightgown, opened the door from the inside. "Boss." Cao Pingwa walked into the room with a wicked smile on his face, closed the door with his foot, and then hugged the plump Jean Yao into his arms. "Yao Yao, now it's time to call me husband." In room 621, Assistant Xiaomei was taking a shower in the bathroom. Wang Lilu was leaning on the bed playing with her mobile phone, and Zhang Yue was sitting in the chair by the window sulking. It's hard enough competing with Qian Wan, that green tea girl, for the boss's attention, and now suddenly out pops up a white moonlight from high school. The result is that the boss didn't even look at me all day today. Isn't that infuriating, Lulu? Wang Lulu didn't even take her eyes off the phone. "I think your worry is a bit unnecessary. Whether it's Qian Wan or Chen Shui, neither of them will steal your spot as Banana Queen." "I know that too." Zhang Yue rubbed her hands vigorously and said, "But I don't get the boss's attention, and I always feel uneasy. I always worry that one day he will replace me with a prettier girl." Wang Lulu turned her head to look at Zhang Yue, then pointed at her belly and said, "Anyway, I'm not panicking at all." Zhang Yue blushed. "Oh Lulu, I told you that if I were like you, my parents would break my legs." Wang Lulu blinked and went back to playing with her phone. "Then I have no other choice." "Oh, It would be great if the boss slept in a room by himself, so that I could go find him at night. Zhang Yue said bitterly, biting her lip. Suddenly, she received a WeChat message from Zheng Jieqi on her phone. Sister Yue, the boss asked you to come to 646 to help. Zhang Yue was overjoyed and quickly got up and rummaged through her suitcase to find a dark gold low-cut, suspender miniskirt and a pair of over-the-knee black stockings with red edges. After putting them all on, she put on a long black windbreaker on the outside, temporarily locking the spring beauty inside. Wang Lulu raised her eyes and glanced at Zhang Yue. Did the boss summon you? Well, Lulu, you and Xiaomei don't have to hold the door open for me tonight. Zhang Yue looked very happy and went out after she finished speaking, wrapped in a windbreaker. Chapter 102, Prosperous Lujiazui. The next day, the CJ Autumn Comic Exhibition officially began, and the National Exhibition and Convention Center was bustling with people outside the gate. Cao Pingwa and his group wore the staff ID cards, given to them by Qin Shui around their necks, and were allowed to enter the venue without any obstruction. The convention center was packed with people. At each booth, countless male and female posers wore customized costumes, playing popular characters from various anime, comics, and games, striking all kinds of seductive poses and interacting with tourists holding various photo equipment. Shortly after entering the venue, Jiang Qianqian, dressed in maid outfits, and her two female classmates went to the Kozer registration location designated by the organizer to register. Cao Pingwa took the others to continue visiting the comic exhibition. Admiring the dazzling array of young and fresh bodies, big lei and small lei, white legs and thin waists, Cao Pingwa couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This comic convention is great. I should come more often in the future. After shopping for the whole morning, when they were having lunch together, Qianwan, Yu Qian, Zhang Yue and other girls who were not very interested in the comic exhibition started to act coquettishly towards Cao Pingwa, saying that they wanted to go shopping in Lujiazui, the most prosperous area in Shanghai, in the afternoon. Qianwan said with a look of affection, "Boss, I want to go shopping at the IFC. I heard it has all the luxury brands in the world." Zhang Yue also said coquettishly, "Boss, I want to go to the Oriental Pearl Tower to take photos and videos, and then post them on my Douyin account." Cao Pingwa smiled and looked at Jin Yao, Zheng Jieqi, and Wang Lulu. "What do you three think?" Jin Yao said gently, "Boss, you make the decision." Zheng Jieqi and Wang Lulu nodded obediently, indicating that they agreed with Jin Yao's statement. "Okay, then, Lao Lu, you stay at the convention center this afternoon and help me look after Qianqian and her two classmates. I'll take the other girls shopping." In the afternoon, two Toyota Alpha commercial vehicles carried Cao Pingwa and his 6 girlfriends to the Oriental Pearl TV Tower on the bank of the Huangpu River. After buying the ticket and taking the sightseeing elevator to the top of the tower, you can see the city scenery on both sides of the river, including the bustling Lujiazui. Wow, the scenery up here is so beautiful. All 6 girls looked excited, some pouting for selfies, some taking intimate photos together. Seeing the 6 female employees getting along more and more harmoniously, Boss Chow felt that his decision to bring everyone to Shanghai for team building was a wise one. "Boss, come over and take a photo with us." "Here I come." Cao Pingwa walked forward, and just as he put his right hand around Jin Yao's increasingly sturdy waist, Qianwan took his left hand and moved it to her own slender waist. Zhang Yue, who was a step late again, secretly gave Qianwan a look and had to lean next to her. On the other side, Jin Yao hugged Zheng Jieqi, and Zheng Jieqi hugged Yu Qian. Finally, Wang Lulu gave her iPhone to a couple next to her and asked them to help take a photo. Then she walked briskly to stand next to Zhang Yue. Eggplant. A photo of Cao Pingwa and his 6 little wings on the Oriental Pearl Tower was born. There was originally a 259-meter high, fully transparent, suspended sightseeing corridor on the tower, but Cao Pingwa did not let the girls play it. 5 out of the 6 girls are pregnant. If he suddenly loses a few small goals because he is too nervous when walking on the glass plank road, it would be a real loss. After getting off the Oriental Pearl Tower, the group took a car to the nearby IFC Center. It has to be said that as one of the top shopping malls in China, Shanghai IFC truly deserves its reputation. The magnificent shopping mall is full of big brands. There is nothing you can't buy, only the ones you don't know. As soon as the 6 girls arrived here, they felt like fish entering the sea and birds soaring into the sky. Their expressions of joy and excitement were beyond words. In the Hermes store, while the sisters were choosing in the women's clothing area, Qianwan secretly pulled Cao Pingwa to the men's clothing area. "Boss, please try this brown casual jacket." Cao Pingwa smiled as he took off his Armani and put on Hermes. Qianwan looked at him with infatuation. "Boss, you have a great figure. You look so handsome in any clothes." Ha ha ha, really? Of course. Qianwan handed Cao Pingwa's coat and her credit card to the female clerk standing next to her. Just pack up this old one, and we can wear the one he's wearing. The female clerk quickly took the clothes and the card. Okay, beautiful lady. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Xiaowan, the Armani I'm wearing seems to be the one you bought me last month. Are you going to give me another Hermes today? Qianwan looked at Cao Pingwa with deep affection and gently helped him adjust the collar and cuffs of his new coat. I can't help it. Whenever I see nice clothes, I want to buy them for you. The shape of these trousers is also very nice. How about you try them on and show them to me? Okay. Cao Pingwa took the pants and turned to walk towards the fitting area. Qianwan hurriedly followed him and walked into a spacious fitting room. Xiaowan, why did you come in? Qianwan squatted down with an ambiguous look in her eyes and said, Of course I'm helping you try on your pants, boss. Zhang Yue, who suddenly discovered that Cao Pingwa and Qianwan had disappeared at the same time, anxiously walked around the Hermes store and happened to see Cao Pingwa and Qianwan, dressed in new clothes, walking out of the dressing room one after another. I bought a jacket and pants. How much is it in total? Qianwan asked the female clerk at the front desk while applying pink lipstick. Beauty, the total is 25,800. Okay, swipe the card. After paying the bill and finishing her makeup, Qianwan glanced at Zhang Yue, who was standing next to her with a resentful look on her face, and said to her with her eyes, Sister, learn more about cooking. Zhang Yue was furious and thought, Humph, locker room play, huh? It makes everyone feel uncomfortable. So after the group finished shopping at Hermes and came to Chanel, she directly picked up a pure black sleeveless backless dress and walked over to Cao Pingwa. Boss, can you help me try on this skirt? Cao Pingwa smiled knowingly. Okay. As soon as the two walked into the small fitting room, Zhang Yue immediately snuggled into Cao Pingwa's arms, stood on tiptoe, and offered her cherry lips to him. After a hug and kiss, Zhang Yue put her arm around the man's waist and said, Boss, give me your phone. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Yue, just try on clothes. Why do you need my phone? Hey, give me a moment. Zhang Yue said with an ambiguous look. I want to leave some nice things on the boss's phone. Ha ha, what good-looking things are you keeping? Boss, have you seen the video of you clothing store? I've seen it, what's wrong? Zhang Yue blushed slightly as she said, I want to use the boss's phone to record a video like this so you can watch it to kill time when you're bored. Chapter 103, Playing Mahjong. Cao Pingwa strode to the front desk and took out a torn black sleeveless, backless mini dress from his arms. My girlfriend accidentally broke it when she was trying it on just now. I'm buying the broken one, and you can get me a new one and pack it together. The female clerk glanced at the dress that was almost torn, then glanced at Zhang Yue, who was coming out of the dressing room and fixing her long hair. Okay, sir, the two skirts are 19,600 yuan in total. Would you like to scan the code or pay by card? I'll scan the code. After spending a whole afternoon with 6 girlfriends at the IFC, Cao Pingwa felt like he had lost both his money and his friends. Not only did he pay his public grain tax twice in broad daylight, he also bought them more than 1 million worth of clothes, shoes, bags, and cosmetics in one go. In the evening, the group had dinner at the Lee Garden restaurant in the mall. Seeing the girls all with rosy faces and happy expressions eating and chatting, Cao Pingwa, who was sitting among the flowers, asked with a smile. When we came to the IFC this afternoon, we all came empty-handed. Now, everyone is leaving with full bags. Are you satisfied with your shopping today? Satisfied. Happy. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Boss, you are the best boss in the world. The 6 beautiful girls surrounding him responded in sweet voices, providing a wave of sufficient emotional value to the big money sponsor, Boss Chow. After eating and drinking, Cao Pingwa took Jean Yao and the others to see a movie, and then returned to the hotel in 2 Toyota Alphas. The next morning, room 646 of the Intercontinental Hotel. Cao Pingwa was lying on the bed in the room, taking a nap. Suddenly, he vaguely felt a soft little mouth kissing his cheek. Cao Pingwa barely opened one eye and saw Zheng Jieqi, who was wearing a pair of pigtails and a dark blue JK suit. Boss, Sister Yao Yao asked me to wake you up. Cao Pingwa reached out and pinched her smooth little face, then closed his eyes again and said, I can't get up. I'm too sleepy. Not long after, he felt 2 soft little mouths kissing his left and right cheeks at the same time. When I opened my eyes, I saw that it was Jean Yao, who had just finished washing and dressing up and joined in. Boss, it's time to get up. They are all waiting for you to take them to Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. Because Jean Yao was wearing a low-necked pure white dress today, and she was leaning over the bed to call Cao Pingwa to get up, so the 2 plump white breasts on her chest were right in front of his eyes. Cao Pingwa swallowed his saliva and said, Yao Yao, I really can't get up. I was so tired playing mahjong with the 6 of you girls last night. How about you guys go shopping by yourselves today? Jin Yao gently caressed his forehead and said, I don't mind, but I'm afraid Qian Wan and Yue Wei won't agree. After all, it was you, the boss, who promised everyone last night when you were playing mahjong that you would continue to take them out to play today. Cao Pingwa, lying in bed, tried to sit up, but found that he had no strength in his waist and abdomen. No, I'm afraid I'll have to break my promise today. At this time, the 4 girls, Qian Wan, Yu Qian, Zhang Yue, and Wang Lilu, who had been dressed up beautifully, also came to room 646 one after another and sat around Cao Pingwa's bed, acting coquettishly and cutely to ask him to get up and take them shopping. Okay, I'll give each of you 100,000 yuan in shopping money. Today, the 6 of you girls can go shopping on Nanjing Road pedestrian street on your own. Is that okay? Hearing that the sponsor was so sincere, Qian Wan and the others stopped asking him to get up. Cao Pingwa took his phone and transferred 600,000 yuan to Jin Yao's WeChat account, then said to her, call Mr. Liu. I'll feel more at ease having him with you. He can also help you carry your things. Jin Yao smiled gently and said, okay, then, boss, you can continue to rest. I'll take them out. Cao Pingwa took a nap and slept until 2 p.m. After getting up, he was so hungry that he ordered 2 tomahawk steaks with pasta in the hotel restaurant, and then walked to the comic convention venue leisurely with a full belly. Liu Weiguo was sent by him to follow his 6 girlfriends, so Cao Pingwa planned to take care of Jiang Qianqian, the daughter of the Jiang family, by himself. After passing the outermost security check with the work permit given by Chen Shui, before entering the gate of the venue, Cao Pingwa saw Jiang Qianqian and her 2 female classmates wearing costumes in the square outside. They were distributing comic exhibition flyers to tourists in the square with smiles on their faces and providing some guidance. Today, Jiang Qianqian was wearing a bright red cartoon dress, a light blonde wig on her head, and a large red beret. Her lower body was bare, with 2 long but not too thin legs, white stockings on her ankles, and a pair of black round-toed leather shoes underneath. In November, Shanghai has entered deep autumn, so even on a sunny afternoon, it must not be very comfortable for someone like Jiang Qianqian to stand outside with only a few clothes and bare legs. However, the 3 girls were very enthusiastic and serious about their work, and would only rub their hands and stamp their feet when no one passed by them. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa turned around and went to a nearby pharmacy and bought a large bag of heating pads. After returning to the square, he shouted to Jiang Qianqian, that Clee over there, come here for a moment. Jiang Qianqian turned around and saw that it was Cao Pingwa who was calling her. She was stunned for a moment, then ran up to him with a smile on her face. How do you know I'm cosplaying Clee? Do you play Genshin Impact too? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, of course, I'm a server player. Is this true? Jiang Qianqian's beautiful big eyes widened. Ha, what? Can't a 30-year-old man like playing 2D games? I didn't say that. Can you defeat the 3rd abyss in the latest issue? Jiang Qianqian asked with a blink of her eyes. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Jiang Qianqian was surprised. Boss, can you help me fight? I have been fighting for several days, and I just can't win. Log into the game with your phone, and then give it to me. Cao Pingwa smiled and handed her a large bag of hot packs. Also, take these heat packs and apply them to your 2 classmates. Don't catch a cold wearing so little. Jiang Qianqian took the heavy plastic bag from Cao Pingwa's hand, and her beautiful eyes lit up with a different kind of brilliance. Thank you, Boss Cao. You're welcome, Mr. Jiang. After using Jiang Qianqian's phone to help her complete the game, Cao Pingwa took out his own phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Shui. Mr. Cao, the temperature outside is a bit low. Can you help arrange my 3 employees to work inside the venue tomorrow? In less than a minute, Chen Shui replied. Chu Shui, I'll arrange it. Let's have dinner together tonight. Chu Shui, the comic convention doesn't end until 8 p.m., so I can't get off work until around 9 p.m. at the earliest. No matter how late it is, I am willing to wait for you. Chu Shui, smiling, see you at Gate 5 on the west side of the Convention and Exhibition Center at 9 o'clock. No need to be surnamed Cao, okay. 9:30 p.m., outside Gate 5 of the National Exhibition and Convention Center. Cao Pingwa put his hands in his pockets, looking at the night view of Shanghai while waiting for Chen Shui to get off work. Suddenly, he heard Chen Shui's silver bell-like laughter. When I looked back, I found that she was walking out of the venue with a man in a suit, talking and laughing. Chapter 104 Pingwa, I am not a casual woman. Pingwa, you have been waiting for me for a long time. Chen Shui, wearing a dark OL suit and flesh-colored stockings on her beautiful legs, walked up to Cao Pingwa with the man in the suit. This is my colleague, Jiang Fan. This is my high school classmate, Cao Pingwa. Zhang Fan took the initiative to extend his right hand. Hello. Cao Pingwa put his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of extending his hand. Hello. Chen Shui looked at him with rich eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly and withdrew his hand, then said to Chen Shui, since you have an appointment tonight, I won't disturb you for now. We'll find a chance to continue our discussion tomorrow. Chen Shui nodded. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Zhang Fan politely nodded to Cao Pingwa, then left alone. Looking at Cao Pingwa with a slightly frowned brow, Chen Shui couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you're not jealous because you saw me talking to a male colleague, are you? Cao Pingwa asked angrily. If you were waiting for me outside after get off work and saw me talking and laughing with a female colleague, would you be happy? Are you really jealous? Chen Shui quickly tugged at his shirt and shook it like a little girl. Hey, don't think too much. Zhang Fan and I are just ordinary colleagues. We only talk about work. The way he looked at you just now showed that he didn't just want to be an ordinary colleague with you. Cao Pingwa said expressionlessly. And I'm just your high school classmate, right? If you introduce our relationship like that, won't that Zhang Fan still harbor evil intentions towards you? We haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Chen Shui bit her lip and said apologetically. I didn't think too much about it just now and just introduced it casually. If I made you unhappy, I apologize. Seeing that Chen Shui had already spoken softly, Cao Pingwa didn't want to dwell on such a small matter any longer. Forget it, you don't have to apologize. You really didn't do anything wrong. Chen Shui took the initiative to stretch out her small hand and held Cao Pingwa's big hand. You waited for me to eat so late, but I didn't take your feelings into consideration and made you unhappy. Of course I should apologize. She gently shook Cao Pingwa's hand and said with a smile, but I'm quite happy to see you jealous, because it shows that you care about me very much. All right, I'm starving. Let's go eat together. In a food stall near the convention and exhibition center, Chen Shui ate heartily with a pair of disposable chopsticks, with no intention of maintaining her ladylike image in front of Cao Pingwa. Pingwa, why don't you eat? I had some McDonald's for you when you got off work. You're not hungry yet. Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingwa's disinterested expression and said with a smile, after dinner, please take me home. Okay, I meant for you to take me home. Cao Pingwa's eyes lit up immediately after he reacted. Xiaoxua, are you saying, take me to see where you live? Chen Shui's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said with an ambiguous look in her eyes, yes, didn't you tell me the day before yesterday that you wanted to go and see it? Cao Pingwa instantly regained his energy and picked up his chopsticks to eat the soup dumplings in big mouthfuls. Let's eat quickly so I can take you home after we're done. Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingwa wolfing down his food and said with a smile, eat slowly, don't choke. In a small one-bedroom apartment on the 45th floor, Cao Pingwa strolled around Chen Shui's neat little home. It's nice and cozy and spacious enough for one person. Chen Shui leaned against the door frame of the small bedroom and smiled. Don't look at my small apartment. It's only less than 40 square meters, but the monthly rent is 8,500. Wow, this demon city really isn't a place where ordinary people can stay. Cao Pingwa picked up a flyer on the small dining table and asked, Polly Tianyi, are you planning to buy a house? No, I was just looking around. Chen Shui also walked to the dining table, took the flyer from Cao Pingwa, looked at it, and said, this residential complex is very close to my company, and the environment and facilities are good, but the housing prices are a bit high, at 100,000 yuan per square meter. Even if it's just a down payment, I can't afford it now. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I have money, I'll lend it to you. No, of course I have to buy the house I live in myself. Chen Shui put the flyer aside and said, okay, you've finished touring my boudoir. Now you can go back and rest. Cao Pingwa had a wicked smile on his face. Since I'm here, I might as well stay here with you tonight. Chen Shui blushed, but the sofa in my house is too small. Can you sleep comfortably with your size? Cao Pingwa suddenly stood in front of Chen Shui, leaned over, and put his mouth next to hers. I see your bed is not small. Can't you let me squeeze in? Chen Shui's pink ears began to turn red. Pingwa, I don't want you to think that I'm a casual woman. I've never brought any man home except you. I know. Seeing Cao Pingwa's trust in her eyes, Chen Shui couldn't help but feel moved and offered her cherry lips. The next morning, when Cao Pingwa opened his eyes, he saw Chen Shui sitting on the edge of the bed, with her snow-white and flawless back facing him, her upper body naked and wearing a skirt. He turned over, stretched out his two big hands, and held Chen Shui from behind. Ouch, you're annoying. One more game before you go. No, I'll definitely be late for work. Chen Shui pulled Cao Pingwa's big hand away and put on a white underwear. Help me buckle it. Cao Pingwa first smelled the lingering fragrance in his hand, and then reached out to help her button the back of her bra. After getting dressed, Chen Shui leaned over and kissed Cao Pingwa, who was lying on the bed. You can sleep a little longer, wander around the magic city by yourself during the day, and then pick me up at the usual place after get off work in the evening. Okay. Chen Shui walked to the door, slightly sticking out her plump buttocks, holding the wall with one hand and putting on her high heels with the other. Before leaving, she glanced at the crushed small dining table in the living room. Remember to compensate me for a table. Cao Pingwa, who was lying in the bedroom, laughed and said, "It's not like I was the only one who broke it. I can only pay half at most." Chapter 105 3-Year Agreement. Shanghai National Convention and Exhibition Center. As soon as Chen Shui, with a rosy complexion, walked into the temporary office area in the backstage, several female subordinates laughed and gossiped. "Hey Mr. Chen, you look so good today. Mr. Chen, what new brand of skincare products have you been using recently? Share it with us." Chen Shui smiled and said, "I've always used SK2. You guys know that." "That's strange. If it's not the skincare products, could it be that our CEO Chun is in love?" Chen Shui blushed and didn't directly answer the questions from her female subordinates. "Okay, let's talk about gossip another time. The comic convention is about to start this morning. Everyone, please return to your respective posts. If you have any problems that cannot be solved, please come to me." Chen Shui sat in the exhibition control center, staring at the monitoring screen, but her mind was full of the scene of her and Cao Pingwa being together last night. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel shortness of breath and dry mouth. So she had to stand up and walk to the tea room with her cup of water. After drinking a glass of cold water, Chen Shui's anger calmed down temporarily. "Chen Shui? What a coincidence." Jiang Fan happened to walk into the tea room with a cup of water. Chen Shui's mind was full of Cao Pingwa at this moment, so she just nodded to Jiang Fan and did not respond. "Did your high school classmate come all the way to Shanghai to see you yesterday?" Jiang Fan couldn't help but ask. Chen Shui was stunned for a moment and said, "He brought his company's employees to the comic convention and did some team building in Shanghai." "Company? What kind of company did he open?" "The MCN company is called Banana Media." "Never heard of it." Jiang Fan took a sip of water and asked again, "Is his company in your hometown of Shenyang?" "No, it's in Jiangqing." "Oh, Jiangcheng." To Jiang Fan, a native of Shanghai, everyone except Shanghai people is a country bumpkin. There is no difference between Shenyang and Jiangqing in his eyes. At the same time, because of his identity as a Shanghai native, Jiang Fan is also very confident about pursuing his beautiful colleague Chen Shui. "Chen Shui, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner after work." "Sorry, I have an appointment." Chen Shui politely declined and left with the cup of water. Looking at her slim back as she left, Jiang Fan couldn't help swallowing twice. "It seems I need to show you my financial strength. I want you to understand that your high school classmate from out of town can't compare to me, a man from Shanghai." 9 p.m., outside Gate 5 of the National Exhibition and Convention Center. Seeing the office lady Chen Shui approaching him with a smile on her face, Cao Pingwa asked with a smile, "Where are you going to eat tonight?" "Let's go home and eat. I've already ordered takeout," Chen Shui said with a wicked smile. Cao Pingwa. As soon as he entered the house, Cao Pingwa was pressed against the door panel by Chen Shui, who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time, and started to lick him. "Wait a minute, Xiao Xue, where's the takeaway you ordered?" "We're still on the way." Chen Shui hugged Cao Pingwa's neck, raised her head, and looked at him with lustful eyes. "Let's start a game, okay?" Cao Pingwa said happily. "How come you are even more addicted than me? But I am really a little hungry now." Chen Shui pouted slightly and said coquettishly, "Umph, am I not fragrant and delicious?" "Ha ha ha, Xiao Xue, of course you smell good, but I don't have the energy to do anything on an empty stomach. I have some small loaves of bread in my bedroom. You can have some first." Chen Shui stood on tiptoe and kissed him. "Come on, follow me into the house." In the next few days, Cao Pingwa was so engrossed in Chen Shui's sweet and soft embrace that he stayed in her apartment every night. Late at night, on the 6th floor of the Intercontinental Hotel, Zhang Yue, who hadn't seen Cao Pingwa in person for several days, took her best friend Wang Lilu and rang the doorbell of room 638 together. Soon, the door was opened by Liu Ruyan from the inside. "Ms. Zhang, Ms. Wang." Zhang Yue walked into the room and saw Cao Pingwa's suitcase lying quietly in the corner. She frowned and asked, "Today's comic convention is over. The boss hasn't come back yet." Liu Ruyan shook his head. Zhang Yue asked again, "Has the boss ever slept in this room since we came to Shanghai?" Liu Ruyan remained silent. Seeing that she couldn't get to the bottom of the matter, Zhang Yue had no choice but to take Wang Lulu's arm and leave. "Humph, The boss must have been seduced by that Chen Shui these days. Zhang Yue angrily pulled out her phone and said, "No, I need to video call my boss and ask him where he is and whether he's coming back to Jiangxing with us." Wang Lulu quickly held down Zhang Yue's hand. "Don't be silly. The boss hates your jealous behavior the most." The next afternoon, Poly Tianyi Community. In Unit 1, Building 7, on the 16th floor, a fully furnished 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Chen Shui walked around the room several times and liked it more and more. "Pingao, why did you suddenly bring me to see the house? Didn't I tell you that I haven't saved enough for the down payment yet?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Don't worry about the down payment. Just tell me whether you like the house I found for you." Chen Shui touched the new off-white marble dining table and said, "I definitely like it, but I can't afford a house in this location with fine decoration." Cao Pingao twisted his lips, took out a house purchase contract from behind, and placed it in front of Chen Shui. "You just need to sign your name on this contract, and the house will be yours." Chen Shui. She widened her eyes and opened the purchase contract with her slightly trembling hands. 100 square meters, total price, 12 million. Chen Shui raised her head and looked at Cao Pingao with complicated eyes. "Pingao, are you saying you're going to give me a house worth 12 million? Cao Pingao smiled and nodded. "Xiao Xue, you've been waiting for me for 12 years. What's the big deal if I give you a house worth 12 million yuan? Chen Shui threw herself into his arms, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. "Pingao." Cao Pingwa hugged the delicate Chen Shui tightly. "Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Silly boy, there's no need to say such awkward things between us." After hugging for a while, Chen Shui wiped her tears and left Cao Pingwa's arms. "Sign it, Xiao Xue." Cao Pingwa took out a pen and handed it to Chen Shui. Chen Shui took the pen and hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and signed Cao Pingwa's name on the house purchase contract. Xiao Xue, why are you writing my name?" Chen Shui smiled with tears in her eyes. "Your gift is too valuable. I can't accept it now. Pingao, I want to make a 3-year agreement with you. If our long-distance relationship can be successful within 3 years, I agree to add my name to the title deed of this house. If we don't end up together, I won't have your house." Cao Pingwa understood that Chen Shui, who had an independent personality, always responded to soft words and would not tolerate harshness, and no one could force her to get something she didn't want. "As for the 3-year agreement, as long as I can find a way to make you pregnant with my baby, you, Chen Shui, will never escape from my control in this life." "Okay, I agree to your 3-year agreement." Cao Pingao pulled Chen Shui back into his arms, then lowered his head and kissed her fiercely several times. "It's okay to put my name on the house first, but you have to move in first." Chen Shui blushed from his kiss. "How much rent are you going to charge me every month? I want to see if I can afford it first." Cao Pingao grinned and said, "No need to pay, just pay with your body." Chen Shui caressed his cheek tenderly and said shyly, "Then remember to come to the Magic City every month to collect rent." Chapter 106, Searching for Relatives, Part 1. The next day, Hangzhou Airport. Chen Shui took half a day off to see Cao Pingwa and his group off. Jiang Qianqian, with 2 ponytails and wearing a pink Under Armour sports suit, came running over to Chen Shui and said, "Thank you, Sister Chen Shui. I know that my 2 classmates and I will be able to stay indoors as volunteers at the comic convention for the next few days. It must be your arrangement." Chen Shui smiled gently and said, "You're welcome, Qianqian." "Hey Qianqian, why don't you thank me?" Cao Pingao, who was standing next to him, asked with a smile. Jiang Qianqian squinted at him, a quirky look on her face. "I'm a female anchor under your company. As the boss, isn't it your responsibility to take care of me?" After saying that, she jumped up and down to find her classmates. "This little girl," Cao Pingwa said happily. Seeing Jin Yao escorting everyone through security first and leaving Cao Pingao alone to say goodbye to her, Chen Shui sighed meaningfully. She is such a sensible and kind girl that makes people feel distressed. "Who? Still playing dumb with me? Of course, I'm talking about your boss Chao's beautiful secretary, Jin Yao." Chen Shui caressed Cao Pinggo's cheek with her soft little hands and said jealously, "I know that single men like you are always surrounded by beautiful young girls who throw themselves at you. But now that you have me as your girlfriend, if you need anything like that, try to come to Modu to find me, okay? Or I can come to Jiangshang to find you when I'm on break." "Got it." Cao Pingwa smiled wickedly and hugged Chen Shui into his arms. "Let me have a good bite before you leave." "Oh my, there are so many people in the airport. If you don't give me food, I'll go through security." "Oh." Chen Shui hugged Cao Pinggo's waist and was reluctant to let him go. She looked around with a red face, then raised her head and offered her soft cherry lips. "Time flies, and it is December. The temperature in Jiangcheng continued to drop rapidly, and pedestrians on the road put on thick coats and even winter-down jackets to keep warm. However, when Cao Pingwa was renovating his office, he specially installed floor heating in his chairman's office, so the beautiful secretary Qian Wan, who was leaning on his arms, did not feel cold at all even though she was only wearing a pair of lace suspenders and black stockings. After some intimate time, the two of them lay on the big sofa in the office and chatted. Cao Pingwa suddenly remembered a small, innocent face. By the way, Xiaowan, how was your conversation with that female student named Jiang Xinxin? We've been in touch recently. Speaking of Xinxin, she's such a pitiful little girl. Qian once said sympathetically. Xinxin said she lost her father before she could even remember anything, and her mother died in a car accident when she was 10. Cao Pingwa also sighed. I can't believe the little girl's life story is so pitiful. Who raised her? She grew up in an orphanage in Gangnam district. Qianwan put her arm around Cao Pingwa's neck and said, Xinxin doesn't have many relatives at home. Her only aunt couldn't raise Xinxin because of her family's poor financial situation, so she sent her to an orphanage. There was silence in the office. It's okay. Although Xinxin's life was indeed unfortunate for the first 18 years, I will make her life happier and happier in the future. Cao Pingwa stroked Qianwan's smooth, beautiful back and asked, is the government's living allowance enough for her? Does she need to work part-time to pay for her studies? Qianwan said, Xinxin said the money the government and the school give her is enough for her own living, but she's also willing to work a part-time job after school to save more money. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, that's great. Then you can let her be my secretary. It just so happens that my first secretary is pregnant and staying at home to take care of the baby. Your and Xianxian's bellies are also about to get bigger. It's time for me to recruit a new group of beautiful female secretaries. Boss, you're such a playboy, Qianwan said with a hint of jealousy. Okay, I'll help you contact Xinxin and ask her to report to the company as soon as possible. Because the third secretary Qianwan was 4 months pregnant, Cao Pingwa didn't dare to use his full strength when they were doing the two-person exercise just now. So, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Banana Sister. Come to my office. Zhang Yue, who was broadcasting live in room number 1, immediately ended the broadcast early on the grounds of physical discomfort as soon as she received a WeChat message from Cao Pingwa. She changed into her battle suit and put on a burgundy long coat, then hurried to the chairman's office on the east side of the floor. Sister Qianqian. Zhang Yue had just finished greeting Yu Qian, who was sitting in the secretary's office when she saw Qianwan, with a rosy complexion, walking out from the inner room while fixing her hair. Come in, the boss is waiting for you inside. Okay, Secretary Qian. When the two girls passed each other, their eyes exchanged at close range, and it was obvious that they both disliked each other. Cao Pingwa sat sprawled on the big sofa, watching Zhang Yue, with her delicate makeup, walk towards him with enchanting steps. Hey, Yue, isn't the air conditioning on in the company? Why are you here wearing a coat? Because that's what I'm wearing underneath. Zhang Yue opened her coat to Cao Pingwa with a blush on her face. It turned out that she was wearing a light blue two-piece bikini underneath. Ha 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 ha. It turns out you bought another swimsuit with a unique personality. Zhang Yue completely took off her coat and threw it aside. She walked over and sat on Cao Pingwa's lap, put her arms around his neck, and said, Boss, the heating in your office is turned up too high. I feel a little hot. Cao Pingwa stretched out his two big hands and grasped Zhang Yue's smooth waist. He admired the two white balls right before his eyes and said with a smile, Is it still hot wearing only a bikini? Zhang Yue took the initiative to lift her long hair behind her, revealing the knot behind her fair neck, and looked at him with a teasing look. Boss, please help me take off one more piece of clothing. After a hard day of work, Cao Pingwa took Qianwan, Yu Qian, and Zhang Yue back to the Yuhu Shijia community. As soon as they entered the door of 3601, Wang Lulu supported Zheng Jieqi, who was pregnant, and came forward to greet them. Hubby, you're back. Cao Pingwa raised his foot and asked Zhang Yue, who was squatting beside him, to help him change into slippers. At the same time, he reached out and pinched Zheng Jieqi's little face. Jieqi is really good, but your belly is starting to grow bigger now, so you don't have to come to the door to pick up your husband anymore. It's okay, honey. I can walk without any difficulty now. And during my last prenatal checkup, Dr. Li also told me to maintain a moderate amount of exercise during this period. This will be better for the health of me and the baby. At this time, Jin Yao, who was pregnant, also came out of the bedroom. Husband, come with me. Good. Cao Pingwa gently held Jin Yao's arm and walked slowly with her towards the master bedroom. Yao Yao, I know you have needs, but your belly is getting bigger and bigger, so we should still prioritize the baby's safety. Oh, husband. Jin Yao's face flushed immediately. I'm not taking you back to the bedroom. I'm taking you to see someone. Oh, I mean, why did you take me to your bedroom as soon as I got home? To meet someone? Who? Go in and see for yourself. Jin Yao said with rich eyes. It's so mysterious. Cao Pingwa pushed the door open and saw a familiar girl standing by the window of the master bedroom. Quiet. The girl turned around when she heard the voice, and it turned out to be Jin Yao's good friend Li Jing. As soon as she saw that the person coming in was Cao Pingwa, Li Jing took 2 steps at a time and threw herself into his arms. Pingwa, I miss you so much. Chapter 107 Searching for Relatives, Part 2. Hugging the man with whom she had truly merged her soul and body, and smelling the familiar scent on him, Li Jing's tears burst out. Cao Pingwa didn't say much, just hugged her tightly, stroked her back, and comforted her with body language. After a few minutes, Li Jing slowly stopped crying. Only then did Cao Pingwa take her hand and lead her to sit beside the big bed in the bedroom. While handing her the tissue on the bedside table, he asked softly, Jingjing, did you come to Jiangxing alone? Where is your husband Chengchuan? I came here by high-speed rail. Chengchuan is in Jingdezhen. Li Jing looked at Cao Pingwa with tears in her eyes and said, Ever since we separated in Fuyang last time, I've missed you so much that I can't sleep every night. Especially when I found out I was pregnant with your child, I knew that my marriage of convenience with Chengchuan was over. Cao Pingwa reached out and wiped the tears from Li Jing's eyes. Then is Chengchuan willing to divorce you? He really doesn't want to, but he's more afraid that I'll tell his parents about his inner identity. Li Jing took out a crimson divorce certificate and handed it to Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa. Pingwa, Yao Yao has told me everything about her situation. I don't need your pocket money every month. When Chengchuan and I divorced, he gave me 1 million as hush money. Li Jing lowered her head slightly and said pitifully, I know I'm a divorced woman. I came to Jiangxing to find you, and I have no other requests. I just want to stay by your side so that the 2 babies in my belly can grow up with their biological father. When talking about the 2 little babies, Li Jing raised her head again, her round eyes sparkling with happiness. Pingwa, I'm pregnant with twins. Cao Pingwa smiled and touched her little face. We are so lucky. Li Jing used her small hand to hold Cao Pingwa's big hand on her face and said, Then are you willing to take us, mother and son, in? Cao Pingwa said in a gentle tone, This is not called taking you in. Taking care of you and your child is my responsibility. Flat. Li Jing cried with joy and dived into Cao Pingwa's arms again. Okay, stop crying. Crying too much is not good for you and the babies in your belly. Cao Pingwa said, patting Li Jing's back gently. Well, I'll listen to you. I won't cry anymore. Li Jing immediately stopped crying, raised her head, and looked at Cao Pingwa with tears in her eyes. Then she couldn't help but hugged his neck and kissed him. Just as the 2 were kissing passionately, there was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Then Jin Yao's voice came from outside. How was your conversation? Cao Pingwa smiled and said to the outside of the door, Yao Yao, come in. We have almost finished talking. Jin Yao pushed the door open and saw Li Jing looking at her with gratitude. Yao Yao? Jin Yao walked forward and sat next to Li Jing. She smiled and said, Jingjing, I told you that you don't have to worry at all. Your husband is a man who values love and friendship. There's no way he would ignore you and the baby in your belly. Li Jing looked at Jin Yao on the left, then looked at Cao Pingwa on the right, and was so moved that she was almost speechless. Thank you. Jin Yao quickly took her hand and said, Jingjing, we were good friends before, and we'll be good sisters from now on. Please don't say those awkward words. Li Jing. Yeah. At this moment, Zheng Jieqi's little head suddenly popped in from outside the door. Dinner is ready. Why don't you guys talk after dinner? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha ha ha, Jieqi. Go and ask everyone to sit down first. We will be out soon. Okay, husband. After Li Jing quickly washed her face in the bathroom of the master bedroom and tidied her appearance, Cao Pingwa took Jin Yao's hand with one hand and hers with the other, and the 3 of them went to the spacious dining room together. This is Li Jing. She is the same age as your sister Jin Yao, and they are good friends who grew up together. The 5 girls sitting around the table had different expressions, but they all greeted Li Jing. Hello. Li Jing also responded with a blush on her face. Hello, everyone. Seeing Zheng Jieqi becoming more and more sensible and taking the initiative to give up her seat to Li Jing, Cao Pingwa stopped and caressed her little head when he passed by her, then leaned over and kissed her little face. Zheng Jieqi's face flushed with the sudden affection. Oh, husband. They are all watching. All the beauties at the table smiled without saying a word. It was not until Cao Pingwa sat down and started eating that everyone else followed suit. While eating and chatting, The slightly awkward atmosphere at the table caused by the sudden addition of a newcomer quickly dissipated. Cao Pingwa took a sip of the red wine in his glass and looked at Jin Yao, Li Jing, Yu Qian, and Zheng Jieqi on his right. He looked at Qian Wan, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue on his left and felt extremely happy. The population of the family has increased, and the house we live in should also be increased. Yao Yao, how are your negotiations going with the two houses across the street? Have they agreed to sell them? Jin Yao nodded and said, we've almost finished the discussion. When the female owner of 3,602 heard our offer of 6 million, she immediately agreed. Qian Wan used her silk stocking-clad feet to hook Cao Pingwa's calf under the table and said, I negotiated for the 3502 square meter apartment. It should be possible to get it for 5.9 million. Cao Pingwa nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. I am very satisfied with your efficiency this time. After saying that, he picked up his phone and checked his account balance. Before going to Shanghai, Cao Pingwa had more than 73 million in cash, including the remaining 33 million he had spent and the 40 million he received as pregnancy maintenance fee from Li Jing. The total cost of a trip to Shanghai was more than 2 million yuan, plus he bought a house worth 12 million yuan, so his current account balance is more than 59 million yuan. After a little thought, Cao Pingwa transferred 13 million yuan to Jin Yao via online banking and handed her his ID card. Yao Yao, 12 million is for buying the house. You can arrange the rest of the money. Renovate what needs to be renovated and replace all the furniture and appliances. If you don't have enough money, just tell me directly. Jin Yao said seriously, I understand, husband. Seeing Cao Pingwa handing such a large sum of money directly to Jin Yao to manage, Qian Wan, who was sitting next to her, was extremely jealous. Honey, sister Jin Yao is pregnant now, so it's not very convenient for her to move around. Why don't you let me take care of buying a house and arranging things? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, okay, you can help Yao Yao with the specific matters, and she will just be responsible for the accounts. Qian Wan. All right. When Jin Yao saw that Cao Pingwa saw through Qian Wan's little plan, she couldn't help but lower her head and cover her mouth with her hands and laugh. Chapter 108 Christmas Eve, Part 1. It was almost noon the next day. As soon as Cao Pingwa walked into his office, he found that there was an 18-year-old female college student named Jiang Xinxin in his secretary's office. She had delicate features and was not wearing any makeup. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail. She lowered her head slightly, revealing her fair and delicate neck. She was wearing a loose, old sports suit. Seeing Cao Pingwa coming, Qian Wan and Yu Qian immediately stood up from their seats. Good morning, boss. Yu Qian walked over quickly and helped Cao Pingwa take off the coat he was wearing over his suit. Qian Wan turned around and whispered to Jiang Xinxin. Xinxin, why are you still sitting there like an idiot? Hurry up and get up and say hello to the boss. Jiang Xinxin quickly stood up obediently, but still lowered her head and dared not look into Cao Pingwa's eyes. She said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. Good morning, boss. Cao Pingwa opened his arms and let Yu Qian help him take off his coat, while glancing at the old mobile phone with a broken screen in Jiang Xinxin's hand. Xiao Wan, first take her to buy some formal clothes for work, and then take her to buy a better work phone. Qian Wan, okay, boss. When Jiang Xinxin heard this, she quickly and nervously whispered, Boss, I don't have money to buy clothes, let alone a new phone. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha 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 ha, Xinxin, don't worry. The company will reimburse you for these expenses. Just follow Secretary Qian. An hour later, Jiang Xinxin, wearing a white long-sleeved shirt on the upper body, a black skirt on the lower body, velvet black stockings on the legs, and flat black leather shoes on the feet, reappeared in front of Cao Pingwa. Her innocent looks and OL style of dressing make her look pure and sexy. Boss, Xinxin doesn't know how to wear high heels yet, so I bought her 2 pairs of flat shoes first. Qian Wan, who was standing next to her, explained. Well, it's okay. You and Qian will teach her slowly later. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Xinxin, you're not ugly. Why do you always keep your head down? Hearing the boss words, the introverted Jiang Xinxin had to slowly raise her head and looked at Cao Pingwa with a red face. When Cao Pingwa looked into Jiang Xinxin's clear peach blossom eyes, he immediately felt an urge to commit a crime and a strong desire to protect her. Pure, so pure. However, if you want to eat such a simple and innocent girl, you can't be too impatient. So Cao Pingwa plans to let her get familiar with him slowly first. Xinxin, from today on, you will be my intern secretary. Your salary is 5,000 yuan a month, and you will just follow Secretary Qian's instructions on work matters. 5,000 a month. Jiang Xinxin's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened instantly. Cao Pingao laughed and said, "Why? Do you think it's too little?" Jiang Xinxin blushed and said quickly, "No, no, no. I'm a part-time secretary. How could I think 5,000 yuan a month is too little? That's good. Xiaowan, take her to the Human Resources Department first, and then show her around the company so she can get familiar with the environment." "Okay, boss." Qian Wan, like a caring older sister, reached out and took Jiang Xinxin's hand and led her out. As soon as they walked out of the inner office, they met the general manager Jinjia, who came to report on his work. Secretary Qian, who is this?" Qian Wan smiled and said, "Her name is Jiang Xinxin. She's the boss's new secretary. I'm just about to take her to the Human Resources Department to complete the onboarding procedures." "Oh, I see." At the beginning of the month, the first secretary Jean Yao, who was pregnant, had taken a long paid leave and went home to take care of the baby. Now the third secretary Qian Wan's belly is obviously bulging. Therefore, colleagues in the company were gossiping that the feng shui of the chairman's office was very good and full of pregnancy energy, and that the second secretary Yu Qian's belly would grow bigger sooner or later. Jinjia looked at Jiang Xinxin, whose eyes were clear and innocent and whose face was a little too childish, and couldn't help but feel worried about her. Time flies, and it is the end of December, and Christmas Eve and Christmas, which are loved by businesses of all sizes, are also coming. Generally speaking, major holidays like these are the most difficult and busiest times for the scumbag Sea Kings. But Cao Pingwa is not an ordinary scumbag. He gave the 7 girls in his family a vaccination in advance. I, Cao Pingwa, am a patriotic young man and never celebrate those foreign festivals. Of course, he also gave each of the 7 girls 50,000 yuan in holiday money. Cao Pingwa feels that it is money well spent to buy peace and freedom for 350,000 yuan. On Christmas Eve, the Begonia Club was packed with people and noisy. Cao Pingao walked into the office behind the bar, took off his coat and hung it on the hanger at the door, then locked the door. Then, with a smirk on his face, he walked towards Chen Shooting, who was sitting at the desk. "Sister, I'm here to spend Christmas Eve with you." "Oh, don't be so impatient," Chen Shooting said with a blush on her pretty face. "I called you over here because I have something important to tell you." Cao Pingao put his mouth close to Chen Shooting's ear. "Sister, you tell me." While Chen Shooting endured Cao Pinggao's harassment, she said, "The bar's business has been good in the past 6 months. I have prepared 3.5 million yuan, 3 million for the principal, and 500,000 yuan for interest. Sis, we have such a good relationship, so there's no need to pay interest." "That won't do. Even if they're siblings, they still have to settle accounts." Chen Shooting picked up her phone and made some calls. "I've transferred the money to you. Please check it." "I'm not interested in money. I'm only interested in beautiful sisters now." Stinky little brother. Chapter 109 Christmas Eve, Part 2. After a period of lovemaking, Cao Pingao sat in the boss chair, while Chen Shooting sat in his arms and leaned on his shoulder to rest. "Pingao, you haven't come to see me for a long time. I thought you had forgotten me, your godsister." "How could that be? I'll never forget my sister, even if I forget anyone else." "Humph, a man's mouth is a lie." Chen Shooting hugged Cao Pinggao's neck and kissed his cheek. "Stinky brother, let's do it again, okay?" Cao Pingao grinned. "Desk." Chen Shooting blushed and shook her head. "It's too hard." "Sofa." Okay." Cao Pingwa picked up the plump Chen Shooting in his arms, walked to the big sofa in the office, and gently put her down. The two had just started kissing when the intercom on the desk rang. "Boss, there are a few drunk foreigners causing trouble in the booths in Section B on the first floor." When Chen Shooting heard this, she quickly said to Cao Pingao, who was holding her down, "Stinky brother, stop for a moment. I have to go check on the situation. Hey, you have security in your store. Let your people handle it. Let's continue our business." "Oh no, it's Christmas Eve tonight, and there are too many people in the store. It would be bad if something happened." "Okay." Cao Pingwa reluctantly let go of Chen Shooting, then quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the office. After passing through the bustling first-floor lobby, Cao Pingwa and Chen Shooting came to the booth in Area B together. I saw 5 or 6 bar security guards and 7 or 8 male waiters gathered in a circle, and inside was a table of Russians who were obviously drunk. There were a total of 5 Russians, all of them tall and strong, with broad backs and strong arms. Cao Pingao estimated that the shortest one was about the same height as himself, who was 185 centimeters tall. No wonder so many security guards and male waiters only dared to stand far away. Chen Shooting frowned slightly. "What's going on?" The nearest male waiter quickly stepped forward and said, "Boss, these foreigners ordered drinks and didn't want to pay. If we didn't serve them, they would just grab the drinks from the people at the next table and drink them. We asked them to pay and leave, but they kept mumbling in a foreign language that we couldn't understand at all. Cao Pingwa, who was standing nearby, said, "Just call the police and let them deal with them. Please don't call the police." Suddenly, a tall, long-legged, blonde and blue-eyed beautiful girl squeezed in from the crowd. Cao Pingwa immediately activated the system in his mind. Name, Anna Alexeyevna Romanova. Age, 23. No makeup, 88 points. Body, 93 points. Master's student, 2 former writers, non-smoker, mild alcoholic, 3 tattoos, in good health. The system judged it as unqualified. Although I can't get the system reward, this beautiful girl who has only experienced 2 writers is already very clean, and it's nice to make a friend with her. Anna said to Chun shooting in Chinese with a slight accent. Boss, please don't call the police yet. They are my friends. I'll pay for their drinks, and I'll take them all away quietly. Chun shooting, who is 173 centimeters tall, raised her head slightly, looked at Anna, who was about the same height as Cao Pingwa, and made a please gesture. Seeing this, the security guards and male waiters quickly made way. Thanks. Anna strode over to the table of 5 drunken men and began to communicate with them in Russian. However, the 5 drunk Russians were obviously unwilling to leave. They continued to wave to the male waiters in the bar, obviously asking the waiters to continue serving drinks. Anna's Russian became more and more excited, and she even tried to pull a Russian man up from his seat. Unexpectedly, the Russian slapped Anna's little face with the back of his hand, and the force was so great that she fell to the ground. Fuck. Cao Pingwa came to Anna's side in one step, squatted down, and asked gently, "How are you?" Anna covered her face with her fair right hand, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm fine. Please don't call the police." Cao Pingwa said helplessly, "With the situation today, it will be difficult to resolve it if we don't call the police." "Hey, Chinese man, don't touch my girlfriend." Cao Pingwa looked back and saw that the person who spoke was the Russian who had just beaten someone. "He's your boyfriend?" Anna, who was sitting on the ground, covered her face and shouted to the Mauzi who stood up, "Yaresta stabork." "Not now," Anna said to Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa stood up with a smile. "So you can actually speak Chinese. Get the hell out of here with your 4 drunk friends. Do you understand?" Mauzi said with disdain. "Sucabuli." Cao Pingwa punched him directly in the face, causing him to step back several steps and bleed from his nose. "I understand what you said, Mad. Saka." When the other 4 Russians saw their companion being beaten, they all stood up and walked towards Cao Pingwa. Upon seeing this, Chen Shooting quickly shouted to the security guards and male waiters, "Come on, everyone. I'll pay for the medical expenses and triple your salary this month." After a melee, the 5 drunk Russians were all knocked to the ground. 4 of the security guards and male waiters who were assisting had minor bruises on their faces. Cao Pingwa, who had level 5 fighting skills and was dealing damage, only received a punch on the left cheek. In fact, if the security guards and male waiters had not rushed over to cause trouble and made the battlefield too crowded, Cao Pingwa would probably not have been hit by the punch. "Call the police," Chen Shooting said to her men while looking at the wound on Cao Pingwa's face with heartache. "Please don't call the police," Anna said to Chen Shooting in a pleading tone. Chen Shooting frowned slightly. "If we don't call the police, won't your 5 friends who got beaten call the police?" "No, they are all Mexicans. They don't dare to make a big fuss." Chen Shooting. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "That's true. If I were to be deported now, I'd probably die." Seeing this, Anna quickly pulled up the 5 traitors one by one from the ground. Ermao, who lost the fight, no longer had his previous stubborn temper. After muttering a few words in Russian, they supported each other and left. In the owner's office behind the bar, Chen Shooting, with eyes full of heartache, applied some Yunnan Baiyao on Cao Pingwa's face and gently rubbed the wound for him. "Does it hurt?" "Fine. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting." Anna, who was standing next to him, looked at Cao Pingwa with admiration. "Alexei and the others have all practiced boxing. I can't believe none of them could beat you." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "I have many helpers." Anna smiled and shook her head. "I feel like you'd be able to fight more smoothly without those helpers." Chen Shooting turned her head and glanced at Anna, who was wearing only a black suspender dress with a short leather jacket on the outside, with 2 long legs bare and a pair of UGG snow boots on her feet. "Your friend's problem has been resolved. You can go back. But I still haven't paid for the drinks my friend owes me, and the things he broke." "Forget it. You didn't drink the wine, and you didn't break anything." Chen Shooting turned around and continued to rub Cao Pingwa's face. "Besides, after the fight, my business is booming again." "Thank you, beautiful boss." Anna smoothed the strands of blonde hair from her forehead and said, "Oh, by the way, my name is Anna. Nice to meet you." Cao Pingwa smiled innocently and said, "My name is Cao Pingwa, and I'm glad to meet you, Anna." Chen Shooting glared at him with jealousy in her eyes. "Hey, handsome guy, are you driving?" Anna asked, blinking her beautiful blue eyes. "It's open, what's wrong?" Anna looked a little ambiguous and said, "Tonight is Christmas Eve. It's hard to get a taxi outside now. Can you take me back to school?" "Which school are you from?" Chen Shooting suddenly asked. "I'm an international student at Jiangxing University, currently a first-year graduate student at the School of Political Science and Administration." Upon hearing that Anna was actually her schoolmate, Chen Shooting's attitude softened significantly. She looked at Cao Pingwa with a thoughtful expression and said, "The little girl has asked you to take her back to school, so just do it." Cao Pingwa smiled innocently again and said, "Then I'll send her to Jiangda first, and then come back to find you." Chapter 110 Christmas Eve, Part 2. Note: the previous chapter has been revised. Anna is still set as a playmate type, female character without system rewards according to the original plan. As soon as you walk out of the door of Haitang Club, the dry and cold air outside hits you in the face. Cao Pingwa immediately tightened his woolen coat and glanced at Anna, who was standing next to him with her long bare legs. "Aren't you cold wearing so little?" Anna shook her head. "The winter in Jiangxing is much warmer than the winter in my hometown." "Ha ha ha, that's true. Let's go, my car is over there." Afterwards, Cao Pingwa took Anna to a bright silver Porsche 911. Anna's beautiful blue eyes widened instantly. "Is this Porsche yours?" "Right." Cao Pingwa took out his car keys, unlocked the sports car, and then sat in the driver's seat in a cool manner. Anna also happily opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Can my seat be reclined?" Cao Pingwa turned his head and saw that Anna's long, snow-white legs were indeed a little difficult to stretch out. "The adjustment button is on the side of the chair. You can reach it with your hand." "Okay." After finding the button, Anna adjusted the seat to the rearmost position in one breath. "I feel much better now." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Then fasten your seat belts. We'll set off right away." The silver Porsche 911 sped through the night of Jiangxing. Probably because it was Christmas Eve tonight, the streets were still full of vehicles and pedestrians after 10 p.m. The closer to Jiangda, the more congested the road became. When Cao Pingwa drove the car to the vicinity of Guangbutan, the 8-lane road in both directions was completely blocked. "If the traffic continues like this, will your dormitory be locked?" Anna looked calm. "Almost." Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Then why don't you seem anxious at all?" Anna looked out the window at the brightly lit streets. "There's no point getting anxious about the traffic jam. The dormitory is locked, so I'll stay in a hotel outside the school." As expected, the traffic jam did not start to ease until after 11 o'clock. "The dormitory door is locked now. I'm not going back to school." Anna turned to Cao Pingwa and said, "Just take me to a nearby hotel." "Okay." Cao Pingwa turned the steering wheel and drove the car to the door of the Hilton Hotel. "Hilton." Anna glanced at the hotel sign and smiled. "Handsome, why did you send me here? I, an ordinary international student, can't afford to stay in this hotel." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll pay for your room." Anna stared at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous look for a while, then unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Hilton Hotel front desk. "Sir, our hotel's standard rooms and king-size rooms are all fully booked tonight." Cao Pingwa handed over his ID card. "Then let's get a top-floor presidential suite." Anna stood beside Cao Pingwa without saying a word, just looking at his profile with rich eyes. "Yes, sir." While helping Cao Pingwa check in, the lady at the front desk couldn't help but glance at Anna, who was tall, had long legs, delicate features, and a pair of long legs bare. After Cao Pingwa took the room card and led Anna to the elevator in the lobby, several receptionists immediately started gossiping among themselves. "Wow, that foreign beauty just now was so tall and beautiful. She must be over 1.8 meters tall, right? She must be over 1.8 meters tall. Haven't you seen her long legs? They're longer than my life. This foreign beauty has really three-dimensional facial features. I'm just a little curious. She's not even wearing leggings in the middle of winter. Isn't it cold with her bare legs? She looks like a Russian beauty. I guess Jiangxing's winter is no problem for her." After taking the elevator upstairs and swiping the card to enter the presidential suite, Anna immediately took off her snow boots and walked around the room with a look of joy. "This room is so beautiful." She walked barefoot to Cao Pingwa and said, "Thank you for teaching my ex-boyfriend a lesson for me, and thank you and your friends for not calling the police to arrest them." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "You're welcome. Also, thank you for driving me back to school and paying for my hotel room." Anna took a step forward and kissed Cao Pingwa lightly on the cheek, then stood back to her original position. "You've paid for tonight's room. I'll pay you back after my salary as a part-time model arrives. Okay. Cao Pingwa respected Anna's choice. Then you should get some rest early. I'm leaving now. He just turned around casually when Anna grabbed his arm again. Will you stay with me for a while longer? I don't want to spend Christmas Eve alone. Of course. Cao Pingwa turned around and smiled. He took off his coat and put it on the sofa, then walked to the wine cabinet. How about we have some wine together? Anna smiled and nodded. So Cao Pingwa quickly opened a bottle of red wine, took 2 high-heeled glasses, and went to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room with Anna. They watched the night view of Jiangxing on Christmas Eve while drinking and chatting. That beautiful female owner of the bar just now is your girlfriend, right? Will she be unhappy that you came back late? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha ha, Anna, you misunderstood. She is my godsister. Sister, Anna said with a wicked smile, looking at him sideways. Why do I feel like you two are more like a couple? Seeing this, Cao Pingwa quickly changed the subject and said, Anna, you speak Chinese very well. How many years have you been in China? It's been more than 3 years. I came to Jiangda as an exchange student during my sophomore year. Anna took a sip of red wine and said, I like China and Jiangxing very much, so after finishing my undergraduate studies, I chose to stay in Jiangda for graduate studies. Cao Pingwa nodded. So what major did you study as a graduate student? I chose international politics, and his big blue eyes sparkled. My dream is to become a diplomat after graduation. Ha 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 ha. A beauty like you really has an advantage as a diplomat. Cao Pingwa took a sip of red wine and said, If I were your negotiating opponent, it would be hard for me to disagree with your request. Anna smiled happily, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Thank you. As they chatted, Anna's blue eyes with extra-long eyelashes suddenly revealed a hint of sadness. I used to spend Christmas Eve with my family, but this year is the first time I'm spending Christmas alone, and I really miss my parents and my sister Sophia. I understand. Cao Pingwa couldn't bear to see the beautiful girl sad, so he quickly reached out and touched Anna's shoulder to comfort her. In your culture, Christmas Eve and Chinese New Year are the same as our New Year's Eve and Spring Festival. If I were to spend New Year's Eve alone abroad, I would definitely miss home. She turned to Cao Pingwa and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Thank you for staying with me. You're welcome. Cao Pingwa gently placed his hand on Anna's shoulder on her slender waist, but did not take any further inappropriate action. After the two of them leaned against each other in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for a while, a series of colorful fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. Anna murmured, How beautiful. It's past 12 o'clock. Cao Pingwa glanced at his phone and said gently, Merry Christmas, Anna, and I wish you and your family a healthy and happy New Year. Thank you, and I wish you a Merry Christmas, too. After saying that, Anna held the red wine glass in one hand, touched Cao Pingwa's cheek with the other hand, and then took the initiative to kiss him. Chapter 111 Christmas, Part 1. Cao Pingwa glanced at the WeChat message sent by Chen shooting on his phone, then looked down at Anna, who had blonde hair and snow-white skin. Miss Cao, sister, I won't go home tonight. I'll come to see you in a few days. Chen shooting, who was sitting in the office, was of course a little jealous, but she only replied to the philandering Cao Pingwa with 4 words. Be safe. As soon as Cao Pingwa put down his phone, Anna, who had a pair of snow-white headlights, came over and kissed him again. Is it your godsister who's urging you to go back? Ha 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 no. She told me to be careful. Be careful? I'm just a little girl. Can I really eat you? It's not impossible. You weren't. Anna blushed and quickly covered Cao Pingwa's mouth with her fair and slender little hands to stop him from continuing. After they lay together for a while, Anna lay on Cao Pingwa's strong chest and said, I didn't expect you to be so strong and physically fit. Those rumors about Chinese men being incompetent are definitely false. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, Fortunately, I saved a few big tonic pills before, otherwise I would have embarrassed the men of the whole country tonight. Anna suddenly raised her head, her beautiful blue eyes full of anticipation. Honey, can you go on? Certainly. Anna, tonight I will let you see the strength of our Chinese men. 9 a.m. the next day. Anna slowly opened her eyes and found that the Chinese man with whom she had had in-depth conversation for several hours last night was no longer beside her. She stretched, put on her black suspender skirt without any underwear, and walked into the bathroom in the bedroom barefoot. Cao Pingwa, who was brushing his teeth in front of the basin, saw Anna come in, moved to the side, took out a toothbrush from the hotel, squeezed toothpaste on it, and handed it to her. Anna took the toothbrush and brushed her teeth while tidying her long golden hair in front of the mirror. Honey, we played until 4 a.m. last night. Why are you up so early? Cao Pingwa spit out the white foam from his mouth and said, I have to catch the noon flight to the Magic City. Are you still going to work today, Christmas Day? It's not work. I'm going to celebrate a good friend's birthday. Anna stopped brushing her teeth, looked at him in the mirror with an ambiguous look, and smiled. Female friend. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Yes. Anna continued brushing her teeth with a smile on her face, not seeming jealous at all. I also have a few good friends studying in Shanghai, and I really want to go meet them. Cao Pingwa's eyes were gradually attracted by the swaying curves of Anna's chest. Then you can fly to Shanghai with me later. Anna shook her head. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. I'm a little short of money recently. Hey, the plane tickets are just a few dollars. I'll cover your round-trip tickets to Shanghai. That's not good. Anna frowned slightly. I haven't even paid you back for last night's hotel stay. How can I ask you to buy me a plane ticket? Cao Pingwa thought for a while and said with a smile. Anna, are we good friends now? Anna blinked her blue eyes and nodded again. Of course, dear. How about a good friend give you 2 plane tickets as a Christmas gift? Anna was stunned for half a second, and immediately a happy smile appeared on her face. Thank you, dear. What do you want for Christmas? Cao Pingwa showed a wicked smile and patted her, but lightly. Because Anna was only wearing a short dress made of thin fabric, the rebound feeling was quite strong. I received a wonderful Christmas gift last night that I will never forget. Anna's face flushed slightly, her eyes moving. Will you never forget it? Cao Pingwa said seriously. Well, you are my first foreign girl. I will never forget you in my life. Anna put down her toothbrush, put her long, white arms around Cao Pingwa's neck, and gave him a minty kiss. What time is the flight? 12:30. Anna used her elastic upper body curves to press against his chest. Honey, do you want to review your unforgettable Christmas gift? Cao Pingwa, whose blood was already boiling, grinned. I couldn't ask for more. At the entrance of Hilton Hotel, next to the shiny black Mercedes Maybach S680 stood Liu Ruyan, wearing a long black coat. Just when he was wondering why Boss Cao hadn't come down yet, and was about to miss the plane, he saw Cao Pingwa walking out of the hotel door with a blonde, blue-eyed, delicate-featured Eastern European beauty who was about the same height as him. Oh my God, what a beautiful girl. The boss is something. This is Anna, my new friend. Cao Pingwa introduced. This is Liu Ruyan, my driver and bodyguard. You still need a bodyguard? Anna laughed. Ha ha, of course. My fists and feet can deal with ordinary people. Old Liu is the real master. Liu Ruyan opened the back door and let the two sit in the back seat. Then he immediately trotted back to the driver's seat, started the car, and rushed to Tianhe Airport. Liu Ruyan, with delicate makeup, stood in front of the open cabin door and greeted the passengers who boarded the plane with a standard smile, together with other flight attendants and the crew. Today she was wearing a white top with blue flowers, a dark blue skirt, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and black flat shoes on her feet. Because of work needs, her long black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her tall and white neck. Didn't he book first class? Why hasn't he boarded the plane yet? Just as Liu Ruyan was muttering about Cao Pingwa in her heart, she saw his tall figure appear at the far end of the boarding bridge. When Cao Pingwa walked to the cabin door, Liu Ruyan was about to greet him happily when she suddenly found that he was holding the arm of a stunning foreign beauty who was wearing cool clothes and had a pair of long legs exposed. Chapter 112. Work and Play. Liu Ruyan didn't know why she suddenly felt jealous. Who is this beautiful lady? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, My friend Anna. Anna looked at Cao Pingwa with a thoughtful expression. Do you know this beautiful flight attendant? Yes, we met on the plane before. Liu Ruyan, having regained consciousness, quickly said, Please go in and take your seats. The passengers behind you are still waiting to board. In first class. Because Anna's ticket was bought by Cao Pingwa at the last minute in the morning, the two people's seats were not connected. After obtaining the consent of the flight attendant Liu Ruyan, Anna walked over to a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head with a smile. Hello. The bald man saw a super beautiful, blonde foreign girl approaching him in first class, and his confidence instantly exploded. Hello, beautiful lady. Can you do me a favor? Anna asked. The bald man smiled brightly, and he had already come up with names for the mixed-race babies he and Anna would have. Of course. Do you need me to help you with your luggage? Anna smiled and said, No, I'm with the handsome guy next to you. I want to switch seats with you. The bald man turned his head and saw Cao Pingwa looking at him with a smug look on his face. The joy on his face disappeared instantly. Okay. Since the beauty had spoken and he had responded positively before, the balding man had no choice but to stand up with gritted teeth and reluctantly gave his seat to Anna. After the plane took off, because of the noise in the cabin, when Cao Pingwa and Anna were sitting together and chatting, you leaned over to say a few words in my ear, and I leaned over to say a few words in your ear. The two of them were chatting intimately, and Liu Ruyan next to them saw it all. Her mood, which was already not very good because she had to work overtime during the holidays, became even worse now. In the food preparation area, Liu Ruyan was pouting as she prepared meals for the passengers in the first-class cabin. Suddenly the curtain was lifted and Cao Pingwa came in. "Hey, your little mouth is pouting so high. Who made our beautiful Liu angry?" Liu Ruyan didn't even look at him. "Humph, what kind of beauty am I? Your foreign friend is the real beauty." Cao Pingwa is very clear in his mind. Anna outside is entertainment, and Liu Ruyan inside is work. He wants it all, work and play. Are you jealous? Cao Pingwa leaned on the operating table with a sly smile on his face. Why would I be jealous? Liu Ruyan would never admit it. We are just ordinary friends who have just known each other for a month and have had dinner together twice. I don't want to be just friends with you. Cao Pingwa smiled and took out a Cartier jewelry box tied with a bow ribbon from behind his back and placed it in Liu Ruyan's hand. I know you must be in a bad mood because you have to work overtime on Christmas, so I brought you a small gift to cheer you up. Liu Ruyan held the jewelry box, her smile growing more pronounced. How did you know I like Cartier? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, what's so difficult about this? Just look at your circle of friends and you'll know. Liu Ruyan was surprised. Do you often check my moments? Why haven't I seen you like or leave a comment on my post? Cao Pingwa thought to himself, if I like and leave a comment on your post, won't I be exposed? I wanted to give you a surprise, so I've been watching you silently. After hearing Cao Pingwa's nonsense, Liu Ruyan felt much better. My boyfriend never checks my WeChat moments and doesn't understand what I really like. Can I check it out now? Sure. Liu Ruyan carefully untied the bow ribbon, then opened the jewelry box, and her eyes widened instantly. Trinity necklace, she couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. I really like this necklace. I've been saving money to buy it. Liu Ruyan looked at Cao Pingwa with touched eyes. But isn't this necklace a bit too expensive? It's only 98,000. Christmas only comes once a year, so I should give you a nice gift. Cao Pingwa took out a gold necklace from the jewelry box and asked, let me try it on for you? Yeah. Liu Ruyan turned around with a red face. Cao Pingwa stepped forward, stood close to Liu Ruyan's back, and put the necklace on her fair and slender neck. After putting on the necklace, he pinched Liu Ruyan's petite shoulders with his hands and put his head over her shoulders. Cao Pingwa looked down at the gold pendant on Liu Ruyan's chest and the spring scenery in her collar, while smelling the perfume and body fragrance on her neck. It's so beautiful. This necklace suits you so well. Liu Ruyan felt the man's breath beside her ear and said shyly, thank you. Cao Pingwa felt that the atmosphere was already ambiguous enough, so he tried to kiss Liu Ruyan on the cheek, but she just blushed and didn't show any objection. So his big mouth groped along Liu Ruyan's smooth face and reached her cherry lips. After kissing for a while, Liu Ruyan, who had reacted, suddenly broke free from Cao Pingwa's arms. Oh, why are you like this? I told you I already have a boyfriend. Cao Pingwa smacked his lips and said with a wicked smile, Xiaoyan, you are so beautiful. I couldn't help myself for a moment. Hate. Liu Ruyan bit her lip and said, okay, go back to your seat now. I need to hurry up and prepare the meal, otherwise the other passengers will rush me. Okay. As Cao Pingwa turned around, he heard Liu Ruyan shouting behind him. Hey. He turned back and saw the beautiful stewardess touching the yellow gold, white gold, and rose gold pendant on her chest. Thank you for your Christmas gift. I like it very much. Outside the arrival gate at Hangzhou Airport, Chen Shui had delicate light makeup on her face, and her long hair, which had just been washed in the morning, was draped softly over her shoulders. She wore a khaki coat on the outside, a tight-fitting white turtleneck sweater on the inside, black trousers on the bottom, and a pair of white high heels on her feet. As soon as the tall and strong Cao Pingwa walked out of the gate, she immediately greeted him happily. Did the journey go smoothly? Chen Shui put her arm around his waist and asked with her head raised. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. It went quite smoothly. Chen Shui leaned her face into his arms with a happy expression. Dear, thank you for coming all the way to Shanghai to spend Christmas with me. Cao Pingwa bent down and kissed her cheek, saying lovingly, Christmas comes once a year, so of course I have to spend it with my Xiaoxua. Suddenly, Chen Shui saw a tall, long-legged, blonde, blue-eyed beauty walking past them. Wow, that foreign beauty is so tall and has such long legs. Chen Shui pointed at Anna's back and said, look, I think she's almost as tall as you. Cao Pingwa caressed Chen Shui's cheek and said with a smile, don't trick me into looking at other beauties. I only have eyes for you now. Chapter 113 Christmas, Part 2. In a high-end restaurant in Shanghai, colleagues from Exhibition Department 1 and Exhibition Department 2 of Oriental Exhibition Company are preparing to have a Christmas dinner together here. Jiang Fan, the director of Exhibition Department 1, walked into the box. Chen Shui hasn't arrived yet. A female colleague from the exhibition department too replied. Miss Chen just sent me a message saying she'll be there soon. Jiang Fan sat down in the main seat farthest from the door. Then let's order first. At this time, a female colleague sitting next to Jiang Fan saw him holding a Cartier gift paper bag and asked curiously, Boss Jiang, is this Christmas gift for Boss Chen? Jiang Fan smiled and said, yes. So what exactly is the gift? A lady's watch. The female colleague was full of gossip. Cartier watches, they are not cheap. Jiang Fan said with a smug look on his face. Not bad. It's less than 40,000 yuan. The actual price is 31,800. Hearing Jiang Fan say this, the room immediately exploded. Oh my god, a 40,000 yuan Christmas gift. Mr. Jiang, you have a really good relationship with our Mr. Chen. Boss Jiang, are you planning to take advantage of the Christmas gift-giving opportunity to confess your feelings to our Boss Chen? As a native of Shanghai, Jiang Fan was full of confidence and didn't bother to hide anything. I do plan to send Chen Shui home after the dinner tonight, and then give her a gift and confess my love for her. Do you think I will succeed? Of course it will succeed. Mr. Jiang, you are handsome, a native of Shanghai, and your family owns 2 houses there. With such good conditions, it will be difficult for Ms. Chen to refuse you. That's right, President Jiang and our President Chen are a perfect match, talented and beautiful. Yes. My colleagues at the company have been gossiping recently, wondering when President Jiang and President Chen will officially be together. Mr. Jiang, if you give me such a valuable gift, it's absolutely a sure thing. Listening to the compliments in the room, Jiang Fan felt that he had the right time, place, and people to pursue Chen Shui. There is no reason why the dragon riding on the face will not succeed. Okay, then everyone, help me liven up the atmosphere during the dinner party. If the atmosphere is right, I'll confess my feelings right then and there. Jiang Fan waved his hand with a confident look. After I successfully confess my feelings tonight, I'll treat everyone to a big dinner some other day. Good. Yeah. Boss Jiang is so domineering. The atmosphere in the box was pushed to a climax again. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Chen Shui, with a rosy complexion, pushed the door open with her right hand and walked in, holding the hand of the tall and handsome Cao Pingwa with her left hand. Jiang Fan. Dear colleagues, seeing that everyone in the room was looking at her with gossipy eyes, Chen Shui blushed slightly as she introduced herself. He's my boyfriend, Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa waved his hand with a relaxed look on his face. Hello, everyone. Hello. While the colleagues responded to Cao Pingwa one after another, they secretly glanced at Jiang Fan, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Pingwa, please sit down first. I'll ask the waiter to add another seat. Chen Shui first asked Cao Pingwa to sit next to Jiang Fan. That was the seat Jiang Fan specially reserved for her. Then she added another seat between Cao Pingwa and the female colleague next to her and sat down. What were you guys talking about so animatedly? This. My colleagues at the table looked at each other. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and said, Nothing. We're just discussing what to order. Yes. Everyone quickly agreed. After the brief awkwardness, the atmosphere in the box quickly returned to normal. After all, they were all shrewd people who had been working in the office for many years, and they all tacitly pretended that nothing had happened before Chen Shui and Cao Pingwa appeared. Only Jiang Fan put the Cartier paper bag aside silently with a grim face. Chen Shui held the tablet for ordering food in her hand and leaned intimately on Cao Pingwa's arm. What do you want to eat? I'll help you order. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I'm fine with anything. I'll eat whatever you order. I'm not picky. Seeing Chen Shui, who has always been aloof and domineering in the company, now acting so docile in front of her boyfriend, the female colleagues couldn't help but gossip. No wonder you look so good lately, Mr. Chen. It turns out you've been nourished by love. Oh, you guys are making me feel embarrassed. Hearing her colleagues say that they were nourished by love, Chen Shui's already rosy face became even redder. Cao Pingwa actually arrived in Shanghai at 3 p.m. Chen Shui had originally planned to take him home to put his luggage down and rest for a while before joining the colleagues for dinner. As soon as they got home, they became so passionate about each other that they even forgot about time. That's why Chen Shui and Cao Pingwa were a few minutes late just now. After ordering, while waiting for the dishes to arrive, the female colleagues started gossiping again. Mr. Chen, could you please give us a detailed introduction to your boyfriend? We'd really like to know who's so capable of pursuing the beautiful Chen Shui from our Oriental exhibition. Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingwa lovingly and said with a blushing face, You tell it yourself. Can you tell me anything? Cao Pingwa asked jokingly. Chen Shui bit her lip and lightly hit his arm with her fist. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone here is my colleague. If you make me embarrassed to go to the company in the future, I will never let you go. The colleagues nearby immediately started to make a noise. We just like to hear things that can't be said. Ha! Cao Pingwa smiled and said, actually, your general manager Chun and I were high school classmates. But I pursued her for 3 years in high school, but she ignored me. Chun Shui smiled and rolled her eyes at him. You chased me for 3 years? You also chased Song Sherwin from class 2, Li Zihan from class 5, and Su Qianqian from class 13. When his colleagues heard this, they started to make a noise again. Scumbag. Ha ha ha. Cao Pingwa said frankly. No, those are all rumors. I only liked you for the 3 years of high school. Chun Shui's mouth corners slightly raised. Okay, I believe you for now. Cao Pingwa took a sip of tea and continued. After the college entrance examination, I went to study at Huazhong University of Science and Technology in Jiangxing, and your Mr. Chun came to Fudan University in Shanghai. We lost contact for a while. It wasn't until this year's National Day holiday that we ran into each other again at a high school reunion in my hometown and discovered that we still liked each other. Then I'll use all my strength and perseverance to win over your Mr. Chun. A female colleague asked, are you also working in Shanghai now? Chun Shui took the initiative to explain on Cao Pingwa's behalf. He opened an MCN company in Jiangxing, so we are actually in a long-distance relationship now. Wow, long-distance relationship, Mr. Chun. You and your boyfriend have such a great relationship. Jiang Fan, who had been picking up his ears nearby, heard this and felt that he was fine again. Long-distance relationship? Then I have plenty of opportunities to poach people. You're just high school classmates with a few shared memories, but I'm a Shanghai native with 2 houses. What right do you, a country bumpkin from Jiangxing, have to compete with me? A relationship without material foundation is like a pile of loose sand. A female colleague suddenly asked, hey, Mr. Chun, that Cartier watch you're wearing is so beautiful. I've never seen you wear one before. Chun Shui glanced at Cao Pingwa with a happy expression. This is the Christmas gift he just gave me today. Wow, a Cartier watch shouldn't be cheap, right? Cao Pingwa said calmly. It's not expensive, just over 300,000 yuan. Jiang Fan. Chapter 114, A Part of Play. Jiang Fan shouted in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just because they're in a relationship, he buys her a watch worth over 300,000 yuan. Is this idiot crazy? The colleagues around him exclaimed in admiration. Wow, Mr. Chun, your boyfriend is so rich. I'm so envious of you, Mr. Chun. If my boyfriend could give me a 300,000 yuan Cartier watch, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Chun Shui's face flushed, and she tried hard to suppress the upward curve of her lips. He bought me such an expensive Christmas gift without even telling me in advance. If I had known in advance, I definitely wouldn't have let him spend money like that. Hey, Mr. Chun, how can this be called wasting money? Whether a man loves you or not can be most directly seen from how much money he is willing to spend on you. Jiang Fan, who was sitting next to him, suddenly felt that this sentence was particularly harsh. But he still comforted himself in his heart. I am a local who owns 2 houses in Shanghai. A rural nouveau riche with a little money is not worth my attention at all. Soon, a table of delicious food was served, and colleagues from Exhibition Department 1 and Exhibition Department 2 ate and chatted. Seeing that his immediate boss was overshadowed by Cao Pingwa, who suddenly appeared, a male colleague under Jiang Fan took the initiative to pass on the message. Boss Jiang, I heard that the price of your house in Pudong has increased quite a bit, right? Jiang Fan's face was filled with pride, and he secretly gave his subordinates an affirmative look. Hey, not much, only from 8.5 million to 9 million. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the discussion about housing prices resumed at the dinner table. The real estate market across the country is not doing well right now, but housing prices in our metropolis are still holding up. Prices in the core area and good locations are indeed still rising, but the situation in the outer suburbs doesn't seem to be improving either. Hey, it would be great if the rent could be reduced a little bit. The little salary I get every month doesn't leave much after paying the rent. I feel the same way. We are basically just working for the landlord. At this time, a female colleague under Chun Shui suddenly asked, Hey, Mr. Chun, what's the approximate rent price for your bachelor apartment right now? My current residence is too far from the company, so I'd like to rent a new apartment closer. As Chun Shui picked up some food for Cao Pingwa, she said, I don't live there anymore, but I can give you the WeChat of the real estate agent I contacted. Don't live there anymore? Then which neighborhood are you renting in now? Chun Shui turned her head to glance at Cao Pingwa, then said with a smile, Pingwa bought me a house in Polytiani, so I live there now. The female colleague's eyes widened instantly. Polytiani? That high-end residential complex very close to the company. Oh my God, It seems to be 100,000 yuan per square meter over there. Mr. Chen, your boyfriend is really too good to you. The news that Cao Pingwa bought a house for Chen Shui in Shanghai quickly shocked everyone at the table, especially Zhang Fan, a Shanghai native. As a native of Shanghai who considered himself to be extremely astute, Zhang Fan simply could not understand Cao Pingwa's lavish spending behavior. You mean he gave you a house? And your name is on the title deed? Facing Zhang Fan's somewhat inquiring questions, Chen Shui said frankly, when he bought the house, he wanted to buy it directly in my name, but I didn't agree. She looked at Cao Pingwa with eyes full of love, and her fair little hands caressed his big hands under the table. I said I can live in the house first, but adding my name to the house can only be discussed after we get married. This time, everyone in the box was impressed by Cao Pingwa's bottomless financial resources. He could give away a house in a high-end residential area in Shanghai just by saying so. He was definitely not an ordinary rich man. Of course, most of the female compatriots present at the scene felt envious, jealous, and resentful of Chen Shui's decision to refuse the house she had, and they also thought she was stupid. A house in Shanghai. Don't miss out on it. Even if you break up in the future, it will be difficult for the man to get it back. The few male compatriots present envied Cao Pingwa from the bottom of their hearts for having a girlfriend like Chen Shui who was beautiful, capable, and not materialistic. He must have done great good deeds in his previous life. At this time, a gossipy female colleague said, "Hey, Mr. Chen, after dinner, can you take me to your house for a tour? I want to see what a residential complex that costs 100,000 yuan per square meter looks like." Chen Shui subconsciously looked at Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Why are you looking at me? You can decide for yourself what to do with the house you live in." So Chen Shui smiled and nodded to her female colleague. "I want to go too. I want to go too." Seeing this, other colleagues also wanted to join in the fun. So after some discussion, everyone decided to go and see the house that Cao Pingwa bought for Chen Shui and Polly Tianyi after the meal. After eating and drinking, Zhang Fan settled the bill first as usual, and then everyone gave him the meal money. Colleagues subconsciously transferred the money based on the bill for 12 people, but Chen Shui included Cao Pingwa in the bill, calculated it based on the bill for 13 people, and then transferred the meal money for 2 people to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, who received the extra money, didn't say a word and felt much better. Then, colleagues who had cars drove, and those who didn't got rides, and they prepared to go to Polly Tianyi community to look at houses together. Cao Pingwa took Chen Shui to Zhang Fan's car with a murderous look on his face. "Volvo XC60, what a great car. Mr. Zhang, would you like to give us a ride?" Zhang Fan saw that the other colleagues' cars were already full, and only his car was empty, so he couldn't refuse. "Get in." On the way, Zhang Fan couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror above. I saw Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the back row, hugging Chen Shui's slender waist and whispering in her ear. The two of them were talking and laughing happily. Zhang Fan felt a lump in his throat and a suffocating feeling in his heart, but he could only grit his teeth, hold the steering wheel tightly, and continue to drive for the two of them. After driving through a few more intersections, Chen Shui's silver bell-like laughter in the back seat slowly disappeared and turned into a faint hum. Zhang Fan frowned and looked at the rearview mirror above him again. I saw the couple in the back seat kissing each other without paying attention to anyone else. Cao Pingwa, the country bumpkin, even put his dirty hands up into Chen Shui's white wool sweater. "Zhang Fan, hey, how did I become a part of your play?" Chapter 115 Anna's Good Friends, Part 1. Polly Tianyi Community, Building 7, Unit 1, Room 1601. Chen Shui happily introduced the house to her colleagues. "This house came fully furnished when I bought it, and Pingwa also provided me with all the furniture and appliances, so I moved in right away. What a beautiful house. Mr. Chen, it's so enviable that you can live in such a spacious 2-bedroom apartment by yourself." Yes. The community environment is great, the plot ratio is low, it's comfortable to live in, and it's so close to the company. "Mr. Chen, you are so lucky." A single female colleague even jokingly asked, "Mr. Chen, does your boyfriend have any single friends? I just haven't found the right person yet." "Ha ha ha ha. You want to call Ms. Chen's sister-in-law?" Chen Shui held Cao Pingwa's arm and looked up at him with a happy face. "I'm sorry, sisters. Pingwa is the only son in his family. There is no other son. Oops. Our beautiful dream is shattered, ha. Hey, by the way, Mr. Chen, this house is still under your boyfriend's name. Does he let you live there for free, or does he charge you rent?" Cao Pingwa, who was standing nearby, interrupted with a smile. "Of course I will collect rent, but I won't charge you for it." "Aha!" When his colleagues heard Cao Pingwa's suggestive answer, they all screamed and started to make a fuss. "Oh my, what did I hear? I'm still a baby, and I don't understand these grown-up things." It's too sweet, too sweet. I can't stand it. I just had a full dinner. I can't eat any more dog food. Ha ha. Chen Shui, blushing all the way from her face to her neck, slapped Cao Pingwa's arm hard. Oh, how can I face the company tomorrow if you talk nonsense like that? At this time, Jiang Fan was standing alone on the balcony, listening to the sounds of talking and laughing coming from the house, while smoking silently. Looking at the quiet residential area downstairs and the company office building not far away, he couldn't help but admit in his heart, Cao Pingwa, this countryman, does have some money. Suddenly, the sliding glass door of the balcony was opened, and Cao Pingwa walked out of the room. How is it? Are you convinced? Jiang Fan frowned. What do you mean? Cao Pingwa said directly. The material living conditions I provide for Chen Shui, can you match them? Jiang Fan. Cao Pingwa's eyes flashed. She is my woman, so don't try to hit on her in the future. After saying that, he turned and went back to the house. After seeing off the colleagues who were full of melons and Jiang Fan, who looked depressed. As soon as the door closed, Chen Shui turned around and hugged Cao Pingwa's waist. Pingwa, I feel so happy. There is no happiness without comparison. Compared to before she made her relationship with Cao Pingwa public, Chen Shui felt more clearly how good Cao Pingwa was to her today amidst the envy, jealousy, and compliments of her colleagues. Xiao Shui, your happiness has just begun. I want to make you happy for the rest of your life. Chen Shui's heart was moved when she heard this, and lust surged in her eyes. Kiss me. Cao Pingwa lowered his head and kissed her, and Chen Shui hugged his neck directly to prevent his mouth from leaving her lips. The scattered clothes stretched from the front door, through the living room, all the way to the big bed in the master bedroom. After a passionate lovemaking, the two people were lying naked face to face in a thin blanket to rest. While adjusting her breathing, Chen Shui gently caressed Cao Pingwa's cheek with her small hands. Cao Pingwa's big hands were placed on Chen Shui's smooth and tender back and rubbed freely. Pingwa, can you stay in Modu for a few more days this time and spend more time with me? Looking at Chen Shui's gentle and expectant eyes, Cao Pingwa smiled and said, No problem. I'll stay a few more days and spend New Year's Day with you before returning to Jiangqing. Cao Pingwa knew that flight attendant Liu Ruyan would work overtime on New Year's Day. She would fly from Jiangqing to Shanghai on January 1st and would fly back to Jiangqing on the 2nd. So he planned to book 2 first-class tickets back to Jiangqing on the 2nd and take Anna with him on the return trip. When Chen Shui heard that Cao Pingwa was going to put aside his business in Jiangqing and spend the New Year's Eve with her in Shanghai, she was so happy that she gave him several kisses in a row. Holding the girl with a smooth, white, and plump body in his arms, Cao Pingwa soon felt the sensation again. Xiao Shui, shall we play another game? Good. Chen Shui had to go to work during the day, so she got up early and went out. Cao Pingwa slept until noon before getting up. After going downstairs and having lunch at the gate of the community, he returned home and continued to take a nap to recharge his energy and prepare to continue fighting Chen Shui, who had a hard time eating. In a daze, Cao Pingwa heard his cell phone vibrating. Hello. Chen Shui said apologetically on the other end of the phone. Hey, Pingwa, the company suddenly has to work overtime for a meeting tonight. I guess I won't be able to come back to accompany you until later. What time is later? Around 10 o'clock. It's okay. I'll wait for you at home. Then eat well, and I will make it up to you when I come back in the evening. Ha ha ha. Okay, you should also eat well at the company. Yeah, I'll get to work then. But, just after hanging up the phone with Chen Shui, Cao Pingwa received another WeChat message from Anna. Anna, are you free? I want to treat you to dinner. Cao Pingwa looked at the time and saw that it was not yet 5 p.m. No need to worry about your surname, Cao. Then Anna sent a location, which was the International Student Apartment in the north area of Fudan University. Cao Pingwa took a taxi to the intersection of Wudong Road and Wuchuan Road. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Anna standing on the roadside waiting for him. She didn't wear any makeup today, and her hair was casually tied into a golden bun, revealing her swan-like, slender, and white neck. She was wearing a loose pink hooded sweatshirt that she had borrowed from somewhere. Her long legs were still bare, and she was wearing a pair of brown UGG snow boots. Because the loose sweatshirt covered her delicate buttocks, Cao Pingwa was not sure for a moment whether she was wearing shorts underneath. I don't have much money right now, so I can only treat you to dinner in the cafeteria. Is that okay? Anna asked, blinking her beautiful blue eyes. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Of course, I don't have any objections if you treat me to a meal. Anna smiled, took Cao Pingwa's hand, and walked towards the school. With a lot of turning heads along the way, the two arrived at the North District Halal Canteen. Each person had a plate filled with food. They had just sat down and hadn't taken a few bites when 4 Eastern European beauties of the same height and long legs sat down next to Anna and Cao Pingwa. They are all my good friends. Anna introduced them to Cao Pingwa one by one. Vapova, Sharapova, Natalia, and Elena. Hello. Good mud. After greeting each other, the four Eastern European girls looked Cao Pingwa up and down with colorful eyes and started to communicate enthusiastically in Russian. Anna, what are they talking about? Anna covered her mouth and laughed. They said you have a good figure and are quite handsome, but I just feel that you are not as good as I said. Cao Pingwa, did you tell them I'm good at fighting? Anna bit her lower lip and smiled. No, I told them you were great in bed. Cao Pingwa. Chapter 116 Anna's Good Friends, Part 2. Yelena, who had short dark hair and a particularly perky butt, said to Cao Pingwa in not very fluent Chinese. I've had a few Chinese boyfriends. Their, stature is relatively short, and their stamina isn't very good. Sharapova, with her blonde wavy hair, also echoed. I also tried dating a Chinese boy. He had a very nice and gentle personality, but his abilities were just average. Lyubova and Natalia, who were sitting next to them, also nodded in agreement while speaking Russian. Cao Pingwa listened and scanned the four Eastern European girls with his system. They are about the same age as Anna, about 22 or 23 years old, but their experience is much richer than hers. The one with the most former riders is Yelena, with 15, while the one with the least is Lyubova, with 6. It seems that what they just said were all experience talks. Seeing that her good friends didn't believe what she said, Anna pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and had a passionate conversation with them in Russian. His physique and physical strength are really good, better than the 2 Russian boyfriends I dated before. Anna blushed slightly as she spoke in Russian. After we made out, he would hug me and say a lot of sweet things to me, and he smelled really good too. Yelena smiled and said in Russian, I'm thinking of trying it with him. Anna, are you willing to share? Anna bit her lip and said nothing. The other 3 girls immediately started to make noises in Russian. Oh my God, our Anna is moved and in love. Anna blushed and said, no, we are just good friends. Cao Pingwa, who was eating next to them, looked confused. Anna, what are you talking about? They still don't believe what I say, Anna said. At this time, Yelena spoke a few words in Russian to Anna. What is she talking about again? Anna looked at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous look and said, Yelena wants you to show your strength. Cao Pingwa almost spit out a mouthful of rice on Anna's face. Oh my God, how am I supposed to show this? Yelena put her hand directly on Cao Pingwa's shoulder. Handsome, our international student dormitory is right next to the cafeteria. Cao Pingwa. Although it cost a lot, Cao Pingwa, who ate 2 marshmallows tonight, finally fulfilled his mission and brought glory to the country. While standing on the side of the road waiting for a ride-hailing service, Cao Pingwa said to Anna, Anna, I plan to fly back to Jiangxing on January 2nd after New Year's Day. Will you go back with me then? Anna smiled and nodded. Have a good rest when you go back. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern. After returning to Polytiani Community by car, the first thing Cao Pingwa did after entering the door was to go into the bathroom and take a shower. Chen Shui should be back around 10 o'clock, and we must not let her see any clues. After washing, Cao Pingwa lay down directly on the big bed in the bedroom. No, it looks like I can't keep this last tonic pill in my hand. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain my current condition to Xiaoxua. Cao Pingwa took out a piece of marshmallow out of thin air, looked at it reluctantly for a while, and then put it into his mouth. It was crisp and sweet, and a warm current was born from Dantian. He felt the strength in his waist, and abdomen began to recover rapidly. At this time, the electronic lock of the door was opened from the outside. Honey, I'm back from get off work. Chen Shui, who didn't see Cao Pingwa in the living room, ran to the bedroom and threw herself onto the bed. Chen Shui, who had taken off her coat and was only wearing a white tight-fitting sweater and black leggings, lay on top of Cao Pingwa, holding his face with both hands and giving him more than a dozen kisses in a row. Just take a shower and lie down on the bed and wait for me to come home. You really understand me, dear. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Ha ha, if I don't understand you, who will understand you? Suddenly, Chen Shui said apologetically, I'm sorry, dear. You came all the way from Jiangxing to the Magic City to accompany me, but I left you alone at home all day. I didn't even have time to eat dinner with you. She took off her white tight sweater, revealing her purple lace underwear and a pair of snow-white big breasts. There's no point in saying more, dear. Let me make it up to you now. Chapter 117. The Secret to Maintaining Youth. The next afternoon, Oriental Exhibition Company. Chen Shui, who was typing on the keyboard in her small office, suddenly heard the ding-tock notification sound on her mobile phone. She picked up her phone and frowned slightly. Why do I have to work overtime for a meeting today? Under normal circumstances, Chen Shui, who is very career-oriented, would not be so averse to working overtime. However, at the age of 30 this year, she tasted the sweetness of passionate love for the first time. She now wishes she could stick with the tall, strong, and friendly Cao Pingwa every moment. Chen Shui sighed lightly, and had no choice but to send a voice message to Cao Pingwa saying that she had to work overtime again, and then continued to work. Less than half an hour later, Chen Shui's phone rang again. "Hey honey, what's wrong?" "Xiao Xue, I'm at the door of your company. The lady at the front desk said I need you to come out and pick me up before I can go in." "Oh, I'll be right there." Chen Shui walked out of the office with her cell phone and went straight to the front desk. At the front desk, Cao Pingwa was carrying 2 large bags of various small cakes and desserts. Behind him was a delivery boy wearing a yellow vest, with his hands full of various coffee and milk tea. "Pingwa, why did you buy so many things?" Chen Shui, who came to the front desk, asked in surprise with wide eyes. "I figured since I'm bored at home anyway, I might as well bring you some afternoon tea." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Later, when I bought you coffee, I remembered that you have quite a few colleagues under you, so I bought some extra on the way." The receptionist saw Chen Shui coming out to pick someone up and quickly said, "Excuse me, Mr. Chen, you can bring your friend in." Before going in, Cao Pingwa asked the delivery guy behind him to give each of the 2 front desk ladies a cup of Nayuki fruit tea. The ladies at the front desk immediately expressed their gratitude to him, and Chen Shui with smiles on their faces. "Thank you, handsome guy, and thank you, Mr. Chen. We are both indebted to you." Chen Shui's pretty face flushed slightly. "You're welcome, you're welcome." As soon as Cao Pingwa and the delivery boy returned to the office area of the second exhibition and convention department, this small area was immediately filled with laughter. While colleagues were happily eating and drinking, they were also flattering Chen Shui. The lively and harmonious atmosphere attracted envious glances from colleagues from other departments. Even Jiang Fan, the director of the exhibition department, who was sitting in his office, walked out to see what was going on. "Hey, Mr. Jiang, would you like some coffee?" Cao Pingwa asked with a smile. Jiang Fan saw Chen Shui affectionately holding his arm and chatting with his colleagues. He couldn't help but twitch his lips and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, but it's okay." After saying that, he turned around with a cold expression and walked back to his office. In Chen Shui's small office, Cao Pingwa sat on her office chair, and she sat on Cao Pingwa's lap, and the 2 of them fed each other bites of cake. Because the office was well heated, Chen Shui took off her suit jacket and wore only a light gray knitted beige shirt, a black hip skirt, and black thick stockings on the lower body. She had taken off half of her black high heels, hooked them with her toes, and swung them gently. Cao Pingwa's big hands caressed Chen Shui's beautiful black silk legs, which felt very good. His eyes also followed her round thighs, beautiful knees, and slender calves, and carefully admired the pair of seductive black silk jade feet. "Do my legs look good?" Chen Shui asked with a slightly blushing face. Cao Pingwa had a wicked smile on his face. "What a sexy pair of legs. It would be even better if I could carry them on my shoulders and take a closer look." "Oh no, there are so many colleagues outside. Wouldn't that be more exciting?" Chen Shui's ears began to turn red. "What if someone finds out?" "Lock the door and keep the volume down, and no one will notice." "Well, I don't have one in my office, right? Your period is about to start, it's okay." After saying that, Cao Pingwa held Chen Shui's little face and began to taste her small cherry lips. If the breeding partner successfully conceives naturally, the system will reward 10 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees. Skill reward. Anti-aging technique. Trial version. Every time the hosts yin and yang are in harmony, the opposite sex who is nourished by the host will significantly slow down the aging of their appearance. The anti-facial technique will be transformed into anti-facial technique, official version, with the successful birth of the fetus. The rejuvenation technique, official version, can be used on both men and women who are experiencing a harmonious relationship between yin and yang, ensuring the host's eternal youth and ageless appearance. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. Holy crap, that's awesome. I didn't expect to win the prize the first time I did unprotected sex with Xiao Xue. Moreover, this anti-aging technique is so practical. With this, I can help women over 30 like Xiao Xue and sister shooting maintain their current peak appearance for a long time. After all, it is really a heartbreaking and regrettable thing to see the beautiful woman you like, especially the white moonlight you loved when you were young, gradually getting old as she grows older. Cao Pingwa happily hugged Chen Shui in his arms and kissed her over and over again. Chen Shui looked at him lovingly with her beautiful big eyes. "Pingao, I love you." Cao Pingao was stunned for a moment, and his remaining conscience felt a slight pang. "Xiao Xue, I love you too." Chen Shui burst into tears, hugged Cao Pingguo's neck, and kissed him again. After spending some time together, Chen Shui had to let Cao Pingguo go home alone because she had work to do. After both of them put on their clothes again, Chen Shui took a deep breath, then opened the office door, took Cao Pingguo's hand and strode out, trying not to look at the gossipy looks of her colleagues around her. Hey, you see, Miss Chun and her boyfriend stayed in there for such a long time, and when they came out, their faces were all rosy. They couldn't be. No way. Our CEO, Chun, wouldn't do that with his boyfriend in the office. There are so many of us sitting outside. I don't know if anything happened in the office. I just know that Director Jiang from Department 1 has been out for 8 drinks of water, and his eyes have been fixed on Director Chen's office. Yes. Just now, when he saw Ms. Chun coming out with her boyfriend, his face turned green. It was so funny. Happy times always pass quickly. January 2nd, Hangzhou Airport, outside the security check channel. Chen Shui hugged Cao Pingguo's waist tightly, buried her face in his chest, and was reluctant to let him go. Be careful on your way back, and remember to send me a WeChat message after you get off the plane, she said with tears in her eyes. Okay, Xiao Shui, you can work as well as take a rest. Remember to eat on time and take pictures of every meal and send them to me so I can supervise you. Good. Chen Shui was deeply touched. Cao Pinggua's somewhat excessive protectiveness really touched her heart, even though she had no experience in love. I think I'll have a lot of things to do at the company before the new year, so I won't come to Shanghai to see you in January. We'll meet in Shenyang during the Spring Festival in early February. Chen Shui nodded gently. Okay. It's almost time. I'm going in. She reluctantly released her hands from around Cao Pingguo's waist, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the mouth in the crowded airport hall. After passing the security check, Cao Pingguo waved to Chen Shui, who had been waiting outside the security checkpoint and watching him from afar, and asked her to go back and rest quickly. Chen Shui shook her head and waved her hand, meaning that she would keep watching Cao Pingguo until she could no longer see him. Oh, Cao Pingguo sighed lightly and turned to walk deeper into the airport. Gate 69. Anna, with her blonde hair shawl, put on the clothes she wore when she came to the Magic City. She wore a black suspender dress inside, a short leather jacket outside, and a pair of UGG snow boots on her feet. The two snow-white, long legs exposed directly attracted the attention of many male and female passengers around, and made it easy for Cao Pingguo to find her in the crowd. Cao Pingguo walked forward and, under everyone's curious gaze, sat down on the empty seat next to Anna. How was your New Year's Day with your good friends? Anna smiled and said, we had a great time. How about you and your girlfriend? Cao Pingguo smiled and said, we are the same. Chapter 1:18 Western Traditional Kissing. On the plane from Modu to Jiangqing, Liu Ruyan, wearing a blue and white stewardess uniform and flesh-colored stockings on her legs, was preparing meals for first-class passengers in the food preparation area. Suddenly, a tall and strong figure lifted the curtain and walked in. Liu Ruyan knew who it was without looking back. Admiring the beautiful stewardess's graceful back, looking at her slender waist, tight little butt, and a pair of beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings, the lustful Cao Pingguo couldn't help himself and stepped forward to hug her from behind. Oops. Hold still. Let me measure your waist. Liu Ruyan did not struggle to break free from Cao Pingguo's arms around her waist, but just turned her head and gave him a cold look. Damn it. I'm working. Cao Pingguo looked down at the Cartier necklace on her chest and the two plump little hills. It seems you like the gift I gave you. Yes. This necklace is the most expensive and best gift I have ever received. Being both the most expensive and the best, the flight attendant Liu Ruyan's hint to Cao Pingguo was already very obvious. When the plane arrives in Jiangqing, I'll take you home. Liu Ruyan pouted slightly and said, your Porsche can only take 2 people to take me home. So what about your foreign friend who looks like a supermodel? Cao Pingguo laughed and said, ha. Who said I only have that one car? Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up. What other car do you have? You'll know when we get to Jiangqing. Humph, still keeping us in suspense. Cao Pingguo reached out and touched the gold pendant on Liu Ruyan's chest, then touched her fair collarbone, and then held her shoulders with both hands. Then I won't disturb you from doing your work. We'll meet in the airport parking lot later. Good. As soon as Cao Pingguo lifted the curtain and returned to the first-class cabin, he saw a middle-aged man with a middle-parted hairstyle and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses trying to chat up the blonde and blue-eyed beauty Anna across the aisle in the middle of the cabin. He sat back down next to Anna. What did he talk to you about? He told me that he opened several companies in Jiangqing and owned more than a dozen houses. Then he said he wanted to add me on WeChat and make friends. Cao Pingguo asked, did you join? Anna covered her mouth and laughed. Are you jealous? Cao Pingguo. No, we are good friends. I just care about you. I didn't add him on WeChat. He smells like cigarettes, and I don't like it. Anna looked at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous look and said, I like the smell of you. Cao Pingwa. Damn, I'm a little excited to be seduced by this talented foreign horse again. At this time, Anna asked again, when we get to Jiangxing later, are you going to go on a date with that beautiful stewardess? Cao Pingwa admitted frankly, yes, but I will take you back to school first and won't let you take the subway by yourself. Anna thought for a moment, then bit her lower lip and pointed in the direction of the first-class bathroom with her big blue eyes. Cao Pingwa understood immediately and stood up with a smile. While looking down at the man with middle-parted glasses next to him, he took Anna's fair little hand and led her into the exclusive bathroom. 15 minutes later, Cao Pingwa, looking refreshed, walked out of the bathroom first. Then Anna, who had tied up her long golden hair and washed her face, came out. The man with glasses who saw this scene frowned and felt jealous and hateful towards Cao Pingwa. Damn, this guy looks ordinary. Doesn't he look rich? Why would this beautiful foreign girl ignore me but throw herself at him? It's so fucking unfair. Tianhe Airport, parking lot area B. Liu Ruyan dragged her small suitcase and found parking space number 1024 in area B. I saw a shiny black Mercedes Maybach parked here. At this time, a tall man walked down from the driver's seat. Miss Liu, let me put your luggage in the trunk for you. Liu Ruyan, do you know me? Just when she was confused, Cao Pingwa stuck his head out of the back window and said, Xiao Yun, he's my driver. Liu Ruyan was surprised. Oh, so that's how it is. She happily handed the small suitcase in her hand to the driver Liu Weigua. Liu Weigua put the luggage away quickly and opened the passenger door for Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then sat down. Sure enough, sitting in the back row were the tall and strong Cao Pingwa and a blonde beauty with a pair of incredibly long legs. Anna is tall, and there is more space in the back seat, so I let her sit with me in the back seat, Cao Pingwa explained with a smile. Liu Ruyan responded jealously, then fastened her seat belt with a slightly pouted mouth. Liu Weigua returned to the driver's seat and asked, Boss, which one should we take first? Send Anna back to Jiangdao first. Okay, boss. The black Maybach drove smoothly on the streets of Jiangxing. Cao Pingwa and Anna were talking and laughing in the back seat of the car, and Liu Ruyan in the front seat was jealous. Soon, the Maybach arrived at the west gate of Jiangxing University. Before getting off the car, Anna left a sweet kiss on Cao Pingwa's face. Bye, dear. Bye, Anna. Anna politely greeted the drivers Liu Weigua and Liu Ruyan in the front seat before getting out of the car and walking towards the school. Xiao Yun, come sit in the back row. Liu Ruyan pouted and said, No, my legs aren't that long, and the passenger seat is quite comfortable. Cao Pingwa didn't continue to persuade him and sat in the back seat playing with his mobile phone. Liu Weigua did not dare to start the car without Boss Chao's signal. He just sat in the driver's seat without saying a word. So the three of them sat quietly in the car for a while. In the end, Liu Ruyan took the initiative to surrender, unbuckled her seatbelt, and sat in the back seat. Cao Pingwa put his phone into his pocket with a smile on his face. Lao Lu, let's go to Nanhu Garden. Okay, boss. After the car started on the road, Cao Pingwa moved his body next to Liu Ruyan and put his right hand around her shoulders. Although Liu Ruyan did not shake off Cao Pingwa's hand, she deliberately turned her face away and did not look at him. Xiao Yun, are you jealous? No, we're just good friends. Why should I be jealous of you? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I told you, I don't want to be just friends with you. Liu Ruyan turned her head and glanced at him. Then why are you being so affectionate with that Anna in front of me? We were just sitting together and chatting for a while. How did it become like we were being affectionate? And when she got out of the car, she called you honey and kissed you? Ha 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 ha. Foreign girls call everyone dear, Cao Pingwa said happily. Kissing someone on the cheek when saying goodbye is just their traditional etiquette. Liu Ruyan glanced at him doubtfully. Are you really just friends? Cao Pingwa said frankly, yes. Okay, then I'll believe you for now, Liu Ruyan said with a slightly raised mouth. Chapter 119, he is still suitable as a spare tire. About half an hour later, a black Mercedes-Benz Maybach drove into Nanhu Garden community. Cao Pingwa got out of the car first with agility, opened the door for Liu Ruyan very gentlemanly, and took the initiative to help her carry her small suitcase. Then the two of them walked to the door of a building together. Liu Ruyan smiled and said, I'm here. Thank you for taking me home. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, I've already sent you here. Why don't you invite me upstairs for a drink of water? Of course, Liu Ruyan knew that Cao Pingwa didn't just want to drink a glass of water after going upstairs. But she hesitated for less than 2 seconds before Cao Pingwa let go of the suitcase and turned away. Hey, don't go. Cao Pingwa only turned halfway back and said to Liu Ruyan sideways, If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. I have to go ride my big horse. Liu Yun. She quickly took 2 steps forward to Cao Pingwa's side, stretched out her hand to tug at his coat sleeve, and said, "Why are you so impatient? I didn't ask you not to take me upstairs." Cao Pingwa squinted at Liu Yun and said, "I'm not impatient. I just don't like being kept hanging by a woman." "Oh, I didn't mean that. You misunderstood me." Liu Yun shook his sleeve again. "I've never brought a male friend home before, so I'm a little slow to react in this regard." "You've never brought a male friend home? What about your boyfriend?" "He has only come here twice, and each time he stayed for a short while. He didn't stay overnight with me," Liu Yun said with a slightly blushing face. Cao Pingwa smiled again. "I saw you had a little luggage, so I wanted to take you upstairs. I didn't want to stay overnight at your house." Liu Yun was amused and started laughing. Huh. Annoying. After the two went upstairs together, Cao Pingwa took a cup of water and strolled around Liu Yun's house. "It's good. The house is very clean. This house was bought for me by my parents. They live over there at the paper mill." After returning home, Liu Yun took off her coat and only wore a tight light blue wool sweater on her upper body, revealing her plump chest and slender waistline to Cao Pingwa. He raised his hand and took a big sip of water, then asked, "Did you pay in full?" "No. I took out a loan and I pay it back every month." Cao Pingwa slowly walked to Liu Yun and placed his hands on her slender waist. "Be my girlfriend and I'll help you pay off your mortgage." "No. I pay my own mortgage and I already told you I have a boyfriend." Cao Pingwa dumped him. "Liu Yun. He's quite attentive to me. Aside from being short, average-looking, and having a somewhat dull personality, he doesn't have any other shortcomings. I'm quite satisfied with him. Being boring is the biggest flaw in life." Cao Pingwa's big hands began to move slowly upwards. "If you were really satisfied with him, you wouldn't be friends with me." Liu Yun's iPhone 16 suddenly rang. Cao Pingwa reached out and took the phone. "Shin Feng, your boyfriend?" Liu Yun bit her lip and nodded. Cao Pingwa directly pressed the answer button and put the phone to Liu Yun's ear. "Hey, Xiaoyan, are you home yet?" "Yeah, I just arrived," Liu Yun said, biting her lip. "Did the journey go smoothly?" "Yeah, it went pretty smoothly." "Are you going to take a few days off soon? Why don't we have dinner and watch a movie together?" "Well, I'll think about it." "Okay, since you just returned to Jiangxing today, I won't disturb your rest. I'll contact you on WeChat tomorrow." "Good. Then I'm hanging up." After hanging up the phone, Liu Yun looked at Cao Pingwa with a sullen look on her face. "You're so annoying. What if my boyfriend hears it?" "Ha ha ha ha. I didn't say anything just now," which was already giving him face. "If he had heard it, you could have broken up with him today." Liu Yun blushed and said, "You didn't say anything, but you didn't stop for a moment either." Cao Pingwa leaned over and gave her a long kiss. "Be obedient and break up with him officially as soon as possible." Liu Yun's face flushed, and she nodded with misty eyes. Cao Pingwa put one arm around Liu Yun's smooth shoulders, picked up his mobile phone with the other hand, and transferred 50,000 yuan to her via WeChat. "Why are you transferring so much money to me?" Liu Yun looked surprised. "Pocket money. This is the treatment for being my Cao Pingwa's girlfriend." He put down his phone and smiled. "If you're pregnant, the money can be doubled. I'll give you 100,000 a month." Liu Yun's eyes widened. "Pregnant? 100,000 a month?" After a while, her mind finally came to its senses. "Besides me, how many girlfriends do you have? I'll let you know when it's time to let you know." Cao Pingwa pinched Liu Yun's fair and tender face and said, "Being my woman won't make you suffer any loss." The two hugged each other tenderly for a while. "Shall we play another round?" Cao Pingwa wanted to try pregnancy again. "My stomach still hurts a little. Maybe if you exercise your stomachache, it will get better." Hate. After 2 consecutive failures, Cao Pingwa decided to try again later. After putting on her clothes, Liu Yun reluctantly sent Cao Pingwa downstairs. Before going upstairs, he was just a good friend, with an ambiguous relationship, but when he went downstairs, he had become the first man in Liu Yun's life that she would never forget. "Xiaoyan, just drop me off here. Go back. It's cold outside." Liu Yun stood on tiptoe and kissed Cao Pingwa, with whom she had a soul connection. "I'll watch you get in the car and then go back." Cao Pingwa reached out and tightened the coat that Liu Yun was wearing, then turned around and walked towards his Mercedes-Benz Maybach without looking back. After going upstairs and returning home, Liu Yun's mood gradually became complicated. On the one hand, she was indeed attracted to Cao Pingwa, who was tall, handsome, rich, and extremely manly. On the other hand, his fickleness also made Liu Yun feel insecure. "It seems that I can't break up with Shin Feng so easily." Liu Yun murmured to herself. "He's quite suitable as a backup. It's okay, just say you used to ride a bicycle when you were in school. Or maybe just have a minor surgery." Chapter 120 Rights and Obligations. After leaving the home of flight attendant Liu Ruyan, Cao Pingwa asked Liu Weiguo to take him to the Donghu Jinyuan community where his god-sister, Chen Shooting, lived. Lao Lu, you can go back and rest today. Just come pick me up tomorrow morning. Okay, boss. After Cao Pingwa got out of the car, he first took out a large Labubu doll from the trunk and then took the elevator upstairs. After the doorbell rang a few times, the person who opened the door for him was Xiao Lele, who had a small round face. Uncle, is this Labub a gift for me? Of course. Here you go. Take it. Lele took the doll with a happy face, and his small eyes almost disappeared with laughter. Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. Cao Pingwa asked as he led Lele into the house. Lele, where's your mother? Mom is cooking in the kitchen. Okay, Lele, you can play in the living room for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to help your mother. Chen Shooting, standing in front of the stove, tied her hair into a single ponytail, revealing her beautiful white neck. She was wearing a light purple tight yoga suit and yoga pants. Her graceful and plump figure made Cao Pingwa a little excited when he walked in. Sister, I'm back. He hugged Chen Shooting's slender waist from behind. Chen Shooting glanced back at him and said with a meaningful smile, You said you'd come back to spend Christmas Eve with me after sending Anna back to school, but you ended up being gone for over a week. If you hadn't told me you were in Shanghai on a business trip, I would have thought you were kidnapped to Russia by that blonde girl. Ha 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 ha, I was wrong on Christmas Eve. I shouldn't have left and never returned. Sister Shooting, I'm not going anywhere tonight. After saying that, Cao Pingwa leaned over and began to kiss her ears and neck. Oops, I just worked up a sweat doing yoga. It's okay, my sister's sweat is fragrant. Chen Shooting couldn't stand Cao Pingwa's teasing, so she turned off the fire and turned around to kiss him. After dinner, Chen Shooting coaxed Lele to sleep early. In the bedroom, Chen Shooting caressed Cao Pingwa's cheek and said, Pingwa, I need your help with something. Sister, if you want my help with something, you should have asked me before we did it. Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile. By then, even if you asked me to go through fire and water after you were done, I would have agreed without hesitation. Ah. Hateful. Chen Shooting patted his arm coquettishly and continued. You know, my parents have always hoped that I could start a family again, so from time to time they would arrange for me to go on blind dates with some messy men. Some time ago, I was so fed up with it that I had to tell my parents that I had a boyfriend. That kept them quiet for a few months. Cao Pingwa said happily. I understand. You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend. Chen Shooting nodded. Chinese New Year is coming next month. I wonder if you could spare half a day to go with me to meet my parents. This way, they can have a good New Year, and I can have some more peace and quiet. Well, it's not difficult to spare half a day, but I always feel that it's a bit inappropriate for me to pretend to be your boyfriend and fool the uncles and aunts with you. Chen Shooting smiled and said, What's wrong with that? I've given you, my stinky little brother, all the advantages that a boyfriend should have. Taking you to meet my parents isn't really a lie to them. Cao Pingwa stroked her shoulders and collarbone and said, That's true. It's a bit unreasonable for me to only enjoy the rights of a boyfriend and not fulfill any of his responsibilities. Are you agreeing to help me with this? Cao Pingwa nodded with a wicked smile on his face. Sis, since you have asked, I will definitely help you with this. But I can't help you for free, right? Stinky little brother. Chen Shooting bit her lip and glared at Cao Pingwa, then lowered her head with a slightly red face. It is mid-January. In the large conference room of Banana Media, on the 20th floor of Building A, Wanda International Office Building. The company's general manager Jin Jia was standing on the podium, vividly summarizing the work done before the new year with the help of the PPT on the projection screen. The chief person sitting in the audience was naturally the company's only big boss, Cao Pingwa. Because the third secretary Qian Wan, who was more than 5 months pregnant, and the second secretary Yu Qian, who was more than 4 months pregnant, both took paid long leave to go home to take care of their babies. So at this time, the only person sitting next to Boss Chow was the innocent-looking intern secretary Jiang Xinxin. She was sitting upright, taking meeting notes for Boss Chow in a large notebook. Further back sat the middle-level management cadres from various departments of Banana Media, as well as core artists from more than a dozen companies, represented by Banana No. 1, Zhang Yue, and her relative Jiang Qianqian. While listening to the concise speech on the stage, everyone secretly cast gossipy glances at Jiang Xinxin, who looked like a student, and wondered when her belly would suddenly grow bigger. Since our establishment in July last year, Banana Media has grown rapidly in less than 6 months to become a well-known local MCN company with more than 5,000 signed artists and ranked among the top 10 in Jiangsu. The concise and rosy-faced speaker on the stage concluded, Such impressive achievements are inseparable from the wise leadership of the chairman and the joint efforts of all colleagues in the company. I believe that as long as everyone unites as one and keeps working hard, Banana Media will have an even brighter future next year. There was thunderous applause from the audience. After the meeting, in the chairman's office, Cao Pingwa carefully read through the internal financial statements. I never thought that within less than 2 months of renting the entire 19th floor for group broadcasts, this business would already be profitable. Jinjia, who was sitting opposite him, nodded and said, "Group broadcasting is indeed one of the fastest-growing live broadcasting formats this year." Well done, Manager Jian. In less than half a year, the company has made a profit of over 3.7 million under your management. Cao Pingwa asked with a smile. Tell me, how much year-end bonus do you want? He said modestly as always. The general direction of the company's development was set by you, the boss. You also discovered our top artist, Zhang Yue. I just did some of my job duties. Okay, you already flattered me enough in the meeting just now. Cao Pingwa was secretly pleased. You know I don't like flattery. Jinjia complained in his heart. Yes. Let's put it this way. Out of a profit of over 3.7 million, 3 million will go to me. You'll get a 200,000 yuan year-end bonus, and the remaining 500,000 will be distributed to everyone in the company based on their work performance. Make sure everyone gets a share. A 200,000 yuan year-end bonus. The simple corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Boss, I will definitely continue to work hard next year. For the development of Banana Media, I will do whatever it takes, even if it means sacrificing my life. Chapter 121 Family Conflict, Part 1. As soon as Jinjia left with a rosy face, Cao Pingwa received a call from Jiang Dawei. He first briefly inquired about his beloved daughter Jiang Qianqian's recent situation at the company, and then said, Brother Cao, the district is holding an annual entrepreneur meeting this weekend. I've signed you up. I'll find a chance for you to meet District Chief He. Oh, then I'd like to thank Brother Jiang for the introduction. Hey, we're all friends, Brother Cao. You don't have to be so polite to me. After hanging up the phone, Cao Pingwa got up, took his coat, and prepared to go home and rest early. As soon as he walked out of the inner office, he saw Jiang Qianqian, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, strolling over to him. She was holding her chin with both hands, leaning her elbows on the desk of her intern secretary Jiang Xinxin, and chatting with her. Your name is Jiang Xinxin, and mine is Jiang Qianqian. Our names are similar, just like the names of twin sisters. Jiang Xinxin blushed, lowered her head slightly, and whispered in agreement. Yes, it is a bit similar. Cao Pingwa thought. The names are somewhat similar, but their origins are worlds apart. One is a rich girl who has never suffered hardship since childhood, and the other is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage after his parents passed away. The social terrorist Jiang Qianqian suddenly reached out and touched Jiang Xinxin's hand and said, Xinxin, I'm telling you, you must be careful of Boss Cao. Huh? Why? What? Because everyone in the company is saying that your 3 exes got pregnant by him. Cough. Cao Pingwa coughed. Jiang Qianqian turned around and said, Hello, Boss Cao. Qianqian, when you're done with your live broadcast work, go home early and don't hang around in the company. Oh, I see. Jiang Qianqian turned around and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Xinxin. I'll come and chat with you another day when he's not around. After Miss Jiang skipped away, Cao Pingwa softly asked Jiang Xinxin, Xinxin, do you believe what Qianqian just said? Jiang Xinxin lowered her head slightly and didn't dare to look directly into Cao Pingwa's eyes. I don't know. Are you afraid of me? Jiang Xinxin looked up at Cao Pingwa, then lowered her head and said, Don't be afraid. I feel the boss is a good person. For the first time in his life, Cao Pingwa felt happy because he was given a good person card. I'm going home. You pack up and leave work early. Yuhu Shijia Community, Building 6. As soon as Cao Pingwa walked into the door of 3601, he felt that the atmosphere at home was not right today. Jin Yao, Li Jing, and Zheng Jieqi sat around the dining table in the dining room, while Qian Wan and Yu Qian sat hand in hand on the sofa in the living room. Wang Lulu, with only a slightly bulging belly, looked like nothing had happened, leaning back on the sofa and playing with her mobile phone. What happened? Did they have a fight? Hearing that the man of the house had returned, all the women in the room stood up and walked towards the door. Husband, you're back. Okay. All those with big bellies, sit down. The women all sat down obediently again. Only Li Jing, who was in the late stages of pregnancy and whose belly had not yet started to grow, came to the door and squatted down to help Cao Pingwa change his slippers. After changing her shoes, Li Jing just stood up when Cao Pingwa put his arm around her waist and kissed her. Tell me, what's going on? Li Jing hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Xiaowan wanted to eat imported cherries, but Yao Yao only bought domestic ones. They just had a few words. Just because of this. I understand. Cao Pingwa patted her, but gently. Jingjing, go ask the housekeeper to start cooking. Okay, husband. As Cao Pingwa walked towards the master bedroom, he said to Jin Yao, Yao Yao, come in with me. In the master bedroom, Jin Yao's tears welled up in her eyes, and she said aggrievedly, Hubby, let whoever wants to take care of the household accounts take care of it. I don't want to do this thankless job anymore. Cao Pingwa smiled and took the pregnant Jin Yao into his arms, but I am willing to let you manage the accounts. Yao Yao, you are not only the oldest and most sensible one in the family, but you are also the one I trust the most. Husband. After hearing Cao Pingwa's words, Jin Yao was moved. I'm sorry, husband. I should have been more generous and flexible. I shouldn't have asked you to come home from work and resolve the little conflict between Qian Wan and me. It's okay, Yao Yao. You're all sitting around at home with a big belly, so it's inevitable there will be some friction. I believe you'll handle it better next time. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Jin Yao on her cherry lips, using his superb kissing skills to further soothe her emotions. After a hug and kiss, Jin Yao raised her head, biting her lower lip, her beautiful eyes brimming with lust. Husband. I really can't do anything about you, Cao Pingwa said with a smile. In the living room, Jin Yao came to Qian Wan. Xiao Wan, your husband wants you to come in and talk. Oh, okay. Qian Wan pouted her lips high and deliberately pushed the door open with her belly sticking out as she walked into the master bedroom. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled the scent of a battlefield. Chapter 122 Family Conflict, Part 2. After smelling the fragrance of the heather, Qian Wan felt even more jealous. I had a fight with Jin Yao. Why did you have to comfort her alone first? I am 3 years younger than her, taller than her, better figure than her, prettier face than her, and breasts are not much smaller than hers. And I am pregnant with your baby. Why should you, a big pig, be partial to her? Cao Pingwa looked at Qian Wan, who was pouting and slightly tilting her face away from him, and said with a smile, Why? Isn't it just that Yao Yao didn't buy you imported cherries? Xiao Wan, are you still angry? Qian Wan bit her lip and said nothing. Cao Pingwa added, Aren't these domestically produced cherries? Aren't their nutritional values the same? I'm not angry about cherry at all, but about the way Jin Yao manages things. Qian Wan's tears came as soon as she said, tearful eyes, Honey, I'm pregnant and just want to eat some good fruit. It doesn't exceed your standard of living of 30,000 yuan per person per month. Why doesn't she buy it for me? Husband, you give Jin Yao so much money every month, but she is always thinking about saving money. Husband, don't you care where she spends the money? As Cao Pingwa expected, Qian Wan's real intention was not to marry her daughter, but to take Jin Yao's accountant position. However, the greedy Qian Wan made the mistake of judging others by herself this time. She thought that Jin Yao, who was in charge of the accounts, was making a lot of money. In fact, Jin Yao privately reported the expenses to Cao Pingwa truthfully every week, and all the unspent living expenses were placed in a special account for living expenses. With a monthly living allowance of 30,000 yuan per person, that's 210,000 yuan per month. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Xiao Wan, do you think you can manage this money better than Yao Yao? Qian Wan's eyes lit up. She quickly stopped crying and nodded. Xiao Wan, you are young, beautiful, and smart. Among all the women around me, you are indeed one of my favorite girls. But Yao Yao is the one I chose to be in charge. Cao Pingwa's eyes flashed. Her position is yours only if I give it to you. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qian Wan quickly sat down next to Cao Pingwa and leaned against him and started to act coquettishly. Oh, husband, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean to take Sister Yao Yao's position. Cao Pingwa put his arm around her shoulders and said, That's good. You are pregnant with my baby now. Yao Yao should buy you whatever you want to eat or drink, as long as it is good for you and the baby's health. But if you're dissatisfied with something, you should communicate with her properly instead of arguing at home and making everyone feel bad. Xiao Wan, do you understand? I understand, husband. Qian Wan put her arms around Cao Pingwa's neck and offered her cherry lips again and again. Husband, please don't be angry with me, okay? I will definitely live in peace with Sister Jin Yao in the future. Cao Pingwa said while enjoying Qian Wan's soft little mouth. Xiao Wan, you have to be good and stay at home peacefully to take care of your pregnancy. After you give birth to my baby, I will add your name to the property title of 3,501 at the appropriate time. Hubby, you're so good to me. As soon as Qian Wan heard the word house, she immediately became aroused. She pushed Cao Pingwa onto the big bed and sat on him. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when Banana Queen, Zhang Yue got home from get off work, a sumptuous dinner was served. Wow, it smells so good. I'm starving. Zhang Yue happily pulled out a chair and sat next to Wang Lulu. As soon as Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the main seat, picked up his chopsticks, she immediately began to eat with relish. Wang Lulu, who was sitting next to her, smiled and said, Yue, you have such an appetite. Don't you think you have it too? Zhang Yue almost dropped her chopsticks in shock. Hey Lulu, don't scare me. My husband and I have applied, and he agreed to wait until I graduate from college before giving birth to his baby. Seeing Zhang Yue's embarrassed look, the girls at the table and Cao Pingwa all laughed. After the fun, Qianwan took the initiative to talk to Jean Yao sitting opposite her. Sister Jean Yao, maybe it's because I'm pregnant, I've been particularly emotional lately. I apologize for the angry words I said to you about buying fruit. I hope you don't take it to heart. Jean Yao said magnanimously. Oh, Xiaowan, don't say that. I was also wrong in the past. I didn't manage the family well. I should be the one to reflect on myself. Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said, let's not talk about the past anymore. Let's eat. Zhang Yue, who was sitting at the far end, looked confused and asked in a low voice, Lulu, what's going on? Wang Lulu turned her head and whispered, eat first, I'll tell you later. Although the family conflict was temporarily resolved with the mediation of the male host, Jean Yao and Qianwan, who were sitting face to face, still tried to avoid each other's gaze while eating. After the family dinner, we did not gather together to watch TV and chat as usual. Jean Yao and Li Jing went back to the master bedroom hand in hand to rest. After Qianwan greeted Yu Qian and Cao Pingwa, they took the elevator downstairs and returned to room 3501 where they lived. The three youngest girls, Zheng Jieqi, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue, sat together on the sofa and whispered to each other. Cao Pingwa sat down among them, opened his arms, and embraced them all. What are you three secretly talking about? Zheng Jieqi blushed slightly. We were talking about the quarrel between Sister Yao Yao and Sister Qianwan. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, oh, then which side are you on? Zheng Jieqi quickly said, I support Sister Yao Yao. The cherries she bought are very fresh and delicious. I think Sister Qianwan is a little too picky. Zhang Yue shook her head. Hubby, I've been live streaming at the company all afternoon, and I haven't fully understood the situation yet. Lulu, what about you? Cao Pingwa asked, pinching Wang Lulu's smooth little face. I think the quarrel between Sister Jean Yao and Sister Qian Wan was not about cherries at all, but about the right to speak in the family. Wang Lulu looked calm. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, ha ha ha, Lulu, you are really getting better and better. But I've already resolved the issues between them. You three can eat, drink, and have fun as usual. Don't worry. The surface problem has been solved, but the underlying problem still exists. Wang Lulu blinked her eyes and said calmly, Sister Jean Yao is a very nice person, but her aura isn't strong enough. She can't really control a woman like Sister Qianwan. The weekend came quickly. The Jiangnan District Entrepreneurs Annual Meeting was held as scheduled in the banquet hall on the second floor of the Hilton Hotel. There were so many luxury cars at the hotel entrance that even Cao Pingwa's Mercedes-Benz Maybach S680, which cost more than 4 million yuan, seemed ordinary. After getting out of the car, Cao Pingwa looked at the two Rolls-Royce Ghosts parked on both sides and thought, damn, the big square face of the big Lao is still the most powerful. I will get one in a few days. As soon as he walked into the banquet hall on the second floor and looked at the room full of local capitalists, 30-year-old Cao Pingwa instantly felt a lot younger. At this time, Zhang Dawei came towards him with a beautiful young woman with fair skin and a charming figure. Brother Cao, this is my wife, Zhou. Cao Pingwa accidentally activated the system. Name, Zhou. Age, 37. No makeup, 82 points. Body size, 82 points. Master's degree, a former writer, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Cao Pingwa looked at Zhou, whose features resembled Jiang Qianqian. Jiang Qianqian is 19 years old this year, and her mother Zhou is 37 years old this year, which means that when Zhou was 18 years old. Old Jiang, you are quite capable. Chapter 123 The Young District Chief. Zhou, wearing a purple long dress, took the initiative to extend her right hand to Cao Pingwa. I heard from my husband that you have always taken good care of our Qianqian. Thank you, Boss Cao. Cao Pingwa gently squeezed Zhou's fingertips. Ha! You're welcome, ma'am. It's just a small favor. Hey, Secretary Liu. Zhang Dawei suddenly called out to a beautiful woman passing by who had long hair and wore glasses. She was wearing a light blue long-sleeved shirt, a dark blue hip skirt, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and black flat-heeled shoes. Name, LV Xiaoming. Age, 25. No makeup, 80 points. Body size, 81 points. Bachelor's degree, virginity, non-smoking, non-drinking, no tattoos, generally healthy. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Liu Xiaoming came over and asked, Boss Jiang, what are your instructions? This is Mr. Chow from Banana Media, my friend. Secretary Liu, please arrange a seat for him closer to the front. Liu Xiaoming adjusted his glasses and looked at the tall and strong Cao Pingwa. Okay, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Chow, please follow me. Brother Jiang, Madam Jiang, I'll go with Secretary Liu first. Jiang Dawei smiled and waved his hand. Go ahead, we'll continue the conversation later. Following behind Liu Xiaoming, watching her small but in her hip skirt wiggle, Cao Pingwa couldn't help but have evil thoughts in his heart. This girl with glasses is really good. She is pretty, has a good figure, and is so clean. And I just happen to be in need of a female secretary right now. But if I want to poach Liu Xiaoming, who has a stable job, it may not be that easy. Mr. Chow, please sit at this table. Liu Xiaoming took Cao Pingwa to a table just one table away from the first table. Thank you, Secretary Liu. Which direction is the bathroom approximately? Liu Xiaoming raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the gate, then pointed to the side and back of the podium. Inside and inside. There are toilets in front and behind the venue. Okay, Secretary Liu, you go ahead and do your thing. I can find it myself. Behind the podium led to a thickly carpeted corridor. Cao Pingwa followed the hotel sign all the way to the bathroom door when a woman holding a cell phone suddenly turned out from inside and bumped into him. Oops. The woman stumbled and nearly fell, but Cao Pingwa quickly caught her with a half-hug, half-embraced hand. Are you okay? A closer look revealed that the other person was a beautiful woman with an elegant look, wearing a dark suit, about 30 years old, and a very plump figure. I'm fine. The beautiful woman calmed herself down and smoothed the few strands of hair from her forehead. I was just looking at my phone and not paying attention to the road. I'm sorry. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave when she stumbled and almost fell. Ouch! My foot. Cao Pingwa opened his arms again and caught the delicate beauty. You may have twisted your ankle. How about I help you to rest nearby? The beautiful woman, who fell into the arms of a strange man twice in a row, said with a blushing face, There is a restroom over there, so please help me over there. Good. The beauty sat on the large single sofa in the lounge and looked up at Cao Pingwa and said, Thank you. Someone will bring me Yunnan Baiyao soon. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I'll stay with you for a while. I'll leave when your friends come. As he spoke, he activated the system in his mind. Name, He Qing. Age, 38. No makeup, 85 points. Body size, 87 points. PhD, a former writer, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, in good health, minor ankle sprain. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. 38 years old. With such delicate skin, you can't tell at all. She is so well maintained. She must be rich or noble. Could she be the district chief that Jiang Dawei mentioned? 38 years old. Female, deputy department level cadre. Unlikely. District chief. Are you okay? Secretary Liu Xiaoming, holding Yunnan Baiyao in her hand, pushed the door open and trotted to He Qing's side. Cao Pingwa. Damn, it's really her. Xiao Liu, don't make a fuss. I just twisted my ankle. He Qing signaled to Liu Xiaoming with her eyes. Cao Pingwa was standing next to her. Hey, Mr. Chow, why are you here too? Cao Pingwa gave an awkward laugh. Haha, I'm somewhat responsible for district chief, his sprained ankle. After He Qing briefly explained the whole story to Liu Xiaoming, she bent down, rolled up her right trouser leg, and took off her high heels. Secretary Liu Xiaoming quickly squatted down, sprayed some Yunnan Baiyao on He Qing's fair ankles, and then massaged her carefully and gently. He Qing subconsciously looked up and found Cao Pingwa staring at her feet. Her cheeks suddenly began to turn red. Although it was already the 21st century, He Qing still felt a little ashamed when a strange man stared at her feet like that. Mr. Chow, thank you for helping me to the lounge. I have my secretary to take care of me. He Qing's words clearly meant to drive people away. However, the instrument Cao Pingwa, who is extremely thick-skinned, is least good at is the retreat drum. District Chief Secretary Liu's grip isn't strong enough. How about I give you a hand massage? It's just a small token of my apology. He Qing. Liu Xiaoming, He Qing secretly exerted force on her ankle, and a piercing pain immediately hit her. Hiss. Liu Xiaoming looked anxious. District Chief, does it still hurt after the spray? What if you have to give a speech later? He Qing gritted her teeth and said, There's nothing I can do. I can only try to hold on. Cao Pingwa suggested again. Chief He, I have strong hands. Let me massage you, and it will definitely help relieve some of the pain. He Qing hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and said to Lu Xiaoming, let him try. Lu Xiaoming stood up and handed the Yunnan Baiyao in her hand to Cao Pingwa. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Cao. Fine. Cao Pingwa tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth, holding the medicine in his left hand, kneeling on one knee in front of He Qing, and applying medicine to her ankle. He Qing's heart trembled when she was held, and her face became even redder. Cao Pingwa sprayed another layer of medicine on her ankle. I'm going to start. It may be a little painful at first, so you have to bear with it. He Qing bit her lower lip unconsciously. Cao Pingwa put down the spray and began to rub He Qing's white and smooth ankles vigorously with his two big hands. It was indeed painful at the beginning. He Qing frowned, clenched her teeth, and said nothing. Gradually, the pain in my ankle began to ease significantly. While Cao Pingwa was massaging He Qing's feet, he said, Secretary Liu, could you please help me find some bandages? Oh, okay. Lu Xiaoming quickly took out a roll of bandage from the medicine box next to her. After Cao Pingwa wiped the medicine off his hands with a tissue, he began to tightly wrap He Qing's ankle with bandages. After fixing it, he said, District Chief He, please stand up and give it a try. He Qing put on her wedge-heeled leather shoes again and tried to stand up from the sofa with the help of Lu Xiaoming. It really doesn't hurt that much anymore. Secretary Lu Xiaoming also smiled brightly. Boss Cao, you are amazing. You even know first aid and can even apply bandages. Hey, I don't know anything about first aid. I just sprained my ankle a lot when I played basketball in college. After finishing what he wanted to do, Cao Pingwa did not linger any longer. District Chief He, Secretary Liu, you two should rest first. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he left the lounge without looking back. Chapter 124 The Boss's Room Inspection. At 10 a.m., the Jiangnan District Entrepreneurs' annual meeting officially began. The first person to take the stage to speak was the dignified and elegant 38-year-old District Chief He Qing. Then, several well-known business veterans in Jiangnan District took turns to speak on stage, including Jiang Dawei, chairman of Jiang's Industrial. At 12 noon, the formal remarks ended and the real luncheon of the Jiangnan District Entrepreneurs' annual meeting officially began. Everyone picked up their glasses and toasted each other, some to communicate feelings, some to inquire about news, some to solicit business, and some to make friends. Jiang Dawei, his face flushed with alcohol, plopped down on the chair next to Cao Pingwa. How about it, Brother Cao? I didn't expect District Chief He to be such a beautiful woman under 40, did you? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. It's indeed rare, Brother Jiang. This District Chief, he must have a very unusual background. Jiang Dawei glanced around for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, her husband is now the third in command of Xizang province, and her grandfather is XXXX in the XX department of the imperial capital. Wow, it's so powerful. Cao Pingwa's eyes widened instantly. Jiang Dawei smiled and said, with her family background, high education, and strong work ability, I estimate that she will not be able to stay in the position of Jiangnan District Chief for more than 2 years before being promoted to the city. Come, Brother Cao, there aren't many people around her right now. I'll take you to meet her. At the head table in the conference hall, He Qing was talking with private business owners from several districts, patiently listening to the various difficulties they encountered in running their businesses. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Dawei and Cao Pingwa, who had just massaged her feet not long ago, out of the corner of her eye. I've taken note of the issues you've raised. Our district government will conduct a thorough and careful study and strive to come up with some practical solutions by the beginning of next year. Oh, thank you so much, District Chief He. Thank you, District Chief He. Thank you, District Chief He. He Qing smiled and shook hands with everyone. It's our district government's responsibility to provide good services to the businesses in the district. You don't have to be so polite. After He Qing finished chatting with the previous wave of visitors, Jiang Dawei and Cao Pingwa walked forward. District Chief He, you've worked so hard today. You have to listen to so many people's opinions and find ways to solve their problems. He Qing smiled and said, Boss Jiang, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. Ha ha ha. This is Mr. Cao Pingwa from Banana Media, the one I mentioned to you. Jiang Dawei introduced the two of them to each other. Pingwa, this is District Chief He who helped your company resolve the license issue. He Qing extended her fair and delicate right hand towards Cao Pingwa, a smile on her lips. Hello, Boss Cao. Cao Pingwa solemnly squeezed He Qing's fingertips gently. Hello, District Chief He. Thank you for your help to my company before. You're welcome, Boss Cao. The old man Zhang Dawei, standing in the middle, immediately smelled a strange smell. How come you two seem to have known each other before? Zhang Dawei added. It's like this, District Chief He Pingwa runs an MCN company. I'm thinking that after the start of next year, the official video accounts of various functional departments, enterprises and institutions in our district can all be handed over to his Banana Media for operation. He patted Cao Pingwa on the shoulder and said with a smile, instead of handing such a large business over to outsiders, it is better to hand it over to our own people. This can be regarded as keeping the wealth within the family. He Qing thought for a moment and said, it seems that this business is currently being run by a Jiangxing branch of a company called ST Media. After the Lunar New Year, the previous service contract will expire, and we will also re-tender. He Qing glanced at Cao Pingwa with a thoughtful expression, then said to Zhang Dawei, if the conditions are similar, our district government will definitely be more willing to support the development of local enterprises. Cao Pingwa quickly responded, thank you, District Chief He, for your support. He Qing waved and called over her secretary, Lu Xiaoming. Xiao Lu, this is Mr. Chow from Banana Media. Please add his contact information. Boss Chow, regarding your company's participation in the bidding after the new year, you can directly contact my secretary, Xiao Lu. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Okay, District Chief He. On the way back to the company after the Jiangnan District Entrepreneurs Annual Meeting, Cao Pingwa, sitting in the back seat of the Maybach, always had He Qing's beautiful little feet in his mind. It is slender enough to be held in one hand, white with a hint of pink, smooth and soft, and is completely edible jade feet. An evil fire slowly burned more and more fiercely in his stomach. After returning to the company, Cao Pingwa sat in his boss chair and began to think about who to find to help him cool down. Jiang Xinxin, the intern secretary sitting in the secretarial office outside, is not ready yet, and it would be risky to force her. Banana Queen, Zhang Yue has gone out to participate in a business activity and is not in the company at the moment. Flight attendant Liu Ruyan has had her period these days. Anna, the ocean horse, is busy with her final exams recently and said she would contact him after she finished the exams. Across the street, the 6 pregnant women living in the Yuhu family were very willing to be favored by Cao Pingwa. However, favoring them would carry the risk of losing more than gaining more, and secondly, he could not let go and could not enjoy himself to the fullest. What our company has the most is young girls. Why don't we just pick one now? Just do it. Cao Pingwa strode out of the chairman's office and went down to the 19th floor via the fire escape. This is the first time Cao Pingwa has come to this floor since the company rented the entire 19th floor to carry out group broadcasting business. The east side of the 19th floor is divided into several large group live broadcast rooms. In front of the camera with the beautification and leg-stretching effects turned on, the female anchors wearing various short skirts and heavy makeup stood in a row or in a goose formation. Amid the passionate throat singing of the male host, they took turns to dance, perform, play PK, and ask for gifts. Hey, is that the boss standing at the door? After the female anchors who were resting off camera discovered Cao Pingwa, they all rushed over and greeted Boss Chow with their heads held high and chests puffed out, trying to get close to him. While admiring the beautiful scenery of the surging waves in front of him, Cao Pingwa used the system to search for qualified breeding partners. As the boss of a small MCN company, it is impossible for him to be short of sexual resources now. What he lacks is a scarce resource that can both satisfy him and allow him to obtain system rewards. After searching in vain among a bunch of big breasts and buttocks, Cao Pingwa came to the west side of the 19th floor. This area has been simply decorated to look like a dance studio. The spacious rectangular room is brightly lit and has light wooden floors. On one side is a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, and on the other side is a large mirror covering an entire wall. In addition to the large mirror on the wall, there are 2 long rows of dressing mirrors in the room, and in front of each mirror stands a young girl with 2 ponytails. There were about 50 or 60 of them, all wearing little cake skirts or little pleated skirts, with bare white legs, no shoes, only a pair of white socks stepping on the floor. They were live streaming with their mobile phones and would jump in front of the mirror from time to time, their skirts rising and falling, and their twin ponytails flying up and down. At this time, General Manager Jinjia, who had heard that Boss Chow had suddenly come downstairs to check on the room, rushed over in a hurry. Boss, what are your instructions? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Manager Jian, don't be nervous. I'm just taking a look. Then he walked into the dance studio accompanied by Jinjia. Seeing the company's boss and general manager coming to check the room together, dozens of female anchors did not dare to slack off at all and performed even harder in front of their respective cameras. Manager Jian, are these girls all adults? Jinjia said seriously, Yes, boss, most of these female anchors are college students. They just look younger. In fact, some of them are already in their mid-20s. Yeah, Cao Pingwa nodded. Safety first. Okay, boss. As they walked along, they came to a little girl with a baby face, but a pair of big. Cao Pingwa has to admit that Tong Yinjiru is one of his favorite types. Name, Su Tiantian. Age, 19. No makeup, 78 points. Body size, 87 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Chapter 125 Unexpected Publicity Effect. Seeing that the company boss actually stopped in front of her, Su Tiantian, who had 2 ponytails on her head, wore a white tight t-shirt, a sky blue pleated skirt, and only a pair of white socks on her feet, seized the opportunity and kept jumping in front of the camera. Cao Pingwa didn't say a word, just gave Su Tiantian a look of approval, and then walked on to continue inspecting the work. After walking around the 19th floor, Cao Pingwa and Jianjie returned to the 20th floor together. As soon as he entered the chairman's secretary's office, he said to Jiang Xinxin, the only intern secretary in the room, Xinxin, go to the dance studio on the 19th floor and bring up a female anchor named Su Tiantian. I want to talk to her about work alone. Okay, boss. Jiang Xinxin replied in a low voice, then quickly stood up and walked out. Soon, Su Tiantian, who had a cute baby face, walked into Cao Pingwa's chairman's office for the first time under the guidance of her secretary Jiang Xinxin. After bringing the person in, Jiang Xinxin retreated outside and closed the door. Before Cao Pingwa could speak, Su Tiantian, with her eyes wide open, looked around and said in a hoarse voice, Boss, I'm also a student at Jiangxingshi College. I'm from the same school as Senior Zhang Yue. Cao Pingwa. Oh, do you two know each other? Su Tiantian shook her head, and the twin ponytails on her head also swayed. But I joined Banana Media because of Senior Zhang Yue. And now many female classmates in our school have signed contracts with the company. They all dream of becoming internet celebrities with millions of followers like her. A smug smile appeared on Cao Pingwa's lips. I didn't expect that cultivating Zhang Yue would have such an unexpected publicity effect. Tiantian, do you want to get the same resources as Zhang Yue and become one of the top female anchors at Banana Media? Su Tiantian's face was filled with excitement. Of course I do. Boss, I really want to improve. Cao Pingwa smiled wickedly and said, if you want to make progress, you have to pay a price. Su Tiantian blushed. Everyone in our school knows that Senior Wang Lulu is famous for attending class with a big belly. Ha ha, then things will be much simpler this way. Cao Pingwa touched his nose and smiled. Be my girlfriend, and I will not only give you resources to become one of the company's top internet celebrities, but I will also give you 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. 50,000 yuan in pocket money? Su Tiantian looked incredulous. Yes, after you get pregnant, your bonus will double to 100,000 yuan per month and another 1 million yuan after you give birth. Su Tiantian. When she followed Jiang Xinxin upstairs, she was still a little hesitant. But now, after listening to Cao Pingwa's words, the uncertainty in her heart disappeared immediately. Su Tiantian looked shy, bit her lower lip and said, Boss, actually, I have admired you for a long time. I am willing to be your girlfriend. Cao Pingwa looked very proud. It turns out that picking up girls can be so easy. Cao Pingwa carried Su Tiantian horizontally to the background wall of the office and pushed open an invisible door with his elbow. Su Tiantian's eyes widened. Boss, why is there a secret room in your office? Cao Pingwa smiled without saying a word and carried her into the bathroom. Seeing the young and wealthy boss being so gentle to her, Su Tiantian couldn't help but feel touched. Thank you, boss. Cao Pingwa pinched her little face and said with a smile. From now on, call me boss in public and husband in private. Su Tiantian smiled sweetly and said, I know, husband. When Su Tiantian, with her hair tied in 2 ponytails, returned to the 19th floor to pack her personal belongings, the dance studio instantly exploded. Tiantian, where are you going after packing your things? Go to the 20th floor. The company has arranged an exclusive live broadcast room for me. The female anchors with twin ponytails were in an uproar. First, the boss's secretary came to call Su Tiantian away, and an hour later, she became the company's key training target. It seems that she was really chosen by the boss during the previous ward inspection. Various expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Su Tiantian didn't care about the eyes of the crowd. She put on her backpack and said, Keep working hard, sisters. I'm going upstairs first. Chapter 126 Anna's Roommate, Part 1. Gossip in the company spreads very quickly. On her way back to the company, Banana sister, Zhang Yue heard through the WeChat gossip group that a junior schoolmate named Su Tiantian had stolen her tower while she was not in the company. So as soon as she returned to the company, Zhang Yue ran to the live broadcast room that Su Tiantian had just obtained to see how capable she was. Are you Su Tiantian? Seeing Zhang Yue looking her up and down with unfriendly eyes, Su Tiantian nodded calmly. Zhang Yue said with a hint of jealousy, I thought you were so beautiful, and that the boss would take a fancy to you at first sight. It turns out that you just have big breasts. Senior Yue, you worry too much. Su Tiantian said humbly, I'm just a junior schoolmate who follows you and takes you as a role model. Senior Yue, you're beautiful, tall, and talented in singing, dancing, and everything else. How can a newcomer like me compare to you, the banana sister? Zhang Yue, who was very comfortable with the flattery, saw Su Tiantian's humble attitude and didn't know what to say. Since you are my junior sister in school, you can come to me for help if you have any problems that you can't solve at work in the future. Su Tiantian quickly smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Yue. Okay, then you clean up first. I'm going back to my live studio. Looking at Zhang Yue's receding figure, Su Tiantian's expression quickly turned cold. Humph, what are you so arrogant about? You, Zhang Yue, can sit in the position of Banana Queen, but I, Su Tiantian, can't. Time quickly came to late January. That day, Cao Pingwa suddenly received 9,800 yuan transferred from Anna. The note is, hotel room rate for Christmas Eve. Miangwei Chao, have you received the money for your part-time modeling job? Anna, yes. I finally finished my exam today. Double happiness. Mr. Chao, then I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate. Anna, we have a class dinner tonight. Do you have time to come see me tomorrow? Smiley face. Mr. Chao, what time and where will we meet tomorrow? Anna, see you at the school gate at 5 p.m. No need to worry about your surname Chao. Okay. Anna, kiss, kiss. The next afternoon, at the main entrance of Jiangxing University, under the archway with the words Shuada Han Wu Ligua, Cao Pingwa saw the tall, long-legged, blonde, and blue-eyed Anna from afar. She was wearing a white woolen hat today, a thin dark green hooded sweatshirt, a pair of ripped jeans with holes that let air in everywhere, and a pair of white Adidas shell shoes. Overall, it still gives people a feeling of being beautiful and freezing. Anna. Flat. As he got closer, Cao Pingwa noticed that Anna's delicate and three-dimensional face had a noticeable look of worry. What's wrong, Anna? Did something unhappy happen? Anna shook her head. It's okay, let's go eat first. While eating, Anna still had no interest in her favorite Chaos Han beef hot pot. Cao Pingwa didn't ask any more questions, but just quietly accompanied her to finish dinner. The original plan was to have a meal, watch a movie, and book a hotel room, but Anna wanted to go back to school after dinner. She took Cao Pingwa's arm and kissed his face again. I'm not in the mood for that kind of thing today. Can you accompany me for a walk around the school? No problem. The two people with extremely good height strolled on the campus of Jiangda University, and they all turned heads along the way. Of course, most of them admired Anna's beauty, and a small number of them were secretly jealous of her. As they walked, they arrived at the 912 playground. Anna took Cao Pingwa's arm and sat on the stands, leaning her head on his shoulder as she looked at the night view inside and outside the playground. Anna, don't keep things in your heart. Maybe you will feel better if you talk about it. Anna held Cao Pingwa's big hand with her two small hands and interlocked their fingers. It's about my family. My city is not far from the front line. Yesterday, a lot of enemy drones suddenly attacked the city's power supply facilities. After receiving the news, I have been worried about the safety of my parents and my sister. Cao Pingwa frowned slightly. Then can you let your family move to another city first, and then move back when the situation stabilizes? Anna shook her head. Drones have also attacked the roads around the city. Now ordinary citizens can't even leave the city. Cao Pingwa asked, ordinary citizens can't leave the city? Does that mean some people can still leave? Anna replied, rich people can leave the city through the black market, but it costs $30,000 per person. $30,000 per person? That's not expensive. Cao Pingwa put his arm around Anna's shoulders and said, it's only $90,000. I'll pay for you. Anna looked at him with confusion. You don't know my family, and you are paying for their affairs. Isn't this inappropriate? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, aren't we good friends? What's wrong with me helping your family? Anna's expression was still a little conflicted, but $90,000 is not a small amount of money. We are indeed good friends, but I can't charge you so much money for no reason. Then consider it as a loan from me, okay? When you graduate and become a diplomat, you can slowly earn money and pay me back. Anna's brows slowly relaxed. We have only known each other for a month. Are you really sure you want to lend me so much money? Cao Pingwa touched Anna's little face and said, I believe you. Anna opened her arms and hugged Cao Pingwa's neck. Thank you, Pingwa. Downstairs in the international student dormitory, Cao Pingwa transferred 700,000 renminbi to Anna's WeChat. Anna, when you go to exchange currency tomorrow, if you don't have enough money, call me. That's enough, that's enough. This is almost worth $100,000, and my parents still have some savings. Anna crawled into Cao Pingwa's arms again, put her arms around his waist, and said, Thank you on behalf of my family. You're welcome. Then I'll go back and rest. I'll let you know as soon as there's good news. Anna kissed Cao Pingwa on the cheek again, then turned and walked into the dormitory building. 2 days later, in front of Jiangda Lakeside Canteen. As soon as they met, Anna threw herself into Cao Pingwa's arms with excitement. Thank God my parents and Sophia have moved to my aunt's house in St. Petersburg today. Cao Pingwa said happily. You only thank God and not me? Anna hugged his neck and smiled happily. Of course I have to thank you too. But after I bought my plane ticket back home, I don't have much money left, so I can only treat you to dinner in the school cafeteria tonight. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, It doesn't matter where you eat. What matters is who you eat with. Anna's pretty face flushed, and she took his arm and walked into the lakeside cafeteria. After having dinner together, Anna took Cao Pingwa's hand and brought him back to the international student dormitory where she lived. Damn it, Chinese students all live in 4-person rooms, but you international students are given double rooms. Jiangda University is so hypocritical. Cao Pingwa looked at the balcony of the dormitory and turned around, then was hugged by Anna and his mouth was blocked by her soft cherry lips. After a passionate kiss, Anna's blue eyes were filled with lust. She took Cao Pingwa's hand and led him to her bed. Your roommate isn't coming back? Natasha is on a date with her boyfriend. She won't be back so early. Just as Anna's bunk bed creaked, a brown-haired Eastern European beauty pushed the door open and said loudly in Russian, Anna, I broke up with that bastard Peter. Chapter 127 Anna's Roommate, Part 2. Anna, with a rosy face, covered her snow-white chest with a thin blanket, half raised her body from the bunk bed, and responded in Russian. Natasha, didn't you just reconcile with Peter 2 days ago? Why are you breaking up again? I'm serious this time. That idiot Peter actually found time to get a Chinese girlfriend during the days we were having a fight. I just discovered it. Natasha looked up at Anna on the bed and asked in confusion. Anna, why are you going to bed so early? At this time, Cao Pingwa, with his upper body naked, leaned out from behind Anna, rested his chin on her snow-white shoulders, and said, Hello. Natasha was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Hello, and I. Anna's little face showed a hint of shyness. He is my friend, Cao Pingwa. Pingwa, she is my roommate Natasha. Natasha looked at Cao Pingwa with a curious look, then asked Anna in Russian, Is he the Chinese friend we just made? Anna, duh. He was the one who helped you teach your ex-boyfriend Alexei a lesson? Anna smiled and said, Duh. Natasha looked at Cao Pingwa meaningfully again. Sorry, handsome, I interrupted you just now. She took off her coat, turned around and sat down at her desk, put on a pair of noise-canceling headphones and said, You guys continue, don't worry about me. After saying that, she turned her back and started listening to music and reading a book. Cao Pingwa. Anna, is this appropriate? Anna turned around and threw him back onto the bed, and the thin blanket on her chest slipped off instantly. It's okay. This situation is quite common in the dormitory. This is how we usually deal with it. Cao Pingwa looked at the two dazzling white masses in front of him and swallowed twice. It's quite common. It's the kind of flower you international students play with. Anna put on Cao Pingwa's white shirt without any clothes and got out of bed using the ladder at the end of the bed. Natasha took off her noise-canceling headphones, which had been playing no music for a long time, and asked, Anna, is he your friend or your boyfriend? Anna blushed slightly. We are just friends now. Natasha smiled meaningfully and said, Can I be friends with him? Just ask him yourself. After Anna finished speaking, she put up her long golden hair and walked into the bathroom in the dormitory to take a shower. Cao Pingwa was lying on the bunk bed with his eyes closed to rest for a while, when he suddenly felt someone climbing up the iron ladder onto the bunk bed. Anna, you finished your shower so soon? Anna didn't answer. No, this is not E-level Anna. This is at least an F-level heroine. Cao Pingwa opened his eyes and saw that the person looking down at him was not the blonde Anna, but a brown-haired girl. Natasha, why are you here? Name, Natasha Kavlova. Age, 23. No makeup, 82 points. Body size, 90 points. Master's student, 8 former writers, non-smoker, mild alcoholic, 5 tattoos, in good health. The system judged it as unqualified. Suddenly, a burly Russian man wearing a leather jacket pushed the door open. Natasha, I was wrong. Baby, can you please forgive me again? Hey, where are you, baby? Hearing the noise, Cao Pingwa poked his head out of the bed. Holy crap, who are you? How can you just walk into a girl's dorm? Mousie was stunned for a moment, then said in Chinese with a hint of apology. Sorry, friend, for disturbing you and Anna. I'm Peter, Anna's roommate Natasha's boyfriend. Cao Pingwa. At this time, Anna, who had just finished taking a shower, came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Peter, Anna, why are you in the bathroom? Aren't you in your bed? It's me in her bed. Natasha covered her chest with a thin blanket and leaned out of the bunk bed. Peter, you cheating idiot. We've already broken up. Why are you still looking for me? Peter. His brain froze for several seconds, and then he looked at Cao Pingwa with murderous intent. Sucka. You? Get down here. I want to fight you one-on-one. Cao Pingwa put on his underwear and climbed off the bed, smiling helplessly. Brother, I know you are very angry, but don't be angry for now. It was Natasha who took the initiative to make friends with me. Peter, with his eyes red with anger, threw a fierce straight punch towards his face. Cao Pingwa, who possessed level 7 fighting skills, crouched down and easily dodged Peter's punch. Dude, hold on, let's talk it out, okay? Peter, who was so angry that he couldn't understand Chinese at all, just kept punching. Feeling a little bit guilty, Cao Pingwa didn't want to fight with the other party, so he just dodged and didn't fight back. But the dormitory was so small, he quickly retreated to the balcony, with Anna wrapped in a bath towel behind him. Cao Pingwa was forced to block and then hit the opponent's right rib with a side hook. Peter suddenly felt that he could not breathe into his lungs. He covered his chest and knelt in front of Cao Pingwa and Anna. Hey, it's not New Year's yet. Peter, you don't have to do such a big gift. As Cao Pingwa reached out to help Peter up, he swung his sandbag-sized fist at Cao Pingwa again. Cao Pingwa had no choice but to hit him on the left rib with another hook punch, and Peter fell to his knees in front of the two men with a plop again. At this time, Natasha, who felt a little sorry for her ex-boyfriend, came over wearing only a long-sleeved t-shirt. Peter, stop fighting with Anna's friends. Last month on Christmas Eve, none of Alexei's 5 friends could beat him. Peter was shocked. Are you the Chinese man? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Yes. After hearing this, Peter lowered his head with a lonely look on his face, and tears flowed unconsciously. His girlfriend was slept with by someone else, and he couldn't beat him back, so his self-esteem was really hurt. Seeing Peter crying, Natasha suddenly knelt in front of him and began to wipe his tears with her hands. Chapter 128, Returning the Property to its Original Owner. Peter, stop crying. Natasha, dear, why do you do this to me? Who told you to cheat first? I was wrong, Natasha. I apologize to you. I promise to be devoted to you from now on. Can you forgive me again? Natasha caressed Peter's big face a few times, then nodded with a touching look on her face. I forgive you. Baby, let's make peace. Then the two of them knelt on the ground and hugged each other. Cao Pingwa, have I become a tool? Seeing this, Anna pulled Cao Pingwa back to the dormitory, leaving the balcony space to Natasha and Peter. Why are you with my roommate after I just took a shower? Cao Pingwa touched the back of his head and smiled. I refused at first, but she insisted. Did you agree if she insisted? Cao Pingwa. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Anna pouted her pretty lips and smiled. Just leave the dormitory to Natasha and the others. We'll stay in a hotel tonight. Okay, I think it's okay. After spending a passionate night together in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the Hilton Hotel's penthouse suite. The next day, Jiangxing Tianhe Airport. Outside the security checkpoint, Anna, who was wearing a black woolen coat, had long legs and blonde hair, still attracted the attention of the passengers passing by. Before leaving, she took out a piece of A4 paper folded in half from her coat pocket and handed it to Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa took it and opened it. It was a note written in Russian. What is this? Anna smiled wickedly. This is the IOU I wrote to you. You must keep it well. Ha ha ha. Fine, I'll keep it if you write it. Seeing Anna smiling and opening her arms to him, Cao Pingwa took a step forward and hugged her tightly. After hugging him, Anna took the initiative to kiss Cao Pingwa on the cheek, then shook her long golden hair and walked towards the security checkpoint with her small suitcase in a cool manner. Banana Media Chairman's Office, 20th floor, Building A, Wanda International Office Building. Cao Pingwa was leaning back on a large leather sofa with his eyes closed. Su Tian, with twin ponytails, was wearing a JK uniform of white shirt and pink skirt, with bare legs and a pair of white socks on her feet. She was sitting on the carpet next to him, reading a book and learning English. At this moment, Boss Chow's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, I'm Cao Pingwa. Husband, you haven't been home for many days. I miss you. The voice of his ex-wife Liu Ruyan came from the other end of the phone. Cao Pingwa glanced down at Su Tiantian and said, I can't help it. The company is too busy. Then can you spare some time tonight and come home to have dinner with me? I have something I want to discuss with you. Cao Pingwa knew without thinking that Liu Ruyan wanted to talk to him about the mortgage loan. Since taking out the loan in August last year, Liu Ruyan and her mother Wu Yin have been responsible for the monthly repayments, and Cao Pingwa has not paid a penny. He thought to himself, it seems that the pension saved by Wu Yin, the old Indiana turtle dove, must have been drained out. Okay, I'll be home around 6 p.m. Okay, husband, I'll wait for you at home. After hanging up the phone, Cao Pingwa grabbed the JK beauty who was kneeling on the ground and hugged her in his arms. Hubby, why has senior sister Lulu changed so much, but Yue hasn't changed at all? Because Yue was afraid her parents wouldn't agree, she wanted to wait until she graduated from university before having a baby. Husband, do you agree? Cao Pingwa laughed and said, the belly is hers, so of course she needs to be completely willing to have the baby. After hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Su Tiantian almost couldn't hold back her smile. Zhang Yue, you idiot, don't you think about who helped you take the position of #1 banana sister? You have the chance to get pregnant with your boss's child, but you don't hurry up and get pregnant. Aren't you just waiting for me to gain fame as a mother and then squeeze you out? Hubby, I want to give birth to a baby for you right now, just like senior sister Lulu. Ha ha ha. Cao Pingwa looked at the fresh and tender girl in front of him with a proud face. Tiantian, you are so sensible at such a young age. Your husband will definitely love you well. Husband, the chairman's office, which was well heated, was immediately filled with spring. Cao Pingwa drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach to the food community where his ex-wife lived. Hubby, welcome home. Liu Ruyan, with her big belly, had obviously put on delicate light makeup for Cao Pingwa. She affectionately took his arm and walked to a table full of sumptuous dinner. Hubby, you've worked hard. Let's eat first. Yeah, okay. After dinner, Cao Pingwa leaned on the sofa in the living room and watched the news. After Liu Ruyan finished clearing the table, she went to the kitchen to cut a plate of fruit, sat next to him, and fed him bite by bite. Cao Pingwa looked sideways at his beautiful ex-wife, who had never touched women before, and was very satisfied with the results of his training. How many installments have you made on the mortgage? How much do you still owe the bank in total? Hearing Cao Pingwa take the initiative to bring up the matter of the loan, Liu Ruyan quickly replied with a smile. I've already paid 5 installments, and the total I still owe is. She took out her phone and opened the bank's app to check. A total of 1.5 million and 8,000 yuan left. Cao Pingwa took out a house transfer contract and a pen and handed it to Liu Ruyan. Sign your name. Sell the house to me for 1.51 million, and then use the money to pay off the loan you owe the bank. Liu Ruyan took the contract and looked at it, her mind a little confused. Selling my house to you? Then I won't have a house under my name anymore. Cao Pingwa didn't even give her time to think. What do you mean by your house and my house? When you give birth to the baby in your belly, we can get the marriage certificate again, and then all my houses will be yours again, right? Besides, the house is in my name. With my income and qualifications, I can borrow more money from the bank, which can further supplement my startup capital. Ruyan, aren't you willing to support your husband's career? No, of course I'm willing to support my husband's career. Liu Ruyan said quickly. I just want to talk to my mother about transferring the house to you. Cao Pingwa frowned and asked, why discuss with your mother whose name our house should be put under? Just sign the contract. Starting this month, I'll give you 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses and 10,000 yuan for pocket money. From now on, you should listen less to your mother and only listen to me, your husband. Give me 20,000 every month? Really, husband? Liu Ruyan's face was full of excitement. Cao Pingwa calmly picked up his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to her directly via WeChat. There are both immediate benefits in the future of remarriage, and it can also completely get rid of the pressure of paying the bank 52,000 every month. Liu Ruyan didn't think much about it and happily signed the house transfer contract. At this moment, the house that was originally bought by Cao Pingwa finally returned to his hands. His beautiful ex-wife Liu Ruyan became a pregnant woman with no car, no house, and no job, and was completely controlled by him. Honey, my mom has been helping me pay off most of the loans for the past 5 months. Liu Ruyan said cautiously. In order to protect my credit, she not only took out all the pension she had saved for many years, but also borrowed tens of thousands of yuan from my relatives. This money, Cao Pingwa casually replied, I understand. I'll consider it when my company's cash flow is more sufficient. Thank you, husband. You are so kind. Liu Ruyan hugged Cao Pingwa's arm and buried her little face in his neck, her heart full of happiness. Cao Pingwa just felt funny inside his stomach at this moment. What does the money that Wu Yan, that old bidden, borrowed from outside have to do with me? Cao Pingwa. Chapter 129, Little New Year's Eve. January ends and February arrives. This day is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, Little New Year. Cao Pingwa took the hand of Su Tiantian, who had just gotten her hands on a baby-faced and beautiful girl, and returned to the Yuhu Shijia community. As soon as we walked into the door of room 3601, the women in the room stood up and came to the door to greet Cao Pingwa. Husband, you're back. They used their mouths to ask their men about their well-being, while looking up and down at the newcomer, Su Tiantian, standing next to him. She had a single ponytail and a non-aggressive baby face. He is not very tall, only about 1.62 or 1.63 meters. His most outstanding feature is his big thunder that cannot be hidden even by a pair of thick winter clothes. Cao Pingwa lifted his foot and asked Li Jing, who was squatting in front of him, to help him change into slippers. He introduced her. Her name is Su Tiantian. She's Yu Wei and Lu Lu's junior schoolmate. Hello, sisters. 19-year-old Su Tiantian greeted everyone generously, while secretly observing the 7 beauties of different ages and characteristics in the room. It turns out that the rumors in the company are true. The boss's 3 beautiful secretaries, Jin Yao, Yu Qian, and Qian Wan, are all here, and each one has a bigger belly than the other. I know the stupid Zhang Yue and the smart Wang Lulu, but I have never met the other 2 girls, so they should not be from Banana Media. Su Tiantian's gaze shifted from the quiet-looking Li Jing to the pregnant Zheng Jieqi. This little girl seems to be about the same age as me, with a thin figure. Her appearance is quite pretty compared to ordinary people, but it is a little underwhelming in this big house full of beauties. After changing into slippers, Cao Pingwa was surrounded by the girls and came to the spacious dining room, where they sat down at the rectangular dining table. Because Su Tiantian joined the family dinner today, the seats of all the girls changed slightly. On Cao Pingwa's right sat Jin Yao, Li Jing, Zheng Jieqi, and Su Tiantian. Sitting on the left are Qian Wan, Yu Qian, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue. When the 3 housekeeping aunties saw everyone sitting at their tables, they quickly brought the sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner that they had prepared for the entire afternoon. Cao Pingwa looked at the delicious dishes and said to Jin Yao on his right, Yao Yao, today is the Little New Year. After dinner, give each of the 3 aunts a red envelope of 500 yuan. Jin Yao nodded obediently. Okay, husband. Oh, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The 3 housekeepers thanked me repeatedly, then returned to the kitchen together, chatting about gossip while eating. The boss of this place is really capable. He's so rich at such a young age. He lives in a big house, drives a luxury car, and has so many girlfriends. Yes, when I first came to this house to work as a housekeeper, there were only 2 houses, 3601 and 3501. After adding 6 girls, it didn't take long before there were 4 houses and 8 girls. Hey, what's the big deal? I saw online news that the head monk in that temple has dozens of wives and over 100 children. The boss of this place is nowhere near that. That's right, all rich men are like this nowadays. It's called having many children and more blessings. This side of the dining room. Cao Pingwa asked the 8 girls who were eating and chatting with a smile. Chinese New Year is coming soon. Where are you planning to celebrate? Qian Wan on the left answered first. Hubby, Qian and I are planning to stay in Jiangxing and celebrate the New Year together. Yu Qian nodded. It's inconvenient with my big belly, so I won't go back home this year. Zhang Yue, feeling relieved that she wasn't pregnant, smiled and said, I bought a train ticket back to Shaoyang on the 27th of the Lunar New Year. I plan to stay at home until the 10th of the Lunar New Year before returning to Jiangxing. Wang Lulu, who was sitting next to Zhang Yue, said calmly, If I go back home for the New Year with a big belly like this, I'm sure my family will annoy me to death with all the questions they ask me. So I'm planning to go back to Jiangxi with Jieqi, Jin Yao, and Li Jing to celebrate the New Year. We can also visit Jingdezhen on the way. Zheng Jieqi, who rarely contacts his family, also nodded. Cao Pingwa looked at Jin Yao and Li Jing and said, Then I will personally drive you 4 back to Fuyang in a couple of days. Thank you, husband. You are so nice. Jin Yao smiled happily. Li Jing looked at Cao Pingwa with a happy face, silently expressing her deep love with her eyes. Tiantian, what about you? Cao Pingwa asked Su Tiantian, who was sitting at the last seat. My hometown is Huanggang, right on the edge of Jiangcheng, so it's very convenient to go back. Su Tiantian put down her chopsticks and said, I plan to stay at the company until New Year's Eve and then go back home. I will only stay at home for 2 days and go back to work on the 2nd day of the new year. Hearing the Ho Lang sitting opposite her being so enthusiastic, Banana sister Zhang Yue couldn't help but feel a little worried. It seems I can't stay at home for so long. I have to go back to the company early. After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone sat together on the big sofa in the living room, watching TV, chatting, and eating fruit. Cao Pingwa first sat between Jin Yao and Li Jing, hugging his two oldest and most gentle girlfriends and chatting with them in an intimate manner. Then he sat between Qian Wan and Yu Qian, caressing their growing bellies and their long, smooth legs in black silk stockings, while letting them feed him fruit. Then he sat between Zhang Yue and Wang Lulu, touching the smooth faces of the two female college students while asking about their studies. Finally, Cao Pingwa sat between Su Tiantian and Zheng Jieqi again, holding Delay in one hand and hugging the pregnant Zheng Jieqi, whispering in her ear. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the pregnant women stood up and prepared to wash and rest. Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi, who lived in 3601, walked into the bathroom hand in hand to take a shower. Qian Wan, Yu Qian, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue took the elevator down one floor together and returned to rooms 3501 and 3502 respectively. Li Jing brought the newlywed Su Tiantian to 3602 opposite and asked her to choose one of the remaining 3 bedrooms. In the dressing room of the master bedroom of room 3602, Li Jing was tidying up her wardrobe and packing her luggage to go home for the new year. At this time, Cao Pingwa, who was strolling around the 4 rooms, came to her room quietly and hugged her from behind. "Let me feel it, and see if your belly is starting to grow." "Honey, I'm only 3 months pregnant. My belly hasn't started to grow so quickly." Li Jing blushed and said, "And if you want to check if my belly is big, you have to put your hand down a little bit." Cao Pingwa smiled and held Li Jing's soft shoulders, asking her to turn around. "Tiantian is new. She lives with you now. As your big sister, you should take good care of her." Li Jing nodded obediently. "I would have done the same thing even if my husband hadn't told me, but I don't think Tiantian really needs my care." "Cao Pingwa? How do you mean?" Li Jing caressed his cheek and explained, "Although Tiantian is half a year younger than Jieqi, she is much more mature. She's new here today, but she's not at all nervous around so many older sisters. She's able to chat with everyone without hesitation. When she's 2 years older, she's sure to be quite the girl." She sighed softly. "With Qian Wan and Su Tiantian, I'm afraid it will become increasingly difficult to manage Yao Yao's family in the future." 26-year-old Li Jing has been married before and is a latecomer, so she usually doesn't talk much and keeps a low profile at home. But Cao Pingwa knew in his heart that she was actually a very smart girl with high emotional intelligence. It doesn't matter. With a good friend like you by Yao Yao's side to support her, there won't be any chaos at home. Li Jing was touched by the man's trust. "Honey," she raised her head, lust surging in her big eyes. "We haven't had sex for over 3 months since I became pregnant with your baby. I miss you so much." Cao Pingwa didn't say a word. He lowered his head and kissed Li Jing. Chapter 130, The Hard Work of Cao Pingwa. 2 days later, Cao Pingwa personally drove the Mercedes-Benz V300 commercial vehicle to take Jin Yao, Li Jing, Wang Lulu, and Zheng Jieqi back to Fuyang, Jiangxi to celebrate the new year. Originally, Cao Pingwa wanted the 4 girls to sit in the back seat, which would be more comfortable and safer, but Li Jing insisted on sitting in the passenger seat and driving with him. On the way, the 4 girls were in a very good mood, chattering while eating snacks. Cao Pingwa held the steering wheel, looked ahead, and asked, "By the way, Yao Yao, are you planning to arrange for Lulu and Jieqi to stay at your house, or stay in a hotel?" Jin Yao held her belly with both hands and replied, "The new house I bought for my parents has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Lulu and Jieqi can just live in my house." Zheng Jieqi was very excited. "I want to sleep with Sister Yao Yao." Wang Lulu laughed and said, "Haha, then I can live in a room by myself." Cao Pingwa asked again, "Yao Yao, how are you going to introduce Lulu and Jieqi to your parents?" "We discussed this last night." Jin Yao glanced sideways at Zheng Jieqi and Wang Lulu. "I'll tell my parents that Jieqi and Lulu are your cousins. They think it's too boring to celebrate the new year at home, so they want to come with me to Jingdezhen for a trip." Cao Pingwa said happily, "Ha, then won't they both change their address to calling you sister-in-law?" Jin Yao smiled and said, "That seems to be the case. Lulu, Jieqi, you two should start changing your ways now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you two will find it difficult to change when the time comes." Wang Lulu smiled and said, "I understand, sister-in-law." Zheng Jieqi was stunned for a moment, then followed suit. "I know, sister-in-law." Li Jing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, tilted her head and smiled. "When you call me that, the feeling is immediately different." As they were chatting, the 3 pregnant women sitting in the back row leaned back in their chairs, and fell asleep after eating and drinking their fill. Jing, if you feel sleepy, just lower the back of your chair and take a rest. Li Jing shook her head and said softly, Honey, I'm not sleepy. I'll drive with you. With Li Jing's gentle company, Cao Pingwa had food and drinks all the way without feeling sleepy at all. The Mercedes-Benz V300 soon arrived near Jiujiang City. Well, honey, I want to go to the bathroom, Wang Lulu said while stretching after waking up. Me too. I need to go to the bathroom too. Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi also stretched lazily and echoed. Cao Pingwa. Okay, there's a service area just 3 kilometers ahead. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz V300 smoothly changed lanes to the right and drove into the Jiujiang North service area. After the car stopped, the 4 girls, holding hands, went to the bathroom together affectionately. Cao Pingwa didn't feel like urinating, so he just stood next to the business car and stretched his legs. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a pregnant woman got out of a gray Lexus RX parked nearby. The pregnant woman then followed Jin Yao and the others and walked towards the bathroom in the service area. Brother, do you want to smoke? The middle-aged man with glasses took the initiative to talk to Cao Pingwa. Thank you, I can't. Haha, that won't be good. My wife is pregnant and we can't smoke at home. I should have quit smoking a long time ago. As he spoke, he skillfully lit a Jinsheng and smoked it up to his lungs. Brother, are you going home for the new year? Asked the man with glasses. Yes, to send my wife back to her parents' home for the new year. Where is your wife's family from? Cao Pingwa replied vaguely, from Jingdezhen. The man with glasses' eyes lit up. What a coincidence. My wife's family is in Leping, so we're on the same route. Cao Pingwa smiled politely and did not respond. The man with glasses continued to chat, cigarette in hand. The betrothal gifts in Leping are quite high. Last year, I spent 380,000 yuan to marry my wife, not counting the house and the 5 golds. How much did you spend on the betrothal gift when you married your wife? Cao Pingwa glanced at him sideways and said with a smile, 880,000. Man with glasses. I heard that last October, a family in Fuliang received a betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan for their daughter's wedding. Could they be referring to you and your wife? Cao Pingwa said happily, probably. Awesome, bro. The middle-aged man with glasses couldn't help but reach out and pat Cao Pingwa on the shoulder. Awesome. Dude, you're really working hard. It's hard for me to take my wife out with a big belly, and you're actually going out with 3 big bellies. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, actually, all for a pregnant. Oh my god, the middle-aged man was surprised. Which one of them is your wife? He wanted to take a closer look later to see what the wife he spent 880,000 yuan to marry looked like. Cao Pingwa grinned. All of them. Man with glasses. Dude, you're hilarious. Not long after, Jin Yao and the others finished using the restroom and came back hand in hand. The man with glasses quickly adjusted his glasses and took the opportunity to observe carefully. He found that the 4 girls were all very good-looking, and the 2 girls with big bellies were obviously only in their 20s. At this time, Zheng Jieqi walked up to Cao Pingwa, took his hand and asked affectionately, Husband, how long will it take us to get there? The man with glasses, so the one who looks the youngest is your wife. She is obviously not as pretty as the other 3 girls. Buddy, you feel like you've lost out on this 880,000 yuan, don't you? Jieqi, you called him the wrong name. Wang Lulu, who was standing nearby looking at the scenery, reminded her. We should call him brother or cousin now, and we can't call him husband anymore. Oh, that's right. Zheng Jieqi immediately changed her tone and said to Cao Pingwa with a smile, Brother, how long will it take for us to get to my sister-in-law's house? The CPU in the glasses man's brain instantly burned out. Cao Pingwa touched Zheng Jieqi's little head and said with a smile, It's almost there. From Jiujiang to Fuliang, it will take less than 2 hours if we are fast. Jin Yao also came forward holding Li Jing's hand. Husband, we are not in a hurry. Safety comes first. I understand, Yao Yao. Li Jing reached out and touched Cao Pingwa's cheek lovingly. Honey, if you are tired of driving, we can rest here for a while before leaving. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Don't worry, Jingjing. It's only a 4-hour drive, and we've rested 5 times along the way. I really am not tired at all. Afterwards, he helped the 3 pregnant women one by one to the back seat of the business car, and then helped Li Jing to the passenger seat. Finally, in the incredulous gaze of the middle-aged man with glasses, he sat in the driver's seat and drove away in the black Mercedes-Benz V300. Chapter 131: The Way of Reasoning. At 5 p.m., the black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle arrived smoothly at the Beguian community in Fuliang County. As soon as they met, Cao Pingwa gave Jin Yao's parents a red envelope of 50,000 yuan each, then put his arms around Zheng Jieqi and Wang Lulu's shoulders and entrusted his two cousins to them. Faced with the request of Cao Pingwa, their good son-in-law who not only took good care of their daughter Jin Yao, but also paid for them to move into a large house with an elevator, Jin Yao's parents naturally agreed. Pingwa, don't worry about what you do. We are all family. We will definitely take good care of your two cousins. After settling Jin Yao, Wang Lulu, and Zheng Jieqi, Cao Pingwa drove Li Jing home. Fuyang County is not big, so under Li Jing's guidance, Cao Pingwa quickly parked the car on an open space next to a large private house on the outskirts of the county. Seeing that Li Jing suddenly looked troubled, Cao Pingwa asked, "What's wrong, Jingjing? Why do you look like this when you're home?" Li Jing lowered her eyebrows and said, "Hubby, we live in a private house, and our conditions are very average. I hope you won't be disgusted when you see it later." Cao Pingwa reached out and touched Li Jing's smooth, round face. "Jingjing, are you worried that I'll look down on you because I saw with my own eyes that your family conditions are not good?" "Yeah." Li Jing nodded with a slightly sad look in her eyes. Cao Pingwa reached out and took Li Jing into his arms. "You little idiot, I like you as a person. It has nothing to do with your family background." "Husband." Li Jing's eyes were filled with emotion, and tears of happiness rolled down her eyes. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa first wiped her tears gently with his hands, then lowered his head and kissed her soft cherry lips. Comforted by Cao Pingwa's superb kissing skills, Li Jing quickly stopped crying, and all her worries disappeared. As they were kissing, Cao Pingwa felt a nimble little hand reaching into the side pocket of his trousers and rummaging through it. "Jingjing, what are you looking for in my pocket?" Li Jing's face flushed. "Looking for your phone." Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile. "My phone is not in my pocket. It just fell in the back seat." Li Jing also smiled tacitly and said, "Then let's go to the back row and look for it together." "Okay." In the dark night, a Mercedes-Benz V300 parked in an open space without street lights swayed from side to side and from front to back. 15 minutes later, the two people who finally found their phones opened the back door and got out of the car. Li Jing, with a rosy face, raised her head and helped Cao Pingwa turn up the collar of his woolen coat with tenderness in her eyes. Then she took his big hand and led him into the private area with complex terrain. In the lobby on the first floor of a slightly dilapidated two-story building, Li Jing held Cao Pingwa's arm and sat opposite her parents and younger brother Li Fei across a wooden table with peeling paint. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Fei, he is my boyfriend, Cao Pingwa." The three people opposite did not respond, but stared at the tall and strong Cao Pingwa with vigilance and unwelcome eyes. They didn't know about the borrowing a chicken to lay eggs incident that Li Jing, Jin Yao, Cao Pingwa, and Cheng Chuan had done before, nor did they know Cheng Chuan's inner identity. So in their eyes, Li Jing was giving up her good life as a married woman and insisting on getting a divorce, which would make them completely lose Cheng Chuan's high-quality long-term meal ticket. Li Jing's younger brother Li Fei couldn't help but speak first and asked Cao Pingwa, "My sister told me that you're also in business? What kind of business do you do? How much do you make in a year?" Facing Li Fei's impolite questions, Cao Pingwa directly retorted, "None of your business." "Li Fei, you." Li Jing also scolded her brother harshly. "Xiao Fei, how could you speak like that? It's so rude." "Sister, I don't mean anything else." Li Fei explained. "You've lived a good life with a married family for so many years. I'm afraid you'll suffer if you follow this guy named Cao." Li Jing turned her head, looked at Cao Pingwa with gentle eyes, and said, "You don't know. Pingwa is very good to me. He bought a large house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in Jiangcheng specifically for me to live in, and also hired 2 housekeepers to take turns doing housework and taking care of me." Li Fei looked unconvinced. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true." Li Jing continued. "He takes care of everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Plus, he gives me 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month for me to use as I please." "Uft." Li Fei laughed out loud. 100,000 a month? How rich must he be? "Sister, aren't you exaggerating a bit too much?" Li Jing's parents also didn't believe what Li Jing had just said. Mother Li said worriedly, "Daughter, don't believe the unrealistic promises some men make to you. Mom hopes you can turn back and find a chance to remarry Cheng Chuan, so that you can have a happy life for the rest of your life." "Mom, Cheng Chuan and I are over." Li Jing took Cao Pingwa's big hand and placed it on her belly, looking at him affectionately. "I already have his baby in my belly, and now I just want to stay by his side and raise our child with him." Li's mother, "It's really spicy, my daughter. You are confused." Cao Pingwa saw that Li Jing's reasoning was not convincing, so he began to reason in his own way. "Uncle and aunt, even though I haven't had a sip of water since I walked in, you are still Jingjing's parents after all. He took out 2 stacks of bright red RMB and placed them in front of Li Jing's parents. This 100,000 yuan is my gift to you too. Jin Yao's parents each received 50,000 yuan, and Li Jing's parents also received 50,000 yuan each. Cao Pingwa must make sure that everything is fair. Seeing the red RMB on the wooden table, Li Jing's parents and younger brother Li Fei were dumbfounded. At this moment, Father Li, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned around and scolded Mother Li. What's wrong with you as an elder? Your son-in-law has been living here for such a long time. Where is your tea? Oh, look at me. I'm old and my reactions are slow. I'll be there right away. Mother Li quickly stood up, put away the 2 stacks of RMB on the table with a smile on her face, and then skillfully made tea and poured water for Cao Pingwa. Li Fei also hurriedly brought a fruit plate from the side and placed it in front of Cao Pingwa with a flattering look on his face. Hey, brother-in-law, my brother was a little abrupt just now. Please forgive me, brother-in-law. Chapter 132. A short separation makes you happy. At the enthusiastic invitation of Li's father, mother, and Li Fei, Cao Pingwa stayed for dinner for Li Jing. During the meal, Li's father took out the Wulianya liquor he had collected for many years and wanted to have a drink with him, but Cao Pingwa declined on the grounds that he had to drive. After dinner, Li Jing and her family went out together again and took Cao Pingwa all the way to his Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Uncle and aunt, you guys go back first. I want to talk to Jingjing alone. Cao Pingwa said. Okay, then you guys chat. We'll go back first. Brother-in-law, let's keep in touch. After Li Jing's family left, Cao Pingwa touched her little hands and said, Jingjing, I'll transfer 2 million yuan to you via WeChat later. Just like Yao Yao, you can buy your parents a nice house in the county town. Hubby. Li Jing was so moved that she could hardly speak. Cao Pingwa caressed Li Jing's face and said, I hope you can live in Jiangcheng without any worries and give birth to a baby for me. And this 2 million reward was originally meant to be given to you. It was just given a few months early. But the other sisters in the family, Qian Wan and Yu Qian, how would they know if we didn't tell them? Cao Pingwa said with a smile. Besides, what if they knew? I just dote on you and Yao Yao, so what? Husband. Li Jing buried her head in Cao Pingwa's arms, tears of happiness instantly bursting out of her eyes. After bidding farewell to Li Jing for half an hour, Cao Pingwa drove back to Beguian community in the county town. As soon as they entered the house, Jin Yao's parents came up to them and asked about their well-being. Pingwa, have you had dinner? Did you eat well? We left some food for you before dinner. Would you like to have some more? After politely declining, Cao Pingwa came to Jin Yao's bedroom and found 3 girls chatting together on the big bed. Brother, you're back. Wang Lulu and Zheng Jieqi laughed in unison. Ha ha, the more you two call each other, the more comfortable it becomes. Cao Pingwa sat down between Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi, put his arms around their shoulders and kissed them on both sides, then looked at Wang Lulu. Wang Lulu smiled, leaned forward, and kissed him on the face. I'll get some sleep tonight and leave tomorrow. Cao Pingwa touched Zheng Jieqi's head and said, during the new year, you two must listen to your sister Yao Yao. I understand, brother. Cao Pingwa then said to Jin Yao, wherever you go to play in the surrounding area during the new year, you must pay attention to safety. Don't worry, husband. Jingjing and I will definitely take good care of Lulu and Jieqi. Jin Yao caressed his cheek and said, just mind your business. The 4 of us will be waiting for you to pick us up in Fuyang. That night, Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao slept in one room, and their 2 cousins, Wang Lulu and Zheng Jieqi, slept in another room. The next morning, Cao Pingwa left his Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle in Fuyang, took a taxi to Jingdezhen North Station, and then took the high-speed rail to the Magic City. Downstairs of Oriental Exhibition Company. When Chen Shui saw Cao Pingwa coming to pick her up from get off work from afar, she immediately ran towards him excitedly in her high heels. Seeing this, Cao Pingwa rushed forward and said, slow down. Xiaoxua, you're wearing high heels. Be careful not to fall. Chen Shui threw herself into his arms without caring about anything. Pingwa, I miss you so much. Cao Pingwa also hugged her tightly. I missed you too, Xiaoxua. After hugging each other for a long time amidst the crowds of people coming and going in the office building, Chen Shui slowly released her hands. Come on, come home with me. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, it's already dinner time. Why don't we eat outside first? Chen Shui blushed slightly, took Cao Pingwa's hand, and walked home. There's no rush for food. I'm in a hurry to go back and pay the rent. Soon, the 2 walked back to Polytiani community. As soon as she entered the house, Chen Shui pushed Cao Pingwa against the door panel and started kissing and nibbling him. Ha 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 ha, Xiaoxua, don't be so impatient. You're going to tear my clothes. Chen Shui's big eyes were already surging with lust, Stop talking nonsense. If you tear it, I can just buy you a new one. 20 minutes later, Cao Pingwa was lying naked on the big bed in the bedroom, resting. He had just experienced what it meant to be reunited after a short separation. Chen Shui, with a rosy complexion, was barefoot with a pair of beautiful snow-white legs. She was wearing Cao Pingwa's white shirt, from which she had torn off several buttons. She was standing in front of the stove in the kitchen, cooking noodles for him. After lying down for a while, Cao Pingwa, with his bare bottom, got up and came to the kitchen. He hugged Chen Shui from behind. It smells really good. Chen Shui smiled with a hint of pride and said, yeah, I'm not very good at cooking, but I'm pretty good at making noodles. Cao Pingwa leaned over and kissed and sniffed Chen Shui's snow-white neck. I'm not saying the noodles smell good. I'm saying you smell good. Oh, it's so itchy. Chen Shui twisted her body and said coquettishly, stop making trouble. Let me cook some noodles for you first. She kissed Cao Pingwa on the side of his face and said, I heard your stomach growling just now in bed. I'd be heartbroken if I saw you starving. Okay, let's eat first. Soon, a bowl of 3 fresh noodles with 2 eggs, a lot of shrimps, ham, and green vegetables was served. Cao Pingwa sat at the dining table in the living room, and Chen Shui sat sideways in his arms. The two of them ate noodles together in a large porcelain bowl with a pair of chopsticks, taking turns taking bites. After finishing the noodles, Chen Shui took out some tissue paper and gently wiped Cao Pingwa's mouth. Cao Pingwa touched her smooth thighs and pouted as he let her wipe them. After wiping, Chen Shui couldn't help but cover Cao Pingwa's mouth with her cherry lips. The two of them kissed passionately at the dining table again. Hey, don't do that on the table. You already broke a table last time, Chen Shui said with a red face. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, it wasn't me. We broke it together. Chen Shui kissed his face shyly. Carry me back to the bedroom. Okay. Cao Pingwa picked up Chen Shui, who was only wearing an unbuttoned white shirt, and strode towards the bedroom. The next day is New Year's Day 29th. Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui took the bullet train from Shanghai back to their common hometown, Xianyang, in northern Hubei. Along the way, Cao Pingwa took good care of Chen Shui, who was pregnant but unaware of it. He did not allow her to take any luggage and held her hand wherever they went. Chen Shui fell deeper and deeper into Cao Pingwa's somewhat overbearing gentleness, and felt happy and blessed in her heart. After leaving Xianyang Station, the two took an online taxi to the downstairs of Chen Shui's house. Xiao Shui, it's not appropriate for me to go to your house empty-handed. Cao Pingwa handed the suitcase to Chen Shui. Take the elevator upstairs first. I'll buy some things at the supermarket at the entrance of the community and then come back. Okay, then just buy some fruit, milk, etc. I'll wait for you at home. Chen Shui took the elevator upstairs with her luggage and shouted as soon as she entered the room. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Chen Shui's mother came up to greet her with a smile. My daughter, you came back at the perfect time. Your Uncle Zhang's son also happened to return to Xianyang today. He will come to our house for dinner soon. Chen Shui was unhappy when she heard this. Mom, why did you arrange a blind date for me without my consent? My dear, you are already 30 years old this year. Mom is doing this for your own good. Besides, your Uncle Zhang's son is very outstanding. Mom, no matter how outstanding he is, it has nothing to do with me. I already have a boyfriend. Mother Chen was surprised. When did this happen? Why didn't I hear you say this before? Chen Shui blushed slightly as she said, I was planning on telling you all about this today, and he'll be here soon. Chapter 133. The child is named Jiang Muxue. Jiang Feng, a doctor who returned from studying abroad, is 30 years old this year. Although he has an annual salary of 1 million and a wealthy family, he has never found a suitable marriage partner. The main reason is that Jiang Feng has very high requirements for his other side. She has to be pretty, well-educated, and have a clean past, preferably one who has never had a boyfriend. So when Jiang Feng heard that his father, who lived in his hometown of Xianyang, wanted to introduce his old comrade's daughter, who was already 30 years old, to him, he refused at first. But when he saw the few photos of Chen Shui's life sent by the other party, he immediately fell in love with her. As soon as the company had a holiday on New Year's Eve, Jiang Feng rushed back to Xianyang, carrying Moutai liquor in one hand and a bird's nest gift box in the other, and went to Chen Shui's house for a blind date. Arriving downstairs at Chen's house, Jiang Feng walked into the elevator and pressed the 28th floor button. Suddenly, he heard someone outside the elevator door shout, "Wait a moment." He pressed the door open button, and the elevator door immediately closed and opened again. Then a tall and strong middle-aged man came in, carrying a basket of deluxe milk and a fruit basket, and said to him, "Thank you. You're welcome." Jiang Feng responded casually. "Which floor are you going to?" 28th floor. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment and asked, visiting relatives? The tall man smiled and said, I guess so. What about you? Jiang Feng also smiled and said, I'm going on a blind date. Oh, it seems you are very confident, said the tall man. Jiang Feng looked very proud. They are a perfect match. I have no reason not to win. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 28th floor. Jiang Feng and the tall man got off the elevator one after another and turned right at the same time. Hey, are you going to room 28022? You too. Just as the two men carrying the gifts looked at each other, the door of 2802 was opened from the inside. Chen Shui and her mother Li Wan appeared at the door together. Hey, Xiao Jiang, you just came. Why are you carrying so many things? There was a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment in Li Wan's smile. Jiang Feng, who was wearing glasses and looked gentle, smiled and said, Hello, Aunt Li. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I want to wish you and Uncle Chen a happy new year. After saying that, Jiang Feng's eyes could not help but move to Chen Shui, who was standing next to him, with long hair draped over her shoulders and wearing a tight high-necked white sweater. Holy shit, she's even prettier in person than in the photo. She has a small oval face, delicate and soft features, fair and tender skin, and a plump and charming figure. She looks like a young girl of about 25 years old. In an instant, Jiang Feng's mind had a picture of himself and Chen Shui getting married, and he even thought of the name of their future child. Just call her Jiang Muxue. Suddenly, the tall man standing behind Jiang Feng interrupted his fantasy. Hello, Aunt Li. My name is Cao Pingwa. I'm Xiao Xue's high school classmate, and also her boyfriend. Jiang Feng. Hello. Li Wan looked up and down at the tall and strong Cao Pingwa, who looked very noble. She had a very good first impression of him. Quick, Xiao Jiang, Xiao, come inside. Let's talk first. After everyone entered the house, Chen Shui quickly came up to Cao Pingwa and said in a low voice with an embarrassed look on her face. I'm sorry, Pingwa. My mom arranged a blind date for me without even telling me. Cao Pingwa said happily. It's okay, Xiao Xue. Just go on a blind date in front of me. I won't be jealous. Oh, you're so annoying. Chen Shui used her pink fist to lightly hit Cao Pingwa's chest. I'm already embarrassed enough, and you still want to make fun of me. Jiang Feng, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, was heartbroken when he saw Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui flirting with each other. My love ended before it even began. Li Wan brought tea and a fruit plate and sat next to Jiang Feng, smiling awkwardly. Xiao Jiang, this is what happened. Our Chen Shui recently got a boyfriend, and she didn't tell me or her dad, so this misunderstanding happened today. Li Wan looked at the Maotai liquor and bird's nest on the coffee table and said, Why don't you take these things back later? How can that be, Aunt Li? Jiang Feng straightened up and waved his hand, saying, These things are for you and Uncle Chen. You must accept them. By the way, isn't Uncle Chen at home? He's out on something and will be back soon. Xiao Jiang, you've come all the way here. Why don't you stay for dinner? Jiang Feng watched from afar as Cao Pingwa and the beautiful Chen Shui clung to each other, whispering and laughing, and thought to himself, how could he eat this meal? He stood up and said, Since Aunt Li, you have guests at home, I won't disturb you for now. Li Wan also stood up and said, Xiao Jiang, I'm so embarrassed about what happened today. Seeing Jiang Feng looking at his daughter with a reluctant look, Li Wan, feeling guilty, turned around and said to Chen Shui, Xiao Xue, Xiao Jiang is leaving. Please see him off for me. Chen Shui didn't agree to Li Wan's request directly. Instead, she raised her head slightly and said to Cao Pingwa, His father and my father have a good relationship. I'll go and see him off. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Well, go ahead. After getting her boyfriend's approval, Chen Shui politely sent Jiang Feng to the elevator at the door of her home. Hey, can we add each other on WeChat first? Jiang Feng asked with a sly look. Chen Shui smiled and shook her head. I have already decided on him in my heart. This short sentence was another critical blow to the heart of Jiang Feng, a doctor who had returned from overseas. With a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the 28th floor. Jiang Feng walked into the elevator and wanted to say his final goodbye to the beautiful Chen Shui, but he found that she had already turned around and went back to the house. The next day was New Year's Eve at noon. In a large private room of Ma Fuji restaurant, the entire Chow family gathered together to prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner. Because there were so many people, the elders sat at one table and the younger generation sat at another. Chow Hong, the cousin sitting next to Cao Pingwa, was wearing a large gold chain and a large gold watch. He hugged his pregnant wife and asked, Brother, I heard that you and Liu Ruyan are divorced. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, That happened half a year ago. It's been so long. Haven't you found another one for yourself? Cao Pingwa said happily. Who said I didn't look for them? I found many of them. Chao Hong looked unconvinced. Let's stop bragging between cousins. If it's hard to make a living in Jiangqing, then come back to Xianyang. I'll help you get into the logistics business and make a fortune with you. Chao Pingwa smiled and touched the big gold watch on Chao Hong's wrist. Okay, if I can't make it in Jiangqing, I'll come back and work in logistics with you. My cousin Chao Ruyan, who was sitting on the other side, said, being rich is secondary. Brother, you are already 30 years old this year. It's time to find a reliable wife and have her give birth to a child for you. Chao Hong touched his wife's belly and agreed. Brother Rin is right. Our Chao family has always valued having many children and good fortune. My wife is expecting her second child, and Rin Gu is even more awesome. Our third son will be old enough to call me dad soon. You gotta keep up the good work, bro. Gradually, Cao Pingwa, the only middle-aged bachelor at the table, became the target of everyone's verbal criticism. At this moment, a beautiful woman with delicate makeup and long hair appeared behind Cao Pingwa. Sorry, Pingwa, it's hard to get a taxi today, so I'm a little late. Chapter 134 Year-End Summary. Cao Pingwa immediately stood up, put his arm around the beautiful woman's shoulders, and said with a smile, This is Chen Shui, my girlfriend. With the help of Cao Pingwa, Chen Shui took off her coat, revealing a beautiful cheongsam with a white background and blue patterns. She greeted everyone gracefully. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Everyone responded. Hello, sister-in-law, Chao Hong said loudly. Chen Shui blushed slightly and smiled. Hello. Then she turned to Cao Pingwa. I'm not late, am I? No, it's not 12 o'clock yet. The reunion dinner officially starts at 12 o'clock. Cao Pingwa took her hand and walked to another table. I'll take you to say hello to my parents first. After seeing Chen Shui, such a gentle and beautiful future daughter-in-law, Chao Song and Wang Lan couldn't stop smiling, and their faces immediately felt brightened. They each gave Chen Shui a big red envelope as a welcome gift. Xiao Xue, come to our house more often when you have time during the New Year break. Chen Shui blushed and said, Uncle and Aunt, I understand. After meeting his parents, Cao Pingwa took Chen Shui back to the table with the younger generation. With the beauty by his side, his reputation at the table immediately changed. Soon, the sumptuous family reunion dinner was placed on the table one after another, and everyone began to eat and chat. After learning that Chen Shui was Cao Pingwa's high school classmate, Chao Hong, who was sitting next to him, suddenly slapped his thigh. I was wondering why you looked more and more familiar the more I looked at you, sister-in-law. It turns out you were the school belle of our number 4 middle school back then. Chen Shui smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I'm not a school beauty. There were a lot of pretty girls in my class. Are you also from number 4 middle school? Chao Hong said excitedly. Yes, I am 2 years younger than you and brother Pingwa. I even saw you in school back then. I have to say, sister-in-law, you are more beautiful now than you were back then. Chao Hong's wife saw him acting like a little fanboy in front of Chen Shui and hit his arm jealously. Now your senior is your sister-in-law. You should wipe your saliva first. Ha ha ha. The air was instantly filled with happy laughter. When they were almost full of food and drink, Cao Pingwa put his arm around Chen Shui's slender waist and asked, What are your plans for the afternoon? Chen Shui blushed and put her mouth close to his ear. When I came, I had already booked a room at the Vienna Hotel next door. Cao Pingwa said happily, You are going to indulge in lust in broad daylight. Keep your voice down. Chen Shui patted his arm coquettishly. I have to watch the Spring Festival Gala with my parents tonight. I may not be able to sneak out to see you, so we have to make the most of the afternoon. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. After spending an afternoon in the hotel room, Chen Shui, with a rosy complexion, hugged Cao Pingwa's waist on the street in front of the hotel and said, If my parents go to bed early tonight, I'll send you a message and you can take a taxi to come see me. If they stay up late, we'll have to meet again tomorrow morning. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, It's rare for you to come back to your hometown to spend time with your parents, and it would be nice for me to rest tonight. Hateful, are you finding me clingy so soon? Cao Pingwa leaned over and gave Chen Shui a long kiss. I will never dislike your clinginess. I am only afraid that you will not cling to me. Chen Shui's eyes were hazy from being kissed by Cao Pingwa, and she snuggled tightly in his arms. Anyway, I'm stuck with you in this life. Even if you dislike me, I will still stick to you. Not long after, the online taxi that Chen Shui called stopped by the roadside, and she had to reluctantly part with Cao Pingwa. Night. Cao Pingwa leaned on the sofa in his home, watching the Spring Festival Gala on TV with his parents. The boring and tedious dumpling making and smashing program soon made Cao Pingwa sit aside and play with his mobile phone. On WeChat, a group of girlfriends, ex-wives, sisters-in-law, female subordinates, etc., all sent him various blessing messages. As Cao Pingwa browsed, he recalled in his mind the achievements he had made in the past 6 months since he had acquired the multiple children, multiple blessings system. First, the actual wealth in hand. Current account balance, more than 52 million in cash. A medium-sized MCN company that has invested more than 30 million and has begun to make profits. In Jiangcheng, there are 4 large houses with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in Yuhu family, with a total price of about 24 million yuan, and a house in Fudi community, with a value of 2 million yuan. In Shanghai, a house in Polytani community is worth 12 million yuan. 1 Porsche 911, 1 Mercedes-Benz Maybach S680, 1 Mercedes-Benz V300, and 1 Mercedes-Benz E300. Secondly, you need to have qualified breeding partners. Zheng Jieqi, A, 19 years old, 161 centimeters tall, 75 points for makeup-free, 70 points for figure, currently more than 6 months pregnant with twins. Jin Yao, D, 26 years old, height 166 centimeters, makeup-free score 79, body 85, currently pregnant for more than 6 months. Yu Qian, C, 24 years old, height 170 centimeters, 81 points for makeup-free, 85 points for figure, currently 4 months pregnant. Chen Shooting, D, 33 years old, height 172 centimeters, 85 points for makeup-free, 88 points for figure, needs further exploration. Liu Ruyan, B, 25 years old, height 170 centimeters, 83 points for makeup-free, 83 points for figure, currently 6 months pregnant. Qian Wan, C, 23 years old, height 168 centimeters, 80 points for makeup-free, 84 points for figure, currently more than 5 months pregnant. Zhang Yue, B, 20 years old, height 168 centimeters, 82 points for makeup-free, 80 points for figure, currently not pregnant. Wang Lulu, C, 20 years old, height 167, 80 points for makeup-free, 83 points for figure, currently more than 4 months pregnant. Jiang Xinxin, A, 18 years old, height 166 centimeters, 83 points for makeup-free, 80 points for figure, needs further exploration. Chen Shui, C, 30 years old, 170 centimeters tall, 83 points for makeup-free, 86 points for figure, currently pregnant for more than 1 month. Li Jing, C, 26 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 78 points for makeup-free, 80 points for figure, currently 3 months pregnant with twins. Liu Yun, C, 25 years old, height 171 centimeters, 81 points for makeup-free, 82 points for figure, currently not pregnant. LV Xiaoming, B, 25 years old, height 166 centimeters, 80 points for makeup-free, 81 points for figure, needs further exploration. Su Tiantian, E, 19 years old, height 165 centimeters, 78 points for makeup-free, 87 points for figure, currently not pregnant. Although Jiang Dawei's beloved daughter Jiang Qianqian and the 38-year-old beautiful district chief He Qing are also recognized by the system, Cao Pingwa has no plans to conquer them yet. A total of 8 girls are pregnant, 2 of them are twins. That is to say, starting from May this year, I will achieve 14 small goals one after another. Cao Pingwa touched his big nose, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Chapter 135 Brother's Wife and Brother's Girlfriend. The morning of New Year's Day, Vienna Hotel. Cao Pingwa lay on his back on the big white bed, with his hands crossed behind his head, enjoying the blushing Chun Shui's performance of the undulating snow-capped mountains in front of him. Tired of performing, she fell forward onto Cao Pingwa's strong chest and was instantly struck by the soft touch of 2 balls. Where are we going to eat lunch later? Chen Shui asked with a blushing face. My parents will also go to my uncle's house to pay New Year's greetings at noon, and we can also stop by for a meal. Chen Shui said happily but a little shyly. You're going to take me to visit my relatives? Yes. Cao Pingwa smiled and pinched her smooth face. You saw it yesterday at the reunion dinner. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Chen Shui, filled with happiness, buried her little face in Cao Pingwa's neck and rubbed it. Oh, I'm just a little embarrassed. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, if you don't want to go, I can go by myself. Who said I don't want to go? Chen Shui quickly blocked Cao Pingwa's big mouth with her cherry lips to prevent him from teasing her again. Another passionate kiss. Xiao Shui, it's almost time. We should get up and leave. Good. Chen Shui obediently sat up, first put on a set of purple underwear, then put on black leggings and a white tight sweater, then turned around and began to gently help Cao Pingwa put on his clothes. After both of them were dressed, Cao Pingwa suddenly asked, "How many days have you occupied this king-size bedroom?" Chun Shui blushed. "From yesterday to the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, a total of 7 days. Cao Pingwa said happily, "We booked a high-speed train to go back to Shanghai together on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. It seems like you don't plan to let me rest for a single day during the Lunar New Year." Chun Shui raised her head, blushed and smiled. "I only have a few days off. After you spend time with me, you'll have plenty of time to rest when you return to Jiangchen." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Okay, I'll do my best to accompany you." From the 1st to the 4th day of the New Year, apart from the necessary activities of visiting relatives and friends, Cao Pingwa spent all the rest of the time playing with Chun Shui in the hotel's double room. The happy time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was noon on the 5th day of the New Year. In a farmhouse restaurant, Cao Pingwa took Chun Shui to dinner with his old classmates Liu Long, Ding Yuan, and Ding Yuan's wife Wang Shanshan. Name, Wang Shanshan. Age, 24. No makeup, 78 points. Body size, 81 points. Bachelor's degree, a former writer, no bad habits, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Cao Pingwa just activated the system accidentally, and he had no thoughts about his old classmate's wife. As the 5 of them ate and chatted, Liu Long looked at Cao Pingwa and Chun Shui, who were so sweet and loving, feeding each other food. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Lao Chao, seeing you and Chun Shui sitting together like this, I suddenly feel a little dazed, as if we have traveled back to more than 10 years ago, and we're still in high school. Back then, you two often ate together in the school cafeteria, but you didn't feed each other so blatantly." Cao Pingwa hugged Chun Shui's slender waist and said with a smile, "You must be envious, old Liu." Liu Long admitted frankly, "Of course not. Chun Shui was the school belle of our number 4 middle school back then. She was the goddess that countless male students dreamed of but could not reach. Now I've been tricked by you. You're such a lucky kid." Cao Pingwa said happily, "What do you mean by cheating her? I went to the Magic City and got her honestly, right Xiao Shui?" Chun Shui used a tissue to wipe Cao Pingwa's mouth and nodded shyly. Ding Yuan, who was sitting next to him, interrupted and said, "Old Liu, now old Chao has also found his happiness. The only one missing is you. Besides, how long have you been single? Don't let anything else happen to you later." Liu Long, "Get lost, who said I'm still single?" Ding Yuan looked surprised. "Huh? Why didn't you tell me you were no longer single when we had dinner together last month?" Liu Long said with a wicked smile, "She and I just happened to be together during the Chinese New Year." Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then why don't you bring her to have dinner with us today?" Liu Long, "She is embarrassed to come." Ding Yuan looked puzzled. "What's so embarrassing about having a meal with old classmates? Is she from Shenyang? Do we know each other?" Liu Long put down his chopsticks and said, "I told you not to laugh at me. Why should we laugh at you? Yeah? It's a good thing you have a new girlfriend." Liu Long smacked his lips and said, "My new girlfriend is Kong Jing." Cao Pingwa, Chun Shui, Ding Yuan. Uffed. The 3 old high school classmates couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, Chun Shui, you agreed not to laugh at me. It's okay for those 2 bastards to laugh at me, but why are you laughing at me too?" Chun Shui lowered her head, covered her mouth with her hands and smiled. "I'm sorry, Liu Long. I'm just a little too surprised." Ding Yuan's wife Wang Shanshan looked confused. "Husband, who is Kong Jing? Do you know her?" Ding Yuan said while suppressing his laughter. "Kong Jing is also our high school classmate. Last time during the National Day holiday, we had a high school reunion. She and Zhao Wei from our class." Hey. Liu Long interrupted Ding Yuan's gossip. "Old Ding, let's not talk about the past anymore. Kong Jing and I have decided to move on." Seeing that Liu Long was so serious, several old classmates stopped talking and raised their glasses to express their blessings for his and Kong Jing's relationship. After eating and drinking, the group said goodbye to each other at the restaurant door. Cao Pingwa smiled and said to Liu Long, "Bring Kong Jing along for dinner next time. We're all old classmates, and Xiao Shui and she have always had a good relationship." Liu Long nodded with a hint of gratitude. "Got it. Hey, Lao Chao, since you didn't drive back to Shenyang this time, why don't you take my car? I'll give you and Chun Shui a ride." Okay. So Ding Yuan drove his Tesla home with his wife, while Cao Pingwa and Chun Shui got into Liu Long's Highlander. Soon, the white Highlander arrived at the door of the Vienna Hotel. Liu Long glanced at the hotel sign, then turned back to look at Cao Pingwa and Chun Shui in the back row and said with a smile, "Lao Chao, you are already in your 30s, so please take care of your health." Don't worry. I'm in good health, right, Xiaoxue? Chen Shui blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. She just pulled Cao Pingwa's big hand and urged him to get out of the car quickly. Old Liu is gone. Well, keep in touch. After saying hello, Cao Pingwa took Chen Shui, whose face was slightly blushing, out of the car, then put his arm around her waist and walked into the hotel in a casual manner. Chapter 136, Chen Shui's Decision. On the big bed in the hotel, Chen Shui snuggled naked in Cao Pingwa's arms, enjoying his infinite tenderness afterwards. Luckily, my period was delayed this month, otherwise I wouldn't have been so happy this new year. Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile, whether you have your period or not, I have a way to make you feel good and happy. Ouch, you're annoying. Cao Pingwa took the opportunity to ask, Xiaoxue, how many days has your period been delayed? Chen Shui pouted and recalled, well, if I count carefully, it's been about 11 or 12 days. Are you pregnant with my baby? Chen Shui was stunned for a moment. No way, we always take protective measures. Wait a minute, last time was in my company's office. Chen Shui half sat up and said nervously, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Cao Pingwa reached out and touched her little face and asked, shall I go to the drugstore next door and buy a little tool, and then we can check it together? Chen Shui frowned slightly and nodded. Okay. Cao Pingwa quickly got up and dressed, went downstairs to the Liu pharmacy next to the hotel to buy a pregnancy test stick, and then strode back to the hotel room. 15 minutes later, 2 bars emerged clearly. I really am pregnant. Chen Shui looked incredulous. Just that one time, and it happened. Cao Pingwa took the pregnancy test stick from Chen Shui's hand and put it aside, then hugged her in his arms again. This is a good thing, Xiaoxue. Don't you want to have my baby? Chen Shui also put her arms around Cao Pingwa's neck and said blankly, of course I want to, but this is a bit too sudden. I'm not ready to have a child yet. Cao Pingwa did not continue speaking, but just hugged the delicate Chen Shui, kissed her cheeks, caressed her shoulders and back, and let her, who had always been very opinionated, think things through on her own. The two of them sat quietly on the bed for nearly 3 hours, and the sky outside the window gradually darkened. Xiaoxue, are you hungry? How about we eat first, and then you can think about it? Chen Shui suddenly raised her head and looked into Cao Pingwa's eyes. Pingwa, do you love me? Cao Pingwa answered without hesitation. Of course, Xiaoxue. I want you to say it yourself. I love you, Xiaoxue. Chen Shui's eyes suddenly became moist. We just accidentally got pregnant once. I think this is a kind of fate. Besides, I'm already 30 years old this year. If I don't take this opportunity to have a baby, the risks of getting pregnant and having children in the future will only increase. Chen Shui held Cao Pingwa's cheeks with her small hands and said lovingly, Pingwa, I am willing to give birth to our baby. Cao Pingwa was very happy. That's great, Xiaoxue. I will definitely take good care of you and the baby in your belly. Chen Shui covered Cao Pingwa's mouth with her small hand. We agreed in advance that having a baby is one thing, but I don't want to be just a full-time mother. I will not give up my career in Shanghai. Cao Pingwa nodded. Don't worry, Xiaoxue, I will never ask you to do that. Chen Shui added, as for getting the marriage certificate, you can't rush me. I will choose a suitable time to do it. Cao Pingwa was delighted. No problem. Everything will go according to your schedule. Hearing that Cao Pingwa was so understanding and did everything according to her wishes, Chen Shui's nervousness and anxiety caused by the unexpected pregnancy gradually calmed down. She leaned back into Cao Pingwa's arms, put her arms around his neck, and said, I don't want to tell my parents about my pregnancy yet. They've been urging me to get married frequently enough. If they knew I was pregnant with your baby, they would definitely call me every day and ask me to quit my job in Shanghai and come back to get married and have children. Cao Pingwa lowered his head and kissed Chen Shui's lips. Don't worry, Xiaoxue. I support you unconditionally, and I will keep your pregnancy a secret from my family. You're so kind, dear. Chen Shui raised her head and asked for a kiss with a touching look on her face. The next day was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui, whose relationship had taken a step further, took the high-speed rail from their hometown Shenyang back to Shanghai. On that day, the two of them had Chen Shui's first prenatal checkup at a public hospital not far from their residential community. Not surprisingly, everything was normal with the baby. At night, on the big bed in the master bedroom at home, the two of them lay side by side facing each other, talking sweet nothings to each other. Xiaoxue, how about I not leave tomorrow and stay in the magic city to accompany you for a few more days? No, I'm going back to the company to start work tomorrow. Work will definitely be very busy after the new year. Chen Shui soothed Cao Pingwa's cheek and said, You've already spent the entire spring festival holiday with me. I know your company in Jiangcheng must have a lot of things waiting for you to deal with when you return. Just remember the date of my prenatal checkup next month. Cao Pingwa also touched Chen Shui's smooth little face and said, Don't worry, Xiao Xue. No matter how busy I am, I will come to Shanghai every month to accompany you for prenatal checkups. Chen Shui couldn't help but hug Cao Pingwa and kiss him again. Oh, the obstetrician said that you can't have sex in the first 3 months. Chen Shui said apologetically, Dear, for the sake of our baby, we have to be patient for a while. Cao Pingwa suddenly had an idea. Why don't I turn my head to sleep? That way we can't see each other's faces, so we won't be so easily excited. Chen Shui felt that what he said made sense, so she nodded. Okay. Cao Pingwa immediately turned over on the bed, hugged Chen Shui's pair of small, white, and tender feet, and fell asleep happily. Soon, Chen Shui also personally experienced that sleeping with the head facing the feet or the feet facing the head was quite comfortable, and the space on the bed seemed to become a little bigger. The next morning, Cao Pingwa got up early to send Chen Shui to work. After the two said goodbye to each other for a long time downstairs of Chen Shui's company, Cao Pingwa called an online taxi to take him to Hangzhou railway station. Chen Shui stood on the side of the road, watching Cao Pingwa from afar until he completely disappeared at the end of the road in the online taxi. Then he turned around and walked into the office building. After arriving at Hangzhou railway station, Cao Pingwa did not take a bus directly back to Jiangxing. Instead, he took a bus back to Jingdezhen first, and then took a taxi to Beguan community where Jin Yao lived. Jin Yao, who was pregnant, looked very happy. Hubby, you're back. Zheng Jieqi and Wang Lulu also came up with their bellies bulging. Brother, are you here to take us back to Jiangxing? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, That depends on whether you guys have had enough fun. If not, I can stay here with you for a few more days, and then it won't be too late to go back to Jiangxing together. Zheng Jieqi and Wang Lulu quickly nodded to show that they had finished playing. During the Lunar New Year holidays, Sister Yao Yao and Sister Jingjing took us to visit all the scenic spots and historical sites around Jingdezhen, and we also tried all kinds of local specialties. Cao Pingwa. Okay, then we'll set off back to Jiangxing early tomorrow morning. The next day, Cao Pingwa drove his Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle and returned to Jiangxing with 4 pregnant women, Jin Yao, Li Jing, Wang Lulu, and Zheng Jieqi. After returning to Jiangxing, Cao Pingwa calculated the days and found that the flight attendant Liu Ruyan's dangerous period had arrived again. So he didn't even go back to the company, but asked his driver Liu Weigua to drive him to Nanhu Garden Community in a Maybach S680. While taking the elevator upstairs, Cao Pingwa sent a WeChat message to Liu Ruyan. Open the door. So when he walked out of the elevator, he saw the stewardess in purple silk pajamas standing at the door waiting for him. You didn't come to see me for such a long time during the New Year holiday. I thought you had forgotten me. Liu Ruyan said with a slight pout. Cao Pingwa didn't say much nonsense. As soon as he entered the room, he pushed Liu Ruyan against the door and kissed her directly. Oh, you're so annoying. I'm still mad at you for doing this the moment you walked into the house. Liu Ruyan's face turned red after being kissed by Cao Pingwa, but there was no trace of anger on her face. Cao Pingwa smiled and took out a small red Cartier gift box from his pocket, then opened it in front of Liu Ruyan. Oh my goodness. Honey, how did you know I've always wanted this watch? Liu Ruyan covered her mouth, a look of disbelief on her face. This watch costs over 200,000. Honey, you are so good to me. Just as Liu Ruyan reached out to take her New Year's gift, Cao Pingwa suddenly withdrew his hand with a frown on his face. Wait a minute. Liu Ruyan, why is there a yellow light on you? Chapter 137. This is the goddess you can't get. Part 1. Ever since he sent Liu Ruyan a red envelope of 10,000 yuan on WeChat on New Year's Eve, Cao Pingwa has not answered his calls or replied to his messages, and Liu Ruyan has been unable to contact him for 7 consecutive days. Humph. He must have been fooling around with other women. That day, Liu Ruyan, who was in a bad mood, finished work and walked out of Tianhe Airport with her small suitcase. She saw her ex-boyfriend, Shen Feng, standing on the side of the road waiting for her. How do you know when I get off work? Shen Feng smiled innocently. I added your colleagues' WeChat before, and I asked them about it. Xiao Yun, why have you suddenly ignored me during this period of time? Did I do something wrong to make you angry? Liu Ruyan said in a cold tone. Didn't I tell you that I want to focus on work for a while and don't want to have a relationship for the time being? Shen Feng looked anxious. Xiao Yun, how long is this temporarily? You know I'm willing to wait for you no matter how long it takes, but you have to give me an approximate time, right? Liu Ruyan stroked her long hair charmingly in front of Shen Feng. About half a year. She thought to herself, if Cao Pingwa is still willing to let me be his girlfriend half a year later, then I will just continue to hook up with Shen Feng, who treats me like a goddess. Half a year it's okay. Half a year will pass in a flash. Shinfeng said with a relieved smile. Xiao Yun, since I'm here, let me take you home. Liu Yun curled her lips. Okay. Shinfeng dragged Liu Yun's small suitcase and walked in front to lead the way, while Liu Yun walked behind in high heels with a charming step. The two of them came together to a white Audi in the airport parking lot. When Liu Yun saw Shinfeng's Audi A6, she immediately frowned. After riding in Cao Pingwa's Mercedes-Benz Maybach S680, she now completely disdains the Audi A6, which she used to think was pretty good. After Shinfeng put Liu Yun's luggage away, he found that she had already sat in the back seat of the car, not the passenger seat. Shinfeng didn't dare to say anything more. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Sitting in the back seat is more comfortable and safer, while he sat in the driver's seat and started the car. The white Audi A6 drove smoothly on the airport highway leading to Jiangxing City. Shinfeng, who was holding the steering wheel, would secretly admire the stewardess Liu Yun sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror from time to time. She is tall, has long legs, and is beautiful. Her parents are both middle school teachers, and her family is well off. The key is that she is very self-disciplined. She never had any intimate contact with Shinfeng during their relationship, and she was clearly opposed to premarital sex. Shinfeng felt from the bottom of his heart. If he could marry the pure and innocent goddess Yun, then his life would be worth it. Keep your eyes on the road, Liu Yun reminded coldly. Shinfeng quickly retracted his gaze. Oh, okay. Xiao Yun, it's dinner time when we get to the city. Why don't I treat you to a meal? It's just a friend treating a friend, nothing else. Liu Yun looked out the window and said indifferently, okay. At this moment, her mind was full of the passionate scenes when she and Cao Pingwa were entangled in bed. That man was so fickle, so bad, so rich, and so domineering. Thinking about how much he knew, how big he was, and how strong he was, Liu Yun couldn't help but feel a little hot all over. In a Western restaurant in Zhongnan Shopping Mall, Liu Yun finished ordering the dishes listlessly, then picked up her iPhone. Chow the scumbag. He hasn't replied to my WeChat yet. Shinfeng, who was sitting opposite, asked flatteringly. Xiao Yun, why do you seem to be in a bad mood? Liu Yun said expressionlessly. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired after flying for 2 days straight. Oh, then I'll take you home as soon as possible after dinner so you can rest early. Suddenly, Liu Yun's phone rang with a crisp new message alert. She quickly picked it up and saw that it was indeed a WeChat message from Cao Pingwa. Miangui's surname is Cao. Are you in Jiangxing? If you knew. Just got off the plane, on the way home, smiley face, smiley face. Miangui's surname Cao. Wash up and wait for me at home. I brought you a small gift. If you knew. Good husband. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Seeing Liu Yun sitting across from him suddenly beaming with joy, Shinfeng couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Yun, who sent you this message? A colleague. Liu Yun smiled and stood up. Eat your meal by yourself. I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. Hey, Xiao Yun, no matter how urgent it is, eat your meal first. Shinfeng's voice became lower and lower as he spoke, because Liu Yun's slim figure quickly disappeared from his sight. Liu Yun took a taxi back to her home in Nanhu Garden Community. She first obediently took a bath seriously, then ate some bread and milk, and waited quietly for the arrival of the man who had left her alone for a long time. More than an hour later, just when Liu Yun was getting impatient, she received another WeChat message from Cao Pingwa on her phone. Open the door. Liu Yun quickly got up and opened the door, then put on a beautiful smile to welcome the first man in her life. The moment she saw Cao Pingwa walk out of the elevator, Liu Yun felt a mixture of emotions. Happy, sad, angry, excited. But when she was pressed against the door panel by a tall and strong man and could not move, and could only let him kiss her, all the little emotions in Liu Yun's body were immediately swept away. All that's left is a heart full of anticipation and a burning desire that needs to be released. When Liu Yun saw Cao Pingwa take out the Cartier watch worth more than 200,000 yuan that she had always dreamed of, she knew that this man was the one who truly understood her. Cao Pingwa. Wait a minute. Why is there a yellow light on her body? Cao Pingwa grabbed Liu Yun's face and said, How dare you cheat on me? Liu Yun's face was pinched by him so hard that it hurt, but she felt a strange sense of pleasure in her heart. My dear, I love you wholeheartedly. How could I cheat on you? Cao Pingwa looked coldly at Liu Yun, who was being held by him and unable to move, and asked the system in his mind. Brother Tongzi, what exactly is the yellow light on Liu Yun? Detected subject Liu Yun had just boarded a vehicle driven by her ex-boyfriend Shinfeng and was about to have dinner with him. Liu Yun had no physical contact with Shinfeng throughout the entire process, but she still considered Shinfeng her backup. Her loyalty to the host was insufficient, so the system issued a yellow warning. Cao Pingwa loosened his hand and found that Liu Ruyan's fair and tender face had been pinched by him with several fingerprints. Didn't I tell you to break up with your ex-boyfriend? Why are you contacting him again? Liu Ruyan was surprised. Dear, how did you know? How I know is not important. You just need to understand that your every move will not escape my eyes. Cao Pingwa plopped down on the large sofa in the living room. Although the color of this green hat is very light today, I am still very unhappy. Xiao Yun, tell me yourself, how should I punish you? He suddenly saw the Cartier women's watch in his hand. You definitely don't want this watch. Don't want. Liu Ruyan knelt down in front of Cao Pingwa with a plop, and even took his big hand and slapped her own face. Husband, you can hit me and scold me, but I really like this watch. Are you teaching me how to do things? Cao Pingwa was furious and shook off Liu Ruyan's hand, then kicked her aside. Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan, who was kicked to the ground, was not angry at all. Instead, her big eyes were filled with unusual excitement. She got up and knelt in front of Cao Pingwa again. As long as my husband can forgive me and not be angry with me, I can accept any beatings and scoldings. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Damn, I didn't expect the stewardess XP to be a little special. Chapter 138. This is the goddess you can't get, Part 2. The 1,000-word punishment process is omitted here. The system detects that Liu Ruyan's loyalty to the host has reached the highest level, and the risk of cuckoldry has been reduced to 0.0001. Cao Pingwa took out the Cartier watch and put it on Liu Ruyan's slender white left wrist. Since I've already punished you and you've sincerely repented, I'll give you this little gift I brought you. Thank you, husband. Cao Pingwa picked up Liu Ruyan's iPhone 16 again and checked the content in her WeChat. Fuck, this Shin Feng is really flattering you. He asks about your well-being on time every morning, noon and night. Even if you completely ignore him, he will still flatter you. Honey, please delete his WeChat. I will never meet him again. Cao Pingwa glanced at the stewardess in his arms. Are you lecturing me again? Do you want to be beaten again? Honey, I was wrong. Liu Ruyan looked shy and showed no fear at all. Cao Pingwa continued to scroll through the WeChat chat history. Damn it. He even wrote you so many love poems and called you Goddess Yun. Didn't you say that Shin Feng was unromantic and boring? Liu Ruyan leaned her head on Cao Pingwa's shoulder and said, writing love poems is so vulgar. I'm not interested in literary youth. Cao Pingwa said happily. You are a good girl who is pure and innocent in the eyes of others, but you like a bad guy like me? Yeah. Liu Ruyan responded in a soft voice while hugging his neck. Go put on your clothes. I'm going to make a video call with your ex-boyfriend Shin Feng. Cao Pingwa patted her on the back and said. Liu Ruyan immediately obediently started to put on her clothes without asking any questions. Shin Feng finished his dinner alone in the Western restaurant and packed up the steak that Liu Ruyan ordered and took it home to eat tomorrow. On the way home, he recalled the happy expression of his goddess Yun when she saw the WeChat message and her behavior of getting up and leaving without even eating. He knew in his heart she might have made a new friend. But as soon as this thought came up, Shin Feng immediately began to comfort himself. Xiaoyan said that she didn't want to fall in love recently, so it must be that her female colleague had something urgent to tell her, or her parents had prepared dinner at home and called her home for dinner. Yes, that's right. I am so devoted and good to Xiaoyan. As long as I am sincere, I will definitely be able to achieve my goal. After arriving home, Shin Feng put the steak in the refrigerator and sent another WeChat message to Liu Ruyan. Xiaoyan, are you home yet? Have you eaten yet? Still no response. Shin Feng sat down on the sofa at home. What is Xiaoyan doing now? How about I give her a call and ask about the situation? Forget it. She said she was very tired after working 2 days in a row, so I should not disturb her rest. Just as Shin Feng sat down at the computer desk with a tissue in his hand, choosing a movie he wanted to watch, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Liu Ruyan calling me via video. Shin Feng, feeling extremely excited, pressed the answer button with trembling fingers. Xiao Yun, haven't you rested yet? He found that there was no Liu Yun's pretty little face in the video, only a pair of big feet of a man stepping on the floor. What's going on? Shin Feng frowned, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Then, his goddess Yun appeared in the video screen, but she did not walk into the screen, but crawled into the screen. Shin Feng felt like he was falling into an ice cave. He wanted to say something, but found that his throat could not make any sound. Ah! Shin Feng, who found it hard to accept the reality before him, finally screamed. Xiao Yun, get up quickly. You can't do this. Did he force you to do this? A mature male voice came from the phone. Dude, look at the expression on her face. Does it look like she was forced? This is how your goddess grovels to me. Then the video call ended. Shin Feng slumped down in the chair with a dejected look on his face, tears of grief streaming down his face. Chapter 139 Armor-Piercing Bullet. After hanging up the video call, Cao Pingwa looked down at Liu Ruyan with a righteous look and said, "A bootlicker like Shin Feng needs some strong medicine, otherwise he won't wake up. When he comes to his senses, he might even thank me in his heart." Liu Ruyan, who was kneeling on the ground, nodded and agreed. "My husband is right." Cao Pingwa bent down and held her horizontally in his arms. "The matter with the ex-boyfriend has been resolved. Now it's time for you to give birth to a baby for me." Liu Ruyan nodded shyly. "I will follow my husband's arrangements." On the way back to Yuhu family, we passed by the office building where the company was located. Cao Pingwa looked up and saw that many lights were still on the 19th and 20th floors, so he asked Lu Weiguo to park the Maybach downstairs and took the elevator upstairs himself. As expected, the lights in the general manager's office were still on. Seeing the tall Cao Pingwa suddenly walk into his office, Jianjia, who looked a little pale, quickly stood up and said, "Boss, what's the matter with you coming to the company so late?" "It's okay, I'm just walking around." Cao Pingwa sat down opposite Jianjia. "Manager Jian, didn't I tell you to rest at home for a few days before the Lunar New Year and come back to work after the 10th day of the Lunar Year?" Jianjia smiled and said, "There are so many things going on in the company. As the general manager, I really can't stay at home." "So, how many times have you been to Jiangsheng?" "The 3rd day of the Lunar New Year." Cao Pingwa frowned slightly and shook his head. "Manager Jian, you are a good person in every way, but you work a little too hard." Jianjia smiled without refutation. "Boss, I've got some reliable information. A popular female anchor under ST Media with the ID Little Genius is having some unpleasantness with the company over contract renewal. Should we take this opportunity to try to poach her?" Cao Pingwa calmly asked, "Little Genius? Is she pretty? Concise?" "She's the face of ST Media's group broadcast, so her looks are naturally impeccable." Cao Pingwa nodded and said, "Then dig them up, no matter the cost. Talents are hard to come by." "I understand." Jinjia nodded. Suddenly, she felt a stomachache and her face turned even paler. Cao Pingwa immediately noticed something was wrong. "Manager Jian, are you feeling unwell?" Jinjia said a little embarrassedly, "I'm fine, boss. I just have my period and my stomach hurts a little." "You should go home and rest early since your period has come." Cao Pingwa stood up and said, "I order you to leave work immediately." "All right." Jianjia turned off the computer and just stood up, but she bent over again because of the stomach pain. Cao Pingwa quickly stepped forward and supported her. "You said you don't take good care of your body. Let me help you downstairs." Jinjia blushed. "Well, then I'll trouble you, boss." Seeing that Jinjia was limping and bending over with great difficulty, Cao Pingwa simply picked her up horizontally. "Oh, boss, I can walk by myself." Jinjia's face turned red instantly. "Stop talking nonsense. It seems like it's really hard for you to walk." Cao Pingwa held her in his arms and strode towards the elevator, saying, "There aren't many people in the company right now, so no one will see us." In the quiet elevator car, Jinjia gently put his arms around Cao Pingwa's neck and secretly looked up at his handsome and manly face. The first time she was princess carried, she couldn't help but feel amorous. Soon the elevator reached the 1st floor. "Hey boss, my car is parked on the 2nd floor underground." Cao Pingwa strode towards the Mercedes-Benz Maybach on the roadside with a simple expression. "You are not in a good condition to drive yourself. I will let Lao Lu take you home tonight." Jinjia's heart was touched again. "What about you, boss?" "My home is just across the street. I can just walk back." Seeing Boss Cao walking out of the office building with Jinjia in his arms, Lu Weiguo was stunned for half a second, then quickly opened the back door of the car. Cao Pingwa gently placed Jinjia on the back seat. "Xiao Jia, have a good rest when you go back. Sleep a little longer tomorrow and come back to work in the company this afternoon." "Good." When Jinjia looked up at Cao Pingwa, there was obviously something different in her eyes. "This is the first time he called me Xiao Jia." However, Cao Pingwa didn't notice this. He said to Lu Weiguo in the driver's seat, "Old Lu, send manager Jian home, and then pick her up at noon tomorrow to bring her back to the company." "Got it, boss." The next day, Cao Pingwa woke up in Jin Yao's big bed. After having a hearty lunch with several pregnant women at home, he drove his silver Porsche 911 to Nanhu Garden Community. After chatting with the clingy flight attendant Liu Ruyan, "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. If the breeding partner successfully conceives naturally, the system will reward 10 million yuan. Skill reward: Armor-Piercing Bullet Badge, Bronze. Bronze Badge, Armor Penetration Rate 25. Silver Badge, Armor Penetration Rate 50. Gold Badge, Armor Penetration Rate 75. Legendary badge. Armor break, rate 100. When the baby is born healthy, the armor-piercing bullet badge will automatically upgrade to a higher level. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. Chapter 140. Boss Chow in need of a female secretary, Part 1. Cao Pingwa, feeling happy, hugged the stewardess Liu Ruyan and asked the system in his mind. Brother Tongzi, after Xiaoyan gave birth to the baby, the badge was only upgraded from bronze to silver. How can I upgrade it to legendary, where every shot can penetrate armor? 3 badges of the same level can be combined into 1 badge of a higher level. If the host wants to obtain a legendary badge, he needs to continue to work hard and collect more low-level badges. I see. 5 days later. On the 20th floor of Building A of Wanda International Office Building, in the office of the chairman of Banana Media, Cao Pingwa held the resume in his hand and looked at the interviewee standing in front of him. She was wearing a light gray OL suit and flesh-colored stockings. She had a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure. He felt a pity in his heart. Name, Wu Jiejia. Age, 24. No makeup, 80 points. Body size, 81 points. Undergraduate degree, a former writer, had an abortion, does not smoke, has no bad habits, no tattoos, and is in good health. The system judged it as unqualified. She should have been a good breeding partner, but it's a pity that there is a soul ring in her belly. It's such a pity. Seeing Boss Chow's gloomy face, Jianjia, who was standing next to him for the interview, was filled with questions. Isn't Wu Jiejia pretty enough? With this face, this slim waist, and these long legs, she is clearly a beauty on the same level as Jin Yao, Yu Qian, and Qian Wan. Her education and work experience are both fine, and she's single without a boyfriend. Doesn't this quite meet your criteria for a female secretary, boss? Ms. Wu, thank you for your hard work, Jianjia said as she escorted Wu Jiejia, who was interviewing for the secretary position, out of the office. Our interview ends here for today. Our company will notify you as soon as we have the results. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Jian. You're welcome. After seeing Wu Jiejia off, Jianjia returned to Cao Pingwa. From before the Chinese New Year until now, I haven't been able to hire a secretary who meets my requirements. Manager Jian, you need to give the HR department a good scolding. Boss Chow was already used to the carefree life of having his secretary X when there was something to do and Xing his secretary when there was nothing to do. But now he only has a not very capable part-time secretary, Jiang Xinxin, by his side, so naturally he is in a bad mood. Okay, boss. I'll go to the HR department and criticize them later. Although Jianjia said this, she felt sorry for the people in the HR department. Cao Pingwa's requirements for his new secretary are young, beautiful, and capable. The Human Resources Department was recruiting people exactly according to his requirements, but no one knew why Boss Chow didn't like any of them. Forget it, Manager Jian. Just have the HR department recruit more people for me to interview. Don't criticize me. I know they've done their best. Jianjia smiled and said, Okay, boss. If there's nothing else, I'll go to the HR department. Well, go and do your thing. After Jianjia left, Cao Pingwa used the landline on the table to call Jiang Xinxin, who was sitting outside, in. Xinxin, go get Su Tiantian over to me. Okay, boss. Jiang Xinxin answered in a low voice and immediately walked out of the chairman's office. Live broadcast area on the west side of the 20th floor. When she saw her secretary Jiang Xinxin coming over, Banana's sister, Zhang Yue immediately poked her head out of her live broadcast room. Xinxin, is the boss looking for me today? Jiang Xinxin shook her head slightly, then walked into Su Tiantian's exclusive live broadcast room next to her. Zhang Yue instantly became jealous. Why are you looking for that little bitch Su Tiantian again today? It's been 5 days in a row. Thinking about it carefully, she found that since Su Tiantian hooked up with Cao Pingwa last month, he has never contacted her again. Zhang Yue felt a surge of sadness in her heart, followed by a huge sense of insecurity. As soon as Su Tiantian saw Jiang Xinxin walk into her live broadcast room, she quickly ended the broadcast early on the pretext of feeling unwell. The boss is looking for me? Yeah. Jiang Xinxin nodded innocently. Su Tiantian stood up from the gaming chair and took Jiang Xinxin's slender arm. Xinxin, thank you for calling me. Let's go. The introverted Jiang Xinxin's face turned red because of Su Tiantian's overly enthusiastic and intimate behavior, and she could only be dragged by her to the east side of the floor. On the way, Su Tiantian asked Jiang Xinxin curiously, Xinxin, what do you think of the boss? Jiang Xinxin was stunned for a moment. Boss, you're a nice person. Su Tiantian smiled mischievously and asked, Do you know what our boss talks about every day when he asks me to his office to discuss work? Jiang Xinxin's pink ears turned red. She lowered her head shyly. and said in a mosquito-like voice, I don't know. Su Tiantian glanced at Jiang Xinxin. Oh, it seems that you, an introverted and shy girl, are not as pure and simple as you look on the surface. Soon, the two little girls came to the chairman's secretary's office. Jiang Xinxin helped Su Tiantian open the inner double wooden door while she stayed outside. As soon as they met, Su Tiantian, who was wearing a white shirt with a bow tie at the collar, a dark blue suit jacket, and a dark blue pleated skirt that went below the knees, sat directly on Cao Pingwa's lap. Honey, I want a kiss. Faced with the coquettish behavior of the approachable and tender female college student, Cao Pingwa was naturally happy to accompany her. After a passionate kiss, Cao Pingwa looked at the knee-length skirt on her legs and said, Tiantian, I've noticed that your dressing style has become more and more conservative during recent live broadcasts. Of course. Su Tiantian rubbed her little face against Cao Pingwa's chin and said delicately, I'm my husband's wife now, so of course I can't wear anything too revealing during a live broadcast. The 19-year-old girl's words not only expressed her loyalty, but also made fun of Zhang Yue, the banana queen, who usually likes to dress flashily. Cao Pingwa nodded approvingly. You are so sensible at such a young age. I really like you more and more. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Cao Pingwa put one arm around Su Tiantian's slender waist and picked up the receiver with the other. Hello. Jiang Xinxin whispered on the other end of the phone. Boss, the front desk called and said there's a blonde foreign beauty looking for you. Cao Pingwa's eyes lit up. Xinxin asked the front desk to bring her in directly. She is my friend. After he hung up the phone, the sensible Su Tiantian quickly started to help him put on his clothes and then dressed herself again. Cao Pingwa pinched her little face and said, You're so good. After Su Tiantian pushed the door open, a tall young girl with blonde hair walked in. Anna, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were returning to Jiangqing? Cao Pingwa opened his arms, ready to give his good friend a warm hug, but found that he didn't know the foreign girl in front of him at all. Hey, who are you? The blonde girl blinked her big blue eyes and said, Hello, my name is Sophia, and I'm Anna's sister. Chapter 141, Boss Chow in Need of a Female Secretary, Part 2. Name, Sophia Alexeyevna Romanova. Age, 18. No makeup, 87 points. Body size, 85 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, non-smoker, able to drink, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines it as qualified breeding target. Compared with her older sister Anna, who is 180 centimeters tall, her younger sister Sophia is only about 1.7 meters tall. However, her body proportions are still very good. Her long legs, which are exposed outside without fear of the cold, are white, straight, and fleshy, and are textbook-like legs for young girls. In terms of facial features, the two sisters are equally beautiful. The older Anna looks more heroic, while the younger Sophia looks cuter. In addition, Sophia's blonde hair has more natural curls, so she looks like an exquisite doll at first glance. This is the letter Anna asked me to bring you. After sitting down on the sofa with Cao Pingwa, Sophia took out an envelope from her small backpack and handed it to him. Cao Pingwa opened it and saw a message from Anna written in neat Chinese characters. Dear Pingwa, due to academic and family reasons, I chose to stay in St. Petersburg and not return to Jiangqing for the time being. I am very happy to have made a good friend like you during my last time in China. I am also very grateful for your generosity and help to me and my family. I will definitely pay you back the 700,000 renminbi I owe you in the future. Although my sister Sophia can speak Chinese, this is her first time going to school in China. I hope you can help me take care of her as much as possible without causing you any trouble. If you have the opportunity to come to Russia, please tell me in advance, and I will be your tour guide for free. I miss you so much. Love you, Anna. After reading it, Cao Pingwa folded the letter back into the envelope and put it back into the inside chest pocket of his jacket. Sophia, Anna said in the letter that you also came to Jiangqing to study? Sophia nodded. I'm an exchange student from St. Petersburg University. I'm going to study Chinese language teaching at Central China Normal University for 2 years. Cao Pingwa asked curiously. Oh, by the way, you've never been to China before. How come you speak Chinese so well? Because my parents lived and worked in China for a period of time when they were young. They speak Chinese very well, and they both love Chinese culture. Sophia blinked her big blue eyes and smiled, saying, Actually, I can only speak Chinese now. I'm not very good at reading or writing. It's okay. I estimate that after 2 years of studying at the normal university, your Chinese level will not be worse than your sister Anna's. Cao Pingwa asked again, Do you have a place to live now? Sophia shook her head slightly, her big golden waves swaying along. I just got off the plane. I want to hand you Anna's letter in person first, and then find a hotel near the school to stay for a few days. When does your school start? Sophia took out an iPhone 12 and looked at it. The email said school starts in a week. Cao Pingwa touched his big nose and said, "Okay, I'll arrange for you to stay in a hotel before school starts." Sophia was stunned for a moment. Huh? No, that would be too much trouble for you. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Besides, Anna told me in the letter to take care of you. Anna and I are very familiar with each other. If you don't believe me, you can call her and ask her." No, Sophia said quickly, waving her hand. "Anna said you're a very good friend of hers. I can trust you completely." Cao Pingwa stood up and said with a smile, "Then you can follow me without worry and listen to my arrangements." Sophia, carrying a small backpack, followed Cao Pingwa to the company's front desk, looking around like a curious baby. "I just heard from the 3 beautiful ladies at the front desk that your company is hiring female secretaries." Cao Pingwa turned around and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you interested?" Sophia nodded. "Since my family moved to St. Petersburg, our financial situation has not been very good. So I want to work part-time while attending school to try to reduce the burden on my parents." Cao Pingwa was delighted. "Damn, I was just in need of a capable secretary, and here comes one. Okay, then when you don't have classes at school, come and be my intern secretary. The salary is 5,000 yuan a month." Sophia silently calculated in her mind. 5,000 renminbi converted into rubles is more than 60,000 rubles. The girl immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, boss, for giving me such a good job opportunity." Cao Pingwa, "Ha, you're welcome." After picking up the 2 large suitcases that Sophia had left at the company's front desk, Cao Pingwa personally took her to the Ruihua Hotel, not far from the company. In the familiar Lake View Suite 3018, Sophia's beautiful blue eyes widened. "Wow, this room is so big and beautiful." After walking around the suite, she returned to Cao Pingwa and said with a troubled expression, "Such a luxurious hotel and such a large suite must be very expensive." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "I'll pay for it. You can just stay here until school starts." Sophia bit her lip and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but it's a waste for me to live in such a big room by myself. Please change me to a smaller room." Cao Pingwa said calmly, "I'm a frequent visitor to the Ruihua Hotel. I get a discount for booking this suite. The price is not expensive at all." "Really?" "Certainly." Sophia looked back at the spacious living room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the beautiful lake view outside the window. "Well, I'll stay here until school starts." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Cao Pingwa handed the room card to Sophia. "I'll be leaving first. You just got off the plane. Have a good rest and report to the company tomorrow." "Okay, boss." Sophia smiled happily. Chapter 142 Lantern Festival, Part 1. The next day is the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. At noon, in a small private room in the Sunny Day restaurant, Cao Pingwa plays the boyfriend of his godsister Chen Shooting and has dinner with Chen Shooting's parents. Xiao Lele was temporarily placed at a relative's house. Chen's father and mother had a good first impression of Cao Pingwa, who was tall, handsome, graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and of the right age. During the meal, Chen Shooting's mother asked first, Xiao, I heard from Shu Ting that you were married before, but you didn't have children, right?" "Yes." Cao Pingwa said frankly, "My ex-wife was afraid that her figure would be out of shape after having a child, so until we divorced, neither of us had children." Father Chen, who was sitting next to him, continued solemnly, Xiao, Shu Ting's personal situation is quite special. You should know that she has a little daughter, right?" Cao Pingwa smiled easily and said, "Uncle and aunt, Lele and I have actually met many times. Lele is very well-behaved and sensible. I like her very much." "Oh." Chen Shooting's parents turned to look at her at the same time. "Shooting, why didn't you tell us about these things?" "Before, my relationship with Pingwa was not very sure, so I didn't tell you." Chen Shooting looked at Cao Pingwa and said with a slightly blushing face. Seeing that their future son-in-law was so generous and tolerant about Lele's affairs, Chen's father and mother felt relieved at the same time. After the dinner, the 2 old people took the initiative to ask to pick up Lele so that the 2 young people could spend some time alone. So Chen Shooting hurriedly drove her Toyota Camry and rushed home with her little boyfriend. When they took the elevator upstairs together, Chen Shooting put her arm around Cao Pingwa's waist and said with a meaningful smile, "I guess my parents would be very happy with you, but I didn't expect them to be this happy with you." Cao Pingwa put his arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, "Whose parents wouldn't be satisfied with such an outstanding son-in-law like me?" Chen Shooting had a wicked smile on her face and glanced at Cao Pingwa. "Oh, it looks like you've met quite a few mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law. So, have you decided which pretty girl you want to marry?" Can't I just want to marry a beautiful sister? Cao Pingwa said happily. Forget it. I don't know you well enough. You're just a playboy. As soon as she entered the room, the impatient Chen Shooting pushed Cao Pingwa onto the door panel and kissed him. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Armor-piercing bomb badge takes effect successfully. If the breeding partner successfully conceives naturally, the system will reward 10 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees. Skill reward, Lucky Husband Badge, Bronze. When you have the Lucky Husband Badge, the system will issue a monthly cash reward based on the total assets under your name. Bronze Badge, reward 1% of total assets every month. Silver Badge, reward 2% of total assets every month. Gold Badge, 5% of total assets rewarded every month. Legendary Badge, 10% of total assets rewarded every month. When the baby is born healthy, the Lucky Husband Badge will automatically upgrade to a higher level. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. Holy crap, I'm feeling pretty good today. Brother Tongzi, what's my current total assets? How much cash bonus can I get each month? According to the system's big data calculations, the host's current total assets are over 153.76 million yuan. Cash reward for this month, 1.5377 million yuan. The bonus has been paid to the host's bank account. What a magical skill. When I have assets exceeding tens of billions in the future, my monthly cash rewards will be a few small goals. And the power of compound interest is terrifying. Once the child in Chen Shooting's belly is born, it will be a compound interest growth of 24% every year. If the situation keeps snowballing, becoming the richest man in the world is just around the corner. Cao Pingwa returned to the Yuhu Shijia community in a happy mood and spent the Lantern Festival with his girlfriends. On the rectangular dining table in the 3601 dining room, Cao Pingwa sat in the chief seat as usual, and on his right were Jin Yao, Li Jing, Zheng Jieqi, Su Tiantian, and Liu Ruyan, who was attending the family dinner for the first time today. On the left are Qian Wan, Yu Qian, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue. After dinner, Cao Pingwa sat comfortably among the women, chatting with them while watching the Lantern Festival Gala on TV. Soon, for housekeeping ladies brought 9 bowls of dumplings on trays. Hey, husband, why don't you have any dumplings to eat? Zheng Jieqi, who was pregnant, asked with concern while holding the bowl. Jieqi, you eat yours. I don't like glutinous rice balls, so I asked the aunties to give me 1 less bowl. At this time, the childlike Su Tiantian sat next to Cao Pingwa, scooped a white glutinous rice ball from the bowl, and brought it to his mouth. Hubby, during the Lantern Festival, which comes once a year, eating glutinous rice balls symbolizes reunion. Can you just have one? Cao Pingwa smiled and opened his mouth. Then I'll eat one just for your consideration. Zhang Yue, who had been secretly trying to compete with Su Tiantian for favor recently, saw this and quickly moved over to sit on the other side of Cao Pingwa. Hubby, if you eat her glutinous rice balls, you have to eat one of mine too. This caused a huge uproar, and the other girls also asked to eat dumplings for Boss Chow. Okay, let's do this. Each of you feed me one. Let's take turns. So Zhang Yue, Zheng Jieqi, and Wang Lulu smiled, and each fed Cao Pingwa a glutinous rice ball. When it was Jin Yao's turn, she said gently, forget it. Jingjing, and I won't make it difficult for you. Tang Yuan is made of glutinous rice, and eating too much can cause indigestion. Li Jing, who was sitting next to him, also nodded gently. They are indeed the 2 elder sisters in the family. They really care about people. Cao Pingwa hugged Jin Yao and Li Jing's shoulders on both sides, then stretched his neck and kissed them on both sides. Oh, honey, I want a kiss too. I want one too. The little girls who had just fed the dumplings came forward with their fair and smooth little faces, smiling. Chapter 143 Lantern Festival, Part 2. The relaxing and happy times soon came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Several pregnant women with big bellies began to get up and go back to their rooms, ready to rest on time. Xiao Yun, you can stay in room 3601 tonight. Jin Yao smiled and waved to the newcomer Liu Ruyan. Come, I'll find you a new set of bath towels and pajamas. Liu Ruyan quickly stepped forward and took Jin Yao's arm. Thank you, Sister Jin. Zhang Yue seized the opportunity and slipped into Cao Pingwa's arms as he sat on the sofa. Husband, can you sleep in my room tonight? Cao Pingwa played with his phone while reaching out to touch her head. Let's do it another time. I already have an appointment with Tiantian tonight. Okay then. Zhang Yue raised her lips high in the air, feeling jealous. In the master bedroom of 3502, Wang Lulu, who had just finished taking a shower, was leaning on the big bed and playing with her mobile phone. Roommate Zhang Yue pushed the door open with a pout and sat down beside her bed. Lulu, what should I do? I feel like my husband is no longer interested in me. Wang Lulu continued playing with her phone with a calm expression. It's not that my husband is no longer interested in you. He's just a little too busy. Then he can't be so partial to Su Tiantian. It's been several days in a row, and he sleeps in her room every night. Zhang Yue complained indignantly. How is that little slut better than me? Wang Lulu raised her eyes and glanced at Zhang Yue. Don't you know that she is more coquettish than you? Zhang Yue. Well, then, I can be very flirty too. Wang Lulu added. And her breasts are bigger than yours. Zhang Yue. She glanced down, and her arrogance suddenly weakened a lot. Why do men always like big ones? Is it really that good? Seeing her roommate and bestie looking downcast, Wang Lulu put down her phone and pulled her into her arms. You don't have to worry too much about Su Tiantian. Her husband dotes on her so much now, she'll probably get pregnant soon. When the husband stops touching her, that will be your chance. But I estimate that your window of opportunity to regain favor won't last long, because according to the current situation, new competitors will continue to emerge. Wang Lulu placed Zhang Yue's little hand on her bulging belly. Only by getting pregnant with your husband's baby can you truly put your mind at ease once and for all. Otherwise, you will always have the problem of insecurity. Zhang Yue rested her head on Wang Lulu's small shoulders and gently stroked her big belly through her thin cotton pajamas. Okay, I will think carefully about giving birth to a baby for my husband. 3602. In Su Tiantian's bedroom. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. If the breeding partner successfully conceives naturally, the system will reward 40 million yuan for pregnancy maintenance, double the reward for twins. Skill reward, multiple birth badge, bronze. With different levels of multiple birth badges, the host's chance of giving birth to multiple births will be enhanced to varying degrees. Bronze badge increases the chance of multiple births by 5. Silver badge increases the chance of multiple births by 10. Gold badge increases the chance of multiple births by 20. Legendary badge increases the chance of multiple births by 30. When the baby is born healthy, the multiple birth badge will automatically upgrade to a higher level. Random reward for tonic pills. Holy crap, twins again. 400 million is waving at me again. There are also multiple birth badges and 4 tonic pills, all of which are good stuff. Cao Pingwa immediately hugged Su Tiantian into his arms and kissed her hard several times. Tiantian, you are so awesome. In the following days, the cheerful boss, Cao, quickly became familiar with the new Russian secretary. Although they both wore an OL outfit of a white shirt, black suit, and black skirt, the blonde and blue-eyed Sophia looked obviously more mature than Jiang Xinxin, who was the same age as her. Every noon, Cao Pingwa would have a work lunch with his 2 secretaries. When he had nothing to do, he would ask his Russian secretary to teach him some Russian in the office. That afternoon, Cao Pingao and Sophia sat sideways on the big sofa, facing each other. Sophia, hello, Pure White. Cao Pingao, hello, Pure White. Sophia, yes, thank you, Spasba. Cao Pingao, thank you, Spsiba. Sophia smiled and said, yes, I didn't expect your pronunciation is quite standard. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, of course not. I have learned basic Russian with 6 Russian girls, namely Anna, Vibova, Sharapova, Natalia, Yelena, and Natasha. Sophia, how do you say I like you in Russian? The simple little Russian secretary immediately said, Dem, Teneravesha. Cao Pingao said with a wicked smile, Dem, Teneravesha. Sophia suddenly reacted, and her snow-white face turned red. At this time, Jiang Xinxin walked in from the open office door. Boss, President Jin called to ask you to attend a meeting. No. Cao Pingao stood up and said, you 2 are free to do whatever you want. I'll be back soon. After Boss Cao left, the introverted Jiang Xinxin sat back at her workstation obediently, while the more mischievous Sophia explored the huge chairman's office freely. She first stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the scenery for a long time, and then began to help Cao Pingao tidy up his somewhat messy desk. Suddenly, she found an A4 paper folded twice under a blue folder. Sophia opened it curiously and saw that it was all written in Russian. This is Anna's handwriting. Chapter 144 Russian, IOU. I will slowly pay you back the money I owe you after I graduate and become a diplomat, but I will never forget the kindness I owe you and your tenderness on Christmas Eve. Anna owes him money. Anna said that we borrowed money from a good friend to move our family from the war zone to St. Petersburg. Could that good friend be him? What about the tenderness on Christmas Eve? At this time, Cao Pingao, who had just shown up in the meeting room, strode back to his chairman's office. Sophia, what are you looking at? Sophia, looking flustered, quickly put down the note in her hand and said, I didn't mean to read it. I just stumbled upon it while I was tidying up your desk. Cao Pingwa walked closer and took a look. Oh, it turned out to be the IOU that Anna wrote to me. You can just read it if you want. Why are you so nervous? IOU. Sophia's eyes widened, thinking that this was not an IOU at all. It was clearly a short love letter. Yes, this IOU was left to me by Anna before she returned home. Is there any problem? Cao Pingwa picked up the note and took a look at it. On it were several lines of flamboyant Russian writing that he could not understand at all. Sophia shook her head gently. I'm just a little surprised, because Anna didn't tell me before that she borrowed the money for our moving from you. Anna didn't tell you, probably because she didn't want to put too much pressure on you. Cao Pingwa smiled and pointed to his spacious and luxurious office. Sophia, you've seen my strength. That little bit of money is nothing to me. Just pretend you don't know about it. Anna borrowed the money from me. She will pay me back later. You just need to study peacefully in Jiangqing. After hearing Cao Pingwa's words, Sophia was deeply moved, and a strange light appeared in her beautiful blue eyes. No matter what, I want to express my gratitude to you on behalf of my parents and myself. Cao Pingwa grinned and said, You're welcome. That night, in the Lakeview Suite 3018 of the Ruihua Hotel. After taking a shower, Sophia, with her blonde hair shawl on and wearing her light blue suspender nightgown, walked barefoot on the thick and soft carpet in the room and returned to the big bed in the bedroom. She took out her iPhone 12 and made a video call to her sister in St. Petersburg. Sophia said in Russian, Anna, it's still light over there. Anna, who was sitting at her desk reading, said with a smile, It's not even 5 p.m. in St. Petersburg yet, so of course it's still bright. It should be almost 10 o'clock in the evening in Jiangqing now, right? Sophia nodded. I've already taken a shower and am lying in bed. Anna, I accidentally saw the IE you left for him today. Anna in the video was stunned for a moment, then said happily, It doesn't matter. You saw it. I'll pay back the money I borrowed. Don't worry, Sophia. Just focus on your studies. I see. Sophia bit her lip again and asked with a smirk. Anna, what about the Christmas Eve tenderness mentioned on the IU? Anna smiled and said, I tell you I can, but you have to keep it a secret for me. Sophia nodded quickly with a gossipy look on her face. I will definitely keep it a secret. Anna put down the textbook in her hand, blushed slightly, and began to tell a story to her sister. On Christmas Eve, my ex-boyfriend Alexei and some of his friends got drunk and started a fight in the bar. I took a taxi from school to look for him late at night, but not only did he not go with me, he even slapped me. Bastard. Sophia frowned and couldn't help cursing. Just when I was knocked to the ground, he suddenly appeared beside me like a Prince Charming. He first helped me beat up Alexei and the others alone, and then he drove me back to school like a gentleman. It was too late and the door of my dormitory was locked, so he took me to a hotel, and then we drank some wine and chatted for a while, and then... Anna smiled and said, Then things happened naturally. Is he gentle? Sophia asked with a blushing face. Anna bit her lip and replied shyly, He has great physical strength and is super gentle. Then why haven't you two been together since Christmas Eve? Because he already has a girlfriend. Sophia said with regret. Oh, so that's how it is. The two sisters continued chatting for more than an hour, and then Sophia yawned. Anna, I'm sleepy. Let's stop here for today. Yeah, you should get some rest. I love you, Sophia. Sophia rubbed her eyes and said, I love you too, Anna. Also, tell Mom and Dad that I love them too. Okay, I'll pass it on for you. The next afternoon, Cao Pingwa personally drove his silver Porsche 911 to the downstairs of Ruihua Hotel. Soon, Sophia, with two golden ponytails, a light blue hooded sweatshirt on her upper body, a white pleated skirt on her lower body, a pair of long, straight, white legs bare, and a pair of Nike sneakers on her feet, appeared at the door of the hotel pushing two large suitcases. The younger sister, who is not much different from her sister Anna, has equally delicate and three-dimensional facial features. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of many people around her. Sophia, this way. Seeing Cao Pingwa waving at her, the blonde and blue-eyed beauty immediately trotted over like a happy little rabbit, pushing her suitcase. Wow, your Porsche is beautiful. Cao Pingwa helped her put her luggage into the front trunk. Get in the car, I'll accompany you to register at the Normal University. On the road, while waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, a man driving a BYD Chine in the adjacent lane saw a beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl sitting in the passenger seat next to Cao Pingwa and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Sure, buddy, bring glory to our country. Cao Pingwa held the steering wheel with one hand and grinned. Not bad, not bad. Sophia blinked her big blue eyes. Bring glory to the country? What does that mean? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, This is not easy to explain. When you stay in China longer and your Chinese becomes better, you will naturally understand it. In the beautiful, normal university campus, Cao Pingwa stood outside the gate of an office building, watching countless young female college students coming in and out, and thought. As the saying goes, study at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, play at Jiangnan University, and love at Normal University. It seems that the saying is true. Maybe it was because Cao Pingwa was tall and had long legs and looked very manly in a suit, or maybe it was because he was leaning on his Porsche 911. In less than 10 minutes, several groups of heavily made-up female students from the Normal University came up to him and wanted to add him on WeChat. Cao Pingwa declined all of them not because there were no pretty female college students, but because they were experienced and none of them were recognized by the system. After a while, Sophia, who had completed the admissions procedures, came out of the office building happily. Come on, you can take me to my international student dormitory now. As expected, Sophia, an exchange student from Russia, was also assigned a double room with air conditioning and a water heater. Her roommate is a black woman with super short hair and a super big ass. Name, Lashana Lynch. Age, 21. No makeup, 55 points. Body size, 68 points. Undergraduate student, 21 former writers, 9 abortions, smokes, slightly drinks, has multiple tattoos, generally healthy. The system judged it as unqualified. Hello, my name is Lashana, and I'm from Jamaica. Hello, my name is Sophia, and I'm from Russia. Rashna glanced at the tall and handsome Cao Pingwa again. Is this handsome Chinese guy your boyfriend? Sophia blushed. No, we are just friends. When Lashana heard this, he quickly came to Cao Pingwa's side and said, Handsome guy, let's add WeChat and get to know each other. A strong and pungent smell of perfume made Cao Pingwa almost unable to open his eyes. No need, I already have a girlfriend. After having dinner together in the school cafeteria, Sophia asked Cao Pingwa to accompany her around the campus to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment. So the two of them walked out of the cafeteria and walked side by side in the Normal University campus. Thank you for driving me to school and helping me carry my luggage. It's a small matter. I have something else I'd like to ask you for help with. You say? Sophia played with her blonde ponytail with her fair hands. I'm already 18 years old, and I've never had a boyfriend. I don't know what the situation is like in China, but back in Russia, if someone like me goes to university without any experience in that area, I'll be laughed at by my classmates and friends. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Sophia, what exactly do you want me to help you with? The blonde girl stopped, turned sideways, raised her head slightly, and looked directly at him with her beautiful big blue eyes. I want to give you my first time, okay? Chapter 145 Records of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, Part 1. Cao Pingwa, Sophia, are you sure? Sophia blushed and nodded affirmatively. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Anna asked me to take care of you as her little sister in the letter, but she didn't let me take care of you to this extent. Sophia blushed. Why don't we just not tell her? Cao Pingwa smacked his lips, stretched out his big hand, took Sophia's small hand, and led her straight to his Porsche 911. In a large suite on the upper floors of the Hilton Hotel not far from Normal University, Cao Pingwa and Sophia took a shower one after another, and then sat together on the big sofa in the living room wearing only white bathrobes. The experienced boss Cao was not in a hurry to attack, but instead held Sophia's little hand and chatted with her in a soft voice. Did you and Anna also stay at this Hilton Hotel on Christmas Eve last year? Ha 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 ha. You two sisters have such a good relationship. You really can talk about anything. Sophia looked up at Cao Pingwa. Is that so? Cao Pingwa nodded. It's this hotel, but not this room. Anna said you are very gentle. Ha ha, what else did she praise me for? Sophia blushed slightly. She also praised your strong body. Cao Pingwa saw the blonde girl sitting closer to him, and her big blue eyes becoming more and more hazy, so he leaned over and put his mouth next to her cherry lips. Sophia had no intention of dodging. She just closed her eyes. In the blink of an eye, it is March and the season of spring flowers is here again. A brand new 12-seat top-of-the-line Toyota coaster drove out of the Yuhu Shirja community and then drove smoothly all the way to the suburbs. This high-end commercial vehicle with a landing price of more than 1.8 million yuan is equipped with a 4.0 LV6 engine. The car is equipped with full leather-covered aviation seats, fully automatic curtains, a large-screen LCD TV, Bose audio, a water bar, a car refrigerator, a marble table, and other equipment. The person sitting in the driver's seat is naturally Liu Ruyan, who has an A license. Sitting in the back row were Boss Chow wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses, 8 young girls with big and small bellies, and Zhang Yue, who came along to join in the fun. They talked and laughed all the way, and the carriage was filled with a happy atmosphere. To others, it seemed that they were going on a picnic in the countryside together, but in fact they were going to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital for a prenatal checkup together. Su Tiantian, wearing a blue plaid skirt JK, leaned her head on Cao Pingwa's shoulder affectionately. Honey, have you already started dating the new Russian secretary? Cao Pingwa said happily. Huh? You figured it out. Su Tiantian smiled and nodded. The way Sophia looks at you is obviously different from when she first came to the company. Anyone with a little bit of discernment can see it. She and I have indeed had several in-depth conversations, but at the moment we are just good friends. What? Su Tiantian looked puzzled. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, because she heard from her sister Anna that I have a girlfriend in Shanghai, and she doesn't want to be the third party between me and my girlfriend. Su Tiantian covered her mouth and laughed. Hubby, why don't you tell her that besides having a girlfriend in Shanghai, you also have a whole car full of girlfriends in Jiangxing? Then she probably won't have any psychological burden. Cao Pingwa reached out and pinched Su Tiantian's smooth little face. Take your time. I will do my best to let Sophia join our big family. Su Tiantian stretched out her little face for Cao Pingwa to knead as he pleased. Honey, Sophia has only been your secretary for over half a month, and you've already gotten her. Xin, who started before her, has been your secretary for almost 3 months. Why haven't you made a move yet? This isn't like you. Xin is different. Cao Pingwa put his arm around Su Tiantian's shoulders and said, her life story is so pitiful, and she's such an introvert. If I force her on her right now, I'm worried it might scare her. Su Tiantian nodded gently. So that's how it is. On the second floor of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, obstetrician Li Ming sat at his desk, sorting through the maternity files on his computer. Number 001, Jin Yao, 26 years old, 33 weeks pregnant. All indicators are normal. Number 002, Zhang Jieqi, 19 years old, 32 weeks pregnant with twins, underweight. All indicators normal. Number 003, Liu Ruyan, 25 years old, 30 weeks pregnant. All indicators are normal. Number 004, Qian Wan, 23 years old, 28 weeks pregnant. All indicators are normal. Number 005, Wang Lulu, 20 years old, 26 weeks pregnant. All indicators are normal. Number 006, Yu Qian, 24 years old, 23 weeks pregnant. All indicators are normal. Number 007, Li Jing, 26 years old, 19 weeks pregnant with twins. All indicators are normal. At this time, a young female nurse pushed the door open quietly and walked in, then locked the door behind her. Then she walked around Li Ming's desk with a smile on her face, sat directly in his arms and kissed him. After kissing for a while, the nurse suddenly saw Li Ming's computer desktop. I remember that the previous record of our hospital was created by a boss named Wei, who seemed to have 7 wives and 11 children. Li Ming hugged the young nurse and nodded. But Boss Wei's children were born one after another within 7 or 8 years. Boss Chow is about to break the previous record, and at an extremely fast speed in such a short time. I really envy him. The young nurse put her arms around Li Ming's neck and said, if you want, I can give birth to a baby for you. Oh, forget it. If my wife knew about this, she would probably beat the hell out of me. Humph. Being henpecked is useless. At this time, a brand new Toyota coaster slowly drove into the parking lot of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. Chapter 146, Records of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, Part 2. After the car stopped, Cao Pingwa was the first to stand up from his seat. Stay seated and don't move. Let me get off first, and then you can get off one by one slowly. Okay, husband. The girls agreed in a sweet voice. Cao Pingwa got out of the car nimbly and stood by the door. Starting with Jin Yao, who had the biggest belly, he carefully helped the 8 pregnant women out of the car one by one. Then the girls walked towards the hospital building in 2s and 3s, talking and laughing. Li Jing supported Jin Yao and walked in front. Qian Wan and Yu Qian followed behind them arm in arm. Behind them is Zhang Yue, who is not pregnant, holding up Wang Lulu, who is pregnant. Finally, Su Tiantian and Liu Yun, who had just become pregnant, supported Zhang Jieqi, who was pregnant, on both sides. Cao Pingwa looked at the backs of the girls and sighed in his heart. There are 1.7 billion here alone. Together with Liu Ruyan, Chun Shui, and Chen Shooting, a total of 20 small targets are waving at me. After Cao Pingwa and his group of 10 people walked into the main building of the hospital, the room instantly became lively. The young nurses standing at the circular reception desk were talking to each other and eating melons passionately. The other men and women who came to the hospital for prenatal checkups also stared with wide eyes. What's going on? A man brings 9 beautiful women for a prenatal checkup? What's going on? That man should be a hospital staff member, the kind responsible for picking up and dropping off hospital clients. I don't think he's touched the waists and stomachs of 4 of the girls just now, and the way they're chatting doesn't seem like a customer service relationship. Holy crap, this guy is the reincarnation of Wei Xiaobao. The girls were chatting while queuing up for various prenatal checkups, while Cao Pingwa was sitting leisurely on a bench in the rest area, playing with his mobile phone. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful legs and black stockings appeared in his sight. Cao Pingwa looked up and saw Zhang Yue wearing a dark blue mini dress and with her long hair draped over her shoulders. What do you want to talk to me about? Zhang Yue stroked the hem of her skirt under her small buttocks and sat next to Cao Pingwa, pressing her upper body against his arm, and said delicately, "Honey, I changed my mind." "What's your change of mind?" Zhang Yue blushed as she said, "I don't want to wait until after graduation. I want to give birth to a baby for you now." Cao Pingwa grinned. "Hey Yue, how come you suddenly figured it out?" Zhang Yue pouted and said, "All my sisters at home have babies, but I'm the only one without one. I feel like an outlier. And today I came with them for a prenatal checkup. I felt that this Santa Maria Maternity Hospital was quite luxurious and professional. I suddenly felt that giving birth wasn't such a scary thing after all." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Giving birth is a woman's natural duty. There's nothing to be afraid of. What about your parents?" Zhang Yue leaned her head on his shoulder. "If they are angry, they will definitely be angry. But when my belly gets bigger, you can accompany me to sit down and have a good talk with them. My parents should be able to accept it slowly." Cao Pingwa put his arm around her slender waist and said happily, "Okay, then let's do it kill first and ask for permission later." After finishing the examination, Wang Lulu waved to Zhang Yue. "Yue, my B ultrasound is done. Please accompany me upstairs to see Dr. Li." With a slightly blushing face, Zhang Yue quickly walked to her best friend, took her arm, and went upstairs with her. Yue, I remember you wore socks when you went out today." The sharp-eyed Wang Lulu quickly discovered the clue. Zhang Yue blushed. "My husband just gave me." "My husband?" Wang Lulu's little face showed a wicked smile. "Where is it?" Zhang Yue's pink ears began to turn red. "In the empty room next door." "Have you opened an umbrella?" "Without." "You finally figured it out." Wang Lulu was very pleased. "Yue, you must strike while the iron is hot. You must stick to your husband for the next few days and make sure he gets you pregnant no matter what." Zhang Yue bit her lip and said, "Oh, Lulu, you are too blunt." Wang Lulu looked calm. "What's wrong with being frank? If you don't seize this opportunity now, you'll end up coming to my room every night to complain to me. My ears will get calluses from hearing you." In the chief physician's office on the 2nd floor, Li Ming sat at his desk, moving the mouse and typing on the keyboard. He created 2 new small folders in the large folder Mr. Chow. Number 008, Liu Ruyan, 25 years old, 6 weeks pregnant, all indicators are normal. Number 009, Su Tiantian, 19 years old, 7 weeks pregnant with twins, all indicators are normal. He looked up at Liu Ruyan, Cao Pingwa, and Su Tiantian who were sitting opposite him. Oh shit, another flight attendant and a female college student have been added. Now there are 9 pregnant women and 12 children in total. It took him less than a year to break the hospital record. "Dr. Li, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look a little pale?" Cao Pingwa asked with concern while touching Liu Ruyan and Su Tiantian's slender waists. "Oh, nothing." Li Ming cleared his throat and sat up straight. "I've had a lot of surgeries recently, and I'm a little tired." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Dr. Li, you must rest well and take good care of yourself. You are the best obstetrician at St. Mary's Hospital. All my girlfriends trust only you." Li Ming felt mixed emotions and laughed awkwardly. "Thank you all for your trust in me." Chapter 147, Well Prepared, Part 1. In the hospital parking lot, Cao Pingwa helped the pregnant women who had finished their prenatal checkups into the 12-seat Toyota coaster one by one. Then everyone returned to the Yuhu Shijia community in Chuahanjia Street with laughter and joy. After getting off the car, Cao Pingwa said to the driver Liu Weiguo alone, "Old Liu, my family has more and more people and more cars. You will definitely not be able to handle it alone in the future. I want you to contact a few more of your old comrades and form a security department, with you as the head of the department." Liu Weiguo nodded. "Boss, if my old comrades ask me about my salary, how can I say it is appropriate?" Cao Pingwa touched his chin and said, "They are all people who have made contributions to the country, so they should be treated better. How about this? As long as they're your trusted old comrades, they'll be paid 30,000 yuan a month, not counting the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Old Liu, your monthly salary will be increased to 50,000 yuan. What do you think of this arrangement?" Liu Weiguo, who was always serious, was touched. "Boss, Thank you for your trust. In the dining room of Building 6, room 3601, Cao Pingwa and his friends were having dinner together around a rectangular table. Yao Yao, how's the transfer of ownership of the 4 houses downstairs going? Jean Yao put down her chopsticks and replied, Houses 3401, 3402, and 3301 have all been transferred. The owner of house 3302 is not in Jiangxing and will be back in a few days. Well, after the house is transferred, we can simply renovate it and replace all the furniture and appliances with new ones. Cao Pingwa picked up his phone and asked, Do you have enough money? Do you want me to transfer another 3 million to you? As soon as she heard the word money, Qianwan's big eyes, who was sitting on his left, immediately lit up. Jean Yao shook her head slightly and smiled gently. No, there's still a lot of money in the family account. If it's not enough, I'll talk to you later. Qianwan frowned slightly when she heard this. Your husband wants to give you some money, but you refuse it? Jean Yao, what on earth are you playing? Cao Pingwa opened his bank account. Before that, including the 60 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees for Liu Ruyan, Chen Shooting, and Su Tiantian, the cash he had in his hands once exceeded 110 million yuan. Later he bought 4 sets of large houses with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms downstairs and a 12-seater top-of-the-line Toyota coaster. So now Cao Pingwa only has more than 84 million left in his hands. Yao Yao, I've remitted 4 million yuan to you. This money will be used to hire a confinement nanny and a housekeeper. Jean Yao picked up her iPhone 16 and took a look at it. Okay, husband. Cao Pingwa touched his nose and said, In order to reduce the burden on you mothers, each house will be equipped with 2 housekeepers who will be responsible for washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. In addition, each baby will be assigned 3 of the best confinement nannies. The confinement nannies work in 3 shifts, 8 hours each, so they can get enough rest. After all, taking care of children is not an easy job. Jean Yao nodded. Hubby, then how many months should we hire a confinement nanny? Ha ha ha, then it won't take just a few months. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Young mothers like Jechi, who have to go back to school after having a baby, need help all the time. Let's have every confinement nanny sign a 3-year contract first. Zheng Jechi looked very happy. Husband, you are so nice. When the other pregnant girls at the table heard Cao Pingwa's generous arrangement, the pressure on them as new mothers instantly eased a lot. Jean Yao looked around at everyone, then looked at Cao Pingwa. With 3 twins, our family has 11 babies to welcome. Does that mean we need to book 33 confinement nannies? Not enough. Currently, there are 39 confinement nannies to be booked. 39. Jean Yao was puzzled. I knew his ex-wife was pregnant, but who was the other one? That Chen Shui from Shanghai? Was she going back to Jiangxing? Honey, who are the other 6 confinement nannies for? Qianwan, who was sitting on the left, asked curiously. Cao Pingwa grinned and said, You'll know when the time comes. The next morning, Wanda International Office Building A, 20th floor. In the chairman's office, Boss Chow was hugging the slender waist of Banana Queen, Zhang Yue from behind, and standing with her in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window to wipe the glass. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Cao Pingwa hugged Zhang Yue and walked to the desk, letting her put her hands on the table. Then he reached out and picked up the receiver. Hello. The person on the other end of the phone said simply, Boss, Xia Tian is already at the company's front desk. Can I bring her to your office to talk? Who is Xia Tian? Concise. ST Media's popular female anchor, Little Genius. Her real name is Xia Tian. Boss, didn't you see her profile before? Oh, I remember now, Little Genius. Cao Pingwa touched Zhang Yue's fair and smooth back and said, I've been busy at home lately, and I almost forgot about recruiting her to our company. Concise. Then I will bring her to you now? Well, Manager Jian, please invite her to the company's small conference room. You two can talk first. I'll be there later. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Cao Pingwa leaned over and bit Zhang Yue's ear, who was blushing. I have something serious to discuss. We need to speed up and finish our window cleaning work. Zhang Yue's eyes were hazy and her face was shy. Chapter 148 Well Prepared, Part 2. Zhang Yue stood barefoot on the carpet in the office, with a gentle look on her face, and raised her head slightly to help Cao Pingwa button his shirt. After buttoning her clothes, she took a straight black Armani suit from the hanger next to her and stood behind him. Cao Pingwa stretched out his hands behind him, and the black suit was automatically put on him. Boss Chow, who had dressed neatly again, suddenly turned around and hugged Zhang Yue in his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her cherry lips. I'm going to run some errands. Take your time getting dressed. Zhang Yue's eyes were blurred by the kiss. Okay, husband. Cao Pingwa strode out of his office and said to Jiang Xinxin and Sophia, who were sitting in the secretary's office outside, "Come on, you two little girls, come with me to the conference room." The two trainee secretaries quickly stood up with their notebooks in their arms and tried to keep up with Cao Pingwa's fast strides. "Over here in the company's small conference room. Sorry, something delayed me." The sound arrives before the person arrives. Cao Pingwa, tall and handsome, dressed in a suit and tie, strode in with two pretty secretaries. The two people who were sitting in the conference room stood up quickly. One is the company's general manager Jinjia, and the other is naturally the popular female anchor of ST Media, who is interested in switching jobs. Concise, "Boss, this is Miss Xia Tian." Xia Tian, with her playful shoulder-length hair, pretty and cute facial features, and wearing a light purple long-sleeved Adidas sweatshirt, took the initiative to extend her fair little hand to Cao Pingwa. "Hello, Boss Cao. Name, Xia Tian. Age, 23. No makeup, 84 points. Body size, 84 points. Bachelor's degree, virginity, no tattoos, no bad habits, good health. The system determines it as qualified breeding target." Cao Pingwa raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his big hand, and held Xia Tian's small hand. "Hello." Xia Tian first quickly observed Cao Pingwa, then moved his gaze to the two young secretaries standing behind him who were quite good-looking. They didn't look very old, and there was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. After all 5 people were seated, Cao Pingwa asked Jinjia, "How is it, Manager Jian? How far have you and Miss Xia come in your discussion?" After I showed Miss Xia around the 19th and 20th floors, she expressed her satisfaction with our company's working environment. However, we are still negotiating some of the details of the S-level contract we customized for her. Cao Pingwa nodded slightly after hearing this. "Miss Xia, I always like to be straightforward and direct. I know ST Media has nurtured you and made you famous, but business is business. They want to continue using child labor contracts to exploit your value, which is not good enough." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "I'm different. As a capitalist, I like win-win cooperation and I like to make money together. Boss Cao, the contracts signed between your company and its anchors are indeed the most generous among all the MCN companies in Jiangxing. So, although your company has not been established for a long time, it has always had a good reputation in the Jiangxing self-media circle. This is one of the reasons why I am willing to seek cooperation opportunities." Xia Tian looked at Cao Pingwa with a thoughtful expression and said, "But I personally feel that the S-level contract your company offered me is not sincere enough." Cao Pingwa grinned. "I understand. It's going to cost extra, right?" Jinjia, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly and said, "Boss, you are too blunt." Xia Tian, however, covered his mouth and said happily, "Boss Cao, your words are really interesting and down-to-earth." Cao Pingwa saw 2 beautiful dimples on Xia Tian's face when she smiled, and he immediately started to have wild thoughts. "Since Boss Cao speaks so straightforwardly, I won't beat around the bush," Xia Tian said with a smile. "First of all, I hope your company can increase the monthly base salary from 20,000 to 30,000. Okay. Cao Pingwa agreed without thinking. Xia Tian's eyes lit up. "Secondly, I hope the split of live stream rewards can be tilted a bit more in my favor. Is a 60-40th split okay?" "Sure." Cao Pingwa also answered immediately. Xia Tian's eyes suddenly became more thoughtful. "Finally, I hope the contract term can be shortened a bit, from 5 years to 3 years. Is that okay, Boss Cao?" "Okay." Cao Pingwa still looked calm. Summer. Hearing his bosses accept all requests from Xia Tian, Jinjia, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but frown. If she is offered such high conditions, what about the other top female anchors in the company, including Banana Queen Zhang Yue? Should everyone get a raise? Should everyone increase their share of the live streaming revenue? Wouldn't that significantly reduce the company's profits? Oh, it's so hard to be a general manager. Seeing that Cao Pingwa agreed to all 3 of his requests without hesitation, Xia Tian was a little annoyed. Is it so easy to meet my requirements? Is it a done deal? It feels a little too smooth. Xia Tian picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of water, and said, "Since Boss Cao has accepted all 3 of my requests, I will seriously consider them when I return home today and give Boss Cao and President Jian a reply as soon as possible." Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, "I agree to all the requests made by Miss Xia. Can't we just sign the contract today?" Summer. Boss Cao, changing MCN companies is a big deal for us online anchors. After all, this is just our first meeting and first talk. Isn't it a bit too soon to sign a contract today? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "I've said before, I always like to get straight to the point and don't like to drag things out." He turned to Jinjia, who was sitting next to him, and said to her, "Look, Manager Jian, take Xinxin and Sophia with you to redraft an S-level contract that meets Miss Xia's requirements. I'll talk to Miss Xia alone." "Okay, boss." Jinjia stood up and said. Jiang Xinxin and Sophia also stood up from their seats and followed Jinjia out of the meeting room. Chapter 149, Well Prepared, Part 2. The conference room suddenly became quiet, with only Cao Pingwa in a suit and tie and Xia Tian in a light purple sportswear sitting opposite each other. "Miss Xia, you are a beautiful Sichuan girl from Mianyang, Sichuan, right?" Xia Tian smiled and nodded. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "I heard there's a famous mountain in Sichuan. What's its name?" Xia Tian, Mount Ame, Mount Qingcheng, or Mount Siguniang? Cao Pingwa shook his head. "Neither." Xia Tian smiled and said, "Boss Cao, you are not talking about lousy Shudao Mountain, are you?" Yes, it's lousy Shudation." Cao Pingwa said happily. "People say online that the beauties in Sichuan and Chongqing are fierce and aggressive, always asking for help from Shudao Mountain. Is that true?" Xia Tian covered her mouth and laughed, and two cute dimples appeared on her fair face again. "Although there are many gentle girls in Sichuan, I have to say that there are also quite a lot of bold and straightforward girls." Cao Pingwa looked at Xia Tian with a playful look in his eyes. "So what kind of personality do you have?" Xia Tian smiled and said, "As for me, I tend to be straightforward." After chatting for a while and building some closer rapport, Cao Pingwa suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Miss Xia, I've seen your resume before. You graduated from the acting department of Sichuan University, right?" Xia Tian nodded. "Yes, I graduated 2 years ago. I had the impression that Sichuan University's acting department was pretty good. Why didn't Miss Xia pursue acting careers, but became an internet celebrity instead?" Xia Tian was stunned for a moment, and the light in his eyes dimmed noticeably. "Alas, a graduate of the acting department like me, who comes from an ordinary working-class family with no money and no background, can't even find a door in the entertainment industry." Cao Pingwa leaned back in his chair and said, "So your plan is to become an internet celebrity first, then start by filming short web series, and slowly move forward step by step towards your dream of becoming an actor. Well, it's a pity that this road is not easy to walk on." Xia Tian lowered his head slightly, his eyebrows drooping as he said, "Some time ago, I finally got the lead role in a short drama, but because I refused to renew a 5-year child labor contract with the company immediately stopped investing in me and stopped filming the short drama halfway through." Cao Pingwa grinned and said, "Miss Xia, as long as you are willing to join my banana media, I can invest money to continue filming that short drama." Xia Tian immediately raised his head. "Really, Boss Cao?" Cao Pingwa looked relaxed. "How much does it cost to shoot a short drama? If you want, I can pay you to shoot a regular web drama and online movie and make you a real actor." "Summer." Seeing that her face was full of disbelief, Cao Pingwa pushed the contract in front of him along the smooth surface of the conference table and in front of Xia Tian. Xia Tian picked up the contract with a puzzled look. "Film and Television Project Investment Agreement?" She turned to the first page of the contract again. "Party A, Investor Jiangxing Banana Media Culture Company, Limited. Party B, the TV series River City Love production team. Party A invests 18 million renminbi in Party B. In addition, Party A can recommend one of Party A's contracted artists to Party B to play the female role number 4 in the TV series River City Love." Xia Tian looked up at Cao Pingwa, her beautiful eyes wide open. "Boss Cao, this. My banana media has established a new film and television department since the beginning of this year. There will be more and more acting resources like this in the future." Cao Pingwa smiled confidently. "I can help you go from female number 4 to female number 1 and help you realize your dream of becoming an actress." Faced with this good opportunity that fell from the sky, Xia Tian could not hide the excitement on his face, and his heart was also surging with emotion. Although she is young, she has a lot of social experience. She would not easily believe in good things that fell from the sky. "They offered me a live broadcast contract with generous terms, and also gave me film and television resources to act in." Xia Tian looked at Cao Pingwa with some caution. "Boss Cao, what's the price?" "Ha ha ha ha. It's really not easy for a girl to become a popular female anchor in a company." Cao Pingwa grinned and said, "The price is that you have to be my girlfriend." "Summer." Her face turned red and her eyes began to avoid him. "Sorry, Boss Cao. I already have a boyfriend." "Cao Pingwa, we broke up." "Summer." Looking at the film and television project investment agreement in front of her, she began to have a fierce struggle in her mind. A few minutes later, Xia Tian looked up at Cao Pingwa again. "Boss Cao, I can't give you an accurate answer right now. Can you let me go back and think about it seriously for 2 days? Cao Pingwa looked at her pretty oval face and smacked his lips. Okay, I'll give you 2 days to think about it. No more waiting. If you still can't make up your mind after 2 days, I'll let another girl play the 4th female role in this web drama. Xia Tian frowned slightly, bit her lip, and said, I understand. As soon as Cao Pingwa returned to his chairman's office, Zhang Yue, the banana queen, who had been waiting there, immediately threw herself into his arms. Honey, I heard that the little genius from ST Media is going to switch to our company. Ha ha, you are quite well informed. Cao Pingwa sank into the spacious boss chair and said, Yes, that's what happened. What's the matter? Zhang Yue pouted her lips and said with a worried look on her face, Little Tiankai has so many more fans than me, and she is so popular online now. Cao Pingwa caressed her head and said with a smile, Yue, don't worry. You are my girlfriend. No one can take your position as banana sister number 1. Hubby, you're so nice. Zhang Yue quickly stepped forward and offered her a kiss. Suddenly, Cao Pingwa received a WeChat message from Chun shooting on his phone. Pingwa, I have something urgent to talk to you about. Cao Pingwa typed a reply. Sister, are you at home? Exist. Okay, I'll come as soon as possible. Cao Pingwa drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach to the residential complex where Chun shooting lived. As soon as they met, she frowned and said, Pingwa, I'm pregnant. Cao Pingwa smiled happily and said, Sister, this is good news. Chun shooting looked conflicted, but I don't plan to have another child. Having Lele as my daughter is enough for me. Cao Pingwa didn't explain much, but took Chun shooting's hand and led her out the door. Sister, come with me. I'll take you to a place. Afterwards, the two of them drove a black Maybach to a trust company called Yangtze River Trust. A trust manager named Zhang Yuan received Cao Pingwa and Chun shooting in his office. Boss Cao, this is the trust agreement drawn up according to your requirements. Cao Pingwa took the agreement from Zhang Yuan and handed it directly to Chun shooting. Sister, you'll understand once you see it. Chun shooting was a little confused, but she still opened the trust agreement in her hand and started reading it. Pingwa, you set up a 20 million personal trust fund for Lele? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Now, as long as you sign this agreement, this 20 million trust fund will only be controlled by you and your daughter. No one else can touch it. Chun shooting's eyes were full of emotion. Pingwa. Cao Pingwa stretched out his big hands and held her small hands. Sister, I know what you're worried about. You're worried that Lele will be neglected once we have our own baby. I set up a trust fund for her to show you my sincerity. You, Chun shooting, am my Cao Pingwa's woman, and Lele is my Cao Pingwa's daughter. I will take good care of you and your daughter. Chun shooting ignored the presence of others and threw herself into Cao Pingwa's arms. Thank you, Pingwa. Hey, we're one family, so we don't have different opinions. Chun shooting raised her head slightly, looked at him with rich eyes, and said, Why do I feel like you've been prepared for my pregnancy? Chapter 150 Amazing Acting, Part 1. In a cafe on Guanggu Pedestrian Street, Xia Tian and her college classmate and boyfriend Yi Feng sat opposite each other. Yi Feng, I have 2 pieces of news to tell you, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Yi Feng smiled and said, Then I want to hear the good news first. Xia Tian took a sip of coffee and said calmly, The good news is that the short drama we were halfway through filming has a new investor, and we can resume filming next week. Wow, that's great news. This way you can continue to play your leading lady role, and I can continue to play my leading man role. Yi Feng noticed that Xia Tian's face didn't show any joy, so he asked in confusion, What's wrong, Xia Tian? Shouldn't you be happy that you can continue filming the short drama? Of course I'm happy to be able to continue acting, Xia Tian said with drooping eyebrows, but I still have some bad news to tell you. Yi Feng took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, Oh, that's right, Xia Tian, just tell me straight away. No matter what bad news you hear, it won't ruin my good mood. Xia Tian raised her head, looked him in the eyes, and said, Yi Feng, I want to take advantage of my youth and work hard to become a real actor. If I devote myself to work, I definitely won't have time for a relationship. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Xia Tian, are you breaking up with me? Xia Tian nodded firmly. Yes. Yi Feng immediately put on a mask of pain. Xia Tian, we've been together for more than 2 years, and you just want to break up. I can't accept it. Xia Tian didn't want to argue any further, so he stood up and said, Yi Feng, I'm sorry for breaking up so suddenly. Next time you find a girlfriend, don't look for someone as ambitious as me. After saying that, she turned around and left the cafe resolutely, regardless of her ex-boyfriend's efforts to keep her. On the 20th floor of Building A, Wanda International Office Building, in the chairman's office of Banana Media, Cao Pingwa was sitting in his boss chair with his legs spread out. Sophia, the blonde secretary with a ponytail, was kneeling on the carpet next to him and learning Russian with him. Suddenly, Cao Pingwa's cell phone rang. "Hello, Boss Cao. I have already taken care of the matter," Xia Tian said on the other end of the phone. "Very good." Cao Pingwa took the phone, looked down at Sophia, and touched her little golden head. "Go to the front desk of the Ruihua Hotel and tell them my name. They will give you a room card, and you can wait for me in the hotel room." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Cao Pingwa, in a very good mood, relaxed his whole body. Ruihua Hotel, Lakeview Suite 3018. As soon as he entered the door, Cao Pingwa saw Xia Tian, who was wearing a dark blue sailor suit and over-the-knee black stockings, standing barefoot by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking at the scenery. The absolute area between the blue pleated skirt and the black stockings is white and tender, very attractive. "Boss, you're here." When she heard the door open, she turned around, stepped on the soft carpet with her pair of black silk jade feet, and walked quietly in front of Cao Pingwa. "Boss, I'm handing myself over to you today. Please don't forget your promise to me." Cao Pingwa smiled and reached out to touch Xia Tian's smooth, fair face. "It's clearly written in the contract you signed with the company that you're guaranteed to film 2 short dramas and 1 web series every year. Short dramas guarantee you the leading female role, and web series guarantee you an important supporting female role. It's written in black and white, so what are you worried about?" Xia Tian raised his head slightly, looked at Cao Pingwa, and said, "You know my ambitions are more than just this. I hope that after I have accumulated a certain amount of acting experience, you can let me play the leading role in your next play." Cao Pingwa grinned and said wickedly, "As long as you play the role of my girlfriend well first, I will definitely help you turn your dream of being the leading role into reality." Xia Tian bit her lip and said with a firm look in her eyes, "I understand, boss. Please assign the task. What type of girlfriend do you want me to play today?" "Ha ha ha." Cao Pingwa immediately held the slender Xia Tian in his arms and strode into the bedroom. "Just play yourself today." Xia Tian's face turned red. "Boss, I haven't taken a shower yet." Cao Pingwa gently laid her flat on the big bed, then leaned over and kissed her. "It's okay. I like to try the original flavor first." In a dilapidated house, Yifeng and Xia Tian sat together at the small round table, their hands tightly clasped together. "Woo, I had no choice but to become his woman, woo," Xia Tian said with tears in her eyes. "I know, I don't blame you." Yifeng's tears also burst out, but the look he gave Xia Tian was still affectionate. "What's past is past. Today we will leave this sad place together and never come back." Xia Tian wiped her tears and nodded. "Okay, I'm willing to go with you." With a bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. The tall and strong Cao Pingwa rushed in with an angry look on his face. "Great. You two bastards. How dare you run away with me?" Yifeng bravely stood in front of Xia Tian. "I'll hold him back. You run first." "Fuck you." Cao Pingwa kicked Yifeng to the ground with a flying kick. Then he took out a rope from his arms and tied Yifeng's hands and feet. "Now it's time to teach you a lesson, you shameless bitch." With a lewd smile on his face, Cao Pingwa pushed Xia Tian step by step to a wooden bed in the room, and then threw her onto the bed. "Ah, no. Ha 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 ha. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." Yifeng, his hands and feet tightly tied, lay on the ground and cursed. "Cao Puyuan, you beast. You're worse than a beast. Let Xiaofeng go. You can't treat her like that." Not far from the 3 people stood a photographer carrying a camera. Behind the photographer, the skit director was sitting in front of his monitor, frowning as he watched Cao Ping assault Xiaofeng. Is it true that Boss Cao, who brought money into the crew, has never acted in a play before? This villain who is worse than an animal is well acted. Chapter 151 Amazing Acting, Part 2. After a day of filming, Yifeng, feeling frustrated, took the new script to the burly short play director Wenwu. "Director, is it really appropriate for the script to be changed like this?" Wenwu rolled his eyes at Yifeng and asked, "What's inappropriate?" Yifeng frowned and pointed at the script and said, "The love scenes between Xiaotian and I were changed into a mess, the kissing scene was deleted, and the ending was also changed too outrageously, right?" Wenwu looked at Yifeng as if he was a fool. "The script was personally edited by the sponsor, so just act according to it. No need to waste your words." At this time, the financial sponsor, Cao Pingwa, who had changed out of his costume, walked in. Wenwu and several crew members quickly stood up to greet them. "Boss Cao, you've worked hard today." Cao Pingwa waved his hands with a relaxed look on his face. "Ha ha ha. It's not hard at all. I didn't expect acting to be so interesting. By the way, Director Wen, This is my first time acting today. How did I do? Did I pass the test? Wenwu and all the crew members gave a thumbs up. Boss Chow, you have a real talent for acting. We can't believe this is your first time acting. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, stop complimenting me. Let's go. It's almost time for dinner. I'd like to invite everyone to have a simple meal together. Soon, the room was empty, leaving only the male protagonist Yi Feng, who was ignored and looked aggrieved. In the evening, in a large private room of Taizixuan restaurant, everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Cao Pingwa, the investor, producer, scriptwriter, and second male lead, naturally sits in the C position. On his right sat the heroine Xia Tian, and on his left sat the short play director Wenwu. The other crew members lined up in order, and the male lead Yi Feng sat at the last seat near the box door. Sitting at the last seat was not the most uncomfortable thing for Yi Feng. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that Xia Tian's eyes, which looked at Cao Pingwa from time to time, actually had a hint of admiration. Could it be that he cheated on me both on and off the screen? After eating and drinking, everyone went home. Xia Tian naturally followed Cao Pingwa into the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Yi Feng drove his Civic and followed them quietly. After following her all the way to the residential complex where Xia Tian rented a house, Yi Feng saw with his own eyes that Cao Pingwa sent her to the second floor and then went into the house with her. After the lights in the living room came on, Xia Tian's graceful figure appeared on the balcony, and then she raised her hand to pull the white floor-length curtains. At this time, a tall figure appeared behind the curtains, and then hugged Xia Tian's figure. Yi Feng, who was standing behind a big tree downstairs and peeping, felt heartbroken at this moment. He wanted to turn around and leave in anger, but he couldn't help but stop and watch. Damn, what they're saying about focusing on career and not having time for a relationship is all bullshit. You'll stay chaste with me and we'll talk about everything after we get married. But once you meet a rich man, you'll be so happy you can't even close your legs. Love, I love your mother's love. The figures hugging each other behind the curtain on the second floor suddenly separated. Just when Yi Feng felt a little confused, he saw the shorter figure walk to the side and turn off the light, then walk back again and kneel down to admit his mistake to the tall figure. Yi Feng stood there for a long time, then touched the front of his shirt with his hand. Hey, why are my clothes on my chest wet? The next afternoon, Xia Tian, who had finished filming several scenes, was sitting in his small dressing room to rest. Yi Feng suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. What are you doing here? Xia Tian asked with a frown. I came to you to ask for my breakup compensation. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, You dumped me just to get close to that Cao Pingwa. Several years of my youth and sincerity have been wasted. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Xia Tian calmly picked up his phone and pretended to open WeChat, but actually opened the recording software. Tell me, how much breakup compensation do you want? I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xia Tian to agree so readily. Damn, this only proves that this bitch feels guilty. She must have hooked up with Cao Pingwa a long time ago, and there would have been a green prairie on my head. I want 1 million. Yi Feng bared his teeth and said that Cao Pingwa just casually took out 2.5 million to shoot this shitty short film for you. I only want 1 million. It's not too much, right? Xia Tian looked at him coldly and asked, What if I say 1 million is too much and I don't want to give it? What will you do? Then I'll post the video I took last night of you and Cao Pingwa going home together online. Yi Feng took out his phone and showed Xia Tian a blurry night video he had taken. I will also write a short essay with pictures and text, describing in detail how you, Xia Tian, took the initiative to sleep with a rich man in order to get a role and become an actor, and then cheated on me, your boyfriend of many years. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity. Xia Tian, you want to act well and become a real actor, but can you stand such a scandal? I can't stand it. Xia Tian said frankly. 1 million is too much. Right now, I only have the 100,000 he gave me 2 days ago and the 80,000 I saved. I'll transfer 180,000 to you first. I need the 820,000 you need. After we finish filming later, I'll go back to him and ask for the money. Is that okay? Yi Feng glanced at Xia Tian for a moment and said, Then transfer 180,000 to me first. Remember to mark it as voluntary gift. Xia Tian picked up his phone, transferred 180,000 yuan to Yi Feng on WeChat, then ended and saved the recording. She put down her phone and sighed deeply. Yi Feng, do you know that you have committed the crime of extortion? Yi Feng, what's the meaning? Xia Tian picked up his phone and started playing the recording of their conversation. Yi Feng, you. Xia Tian said with a cold look in his eyes. My husband reminded me to be careful of you. I didn't take it seriously before, but it seems he is more ruthless in judging people. Xia Tian entered 110 on the dialing interface and displayed it in front of Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even think twice before kneeling down in front of Xia Tian. Don't call the police. Don't call the police. Xiao Tian, I was wrong. I was so angry just now that I lost my mind. I shouldn't have said those nonsense. I will delete the video I took immediately and return the money to you immediately. Can you please forgive me this time? At this moment, Cao Pingwa happened to push the door open and walked in. What the hell? What's going on? Chapter 152, Amazing Acting, Part 2. After listening to Xia Tian's brief account of what happened, Cao Pingwa looked down at Yifeng, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Since there's audio evidence and transfer records, why not just report it to the police?" Don't call the police. Don't call the police. Boss Cao, I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go, Xiao Tian. Xia Tian held Cao Pingwa's arm and looked at her ex-boyfriend, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy with a slightly compassionate look. Honey, I think we should not call the police yet. There's only one scene left to shoot in this short play. If we call the police and send him to jail now, all the work done by the entire crew will be in vain. Besides, he and I are classmates after all, and I don't want to make things too extreme. Cao Pingwa, who had already taken Xia Tian's first blood, didn't care. He reached out and touched the short-haired beauty's face and said, "All right, let's do as you say. Let's be merciful." Yifeng, who had been kneeling on the ground and sweating profusely, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up his phone and said, Thank you. I will return all the money to Xiao Tian right now." Wait a minute. Cao Pingwa stopped him. "You don't have to return the 180,000 yuan breakup fee." Yifeng, Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "What? You take the money, and we take the recording of you blackmailing us. This way, if you dare to have any evil thoughts or come to harass Xiao Tian again, I can immediately send you to work on a sewing machine. Do you understand?" Yifeng lowered his head and said dejectedly, "Ming, I understand." Xia Tian looked at Cao Pingwa with admiration. "Husband, you are so thoughtful." "Of course not." Cao Pingwa smiled, took out his phone, and transferred 180,000 yuan to Xia Tian via WeChat. "I'll pay for his breakup compensation." "Okay, husband." Xia Tian looked happy. Seeing that the problem had been perfectly solved, Yifeng stood up from the ground and prepared to leave as soon as possible. "Hey, don't leave yet." Cao Pingwa put his arm around Xia Tian's shoulders and said with a smile, "It was so dark outside last night, and we had the curtains drawn, so you definitely couldn't see clearly. I'll let you see it clearly today." After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Xia Tian's cherry lips in front of Yifeng. "Mouch. Hubby, you're so annoying." Xia Tian, with a flushed face, lightly hit Cao Pingwa's chest with her pink fist. Then she turned her head to look at Yifeng and said, "Go away. I won't pursue what happened today." At this moment, Yifeng had 1,000 words in his heart, but looking at Xia Tian, who was held in Boss Chao's arms, he felt like there was something stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Yifeng held a sharp dagger in his hand and looked at Cao Pingwa and Xia Tian fiercely. "Cao Puyuan, give Xiaofeng back to me, or I will kill you today." Cao Pingwa sat at the round table, drinking tea, and said calmly, "You can't kill me." Yifeng shouted, "Why?" Cao Pingwa said, "Because I am your biological father." At this time, a young woman in Cheongsam came in from the back door and sat next to Cao Pingwa. Yifeng was shocked. "Mom." The young woman in Cheongsam said, "Chong-er, you shouldn't be called Zhou Chong. You should be called Chao Chong. Put down the knife in your hand and stop being so rude to your biological father and stepmother." Yifeng fell to his knees and howled to the sky, "No, this isn't true." He cried with tears streaming down his face full of grief, anger, and despair. Finally, Yifeng raised the dagger that was flashing with cold light and slashed it across his neck. Crack. Director Wenwu, who was sitting behind a monitor not far away, shouted, "Fuck, I didn't realize it before. Yifeng, your acting is pretty good." Wenwu patted Yifeng's shoulder, who had a face covered in fake blood, and said with a smile, "Keep up the good work. I'll definitely ask you to play a similar role in the future." "Thank you, director. I will continue to work hard." While Yifeng was dealing with the director with an awkward smile, he couldn't help but look at Cao Pingwa, who was walking into the backstage with his arm around Xia Tian's slender waist. "Well, I'd better not force myself to get something that doesn't belong to me. It's not a big loss to get 180,000 yuan as a breakup fee." That night, in the second bedroom of Building 6, room 3502 of Yuhu family, Zhang Yue, the banana queen, snuggled up to Cao Pingwa and gently stroked his strong chest with her fair little hands. "Honey, I also want to perform a skit like that new summer." Cao Pingao touched her smooth back and said with a smile, Xiao Dian graduated from the performance department of Sichuan University, and you haven't learned acting. Oh, I can learn by doing. Hubby, please. Okay, husband, I'll do as you say. I'll do whatever you say. Zhang Yue happily rubbed her little face against Cao Pingwa's big face. Husband, you are so nice. Cao Pingwa thought to himself, if Xia Tian had not passed the review of the Daizijuofu system, I was originally planning to let you play the fourth female role in Love in Jiangqing, which will start shooting in the second half of the year. Just as Cao Pingwa was holding the delicate Zhang Yue in his arms and thinking about the delicate Xia Tian, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Zhang Yue quickly and obediently reached out to get his cell phone for him. Hey, Lao Lu, what's the matter with you calling me so late? Lu Long's tone on the other end of the phone was clearly off. Lao Chao, Ding Yuan is in trouble. Early the next morning, Cao Pingwa asked Lu Weiguo to drive him back to Xianyang in a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Xianyang railway station. Chen Shui, wearing a black long dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a solemn expression, walked out of the gate and came in front of Cao Pingao. The two hugged each other silently for a while, then sat in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach and rushed to Ding Yuan's house. Chapter 153. Cute Lu Xiaoming. A simple morning hall was set up in the busy living room, and placed in the middle was a photo of Ding Yuan's overly young smiling face. The widow Wang Shanshan, with a slightly bulging belly, stood beside him, lowered her head, and mechanically bowed to the relatives and friends who came to pay their respects. She wants to look chic in morning clothes, but I have to say, she looks particularly pitiful in a black dress today. Lu Long, Kong Jing, Cao Pingao, and Chen Shui, for old high school classmates, formed a small circle in a corner of the living room. Cao Pingwa. Hey, we had dinner and drinks together during the Chinese New Year, but I didn't expect that just over a month later. Lao Ding. Lu Long. Lao Ding always likes to drive fast. I've advised him many times, but he just won't listen. His wife's baby is less than 5 months old. He's really committing sins. Kong Jing. I heard that Ding Yuan was fully responsible for the accident, and it seems he will have to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan to his family. Chen Shui had a sad face. She just held Cao Pingwa's arm tightly and looked at Wang Shanshan not far away without saying a word. Lu Long then said to Cao Pingao, Lao Chao, Lao Ding's family has suffered a great loss this time, and they have lost their main source of income. Why don't we, old classmates, pool some money together and help them out? Yeah, I had the same idea. Cao Pingao said to Chen Shui and Kong Jing, girls are better at asking about these things. Go find out how much compensation the Ding family needs later. Kong Jing, okay. Chen Shui, yeah. At noon, in a small restaurant at the entrance of Ding Yuan's community. Kong Jing said, Chen Shui and I found out together that in addition to the compensation from compulsory traffic insurance and car insurance, Ding Yuan's family still has to pay the other family about 300,000 yuan. The four people discussed it in pairs. Lu Long said, Kong Jing will pay 10,000, and I can pay 50,000. Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingao and said, I can also offer 50,000. Okay, then I'll pay 190,000 to make it a round number. Who will give this money to Wang Shanshan later? Lu Long said, you pay the most, so you go. Cao Pingao waved his hand. I'm sure she won't take it if I give it to her. It's easier for a girl to go. The four of them looked at each other. Let me go. Finally, Chen Shui took the initiative to take on this task. That night, at the Xianyang RF Crown Plaza Hotel, after a passionate lovemaking, Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui lay in each other's arms on the big bed. Old Ding was only 30 years old this year. He's gone just like that. Life is so unpredictable. Chen Shui caressed Cao Pingwa's cheek. So we should cherish the people around us even more, dear. I kind of want to go back to Jiangqing to be with you. Cao Pingwa was a little worried. Chen Shui, with her independent personality, would be incompatible with his girlfriends in Jiangqing. Then what about the career you've worked so hard for in the Magic City? I don't want you to sacrifice so much for me. Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingao with touching eyes, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Thank you for your understanding, dear. Kong Jing told me that she and Lu Long are planning to get married this November. She also asked me when I plan to marry you. Cao Pingao, so what do you think? Chen Shui said apologetically, our company is too busy this year. I really can't spare the time to prepare for the wedding. Cao Pingao was delighted and said calmly, you want to give birth to our baby first and consider other things next year? Chen Shui nodded. Is it okay, dear? Cao Pingao nodded. Of course, I said before, everything between us will be based on your schedule. You're so kind, darling. In a blink of an eye, March passed and April arrived. That afternoon, The innocent-looking girl with glasses, LV Xiaoming, appeared in the elevator on the 20th floor of Building A of Wanda International. Today, the district chief secretary was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt on the upper body, a black hip-hugging skirt on the lower body, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and a pair of black high heels on her feet. She looked pure and sexy. Jinjia, the general manager of Banana Media, who was also wearing a black and white OL business suit, was standing at the company's front desk with the marketing director and several employees, waiting for Liu Xiaoming. Secretary Liu, welcome to our company to guide our work. Jinjia smiled and extended his right hand to her. Liu Xiaoming quickly smiled and stretched out her fair little hand. Oh no, Mr. Jian, you are too polite. After the group arrived at the company's large conference room, Jinjia pointed to the various brightly colored fresh fruits and Evian mineral water on the table and said, Secretary Liu, please eat some fruit and drink some water first. The boss said he will be here soon. Oh well. Because she was busy with work today, Liu Xiaoming didn't have a good lunch. She took a bright yellow banana from the fruit plate, peeled it, and started eating it in small bites. Sorry, Secretary Liu, I'm late. Cao Pingwa, who had just finished learning foreign languages with Sophia in his office, strode in. Wow. This LV Xiaoming's expression while wearing glasses and eating fruit is so cute. When Liu Xiaoming saw Cao Pingwa coming, she quickly finished the fruit in her hand, stood up, and said, Hello, Mr. Cao. Hello, please sit down. Cao Pingwa sat down in the main seat of the conference room and said with a relaxed look, Secretary Liu, this is the first time Banana Media has participated in a public bidding project like this. We're inexperienced, and we're very grateful that you've personally come here to guide us in preparing this bid. Liu Xiaoming adjusted her metal-framed glasses and said seriously, You're welcome, Mr. Cao. District Chief, he has already told me to fully cooperate with Banana Media and ensure that your company can successfully participate in the bidding. She took out a thick stack of information from her backpack and distributed it to Cao Pingwa, saying briefly, These are the rules and requirements for this bidding process. You can take a look at them first. Then, the huge conference room fell silent, with only the rustling sound of papers being flipped. Jinjia couldn't help but glance at Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the C position, and saw that he was reading the information seriously. Is this strange? Normally, he's too lazy to deal with this kind of tedious work, so why is he suddenly working so hard today? Secretary Liu, the information says that the bidding MCN company needs to provide a sample of a promotional video and attach it to the bid. Cao Pingwa looked up at Liu Xiaoming and asked, What exactly is this promotional video promoting? Well, the video content can be about helping the District Public Security Bureau promote anti-fraud and anti-scam awareness, or helping the District Fire Department promote fire safety knowledge. You can choose one of the two. Liu Xiaoming took a sip of Evian mineral water and said, We asked the bidding companies to provide a short sample clip. We want to use this to test the level of each MCN company's promotional video production. Cao Pingwa touched his chin, turned to Jinjia and said, Manager Jian, after the meeting, arrange for Xia Tian and Zhang Yue to each shoot a promotional short film. There's no upper limit on the budget for filming and post-production, and the film must be good. Jinjia nodded seriously. I understand, boss. In the evening, Cao Pingwa booked a large private room at the Daoxiang restaurant on Chuahan Street next to the company. He brought Jinjia and people from the company's marketing department to have dinner with Liu Xiaoming. After another round of mutual refusals, Cao Pingwa still sat in the first seat, and Liu Xiaoming sat in the second seat to his right. Soon, a table full of delicious food was served, and everyone started chatting while eating, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Hey, Secretary Liu, where is your hometown? Cao Pingwa asked, holding up the red wine glass. Liu Xiaoming quickly picked up his glass, lowered it, and gently clinked it with Cao Pingwa's. My hometown is Fuyang, Anhui. It's in Anhui, not far from Jiangxing. Liu Xiaoming smiled and said, Yes, it's less than 4 hours by train from Jiangxing. Mr. Cao, where is your hometown? My hometown is Xiangyang in northern Hubei. Cao Pingwa then casually asked, Hey, Secretary Liu, you're so beautiful. There must be a lot of handsome guys chasing after you, right? Liu Xiaoming blushed. No. I'm too busy with work and don't have time to have a boyfriend. When Cao Pingwa heard this, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It's okay. You will be pregnant soon. Chapter 154. Garlic bird, you can't beat them. After eating and drinking, Cao Pingwa asked his private driver Liu Weigua to drive his Mercedes-Benz Maybach S680 to take Liu Xiaoming home. No need, Mr. Cao. I can just call a ride-hailing service myself. Liu Xiaoming said flatteredly. You let your driver drive me home in your car, but what about you? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I live in the Yuhu family mansion across the street. A walk back is just right for me to help with my digestion. I see. Seeing that Lu Xiaoming was still a little embarrassed, Cao Pingwa personally opened the back door of the Maybach for her and made a pleased gesture. Then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Lu Xiaoming gave Cao Pingwa a sweet smile, then stroked her hip skirt and got into the Maybach. Mr. Cao, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Cao Pingwa said to Lu Weigua in the front row. Lao Lu, drive slower on the road. Okay, boss. Building 6, Yuhu family, 3601. As soon as Cao Pingwa entered the house, Su Tiantian, who was wearing only a pink nightgown, trotted to the door and squatted down to help him change his slippers. Husband, you're back. Jin Yao, Li Jing, and Zheng Jieqi, 3 pregnant women sitting on the sofa in the living room, greeted him warmly. Well, where are the other girls? Cao Pingwa asked, raising his right foot. Jin Yao touched her big belly and said, after everyone finished eating together in the evening, they all went back to their rooms to rest. Cao Pingwa raised his left foot again. What about Xiaoyan? She has moved to room 3401 downstairs today. Honey, I've changed into slippers. Su Tiantian stood up with a smile. Cao Pingwa stretched out his big hands to hold her small waist, bent down and kissed her. Good girl. Then he took her hand and sat next to Jin Yao, watching TV with the girls for a while. You guys keep watching, I'm going to go shopping downstairs. Cao Pingwa kissed Jin Yao, Li Jing, and Zheng Jieqi on the cheek, then walked down the stairs, unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and entered room 3502. He first went to the master bedroom to see Wang Lulu, who was pregnant, and then went into the bathroom in the living room where Sister Banana was taking a shower. Cao Pingwa approached Zhang Yue quietly and hugged her twice from behind. Ouch. Honey, you scared me. Ha ha, I want to take a bath with you. Okay, honey, let me rub your back. Cao Pingwa turned around with a smile. Zhang Yue picked up the bath ball, poured shower gel on it, and then gently wiped his back, arms, chest, and legs. After applying the shower gel, she picked up the shower head and rinsed the foam off Cao Pingwa's body. Now it's my turn to rub your back, Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile. Zhang Yue blushed and turned away obediently. Amid the rhythmic sound of water splashing, the system's prompt suddenly rang in Cao Pingwa's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target. Reproduction partner Zhang Yue successfully conceived naturally, and the system awarded her 10 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees. Skill reward, Sharpshooter Badge, Bronze. With different levels of Sharpshooter Badges, the host's slam dunk hit rate will be enhanced to varying degrees. Bronze Badge, hit rate increased by 30. Silver Badge, hit rate increased by 60. Gold Badge, hit rate increased by 80. Legendary Badge, hit rate can be freely adjusted. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. Wow, another Sharpshooter Badge. Wait until my Sharpshooter Badge is upgraded to the Legendary level, and then add the Legendary Armor Piercing Badge and the Legendary Twins Badge. When the time comes, you can kill several kids with one shot and get the system rewards so easily. In the following week, the district mayor's secretary Lu Xiaoming came to the Banana Media Company on Chuahan Street every afternoon to help Cao Pingwa and others write bids. Cao Pingwa would arrange for Lu Weigua to pick up and drop off Lu Xiaoming in a Mercedes-Benz Maybach every day, and would also treat her to dinner in different ways every night. So after working together for a week, the relationship between the two quickly became familiar. The simplicity of working together in the conference room every day has become clear. The boss didn't just suddenly start caring about his work, he started caring about the people who worked with him. Seeing Cao Pingwa and Lu Xiaoming sitting together, talking and laughing during their breaks, Jianjia felt a surge of jealousy in his heart. After the meeting that afternoon, Cao Pingwa did not have dinner with Jianjia and the others as he did in the past. Instead, he drove his silver Porsche 911 and took Lu Xiaoming to live alone. Wansanjuan Road, Jiangbei District. In a barbecue stall that does a booming business. I didn't expect Mr. Cao to bring me here for dinner today. Lu Xiaoming looked around curiously. This street is so lively. Cao Pingwa took a sip of his iced Coke and said with a smile. Actually, compared to eating in luxuriously decorated restaurants, I prefer eating at street stalls like this. I feel more free to eat and feel more relaxed. Lu Xiaoming also took a sip of soda, looked at the lively dining environment, and nodded with a smile. Soon, all kinds of appetizing grilled skewers were served on the table, and Xiao and Lu began to feast on them without restraint. It's over, it's over. The barbecue here is too delicious. My weight loss plan is going to go down the drain again, Lu Xiaoming said as he ate the roasted pork tendons with big mouthfuls. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Xiaoming, you have such a good figure. Why do you want to lose weight? Lu Xiaoming blushed. Oh, how can my figure be good? My waist and stomach are all fat. Cao Pingwa smiled wickedly. Let me see, your waist is quite thin, isn't it? Where's the fat? Oh, Mr. Chow, please stop teasing me. Lu Xiaoming looked shy, and her pink ears were a little red. Ha ha ha. While the two were happily eating and chatting, the four tattooed rune guys at the next table looked at Lu Xiaoming, who was wearing an OL business suit, with lustful eyes, and started discussing loudly without any scruples. That girl with glasses sitting next to me is so smart. Really? She's got a nice face and beautiful legs too. I heard that 9 out of 10 people with glasses are flirty. I don't know if it's true. Ha ha ha. When Lu Xiaoming heard this, she hurriedly and nervously put away her beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings and hid behind Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa looked back and saw that the 4 men with tattoos were obviously a little drunk. Be careful with your words. He frowned slightly and warned the other party with his eyes. Unexpectedly, the 4 tattooed guys who were drunk were not happy. Fuck you, you're so polite. You look at me, Moss. If you look at me again, I'll slap you. Cao Pingwa was not afraid at all. Come on. Come on. If you have the guts, come and give it a try. With a loud bang, 2 of the 4 tattooed men stood up, one holding an empty beer bottle, and the other pointed at Cao Pingwa and yelled, Come on, try to flip with me again. Cao Pingwa, who possessed the 9th level fighting skills, could not bear it at all and suddenly stood up. At this time, the diners sitting nearby started to act as peacemakers. Garlic bird, there are 4 of them and you are alone. Boy, you can't beat them. Chapter 155, Suspension Bridge Effect, Part 1. Lu Xiaoming, with a nervous look on her face, tugged at Cao Pingwa's clothes from behind. Forget it, Mr. Chow. Let's just pretend we didn't hear it. Cao Pingwa turned back, smiled, and took LV Xiaoming's hand that was holding his clothes. Don't worry, Xiaoming. They are no match for me. Besides, since you're coming out to eat with me, I can't let you suffer this kind of injustice. Looking at Boss Chow, who was tall and had a confident smile on his face, Lu Xiaoming felt a special sense of security in her heart. At this time, Cao Pingwa turned around and said to the 4 men with tattoos, If you guys apologize to my friend in person and get out of here, I can let you go today. Hee hee hee. The 4 tattooed men exchanged glances before bursting into arrogant laughter. Brother, you look pretty cool, and your clothes are pretty cool too. Why does your head look like it's made of iron? That's right. If you apologize to us and let your girlfriend have a drink with us, we can let you go today. One of the drunk guys even tried to bypass Cao Pingwa and grab Lu Xiaoming's hand. Little beauty, come have a drink with us. That way we won't make things difficult for your boyfriend. Cao Pingwa protected Lu Xiaoming behind him and then punched him directly in the face. The first drunk fell to the ground. Seeing this, the diners around him quickly stood up and hid aside, forming an irregularly shaped ring at the scene. What a gift! The other 3 tattooed men saw their brother being beaten and rushed towards Cao Pingwa. As a result, Cao Pingwa stretched out his posture and kicked 3 people in the crotch one by one, making them all kneel in front of him and Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming, who was standing behind him, opened her eyes wide. Mr. Chow was so manly when he fought for me just now. At this time, the owner of the barbecue restaurant ran to the middle to try to stop the fight. Hey, don't fight, talk it out nicely. Then the police patrolling nearby also rushed to the scene following the sound. What's going on? The 3 tattooed men, kneeling on the ground and covering their crotches, immediately started to complain. Officer, he hit me. Cao Pingwa remained calm. It was the 4 of them who verbally harassed my friend first and then started the physical fight. We were just forced to defend ourselves. Since both sides insisted on their own opinions, the police had no choice but to take everyone back to the station. In the police station, the police officer first took the 4 guys with tattoos to get their injuries checked. Cao Pingwa, who was unharmed, sat in a mediation room with Lu Xiaoming waiting for mediation. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Xiaoming has always been a good girl who is very obedient and listens to her parents. She studied hard and was later admitted to Jiangxing University. During her college years, she studied hard and actively prepared for the civil service exam, and she had never even been in a relationship. After graduating from college and passing the civil service exam, she has been working in the Jiangnan district government. For Lu Xiaoming, life has always been a little too stable and too uneventful. So after experiencing a street fight with Cao Pingwa, she couldn't calm down for a long time and even felt a heart-pounding feeling towards Cao Pingwa because of the suspension bridge effect. The suspension bridge effect refers to the fact that when a person walks across a suspension bridge with trepidation, their heart rate will involuntarily speed up. If they happen to meet another person at this time, They will attribute the increased heart rate caused by this tense and exciting situation to the physiological reaction caused by the other person making their heart beat faster and then develop feelings for the other person. In 1974, renowned psychologist Arthur Aaron conducted a classic field experiment on the Capilano suspension bridge, which found that people do misattribute emotional arousal, interpreting their nervous physiological reactions when crossing the bridge as being caused by attraction to the opposite sex. Liu Xiaoming sat in the chair, secretly looking at the handsome profile of Cao Pingwa sitting next to her, and her heart was beating fast again. Cao Pingwa felt Liu Xiaoming's gaze on him. He turned his head and saw Liu Xiaoming quickly avoiding his sight with a red face. Hey, the girl with glasses suddenly doesn't dare to look me in the eye. It looks like something's going to happen tonight. Not long after, a middle-aged police officer, 2 young police officers, and the 4 men with tattoos walked into the mediation room. Secretary Liu, I didn't expect to meet you here. The middle-aged police officer greeted Liu Xiaoming enthusiastically. Liu Xiaoming quickly stood up and said, Director Xiao, when were you transferred here? Ha, I was transferred here not long ago this month. The middle-aged officer surnamed Xiao smiled and said, I've already investigated everything. These 4 guys were the ones who got drunk and verbally harassed Secretary Liu first. Secretary Liu, your friend's actions were legitimate self-defense. Why don't you 4 come over and apologize to Secretary Liu in person? The 4 men with tattoos walked up to Liu Xiaoming dejectedly and bowed to her to apologize. At this time, Officer Xiao smiled and said, Secretary Liu, your friends have already taught them a lesson, and now they have apologized in person. Why not make a big deal out of it and settle it? Liu Xiaoming didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she nodded in agreement. As they walked out of the police station together, Cao Pingwa said with a smile, Secretary Liu, you're so generous. I originally thought it would probably just be a fight, and I'd have to pay the other party some money. The result was so righteous. Liu Xiaoming covered her mouth and laughed. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have any face. Director Xiao is clearly enforcing the law impartially. Yes, enforce the law impartially. Cao Pingwa also said happily. Shall we find another place to eat? Liu Xiaoming, okay. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Cao Pingwa drove a silver Porsche and took Liu Xiaoming to the downstairs of her house. Thank you for taking me home, the girl with glasses said as she unbuckled her seatbelt. You're welcome. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but glance at her beautiful legs and flesh-colored stockings, and then said, I'm suddenly a little thirsty. Can I go to your house to drink some water? Liu Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and said with a slightly red face, Yes, it's okay. So the 2 of them took the elevator upstairs together and entered the small house that Liu Xiaoming rented, which had 1 bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. I'll go to the kitchen and get you some water. Liu Xiaoming put down her bag, turned around, and walked into the small kitchen next to her. Cao Pingwa observed the structure of the room for a moment, then immediately followed in. After Liu Xiaoming poured a glass of water and turned around, she found that she had been blocked in the small kitchen by the tall and strong Cao Pingwa. Mr. Cao, your water. Thanks. Cao Pingwa took the cup of water, drank the water, and stared at Liu Xiaoming with an ambiguous look. Naturally, Liu Xiaoming blushed again and avoided his gaze. After drinking the water in the cup, Cao Pingwa took 2 steps forward and forced the innocent-looking girl with glasses to a position where she had her back against the table and had no way to retreat. Then he leaned over slightly, almost face-to-face with Liu Xiaoming, and put the empty glass in his hand into the stainless steel sink behind her. Liu Xiaoming looked shy and stretched out her hands to gently push Cao Pingwa's body. Mr. Cao, this is not good. Cao Pingwa remained motionless, with a wicked smile on his face. What's wrong? Seeing that the girl with glasses just lowered her head slightly, blushed, and didn't say anything, Cao Pingwa boldly lifted her little chin with his hand, then lowered his head and kissed her cherry lips. Chapter 156, Suspension Bridge Effect, Part 2. In the small kitchen of a 1-bedroom apartment, Cao Pingwa hugged Liu Xiaoming's slender waist. Xiaoming, that was your first kiss, right? The innocent-looking girl with glasses said shyly, Yeah. Did I just act stupid? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Not at all. I just thought you were very cute just now. Oh. Liu Xiaoming's pink ears began to turn red. Cao Pingwa leaned over again and put his mouth close to hers. It's okay. Everyone has been a novice before. How about I teach you again? Liu Xiaoming blushed and bit her lower lip lightly. Yeah. After spending a week with the young, wealthy, tall, and handsome boss Cao, Liu Xiaoming already had a good impression of him. In addition, after seeing him tonight fight against the odds and teach 4 hooligans a lesson in public with ease, All the good feelings that Liu Xiaoming had accumulated towards Cao Pingwa were directly transformed into love under the catalysis of the suspension bridge effect. Boss Cao, aren't we moving too fast? Cao Pingwa, who was extremely shameless, confessed directly. Xiaoming, it is true that I have fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. Will you be my girlfriend? Liu Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, then nodded shyly. Cao Pingwa stood in front of the counter in the small kitchen, holding Liu Xiaoming, who was only wearing a pair of glasses, in his arms. Xiaoming, I'm in need of a capable female secretary. Why don't you just quit your job at the district government and come work with me in my company? Liu Xiaoming thought for a moment and said, although the salary the district government pays me isn't high, I struggled to get this iron rice bowl job within the system. Also, district chief, he is very kind to me and trusts me, so I don't want to change jobs for the time being. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, okay, it would be nice if you could stay in the district government and be my spy. Hateful. Who wants to be your spy? Liu Xiaoming raised her pink fist and wanted to hit Cao Pingwa lightly, but he grabbed her hand and then brought it to his mouth and kissed it. After kissing the little hand, Cao Pingwa took out his mobile phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Liu Xiaoming's WeChat. Liu Xiaoming was surprised. Dear, why did you transfer so much money to me? Cao Pingwa caressed her little face and said with a smile, you are my girlfriend now. What's wrong with me giving you some pocket money? Honey, you are so nice. Liu Xiaoming leaned her head into his arms, her heart filled with happiness. 3 days later, in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Jiangnan District Government Building, a bidding meeting that will determine which MCN company will operate the official Weibo, official public accounts, official Douyin accounts, and other self-media accounts of the Jiangnan District Government and its various functional departments in the next 3 years is being held as scheduled. In the huge conference room, there were a total of 6 MCN companies bidding. To the left of Cao Pingwa, chairman of Banana Media, sat the serious-looking general manager Jian Jia, and to the right sat, just the district mayor's secretary Liu Xiaoming. At this time, Boss Cao felt extremely relieved because he knew early on that his biggest competitor ST Media's offer was an annual service fee of 1.2 million, a total of 3.6 million for 3 years. His Banana Media's offer was 3 million for 3 years. Cao Pingwa didn't care at all about earning such a little less money. What he wanted was to establish a relationship with the district government to facilitate the development of his bigger career in the future. When the 2 public service announcements produced by Banana Media, starring Xia Tian and Zhang Yue, began to play, the marketing director of ST Media, who was sitting opposite Cao Pingwa, suddenly cried out in his heart, oh no. Because these 2 promotional samples were obviously shot at great expense, the quality of the finished films is almost catching up with 2 micro-movies. The marketing director of ST Media frowned and looked at Cao Pingwa sitting opposite him, but found that he did not look up at the projection screen in front of him. Instead, he had an unfathomable expression and lowered his head to think about something. In fact, at this moment, Boss Cao was silently admiring Liu Xiaoming's beautiful legs in black stockings. He felt that just looking at it was not enough, so the water-based pen in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. Then when he bent down to pick up the pen, he took the opportunity to tease Liu Xiaoming's beautiful calves. Liu Xiaoming took a deep breath, then turned her head and glared at Cao Pingwa coquettishly. Cao Pingwa, however, acted as if nothing had happened and pushed his notebook in front of her calmly. Liu Xiaoming looked down and saw the words, take off your high heels. Her little face turned red instantly. Liu Xiaoming, a good girl who has lived a well-behaved life for many years, is now unable to refuse the bad and unruly Cao Pingwa. She bit her lower lip, quietly kicked off her black high heels, put her legs together and leaned slightly to one side, fully displaying her beautiful legs to Cao Pingwa who was sitting next to her. Chapter 157 National Childbirth Subsidy. In the office of the company CEO, ST Media's headquarters building, Jinjiang District, Chengdu, a beautiful lady with a very high appearance, a cool temperament, and wearing an exquisite black OL suit was sitting at her desk, looking at the documents in her hand with a slightly frown. Banana Media, a new company established only in July last year, has already become one of the most powerful MCN companies in Jiangcheng by April this year. First, they poached our popular female anchor, Little Genius, from ST Media's Jiangcheng branch, and then they took away our corporate business in Jiangnan District. She stretched her almost perfect long legs, crossed them in a different direction, picked up another photo, looked at the man in a suit and tie in the photo, and muttered to herself, "Who is this Cao Pingwa? Are you intentionally targeting ST Media?" Jiangcheng, in an apartment on the second floor. Cao Pingwa hugged Xia Tian, who had short hair that reached her shoulders, and lay on her small bed to rest. Girls from Sichuan and Chongqing have such great skin. It's so white, tender, and smooth. People online say it's because you eat a lot of chili peppers, which are high in vitamins. Xia Tian caressed Cao Pingwa's chin with her fair little hand. Maybe this is the reason. By the way, Xiaotian, today is Friday. Come with me back to the Yuhu family for dinner. Honey, I can accept having dinner with your other girlfriends, but can I not live with them for the time being? Cao Pingwa understood that it was easy to get independent and career-oriented girls like Chen Shuding, Chen Shui, and Xia Tian to accept his fickleness, but it was definitely not easy to get them to live with his other girlfriends. Cao Pingwa did not insist on this point. He insisted on analyzing each specific situation and letting things work out when the time came. Of course, Xiaotian, it's your freedom to live wherever you want. I won't interfere. Xia Tian felt relieved and quickly kissed Cao Pingwa on the face. Thank you for your understanding, husband. After resting for a while, Xia Tian helped Cao Pingwa put on his clothes again, and then he put on a white shirt and a blue plaid skirt. Downstairs, the new driver and bodyguard Dian Wei was standing next to the black Mercedes-Benz Maybach, always vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. As soon as he saw Cao Pingwa walking out of the corridor with Xia Tian, he immediately opened the back door of the car for them. Husband, have you changed the driver? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Yes, this is Master Dian Wei Dian, an old comrade of Master Lu's from the past. Dian Wei, who was tall and strong with a rough appearance, said seriously, Hello, boss. Hello, Miss Xia. Xia Tian, hello. After sitting in the back seat of the Maybach with Cao Pingwa, she whispered in his ear, Hubby, that Master Lu looked quite steady. Why did you replace him? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I didn't replace him. I promoted him. Master Lu is now the head of the company's security department. Oh, I see. After more than half a year of getting along, Cao Pingwa has great trust in Liu Weigua, a steady-minded man who loves his wife and daughter. Therefore, the main task he assigned to Liu Weigua now was to take 2 other old comrades to provide travel and security services for the 9 girls living in Building 6 of Yuhu family. That is, to directly listen to the command of the boss, Jin Yao. Building 6, number 3601 of Yuhu family, is bustling with activity. In the living room, 9 pregnant women with belly sizes of different sizes were sitting together in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and eating snacks. In the kitchen, for housekeeping aunts are cooperating with each other to prepare tonight's family dinner in an orderly manner. Hey, have you heard? The boss is going to bring a new girlfriend home tonight. An aunt gossiped while washing vegetables. I heard that. I also heard that she's an actress who's in a short drama. What's the name of the skit? I'll look it up on my phone when I'm done. It seems to be called Thunderstorm in River City. There are already 9 beautiful women living upstairs and downstairs, and he's bringing in new ones. The boss must be in really good health. Oh, if my useless husband could be half as healthy as my boss, I would be so happy every day. I feel the same way. My husband now avoids me at night. Ha ha. The kitchen was instantly filled with a happy atmosphere. Not long after, the male host Cao Pingwa walked into the house hand in hand with the short-haired beauty Xia Tian, who was wearing a JK uniform. Husband, you're back. The girls in the living room greeted Cao Pingwa in sweet voices. Zhang Yue even got ahead of Su Tiantian and ran to the door to help him change his slippers. Xia Tian was a little surprised to see that the banana sister, who usually acted bossy in the company, was now squatting at Cao Pingwa's feet with a well-behaved look on her face, helping him take off and change his shoes. Afterwards, Cao Pingwa took Xia Tian to the large sofa in the living room and formally introduced her to everyone. The moderate faction, led by Jin Yao and Li Jing, welcomed Xia Tian, but Zhang Yue and Su Tiantian, who were her direct competitors in banana media, were clearly hostile to her. The family dinner started on time at 6 o'clock in the evening. Cao Pingwa, the only man in the family, still sat in the center position at one end of the long table. On his right sat Jin Yao, Li Jing, Zhang Jieqi, Su Tiantian, and Liu Yun. Sitting on the left are Qian Wan, Yu Qian, Wang Lulu, Zhang Yue, and Xia Tian. Seeing that the 2 long sides of the long table were already filled with 10 young ladies with different characteristics, Cao Pingwa couldn't help but feel a little proud. Yao, it's time to buy a new table. Okay, husband. Jin Yao looked at Cao Pingwa tenderly and said, Husband, the country has recently introduced a new birth subsidy policy to encourage people to have children. Oh, is that true? How much does the government give for each child? Cao Pingwa asked while eating pork ribs. Jin Yao replied, Each child will receive 3,600 yuan per year, for a total of 3 years. Qian Wan, who was sitting on the left, interrupted and said, It's paid out over 3 years, and the total subsidy is only 10,800 yuan. I'm too lazy to even accept such a small amount of money. Jin Yao frowned slightly when she heard this. What do you mean by such a small amount? This subsidy is very helpful for many low and middle-income families in raising children. Qianwan looked at Jin Yao and continued to argue. Then is our family a low to middle-income family? My husband is rich, but we have so many sisters in our family. If each of us receives a government subsidy, we can receive more than 100,000 yuan in total. Jin Yao argued. Why don't we think more about our husbands and help him save some money? Chapter 158, Sichuan University's Most Beautiful Girl, Part 1. The 10 girls at the dinner table started discussing with each other whether it was worth receiving the national childbirth subsidy. The frugal and housekeeping faction, led by Jin Yao, whose members include Li Jing, Zhang Jieqi, and Su Tiantian, actually the opportunistic faction, all believed that they should receive the award. Qianwan and her follower Yu Qian thought it was not worth wasting their efforts for such a small amount of money. Wang Lulu, Zhang Yue, and Liu Yun took an indifferent attitude. It didn't matter whether they received it or not. They just followed the crowd. The newcomer Xia Tian remained silent, quietly sitting at the end of the table eating melons, feeling very happy at the same time. Fortunately, my husband didn't ask me to move here. I have to say, the waters are really deep where there are so many women. During the discussion, Qianwan suddenly said with a sly look in her eyes, Sister Jin Yao, you're so eager to get everyone to claim the national childbirth subsidy. Are you trying to save money for your husband, or for you, the accountant? Jin Yao frowned. What do you mean? Qianwan said with a wicked smile. I don't mean anything. Cough. Cao Pingwa put down his chopsticks and glanced at Qianwan on his left. Qianwan quickly lowered her head and stopped talking, and the originally lively family dinner instantly became quiet. Let's do as Yao Yao said. Since the country has introduced a new policy on childbirth subsidies, we should enjoy it. Qianwan curled her lips. I know, husband. Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, the gentle Li Jing immediately tried to smooth things over. Xiaowan, I've researched it. Actually, the procedure for claiming this maternity subsidy is not complicated at all. You can just use Alipay or WeChat to do it online. Really? Of course it's true. I'll teach you after dinner. Qianwan's expression changed quickly, and she immediately smiled and said to Li Jing, Thank you, Sister Jing. The next day, on the 20th floor of Building A, Wanda International Office Building. In the office of the chairman of Banana Media, Cao Pingwa is teaching an 18-year-old Russian secretary with golden pigtails to speak Chinese. Sophia, your Chinese has improved a lot recently. Your spoken Chinese is almost as good as your sister Anna. Sophia looked up at Cao Pingwa and said, Really? I feel like my accent is quite strong when I speak Chinese. Cao Pingwa carried her from the carpet to the large leather sofa. You have only been in China for less than 2 months. I believe your accent problem will become less and less in the future. Sophia looked at him with her beautiful big blue eyes and asked ambiguously, Boss, will you continue teaching other subjects? Ha 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 ha. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. The company's general manager, with an excited look on his face, walked quickly and concisely to the chairman's office. Seeing that Jiang Xinxin was the only one sitting at her desk in the secretary's office outside, she asked, Xinxin, is the boss in the office? Jiang Xinxin nodded blankly. He and Sophia are learning foreign languages together in there. Jinjia looked at Jiang Xinxin's innocent and clear eyes and thought to herself, this silly kid wouldn't really think that the boss and his little Russian secretary were learning foreign languages in there, right? Mr. Jian, do you need me to knock on the door for you, or call the boss's internal line? Jiang Xinxin asked in a low voice. Jinjia quickly waved his hand. No, what I want to report is not urgent. Xinxin, when the boss is done, just give me a call, and I'll come over. Okay, Mr. Jian. Unexpectedly, just as Jinjia was about to turn around and leave, the double doors on the inside of the office were half opened, and then Sophia walked out. Mr. Jian, are you here to see the boss? She asked, blinking her big blue eyes. Jinjia turned back and said, Yes. Sophia then walked back to the inner door, opened it, and said to the inside, Boss, Mr. Jian wants to see you. Let her in. When Jinjia walked into Cao Pingwa's office, he was sitting in the executive chair behind his desk, dressed neatly. Is there anything wrong, Manager Jin? She said succinctly but with great excitement. Boss, Mr. Shen from ST Media is coming to visit our company tomorrow. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and asked, Who? Jinjia's eyes widened. The CEO of ST Media, Ms. Shen Qingyu. She's a famous boss in our industry. Haven't you heard of her? Cao Pingwa shook his head calmly. Shen Qingyu? Male or female? Concise. Ms. Shun is our senior from Sichuan University. She's a super beauty with the title of #1 campus beauty of Sichuan University. Cao Pingwa immediately became interested. Holy crap, Sichuan University's campus beauty, the top campus beauty, and a super beauty? Is that really that exaggerated? Jinjia was very excited. Yes, when Ms. Shun was in school, the number of male students pursuing her stretched from the Wangjiang campus to the Huaxi campus. Not only is she beautiful, but her work ability is also absolutely outstanding. Ms. Shun joined ST Media, which was still small at the time, after graduating from graduate school. It took her only 3 years to become the company's CEO. Then, in less than 2 years, she turned ST Media into a national MCN company ranked among the top 10 in terms of strength. Cao Pingwa touched his chin and asked, "Is she married?" Concise. "As far as I know, she's not married yet." Cao Pingwa asked again, "How many years older is she than you?" "Ms. Shun is 4 years older than me. When I was a freshman, she was already in her first year of graduate school." "You are 25 years old, which means she is about 29 years old." Cao Pingwa smacked his lips, his interest instantly waning. A 29-year-old beauty probably had more than one former writer and would not pass the system's review. The next day at 10 a.m., at the Banana Media Company front desk on the 20th floor, Cao Pingwa, dressed in a suit and tie, stood here concisely, ready to welcome the arrival of ST Media CEO Shin Qingyu. The reason why Boss Cao came out to greet the other party in person was not because she was the CEO of a well-known MCN company, but simply because he wanted to see how beautiful Shin Qingyu, who was known as the #1 campus beauty of Sichuan University, was, and whether she could pass the system review. Jinjia, who was standing next to him, had lost her usual composure and looked like an excited little fan who was about to meet her idol. "Manager Jian, it seems that you admire Shin Qingyu very much." Jinjia nodded somewhat embarrassedly. "Ms. Shun has always been my role model. She is truly outstanding." Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "She's a student, but don't forget that ST Media, the company she represents, is our competitor. She definitely came with bad intentions today." When Jinjia heard this, his expression immediately became much more serious. Yes, the boss is right. I am now the general manager of Banana Media. I cannot worship my enemy too much. Not long after, the elevator door opened, and a tall and beautiful woman with long hair, wearing a white OL suit and white high heels, came out with 4 assistants. Cao Pingwa's eyes widened instantly, and he suddenly felt that the entire elevator became brighter because of her. Name, Shin Qingyu. Age, 29. No makeup, 90 points. Body size, 87 points. Master's degree, virgin, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, generally healthy. The system determines it as qualified breeding target. Chapter 159, Sichuan University's Most Beautiful Girl, Part 2. It was not until he saw Shin Qingyu in person that Cao Pingwa understood what a real beauty was. She has thick long black hair, delicate facial features with almost no flaws, fair skin that is as delicate as a baby's, a height of about 1.75 meters, and long legs that are more than 1 meter long. Her figure is thin where it should be thin, and has body where it should be. The most important thing is that natural, relaxed, and confident protagonist temperament, which he has never seen in other girls. In the moment when the lecher Cao Pingwa and the little fangirl were stunned, Shin Qingyu had already walked up to them with her 4 assistants. "Hello, Boss Cao. I'm Shin Qingyu from ST Media." With a smile on her face, she took the initiative to extend her flawless white right hand to Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa quickly calmed himself down and stretched out his right hand to gently squeeze the other person's fingertips. "Hello, Mr. Shun." Then Shin Qingyu extended his right hand towards Jinjia. "Hello, President Jian." Jinjia regained her fangirl look and quickly shook Shin Qingyu's hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Shun. I'm your junior from the School of Political Science and Management at Sichuan University." "Oh, really?" The smile on Shin Qingyu's delicate face became even more intense. "Ms. Jian, which grade are you in?" He replied concisely, "I'm level 18. Shin Qingyu smiled and said, "Class of 2018. I'm in the class of 2014. That means when I was in my first and second year of graduate school, you were in your first and second year of college." Yeah. Jinjia said happily, "I met Mr. Shin a few times in school back then. At that time, I thought Ms. Shin looked like a movie star, but I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful now than you were then." Seeing his junior high school sister and little fangirl excited, Shin Qingyu couldn't help but hum and laugh. "Thank you for the compliment." Afterwards, Shin Qingyu and his group of 5, accompanied by Cao Pingwa and Jinjia, visited the entire 19th and 20th floors. Looking at the rational layout and proper management of the office area and live broadcast area, even Shun Qingyu, who has always been very strict and demanding on his work, couldn't help but praise. Boss Chow, you've managed Banana Media so well. No wonder your company has grown into one of the best MCN companies in Jiangxing in such a short time. Unexpectedly, Cao Pingwa waved his hand and said with a smile, "The company is managed so well, all thanks to Manager Jian. I am usually just a hands-off manager." Shen Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Jian next to her. "She is worthy of being our junior sister from the School of Political Science and Management of Sichuan University. I feel that within a few years, President Jian will become a hot figure in the entire industry." After being praised by both her idol and her boss, her simple face suddenly turned red. "Actually, the boss makes all the decisions about the company's major issues. I just do the specific implementation work." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Mr. Shun, don't listen to her modesty. Manager Jian deserves a large part of the credit for the rapid development of Banana Media." The simple little face turned even redder. "Boss, please stop praising me in front of Mr. Shun. I feel a little embarrassed." "Ha ha ha ha. Aren't you usually quite thick-skinned? Why did you suddenly become thin-skinned in front of your senior from Sichuan University?" "Oh, boss." Seeing the young chairman and the young general manager flirting with each other easily, Shen Qingyu, who was observing silently from the side, couldn't help but envy their harmonious and friendly working relationship. At the same time, she began to have a higher evaluation of Boss Chow, who had an easygoing personality, did not have any bossy airs, dared to delegate power, and was not greedy for credit. After visiting the company, the group returned to the small conference room on the 20th floor. After Sophia and Jiang Xinxin, two young and beautiful secretaries, poured tea for everyone, they took their notebooks and sat next to Cao Pingwa. "Shen Qingyu, aren't these two secretaries a little too young and pretty? They both look under 20, and there's also a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty. This boss Chow really becomes more and more interesting the more you look at him. No one comes to the temple for no reason." Cao Pingwa spoke first. "Mr. Shun, you're such a busy man, and you've suddenly come all the way from Chengdu to visit our small local company in Jiangxing. I think it must be related to Xia Tian's switch to Banana Media, right?" "Not bad." Shen Qingyu nodded with a smile. "Including little genius Xia Tian, your company has poached a total of 25 female anchors, both large and small, from our ST Media Jiangxing branch in the past month." Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows when he heard this, then turned to Jianjia, who was sitting next to him, and whispered, "Have we poached so many of them recently?" Jianjia lowered her voice and whispered in his ear, "Xia Tian joining our company has set an example for us. So recently, all the female anchors whose contracts with other MCN companies in Jiangxing have expired have been scrambling to come to our company to get better new contracts. I'm already trying my best to select the best candidates." Shen Qingyu, who was sitting across from the conference table, continued with a sharp look in his eyes. "In addition to poaching our employees, your company recently snatched our corporate business in Jiangnan district with an extremely low bid that barely made any money. It's understandable that competitors compete with each other, but if our two companies start poaching each other's employees with high prices and engaging in price wars, it will only benefit the other leading MCN companies in Jiangxing. Boss Chow, do you think I'm right?" Cao Pingwa admired Shen Qingyu's pretty face and said with a smile, "So what does Mr. Shen mean?" Shen Qingyu smoothed the few strands of black hair that drooped from her fair forehead. "What I mean is that I hope that ST Media and Banana Media can cooperate with each other and coexist peacefully in Jiangxing. Your local MCN companies have your local advantages, and our national large companies have our large company advantages. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for both of our companies to cooperate and win-win and share the Jiangxing market equally?" But just as Shen Qingyu finished speaking, she saw a hint of aggression and greed in Cao Pingwa's eyes. Is he not going to stop and continue to fight against us ST Media? This is unreasonable. The overall strength of the two companies is very different. What is he trying to achieve by fighting a rock with an egg? What Shen Qingyu didn't expect was that at this moment, Cao Pingwa was not thinking about the two companies or the business war at all. The aggressiveness and greed in his eyes were all directed at Shen Qingyu. "Cao Pingwa, if you want to get a successful super beauty like her, the pay more method and some tricks you usually use on other girls will definitely be useless. If you want to impress an elite woman like Shen Qingyu who is both beautiful inside and out, the first thing you need to do is to surpass her in your career, otherwise she will not even look at you." "Excuse me, Mr. Shun. The first step in the development of my Banana Media is to become the sole and undisputed leader in the entire Jiangxing MCN industry." Cao Pingwa smiled lightly and said, Whether the opponent is a local company or a branch of a national company like ST Media established in Jiangxing, as long as it hinders our growth and development, it is an opponent that must be eliminated. Shen Qingyu frowned slightly when she heard this. Boss Chow, your banana media started off quickly, but it's just a local Jiangxing company with a market capitalization of only tens of millions. Are you really sure you want to compete with ST Media, whose market capitalization exceeds 1 billion? Puff. Facing the bullying of ST Media CEO Shen Qingyu, Cao Pingwa accidentally laughed out loud. Let's not talk about how much water there is in the market value of 1 billion, nor how much liquidity ST Media actually has. Even if Shen Qingyu and his team really have hundreds of millions of capital, Boss Chow, who will have babies born starting next month, is not afraid at all. Seeing Cao Pingwa burst out laughing in response to his threat, Shen Qingyu couldn't help but frown. Boss Chow, is there anything funny about what I just said? Cao Pingwa pressed the corners of his mouth with his thumb and index finger. No, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Chapter 160, Men and Women Working Together is Not Tiring. After sending Shen Qingyu and his group of 5 into the elevator, Jianjia, looking confused, raised his head slightly and looked at Cao Pingwa. Boss, Mr. Shen came to us and wanted our two companies to become friends. Why did you just refuse? Friends. Cao Pingwa lowered his head slightly and looked down at Jianjia. Business is like a battlefield. Where can you find friends? As he walked back, he continued, this Shen Qingyu appears to be quite polite on the surface, but in reality, he always exudes a sense of superiority. Don't you feel it? She nodded concisely. ST Media's strength far exceeds ours, and she is the CEO of ST Media. She does feel a bit superior. Cao Pingwa continued. You also know that ST Media is currently stronger than us. So why would she, the CEO of a large company, take the initiative to come to a small startup like ours and put aside past grudges to collaborate with us for a win-win situation? Jianjia shook his head. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, of course, that's because they're busy with other projects right now, so they want to use a win-win cooperation approach to stabilize us for the time being. Do you think that once they have time, they will just sit back and watch Banana Media grow bigger and stronger in Jiangxing without doing anything? Jianjia curled her lips and shook her head after hearing this. No. I'm sorry, boss. It's probably because Ms. Shun is both my senior at Sichuan University and someone I've been studying with. It's inevitable that when I look at her, I see her through a filter, which is why I can't quite see the situation clearly. Cao Pingwa smiled and patted her shoulder. It's okay. But from now on you must stay awake at all times. As the general manager of the company, you must understand that we have now officially declared war on ST Media. Feeling Cao Pingwa's big hand on her shoulder, Jianjia's face turned slightly red, and she said with a very serious expression, I understand, boss. In the afternoon, a silver Porsche 911 was parked on the side of the road outside the side gate of the Jiangnan District Government compound. Not long after, Liu Xiaoming, the district chief secretary, who was wearing a white shirt, a black skirt, thin flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and a pair of black high heels on her feet, walked out from the side door, and then sat in the passenger seat of the Porsche with a happy look on her face. Thank you for picking me up from Get Off Work, dear. After getting in the car, the girl with glasses first hugged Cao Pingwa's neck and kissed him several times on the face and mouth, then sat down and fastened her seatbelt. Cao Pingwa started the car and asked, Are you hungry? Where do you want to eat tonight? The district chief treated us secretaries to afternoon tea today, and I'm not hungry yet. Liu Xiaoming looked at Cao Pingwa with ambiguous eyes. Can we just go back to my place? Cao Pingwa grinned and said wickedly, Okay. After returning to the one-bedroom apartment rented by Liu Xiaoming, the girl with glasses who was serious and quiet in front of others soon had only a pair of glasses left in front of Cao Pingwa. Go to the windowsill and make a call. The signal will be better. Good. At the windowsill, LV Xiaoming held up her phone and said, Hello, Secretary Zhang, I'm LV Xiaoming. I'd like to ask which MCN company you're collaborating with in Chaco District. It's ST Media. Our Jiangnan District government just signed a 3-year contract with a local MCN company in Jiangxing. Their prices are cheaper and their service quality is better. Yeah, right? I'll give you their contact information later. Thank you in advance. Secretary Li, I'm LV Xiaoming. I have a local MCN company in Jiangxing that I'd like to recommend to you. Yes. If the Jianyang District government thinks their offer is reasonable, then cooperate. If it's not, then you can continue to cooperate with ST Media. Secretary Wang, I'm LV Xiaoming. After finishing the call, the girl with glasses, her face slightly red, put down her phone and turned to look at Cao Pingwa behind her. Dear, I have called several districts where I have acquaintances. I will accompany you to discuss business another day. Cao Pingwa leaned over and kissed her little face and said with a smile, "Well, you are so good." Lu Xiaoming was wearing glasses and an apron, cooking in the small kitchen. Soon, the aroma of food drifted into the nose of Cao Pingwa, who was lying in the bedroom resting. "Honey, get up and eat." Cao Pingwa tried to somersault but couldn't get up. "Damn, I just spent too much energy on the girl with glasses." He got up and walked into the living room, where he saw a plate of brightly colored scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of fragrant stir-fried pork with green peppers, and 2 bowls of white rice on the dining table. Wearing only an apron, LV Xiaoming handed a pair of chopsticks to Cao Pingwa and said, "Try my cooking and see if it's okay." After Cao Pingwa sat down, he took a big bite of each of the 2 dishes with his chopsticks. Smells good. They're all delicious." Lu Xiaoming looked very happy. "Oh, I know how good my cooking is. Maybe it's because you're hungry after exercising just now, so you think the food I cook is particularly delicious now." Cao Pingwa did not explain much, but just focused on eating his food, expressing his recognition of the girl with glasses' cooking skills with practical actions. Seeing Cao Pingwa eat 2 large bowls of rice in a row and finish the 2 plates of home-cooked dishes she made, Lu Xiaoming was very happy. "My dear, please sit down and rest for a while. I will wash the dishes first and then come to accompany you." Looking at the snow-white Lu Xiaoming behind him carrying plates and bowls into the small kitchen, Cao Pingwa, who had recovered his strength, also stood up and followed him in. He walked behind Lu Xiaoming, reached out and pulled the 2 knots on her neck and waist, and the apron slipped directly to the floor. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Cao Pingwa took a step forward, his body pressed tightly against Lu Xiaoming's back. His 2 big hands went around from both sides of her body to the front of her and held her 2 small hands. Then he leaned over and kissed the girl with glasses on her ear and said in her ear, "You cooked the meal, but I'll wash the dishes. You're just going to hold me and wash me like this?" "Yes, it's not tiring when men and women work together." Lu Xiaoming felt the hot body of the man behind her, and her eyes began to blur again. Chapter 161. Dr. Li Ming was beaten. Completely activated, Lu Xiaoming bought all kinds of QQ stockings, QQ underwear, and various uniforms online, and wore them differently every day for Boss Chow to see. So throughout the month of April, except for the first few days of her period when Cao Pingwa went to Xia Tian's house to sleep for a few nights, Boss Chow basically spent the rest of the time indulging in the gentle embrace of the girl with glasses. Unconsciously, the relaxing and joyful April has passed, and the very important May has arrived. Jin Yao, Zheng Jieqi, and Liu Ruyan are all due in May. During the May Day holiday, Cao Pingwa first went back to his hometown to visit his parents, and then flew to Shanghai to accompany Qin Shui for a prenatal checkup. Afterwards, he returned to Jiangsheng and asked Liu Weiguo to drive the seldom-used 12-seat top-of-the-line Toyota coaster to take his 9 pregnant girlfriends to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. On the way, Banana Queen, Zhang Yue was chatting happily with Wang Lulu, who was sitting next to her. Having tested positive for 2 lines on the pregnancy test stick, she finally felt completely secure and a sense of belonging, no longer feeling like an outlier living in Building 6 of Yuhu family. Cao Pingwa sat next to the pregnant Jin Yao, holding her hand, and said with infinite tenderness, "Yao Yao, after today's prenatal checkup, you and Jieqi will stay in the hospital to wait for the birth." Jin Yao touched Cao Pingwa's hand, which was holding hers, and asked, "My due date is May 15th, and today is only the 5th. Are you staying in the hospital so early? I'll feel more at ease if you stay in the hospital a little earlier." Seeing the man she had entrusted her life to looking at her lovingly, Jin Yao felt extremely happy. "Husband, I will follow your arrangements." After the coaster arrived at the parking lot of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, Cao Pingwa was the first to get off the car, and then he helped the pregnant women down one by one. Because SVP Cao Pingwa notified the hospital in advance, as soon as their business car arrived, 5 female nurses in white coats and masks pushed a wheelchair out of the building. The pregnant Jin Yao was helped into the wheelchair by her best friend Li Jing and the childlike Su Tiantian on either side. Qian Wan and Yu Qian, whose bellies were also quite large, were also helped into wheelchairs by the help of the female nurse and the flight attendant Liu Yun. Zhang Yue, who had just gotten pregnant and acted like nothing had happened, helped her pregnant best friend and roommate Wang Lulu into the 4th wheelchair. Finally, Cao Pingwa personally helped Zheng Jieqi, who was pregnant with twins, had the biggest belly and was relatively thin, to sit in the 5th wheelchair. Liu Weiguo, standing next to the business car, looked at Cao Pingwa and his group without changing his expression. Some walked, some sat, and some talked and laughed as they walked into the building of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. On the 2nd floor of the hospital, Cao Pingwa took Zhang Yue, who had just finished her first prenatal checkup in her life, and walked to the treatment room that they were already very familiar with. When I walked in, I found that the person sitting behind the desk was not Dr. Li Ming, but a young female doctor wearing silver-rimmed square glasses and a mask. Cao Pingwa was surprised. Did I go to the wrong door? You're not wrong. This office has always been used by Dr. Li Ming. The female doctor adjusted her glasses and said, Dr. Li needs to take a break for some personal reasons. I will now take over the clients he was previously responsible for. My last name is Xiao. Please take a seat. Cao Pingwa took Zhang Yue to sit down and started the system. Name, Xiaoya. Age, 32. No makeup, 78 points. Body size, 85 points. PhD, a former writer, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, generally healthy. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Damn, I actually passed. 78 points for bare face, not low, and 85 points for figure? It seems that there must be something interesting under the white coat. Dr. Xiao, what's going on with Dr. Li? Why did he suddenly take a long vacation? Xiaoya glanced at Cao Pingwa and said, I didn't know Dr. Li before, so I'm not very clear about the specific situation. She actually knew why Li Ming suddenly took a long vacation, but she didn't like chatting about that kind of gossip, especially with clients she was not familiar with. Could you please tell me your names? Zhang Yue. The bao is Zhang, the rain is rain, the rose is Wei. Cao Pingwa, Chao Chao's Chao, Ping means flat, and Ao means concave. Xiaoya's eyes widened slightly, and she glanced at Cao Pingwa again. It turns out that you are the legendary boss Chao who is both rich and in good health. Although Xiaoya had only been working at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital for less than 2 weeks, she had heard of the reputation of the mysterious wealthy businessman, Boss Chao, who had just broken the hospital's record for having many children. So she clicked the mouse, opened the folder that Li Ming had created specifically for Cao Pingwa, and created a new document in it. Number 010, Zhang Yue, 20 years old, for weeks pregnant, all indicators are normal. After taking Zhang Yue to see the doctor and creating her file, Cao Pingwa returned to the crowd of women in the waiting area on the first floor. Xiaoyun, Tiantan, Yue, you 3 girls whose bellies haven't even started to grow yet. Go ask around and find out why Dr. Li Ming suddenly took such a long vacation. Soon, the beautiful and childlike Su Tiantian was the first to sit back next to Cao Pingwa and put his arm around her soft chest. At this time, Liu Ruyan and Zhang Yue also came back, and the other girls all gathered around to gossip. Cao Pingwa enjoyed the soft touch on his arm. Let Tiantian speak first. Su Tiantian was delighted. Honey, the version I heard is, Dr. Li had an affair with a married nurse in the hospital and ended up getting her pregnant. Then about half a month ago, the woman's husband discovered their affair and rushed into the hospital and beat up Dr. Li. Damn, Dr. Li is so bold. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but laugh. Cuckolding someone is so dangerous. Hearing what Cao Pingwa said, Jin Yao and Li Jing smiled at each other, and Qian Wan, Zhang Yue, and Liu Ruyan also looked at him with rich eyes. Xiaoyun, Yue, is the version of the story you two heard the same as Tiantian's? Liu Ruyan, almost exactly. Zhang Yue also nodded in agreement. Just when Cao Pingwa was gossiping with a group of girls with different belly sizes, a few young nurses in white coats gathered not far away to chat about gossip. However, they were not talking about Li Ming who was beaten, but Cao Pingwa who had many wives and concubines. Chapter 162, Releasing Pressure, Part 1. There are 3 women that men should not marry: nurses, teachers, and bank girls. As the first of the 3 no marriages, a female nurse has to work night shifts for work and has an irregular lifestyle, so she cannot take care of her family after marriage. Another issue is that infidelity is a serious problem among female nurses. Female nurses generally do not have high educational qualifications, and the development space in the nursing profession is also very limited, so most of them want to achieve class leap or pay off debts through marriage. Therefore, in addition to a limited number of male doctors, young and wealthy clients like Cao Pingwa are also the hunting targets of the female nurses in Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. Several female nurses in white coats and masks looked at Cao Pingwa, who was surrounded by 9 girls, from a distance and gossiped among themselves in low voices. Hey, what do you think of Boss Chao's net worth? Could it be over 100 million? Over 100 million in assets? You're too narrow-minded. I feel like Boss Chao's net worth is at least 1 billion. Yes. Look, there are 9 girlfriends who came for prenatal checkups today. Assuming that Boss Chao gives them 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses, this maintenance fee alone is 450,000 yuan a month. Oh my god, it costs 450,000 a month to support a woman. He is really rich. Oh, if I were given 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses, I wouldn't be able to spend it all. I simply can't spend it all. Xiaowan, stop daydreaming. Don't you see how beautiful the 9 girlfriends around Boss Chow are? Among us, only Zhou Jing might have a chance. At this time, several female nurses all looked at the nurse named Zhou Jing, while Zhou Jing's eyes were looking at Cao Pingwa, who was sitting among the women not far away. It's a pity that when he comes to our hospital, he is always accompanied by different girls, and I can't even find a chance to say hello or get to know them. The next day at noon, on the 20th floor of Building A of Wanda International Office Building, when Cao Pingwa walked into his chairman's office, Jiang Qianqian, the eldest lady dressed in a maid outfit, was chatting with her 2 secretaries, Jiang Xinxin and Sophia, who were dressed in OL suits. Come to visit me again? Jiang Qianqian turned around and saw Cao Pingwa and said with a smirk, Boss Zhao, is Secretary Jean about to give birth? Ha ha, you are quite well informed. Cao Pingwa said happily. Jiang Qianqian said smugly, humph. I have Secretary Jin's WeChat. Looking at her moments, I can see that she's already been admitted to the hospital to give birth. Then she turned back to the adorable Jiang Xinxin and the blonde Sophia and said, you two must be careful. You might be the next one. Cao Pingwa quickly interrupted with a smile. All right, Qianqian, stop gossiping in front of me and go back to your live stream. Okay, Boss Chow. Jiang Qianqian stood up, stuck out her tongue at him, and then skipped out the door. After driving away the social terrorist, Cao Pingwa looked back and saw Sophia looking at him with rich eyes. Jiang Xinxin still lowered her head slightly, trying to avoid eye contact with him. Cao Pingwa walked into the inner room and just sat down in his boss chair when the general manager Jianjia rushed in anxiously. Boss, ST Media has suddenly increased its advertising investment in Jiangxing since yesterday, and has also begun a large-scale attempt to poach our company's female anchors. Jianjia said seriously, I estimate that our company's top internet celebrities like Xia Tian, Zhang Yuwei, Su Tiantian, and Jiang Qianqian will be the ones ST Media is looking to recruit. Cao Pingwa said calmly, don't worry about the 4 of them. They definitely can't be poached. If they dare to poach our people on a large scale, we will use more favorable contracts to poach their people. As for advertising, we at Banana Media will invest 3 times as much as ST Media does. We must completely overshadow them. Jianjia frowned slightly when he heard this. Boss, your strategy is indeed quite domineering, but the company only has about 10 million in working capital. I don't think it can last long if we keep burning money like this. Cao Pingwa picked up his phone and operated it. I just transferred another 30 million to the company account. Concise. Cao Pingwa said calmly. Any other questions? Concise. Not available for now. Cao Pingwa said with a smile. Manager Jian, just feel free to confront your Sichuan University senior head-on. I will be behind you and continuously supply you with food and grass. Jianjia nodded firmly. I understand, boss. Cao Pingwa took his mobile phone and took another look at the balance in his bank account. After injecting 30 million yuan into the company, he now has only 25.2 million yuan in pocket money. Manager Jian, Jean Yao's due date is approaching. I'll probably be staying with her in the hospital for the time being. If there's anything important, please call me. For everything else, you can make your own decisions. Jianjia immediately replied, Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down. That night, Cao Pingwa also stayed in a luxurious single room at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. The person who lives next door to him is Jean Yao, and the person who lives next door to Jean Yao is Zheng Jieqi. During the day, Cao Pingwa would patiently and gently accompany the 2 expectant mothers, eating, chatting, watching dramas, doing examinations, and killing time with them. At night, he would return to his room early to let the 2 pregnant women rest quietly. As the day of his first child's birth draws closer, Cao Pingwa can't help but feel excited and anxious. That night, Liu Ruyan, the flight attendant who was supposed to sleep with Cao Pingwa, suddenly called him. Honey, I had severe morning sickness after dinner. How about letting Tian or Yue go to the hospital to accompany you tonight? Xiao Yun, then you should just rest at home. I can contact them myself. Honey, I feel like vomiting again. I'm going to hang up first. After ending the call with Liu Ruyan, Cao Pingwa leaned on the bed with his mobile phone in his hand, thinking about whether to ask Banana Queen, Zhang Yue to accompany him, or to ask the childlike and beautiful Su Tiantian to accompany him, when the door of the luxurious single room was suddenly knocked gently. He got up from the bed and walked to the door. When he opened it, he saw a young nurse with delicate makeup standing outside. Name, Zhou Jing. Age, 22. No makeup, 77 points. Body size, 80 points. College degree, virgin, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, generally healthy. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Is there anything wrong? Cao Pingwa asked. Zhou Jing blushed slightly and said boldly, I saw that Boss Chow has been resting alone in the room tonight, so I came to see if you need me to chat with you. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, It seems you are watching me very closely. Zhou Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah, otherwise, I would never have found a chance to meet with Boss Chow alone. Cao Pingwa showed a wicked smile on his face, opened the door completely, and let the young nurse in. Chapter 163 Releasing Pressure, Part 2. Cao Pingwa closed the door again. Your name is Zhou Jing, right? The young nurse was flattered. Boss Chow knows my name? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, You are one of the most beautiful nurses in your Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. Of course I know your name. Zhou Jing's face flushed with praise, and she lowered her head slightly and rubbed her hands. Cao Pingwa sat down beside the bed, his eyes wandering freely over the young nurse. Since you've finally found an opportunity to be alone with me, hurry up and say whatever you want to say. Zhou Jing raised her head and looked at Cao Pingwa, paused for a few seconds, and then mustered up the courage to say, I also want to be Boss Chow's girlfriend. Ha 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 ha, that's direct enough. I like it. Cao Pingwa hooked his index finger at Zhou Jing, and Zhou Jing quickly walked up to him and stood still. But there are so many girls who want to be my girlfriend. What's your advantage? Zhou Jing originally wanted to say that she was beautiful and had a good figure, but she suddenly thought, although her appearance was outstanding among her female colleagues, she had no advantage at all compared with Cao Pingwa's other female friends. I haven't had that kind of experience yet, she said with a blushing face. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Well, it's really rare to be so clean even after graduating from a medical school. It's an advantage. Do you have any other special skills? Zhou Jing thought for a moment and then said, I've also learned a little bit about Chinese massage. Cao Pingwa suddenly became interested. Oh, can you press your head? Zhou Jing nodded. Yes. Cao Pingwa lay on his back on the bed and said, Then help me press my head. I haven't slept well these past 2 days, and I've had a slight migraine. Zhou Jing walked up and sat down beside the bed, then began to give Cao Pingwa a head massage with her soft little hands. The technique is quite professional. Do you teach this in your medical school? Cao Pingwa asked with his eyes closed. Well, our school has several elective courses in traditional Chinese medicine. I thought it would be easier to find a job in the future if I learned more skills, so I chose massage. More than 20 minutes later, when Cao Pingwa opened his eyes, he felt much more refreshed. Not bad, not bad. Cao Pingwa sat up from the bed and took the little nurse into his arms. The next day, May 10th, in the luxurious single room where Jean Yao lived, Cao Pingwa sat by the bed, gently holding her hand, and accompanied her in the fetal heart monitoring that she had to do every day during her pregnancy. The fetal heart rate is 145 beats per minute. Everything is normal. Obstetrician Xiaoya looked at the data on the electronic monitor and said, Xiaozhou, take off the monitoring belt from Ms. Jean, and then push the ultrasound machine over to me. Okay, Dr. Xiao. Young nurse Zhou Jing quickly followed Xiaoya's instructions and first removed the 2 fetal heart monitoring belts on Jean Yao's big belly, and then pushed a portable B ultrasound machine from the wall. Xiaoya slowly moved the ultrasound probe over Jean Yao's belly while looking at the images on the monitor. The baby's position is quite normal. Okay, that's all for today's routine checkup. Ms. Jean, have a good rest. If anything happens, feel free to call me using the pager on the bedside. Jean Yao quickly smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Xiao. You're welcome. After Xiaoya left with the nurse Zhou Jing, Jean Yao suddenly looked at Cao Pingwa with a rich look in her eyes and said, Honey, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way Nurse Zhou looks at you today? Ha ha ha, is that so? Jean Yao said with a look of annoyance. Humph. You're so dishonest even though you're accompanying Jiechi and me in the hospital to give birth. She stretched out her little hand again, caressing Cao Pingwa's cheek, and asked with concern, Honey, if I can't get my figure back to how it was before after giving birth, will you still dislike me? Cao Pingwa quickly held Jean Yao's hands tightly and said affectionately, Absolutely not. Yao Yao, you are the mother of my child. No one can ever replace your place in my heart. Husband. Jean Yao's eyes were filled with emotion. Then you have to hire the best and most expensive postpartum rehabilitation therapist for me. Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. No problem. I'm willing to spend any amount of money for you. Honey, I want a kiss. Cao Pingwa leaned forward, and then the two of them kissed sweetly. Jean Yao, Cao Pingwa quickly let go of her cherry lips. What's wrong? Jean Yao widened her eyes and said, Hubby, my water seems to have broken. Cao Pingwa lifted the blanket and said with a smile, It looks like our little baby can't wait to see us. Dr. Xiao Ye and Nurse Zhou Jing, who received the call, quickly returned to the room. Don't panic. This is only the first stage of labor. I'll monitor the fetal heart rate. Xiao Zhou, take Ms. Jin's blood pressure and help her keep track of her contractions. Zhou Jing. Okay, Dr. Xiao. Soon, two young nurses in white coats walked quickly into the room and stood behind Xiao Ye, ready to take orders at any time. As the contractions became more frequent, countless beads of sweat appeared on Jin Yao's forehead as she held Cao Pingwa tightly with both hands. Cao Pingwa took the white towel handed to him by the nurse and carefully wiped Jin Yao's sweat. Thank you for your hard work, Yao Yao. Hang in there. Jin Yao gritted her teeth. When the frequency of contractions reached about once every 5 minutes, and each lasted for half a minute to a minute, Xiao Ye waved her hand, and Jin Yao was pushed into the delivery room at the end of the corridor surrounded by a group of young nurses. Outside the delivery room, Cao Pingwa paced back and forth at the door anxiously. The nurse Zhou Jing standing nearby said, Boss Cao, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? Ms. Jin is a first-time mother, and a normal birth will take about an hour. Cao Pingwa glanced at Zhou Jing, gave her a look that said, follow me, then pushed the door and walked into the fire escape stairwell next to him. The young nurse looked around and then quickly followed in. Chapter 164, Becoming a Father for the First Time, Part 1. In the empty fire stairwell, after releasing a lot of mental stress, Cao Pingwa leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target. Reproduction target Zhou Jing successfully conceived naturally, and the system awarded her 10 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees. Skill reward, Sharpshooter badge, bronze. With different levels of sharpshooter badges, the host's slam dunk hit rate will be enhanced to varying degrees. Bronze badge, hit rate increased by 30. Silver badge, hit rate increased by 60. Gold badge, hit rate increased by 80. Legendary badge, hit rate can be freely adjusted. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. Cao Pingwa pulled up the young nurse who was squatting on the ground, hugged her, and kissed her hard. Xiao Jing, your pregnancy is going well. Zhou Jing was confused. The two men put on their clothes again and walked out of the fire escape stairwell one after the other. The young nurse walking behind saw a little white ash on Cao Pingwa's back, so she quickly reached out to help him pat it off. Coincidentally, at this time, Qianwan and the others who had received Jin Yao's early delivery notice also arrived at the door of the delivery room together. Seeing a pretty young nurse gently patting the white ash on Cao Pingwa's back, Qianwan hurriedly walked forward with her big belly, looked at her warily, and said, I'll take the photos. Zhou Jing was stunned for a moment, then quietly stepped aside. Then Qianwan helped Cao Pingwa brush off the dust while looking at him with a hint of jealousy. Cao Pingwa didn't have time to pay attention to Qianwan's little emotions. His eyes were only fixed on the door of the delivery room. Not long after, the system prompt sounded again in Cao Pingwa's ears. Congratulations, host. Your first biological child has been born, and the achievement reward is 100 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for having his first biological daughter. The achievement reward is 100 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of having many children and good fortune. The mission reward is 100 million yuan. Combat skills upgraded to the maximum level, level 10. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. Damn, there are so many rewards for the first child, 3 small goals in one go. Suddenly, a loud baby cry came from the delivery room. She's giving birth. Yao Yao is giving birth. Good friend Li Jing was the first to stand up from her chair and quickly walked to Cao Pingwa to welcome Jin Yao and the newborn with him. The 6 girls, Qianwan, Yu Qian, Wang Lulu, Zhang Yue, Su Tiantian, and Liu Yun, also stood up and gathered at the door of the delivery room. Soon, Xiao Ye, an obstetrician in formal attire, came out with a nurse holding a baby in her arms. Congratulations, Mr. Cao. Ms. Jin has given birth to a little girl for you. Thank you, Dr. Xiao, and thank you, nurse. Cao Pingwa carefully took his daughter from the nurse. What a small one. The little guy was crying with his eyes closed. There was not much hair on his little head, and there was some unwashed dirt on his face. I have a child. Cao Pingwa felt mixed emotions. There is the excitement and joy of being a father for the first time. There is also a natural sense of tension and responsibility. There is also an inexplicable sense of security that comes from the continuation of one's genes. Soon, Jin Yao, with messy hair and a tired face, was pushed out of the delivery room by the nurse. Cao Pingwa quickly placed the baby next to her, held her hand tightly, and said, Thank you for your hard work, Yao Yao. Jin Yao, whose face was covered in sweat, looked at her daughter, and showed an extremely happy smile. No matter how hard it is worth it. Then, the group followed Jean Yao's mobile bed, talking and laughing as they walked towards the luxurious single room where she lived. The girls who lived in the Yuhu family were all very happy that Jean Yao and her daughter were safe. Among them, the smile on the face of the old rival, Qian Wan, was particularly bright. During the previous prenatal checkup, she secretly gave some benefits to the doctor doing the ultrasound, and the doctor touched the teapot on the table next to him as a hint. So now Qian Wan couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth at all. Jean Yao gave birth to a daughter, but I'm pregnant with a boy. After my son is born, I will take control of the family's financial power sooner or later. When everyone passed by the door of Zheng Jieqi's room, she, who had been waiting for news, shouted to the outside of the door while lying on the bed. Did Sister Yao Yao give birth? Is she okay? After hearing this, Wang Lulu and Zhang Yue walked into her room together. Sister Yao Yao gave birth to a daughter. Both mother and daughter are safe. Zheng Jieqi touched her big belly and breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. It's really great. Next room. Cao Pingwa and the nurses had just put Jean Yao on her bed when Zhang Yue rushed over. Hubby, Jieqi's water broke. Cao Pingwa. Xiaoya, the obstetrician standing nearby, looked calm. Don't worry, Mr. Cao. Ms. Zheng is pregnant with twins. It's normal for them to be born 3 or 4 weeks early. I'll go over and check on her. After saying that, she took a few nurses to the next door. Jean Yao, looking tired, hugged her daughter sideways and said to Cao Pingwa gently, Go, husband. Jieqi needs you more now. Cao Pingwa touched Jean Yao's little face and said, Then I'll go check on Jieqi. If anything happens, ask Jingjing and the others to call me. Good. Seeing her backbone Cao Pingwa walk in, Zheng Jieqi quickly grabbed his big hand tightly. Hubby, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your husband is here. Cao Pingwa chatted with Zheng Jieqi in a low voice to distract her attention, and gently wiped her sweat with a towel. As the contractions became more frequent, about 2 hours later, the crying Zheng Jieqi was pushed into the delivery room at the end of the corridor. Compared to Jean Yao, who has a big butt and is good at giving birth, Cao Pingwa is really worried about Zheng Jieqi, who is petite and is pregnant with twins. Fortunately, there was no danger. More than an hour later, the system prompt sounded in his ears again. Congratulations to the host for having the first pair of twins. The achievement reward is 100 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of having many children and good fortune. The mission reward is 400 million yuan. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. Chapter 165, Becoming a Father for the First Time, Part 2. Congratulations, Mr. Cao. Ms. Zheng has given birth to 2 little girls for you. Cao Pingwa excitedly took over 2 babies from the 2 nurses. The babies were obviously smaller than the one born by Jean Yao. His face was full of happy smiles. I gained 3 baby daughters and 800 million renminbi in one day. It's so cool. Soon, Zheng Jieqi, who had been crying at the top of her lungs in the delivery room, was pushed out. She wanted to call Cao Pingwa, but no sound came out after she moved her lips. Cao Pingwa immediately understood and placed the 2 babies side by side next to her for her to see. Thank you for your hard work, Jieqi. The 19-year-old mother of twins burst into tears of happiness when she saw her daughters. After pushing Zheng Jieqi back to her luxurious single room, Xia Tian, who was filming outside, was taken to the hospital by the new driver Dian Wei. Liu Weigua, who drove to pick up the 3-month-old nannies, also arrived at almost the same time. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting beside the bed, said to Xia Tian, Xiao Tian, take the confinement nanny to Yao Yao's room next door. Okay, husband. Xia Tian first leaned over to greet Zheng Jieqi, who was lying on the bed, and then walked out of the room with the confinement nanny. The other 2 nannies were very considerate and immediately started helping the exhausted Zheng Jieqi take care of the twins she had given birth to. Cao Pingwa then said to the 2 drivers and bodyguards, Master Dian, drive to Fudi Community and take Liu Ruyan to the hospital to stay. Old Liu, please take some time to go to Fuyang and bring Jean Yao's parents to Jiangcheng. Dian Wei, okay, boss. Liu Weigua, I'll leave right away. Husband. Zheng Jieqi, who was lying on the bed, suddenly shouted in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Cao Pingwa quickly leaned over and approached the little girl. What's wrong, Jieqi? Honey, I want to meet my parents too. Cao Pingwa frowned slightly after hearing this. However, as a new father, he understood that blood is thicker than water, and some relationships cannot be completely severed. Then he turned back to Liu Weigua and said, Old Liu, call Master Su and ask him to drive to Luoyang and pick up Jieqi's parents. Liu Weigua, I understand, boss. I'll call right away. Thank you, my husband. Zheng Jieqi gently held Cao Pingguo's big hand and said with emotion in her eyes. Cao Pingguo touched her little face with his backhand. It's okay. As long as you are happy, your husband can do anything for you. Husband. That night, Jin Yao's parents, Zheng Jieqi's parents and her brother arrived at St. Mary's Maternity Hospital one after another. Unlike Jin Yao's family, Zheng Jieqi's 3 family members did not go to the room to visit Zheng Jieqi and the baby immediately after arriving, but first found Cao Pingguo standing in the corridor. Zheng's father and mother stood a few steps away, nodding and bowing. Zheng Debao walked up alone and said with a flattering look on his face, "He, brother-in-law." Cao Pingguo's eyes flashed. "Who is your brother-in-law?" "He, my sister has already given birth to 2 babies for you, so why aren't you my brother-in-law?" Cao Pingguo frowned slightly. "If you have to fart, do it now." "He, didn't my sister say before that you would give her a 1 million yuan reward if she gave birth to a baby?" Zheng Debao's eyes were filled with desire for money. "Now that she has given birth to twins for you, we don't want much. We only want 1 million, and let Jieqi keep the other 1 million for herself." Cao Pingguo looked down coldly at Zheng Debao, who was groveling before him. "If you want money, the 3 of you should provide Jieqi with a little more positive emotional value." Zheng Debao bent over and nodded repeatedly. Of course, Jieqi is my biological sister, my parents' biological daughter. Of course we all care about her very much." Cao Pingguo waved impatiently at Zheng Debao's family, asking them to go visit Zheng Jieqi quickly, then turned and walked into Jin Yao's room. That night, Cao Pingwa arranged for his pregnant ex-wife Liu Ruyan to stay in the luxurious single room next to Zheng Jieqi. She was kept in the dark and was very happy to see that her past and future husband had arranged such a good delivery environment for her so many days in advance. "He is so willing to spend money on me, which means he has me in his heart. As long as I give him a healthy baby, he will definitely agree to remarry me as he has always wanted a child." What Liu Ruyan didn't know was that Zheng Jieqi, the twin daughters born to Zheng Jieqi and Cao Pingguo, and 2 moon nannies lived next door to her. Living next door to Zheng Jieqi is Jin Yao, Cao Pingguo's eldest daughter, and a confinement nanny. The next afternoon, Jin Yao handed her baby daughter Cao Xuani to the confinement nanny, and then whispered to Cao Pingguo, who was accompanying her at the bedside. "Honey, Jieqi is embarrassed to tell you. She wants to give the 2 million yuan you rewarded her to her parents and brother." Cao Pingguo frowned. "She didn't keep any for herself?" Jin Yao frowned slightly and said, "Jieqi usually lives and eats at home. She asks me to save most of the pocket money you give her every month. Now it's over 1 million yuan in total. I guess Jieqi feels that her savings of over 1 million is more than enough, and she feels safe with you. So what should we do about this matter, husband?" Cao Pingguo touched Jin Yao's hand and said, "Since this is the money I gave to Jieqi as a reward, then she can use it however she wants." Jin Yao nodded seriously. "I understand, husband." Sure enough, after receiving the huge sum of 2 million, Zheng Debao and his family of 3 treated the god of wealth, Zheng Jieqi, like a guest of honor. During the few days of postpartum hospitalization, they took care of her attentively and meticulously and provided her with all kinds of emotional value. Seeing Zheng Jieqi's happy face, Cao Pingwa didn't say much. After all, he felt it was worth spending a mere 2 million to help the hardworking mother of twins stay relaxed and happy after giving birth. After staying in Santa Maria Maternity Hospital for another 5 days, Cao Pingwa first asked Liu Weigua and Dian Wei to send Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi's families back to their respective hometowns. Then he drove himself to pick up the mother of 2 children and 3 baby daughters and brought them back to the Yuhu Shijia community. Nowadays, room 3601, building 6 is particularly lively. In addition to the 2 mothers and 3 babies who occasionally cry, there are also 9 professional confinement nannies divided into 3 shifts, and 2 domestic helpers who take turns working. Jin Yao and Zheng Jieqi don't have to do any housework. They just need to stretch out their hands to get clothes and eat and drink. Their diet and daily life are all up to their own liking. When they are tired of taking care of the children, there are confinement nannies around to help them 24 hours a day. Cao Pingwa's investment at all costs has indeed made their postpartum life a lot easier. The Cao family's grand plan of having many children and benefiting the country and the people has officially entered the fast lane. Chapter 166. The Top Beauty You Don't Need to Chase, Part 1. Wanda International Office Building A. Boss Chow, who hadn't been to the company for more than half a month, suddenly appeared in the elevator on the 20th floor. The 3 receptionists quickly bowed slightly to him. "Hello, boss." Hello. Cao Pingwa looked very proud. Seeing his tall figure walking into the company, the receptionists immediately started gossiping in low voices. Hey, The boss seems to be in a particularly good mood today. Of course not. Secretary Jean just gave birth to a little girl last week, so of course the boss is in a good mood. Are you saying that the gossip that was circulating in the company before was true? What else? Secretary Jean, Secretary Yu, and Secretary Qian are all pregnant with the boss's child. Don't you know that the company gave all three of them 18 months of paid annual leave? Oh my god, it makes me want to be a secretary for my boss too. Xiaomei, don't you have a boyfriend? Hey, my boyfriend can't even come up with a 280,000 yuan betrothal gift. If the boss takes a fancy to me and transfers me to the chairman's secretary office, I can break up with him right away. I also want to work in the chairman's secretary's office and take 18 months of paid maternity leave. Me too, me too. In the chairman's secretary's office, Jiang Xinxin, wearing a standard OL suit, a white shirt on the upper body, a black skirt on the lower body, and black stockings on her legs, was sitting at her workstation reading a book. Seeing Cao Pingwa, who had been absent from work for a long time, suddenly walk in, she quickly stood up and said, "Hello, boss." Cao Pingwa waved his hand and asked her to sit down. "Where's Sophia?" Jiang Xinxin lowered her head slightly and replied, "She has classes at school today." "Oh, that's okay, just continue reading your book." Cao Pingwa had just walked into the inner office and hadn't even sat down in his boss's chair when the general manager Jianjia rushed in. "Boss, you finally came to the company." Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Jianjia said with a serious expression, "Nothing has happened. It's just that we've been engaged in a publicity war with ST Media lately, and we've been poaching people from each other. The company is burning through too much money. Boss, you're not here at the company anymore, and I always feel a little uneasy." Cao Pingwa, "Ha ha ha, Manager Jin, you need to open up a little more." He crossed his legs in his boss's chair, patted his trouser legs, and asked, "How much of the 30 million yuan I gave you have been burned through?" With a troubled expression, he replied, "In less than a month, we've already burned through over 15 million. Cao Pingwa remained calm. "So how's the effect?" "The results are really good. Now the streets are full of our banana media ads. Nearly half of the big and small influencers from ST Media's Jiangxing branch have switched to our company." Jianjia slowly sat down and continued, "Now everyone in the Jiangxing MCN circle is saying that ST Media will be completely driven out of Jiangxing by us, banana media." Cao Pingwa immediately showed an appreciative smile on his face. Not bad, Manager Jian. You have achieved great results." Jianjia smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "The boss gave me so much operating funds and let me spend money freely. It's only natural that I have achieved these results." "You're being modest again." Cao Pingwa leaned back in his chair and glanced at Jianjia. "But driving ST Media out of Jiangxing is far from enough. What I want is to continue the offensive until we completely devour our opponent." "Concise, huh? Boss, ST Media is one of the top 10 MCN companies in the country, and its headquarters is in Chengdu." Cao Pingwa, "Then we will open a branch in Chengdu and provide them with direct access to our products." "Concise. Boss, you are kidding me, right?" Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Of course not." Jianjia frowned and said, "We fought in Jiangxing and temporarily defeated ST Media's Jiangxing branch, but once we arrived in Chengdu, we were unfamiliar with the place and had no business connections or personal connections. It's so difficult, I don't even know where to begin." Cao Pingwa stroked his chin and asked, "ST Media is the largest company in Chengdu, so which company is the second largest?" The concise and quick answer, who was extremely familiar with the business, was, "It's Onion Media." Cao Pingwa said calmly, "Buy it and turn it into the Chengdu branch of Banana Media." "Concise. Boss, you are too rude." Cao Pingwa grinned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll point out the direction, and you'll be responsible for implementation." Jianjia said seriously, "I understand, boss. I'll do what you say right away." When he stood up and walked out of the chairman's office, Jianjia looked back at Cao Pingwa. "When I first joined the company last year, he said he wanted to work with me to make Banana Media the #1 MCN company in the country. I thought he was just making big promises. It seems that I am very lucky, and I really followed the right person." Cao Pingwa, sitting in a leather armchair, holding his mobile phone, looked at the long string of numbers on his bank account balance. "The balance of your Huagua bank account ending in 0412 is 832,059,435 renminbi and 15 cents. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "Over 832 million. How can I spend all this money? It really makes me distressed." By the way, I was planning to buy a Rolls-Royce after the Lunar New Year, but I've been too busy to find the time. Now I'm a father of 3 daughters. I've worked so hard, so I should reward myself. Cao Pingwa picked up his phone again and called the driver Dian Wei. Master Dian, go to the underground garage and get my Mercedes-Benz Maybach out. Let's go to the Rolls-Royce dealership. More than an hour later, Panlong City in the northern suburbs of Jiangqing. Cao Pingwa, who stepped out of the back seat of the Maybach, couldn't help but complain. Damn, why is this Rolls-Royce 4S dealership in such a remote place? As soon as he entered the sparsely populated sales hall, Cao Pingwa saw 3 prototypes of the Ghost, Cullinan, and Phantom parked side by side. I have to say, the combination of a big square face and a little golden man is both beautiful and domineering. At this time, a salesperson in a suit and tie with a straight haircut came forward with a smile on his face. Welcome to Jiangqing Rolls-Royce. How can I help you? Cao Pingwa grinned and said, First, please give me a beautiful saleswoman. The salesman's smile remained professional and uninterrupted. Sir, please wait a moment. Not long after, a beautiful woman with long hair, wearing a black long-sleeved silk dress and a pair of black high heels with red soles, walked out of the store with enchanting steps. Name, Fan Binbin. Age, 24. No makeup, 91 points. Body size, 86 points. Master's degree student, virgin, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Cao Pingwa's eyes widened instantly. Holy shit. Another top beauty. Chapter 167. The top beauty you don't need to chase. Part 2. Fan Binbin, wearing a black silk long dress, walked up to Cao Pingwa gracefully and said with a smile, Hello, sir. Welcome to Jiangqing Rolls-Royce. Boss Cao, who is obsessed with sex, was heartbroken. I didn't expect to buy a top luxury car and a top beauty as a gift. My pregnancy luck is really good today. He pretended to glance at the name tag on Fan Binbin's chest and took the opportunity to measure her size with his eyes. Beautiful girl, your name is Fan Binbin. What a nice name. Fan Binbin smiled and said, Thank you. How can I help you? Cao Pingwa curled his lips and thought, You can help me give birth to some beautiful babies. I want to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the top-of-the-line one. Fan Binbin's eyes lit up. Sir, may I ask your name? No need to mention your surname, Cao. Sir, please follow me. Then, Fan Binbin led Cao Pingwa to the black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the hall, made a gesture at the car door, and the iconic double doors of Rolls-Royce slowly opened automatically. Mr. Cao, if you want to buy a high-end Rolls-Royce Phantom, I recommend you choose our bespoke version. Every detail of the vehicle can be customized to your personal preferences, including the hand-painted body, the embroidered patterns on the interior, the color and style of the leather aviation seats, the wood trim in the car, and the constellation pattern on the laser fiber starry sky roof. Cao Pingwa admired Fan Binbin's delicate features and asked, How much is this top-of-the-line bespoke edition you mentioned? Fan Binbin replied with a smile. The specific price can be determined based on your budget. Cao Pingwa grinned. There's no upper limit to my budget. Fan Binbin replied. The top-of-the-line bespoke Phantom usually costs around 15 million yuan. Cao Pingwa nodded with a relaxed look on his face. Okay, give me one. Fan Binbin's eyes brightened a little. Mr. Cao, please follow me to the back. In the first quiet negotiation room inside the 4S store, Fan Binbin and Cao Pingwa sat side by side on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of them were several thick albums filled with various customized contents. Fan Binbin patiently and meticulously explained the contents of the album to Cao Pingwa, but Cao Pingwa's eyes kept wandering over her curvy body. After hearing that I was going to buy a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom, her attitude towards me did change. However, as a Rolls-Royce saleswoman, Fan Binbin must have met many wealthy men, and buying a Phantom alone was not enough to quickly impress her. This can be seen from the fact that she always maintained a relatively polite physical distance from me. It seems I have to be even more extravagant and inhumane. Manager Fan, even if I pay today, I still have to wait a while for my Rolls-Royce Phantom to arrive, right? Yes, that's right. Fan Binbin nodded slightly. Usually, a customized Phantom takes about 6 months to be officially delivered to the customer. I can't wait that long. Is there any car model that's available right now? Cao Pingwa smiled crookedly. I came here in a Mercedes-Benz Maybach today, and when I leave, I just want to take a Rolls-Royce. Fan Binbin seductively smoothed the strands of hair from her forehead and said, As for the cars currently available, we have a black Ghost and a white Cullinan in our shop. Which one would you like to see, Mr. Cao? Cao Pingwa opened his arms and sat back on the leather sofa. No need to look, I want them all. Also, I'll just order 2 top-of-the-line Phantoms, one black and one white, so I can switch between them when the time comes. A look of surprise finally appeared on Fan Binbin's delicate face. Mr. Cao, are you saying you want to buy 4 Rolls Royces from our store today? Cao Pingwa smiled confidently and complacently. Yes, but I have a small request when buying a car. Mr. Cao, please speak. Cao Pingwa grinned and said, after I pay the money and complete the formalities, you have to accompany me to dinner. When Fan Binbin heard this, her pretty face immediately turned red. It is my honor to have dinner with Mr. Cao. Soon, in the finance office of the Rolls-Royce 4S store, Cao Pingwa waved his hand and directly spent 44.23 million yuan. The 2 Phantoms cost 30 million, the Ghost costs 6.98 million, and the Cullinan costs 7.25 million. He took another look at his account balance, which was still over 788 million. Who says money doesn't last long? I feel like mine lasts long enough. As per convention, all 4 Rolls-Royces were registered under the name of Banana Media to facilitate future tax deductions for the company. Then, Fan Binbin took Cao Pingwa to the black Ghost and white Cullinan he had just bought and handed all 4 sets of car keys to the driver Dian Wei. Cao Pingwa reached out and touched the little golden man on the hood of the car and asked, Manager Fan, do you prefer a sedan or an SUV? Fan Binbin smiled and said, I prefer riding in the Cullinan. The SUV gives me a higher and wider field of vision. Cao Pingwa, Master Jian, let's drive this Cullinan back today. You can bring 2 people to drive the Ghost and the Maybach back another day. Dian Wei, who has a rough appearance, said seriously, Okay, boss. The domineering Cullinan sped along the elevated road in the center of Huijiang City. When other vehicles in the same group see it, they will give way or avoid it if possible. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Fan Binbin, who was sitting next to him, and gazed out the car window. I wonder if I can have dinner tonight? For a beauty of her level, the price she pays for other girls is definitely not enough. So how much should the offer be? If the salary given to her is too high, the other girlfriends will definitely feel unbalanced if they know about it. Well, although beautiful women are beautiful, there will be a lot of trouble after marrying them. Forget it, don't think too much about it. I have to eat first, and we can think about the future later. In a high-end Western restaurant on Huayuan Road, Jiangbei District, Cao Pingwa and Fan Binbin sat opposite each other, eating steak and drinking red wine while chatting happily. During the conversation, Fan Binbin was very interested in Cao Pingwa and his banana media and kept trying to get him to say more. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost relaxed, Cao Pingwa took a sip of the red wine in the goblet and said bluntly, Binbin, to be honest, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. Fan Binbin covered her mouth with her fair little hands and laughed. Boss Cao, you are so direct. Cao Pingwa shook the red wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, I like to be straightforward and direct. Fan Binbin asked with a hint of affection, Boss Cao, you bought 4 Rolls Royces from me in one go and asked me out for dinner. Are you actually trying to woo me? Cao Pingwa grinned. Exactly. Since Boss Cao is so frank, I'll tell you the truth. Fan Binbin looked at him with ambiguous eyes and said, You don't need to chase me at all. Cao Pingwa was delighted when he heard this, but Fan Binbin continued, Because Boss Cao hasn't met my standards for a partner yet. Cao Pingwa. Chapter 168. The Top Beauty You Don't Need to Chase, Part 2. Seeing Cao Pingwa's puzzled expression, Fan Binbin smiled and continued to explain. Although Mr. Chao's banana media is growing rapidly, it is still just an asset-light startup. Also, the internet industry is high risk, and market trends change very quickly. Making money this year may not be the same next year. The boyfriend I'm looking for must have a bigger and more reliable career, preferably a business tycoon whose strength and energy can rank among the top 10 in Jiangxing. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows when he heard this. A business tycoon who meets your standards is at least 50 years old, and he must have a wife and children. Fan Binbin smiled calmly. Age doesn't matter to me, and a wife and children are even less of a problem. Things like the marriage system are for ordinary people. The truly wealthy don't care at all. Cao Pingwa thought, this girl is young, but she is quite insightful. It seems that the divorce certificate in my pocket will be useless this time. Fan Binbin's eyes suddenly became sharp. Boss Cao, I was born in an ordinary working-class family in a small county town. I know that my greatest talent is my appearance. What I want is to find a real boss and achieve a real class leap. So you don't have to bother pursuing me. As long as your career progresses further and you become a true celebrity in Jiangxing's business community, I will take the initiative to pursue you. Cao Pingwa smacked his lips and laughed. I thought I was being frank enough, but I didn't expect you to be no less frank. So, until I become more famous, we can only be ordinary good friends. Fan Binbin smiled and nodded gently. A tall, handsome, Young and wealthy man like Boss Chow must have no shortage of beautiful women around him. One more or one less won't make a difference. And I need to protect myself well so that I can get more and better resources from the boss. Seeing that the other party's defense was impeccable, Cao Pingwa had no choice but to raise his hand and call the restaurant waiter. Pay the bill. The male waiter bowed slightly and said, Sir, this lady has already made a purchase. Cao Pingwa, how much did our table spend tonight? The waiter replied, 37,688. Cao Pingwa looked at Fan Binbin sitting across from him and asked, Did you buy this on your way to the restroom just now? Fan Binbin smiled and nodded. Yeah. Boss Chow bought 4 cars from me in one go, so of course I should treat Boss Chow to a meal. After coming out of the Western restaurant on Garden Road, Dian Wei drove a white Cullinan and took Cao Pingwa and Fan Binbin to the main entrance of Poly Metropolis Community. Cao Pingwa said with a wicked smile, You really don't need me to take you in? Fan Binbin said happily, No need to trouble you, Boss Chow. I'll treat you to seafood someday when Boss Chow is free. After saying that, she unbuckled her seatbelt, greeted the driver Dian Wei, and then walked towards the gate of the community with a charming pace. Looking at Fan Binbin's curvy figure, Cao Pingwa said to Dian Wei in the driver's seat, Master Dian, return to the Yuhu family. Dian Wei, okay, boss. On the way home, Cao Pingwa sent a WeChat message to the flight attendant Liu Ruyan. Little slut, wash yourself and wait for me. Liu Ruyan replied in less than half a minute. If you knew, good husband. Yahushia Community, Building 6, Room 3401. As soon as Cao Pingwa entered the room, he saw Liu Ruyan, the flight attendant who was on an extra-long maternity leave at home because of her pregnancy. She was wearing a simple and interesting flight attendant uniform consisting of a navel-bearing translucent white shirt, a blue hip-length miniskirt, and knee-length black stockings with red edges. She was kneeling at the main door to greet him. Hubby, welcome home. Yeah, good. Liu Ruyan hurriedly knelt on the ground with her head lowered to help Cao Pingwa change his slippers. Go lie down on the sofa in the living room. Okay, husband. Cao Pingwa rested on the sofa, while Liu Ruyan snuggled up beside him. Hubby, are you in a bad mood today? You usually don't want to hit me. Cao Pingwa said happily. Ha ha, it was a lucky coincidence. You've had a great time today. Liu Ruyan looked satisfied. Yeah. Damn, you little slut. Cao Pingwa smiled and pinched her little face hard, which made her feel secretly happy again. Here's what happened. Today, when I went car shopping, I met a beautiful saleswoman. I originally wanted to buy a few cars from her and then develop a relationship with her, but she said I didn't meet her standards for a partner. When Liu Ruyan heard this, she immediately pouted and stood up for Cao Pingwa. Humph. How could my husband, such an outstanding man, possibly fail to meet her crappy standards for choosing a partner? I think it's just her own eyesight that's wrong. Hubby, don't pay attention to her. She'll regret it later. Don't be angry anymore. Cao Pingwa smiled and hugged the lithe stewardess into his arms. Ha ha ha. I'm not really angry at all. I just vented all the frustration in my heart. Liu Ruyan, with a happy face, hugged his neck, kissed his face and said, Hubby, when you are in a bad mood in the future, come to your little slut, okay? The little slut is willing to be beaten and scolded by her husband, as long as her husband's mood can be improved. Chapter 169, The Birth of the Eldest Son. After coming out of the flight attendant Liu Ruyan's room, Cao Pingwa walked up 2 floors and arrived at 3601. After unlocking the door with his fingerprint, he went straight to the baby room. Zheng Jieqi and 2 month-long nannies were seen taking care of the twins, Chao Xuanma and Chao Xuanli. Hubby, you're back. After becoming a mother, Zheng Jieqi's petite body has added a quiet and mature aura. Xianmo, Xianli, Dad is back. Cao Pingwa walked to the 2 cribs, kissed his twin daughters, and then kissed Zheng Jieqi's little face. How's it going, Jieqi? Are you tired of taking care of 2 little babies? Zheng Jieqi smiled and shook her head. I have 6 confinement nannies who take turns helping me 24 hours a day. It's not hard at all. She looked down at her chest again and said shyly, It's just that my milk is not enough for 2 babies, but luckily Sister Yao Yao can help. She has a lot of milk. Cao Pingwa touched her little face and smiled. This is the advantage of a big family. Then I'll go see Yao Yao again. Zheng Jieqi's face was full of tenderness. Yes. Honey, you go. Seeing the man walk into the master bedroom, the confinement nanny standing next to Jean Yao hurriedly greeted him and then left the room. Jean Yao sat on the bed, feeding her baby while looking at her man affectionately with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Hubby, you're back. Xuani, Daddy's back. Cao Pingwa strode to the bedside and sat down next to Jean Yao. Hey, you're stealing the baby's food too. Cao Pingwa smiled mischievously. I think she's eating it with great relish. Oh, don't make trouble. Jin Yao blushed and pushed his big face away. I still have to help Jiechi feed Xianmo and Xianli later. Cao Pingwa doted on her. My Yao Yao is truly a natural-born good wife and mother. He gently held Jin Yao in his arms, then lowered his head and kissed her gently. Their daughter Cao Xuani lay obediently in her mother's arms and fed without crying at all. In a luxurious single room at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, Liu Ruyan, with a big belly, lay on a comfortable single bed, while her mother, Wu Yin, sat beside the bed with a worried look on her face. My dear, the baby in your belly is about to be born. Have you talked to him recently about remarrying? Liu Ruyan looked calm. Pingao is a responsible man. When I give birth to a healthy baby for him in a few days, will he still treat me badly in the future? Mom, don't worry about that. I'll be Mrs. Chow again in no time. There was still no smile on Wu Yan's big face that looked like Fu Shouer. Then I borrowed 180,000 yuan from relatives and friends to help you repay your loan. Did he say when he would repay it for me? Debt-free Liu Ruyan said nonchalantly. He didn't tell me about this. When he comes, just ask him yourself. Wu Yan frowned. This Cao Pingao said he would come to see you around 3 p.m. It's almost 5 p.m. now. Why is he still nowhere to be seen? At this time, in the luxurious single room next to Liu Ruyan and Wu Yan, Cao Pingao, who arrived at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital an hour ago, was lying on the big bed to rest. Young nurse Zhou Jing sat by the bed and cleaned up the mess. After cleaning up the mess, she put on her white nurse uniform again. Honey, I'm going back to the nurse's station first. Well, go ahead. Zhou Jing leaned over and kissed Cao Pingao on the cheek, then left with a satisfied look on her face. After lying down for a while, Cao Pingwa got up, put on his clothes, and went next door to visit his ex-wife who was about to give birth. Pingao, you're here. Liu Ruyan looked at him with eyes full of love. As if Cao Pingao hadn't noticed Wu Yin in the room at all, he sat down directly beside Liu Ruyan's bed and began to ask her about her well-being. How's the food at the hospital? Has the baby been making any noises in your tummy today? Liu Ruyan also answered every question with a happy face. After sitting for about half an hour, Cao Pingwa stood up and prepared to leave. Then you have a good rest. I will come to see you tomorrow when I am free. Liu Ruyan nodded reluctantly. Okay. Cao Pingao had just walked out of Liu Ruyan's luxurious single room when Wu Yin caught up with him from behind. Pingao, wait a moment. Don't leave yet. Cao Pingao stopped, turned around, and said with a cold look in his eyes, What's the matter? Wu Yin said flatteringly. Hey, the 180,000 yuan I lent you before was borrowed from my relatives and friends here, and now they are urging me to pay it back. Wait a minute. Cao Pingao raised his eyebrows. When did I ever ask you for money? Wu Yin. Pingao, I borrowed money to help Ruyan pay off her loan. Didn't she borrow the loan for you? Cao Pingwa nodded calmly. Yes, so I have helped her pay off the loan she owed. Wu Yin frowned. Then you owe me money. Cao Pingao, take out the IOU and let me see it. Wu Yin. Cao Pingao snorted coldly. You're just saying I owe you money without any evidence. I think you're crazy about money. He was too lazy to continue paying attention to his former mother-in-law, who valued money so much. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he heard Liu Ruyan shouting in the room. Pingao, Mom, I feel like I'm giving birth. Outside the delivery room, Wu Yin, with an anxious look on her face, was fidgeting and pacing back and forth. Cao Pingwa, who had already had 2 experiences, sat calmly on a chair in the corridor, playing with his mobile phone. After all, his women were all carefully selected through the fertility and prosperity system to be qualified breeding targets. Coupled with the advanced medical conditions of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital and the conscientious, responsible, and highly skilled obstetrician Xiaoya, he felt that there was nothing to worry about. Sure enough, an hour after Liu Ruyan was pushed into the delivery room, the system's notification sounded in Cao Pingwa's ears. Congratulations to the host for having his first biological male offspring. The achievement reward is 100 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of having many children and good fortune. The mission reward is 100 million yuan. Resurrection Armor, Trial Version, upgraded to Resurrection Armor, Official Version. Resurrection Armor, Official Version, can be used unlimited times, but each use must be separated by 6 months. Random reward, 1 tonic pill. Soon, Xiaoya, wearing goggles and a mask, walked out of the delivery room holding a crying baby boy. Congratulations, Mr. Chow. Ms. Liu has given birth to a son for you. Cao Pingwa happily accepted his first son. Thank you, Dr. Xiao, for your hard work. It's not hard. The one who is really hard is the child's mother. At this time, Liu Ruyan, with sweat all over her face and a tired look, was pushed out of the delivery room by the female nurse. Cao Pingwa quickly placed his son next to her. Thank you for your hard work. Liu Ruyan turned her head to look at her son. Tears of happiness immediately began to well up in her eyes. Pingao, have you decided on a name for the baby? Cao Pingao smiled and nodded. I got up a long time ago. My eldest son's name is Chaoong. Chapter 170. Liu Ruyan accepts her fate. After 2 days of hospitalization and observation at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, Cao Pingwa completed the discharge procedures for Liu Ruyan and took her home to recuperate after giving birth. When Liu Ruyan, holding her son Chaoong in her arms, was pushed in a wheelchair by Cao Pingao to a brand new black Rolls-Royce parked in the hospital parking lot, her eyes widened instantly. Pingao, you changed the car again? Cao Pingao smiled and nodded. Yes. Liu Ruyan's big eyes were filled with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Is this car a Rolls-Royce? Well, this is a Rolls-Royce Ghost. I also have a white Cullinan parked downstairs in the company. Cao Pingao gently pulled the door handle, and the domineering double doors slowly opened until they formed a 90-degree angle with the car body. He carefully helped Liu Ruyan from the wheelchair to the back seat of the car, folded the wheelchair, and put it in the spacious trunk, then opened the door from the other side and got in the car. Master Dian, return to the Yuhu family. Dianwei. Okay, boss. Liu Ruyan, who was sitting next to him holding the baby, asked in confusion. Hey, Pingao, aren't we going to reply to the community? Cao Pingao smiled meaningfully. I've prepared a large house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms for you at Yuhu family, along with 3 confinement nannies and 2 housekeepers. You can spend your confinement there in peace and comfort. Liu Ruyan leaned her head on his shoulder with a happy face. Pingao, you are so good to me. By the way, where's your old Mercedes Maybach? Did you sell it? No, I gave it to my company's general manager Jianjia to use as a company bus. Cao Pingwa said. Liu Ruyan glanced upwards, reminiscing. Jianjia? I've seen her before. She's the girl with the round face, right? Cao Pingao smiled and said, yes. Liu Ruyan said with a hint of jealousy. You are really nice to your female subordinates. Cao Pingao smiled without saying anything, thinking, you want to eat all the simple vinegar, and when you get to the Yuhu family, there will be plenty of vinegar for you to eat. Soon, the shiny black Rolls-Royce Ghost drove into the Yuhu Shijia community next to Chuahanjia Street. Liu Ruyan held her son in her arms and sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Cao Pingao, and took the elevator to the 34th floor. As soon as they entered the door of room 3402, the 3 confinement nannies and 2 housekeepers standing in a row bowed slightly to Liu Ruyan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Hello, Miss Liu. Hello. Liu Ruyan replied somewhat flattered. Cao Pingao pushed her around the living room and dining room, then pushed her to the master bedroom. How about it? Ruyan, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Liu Ruyan turned sideways and looked up at Cao Pingao behind her, her big eyes almost smiling. Satisfied. Of course I am satisfied. Cao Pingao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Oh, by the way, I also want to introduce you to some neighbors. Neighbor? Liu Ruyan blinked in confusion, but didn't say much. Her man wanted to get to know her, so she just wanted to get to know him. When Cao Pingao pushed her back from the bedroom to the living room, she saw a young mother holding a baby and 3 young pregnant women with different bellies sitting on the big sofa in the living room. They are Jin Yao, Li Jing, Qian Wan, and Yu Qian. Liu Ruyan quickly recognized the pregnant Yu Qian and became nervous. Pingao, are they all our neighbors? Cao Pingao smiled and said, yes. Ruyan, I have some things to take care of at the company, so I'll be leaving first. You 5 can have a good chat and get to know each other. Yao, I leave her to you. Jin Yao said gently. Don't worry, husband. Just go about your business. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly. You call him husband? Just when she turned around to find Cao Pingwa to ask for clarification, she found that he had already walked out with his long legs. After leaving 3402, Cao Pingwa did not take the elevator downstairs, but went directly to 3401 opposite. He had no company matters to attend to, and was simply too lazy to bother explaining to his ex-wife Liu Ruyan. So Cao Pingwa chose to have fun with the obedient and well-behaved flight attendant Liu Yuan in the next room, and assigned the task of explaining and doing ideological work to Jin Yao and other for mature girls. In the lobby of 3401, the stewardess Liu Yuan was kneeling on the floor, wearing a regular stewardess uniform issued by the airline. A white top with blue flowers, a navy blue skirt, matte black stockings on the legs, and white high heels on the feet. She also tied her long black hair behind her head and wore a dark blue stewardess hat on her head. Cao Pingao lifted his foot and asked Liu Yuan to help him change into slippers, then asked with a smile, "Why are you dressed so formally today?" Liu Yuan raised her head and looked up at him. I want to give my husband a different feeling every time. Ha 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 ha, it does feel different. Cao Pingwa reached out and pinched Liu Ruyan's face and said, if you dress more formally, I will be more eager to bully you. When Liu Ruyan heard this, she immediately started performing. She turned her head and broke free from Cao Pingwa's big hand. Passenger, please behave yourself. Don't touch me. After playing 2 role-playing games with Liu Ruyan, Cao Pingwa's cell phone suddenly rang. Yao Yao, are you guys done chatting? Well, hubby, you can come over next door. Cao Pingwa put down his phone and stood up from the sofa. Help me put on my clothes. Here comes my husband. The naked Liu Ruyan quickly took his shirt and trousers from the side and helped him put them on gently and carefully. Xiaoyan, go put on your clothes too, and then come with me to the house across the street to meet my ex-wife. Okay, husband. In the living room of 3402, Liu Ruyan, with obvious traces of tears on her face, sat on the leather sofa. Jin Yao and Li Jing, who were sitting on her left and right, were still comforting her in a low voice. At this time, Cao Pingwa walked in with Liu Ruyan, a stewardess wearing a white long skirt. Ruyan, this is Xiaoyan. She lives across from you in room 3401. Liu Ruyan took the initiative to sit next to Jin Yao and stretched out her hand to Liu Ruyan through the crowd. Hello, Sister Liu. Liu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, sniffed, and said, Sister Liu? Liu Ruyan smiled and said, yes, my husband said your birthday is July 29th, 2000, and mine is October 25th, 2000. Of course I should call you sister. Cao Pingwa sat down between Qian Wan and Yu Qian with a relaxed look on his face, and while touching the 2 girls' big bellies, he said, how about it? Ruyan, are you ready to join my Cao family? Liu Ruyan curled her lips, with an expression of complete resignation. I have already given birth to your son, and he has long been a member of your Cao family. Chapter 171. Slow to warm up, Liu Xiaoming. Ha 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 ha, very good. Cao Pingwa said with a smug look on her face. As long as you are content to be my woman, Cao Pingwa, I can let you live the kind of life you have always longed for, the life of a wealthy wife without having to do any housework. Liu Ruyan lowered her eyebrows and said pleasingly, Pingwa. Cao Pingwa, call me husband. Although she finally heard Cao Pingwa let her call him husband, Liu Ruyan was not very happy at this time. Hubby, I heard from Jin Yao that they all have 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, and you also give each person 30,000 yuan a month for living expenses, which will be arranged by Jin Yao? Cao Pingwa nodded. Yes. Liu Ruyan asked cautiously, what about my treatment? Although you, Liu Ruyan, once betrayed me, you did change a lot later on, and now you have given me a son. Cao Pingwa grinned and said, so I've decided to let bygones be bygones. From today on, you'll be treated the same as everyone else. Liu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Cao Pingwa with moved eyes. Thank you, husband. Cao Pingwa then said to Jin Yao next to him, Yao Yao, Ruyan's money, including her living expenses and pocket money, is currently with you. You are in charge of it. You can do whatever she wants to eat, drink, or buy, but you can't let her transfer the money I give her to her mother, Wu Yin. Jin Yao nodded seriously. I understand, husband. Hearing that Cao Pingwa was so strict with his ex-wife, Qian Wan, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but feel happy. So what if you gave birth to a son? A woman like you who has made mistakes will never regain her husband's complete trust. This kind of brain-dead ex-wife is not as big a threat to me as Jin Yao, so I am not to be feared at all. May, in which I had 3 daughters and 1 son, passed smoothly, and June, with the temperature gradually rising, arrived. Qian Wan, whose due date was in early June, and Wang Lulu, whose due date was in late June, were admitted to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital to wait for their birth. On the company side, under Cao Pingwa's crazy money-burning offensive, ST Media Jiangxing branch was beaten back step by step. All the internet celebrities in the company who had a little fan base rebelled to Banana Media under the temptation of no responsibility basic salary and high proportion of reward sharing. In addition, the government businesses of various administrative districts in Jiangxing City, which were previously operated by ST Media, were snatched away one by Banana Media at bargain prices under the introduction of Liu Xiaoming, the secretary of the district mayor. That afternoon, a brand new, shiny black Rolls-Royce Ghost was driving smoothly on the Parrot Island Yangtze River Bridge. Sitting in the driver's seat was the driver Dian Wei, and sitting in the passenger seat was Jian Jia, the general manager of Banana Media. Cao Pingwa and his secretary Liu Xiaoming, dressed in an OL business suit, sat in the spacious back row. A well-ironed white shirt, a black skirt of appropriate length, ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings, black high-heeled leather shoes, and a pair of silver wire square-framed glasses, she looks both pure and sexy. Today we signed a service contract with the Jianyang District Government. From now on, all government business for Jiangxing City will be handled by Banana Media. Cao Pingwa admired the glasses girl's black stockings and beautiful legs while smiling. Secretary Liu, without your help and recommendation, our business expansion would not have been so smooth. Liu Xiaoming looked at him with a hint of affection and said, Boss Cao, you don't have to be so polite. District Chief, he said that it's only natural for our government to provide relevant services to local businesses. Cao Pingwa, ha. I must find an opportunity to thank District Chief he properly. Soon, a black car slowly drove into the compound of Jianyang District Government. A young man who looked less than 30 years old, wearing glasses and a little overweight, was standing at the gate of the office building waiting for Cao Pingwa and others. As soon as he saw the beautiful Liu Xiaoming, his eyes changed immediately. Hello, Secretary Liu. Hello, Secretary Li. After Liu Xiaoming finished greeting, she introduced the two parties to each other. This is Mr. Cao from Banana Media, this is President Jian, and this is Secretary Li Fan. Cao Pingwa extended his right hand. Hello, Secretary Li. Thank you for recommending Banana Media to your District Chief Wang. Li Fan also extended his right hand. You're welcome, you're welcome. Banana Media is a local company in Jiangxing. Your service fee is only half of ST Media's, and your service level is widely praised. There is no reason for the Jianyang District Government not to choose you. It is faster to get things done with an acquaintance leading the way. Less than an hour later, Banana Media successfully signed a 3-year service contract with the Jianyang District Government for a total price of 1.5 million yuan. In the evening, in a small private room in the Yanyandian restaurant, Cao Pingwa, Jinjia, Liu Xiaoming and Li Fan were toasting each other and chatting while eating. During the meal, the two girls, who had drunk a lot of beer, went to the bathroom hand in hand. Li Fan, whose face was flushed from drinking, looked at Liu Xiaoming's slender back as she walked out of the box and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, Xiaoming is pretty, has a great figure, a gentle personality, and has a good work ability and family background. But she's a little too slow to warm up. Cao Pingwa, who was drinking tea, almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Is Liu Xiaoming slow to warm up? I'd only been dating her for a week before we went out to dinner alone for the first time, and that night I got her first kiss and her first blood. Is it possible that she's just slow to warm up to you? Secretary Li, how did you come to the conclusion that it's slow to warm up? Li Fan sighed again. Boss Cao, you don't know, Xiao Ming and I are college classmates. In fact, I have been pursuing her since my sophomore year. At first, she said her parents didn't allow her to have a relationship while she was studying. Later, after she graduated and started working, she said she was very busy with work and wanted to focus on her career first and talk about personal matters later. 5 or 6 years have passed, and she and I are still just old classmates. While listening, Cao Pingwa tried hard to suppress the upward curl of his lips. Li Fan continued, my family recently introduced me to a blind date. She's a good match for me in every way, but she's nowhere near as pretty as Xiaoming. Boss Cao, if you were me, what would you choose? Marry the blind date from back home, or continue pursuing the slow-moving Liu Xiaoming? Cao Pingwa said seriously, Secretary Li, as someone who has been through this, I personally suggest that you marry your blind date from your hometown. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth 100 in the bush. Li Fan smacked his lips, his face full of reluctance. But I have been pursuing Xiaoming for so many years, I feel like I am about to warm her up. Cao Pingwa felt it was really difficult to hold back, so he covered his mouth and turned his head to the side. In fact, the girl with glasses doesn't need to cover her mouth at all. She basically gets a fever automatically every time she sees me. Chapter 172, Son and Daughter. After the dinner, Li Fan called a designated driver and wanted Liu Xiaoming to take his car home. Liu Xiaoming naturally declined politely and got into Cao Pingwa's Rolls-Royce Ghost. Master Dian, please send manager Jian home first. Jianwei. Okay, boss. After Jinjie got off the car, Liu Xiaoming, who was a little drunk and could no longer hold back, sat directly on Cao Pingwa, hugged his neck, and kissed him passionately. Xiaoming, Li Fan just told me that he has been pursuing you for many years and you haven't agreed. Why are you keeping him hanging? Liu Xiaoming blinked and said in surprise, I didn't keep him hanging. I told him clearly a long time ago that I don't have any feelings for him in that way. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, damn it, he was just lying to himself when he said you were a slow warmer. Hey, Li Fan is a good guy. You might as well give him a quick death later, let him give up completely, and then peacefully marry his blind date from his hometown. Oh, okay. Liu Xiaoming nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. After returning to her rented one-bedroom apartment, Liu Xiaoming walked to the window and started calling Li Fan. Cao Pingwa hugged the girl with glasses from behind, lifted her long hair, and kissed her white neck. Li Fan's voice was filled with joy when he received Liu Xiaoming's call. "Hello, Xiaoming. Are you home yet?" "Well, I'm home." While enjoying Cao Pingwa's caress and kisses, Liu Xiaoming calmed down and said, "Li Fan, I have something to tell you. I recently got a boyfriend." After repeated confirmation, Li Fan on the other end of the phone finally believed what Liu Xiaoming said. "Thank you, Xiaoming. Thank you for telling me this." Li Fan, still somewhat unwilling to give up, asked on the phone, "Can I ask, how far have you and your boyfriend progressed?" LV Xiaoming, who had been stripped down to a pair of ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings, bit her lip and turned her head to look at Cao Pingwa with affection. "Everything that was supposed to happen between him and me has already happened." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. "Xiaoming, I wish you happiness." After saying that, Li Fan hung up the phone. The next morning, in the living room of 3601, Building 6, Yuhu family, three young mothers, Jin Yao, Liu Ruyan, and Zheng Jieqi, are chatting while taking care of their children. The four confinement nannies on duty stood beside them, ready to take orders from the three Mrs. Chows at any time. At this time, Cao Pingwa, who had spent the night at Liu Xiaoming's house last night, walked in from outside. "Husband, you're back. Well, let me take a shower and change my clothes first, then I'll come with you guys." Seeing Cao Pingwa walking into the master bedroom, Jin Yao quickly stood up, handed Cao Shuani in her arms to her confinement nanny, and then followed him into the bedroom. "Honey, go take a shower. I'll get you a towel and a change of clothes." "Thank you, Yao Yao." Cao Pingwa bent down and kissed the gentle Jin Yao, then swaggered into the bathroom of the master bedroom. After taking a good bath and changing into clean home clothes, Cao Pingwa walked back to the living room. Come, let me hold my eldest daughter first." Jin Yao gently placed the baby in her arms into Cao Pingwa's arms. Cao Pingwa lowered his head and said with a doting look, "Well, my Shuani is so well behaved. She doesn't cry or make a fuss." Jin Yao yawned loudly beside her, covered her mouth and laughed. "You just didn't see her making a fuss in the middle of the night. What baby doesn't cry or make a fuss?" Cao Pingwa knew that newborns need to eat milk every 1 or 2 hours because their stomachs have small capacity and digest quickly. Therefore, in the first few months, even if there is a confinement nanny to help 24 hours a day, the mother of the child can hardly get a full night's sleep. "Thank you for your hard work, Yao Yao, Ruyan, and Jieqi. You have all worked hard to take care of the children." Zheng Jieqi smiled shyly and happily, and Liu Ruyan also smiled and said, "We are not tired. But you, the one who is working harder to make money outside, my husband." Cao Pingwa, "Well, Ruyan, you are becoming more and more sensible. Come, let me hold our son too." Liu Ruyan quickly put her son Chaoang in her arms and gently placed him in Cao Pingwa's other arm. Looking down at his two children in his arms, Cao Pingwa felt a sense of peace and tranquility in his heart. After holding his eldest son and daughter for a while, Cao Pingwa returned them to their mother, and then went to hold his twin daughters Cao Xuanma and Cao Xuanli. Soon, the eldest son Chaoang started crying first. Liu Ruyan, who was wearing a purple nursing dress, quickly lifted up the front of her dress to feed her son. Perhaps it was because she smelled the fragrance of milk, Cao Shuani in Jin Yao's arms also started crying loudly. But she stopped crying immediately as soon as she sucked her mother's milk. Seeing Jin Yao and Liu Ruyan unscrupulously feeding the baby in front of him, Cao Pingwa suddenly felt a little hungry, so he said to the two housekeeping aunts standing not far away, "Auntie Wang, Auntie Li, lunch should be served earlier today." "Okay, boss." The two housekeeping ladies quickly turned around and walked into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. At noon, in the dining room of 3601, because Zhang Yue was in the hospital with Wang Lilu and Yu Qian was in the hospital with Qian Wan, only 6 girls, Jin Yao, Li Jing, Zheng Jieqi, Su Tiantian, Liu Yun, and Liu Ruyan, accompanied Cao Pingwa for dinner. Halfway through the meal, a confinement nanny brought Jin Yao her cell phone. "Miss Jin, your phone is ringing." Jin Yao took the call and looked at it. "It's Sherwin calling. I'll go answer it." "It's okay, Yao Yao, just sit here and answer it," Cao Pingwa said while picking up some dishes. Hearing that her man treated her so specially, Jin Yao happily pressed the answer button. "Hey, Sherwin, are you looking for me?" "What? Don't panic, speak slowly." Well, what then? Where is the Sherwin now?" Cao Pingwa saw that Jin Yao's expression was becoming increasingly entangled, so he put down his chopsticks and asked, "What's wrong, Yao Yao? Did Sherwin and Sherwu encounter any problems?" Jin Yao covered the microphone of her phone with her hand, and said with a worried look on her face, Sherwin said that Sherwoo had some disputes with a female classmate while studying in the school library, and now the school seems to be punishing him. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, Library? What kind of dispute happened with a female classmate? Jean Yao frowned slightly, put her mouth close to Cao Pingwa's ear, and whispered softly. That female classmate said Sherwoo sexually harassed her. Cao Pingwa frowned and said, Although I haven't had much contact with Sherwon and Sherwoo, I can see that they are both good kids. There must be some misunderstanding here. Jean Yao nodded repeatedly. Hubby, Sherwin, and Sherwoo's parents are working in the south. The closest person to them in Jiangcheng is my cousin, but I am in confinement now, and it is not convenient for me. Cao Pingwa reached out and caressed her little face and said, Don't worry, Yao Yao. I'll go to Jiangda to find Sherwin and Sherwoo now. With me as their brother-in-law, I won't let them be bullied for no reason. Chapter 173 Ugly People Often Cause Mischief, Part 1. At the gate of the law school office building of Jiangxing University, Jean Sherwin was standing there anxiously waiting for someone. Soon, a shiny black Rolls-Royce Ghost stopped in front of him. As soon as he saw the tall Cao Pingwa in a well-tailored suit getting out of the car, Jean Sherwin quickly shouted happily, Brother-in-law. Cao Pingwa strode up to him and said, Don't worry, Sherwin, where are Sherwoo? He's in the student affairs office. Lead the way. At this time, there were 2 girls sitting and a boy standing in the student affairs office of the law school. Cao Pingwa was followed by Jean Sherwin, and the 2 of them strode in together. Don't be afraid, Sherwoo. I'm coming. Brother-in-law. Jean Sherwoo, who was originally leaning against the wall with his head down and a dejected expression, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes again. At this time, a very plump female teacher sitting at the desk next to her asked, Hello, are Jean Sherwoo's parents unable to come? Cao Pingwa turned his head and looked at the sound. Name, Liu Ruyan. Age, 27. No makeup, 79 points. Body size, 86 points. Master's degree, virgin, non-smoker, non-drinker, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Wow, this female teacher has a pretty good figure, at least an E-level figure. Excuse me, are you Sherwoo's counselor? Liu Ruyan nodded gently. Yes, my last name is Liu. Hello, Teacher Liu. My name is Cao Pingwa, and I'm Jean Sherwoo's brother-in-law. Sherwoo's parents are working in the south and can't come here. I'm here to take care of his affairs. Then you should quickly apologize to me verbally and in writing on behalf of Jean Sherwoo's parents. A female classmate wearing glasses who was sitting opposite Liu Ruyan said. Cao Pingwa opened the system again and scanned. Name, Yang Jingyuan. Age, 23. No makeup, 45 points. Body size, 68 points. Master's student, 13 former writers, smokes, drinks, has 2 tattoos, and has gynecological problems. The system judged it as unqualified. Who are you, ugly bastard? Of course, in front of the female counselor, Cao Pingwa said, Who are you? Yang Jingyuan raised his chin high. I am the victim. I was the one Jean Sherwoo harassed in the library. Apologize now. Cao Pingwa frowned slightly. What am I apologizing for when the whole thing hasn't been clarified yet? Yang Jingyuan slapped a piece of letterhead with the title of Jiangxing University on the desk with a proud look on his face. Why haven't you figured this out? This is the apology letter Jean Sherwoo wrote to me yesterday. I even have video evidence on my phone of Jean Sherwoo putting his hand in his crotch and doing that. Cao Pingwa picked up the letter from the table and glanced at it casually, then walked to Jean Sherwoo and asked him in a low voice. Sherwoo, tell me the truth. Did you do what you wrote in the letter? Jean Sherwoo looked tangled. Brother-in-law, I didn't do that to her. So what were you doing then? Brother-in-law, I had eczema on my inner thighs, and I was scratching it while reading. Then are you sitting very close to this Yang Jingyuan? Not close. There was an aisle between us. I hadn't even looked at her before she came to me with the recorded video. Cao Pingwa shook the apology letter in his hand again. Then why did you write this apology letter to her? Jean Sherwoo, an 18-year-old freshman, was so upset that tears welled up in his eyes. Yesterday she yelled in the library that I hit her and sexually harassed her. She also said she would call the police if I didn't write an apology letter. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I wrote, brother-in-law, according to her wishes. You must believe me. Cao Pingwa looked directly into Jean Sherwoo's eyes with trust and placed a large hand on his shoulder. Sherwoo, brother-in-law believes in you. Hey, what are you 2 whispering about? Apologize to me now. Yang Jingyuan, who was sitting next to them, said impatiently. Cao Pingwa turned around and said calmly, Sherwoo didn't do anything. Why should I apologize? As he spoke, he tore the apology letter in his hand into pieces in front of everyone in the office. Jean Sherwin. Jin Shiwu. Liu Sijia. Yang Jingyuan. What are you doing? You're deliberately destroying evidence. She turned to Liu Sijia and shouted, Teacher Liu, he's destroying the evidence that Jin Shiwu sexually harassed me. Cao Pingwa threw a handful of paper scraps into the trash can beside him. What evidence? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How could a handsome 18-year-old, 1.80-meter tall guy from Shiwu hit someone with your looks? You're really hilarious. Yang Jingyuan, what do you mean? You said I'm ugly. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Why? Wasn't what I said straightforward enough? Or is there something wrong with your understanding? Yang Jingyuan turned to Liu Sijia again. Teacher Liu. As a counselor, Liu Sijia hopes to resolve the issue rather than escalate the conflict between the two sides. Mr. Cao, you shouldn't attack other people's appearance. Cao Pingwa said calmly. Teacher Liu, I'm not attacking anyone's appearance. I'm just stating the facts. Liu Sijia. Then you shouldn't have torn up the apology letter. Cao Pingwa added. As his parent, I do not approve of what Shiwu wrote under duress. Liu Sijia. She originally thought that if she called Jin Shiwu's parents to the school and asked them to apologize to the victim, Yang Jingyuan, in person, the matter would be over. She didn't expect that her brother-in-law Cao Pingwa would act so toughly. Humph. It doesn't matter if you tear it up. I already have a photo of the apology letter on my phone. Yang Jingyuan had a smug look on his face. Not only do I have a photo of the apology letter, I also have video evidence that I spent over 2 hours shooting. If the school can't give me a satisfactory result, I will call the police and sue you in court. Liu Sijia frowned. Student Yang, don't get excited. Everyone, don't get excited. We'll handle this matter internally at school. It'll be better for both parties, right? Cao Pingwa snorted coldly. Yang Jingyuan, how long did you say it took you to shoot the video? Yang Jingyuan stiffened his neck and said, About 2 hours. What's wrong? At this time, Liu Sijia, who had always been on Yang Jingyuan's side and thought she was a victim, also began to realize that something was wrong. Cao Pingwa was so angry that he laughed. It turns out that not only are you ugly, but your brain is also not very good. How can anyone masturbate for more than 2 hours? Chapter 174 Ugly People Often Cause Mischief, Part 2. Yang Jingyuan stood up from the chair in a flash. Are you saying I'm falsely accusing him? Cao Pingwa looked down at Yang Jingyuan with contempt and said, Instead of studying properly in the library, you secretly took out your phone and took pictures of Shiwu's crotch for more than 2 hours. He's not sexually harassing you. It's clearly you who's sexually harassing him. You. Yang Jingyuan was speechless and his CPU couldn't react for a while. Okay, let's stop here for today. Counselor Liu Sijia quickly stood up and began to smooth things over. Student Yang, go back and rest first. I will communicate with Jin Shiwu's parents alone and try to give you a satisfactory answer, okay? Teacher Liu, we are all women. Girls help girls. You can't just let this sexual harasser go off so easily just to keep the peace. After Yang Jingyuan finished speaking, he turned around and glared at Cao Pingwa. Humph, we'll see. After saying that, she left the student affairs office angrily. After Yang Jingyuan left, Liu Sijia asked Jin Shiwu again, Mr. Jin, why don't you treat the eczema on your thigh? Jin Shiwu lowered his head slightly and said, Teacher Liu, I have been applying medicine all the time, but it tends to relapse when the weather gets hot, and I can't do anything about it. Liu Sijia thought for a moment and then asked, Do you have any medical records that can be used to prove that you have skin problems? Jin Shiwu nodded quickly. Yes, I just went to the school hospital a few days ago. The doctor at the school hospital also prescribed some medicine for me, but the effect was average after applying it. Liu Sijia nodded and said, Give me a copy of your medical records later. Liu Sijia sighed, then turned to Cao Pingwa and said, Mr. Cao, I understand how you feel. I also think that Jin Shiwu really didn't do that to Yang in the library. But you also saw that if you don't formally apologize to Yang as Jin Shiwu's parent, she won't let it go easily. If this scandal gets out of hand, it will be bad for both parties and the school. Cao Pingwa said calmly, Teacher Liu, I understand what you mean and the difficulties you face as a counselor. However, Shiwu and I will not apologize to her for something we didn't do. If she wants to call the police, let her call the police. If she wants to go to court, let her go to court. We will deal with it head on. Feeling that his argument was completely unconvincing with Cao Pingwa, Liu Sijia had to give up for the time being and planned to do some ideological work on Yang Jingyuan later. In the Fengyuan canteen, next to the law school, Cao Pingwa, Dian Wei, Jin Shiwen, and Jin Shiwu sat at a table and had dinner together. Don't worry, Yao Yao. This is how it is. Yes, I fought back. Yeah, I'm having dinner with Shiwen and Shiwu. I'll be home soon. After seeing Cao Pingwa hang up the phone with his cousin Jin Yao, Jin Shiwu lowered his head slightly and said a little embarrassedly, "Brother-in-law, thank you so much today. Hey, we're all family. Why are you being so polite?" Cao Pingwa continued to eat while saying, "In today's society, it's no longer acceptable to be a good person. You must be tough when you need to be tough, otherwise you will easily be manipulated by people with bad intentions." Jin Sherwin and Jin Sherwu nodded repeatedly after hearing this. "I understand, brother-in-law. But this time it's not your fault." Cao Pingwa patted Jin Sherwu's shoulder and comforted him. "She's a graduate student, and she's clearly planning and purposefully gathering evidence to accuse you of sexual harassment. A freshman like you with little social experience is really hard to defend against." The victim, Jin Sherwu, remained silent. His cousin, Jin Sherwon, muttered, "I never thought I'd run into someone like this at school." Cao Pingwa said patiently, "Although school is better than society, it is not much better. It is still a small society. So no matter what situation you encounter in the future, don't easily leave evidence that is detrimental to yourself." Jin Sherwin and Jin Sherwu, "We know, brother-in-law." Before parting, Cao Pingwa gave Jin Sherwin and Jin Sherwu each 10,000 yuan in pocket money. "Brother-in-law, we can't take this money." Jin Sherwin said, Yes, yes. My cousin gives us 2,000 yuan pocket money every month, and we can't spend it all." Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "What she gave was what she gave, and what I gave was what I gave. Just take it." Jin Sherwin and Jin Sherwu were moved and had the intention of following their brother-in-law Cao Pingwa after they had achieved academic success. At night, Yuhu Shijia Community, Building 6, Room 3601. As soon as Cao Pingwa entered the room, Jin Yao threw herself into his arms. "Thank you, husband. I thank you on behalf of Sherwu's parents." Cao Pingwa touched her head and smiled. "I am Sherwu's brother-in-law. We are all family. This little thing is nothing." Jin Yao raised her head and looked at her man with deep affection. "Husband, you are so good." She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, hug Cao Pingwa's neck and kiss him while standing at the door. The confinement nanny and the housekeeper who were holding the baby nearby quickly pretended to turn around and avoid the situation, but in fact they continued to eat melons secretly. After kissing for a while, Jin Yao blushed and took Cao Pingwa's big hand and walked into her master bedroom. Yao, you are still in confinement," Cao Pingwa said with a smile. Jin Yao turned around and said shyly, "I have my own way." In the bathroom of the master bedroom, Jin Yao first covered herself with shower gel, rinsed herself clean, then applied some more shower gel, took 2 bath balls, and rubbed Cao Pingwa's back. After rubbing his back, I rubbed his front, then squatted down to help him wash his legs and feet. Cao Pingwa raised his head and closed his eyes, feeling the bath water of suitable temperature pouring down from the top of his head, making every pore of his body feel particularly comfortable. After taking a shower, Jin Yao took a clean towel and helped Cao Pingwa dry his body, so that he didn't have to exert any effort throughout the process. On the 2.2-meter wide extra-large double bed, Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao lay side by side facing each other, with their daughter Cao Shuani lying between them. "Hubby, I feel so happy." Cao Pingwa gently touched his daughter's hand and said with a smile, "The good days for you and your daughter have just begun." "Husband." Jin Yao couldn't help but stretch her neck and kiss Cao Pingwa. A few days later, Qianwan, with a victorious smile on her face and a big fat boy in her arms, was taken back to Yuhu family by Cao Pingwa from Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. The large living room of 3601 was bustling with activity. In addition to Wang Lilu, who was waiting to give birth in the hospital, and Zhang Yue, who was accompanying her, 8 girls including Jin Yao, Li Jing, Qianwan, Yu Qian, Zhang Jieqi, Su Tiantian, Liu Yun, and Liu Ruyan, as well as 5 babies, all gathered here. There were also 5 confinement nannies and 2 housekeeping aunts standing next to them. Jin Yao carefully took the 3-day-old baby from Qianwan's hands, hugged him, and said happily, "Oh, little guy, you are so cute, with such a chubby face." Qianwan snuggled in Cao Pingwa's arms and asked delicately, "Husband, have you decided on a name for our son?" Cao Pingwa grinned and said, "I have already decided on a name. My second son is called Cao Pai." Chapter 175 Banana Media, Chengdu Branch. With the birth of his second son Cao Pai, in addition to receiving a 100 million yuan reward for the many children and many blessings mission, Cao Pingwa's cuckold warning capability was also upgraded from a detection range of about 5 meters at physical distance to ignoring physical distance and being able to monitor any target at any time. With this magical skill, Cao Pingwa can rest assured that he will have many children and no longer have to worry about being cuckolded by the women he neglected because he has too many women to take care of. Chengdu Shuangliu Airport, outside the exit gate. Banana Media's CEO, Chen Shooting, a business negotiation consultant dressed in a slim black dress, and 7 or 8 core members from the company's human resources, finance, and legal departments all stood straight to welcome Boss Chow's arrival. Not long after, Cao Pingwa, dressed in black business casual attire and with his hands in his pockets, walked out of the gate leisurely. Behind him were 2 secretaries in office who were dragging suitcases. One was Jiang Xinxin, who had an innocent look and a slim figure, and the other was Sophia, who had blonde hair and blue eyes and was becoming more and more plump. Mr. Jian, colleagues, thank you for your hard work. They all responded with a smile. It's not hard at all. Cao Pingwa then said to Chen Shooting alone, Sister Shooting, thank you for your hard work. Because he was worried that the negotiation team headed by 25-year-old Jianjia was too young and would not be able to succeed in the acquisition of Onion Media, the second most powerful media in Chengdu, Cao Pingwa invited his older and more powerful sister to help him manage the situation. Chen Shooting looked at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous look and said, the specific work of acquiring Onion Media was done by President Jian and his team. I just contributed a little during the negotiation process. It wasn't hard at all. Jianjia, who was standing next to him, said quickly, Boss, Mr. Chen's contribution was not just a small effort. If Mr. Chen hadn't helped us during the negotiations, I don't think we could have even acquired Onion Media with 100 million, let alone 80 million. Chen Shooting glanced at Jianjia with admiration. Mr. Jian, you are too polite. Cao Pingwa, ha ha ha. Everyone deserves credit for the quick and smooth acquisition of Onion Media. We'll all be rewarded handsomely later. Hearing what he said, the tired-looking workers immediately started to brighten their eyes. Boss Chow is a bit of a scumbag. He never shows mercy when it comes to the women he likes, but he never shows mercy when he says he wants to reward his subordinates. Jinjia asked, Boss, should I send you back to the hotel to rest first, or go to the company first? Cao Pingwa glanced at the time on his phone and said, Let's go to the company first. In the airport parking lot, there are 4 black BMW 7 Series parked side by side. These are cars temporarily rented to facilitate everyone's travel in Chengdu. Cao Pingwa asked Jianjia, Chen Shooting and himself to sit in one car to discuss things, while the 2 secretaries Jiang Xinxin and Sophia, as well as the other 9 employees, took another 3 cars. On the way, Chen Shooting, who was sitting in the back seat with Cao Pingwa, briefly reported to him the progress of the acquisition negotiations. In short, a total of 80 million renminbi in cash was spent to acquire all the shares held by the 3 original shareholders of Onion Media. Then, Jianjia, who was sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over and reported to him on the current business situation of Onion Media. I've already had someone submit the application to the local Market Supervision Bureau for the company's name change to Banana Media Chengdu branch. Also, Mr. Chen and I carefully reviewed Onion Media's financial situation. While all of their businesses were running well, they weren't making much of a profit. This is likely related to redundancies within the company's operations team. Cao Pingwa looked at Jinjia, then at Chen Shooting. Do you mean to lay off some employees? The answer was concise. Our suggestion is to lay off 30 employees. Chen Shooting also nodded in agreement. Okay, any other questions? Cao Pingwa asked. He said concisely. Also, the company's former CEO and minority shareholder has cashed out and left. Boss, you need to choose a new general manager for the branch. What suggestions does Jane have? Jinjia glanced at Chen Shooting and said, Mr. Chen suggests choosing one of the company's 2 current vice presidents to serve as the general manager of the branch. Chen Shooting looked at Cao Pingwa and said, Let's use the old man first to make the transition. The change of bosses within the branch will be smoother. Wuhou District, in the high-tech industrial park on the west side of Tianfu Avenue. At the front desk of the former Onion Media company, several workers were removing the acrylic words Onion Media from the background wall and reinstalling the new words Banana Media Chengdu branch. The 2 company vice presidents, Wang Zhengwo in his 40s and Zhang Peng in his early 30s, were standing here with their respective confidants, waiting for the arrival of the new boss. Hurry up, Boss Chow will be here soon. Wang Zhengwo urged with a frown. Just when the renaming of the background wall was completed, the elevator door opened and Cao Pingwa and his group walked out. Wang Zhengwo was all smiles. Hey boss, welcome to the branch to inspect our work. Zhang Peng also looked very happy. Boss, you have worked hard along the way. Jianjia quickly stepped forward to act as an introducer. Boss, these 2 are Vice President Wang Zhengwo and Vice President Zhang Pengzhan. Hello. Cao Pingwa shook hands with Zhan Wang and the others while looking at the new company name on the background wall of the reception desk and the three beautiful receptionists standing at the reception desk. I have to say, the quality of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing is just high. The three female receptionists at the branch office are obviously a level more beautiful than the three female receptionists at the Jiangcheng head office. Two of them scored 75 points without makeup, and one scored 79 points without makeup. Name, Su Yingying. Age, 23. No makeup, 79 points. Body size, 83 points. Bachelor's degree, virginity, non-smoking, non-drinking, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Wow, this one with the best looks is actually still a virgin. Afterwards, Cao Pingwa, surrounded by the crowd, slowly toured the entire company. In the conference room, Cao Pingwa sat in the center of the rectangular conference table, with Chun Shooting sitting on his right and Hui Jianjia on his left. The two secretaries did not sit at the table this time, but sat on the chairs against the wall. The two deputy general managers of the branch, Wang Zhangwo and Zhan Peng, as well as the heads of various departments took turns standing up to report their work to Cao Pingwa and others. Su Yingying, who was standing next to the tea table, saw that the cup in front of Cao Pingwa was half empty, so she hurried forward with a glass kettle to help him add water. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting upright, suddenly smelled a fragrance. He looked up and met Su Yingying's ambiguous gaze. I like to be straightforward in what I say and do. Cao Pingwa, who made the final summary speech, said, First, as far as I know, the branch is currently facing a redundancy problem. I am requiring each department to lay off 30 employees. The layoff list must be submitted to President Jian by noon tomorrow. There was a commotion in the meeting hall. Boss Chow tapped the table twice with his knuckles, and the scene immediately fell silent again. Secondly, a snake cannot survive without a head. Vice President Wang, Vice President Zhan, I'll give you 1 day to each submit a detailed performance report. I've booked a flight back to Jiangxing the day after tomorrow. Before I leave, I'll choose one of you to be the general manager of the Chengdu branch of Banana Media. Okay, boss. Got it, boss. Wang Zhangwo and Zhan Peng responded to Cao Pingwa respectfully and then smiled at each other, their eyes full of swords and sabers. After the meeting, Wang Zhangwo and Zhan Peng brought their respective confidants to invite Cao Pingwa to dinner to welcome him. It's only right that we all get together for dinner tonight, Cao Pingwa said, standing up. How about this? Vice President Wang, Vice President Zhan, you're familiar with Chengdu, so you can choose the place to eat, but I, the boss, will pay the bill. Wang Zhangwo and Zhan Peng nodded repeatedly. Okay, boss. When he reached the door of the conference room, Cao Pingwa suddenly stopped and asked Jianjia beside him. By the way, Mr. Jian, which hotel are we staying in tonight? Jianjia was stunned for a moment and said, Shangri-La Hotel. Cao Pingwa asked again, what kind of room did you book for me? His simple eyebrows raised slightly. Boss, I booked you the largest riverview suite on the top floor. Is there any problem? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, No, I was just asking. After saying that, he walked out of the meeting room. The receptionist Su Yingying, who was standing not far away, had her eyes shining. Chengdu Shangri-La Hotel, top floor, the largest riverview suite. Chapter 176. Guests continuously flowing to the door, Part 1. A group of people came out of the company's office building. Wang Zhangwo immediately spoke to the driver of the BMW 7 Series that Cao Pingwa was riding in. Master, follow my Volvo X60 to the International Plaza on Tianhai Road. Driver. Okay. Wang Zhangwo smiled and said to Jianjia, Cao Pingwa, and Chen Shooting who were sitting in the car, Leaders, I will lead the way. Cao Pingwa waved his hand. Well, go ahead. Then, a champagne-colored Volvo X60 took the lead, followed by 4 black BMW 7 Series. Then Zhangpeng's Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, and at the end was a long convoy of several cars driven by other colleagues, all heading north along Tianfu Avenue. On the way, Wang Zhangwo gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, frowning as he said to the head of the artist department sitting in the passenger seat. Call Jiajia, Xiaomei, and Xiaoming. Have them put on their makeup, change into nice clothes, and then go to the Shangri-La Hotel and be on standby. Artist department manager, huh? Boss Wang, Jiajia is yours, Xiaomei and Xiaoming are mine. Wang Zhangwo glared at the head of the artist department. You useless thing. What time is it now? Women are like clothes. I am willing to give them up, but you are reluctant to give them up. He looked through the rearview mirror at the two confidants sitting in the back seat and said, Zhan Peng and I don't get along so well. If he becomes the head of the branch, not only me, but all of you will be in trouble. In Jinshang restaurant, in a large private room with 2 round tables. The middle and senior management of the Chengdu branch of Banana Media stood up and toasted the only big boss Cao Pingwa, the CEO of the head office Jian Jie, and the special advisor Chen Shooting. Seeing Chen Shooting raise a glass of juice to him, Zhang Peng smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you look like a woman who can drink. How can you only drink beverages on such a happy day today?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I really can't drink. I'm pregnant." Chen Shooting subconsciously touched her belly and glanced at Cao Pingwa, who was being toasted. Zhang Peng keenly caught her gaze and said, Oh, sorry. I'll do it then, Mr. Chen, you can do as you please." After eating and drinking, Wang Jiangwo and Zhang Peng took Cao Pingwa and his group to the Shangri-La Hotel where they were staying, located on the bank of Jinjiang River. "All right, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang, just send them to the lobby." Cao Pingwa waved to everyone and said, "Everyone has worked hard today. Go back and rest early. We'll see you at the company tomorrow." Wang Jiangwo nodded and bowed. Hey, boss, you should go to bed early." Zhang Peng said respectfully, "Mr. Jian, Mr. Chen, both of you should go to bed early." After LeBron James and his wife walked out of the hotel, they greeted each other briefly, then got into their respective cars with their respective confidants. "Hey, Mr. Zhang, I just saw our company's 3 influencers in the hotel lobby." Zhang Peng frowned. "Who? Did you see which 3 girls they were?" The confidant replied, "I saw clearly. It was Jiejia, Xiaomei, and Xiaoming." Zhang Peng. "Wang Jiangwo is really spending a lot of money. That Jiejia is his mistress." Another confidant said anxiously, "What should we do, President Zhang? If Wang Jiangwo becomes the head of the branch, all of us who follow you will probably be laid off." Yes, Mr. Zhang. You have to think of a solution quickly. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Top floor suite with river view. Chen Shooting leaned her head on Cao Pingwa's arms and said in a resentful tone, "You are such a heartless little brother. You are usually so busy that you are nowhere to be seen. You only remember me, your sister, when something happens." Cao Pingwa touched her face and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work this time. You put down your bar business and made a special trip to Chengdu for me." Chen Shooting pouted slightly and said, "The bar business doesn't really matter. I'm mainly a little worried about Lele. After all, I've never been away from her for so long." Cao Pingwa nodded gently. "When are you planning to return to Jiangxing?" "My work is done. I will take the high-speed train back to Jiangxing tomorrow morning." "Okay, then I'll take you to the high-speed rail station tomorrow morning. Then don't go anywhere tonight. Just stay here with me." Cao Pingwa said happily. "Okay, I will accompany you at the risk of my life." At this moment, the doorbell of the suite suddenly rang. "Sister Shooting, just stay in the bedroom. I'll go see who it is." Cao Pingwa put on the hotel's bathrobe and strode to the door of the suite. Looking out through the peephole, Wang Jiangwo and 3 beautifully dressed little girls were standing at the door. Chapter 177, Guests Continuously Flowing to the Door, Part 2. Cao Pingwa opened the door and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wang Jiangwo smiled widely. "Boss, I was afraid you would be bored in the hotel alone at night, so I brought 3 female anchors from our branch office to chat with you and help you pass the time." 3 young girls with heavy makeup, long hair, suspender miniskirts, black stockings, and high heels bowed slightly to Cao Pingwa and said, "Hello, boss." He turned on the system and took a quick look. The 3 girls' bare faces scored 70, 73, and 75 points respectively. The numbers of previous riders were 7, 11, and 18 respectively. Cao Pingwa almost couldn't help but say to Wang Jiangwo, "Change a batch." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Wang, you are so thoughtful, but you should still take the 3 young ladies back. I appreciate your kindness." Wang Jiangwo, he thought to himself, "That's not right. According to what I heard, your biggest weakness, Cao Pingwa, is your lust. You don't even want to eat this midnight snack that's delivered to your door?" Wang Jiangwo took another step forward and whispered to Cao Pingwa, "Boss, are these 3 girls not to your liking? What type do you like? I'll find them for you right away." Cao Pingwa thought to himself, "I guess none of the little internet celebrities you have are clean, and I don't want to be in the same boat with you. Besides, there is a beautiful sister lying in my room who is crying for food. Even if I don't have a sister, isn't that blonde Russian secretary attractive? Why should I eat these leftovers you brought me?" Cao Pingwa said calmly, "Mr. Wang, you misunderstood. Cao, am not interested in women. I prefer to rest alone in my room at night." Wang Jiangwo. Cao Pingwa was too lazy to waste time talking to him. "Mr. Wang, please go back." After saying that, he closed the door decisively. Chen Shooting. "Pingwa, who was looking for you just now?" Cao Pingwa lay back down on the bed and said with a smile, "It's Wang Jiangwo. He brought 3 little girls with him." Chen Shooting pursed her lips and smiled evilly. Oh, then I've ruined your good fortune, Boss Chow. Ha ha ha, where's the good news? How can those rouge and powder he brought compare with my beautiful sister Shooting? Cao Pingwa said happily as he stroked the mountains and valleys. When Chen Shooting heard Cao Pingwa say this and saw that he rejected the temptation for her, she felt very happy. Just as the two were about to get to the point, the doorbell rang again. Shit, who is it again? Cao Pingwa frowned slightly, put on his bathrobe again, and strode to the door of the suite again. When I opened the door, I found that the person standing outside was Su Yingying, the female receptionist who had met me twice in the branch office during the day. She had long hair draped over her shoulders, light makeup on her face, and wore a slim-fitting light blue dress, ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and a pair of white high heels on her feet. Cao Pingwa's expression turned from annoyance to joy. Aren't you the receptionist who poured me water during the company meeting today? Su Yingying blushed slightly. Yes. Boss, my name is Su Yingying. Cao Pingwa's eyes wandered from top to bottom, wantonly wandering over her flesh-colored legs. How did you know I live here? Boss, when you asked Mr. Jin in front of me which hotel and room you were staying in, I immediately understood what you meant. Cao Pingwa grinned and said, yes, I like girls with understanding. Come with me. Afterwards, Cao Pingwa led Su Yingying into the second bedroom of the suite. Yingying, Ms. Chun is in the master bedroom waiting for me to discuss work with her. He asked Su Yingying to sit on the big bed and said, rest here for a while. I'll come and talk to you after I finish talking to her. Su Yingying sat on the bed with her head slightly lowered, looking shy. Okay, boss. About an hour later, after finishing his work discussion with Chen Shooting, Cao Pingwa returned to Su Yingying. At this moment, the beautiful receptionist who was leaning against the bed playing with her phone immediately stood up. Boss, you're here. Well, Yingying, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Cao Pingwa sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the space beside him with his hands. Seeing this, Su Yingying quickly sat down next to him sensibly. Cao Pingwa put his arm around her shoulders and said, Yingying, since you came to me on your own initiative, I'll be frank with you. Being my girlfriend, Cao Pingwa, gives me 50,000 yuan in pocket money a month. After we have a baby, it will double to 100,000 yuan a month. Su Yingying's eyes widened instantly. 100,000 yuan a month means 1.2 million yuan a year. She immediately leaned her head gently on Cao Pingwa's shoulder. Boss, I am willing to be your girlfriend. Ha ha ha, great. Now open your WeChat QR code. Cao Pingwa took out his phone, added Su Yingying on WeChat, and transferred another 50,000 yuan in cash to her. Yingying, it's time to confirm our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After Su Yingying came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, Cao Pingwa said to her, Yingying, go back home tonight and pack your things, and prepare to go back to Jiangxing with me the day after tomorrow. Okay, boss. Now you can call me husband in private. Su Yingying said obediently. Okay, husband. Afterwards, the two walked to the door of the River View suite together. When Cao Pingwa opened the door, he suddenly found a young girl wearing tight jeans and a pink short-sleeved t-shirt standing at the door. Chapter 178. Guests continuously flowing to the door, Part 2. 2 hours ago, the parking lot in front of the Shangri-La Hotel. When Zhang Peng and several of his confidants were sitting in the car scratching their heads, they suddenly saw Wang Jiangwo leading 3 young internet celebrities out of the hotel gate. How did they get out so quickly? Confidant A looked confused. Is Boss Chow really that fast? Zhang Peng slapped his trusted associate A's head hard. Donate your brain if you don't need it anymore. Didn't you see the look on Wang Jiangwo's face? He's clearly been turned down by his boss. Wang Jiangwo is an idiot. His boss runs an MCN company. How could a small internet celebrity of that level possibly catch his eye? Confidant B quickly complimented. Boss Zhang is right. Boss Chow must have been tired of the rouge and powder that Xiaomei and Xiaoming wear. I think Boss Chow might prefer a girl who's pure and innocent, without any worldly airs. Zhang Peng touched his chin and said, well, I think what you said makes sense. Now the opportunity has appeared, but where can I find a pretty girl who doesn't have the smell of a prostitute? Half an hour later, an online taxi arrived at the entrance of Shangri-La Hotel, and a young girl wearing tight jeans and a pink short-sleeved t-shirt got out of the car. Seeing Zhang Peng coming towards her, she asked happily, Cousin, what's the matter that brought you here so urgently? Zhang Peng said with a serious expression and a hint of guilt in his eyes. Zihan, my cousin is in trouble and needs your help now. After listening to Zhang Peng's story, Yang Zihan, a junior at Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, widened his eyes and could not believe what he had just heard. Cousin, you mean to say that you want me to spend a night with your company's boss? With her beautiful big eyes red, she shouted, Cousin, How could you let me do such a vile thing? I'm not a whore. Zihan, keep your voice down. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Zhan Peng also looked helpless and sighed and said, Zihan, if your cousin could think of other ways, how could he bear to let you do this kind of thing? But if I don't take advantage of tonight's opportunity, I might be laid off before the end of this month. You know the current job market. I'm 35 years old, your cousin, and I'm burdened with a car loan for my newly purchased Xiaomi, a mortgage, and your sister-in-law is over 8 months pregnant. My child is due next month. If I lose my job, my family will be ruined. Zihan, just think of it as your cousin begging you. Can you help your cousin this time? Yang Zihan's tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Cousin, I'm willing to help you with other things, but not this kind of thing. I really can't accept it. Zhan Peng saw that his emotional appeal didn't work, and his expression immediately changed. Zihan, are you going to watch someone die without helping? Yang Zihan was stunned. No, cousin. If this isn't just watching someone die without helping, what is it? Zhan Peng said with a stern look in his eyes. Last year, when your mother was seriously ill, I paid for her hospitalization and surgery. There's also your father's diabetes medical expenses and your college tuition. Isn't your cousin's help to your family of 3 enough? Yang Zihan was confused. Cousin, Zhan Peng noticed the other party's hesitation and continued to put pressure on him, saying, My cousin is in trouble now. You are the only one who can help me tonight. If you don't help me now, our 2 families will be finished together. The female college student, who had not yet entered society, was obviously intimidated by the 35-year-old Zhan Peng. She sniffed and said intermittently, Okay, I'm willing to help my cousin. When Zhan Peng heard this, he immediately smiled with joy. He quickly took out a tissue and wiped Yang Zihan's face. Okay, don't cry. You won't be pretty if you cry anymore. It's just one night. It'll be over soon. Yang Zihan, who had finally stopped crying, took the elevator upstairs and adjusted her appearance in front of the stainless steel wall in the elevator car that was so clean that it could be used as a mirror. After the elevator reached the top floor, she walked silently on the thick carpet to the door of Riverview Suite number 8888. Yang Zihan mustered up his courage several times, but still didn't dare to raise his hand to ring the doorbell next to him. Just when she was hesitant and ready to back out, the door of the room was suddenly opened from the inside. A tall, handsome man in a bathrobe and a young woman in a light blue miniskirt appeared in front of her. The 3 of them exchanged glances briefly. Who are you looking for? Cao Pingwa asked. Yang Zihan stammered. I'm looking for Boss Cao. Cao Pingwa habitually activated the system and scanned. Name, Yang Zihan. Age, 20. No makeup, 82 points. Body size, 80 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, no bad habits, no tattoos, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. I am. Who are you? Yang Zihan originally thought that Boss Cao would be a fat, bald, and pot-bellied middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. She didn't expect that Cao Pingwa himself would look younger than her cousin Liu Peng. He is also tall and handsome, not greasy at all. My name is Yang Zihan, and Mr. Zhan asked me to come here. Because Su Yingying was standing at the door, Yang Zihan couldn't say the words, I'll come to accompany you. However, she didn't need to say it so bluntly. Cao Pingwa and Su Yingying both understood what she and Zhan Peng meant. Boss, you 2 can chat. I'm going back first. Although she felt a little jealous, Su Yingying did not show it on her face. Instead, she took unnatural steps and walked towards the elevator in the middle of the corridor. Come in first. Cao Pingwa turned sideways to make way for the pretty Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and walked into the room with his head down. Wow, this room is so big and luxurious. Yang Zihan first looked around the spacious living room with curiosity, then walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the city night view on both sides of the Fuhe River. You should still be a college student, right? Cao Pingwa said as he leaned back on the leather sofa with a relaxed look on his face. Yang Zihan turned around and nodded to him. Cao Pingwa made another please sit down gesture and asked, Which school are you from? And what's your major? Yang Zihan sat on the single sofa next to him, keeping a distance from Cao Pingwa. I am a student at the University of Finance and Economics, majoring in accounting. Cao Pingwa stroked his chin again and asked, You and Zhan Peng are relatives, right? Yang Zihan was stunned for a moment. You? How did you know? It's simple. You look like a very well-behaved female college student. It's unlikely that Zhan Peng paid you to accompany me. If it's not about money, it's probably about love. Your last name is Yang, and his last name is Zhan. You 2 are probably very close cousins. Seeing Yang Zihan's shocked expression, Cao Pingwa said happily, It seems like I guessed right. Zhan Peng really spent a lot of money to become the head of the branch. Hearing Cao Pingwa say this, Yang Zihan suddenly lowered his head in embarrassment and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Boss Cao, as long as you can keep my cousin employed, I can stay with you tonight." Chapter 179. Congratulations on your promotion. Cao Pingwa looked at Yang Zihan, who had obviously just cried and whose eyes were still slightly red, and thought, although this female college student is very young, pure, and beautiful, it can be seen from the fact that she has always kept a physical distance of 2 meters between me and her and has a defensive posture with her hands on her chest that tonight is not a good time to eat her. Student Yang, you should hurry back to school before your dormitory door is locked. Yang Zihan, She first looked up at Cao Pingwa, then immediately lowered her head. Boss Cao, do you think I'm not pretty enough? Little sister, you misunderstood. A gentle female voice came from the master bedroom. Then, Chen Shooting, who was wearing a purple silk nightgown, with a plump figure and a queen-like temperament, walked out. She walked around the big sofa and sat down on Cao Pingwa's thighs intimately, then put her snow-white arms around his neck and kissed him. Little sister, Pingwa may be a bit playboy and lecherous, but he wouldn't take advantage of someone like you to bully you. Chen Shooting looked at Cao Pingwa with a wicked smile on her face and asked, Is that so, Boss Cao? Cao Pingwa said frankly, Of course, I, Cao Pingwa, have always been an upright gentleman. He hugged the charming Chen Shooting's slender waist and said to Yang Zihan, Mr. Yang, do I look like I need someone to accompany me? Yang Zihan shook his head in a silly way. Cao Pingwa laughed again and said, Yes, then why should I force a little girl like you to do something you don't want to do? Just now when he was downstairs, Yang Zihan did feel very reluctant. However, for the sake of her cousin Zhan Peng, who had helped her family of 3 a lot, and for herself and her parents, Yang Zihan had to reluctantly do it. But after going upstairs and seeing Boss Cao himself, and discovering that he had no shortage of women around him and had no intention of forcing herself, Yang Zihan felt a little lost. Boss Cao, if I go back like this, my cousin's job will be in jeopardy. Just tell your cousin that I received his kindness, Cao Pingwa said with a smile. As for who will be selected as the branch's head, I will make a decision after reviewing his and Wang Zhengwo's performance reports. Yang Zihan nodded blankly again. I understand. The door is over there. Goodbye. Cao Pingwa gestured in the direction of the suite door with his eyes. Yang Zihan was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up and bowed slightly to Cao Pingwa, who was holding Chen Shooting. Then I'll be leaving first. Goodbye, Boss Cao, and goodbye, sister. After Yang Zihan left the room and closed the door, Chen Shooting held Cao Pingwa's face with both hands and said with a meaningful smile, Boss Cao, you've been really busy this evening. Cao Pingwa hugged Chen Shooting's plump and soft body. Oh, I don't know who leaked my room number. It really made me suffer. Chen Shooting's eyes gradually became hazy. She kissed Cao Pingwa's mouth and cheeks and said, Pingwa, let's go turn on the do not disturb light at the door. I don't want anyone else disturbing us later in the night. Good. Downstairs, beside the flower bed outside the hotel gate, Zhan Peng smoked one cigarette after another. Several close associates smoked with him in silence, not daring to say a word. Cousin. Suddenly hearing the voice of his cousin Yang Zihan, Zhan Peng turned around abruptly. Zihan? You, why did you come down so quickly? Confidant A, who was standing nearby, whispered to Confidant B. See, I told you Boss Cao is fast. Zhan Peng glared at him fiercely and said, Shut your dog mouth. Cousin, I met Boss Cao. Yang Zihan couldn't help but blush slightly when talking about Cao Pingwa. He was quite nice. After chatting with me for a few minutes, he let me go back to school on my own. Zhan Peng. He quickly stepped forward and whispered to Yang Zihan. Didn't you offer to accompany him? Yang Zihan blushed and lowered her head. I said it, but he already has someone to accompany him. Zhan Peng. Who is that person? Have you seen him? Yang Zihan lowered his head slightly and nodded. Yes, she is a big sister with a good figure and beautiful appearance. When Yang Zihan thought of Chen Shooting in her purple nightgown and her sexy figure, she, who was originally very confident about her appearance at school, couldn't help feeling a little inferior. Big sister? Does she have a pair of almond-shaped eyes? Asked Zhan Peng. Yang Zihan raised his eyes and recalled. Yeah. Big wavy long hair. Well, yes. Zhan Peng suddenly realized. It really is the boss's baby. Yang Zihan was confused. What, Mr. Chen? What child? It's okay. Some things in the company have nothing to do with you. Zhan Peng asked his men to help Yang Zihan call an online taxi back to school, and then he personally sent her to the car. Thank you for tonight, Zihan. I'll call you later. Yang Zihan's eyes clearly matured quickly. Goodbye, cousin. Goodbye. The next morning, Cao Pingwa first sent Chen shooting to Chengdu East Station to take the high-speed rail back to Jiangcheng, and then took a bus to the branch office in Wuhou District. In the conference room, Cao Pingwa and Jianjia sat in the audience, listening to Wang Jiangwo and Zhang Peng taking turns giving their work reports. While delivering their reports at the podium, Vice President Wang and Vice President Zhang, both with obvious dark circles under their eyes, appeared somewhat lacking in confidence. The reason is very simple. They both felt that they had flattered the wrong person last night. After Wang and Zhang finished their work reports, Cao Pingwa asked them to wait outside the door while he discussed the matter with Jianjia alone. Boss Jian, who do you think is suitable to be the head of the branch? He said concisely and bluntly. I think Vice President Wang is more suitable. He has more work experience and has previously been in charge of several core departments of the company, including the artist department, business marketing department, and operations department. Cao Pingwa touched his nose and said, we at Banana Media have always been committed to youth. You, the CEO of our parent company, are only 25 years old this year. If the branch's head chooses someone so much older than you, I'm afraid communication between you might not be smooth in the future. Jianjia listened, nodded, and said, Boss, you're right. Vice President Zhang is always very hard-working and dedicated in his work. His youth does give him an advantage. Cao Pingwa felt amused. For the sake of his own future and financial prospects, he even tributed his cousin who was still studying to me. He was really trying hard. Okay, since we both agree, let's call them both in. Soon, Wang Jiangwo and Zhang Peng, looking nervous, returned to the conference room. Cao Pingwa crossed his legs and said with a relaxed expression, after careful discussion between Mr. Jian and I, the company has decided to appoint Zhang Peng as the general manager of the Chengdu branch of Banana Media. Zhang Peng pursed his lips and took a deep breath. Wang Jiangwo beside him quickly extended his right hand to him with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. Congratulations on your promotion. Chapter 1, 81-Day Tour Guide, Part 1. Zhang Peng quickly shook Wang Jiangwo's hand and said, Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Wang, let's continue to work together to manage the branch well. Then Zhang Peng shook hands with Cao Pingwa in a very respectful and concise manner. Mr. Jian, Boss Cao, I will definitely do my best to live up to your trust and be ready to charge forward at any time according to the instructions of the head office leaders. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Okay. Then, the specific arrangements for the branch's work will be handled directly by President Jian and you too. I won't be in charge anymore. Concisely, Zhang Peng and Wang Jiangwo said in unison, Okay, boss. Cao Pingwa, okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Mr. Zhang, please stay for a moment. Zhang Peng, who had already walked to the door of the conference room with Jianjia and the others, immediately turned back and bowed slightly to Cao Pingwa and said, Boss, what are your instructions? There are two small things. First, Su Yingying is a good girl. She is pretty and smart. I want to transfer her to the Jiangxing headquarters to be my personal secretary. Su Yingying? Su Yingying from the front desk. Zhang Peng was a little surprised. How did she get involved with the boss? Cao Pingwa sat firmly in the leather armchair. What? There's another person named Su Yingying in the branch office. Zhang Peng quickly replied, Oh no, boss. I'll go to the Human Resources Department later and personally urge them to handle Su Yingying's job transfer. Cao Pingwa nodded gently. Well, and Mr. Chun has already returned to Jiangxing this morning. My flight is tomorrow afternoon. I plan to spend the rest of my time wandering around Chengdu with my two secretaries. We're in need of a local guide to show us around. Please arrange it for us. Zhang Peng, who had just become the general manager of the branch, thought quickly. He specifically mentioned that Mr. Chun has returned to Jiangcheng, and then asked himself to arrange a local guide for him. The meaning was too obvious. Boss, I have a cousin who's studying at Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. She's quite familiar with Chengdu. Would you mind letting her accompany you and your two secretaries around the city? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Zhang, you can make the arrangements. After leaving the conference room, Zhang Peng hesitated for a while, prepared several sets of words in his mind, and then called his cousin Yang Zihan. Zihan, my cousin needs your help again. What surprised Zhang Peng was that after listening to his story, Yang Zihan agreed without any hesitation. It's just shopping with your boss, no problem. Zhang Peng asked cautiously, Zihan, if you accompany your boss shopping during the day and he asks you to take him back to the hotel at night, then I'll take him back to the hotel. Yang Zihan said in a relaxed tone on the other end of the phone. Cousin, although I don't have much contact with Boss Chow, I can feel that he is not the kind of person you think. Zhang Peng smiled and said on the phone, Haha, that's good. Zihan, My cousin was just promoted to the head of the branch today. He hasn't even started working yet. Do you understand what he means? I understand. Don't worry, cousin. I will make good relations with Boss Chow. Noon, Guanghuacan Street, outside the south gate of Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. Yang Zihan, with a high ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt and denim hot pants, revealing a pair of beautiful white legs and a pair of high-end imitation Adidas shell white shoes, strode towards a black BMW sedan parked on the side of the road. At this time, Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the passenger seat, lowered the car window. Hello, classmate Yang. Yang Zihan couldn't help but blush. Hello, Boss Chow. Get in the car first. Good. Yang Zihan opened the back door and got in. He was surprised to find that the two secretaries Cao Pingwa brought with him, who were wearing OL suits, were as good-looking as himself. Especially the little blonde girl. She is as beautiful as an exquisite doll. Cao Pingwa turned his head and briefly introduced them. They are Jiang Xinxin and Sophia, my secretaries. This is Yang Zihan, our tour guide. Yang Zihan nodded slightly and said hello. Sophia and Jiang Xinxin smiled and responded, hello. At this moment, Yang Zihan couldn't help but become more interested in Cao Pingwa, who was surrounded by beautiful women. The first stop of a one-day tour in Chengdu is Wuhou Temple. This is where Cao Pingwa wants to come. The ticket cost Cao Pingwa 50 yuan, and the 3 female college students paid a total of 75 yuan with their student ID cards. Although the 3 little girls were not very interested in history, they all followed Cao Pingwa obediently and visited the temple of Zhaolai of Han, the temple of Wuhou, the Huiling Mausoleum, and the Sanyi Temple in turn. After coming out of the Wuhou Temple, Cao Pingwa said with a smile, next stop is Chuanxi Road for shopping. When they heard that they were going shopping, the 3 little girls became visibly excited. Sophia happily asked Yang Zihan, is there a giant panda climbing the wall over there? Yang Zihan smiled and nodded. Yes, and Taiku Li is right next to Chuanxi Road. I will accompany you and Xinxin for a good stroll there this afternoon. Combining Chinese and Western elements, tradition and modernity, Taiku Li with its spacious layout is indeed more interesting to visit than ordinary indoor shopping malls. Because this was a short business trip to Chengdu, Jiang Xinxin and Sophia did not bring casual clothes. So Cao Pingwa first brought the 3 girls to the Adidas brand center in Taiku Li. You 3 beauties, feel free to browse around. I'll pay the bill. Yang Zihan quickly declined. I don't need that, Boss Chow. I'm here to accompany you. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, yes, Zihan, since you accompanied us shopping, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to buy you something as a thank you? Yang Zihan, this. What is this? Follow me. Cao Pingwa took her to the women's shoes section without hesitation. Pick it. Yang Zihan looked at the wall full of beautiful shoes and liked them very much, but her body did not move. What's wrong, Zihan? I see you're wearing Adidas. Don't tell me you don't like this brand. Cao Pingwa pointed to a pair of pure white shell shoes on the shoe rack and said to the saleswoman next to him, please give us a pair to try. The saleswoman smiled and asked, excuse me, what size do you wear, beautiful lady? Yang Zihan said shyly, I wear size 36. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. Soon, the saleswoman came with a shoe box. Yang Zihan took the shoe box, sat down on the stool next to him, and began to take off his shoes and try them on. Cao Pingwa sat down next to her, openly admiring her beautiful legs and small feet in white socks. You have beautiful legs. Yang Zihan's face turned slightly red. Thank you. Chapter 181 One-Day Tour Guide, Part 2. Cao Pingwa picked up Yang Zihan's old shoes and began to look at them. Yang Zihan looked shy. Hey, don't. What's wrong? I've just walked a lot, and I'm worried my shoes will smell. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, fortunately, I didn't smell anything strange. When Yang Zihan heard this, her pink ears began to turn red. Cao Pingwa suddenly leaned over to her ear and said, hey, Zihan, it seems that your Adidas shoes are pirated. Yang Zihan nodded and said in a low voice embarrassedly, well, the genuine ones are too expensive. Indeed, the premium on genuine brand shoes is too high. Cao Pingwa said calmly, hey, it's actually normal for college students to wear pirated shoes. I wore several pairs of pirated Nikes and Adidas when I was in college. As for shoes, as long as they're comfortable, that's all that matters. Yang Zihan discovered that the wealthy boss Chow did not discriminate against her just because she could not afford genuine shoes. Instead, he shared his experience of wearing pirated shoes with her, which made her like him more. Soon, Sophia and Jiang Xinxin, wearing couples' pink tight sports short-sleeved t-shirts, white tennis skirts, and white shell shoes, appeared in front of Cao Pingwa. Boss, do Xinxin and I look good in this outfit? Look at how many people turn heads around you two in the store. Of course you look good. Cao Pingwa said with a smile. Just wear this outfit when you go shopping. Okay, boss. After spending more than 20,000 yuan in the Adidas store, Cao Pingwa took the three beautiful girls to the Apple store not far away. Give me 316 Pro Maxes. Cao Pingwa said to the clerk wearing an Apple t-shirt. Yang Zihan initially thought Cao Pingwa was going to replace the phones for himself and his two secretaries, but after Cao Pingwa got the phone, he directly put a brand new iPhone 16 in her hand. Zihan, you've worked hard with us today, so I'll give you one. Yang Zihan's eyes widened. No, I can't accept Boss Chow's phone. It's too expensive. You've already taken the clothes and shoes, so what's the big deal about taking a cell phone worth a few $1,000s? Cao Pingwa didn't give her a chance to refuse. After that, he took Sophia and Jiang Xinxin to the next store. Yang Zihan was holding new clothes and shoes in one hand and a new mobile phone in the other. Looking at the tall and majestic back of Boss Chow, she couldn't help but feel moved. Cao Pingwa and his group of four strolled around Taiku Li from the afternoon until the evening. When they got hungry, they found a nearby hot pot restaurant to have dinner together. The hot pot restaurants in Chengdu are obviously spicier than those in Jiangqing. So even though Cao Pingwa and his friends ordered the mildly spicy version, Sophia, who originally had fair skin, turned into a little red due to the spiciness. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a black BMW sedan took the four of them back to the Shangri-La Hotel. Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the front row, turned to Yang Zihan in the back row and said, "It's still early. Why don't you go up and sit down and chat for a while?" Yang Zihan turned her head to look at Sophia and Jiang Xinxin beside her and said with a blush on her face, "Okay." In the Riverview suite on the top floor, Cao Pingwa opened 2 bottles of champagne and asked 3 beautiful girls of similar age who had a lot of common topics to sit on the big sofa and drink and chat. He sat on the single sofa next to him, enjoying the 3 pairs of white and beautiful legs and 6 small and lovely feet. "Oh, I just had hot pot, and now I smell like hot pot." Sophia first sniffed her clothes, then stretched her tall nose into Jiang Xinxin's neck, making Jiang Xinxin's little face blush. "Xinxin, why don't we go back to the room, take a shower, change into clean clothes, and then continue our conversation?" Jiang Xinxin nodded obediently, then let Sophia hold her little hand and walk out of the Riverview suite together. Seeing that the time had come, Cao Pingwa also stood up and said, "Then I'll go take a shower too." "Zihan, there is a separate bathroom in the master bedroom. You can also go take a shower and change clothes." After saying that, he walked into the large bathroom next to it. Yang Zihan, who was left alone in the living room, hesitated for a moment, then pulled his clothes and smelled them. It really smelled like a hot pot restaurant. She stood up and walked into the master bedroom, then tiptoed to the bathroom. Wow, this bathroom is so spacious. The area of one bathroom is almost as large as the 4-person dorm I live in. Afterwards, she took a nice and comfortable bath in the bathroom, and then changed into a brand new pink t-shirt and white skirt that she bought at the Adidas store that day. When I walked back to the living room, I found that only Cao Pingwa, wearing a bathrobe, was sitting on the big sofa. "Aren't Sophia and Xinxin finished washing yet?" "Not yet. Come and sit down." Cao Pingwa patted the empty seat next to him. Yang Zihan hesitated for a second, then walked over and sat next to Cao Pingwa, looking nervously ahead. "Boss Chow, thank you for the clothes, shoes, and iPhone you gave me today." "You're welcome." Cao Pingwa opened his arms and placed them on the back of the sofa behind Yang Zihan, further invading her personal space. "Zihan, yesterday your cousin asked you to spend the night with me for his own future. Do you blame him?" Yang Zihan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head gently. "My cousin has always been very good to my family and has helped me and my parents a lot. I don't blame him. I'm just a little confused and disappointed because I feel like my cousin, who has always been very reliable, has suddenly become unreliable." Cao Pingwa nodded and said, "I understand. Suddenly, your material and spiritual support becomes unreliable. Anyone would feel insecure. Zihan, why don't I continue to provide support and security for your little family?" Chapter 182. You are my only girlfriend in Chengdu. Yang Zihan was startled and turned around to see Cao Pingwa looking down at him. "Boss Chow." Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Why? Don't you believe in my ability?" No, it's not like that." Yang Zihan said quickly. "It was just a little sudden." "Suddenly? I think I was pretty obvious today." Cao Pingwa gently placed his left hand, which was on the back of the sofa, on Yang Zihan's soft left shoulder. "If I didn't like you, why would I buy you new clothes, new shoes, and a new phone?" Yang Zihan felt the big hand on her shoulder, and she lowered her head slightly in shyness, and her little face became even redder. Seeing that the female college student naturally accepted the physical contact with him, Cao Pingwa boldly stretched out his right hand, gently lifted her chin, and made her look into his eyes. Zihan, will you be my girlfriend? Sitting in the luxurious Shangri-La Hotel's Riverview suite, holding a brand new Apple 16 Pro Max phone, a young boss who I just met less than 24 hours ago gently put his arm around my shoulders. At this moment, Yang Zihan did not feel any fear or nervousness, but instead felt full of security in his heart. She bit her lower lip and whispered shyly, "Yeah." Cao Pingwa showed a wicked smile, put his left hand in, leaned over and kissed the little girl on her cherry lips. Boss Cao. Yang Zihan, whose eyes were blurred by the kiss, said in a low voice. What's wrong, Zihan? Cao Pingwa asked, kissing her little ears that had already turned red. Please be gentle with me. Don't worry, I have experience. Honey, did I act stupid just now? Yang Zihan asked shyly, burying her little face in Cao Pingwa's neck. Ha, it's okay. My husband will teach you slowly in the future. Cao Pingwa caressed Yang Zihan's smooth back with one hand, took out his phone with the other hand, and transferred 50,000 yuan in cash to her WeChat account. Being your girlfriend, I'll give you 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Do you feel safe? Yeah. Yang Zihan looked happy. Thank you, husband. After you get pregnant with my child, your monthly allowance will double to 100,000 yuan a month. Yang Zihan's eyes widened. I'm only a junior in college, and you're pregnant. Cao Pingwa thought, what's wrong with being a junior? There are more than 1 or 2 female college students in my family who got pregnant with my baby before graduating from college. 19-year-old Zheng Jiechi even gave birth to twins for me. But he understood the principle of taking things step by step. Don't be nervous. Don't rush into having a baby. Does your stomach still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Then your husband will teach you again? Not long after, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang beside his ear. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of having many children and good fortune. The breeding target, Yang Zihan, successfully conceived naturally, and the system awarded her 40 million yuan in pregnancy maintenance fees, double the reward for twins. Skill reward, multiple birth badge, bronze. The host has collected 3 bronze multiple birth badges. The badges will automatically be combined into a silver multiple birth badge. With different levels of multiple birth badges, the host's chance of giving birth to multiple births will be enhanced to varying degrees. Bronze badge increases the chance of multiple births by 5. Silver badge increases the chance of multiple births by 10. Gold badge increases the chance of multiple births by 20. Legendary badge increases the chance of multiple births by 30. When the baby is born healthy, the multiple birth badge will automatically upgrade to a higher level. Random reward for Maltesers. Holy crap, another twin. I just spent 80 million to buy the Chengdu branch a few days ago, and I didn't expect to make the money back in Chengdu so quickly. The next day at noon, Guanghuacan Street, outside the south gate of Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. Yang Zihan hugged Cao Pingwa's waist tightly, put his little face on his chest, and said reluctantly, Hubby, with so many beautiful women around you, will you forget me soon after you return to Jiangxing? No, Zihan. Cao Pingwa caressed her little head and smooth long hair. You are my only girlfriend in Chengdu. How could I forget you? Besides, you will have summer vacation next month. I will buy you a plane ticket then, and we will be able to meet again in Jiangxing soon. Yang Zihan raised her head, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Well, be careful on your journey, and remember to send me a WeChat message when your plane arrives in Jiangxing. Okay. After Yang Zihan walked into the school, looking back every few steps, Cao Pingwa got back into the black BMW 7 Series parked on the side of the road. To the airport. Okay, boss. Chengdu Shuangliu Airport, security check entrance. Banana Media Chengdu Branch General Manager Zhang Peng, Deputy General Manager Wang Zhengwo, and a group of middle-level management cadres all came to the airport to see Cao Pingwa and Jin Jiaoff. Boss Cao, who was followed by 2 pretty secretaries when he came, is now followed by 3 secretaries, Jiang Xinxin, Sophia, and Su Yingying, who was promoted from the administrative front desk of the branch to the administrative secretary of the chairman of the head office. Zhang Peng. Boss, Mr. Jian, don't worry. With the support of the 2 leaders in the head office, I will definitely make the branch bigger and stronger and become the #1 MCN company in Chengdu. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Okay, everyone has worked hard. We are going to go through security. Please go back. Hey, Mr. Zhang, please stay for a moment. Zhang Peng quickly and respectfully walked to Cao Pingwa's side, bowed slightly, and said, Boss, do you have any instructions? Cao Pingwa asked, as the head of the Chengdu branch, what is your primary goal right now? Zhang Peng said seriously, Kill ST Media. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, that's a secondary goal. Your primary goal now is to take good care of your cousin Yang Zihan. If she gets any grievances at school or at home, I'll hold you accountable. Zhang Peng was stunned for half a second, then immediately replied, Boss, I understand. Chapter 183. Unable to do what one wants, Part 1. River City, Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. A white Rolls-Royce Cullinan with a domineering and square face slowly drove into the hospital parking lot. In the sunlight, the little golden man on the front of the car sparkled, instantly making the other luxury cars parked around it pale in comparison. Cao Pingwa, wearing a dark blue Hermes short-sleeved polo shirt on the upper body, black casual trousers on the lower body, and a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses on his face, walked out from the back seat of Cullinan in a dashing manner. After striding into the hospital building, many nurses along the way took off their masks and cast their eyes on the tall, handsome, and noble Boss Chow. They all want to be like the lucky pregnant nurse Zhou Jing, become the next girl he likes, get pregnant with his child, and thus achieve class advancement. However, Cao Pingwa, who had seen and experienced a lot, had no interest in these young nurses who had no outstanding looks or figures, but had many highlights in their past experiences. He walked straight to the single room where Wang Lulu lived. After seeing him walk away, the young nurses behind him started gossiping. Hey, did you know? Boss Chow came to the hospital today in a white Cullinan. Boss Chow bought a new car again. What kind of car is the Cullinan? Is it expensive? You don't even know Cullinan? It's a Rolls-Royce model. Rolls-Royce? That must cost several million. A young nurse checked on her phone. The official guide price of Cullinan is 6.5 million to 7.5 million. Oh my God. The total price of the wedding house my husband bought with a loan was only over 1.5 million yuan. Boss Chow is really rich. Boss Chow is not only rich, he is also tall, handsome, and very manly. Yes. I also think that Boss Chow becomes more and more handsome the more I look at him. Now every time I see him in person, I feel like I'm about to ovulate. Me too. Hey, but we're not as pretty as Zhou Jing. I guess Boss Chow wouldn't be interested in us. In the deluxe single room, Cao Pingwa sat by the bed of Wang Lulu, whose belly was already big and bulging, gently holding her hand and accompanying her for routine prenatal checkups. Everything is fine with the baby. Obstetrician Xiaoya stood up and said after finishing the B ultrasound for Wang Lulu. Wang Lulu, thank you, Dr. Xiao. Cao Pingwa, thank you for your hard work, Dr. Xiao. Xiaoya smiled and said, you're welcome. If you need anything, press the pager to call me. After saying that, she and the young nurse Zhou Jing pushed the mobile B ultrasound machine out of the room. Cao Pingwa caressed Wang Lulu's little face and said, Lulu, your due date is less than 10 days away. Are you nervous? Wang Lulu, who was extremely relaxed, smiled and shook her head. I'm not nervous at all. The hospital's conditions are so good, and Dr. Xiao is so professional. Sister Yao Yao and the others gave birth smoothly, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, okay, seeing that you have such a good attitude, I feel relieved. Wang Lulu touched Cao Pingwa's big hand on her face and said, oh, waiting for delivery in the hospital, all I do is eat and sleep. It's so boring. I just hope time will pass quickly so I can give birth to our baby quickly. That way I can have confinement during the summer vacation. If I recover well in September, I can go back to school. After sitting with Wang Lulu for another half an hour, Cao Pingwa stood up and said, Lulu, have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Yes, give me a kiss, husband. Wang Lulu smiled and opened her arms to Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa smiled and leaned over again, kissing the pregnant girl. It's hard not to like Wang Lulu, who is usually not competitive, has a calm mind, and is smart and well-behaved. After the kiss, Cao Pingwa caressed her smooth little face a few more times and said, be good, call your husband if you have any problems. Yeah, okay. As soon as he walked out of the luxurious single room where Wang Lulu lived, Cao Pingwa saw the young nurse, Zhou Jing, waiting for him outside the door. Boss Chow, I have something to tell you. Cao Pingwa walked into an empty room next door with a smile on his face. After Zhou Jing followed him in, he locked the door. As soon as he turned around, the little nurse threw herself into his arms. Honey, I'm pregnant. Cao Pingwa smiled without saying anything and directly lowered his head and kissed her. After a hug and kiss, honey, how come you're not surprised at all when you heard I was pregnant? Cao Pingwa said happily, my fertility is obvious to all the doctors and nurses at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, aren't they? We've had so much fun together without an umbrella before. Isn't it normal for you to be pregnant with my child? Zhou Jing hugged his waist tightly and put her face on his chest. That's true. Husband. She raised her head again, looked at Cao Pingwa with her lustful eyes and said, I miss you. Cao Pingwa sat by the bed to rest, while the young nurse, Zhou Jing, squatted beside him to clean the battlefield. Xiao Jing, come to my house for dinner at 6 o'clock tonight. I'll send you my WeChat location. He picked up his phone, sent Zhou Jing the location of Yuhu family, and transferred her 50,000 yuan in pocket money. Zhou Jing raised her head, looked at Cao Pingwa excitedly, and asked, Husband, are you going to let me officially meet your other girlfriends? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. The young nurse, feeling that she had finally been officially recognized, burst into tears of joy. She stood up, hugged Cao Pingwa's neck, and kissed him several times. Husband, I want more. Cao Pingwa, who was originally planning to play another round with the nurse, suddenly felt a little powerless. I have to go back to the company to take care of some things. Let's talk tonight. The little nurse pouted slightly. Okay. After coming out of the hospital, Cao Pingwa sat down in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, leaned back on the seat with a tired look on his face, and said with his eyes closed, Go back to the company first. Jianwei. Okay, boss. Banana Media, 20th floor, Building A, Wanda International Office Building. The secretary's office outside the chairman's office is empty. Sophia and Jiang Xinxin, two part-time secretaries, went back to school to take their final exams. The new full-time secretary, Su Yingying, was cleaning the glass with Boss Chow in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the inner room. Boss, will anyone see us cleaning the windows together like this? Don't worry, these are one-way glasses. We can see outside, but outsiders can't see inside. Cao Pingwa put his arm around Su Yingying's slender waist and said with a smile, Isn't it nice to clean the windows while looking at the scenery? The female secretary, who was only wearing a pair of black suspender stockings, looked back at him and said with a blushing face, Yeah. Chapter 184. Unable to do what I want, Part 2. That night, Building 6, Room 3601, Yuhu Shijia Community. With the addition of young nurse Zhou Jing and new secretary Su Yingying, the rectangular dining table originally used for family gatherings could no longer accommodate so many female relatives. So tonight there is a newly bought large round table in the dining room. The host Cao Pingwa naturally sat in the main seat. On his right sat Jin Yao, Li Jing, Zheng Jieqi, Su Tiantian, Liu Ruyan, Su Yingying. Sitting on his left in order were Qian Wan, Yu Qian, Liu Ruyan, Zhang Yue, Xia Tian, and Zhou Jing. In the living room next door, his 2 sons and 3 daughters are being taken care of by their respective confinement nannies. With the concerted efforts of 6 housekeeping aunties, more than a dozen sumptuous dishes were placed on a large table. After the host Cao Pingwa picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the braised pork ribs in front of him, the 12 young ladies with unique characteristics sitting around the table started to eat. With delicious food in front of them, they ate and chatted, and the atmosphere, which had been a little awkward due to the addition of 2 newcomers, gradually became lively. Jin Yao, who was sitting on the right, reported to Cao Pingwa, Honey, I followed your instructions and bought all 8 4-bedroom, 2 living room apartments on the 30th to 33rd floors downstairs. The renovation of the house is in progress, and the newly purchased furniture and appliances are being moved in one after another. Jin Yao took out a small notebook and looked at it. The total cost of buying the house was 47.58 million. The renovation and buying furniture and appliances will probably cost around 5 million. Cao Pingwa, well, if you don't have enough money, just tell me anytime. Jin Yao said gently, That's enough, that's enough. Honey, the budget you gave me is 60 million, and there are still several million left in the special account for buying a house. Cao Pingwa calmly took a sip of the white wine in his goblet and said, Then continue buying things upstairs and downstairs. Jin Yao smiled gently and said, Okay, husband. Qian Wan, who was sitting on Cao Pingwa's left, was extremely anxious when she saw that Jin Yao was holding more and more family liquidity. No, I have to find an opportunity as soon as possible to fight for the family's financial power again. I can't let Jin Yao monopolize power like this. The 2 newcomers sitting at the far end of the round table, the young nurse Zhou Jing and the new secretary Su Yingying, looked at each other in shock after hearing the conversation between Cao Pingwa and Jin Yao. Zhou Jing widened her eyes and asked in a low voice, Sister Yingying, did I hear it wrong? Sister Jin Yao just told her husband that she spent more than 45 million to buy 8 houses. Su Yingying also looked incredulous. It seems so. Zhang Yue, the banana queen, who was sitting very close to the 2 of them, glanced at Zhou Jing and Su Yingying with a rich expression, then smiled at Xia Tian beside her. What's the big deal about buying a few houses? It seems like they have no idea how powerful their husbands are. Faced with the teasing of the old man, Zhang Yue, Zhou Jing and Su Yinging both smiled awkwardly, then lowered their heads and continued eating. Having some social experience and being newcomers, they chose to temporarily avoid the attention of other girls. Jin Yao looked at the far end of the round table, then turned back to Cao Pingwa and asked, "Husband, what are we going to do with these two new little sisters? Let Xiaojing live with Xiaoyan in room 3401, and Yingying live with Ruyan in room 3402. Cao Pingwa looked at the 5 confinement nannies who were taking care of the baby in the living room and said, "Let's set aside another house to serve as a dormitory for the confinement nannies." Jin Yao, "Okay, husband." After finishing their dinner, the 12 girls went to the large living room next door, where they ate and ate fruit while playing with the 5 babies. Cao Pingwa sat among a crowd of beautiful women, playing with basketballs of different sizes in one hand and checking his account balance on his phone in the other. I remember that after I bought 4 Rolls Royces at once, there was still more than 788 million left in the account. Soon after, his eldest son Chao Ong and second son Chao Pai were born, and he had another 200 million yuan in money in his pocket. Later, he gave Jin Yao another 60 million yuan to buy more houses, and spent 80 million yuan to buy Onion Media, turning it into his own Banana Media Chengdu branch. Finally, a pair of twins were implanted in Yang Zihan's belly, making a profit of 40 million. Unexpectedly, after spending money lavishly for more than a month, the balance in the bank account actually increased instead of decreased, from 780 million to 880 million. "Hubby, what are you looking at so seriously?" Su Tiantian, who has a baby face and a beautiful face, asked in a tender voice. At this time, she was leaning in Cao Pingwa's arms, being manipulated by him at will. Cao Pingwa shook Su Tiantian, who felt very comfortable in his hand, and said with a smile, "I'm checking the accounts." Su Tiantian's eyes turned, and she asked curiously, "Husband, so your total assets are now several hundred million, right?" Cao Pingwa grinned. "Tiantian, why are you asking so many questions? You just need to know that your husband is capable of ensuring that you both have enough food and clothing for the rest of your lives. Greedy people are like a snake swallowing an elephant." Cao Pingwa would not easily reveal his true financial situation to his girlfriends. Otherwise, most of the girls would only have bigger and bigger appetites and become harder to control. Seeing that she couldn't get any information about the man, Su Tiantian started shaking her body and acting coquettishly to win his favor. "Hubby, you haven't been affectionate to me for more than 10 days, from before you left for Chengdu on a business trip until today. Would you like to sleep in my room tonight?" Cao Pingwa originally planned to play an extra game with the young nurse Zhou Jing first. After all, he had promised her this afternoon, and then go to try out the pregnancy energy with the short-haired beauty Xiatian. However, facing Su Tiantian's turbulent coquettishness, the lustful Cao Pingwa simply couldn't refuse. "Okay, I'll come find you later." Time passed quickly, and it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The girls began to go back to their rooms one after another. Cao Pingwa held his eldest daughter Cao Shuani and went back to her master bedroom with Jin Yao. The baby lying in the crib soon fell asleep with his parents by his side. Cao Pingwa sat on the edge of the bed again, hugged Jin Yao, and chatted with her for a while, then got up and prepared to go find Xiatian. "Hey, husband." Jin Yao held Cao Pingwa's arm and said shyly, "My husband, I've finished my confinement and even had my period." Cao Pingwa was stunned. "Can I have sex so soon after giving birth?" Jin Yao blushed slightly and nodded. "Yes. I asked Dr. Xiao." Her beautiful eyes were filled with lust. "Hubby, I miss you so much." Cao Pingwa, who had just quietly walked out of the master bedroom, was caught red-handed by Zheng Jieqi, who lived in the second bedroom opposite. "Hubby, I missed you too." Chapter 185. Unable to do what I want, Part 2. Zheng Jieqi wore a standard JK uniform with a white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body and a dark blue pleated skirt on the lower body. She wore black knee-high stockings on her slender legs, and her hair was tied into cute twin ponytails. Obviously, he came prepared. Cao Pingwa had no choice but to postpone his plan to look for Xiatian again. He hugged the 19-year-old girl wearing an attack speed suit and went into her room. "Jieqi, be good. Your husband is a little tired from work today. Can I make it up to you another day?" Zheng Jieqi pouted. "Then I want another kiss." Cao Pingwa had no choice but to hug the petite Zheng Jieqi and kiss her for a long time before she reluctantly let him go. "Come out of 3601, unlock the door with your fingerprint, and walk into 3602 opposite." Cao Pingwa was about to go to the guest room to look for Xiatian, but was stopped by Su Tiantian, who was waiting in the living room. The girl with a childlike face and a handsome face was wearing a white silk short nightgown and ran to Cao Pingwa with a surging wave of her hair. "Husband, you finally came to see me." Actually, I came to find Xiao Tian, Cao Pingwa said with a smile. Su Tiantian acted coquettishly while wrapping his arm around her soft embrace, then dragged him towards the second bedroom where she lived. Sister Xiao Tian won't run away. You can go find her later. Cao Pingwa smiled and shook his head. All right, you are the boss. Later, you have the final say. After passing 3 levels in a row, Cao Pingwa first took out a marshmallow out of thin air and ate it, then pushed the door and walked into the guest room where Xia Tian lived. It was already past 12 o'clock in the morning, and the short-haired beauty had already turned off the lights, ready to lie on the bed and play with her phone before going to sleep. Hubby, I thought you weren't coming to see me tonight. Xia Tian quickly moved to the middle of the bed to make room for Cao Pingwa. Cao Pingwa laid down beside her and closed his eyes to rest. Xia Tian lay beside him, caressing his cheek with her fair little hands, and said in a gentle tone, Honey, if you're too tired, why don't we just go to bed tonight? Cao Pingwa closed his eyes and said, It's okay, I just need a short rest. These 2 days are your dangerous period. If I don't work harder, you'll have to wait until next month. Yeah, I always listen to my husband. The next day at noon, in the dining room of 3601. Seeing Cao Pingwa looking tired and having no appetite, Jin Yao, who was sitting next to him, said with concern, Honey, are you feeling unwell? Why are you so pale? I'm fine, Yao Yao. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Cao Pingwa smiled as he touched Jin Yao's back. After Cao Pingwa, who hadn't eaten much, left for the company, Jin Yao quickly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to the Yuhu Family Sisters Group 1. Jin Yao, Sisters, my husband has been working very hard recently. Please try your best to let him have more rest. Jin Yao, we only have this one husband. If we exhaust him, it will not be good for anyone. Zheng Jieqi, okay, Sister Yao Yao. Su Tiantian, received. Summer, received. Zhou Jing, received. Su Yingying, received. Li Jing, received. Qianwan, Sister Jin Yao, your husband asked you to manage the family money. When did he also let you manage this kind of thing? Jin Yao, Xiaowan, I didn't mean that. I just hope my husband can have more time to rest. Qianwan, anyway, I think you shouldn't make such an appeal in a large group. Qianwan, Sister Jin Yao, I think you are meddling too much. Jin Yao, Xiaowan, if you have any ideas, let's chat privately. Let's not argue in the group. At this moment, in the living room of room 3501, Qianwan held her phone with a smug look on her face and said to Yu Qian, who was sitting next to her, Jin Yao wants to have absolute control over the family, but I, Qianwan, will never agree to it. Yu Qian touched her big belly and said, She really is a bit too lenient in managing money. 20th floor, Building A, Wanda International Office Building. In the chairman's office, Cao Pingwa, sitting in his boss's chair, was also reflecting. I've been a bit overindulging lately. Last night, I took 3 Maltesers, but they didn't seem to work. There are too many women in my family. It would be difficult for me to abstain from sex relying solely on my willpower. Xiao Xue is about to have her prenatal checkup this month, so I might as well go to Shanghai to stay with her for a few more days. Cao Pingwa lowered his head and said, Yingying, after you finish the work at hand, immediately book me a first-class ticket to Shanghai for today. The secretary in black stockings, who was kneeling on the carpet, quickly raised her head and said, Okay, boss. Chapter 186, Encountering an Old Acquaintance. In a small conference room of Oriental Exhibition Company in Shanghai, Chun Shuadai, who was wearing a loose white dress and had a noticeably bulging belly, frowned and said, Boss, I was fully responsible for the project of last summer's auto show, and my work was recognized by Party A and the company. Excuse me, why did you suddenly give the auto show project to Mr. Jiang this year? Sitting across from Chen Shui, Jiang Fan smiled meaningfully, saying, Because his previous pursuit of her had been fruitless, he had turned his love into hatred. Mr. Chun, if the company still gives you such an important project this year, what will happen if you have to give birth halfway through the project? Chen Shui glanced at Jiang Fan and said, My baby is only 6 months old, and the auto show is from the 22nd to the 29th of next month. What do the two things have to do with each other? The company leader sitting in the front row adjusted his glasses and tried to smooth things over. Mr. Chun, it's not that the company doesn't believe in your ability. The company is taking your current special physical condition into consideration. For the sake of your health, we will not assign you too heavy a workload during your pregnancy and childbirth. After the meeting, when everyone was leaving, Jiang Fan deliberately laughed loudly with his colleagues, taking the opportunity to mock Chen Shui. Some people just like to have it all. When they're pregnant, instead of staying home to have the baby, they try to act like strong women at work. It's hilarious. Chen Shui heard Jiang Fan's words clearly. She felt very aggrieved, but she didn't say a word. Because when she decided to give birth to a baby for Cao Pingwa, she had anticipated the situation today. The workplace in Shanghai is very cruel. If a woman without any background wants to get pregnant and have children, she will have to make corresponding sacrifices in her career. After finally waiting in the office until the end of the working day, Chen Shui picked up her LV small leather bag and listlessly queued for the elevator to go downstairs. As soon as she walked out of the office building, she saw Cao Pingwa, wearing an Armani casual suit, standing outside the door waiting for her. Chen Shui's eyes turned red instantly. She walked quickly to Cao Pingwa and threw herself into his arms. Husband. Cao Pingwa gently caressed her head and smooth long hair. What's wrong, Xiaoxue? Why are you crying? Chen Shui wiped the tears from her eyes and said, It's okay. I just missed you too much. Then, without caring about the crowds around her or being seen by her colleagues leaving get off work, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Cao Pingwa. Honey, let's go eat hot pot together. Cao Pingwa touched her little face and said, Let's eat whatever you want. In a chaos-on beef hot pot restaurant near the company, Chen Shui, whose mood had improved due to Cao Pingwa's arrival, was eating meat with big mouthfuls of meat with chopsticks and a happy look on her face. Cao Pingwa put fresh-cut beef into the pot of clear water and said with a smile, Xiaoxue, you can eat a lot now. Chen Shui looked very proud. Of course not. I am eating for 2 people by myself now. Hey, husband, why did you come to the Magic City to see me in advance? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Of course I miss you. Real? Cao Pingwa nodded sincerely. I don't know anyone in Shanghai except you. If I didn't come here for you, who else could I come here for? Hearing Cao Pingwa say this, Chen Shui happily moved closer to him and kissed him on the face again. Ouch. Honey, I kissed you on the face. She smiled and used a tissue to wipe Cao Pingwa's face. As she wiped, lust suddenly surged in Chen Shui's beautiful eyes. Hubby, let's eat quickly so we can go home early. Cao Pingwa said with a smile. Xiaoxue, your belly is already quite big. Why don't we put safety first? Oh, Chen Shui blushed slightly and said, I asked the doctor before, and he said I can't have sex in the last 3 months. I'm still in the 6th month. Husband. Chen Shui gently shook Cao Pingwa's arm and said coquettishly, We missed these few days, and we won't be able to be intimate for a long time, okay? Okay, husband will do as you say. Let's eat first. Polly Tianyi Community. As soon as she entered the room, Chen Shui casually threw the LV in her hand onto the sofa, and then couldn't wait to hug and kiss Cao Pingwa. After kissing for a while, Chen Shui took Cao Pingwa's big hand with her fair little hand. Come on, take a shower with me. In the bathroom, Chen Shui kept kissing Cao Pingwa while applying shower gel on him and herself. After rinsing herself clean, she turned around impatiently and looked back at Cao Pingwa, her eyes filled with infinite shyness and naked desire. Husband. Cao Pingwa smiled and held her increasingly sturdy waist. My husband is here. Cao Pingwa, who had originally planned to come to Shanghai to recuperate for a few days, was forced to take 3 more big tonic pills on the night he arrived in Shanghai, and then fought a draw with the hungry Chen Shui. Looking at Bai Yueguang sleeping soundly in his arms and touching her bulging belly, Cao Pingwa's mouth corners unconsciously rose. The next day was the weekend, and Cao Pingwa accompanied Chen Shui to a public hospital near the community for a prenatal checkup. The two chatted happily while queuing up for various routine checks. After getting all the test results, the two held hands and walked to the obstetrician's office area as if they were familiar with the place, waiting to be called to see the doctor. Soon, Chen Shui's name appeared on the electronic screen, and the radio also played. Ms. Chen Shui, please go to clinic room 4. At this time, obstetrician Li Ming, who had just started working, was sitting at the desk in clinic number 4, looking down at the documents in his hands. Hello, doctor, can we come in? A pleasant female voice came from the door. Come in. Li Ming looked up and saw a beautiful woman with a big belly and a tall man walking in. The 2 men looked at each other. Both of them were stunned. Li Ming, holy crap. Why is it him again? Cao Pingwa, holy crap. Is this such a coincidence? Chen Shui immediately noticed something was wrong between the 2 of them. Husband, do you know this doctor? Cao Pingwa felt a little nervous and quickly made up a story. Oh, I don't know this doctor. He looks a bit like a friend of mine. When Li Ming heard this, he quickly adjusted his attitude and pretended not to know Cao Pingwa. Please take a seat, both of you. I'd like to see the ultrasound and other test results. Chen Shui calmly handed the prenatal examination results to Li Ming. Li Ming took it and looked at it carefully. Well, the baby's development is going well. During pregnancy, you must pay attention to rest more, ensure adequate sleep, Avoid sitting or standing for long periods of time, and do a little moderate exercise every day. Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingwa, then at Li Ming. Okay, doctor. Li Ming. Well, if there's nothing else, you two can go back and rest. Remember to come to the hospital for prenatal checkups on time next month. Chen Shui held Cao Pingwa's hand and stood up and said, Thank you, doctor. Cao Pingwa also said calmly, Thank you, doctor. Chapter 187 Cao Pingwa. How could you do this? On the way home from the hospital after the prenatal checkup, the two people, each with their own thoughts, did not speak. The thoughtful Chen Shui silently wondered why Cao Pingwa knew an obstetrician while pretending not to know him. Cao Pingwa knew that his reaction just now could not be hidden from the clever Chen Shui, and he thought about how much he should confess to her when he got home. Poly Tianyi community. After arriving home, Chen Shui sat down at the dining table. Pingwa, come over and sit down. Let's talk. Cao Pingwa sat down opposite her with a serious face. Chen Shui looked him in the eyes and asked, Pingwa, you and the doctor just now knew each other before, right? Cao Pingwa saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to admit, Dr. Li and I have known each other for a long time. Chen Shui pursed her lips and said, There's no reason for you to know an obstetrician in Modu. If I'm not mistaken, you two must have met in Jiangqing. Cao Pingwa nodded. Chen Shui frowned slightly. Don't you and your ex-wife have no children? Why do you know an obstetrician? Pingwa, tell me the truth. Did you get your secretary, Jin Yao, pregnant? Cao Pingwa sighed lightly and nodded. Chen Shui felt like she was struck by lightning, and tears immediately began to well up in her eyes. I originally planned to take a break after giving birth in October and then start planning our wedding. For you and our child, I'm even ready to give up the career I've worked so hard for. How could you do this? Seeing his beloved Bai Yue Guang crying pitifully in front of him, Cao Pingwa's remaining conscience began to ache. He pushed the tissue on the dining table in front of Chen Shui and said distressfully, Xiao Shui, don't be so excited. This is not good for your body and the baby. Chen Shui wiped her tears and asked, Who are you going to choose? Me or Jin Yao? Cao Pingwa said with a troubled look on his face, Xiao Shui, I don't want to continue lying to you. In fact, she gave birth to a daughter for me last month. Chen Shui. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up and walked into the bedroom, took out her suitcase, opened the wardrobe, and started packing. Cao Pingwa quickly followed, frowning slightly as he asked, Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Moving. Chen Shui kept saying, I don't want to live in your house anymore. Cao Pingwa quickly stepped forward and stood between her and the wardrobe. Xiao Shui, please don't be like this. Can we talk it out nicely? Chen Shui looked at him with grief and anger. We have nothing more to say. Not only do I not want to live in your house, I also don't want your money. I will raise the baby by myself. Cao Pingwa, I don't want to see you again. Go with that Jin Yao. Cao Pingwa was about to continue speaking to comfort Chen Shui when the phone in his pocket rang. Lulu, can you tell me later if you have something to say? I'm a little busy right now. I see. I'll come over as soon as possible. As luck would have it, just when Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui were having a conflict, Wang Lulu, who was waiting to give birth at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, had her water break prematurely. Xiao Shui, I know you're angry with me, but I have something urgent to deal with right now and I need to go back to Jiangqing first. Just wait for me at home. After I come back from Jiangqing, I will give you a complete explanation, okay? Chen Shui's eyes widened. We're in the middle of an argument, and you just leave like that? Go away. Everything is clear now. I don't need any explanation from you. After saying that, she opened a wardrobe next to her and started taking out the clothes hanging inside. Okay, stop it. Cao Pingwa moved his body to stop him again. Where can you move to so suddenly? Chen Shui turned her head away and didn't look at Cao Pingwa. I'll go to the hotel first, and then I'll look for a house slowly. No, I don't allow it. Cao Pingwa said sternly. Chen Shui turned back to look at him in surprise. It's my freedom to live wherever I want. What freedom? You're so pregnant now that it's hard for you to move around. What if you bump into something while running around? Cao Pingwa said without question. Just stay here honestly. We'll discuss other matters after I return from Jiangqing. Seeing that Chen Shui turned her head away and pouted her lips, ignoring him, Cao Pingwa directly forced her into his arms and bent down to kiss her. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Chen Shui, who had resisted firmly at the beginning, gradually gave up her resistance under Cao Pingwa's strong kiss, and tears burst out again. After a passionate kiss, Cao Pingwa caressed Chen Shui's long hair and whispered softly, Xiao Shui, you are the person I have always liked since high school. Now you are pregnant with my child. I will not let you leave me. I know you're mad at me right now, but even if you're angry, you still have to be obedient and stay here until I come back, okay? Chen Shui hugged Cao Pingwa's waist tightly, and put her little face on his chest. Okay, I'll live here first, and we'll talk about everything after you come back from Jiangxing. At 5 p.m., the flight from Shanghai to Jiangxing arrived at Tianhe Airport. Cao Pingwa, without any luggage, walked quickly out of the terminal and got into a white Cullinan parked on the side of the road. Master Jian, let's go to the hospital. Drive faster. Jianwei. Okay, boss, please fasten your seatbelt. Half an hour later, Cao Pingwa appeared outside the delivery room of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital and asked her best friend Zhang Yue, who was waiting there. Yue, how long has Lulu been in there? Less than half an hour. Zhang Yue stretched out her hand and pulled Cao Pingwa to sit next to her. She then took his arm and said, Don't worry, husband. Dr. Xiao has been with Lulu the whole time. He said she's in good condition. Cao Pingwa leaned back in his chair. Well, Dr. Xiao will deliver Lulu, so I'm not worried. Not long after I sat down, a system prompt suddenly rang in my ears. Congratulations to the host for having a biological male offspring. Complete the mission of having many children and good fortune, and receive a reward of 100 million yuan. Random reward, 1 tonic pill. Xiaoya, wearing a surgical gown, walked out of the delivery room, took off her mask, and said, Congratulations, Mr. Qiao. Ms. Wang gave birth to a big fat boy for you. Cao Pingwa quickly stood up and said, Thank you, Dr. Xiao. Xiaoya wiped the sweat off her face and said with a smile, You're welcome. At this time, Wang Lulu, who was holding a baby in her arms, was also pushed out by the nurse. Cao Pingwa quickly stepped forward and held her hand. Thank you for your hard work, Lulu. Wang Lulu, who was in a good mood, had a very smooth birth. With a slightly tired smile on her face, she said, Hubby, I gave birth to a baby boy for you. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Well, it's the same for men and women. My husband likes it. That night, in the hospital's luxurious single room, Wang Lulu leaned back on the bed and fed the newborn Cao Zhang in her arms. Cao Pingwa sat by the bed, silently appreciating this scene full of maternal love. Husband, did you have a fight with Sister Chen Shui from Shanghai? Wang Lulu suddenly asked. Chapter 188, Cao Pingwa's Compensation, Part 1. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Lulu, why do you ask that? Wang Lulu held the baby in her arms and glanced up at Cao Pingwa. I guessed, because I rarely see you looking so worried. Did Sister Chen Shui find out that you have girlfriends like us in Jiangxing? Cao Pingwa smiled and nodded. Well, Lulu, you guessed right. Actually, this matter is not that complicated. Wang Lulu said as she lowered her head to feed her child. Cao Pingwa became interested when he heard this. Oh, Lulu, what do you think? I can't say it's a brilliant opinion, but I can give you a reference from my perspective. Wang Lulu turned the baby in her arms and continued feeding him with the other side. I used to hope that my boyfriend would be devoted to me and only good to me. But after meeting you, my husband, I realized that you can't have it all. Since I enjoy the good material living conditions you provide me, I have to accept the fact that you are unfaithful. Sister Chen Shui will definitely be angry if she suddenly finds out how philandering you are, but you don't need to explain too much on this point, husband, because it's useless. The fact is that you are philandering. What you need to do is to compensate Sister Chen Shui in other areas that she cares about. As for whether she can accept your fickleness like us in the end, that depends on her personal opinion. After listening to Wang Lulu's words, Cao Pingwa said happily, I never thought that a 20-year-old female college student like you could see things more clearly than many adults who have lived for 30 or 40 years. Lulu, you're right. There's nothing to worry about. Just do it. Cao Pingwa stood up and walked aside, took out his cell phone, and called his sister Chen Shooting. Sister, please help me go to the Magic City and acquire a company called Oriental Exhibition. Yes, it would be best if we could leave early tomorrow morning. Okay, then we'll see you in the Magic City. After finishing the call, Cao Pingwa sat back down on the bed. Wang Lulu looked up and asked, Husband, are you going back to the Magic City tomorrow? Cao Pingwa reached out and touched her little face. Don't worry, I'll accompany you to the hospital for a day for observation, and then I'll take you and the baby home and settle you down. It won't be too late to go later. Wang Lulu was delighted to see Cao Pingwa take her seriously, saying, My husband is so kind. 2 days passed quickly. This side of the Magic City. After Chen Shui spent the weekend alone at home in a depressed mood, she still didn't wait for Cao Pingwa to come back to her to apologize on his back. On Monday morning, Chen Shui came to the company listlessly to punch in for work. Hey, Mr. Chen, why do you still look so bad after a weekend of rest? Jiang Fan, who happened to be checking in, sarcastically said. If you're pregnant and feel unwell, just go home and rest. You don't have any projects to work on anyway. Chen Shui was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Fan. She rolled her eyes at him and walked straight into her small office. Jiang Fan, with a smug look on his face, strolled over to the office area of the second exhibition department under Chen Shui's jurisdiction. Hey, you guys from the second department are free anyway, so come over this afternoon and help us move some materials to the event site for the first department. Several workers in the second department were angry but dared not speak out. They knew that their immediate boss, Chen Shui, had lost the trust of the company's leaders because of her pregnancy. And this annoying Jiang Fan in front of him will most likely be the next vice president in charge of event execution. When Jiang Fan walked to his office, he deliberately passed by Chen Shui's office and admired her beautiful face through the glass. When I become your boss, I will definitely find a chance to kiss your beautiful wife. It's exciting just thinking about it. Just as Jiang Fan was walking back to his office while fantasizing, his phone suddenly rang with a ding-talk notification tone. In 30 minutes, there would be an emergency meeting. Jiang Fan, who was very active in the meeting, arrived at the company's meeting room early. I saw a beautiful woman, about 30 years old, wearing a black long skirt, with big wavy hair and a plump figure, sitting inside. Hey, beautiful lady, I haven't seen you before. Which department are you from? The wavy beauty glanced at Jiang Fan with her almond-shaped eyes, ignored him, and continued to look at the information in her hand. Jiang Fan, feeling frustrated, could only smile awkwardly. After sitting down, he quickly took out his mobile phone and randomly opened several software on the desktop, pretending to be very busy. At this time, the tall and strong Cao Pingwa strode into the meeting room. Jiang Fan heard footsteps and turned around to look. Why are you in the company meeting room? Chen Shui's office is at the end of the corridor. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Jiang Fan. I'm Jiang Fan, Chen Shui's colleague. We even had dinner together. Oh, now that you mention it, I have some impression of it. Cao Pingwa walked around the long table and sat down next to the big wavy beauty, Chen Shooting, his godsister, and whispered to her intimately. Jiang Fan was instantly jealous when he saw this. Are you here for a meeting too? Cao Pingwa glanced at Jiang Fan and said, yes. Jiang Fan asked again, do you have a project to cooperate with our company? Cao Pingwa said casually, yes. Soon, other middle-level management cadres of Oriental Exhibition Company also arrived at the conference room, including Chen Shui, who was pregnant. Pingwa, why are you coming to my company? Just as Cao Pingwa was about to open his mouth to explain, 3 vice presidents of the Oriental Exhibition Company walked in together and immediately stepped forward to shake hands with Cao Pingwa and Chen Shooting. Oops. Mr. Cao, Mr. Chun, sorry, we're late. Cao Pingwa shook hands and said, it's okay. It's just that Mr. Chun and I arrived early. Jiang Fan and Chen Shui, standing nearby, were completely bewildered. What was going on? Why were the company's top executives being so polite to him? Could it be a big customer? After shaking hands, Cao Pingwa walked to Chen Shui's side, leaned over, and whispered in her ear. Xiaoxua, let's have a meeting first. I'll explain it to you later. Chen Shui glanced at Cao Pingwa, then looked at the beautiful and sexy Chen Shooting with a wary look. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 189, Cao Pingwa's Compensation, Part 2. Soon, all the middle and senior management of Oriental Exhibition Company arrived, and the emergency meeting officially began. The vice president in charge of administrative work first spoke on stage. Dear colleagues, the reason we've gathered for this impromptu meeting this Monday morning is because the company's equity structure underwent some changes last weekend, and we need to inform everyone as soon as possible. Mr. Wang, the former chairman and CEO of the company, has transferred all of his shares to Mr. Cao Pingwa. Starting today, Mr. Cao will take over the positions of chairman and CEO of the company. Chen Shui, Jiang Fan, very spicy. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome the company's new chairman and CEO, Mr. Cao Pingwa, to the stage for his speech. Amidst thunderous applause, Cao Pingwa, a tall man dressed in a dark Armani casual suit, walked onto the podium. Hello, colleagues from Oriental Exhibition. Although I, an outsider, have suddenly become the company's major shareholder and boss today, please rest assured that I will not blindly guide the insiders and disrupt the company that was originally running well. I guarantee that your income and benefits will remain the same as before. At the same time, all company affairs will be managed by the 3 vice presidents until I select a reliable CEO for the company. That's all. The meeting is adjourned. Cao Pingwa, standing on the podium, added, Jiang Fan from Exhibition Department 1 and Chen Shui from Exhibition Department 2 will stay for a while. Soon, the only people left in the conference room were the company's new boss Cao Pingwa, special consultant Chen Shooting, 3 vice presidents, and 2 middle-level managers, Chen Shui and Jiang Fan. Cao Pingwa flipped through the documents in front of him and asked, "Last year, Chen Shui was in charge of next month's summer auto show. Why is it suddenly Jiang Fan who's in charge this year?" The vice president in charge of event execution was a little confused about the current situation. "Hey, Chairman, you may not know that Chen Shui is pregnant now." After these words were spoken, Cao Pingwa, Chen Shui, and Jiang Fan almost couldn't hold it in. Chen Shooting, who was sitting next to them, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The company was worried that her body wouldn't be able to handle the heavy workload, so they gave Jiang Fan the responsibility for this year's auto show project. Cao Pingwa squinted at the deputy general manager in charge and said, "Chen Shui is a mid-level cadre who doesn't need to do physical work. How could her body not be able to handle it?" Deputy general manager in charge. "Chairman, what do you mean?" "Of course, Chen Shui will continue to be in charge of this year's auto show project." Cao Pingwa turned to Jiang Fan and said, "I heard that you've been making a lot of discriminatory remarks against working women and pregnant women in the company recently." When Jiang Fan heard this, sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. "Chairman, I never said that. There must be some misunderstanding." Cao Pingwa's eyes glared. "I'll investigate further to see if this is a misunderstanding. Now go hand over the project to Chen Shui." Then he turned to Chen Shui and said to her in a gentle tone, "Go and deal with your work first. I'll talk to you about other things later." Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingwa with a rich look in her eyes, then stood up and said, "Okay, Chairman." After saying that, she and the dejected Jiang Fan left the meeting room one after another. After the two men left, Cao Pingwa said to the vice president in charge of personnel, "After Jiang Fan hands over his current project to Chen Shui, I'll fire him. Find a better reason and don't give the compensation if you can." The vice president in charge of personnel said seriously, "I understand, Chairman." At noon, Cao Pingwa accompanied Chen Shooting to have lunch at the Hilton Hotel next to the company. After lunch, Cao Pingwa personally took her upstairs to her room to rest. As soon as they entered the luxurious suite, Cao Pingwa hugged Chen Shooting twice from behind. As soon as Chen Shooting turned her head, Cao Pingwa kissed her cherry lips vigorously. "Pingwa, haven't you and Chen Shui explained everything clearly yet?" Chen Shooting, whose eyes were blurred by the kiss, couldn't help but ask. "Her matter is not urgent. I will settle the business trip expenses I promised you this afternoon." Cao Pingwa's body was pressed against Chen Shooting's back, and he kept kissing her lips, cheeks, neck and shoulders, and his big hands were also wandering freely on her exquisite curves. Chen Shooting bit her lip and asked with an extremely charming look, "3 games, each no less than 45 minutes. Are you sure you can finish it in one afternoon?" Cao Pingwa grinned and said, "Do you look down on me, your brother?" Hee hee. Chen Shooting, who had already been aroused to the point of burning desire, laughed as she pulled Cao Pingwa towards the bedroom of the suite. "Come with me into the house. You'll know if you're just talking nonsense if you try it." 4 hours later, with the help of 3 tonic pills, Cao Pingwa fulfilled his promise to his godsister without any compromise. Chen Shooting, with a rosy face and contentment, lay on her side on the big bed, slowly adjusting her breathing. Cao Pingwa, catching his breath, pulled out a thin blanket and gently covered her naked plump body with it. "Sister Shooting, you should have a good rest first. I have already ordered dinner for you, and the hotel will deliver it to your room when the time comes." He leaned over and kissed Chen Shooting's delicate face again. "I have to go talk to her tonight, so I won't have dinner with you." Chen Shooting's face was full of tenderness. "Yes. Pingwa, go ahead and don't worry. Don't worry if the conversation doesn't go well. Take your time. You can also ask me for help." "I understand, Sister Shooting." "Hey, take a good bath before you go find her." Chen Shooting suddenly sat up and reminded Cao Pingwa. After the thin blanket slipped off, a large area of Snow White was revealed. "Don't let her smell the scent of other women on you. Otherwise, the 100 million you spent on acquiring Oriental Exhibition Company may be wasted." Downstairs of Oriental Exhibition Company, Chen Shui, dressed in an OL suit, walked out of the office building after get-off work. Then he saw Cao Pingwa, wearing a dark green Hermes polo shirt and gray Hermes casual trousers, standing outside the gate waiting for him. Countless colleagues passing by bowed and nodded to greet the new boss. Cao Pingwa nodded gently in response, but his eyes never left Chen Shui. Chen Shui's heartstrings moved, and she bit her lip. As soon as she walked in front of Cao Pingwa, she heard him say in a calm tone, "It's time for dinner. Let's eat first. You and your baby's health always comes first." After saying that, he stretched out his big hand, held Chen Shui's small hand, and led her to the Chaos Han Beef Hot Pot restaurant next to the company. After taking good care of Chen Shui, who was pregnant, after finishing her meal, Cao Pingwa took her hand and went back to the house in Poly Tianyi community with her. After entering the room, he took out 2 documents and a pen from his briefcase. Xiaoxue, sit down and sign. Chen Shui, I haven't even read any documents. Please sit down first. Chen Shui sat obediently at the dining table. Cao Pingwa continued in a calm tone. 1 is a property transfer agreement. I want to transfer this house to your name. Flat concave. Listen to me first. Cao Pingwa interrupted Chen Shui. The other one is an equity transfer agreement. I want to transfer my 95% stake in Oriental Exhibition Company to you. Chen Shui, I have designed the entire process for you. Just give birth to our baby with peace of mind. Take good care of yourself after the baby is born, and rest for a while. After the Chinese New Year, I will serve as the company's vice president for a few months, and then directly serve as chairman and CEO. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. Pingao. Cao Pingao sat down opposite her, stretched out his big hand to hold her 2 small hands, and said, Xiaoxue, you are my Cao Pinggo's white moonlight. No matter whether you can forgive my infidelity or not, I will make sure that you and our baby will be happy and have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Sign it, Xiaoxue. Chapter 190 Playboy. Chen Shui looked at Cao Pingao with complicated eyes and asked, You bought the company I work for just to give it to me? Cao Pingao nodded gently. Of course, I know nothing about exhibition companies and have no interest in them. Xiaoxue, I don't want you to sacrifice your career just because of pregnancy and the fruit of our love. I want you to have it all. Flat. Chen Shui's eyes began to turn red, and she had to admit in her heart, Cao Pingwa's lavish spending of money on her really made her surprised and feel safe. Pingao, how much did you spend to buy 95% of the company's shares from Mr. Wang? Cao Pingwa said calmly, 100 million. Chen Shui, is it really that profitable to start an MCN company now? Cao Pingao smiled and said, Don't worry about whether I make money or not. Just sign everything for me. Chen Shui looked down at the 2 not very thick agreements on the table. This is company equity worth 100 million yuan and real estate in Shanghai worth 12 million yuan. After thinking quietly for a while, she asked, Pingao, that Jean Yao gave birth to a daughter for you. Did you also give her so many things? Cao Pingwa said happily, How is that possible? I am rich, but not yet to that extent. Jean Yao's salary is just 100,000 yuan pocket money every month. Chen Shui bit her lower lip and asked, If I still can't accept your fickleness in the end, will you really not regret giving me the company and the house? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, I will definitely not regret it. It is my responsibility to provide you and your children with a prosperous life. Okay, I'm willing to take your things. Chen Shui picked up the pen on the table and said, But the fact that you have other women is something I need time to process, and I can't guarantee that I can accept it. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, It's okay. I'm willing to wait, and I respect your final choice. Hearing what he said, Chen Shui no longer hesitated and signed her name in all the places where signatures were required on the 2 agreements. Cao Pingwa put the signed agreement back into his bag. Okay, then I'll go back to the hotel first. Xiaoxue, you should get some rest early. Seeing her man turning around and leaving, Chen Shui subconsciously shouted, Hey, don't go. Cao Pingao turned around, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Anything else? Chen Shui lowered her head slightly, blushing and whispering, It's not like we don't have a bed at home, so why should we stay in a hotel? Cao Pingao laughed and said, Xiaoxue, your voice was too soft. I couldn't hear you clearly. Hate it. You clearly heard it. Chen Shui's pretty face turned red, and she turned around and walked back to the bedroom. In the evening, after taking a shower, the extremely shameless Cao Pingao walked directly into the master bedroom and lay down next to Chen Shui. Hey, why are you sleeping in my bed? Didn't you let me live at home? Chen Shui blushed and smiled. There is a guest room at home. Cao Pingao had a wicked smile on his face. You didn't tell me. I'm too lazy to move, so I'll just stay here for one night. Chen Shui used her fair little hands to draw a line in the middle of the bed. Don't cross the line. So what if I cross the line? Whoever crosses the line is a puppy. Chen Shui had just turned off the lights and lay down on her side with her back to Cao Pingao when he hugged her from behind. Ouch. What are you doing? Gone. You're such a nuisance. I'm still mad at you. Give me a shot, and maybe the anger will go away. Don't want. Didn't you say that I had to get more shots this month, because next month if your belly gets bigger we won't be able to be intimate anymore? Cao Pingwa kissed Chen Shui's ear while caressing her bulging belly with his hand. Hey, Xiaoxue, the baby seems to be moving. Xiaoxue, are you pregnant with a boy or a girl? It has to be a girl. A boy will probably be like his father and grow up to be a playboy. The big radish is coming. The next day, Shanghai Hangzhou Airport. Outside the security checkpoint, Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui hugged each other tightly. Even though I was succeeded by you last night, a bastard who wasn't afraid of being a puppy, that doesn't mean I completely forgive your infidelity. Chen Shui pouted her pretty lips and said, you have to give me a little more time. Cao Pingwa couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her little mouth. Xiao Shui, you are the white moonlight that I have loved for so many years, and you will also be the mother of my child in the future. Our relationship in this life will never be broken. We have plenty of time. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Chen Shui raised her head slightly, looked at Cao Pingwa lovingly for a while, then leaned her head into his arms. Be careful on the road, and don't forget to come to Shanghai to accompany me for my prenatal checkup next month. Don't worry, even if I forget my last name is Cao, I will never forget about you. After passing the security check, Cao Pingwa waved to Chen Shui, who was still waiting outside the security checkpoint. After she turned around and left reluctantly, Cao Pingwa dragged his small suitcase towards his boarding gate. After sitting down in the waiting area at gate 69, Chen Shui, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said, judging from your expression, the matter has been resolved satisfactorily? Cao Pingwa looked relaxed. About the right time, 90% sure. Chen Shui smiled meaningfully and said, you're really willing to spend 100 million in cash. What girl can resist your unreasonable behavior? Cao Pingwa thought, in fact, I didn't lose much if I spent more than 100 million on Chen Shui. Just think of it as spending more than 10 million renminbi to buy a beauty skill called anti-aging technique from the system. He looked at Chen Shui sideways and smiled. Sister, why do I feel like you're a little jealous? Chen Shui pouted slightly. I'm just your god sister. How can I be jealous of your Bai Yuguang? Cao Pingwa stretched out a big hand and gently placed it on Chen Shui's slightly bulging belly. Based on this qualification, Chen Shui blushed, lowered her eyebrows and said, I am a widowed woman in her 30s with a daughter. If you don't despise me, I will already. Cao Pingwa didn't let her finish her words. He lowered his head and blocked her small mouth with his big mouth. After kissing for a while, Chen Shui reluctantly let go of Cao Pingwa's mouth. Oh, there are so many people in the airport, and we are not those young people in their 20s. What's wrong? Is kissing against the law over 30? Cao Pingwa put his arm around Chen Shui's shoulders, pulled her into his arms, and continued to kiss her in public. Chen Shui, with a flushed face, raised her head slightly and let the man taste her cherry lips. She felt a little shy but secretly happy. Chapter 191 Home Delivery, Part 1. 2 hours later, the plane arrived at Jiangxing Tianhe Airport. Cao Pingwa took Chen Shui's hand and came to the airport parking lot, talking and laughing. The driver, Dian Wei, who was tall and strong, was standing next to the white Rolls-Royce Cullinan waiting for them. Hello, boss. Hello, Miss Chen. Cao Pingwa helped Chen Shui into the car first. Lao Jian, take us to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital first. Dian Wei said seriously. Okay, boss. On the way from the airport to the hospital, Cao Pingwa, sitting in the spacious backseat of Cullinan, is very dishonest. He put one hand around his sister's shoulders and touched her belly with the other hand, and then touched other places. Chen Shui, with a slightly red face, gently hid his hand and whispered, behave yourself. There's a driver in the car. Cao Pingwa smiled and pointed at the rearview mirror in the car that Dian Wei had bent aside long ago, biting Chen Shui's ear and said, my personal drivers are all very professional. After saying that, he pinched Chen Shui's little chin with one hand and started kissing her. Oh my, I kissed you all the way from the Magic City to Jiangxing. You stinky brother, you haven't kissed me enough. Sister Shui's mouth is so soft and sweet, I can't kiss her enough. Chen Shui couldn't resist Cao Pingwa's naked and somewhat childish sweet talk at all, and her face turned red instantly. He's going to be 31 next month, but he still talks like a boy in his 20s. What's wrong? You don't like to hear it. I love it. On the second floor of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, obstetrician Xiaoya sat at her desk, glanced at Cao Pingwa and Chen Shui, who were sitting opposite her holding hands, then moved her mouse, opened the folder of SVIP Boss Cao, and created a new document. Number 011, Chen Shui, 33 years old, 18 weeks pregnant. All indicators are normal. Ms. Chen, have you ever given birth to a baby before? I gave birth to a daughter when I was 27. Was it a normal birth? Yes, it was a natural birth. When Chen Shui talked about the child, she subconsciously glanced at Cao Pingwa, who looked calm. Xiaoya watched this scene, and while typing away on the keyboard, she started gossiping in her mind. The two of them held hands and never let go after entering the clinic. At her age, and pregnant with her second child, it seems that Chen Shui is very likely his first wife. Dr. Xiao, I will be 34 next month. Am I considered an elderly mother? Chen Shui suddenly asked. Xiaoyu smiled and replied, Miss Chun, generally speaking, we only consider women over 35 years old as advanced maternal age. Also, your first child was born naturally, and all your physical indicators are very healthy, so you don't need to worry too much. Chen Shooting breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. Xiaoyu smiled and said, You're welcome. If there are no other questions, you two can go back and rest. Just remember to come for your prenatal checkup on time next month. On the way back, Cao Pingwa smiled at Chen Shooting, who was sitting next to him and holding his arm. How about it? Do obstetricians in private hospitals have better service attitudes? Chen Shooting smiled and nodded. Yeah, and it seems more comfortable to communicate with a female doctor. By the way, Pingwa, my bar business was pretty good in the first half of the year. I'll transfer 3 million to you later, and I still owe you 14 million. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Okay, I'll keep it if you transfer it to me, but I'll add the 3 million to Leilei's trust account someday. Flat. Chen Shooting looked at Cao Pingwa with touching eyes, stretched out her arms to hug his neck, and took the initiative to offer a series of passionate kisses. The slightly turbulent June has passed, and the hot July has arrived. As the temperature in Jiangcheng continues to rise, the desires of the women living in Building 6 of the Yuhu family are also increasing. The contradiction between Boss Chow's increasingly shorter time and dwindling stock of Maltesers and the normal physiological needs of a large group of girlfriends is becoming increasingly apparent. 20th floor, Building A, Wanda International Office Building, Banana Media Headquarters. As soon as Boss Chow walked into his chairman's office, he saw 3 female secretaries in OL suits sitting in the secretary's office. In addition to Su Yingying, the new secretary transferred from the Chengdu branch, 2 part-time secretaries who had returned to school for exams also came back. Sophia, Xinshin, how did you two do on your final exams? The blonde Sophia and the well-behaved and introverted Jiang Xinshin both smiled and said that they had passed all the exams. As long as you pass the exams, that's fine. Cao Pingwa asked again. So how are you two going to spend your summer vacation? Jiang Xinshin replied quietly. Continue to work in the company and make money. Sophia said, I have booked a flight back to St. Petersburg tomorrow. I miss my parents and Anna very much. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Well, it's only natural for you to go home and see your family. Sophia, your boss will reimburse your round-trip airfare. Sophia was surprised. Really? Thank you, boss. Seeing Cao Pingwa striding into the inner room, Sophia hurriedly followed his footsteps and tied her long golden hair into a refreshing golden ponytail with a big red hairband. After they walked into the chairman's office one after another, she locked the double doors of the room. Cao Pingwa sat in his boss chair and asked with a sly smile, knowing the answer but still asking, Why did you lock my door? Boss, I'm going back to my country tomorrow, and I may not see you for a long time. Sophia walked up to him shyly, lust surging in her beautiful blue eyes. Cao Pingwa smiled and patted his thigh. Then come and sit down. Sophia, what time is your flight tomorrow? I'll take you to the airport. The flight is at 2 p.m. That's perfect. I happen to be going to the airport to pick someone up tomorrow afternoon. Sophia said delicately, Boss, I want more. The next day, outside the security checkpoint of Tianhe Airport, Sophia, wearing a pink t-shirt and denim hot pants, hugged Cao Pingwa's waist tightly, with a look of reluctance on her face. Be safe on your journey, and send me a message when you get to St. Petersburg. Good. Also, say hello to Anna for me. After hugging for a while, Sophia passed the security check, looking back every few steps, and then slowly disappeared from Cao Pingwa's sight. After seeing off the blonde and blue-eyed secretary, Cao Pingwa turned around, took the escalator downstairs, and arrived at the exit of the terminal. Less than a minute after he stood still, Yang Zihan, with long hair draped over her shoulders and light makeup on her face, walked out from the gate. Cao Pingwa immediately recognized that the pink tight-fitting t-shirt and white tennis skirt she was wearing were both bought for her by him at the Adidas Center in Taikuli. The young Yang Zihan quickly found the tall and strong Cao Pingwa among the crowd of people waiting to pick him up at the airport. She happily dragged her suitcase and trotted towards Cao Pingwa, who also stepped forward to greet her. Honey, I miss you. The little girl dived into his arms. Ha ha, I miss you too, Zihan. At this time, the 2 women and 1 man following behind Yang Zihan also came forward dragging their luggage. Zihan, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? Asked one of the beautiful girls with heavy and exquisite makeup. Yeah, that's right. Yang Zihan blushed and withdrew from Cao Pingwa's embrace, then took his arm and introduced him. Li Jia, Wei Mengmeng, my roommate, and this is Nia Feng, Mengmeng's boyfriend. They all came to Jiangcheng for tourism. Hello. Cao Pingwa said with a smile, and at the same time started the system. Name, Li Jia. Age, 20. No makeup, 62 points. Body size, 70 points. Undergraduate student, has a former writer, no bad habits, no tattoos, generally healthy. The system judged it as unqualified. Name, Wei Mingming. Age, 20. No makeup, 78 points. Body size, 84 points. Undergraduate student, virgin, no bad habits, one tattoo, in good health. The system determines this to be a qualified breeding target. Wei Mingming's natural look isn't as good as Yang Zihan's, but her makeup skills are obviously at least 2 levels higher than Yang Zihan's. So at first glance, Wei Mingming looks prettier than Yang Zihan with heavy makeup. Seeing that the wealthy boyfriend who bought Yang Zihan a first-class ticket was actually a tall and handsome man in his early 30s wearing Hermes, Wei Mingming subconsciously let go of her boyfriend Nie Feng's hand. She looked at Cao Pingwa with a somewhat ambiguous look in her eyes and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Cao, thank you for picking us up at the airport and arranging a hotel for us." Chapter 192 Home Delivery, Part 2. The experienced Cao Pingwa naturally saw through Wei Mingming's little thoughts at a glance. He glanced at Nie Feng beside him and laughed in his heart. "Brother, aren't you delivering the goods to my door? If your girlfriend offers herself to me, should I take her in? Or should I take her in? Everyone, follow me." Cao Pingwa held Yang Zihan's hand with one hand and dragged her suitcase with the other, leading the way to the airport parking lot. The other three hurried to follow. "Mingming, let me help you drag your suitcase," Nie Feng said happily. Wei Mingming smiled and said, "It's okay. My suitcase isn't heavy. I can drag it myself." Nie Feng deliberately slowed down his pace and walked side by side with Wei Mingming, wanting to walk with her hand in hand. But he found that his girlfriend was dragging the suitcase with one hand and holding his roommate Li Jia's arm with the other, leaving him no chance at all. Soon, the group arrived next to a black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Seeing that Cao Pingwa's car was just a Mercedes-Benz V300, Nie Feng, who was following closely beside his girlfriend, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy is not too rich. After all, I drive a Xiaomi SU7 worth more than 200,000 yuan in Chengdu, so the difference between my car and his is not that big. Plus, I'm so much younger than him. So overall, the advantage is on my side. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big round face and a fat body jumped out of the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle and shouted to Cao Pingwa respectfully. "Boss," Cao Pingwa said to him, "Master Su, help these 3 students get their luggage into the car, and then take them to the hotel." Su Chu replied loudly, "Okay, boss." Seeing Cao Pingwa and Yang Zihan turning around and leaving, Wei Mingming hurriedly asked, "Hey, Brother Cao, aren't you and Zihan coming with us in the car?" Cao Pingwa half turned around and said with a smile, "This business car is specially prepared for you. My car is on the opposite side." After saying that, he continued to take Yang Zihan across the lane and got into a white Rolls-Royce Cullinan across the road. Nie Feng, Li Jia, and Wei Mingming also widened their eyes. "Oh my god, Zihan's boyfriend actually has 2 cars and 2 drivers." Su Chu, who was moving luggage nearby, was stunned when he heard this, but didn't say much. "Classmates, I have loaded your luggage into the car. You can get on now." "Oh, thank you, driver." Nie Feng cheered up and wanted to help his girlfriend Wei Mingming get into the car. "It's okay, no need to help, I can do it myself." Wei Mingming smiled slightly and nimbly got into the back seat of the business car. Afterwards, the white Cullinan and the black Mercedes-Benz V300 drove out of the airport parking lot one after another, and then drove together along the airport highway towards Jiangxing City. Cullinan's spacious rear seats. Cao Pingwa hugged Yang Zihan's extremely soft waist, lowered his head, and chatted with her in a low voice. "Have you passed all the final exams?" "Yeah, I'm a good student with an A-level scholarship, so of course I passed all the final exams." "Hey, good students still want men. Ouch, you're annoying. Tell me how much you missed me when you were in Chengdu." "Yeah, I really do." "How much do you want it?" "Oh, anyway, I really want to." "Do you want me with clothes on or without clothes on?" Yang Zihan's face flushed red. She bit her lip and whispered, "I want both." "Ha ha ha ha." Cao Pingwa couldn't help but lower his head and kissed the female college student's delicate cherry lips, and his big hand also slipped into her white tennis skirt. In the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle behind the Cullinan, Wei Mingming asked her boyfriend sitting next to her, "Hey, Nie Feng, what kind of car is that Zihan and her boyfriend in?" Nie Feng buried his head and pretended to be dumb. "Huh? I didn't pay attention just now." "Then look now, their car is right in front of us." Nie Feng looked up reluctantly and for the first time he felt that the silver double R logo was so dazzling. Wei Mingming looked curious. How is it? Can you see it clearly? What brand of car is it? Well, it seems that the car is too shaking. I can't see clearly. Niefeng, do you need a pair of glasses? Li Jia, who was sitting in the back seat, handed her phone to Wei Mingming. Mingming, I just did a search, and Zihan and her boyfriend are riding in a Rolls-Royce. I just saw the little golden man on the hood, but I just couldn't remember what it was called. Rolls-Royce. Wei Mingming's eyes widened. That must cost several $1,000,000, right? Li Jia said while looking at her phone. Well, Zihan and the others were riding in an SUV, probably a Cullinan. The internet says the new model costs around 6 or 7 million. 6 or 7 million for one. Wei Mingming couldn't help but sigh. I've been seeing people online talking about collecting Cullinan pieces. So this is the Cullinan. She turned her head and glanced at Nia Feng, who was sitting next to her, and couldn't help but complain in her heart. Look at her boyfriend, and then look at yourself. I opened a broken Xiaomi worth more than 200,000, and you want to sleep with me. Fortunately, this beauty did not easily give you the first blood before. On the Cullinan in front. After a passionate kiss, Cao Pingwa continued to hug Yang Zihan and chat sweetly. Today happens to be Friday, and we're having a family dinner tonight. Zihan, you can take this opportunity to get to know all the sisters in the family. Are these sisters your other girlfriends? Yes. Oh, so sudden. I'm so shy. Why are you shy? We'll meet sooner or later. Then after I meet them, will you take me back to the hotel? Why stay in a hotel? I've already arranged a room for you at home. Yang Zihan's face flushed. Just live in your house. Cao Pingwa grinned. What's wrong? Don't want to. No. Yang Zihan quickly leaned her head into his arms, blushing and whispering. Dear, you let me live in your house. I am very happy in my heart. An hour later, 2 cars, one white and one black, arrived at the entrance of Ruihua Hotel on Chuahanjia Street. As soon as they got off the car and walked into the hotel lobby, the 4 college students all widened their eyes. Wow, is this the legendary 7-star hotel? This hotel lobby is so huge and grand. Wei Mingming smiled sweetly and said to Cao Pingwa, Thank you, Brother Cao, for booking such a high-end hotel for us. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, You're welcome. I've booked 2 rooms for the 3 of you. You can arrange yourselves to stay. Yang Zihan's roommate Li Jia asked in confusion. Hey, Zihan, aren't you living with us? Yang Zihan's face flushed. I'm going to live in his house. Oh, so that's how it is. A look of there's something fishy instantly appeared in Li Jia's eyes. When Wei Mingming, who was standing next to him, heard this, she felt very jealous. If he meets the parents so soon, then doesn't that mean I have no chance to poach him? After Cao Pingwa took Yang Zihan out of the hotel, Wei Mingming and the other 2 checked in, took their room cards, and took the elevator to the 8th floor together. Jia, since Zihan has gone to live with her boyfriend, I'll room with you, Wei Mingming said, holding Li Jia's arm. While trying to suppress her laughter, Li Jia glanced at Niefeng next to her with a gossipy look. Niefeng said with a look of resentment on his face, Mingming, didn't we agree before we came to Jiangsheng that Jia and Zihan would stay in a room, and you and I would stay in a room? Wei Mingming said calmly, Yes, that's what we planned before. After all, it's more cost-effective to book 2 rooms for 4 people traveling together. But now there are only 3 of us staying in the hotel, and I think it's better for girls to stay with other girls. Chapter 193 Experience of the Predecessors. Wei Mingming looked at Niefeng and asked, Why? Isn't it good for you to live in a room by yourself? Niefeng thought, Of course not. If I don't sleep in the same room with my girlfriend when traveling, then it would be a wasted trip, right? Mingming, you are my girlfriend. It is natural that you should stay in the same room with me when we go on a trip. Niefeng, why are you so concerned about whether we should live in the same room? Wei Mingming's eyes rolled, and then she immediately revealed an extremely shy expression. Oh, Niefeng. Although I agreed to be your girlfriend, you know, I am a very conservative girl. Oh, Jia is still here. I'm so embarrassed. After saying that, she snatched the room card from Li Jia's hand and rushed into the room, quickly dragging her suitcase. Li Jia looked at Niefeng meaningfully, then followed him in and closed the door gently. Niefeng stood alone in the corridor for a long time, then swiped his card with a depressed look on his face and entered the room next to theirs. Building 6 of Yuhu family. Feeling a little uneasy, Yang Zihan held Cao Pingwa's arm tightly and took the elevator upstairs with him. Zihan, you've almost left marks on my arm. Yang Zihan quickly loosened his hands. Oh, sorry dear, I was a little too nervous. Cao Pingwa put his arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, Don't be nervous. The sisters are all very easy to get along with. Yang Zihan was skeptical. Although I am still a college student and have no social experience, I have dabbled in female competitions. It's hard to have good things happen when there are too many women. Soon the elevator reached the 36th floor. As Cao Pingwa walked into the door of 3601 with Yang Zihan, the nurse Zhou Jing and secretary Su Yingying, who had been waiting in the lobby, quickly squatted down and helped Cao Pingwa change his slippers. This scene left Yang Zihan, who was standing next to him, stunned. After the two girls helped him change his shoes and stood up, Cao Pingwa introduced them with a smile. Zihan, this is Sister Zhou Jing, and this is Sister Su Yingying. Yang Zihan nodded blankly. Hello, sisters. Zhou Jing and Su Yingying smiled and said, Hello, Sister Zihan. Yang Zihan. Hey, Sister Yingying, have we met somewhere before? Why do you look familiar? Su Yingying said to her in Sichuan dialect. Last month, at the Shangri-La Hotel, in Chengdu. Oh, so it was that night. Yang Zihan's face turned red when she thought of what happened before. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, Come on, Zihan, I'll take you to meet other people. The two of them walked hand in hand into the living room of the house. I saw 5 mothers, Jin Yao, Qian Wan, Liu Ruyan, Zheng Jieqi, and Wang Lilu, sitting together on a big sofa with their breasts exposed, feeding their children. Oh, they are feeding the baby. Young Yang Zihan had never seen such a spectacular scene full of maternal love up close, so she quickly turned her head away, her little face turning red instantly. Cao Pingwa said happily, A newborn baby needs to be fed almost every 1 or 2 hours. I'm used to this scene. Jin Yao, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, said gently, It's okay, Sister Zihan. We are all girls, it's okay. She let down the front of her nursing dress, stood up holding her little daughter, and walked in front of Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan turned back to look at Jin Yao and the baby in her arms. Oh, the baby is so cute. What's its name? Her name is Chao Xuani, and she is my eldest daughter. Cao Pingwa, who was standing next to her, said proudly. Jin Yao smiled and asked, Zihan, do you want to hug her? Is it okay? Yang Zihan looked nervous. I've never held such a small baby before. Jin Yao said gently, Of course, I'll teach you how to hold it. Afterwards, Jin Yao, the oldest member of the family, took over the newcomer Yang Zihan from Cao Pingwa and began to introduce her to the 13 sisters and 6 babies in the family one by one. At 6:30 in the evening, a total of 20 dishes including chicken, duck, pork, beef, mutton, sea bass, mandarin fish, lobster, and king crab filled the round table in the dining room. The host Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the main seat, looked around at the 14 beauties with their own unique characteristics sitting around the table, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. On his right sat Jin Yao, Li Jing, Zheng Jieqi, Su Tiantian, Yang Zihan, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue. Sitting on his left in order were Qian Wan, Yu Qian, Liu Ruyan, Xia Tian, Zhou Jing, Liu Yun, and Su Yingying. Today's seating arrangement was specially arranged by Cao Pingwa. He wanted 4 female college students, Zheng Jieqi, Su Tiantian, Wang Lulu, and Zhang Yue, to sit next to newcomer Yang Zihan and pass on some of their senior experiences to her. After all, Yang Zihan was hooked by Cao Pingwa last month, and soon she will face the situation that Zheng Jieqi, Wang Lulu, and others have faced before. After dinner, everyone went to the living room together to watch TV, chat, eat fruit and dessert, and play with the babies who were still awake. Sitting in the middle of a group of women, Cao Pingwa discovered that compared to the 4 girls of similar age he had arranged for Yang Zihan, she preferred to chat with Xia Tian and Su Yingying, 2 fellow villagers from Sichuan province. Yang Zihan said excitedly in Sichuan dialect, Sister Yingying, so you are also from Nanchong? Su Yingying smiled and said, Yes, Zihan, where are you from in Nanchong? I'm from Jialing. Yang Zihan replied. Su Yingying smiled and said, I'm from Gaoping. No wonder your accent sounds familiar to me. Yang Zihan turned to Xia Tian again. Sister Xia Tian, where are you from? Xia Tian smiled and said in Sichuan dialect, I'm from Yinyang, right next to your Nanchong. Yang Zihan blushed slightly and said, Sister Xia Tian, I think you look like an internet celebrity. Su Yingying covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Zihan, you're not saying that Xia Tian looks like a little genius, are you? Yang Zihan reacted immediately and looked at Xia Tian with wide eyes. Xia Tian also covered his mouth and said jokingly, Do you think I am not as good-looking in person as in those beautified videos online? Yang Zihan quickly waved her hands and said, No, Xia Tian is also very beautiful without makeup. It turns out you really are a little genius. Time soon came to 10 o'clock in the evening, and the girls in the room began to go back to their rooms to rest. Cao Pingwa took Yang Zihan out and took the elevator down to the 33rd floor, then took her into the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment at 3301. Yang Zihan walked around the big house with a curious look on his face. Honey, am I the only one living in such a big house? Cao Pingwa smiled and said, yes. What's wrong, Zihan? Are you not used to living in a big house alone? Yang Zihan nodded, yeah, a little bit. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, then I'll sleep with you tonight, and tomorrow I'll have Ying move down from upstairs and be your roommate. When Yang Zihan heard that Cao Pingwa wanted to let his fellow Nansheng native be his roommate, he nodded happily and said, my dear, you are so kind. On the big bed in the master bedroom, Yang Zihan, with a blushing face, lay on Cao Pingwa's body to rest. Zihan, I'll have Master Su Chu be your driver for you and your 3 classmates these days, and take you to various famous scenic spots in Jiangxing for a tour. Yang Zihan touched the stubble on his chin and asked, honey, won't you play with us? My husband has been a little busy at work lately, but I'll find time to treat you classmates to dinner when I'm done. All right. Cao Pingwa touched Yang Zihan's fair and smooth back and warned, the weather in Jiangxing is getting hotter and hotter now. You must pay attention to prevent heat stroke when playing outside. Also, be sure to pay attention when going up and down the stairs, and don't chase or play with your roommates. Honey, we're not children anymore. Aren't you a little too worried? You are carrying my baby in your belly now. How can I not worry about your safety? Yang Zihan, baby. Cao Pingwa touched her little face and said with a smile, did your period come on time this month? Yang Zihan, no, it's already 3 days late, right, husband? We've only done it twice before. Cao Pingwa looked very proud. Otherwise, why do you say my husband's shooting skills are so accurate? Chapter 194, My Own Confinement Company. The next morning, when Cao Pingwa was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt 2 soft lips kissing his cheeks. When I opened my eyes, I saw that it was Yang Zihan who was already dressed neatly. Honey, I'm going to see the Yellow Crane Tower with Meng Meng, Jia, and the others. Well, go ahead. Have fun with your classmates for a few days. After you've had your fun, your husband will take you to the hospital for a checkup. Yang Zihan smiled and put on a white Adidas baseball cap. I know, husband. Bye, husband. After the female college student went out to travel, Cao Pingwa lay in bed for a nap before getting out of bed to wash up. While brushing his teeth in the bathroom of the master bedroom, Cao Pingwa suddenly heard some noise next door. So he brushed his teeth while tiptoeing out of the master bedroom and coming to the second bedroom. He found that Su Ying, who lived in 3402 upstairs, had already moved down according to his instructions. At this time, the secretary was already wearing an OL suit for work, a white shirt on the upper body, a gray hip skirt on the lower body, and a pair of 10D ultra-thin black stockings on the legs. She was standing by the bed with her back to Cao Pingwa, bending over and tidying up the clothes on the bed. Cao Pingwa, who couldn't walk at the sight of beautiful legs and buttocks, walked forward with a toothbrush in his mouth and hugged Su Ying's slim waist from behind. Ouch! Honey, you scared me. Cao Pingwa had a wicked smile on his face. You can pack your things later. First, let me see how your pregnancy energy is this morning. 10 minutes later, Cao Pingwa went back to the bathroom in the master bedroom to brush his teeth and take a shower. After washing, he leisurely took the elevator up to 3601 and had lunch with Jin Yao and the others. During the meal, Cao Pingwa said as they ate, Qian, your due date is less than 10 days away. After dinner, pack up your things, and I'll take you to Santa Maria Maternity Hospital. Yu Qian, who was sitting next to Qian Wan, said happily, okay, husband. Qian Wanza saw the opportunity and said, hubby, Qian is about to give birth, but her 3-month-old nanny, Sister Jin Yao, hasn't been matched with her yet. Huh? Is that so? Cao Pingwa turned his head and looked at Jin Yao on his right. Jin Yao glanced at Qian Wan, who was sitting across from her, and replied, I've contacted several confinement nanny companies, and I've only managed to secure 2 confinement nannies for Qian. Cao Pingwa raised his eyebrows and said, even if I pay more, I can't get a date. Jin Yao explained, there are fewer and fewer people having children now, and the confinement nanny companies say their business is not doing well, so they usually have a small number of confinement nannies. We have hired 18 experienced confinement nannies in a short period of time. It is really hard to find experienced confinement nannies. Qian Wan, who was standing on the left, immediately chimed in. Honey, why don't we open our own confinement nanny company? That way we can train our own confinement nanny team based on our family's needs, and we won't have to worry about not being able to book a confinement nanny in the future. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, that's a good idea. Qian Wan tried hard to suppress the corners of her mouth and rubbed Cao Pingwa's arm with her soft curves. Hubby, Sister Jean, Yao has a hard time taking care of the whole family. Why don't you let me take charge of the confinement nanny company? Cao Pingwa grinned and said, tell me how much startup capital you want. Qianwan's beautiful eyes rolled around. Just give me 5 million first. If the funds are insufficient later, I will talk to you about it. Cao Pingwa put down his chopsticks, picked up his phone, and sent Qianwan 5 million yuan via WeChat. Money is not a problem. Xiaowan, just build a professional confinement nanny team for me as soon as possible. After Qian gives birth this month, Jingjing's twins will be born next month. Qianwan couldn't suppress the smile at all. She happily hugged Cao Pingwa's arm and said, don't worry, husband. I will definitely take care of the confinement nanny. After dinner, we went to the underground parking lot under Building 6 of Yuhu Shijia. Cao Pingwa carefully helped Yu Qian, who was pregnant, into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Ghost. Lao Jian, let's go to the hospital. Drive steadily. Jianwei said seriously. Okay, boss. Half an hour later, in a luxurious single room at Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, Yu Qian supported her big belly and lay comfortably on the spacious single bed. Hey, honey, this single room is the one Xiaowan lived in before, right? Cao Pingwa, who was sitting beside the bed, smiled and nodded. That's right. I am now a super VIP in the hospital. This single room, along with the 2 luxury rooms next door, are all prepared for me long-term. The hospital will not let anyone else stay here. Suddenly, the cell phone in Cao Pingwa's pocket rang. I took it out and saw that it was a call from my old classmate Lu Long. Old Lu, do you have something to talk to me about? Hey, old Cao, this is what happened. Kong Jing accompanied Wang Shanshan to a prenatal checkup this morning. The doctor said the fetus is in an abnormal position and may need a cesarean section. Afterwards, the 2 girls returned home and searched online for medical advice, which made them feel frustrated. Now they both think Xianyang hospitals are unreliable and want to go to Jiangsheng to find a good hospital to give birth. So let me call you first and ask if you have any familiar hospitals or obstetricians. Sitting in the luxurious single-person delivery room, Cao Pingwa laughed. I actually have connections in this area. Oh, that's great. Lao Chao, please help me contact them. Wang Shanshan is due to give birth at the end of the month. She's having a baby at the end of the month? Time flies. Cao Pingwa held the phone in one hand and touched Yu Qian's hand with the other. I'll send a car back to Shenyang to pick up Wang Shanshan and bring her to Jiangxing. Tell her to pack her things, and then pay attention to my driver's call. Holy crap, you're moving that fast? Okay, I get it. After seeing Cao Pingwa hang up the phone, Yu Qian asked, husband, who are you sending a car to pick up and bring him to Jiangxing? Cao Pingwa said, my old classmate's wife, like you, is also giving birth this month. He picked up his phone and called Dianwei again. Lao Jian, please take the trouble to go to Xianyang and pick someone up for me. 5 p.m. The black ghost slowly drove into the hospital parking lot. As soon as the iconic double doors of the Rolls-Royce opened, Wang Shanshan, who was sitting in the car, saw Cao Pingwa standing outside. Next to him stood a young nurse pushing a wheelchair. Afterwards, Cao Pingwa and the young nurse Zhou Jing helped Wang Shanshan, who was pregnant, from the car to the wheelchair. Did the journey go smoothly? Cao Pingwa asked. Wang Shanshan nodded. Yeah, it went pretty smoothly. Brother Cao, thank you for sending a car to pick me up in Xianyang. Hey, little thing. Cao Pingwa pushed Wang Shanshan into the building and introduced her to the hospital. This is one of the best private obstetrics and gynecology hospitals in Jiangxing, and I'm also familiar with Dr. Xiao, the director of the obstetrics department. After the examination is done, you can stay here. I have arranged everything. Just focus on your delivery. Wang Shanshan's face flushed slightly. Thank you. Cao Pingwa, you're welcome. Chapter 195. If there is no opportunity, create one, Part 1. On the 2nd floor of Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, in the obstetrics director's office, Xiaoya sat at her desk, typing on the keyboard. Number 012, Wang Shanshan, 25 years old, 38 weeks pregnant. All indicators are normal. After creating the file, she looked intently at the ultrasound results on the computer screen. Cao Pingwa accompanied Wang Shanshan and sat quietly opposite her. Well, the fetus is in a slightly abnormal position. Xiaoya adjusted her glasses and said, but Ms. Wang, you don't have to worry too much. I've dealt with this kind of situation many times. I'll try my best to help you have a natural birth, and if that doesn't work, I'll do a cesarean section. Wang Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. I'll leave the baby in your care. You're welcome. Xiaoya took out another document from the drawer and said, Mr. Qiao, as the child's father, please sign this cesarean section informed consent form first, just in case. Cao Pingwa. Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan looked at Cao Pingwa a little embarrassedly and whispered, I don't think it's necessary to call my parents from my hometown just to sign something. Why don't you just sign it for me? Cao Pingwa said seriously. Okay. After coming out of Xiaoya's office, Cao Pingwa first sent Wang Shanshan back to her luxurious single room, and then returned to the room next door where Yuqian lived. At this time, the young nurse Zhou Jing was sitting by the bed and whispering with Yuqian. After seeing Cao Pingwa walk in, they both asked curiously, Hubby, that Wang Shanshan you brought from your hometown of Xianyang, the baby she's carrying is also yours, right? Cao Pingwa. Don't talk nonsense. She is my good brother's wife. Zhou Jing and Yuqian both had disbelief written all over their faces. You've brought all the other girls to Jiangcheng. What are you embarrassed to admit, husband? Cao Pingwa had no choice but to briefly tell them about his old classmate Ding Yuan who had an accident and left behind Wang Shanshan and her posthumous child. Yuqian, who was also about to give birth to a baby, sighed with sympathy. So that's how it is. Wang Shanshan and the baby in her belly are so pitiful. One lost her husband at such a young age, and the other lost her father before she was even born. The young nurse, Zhou Jing, suddenly looked at Cao Pingwa and asked, Hubby, after Wang Shanshan gives birth, will you take her and the baby back to live with the Yuhu family? Cao Pingwa. Zhou Jing, I already told you she's my brother's wife. The young nurse blinked and said, But your brother is no longer with us, isn't he? Isn't it your responsibility to take care of his wife and children? Cao Pingwa smiled helplessly and said, We can't just take her home and take care of her. Let's see what she plans to do after she gives birth. If she wants to go back to her hometown, I will send her and her child back. If she wants to stay in Jiangcheng, I will rent her a house and arrange an easy job for her. The next afternoon, at Chuahanjia Street, at the gate of Ruihua Hotel, Yang Zihan and his group of four had just gotten off the Mercedes-Benz business car when they saw a shiny black ghost parked at the hotel entrance. Wei Mingming recognized it immediately this time. Little golden man. Double R logo. What a beautiful Rolls-Royce. Zihan, this car is the same brand as your boyfriend's Cullinan. Yang Zihan said blankly. Well, it seems so. The next second, she saw her tall and elegant boyfriend walking down from the back seat of a black car. Husband. As soon as she saw Cao Pingwa, Yang Zihan immediately jumped into his arms like a happy little rabbit. Honey, why are you here? Cao Pingwa caressed her little head lovingly. My husband promised you that no matter how busy he is, he will make time to treat you and your classmates to a meal. Yang Zihan was happy and touched. My dear, you are so kind. She wanted to stand on tiptoe to kiss her boyfriend, but then she remembered that there were 3 college classmates behind her who were enjoying the show, so she had to withdraw from his arms with a blushing face. At this time, Wei Mingming, Li Jia and Nie Feng, who were standing next to each other, were all stunned. They never thought that Yang Zihan's boyfriend could have a second Rolls-Royce. Nie Feng. Holy shit, this guy's skills are simply unfathomable. 2 big rigs. Did he rent them just to save face? Li Jia. Oh, if only I could be half as pretty as Zihan. I also want to find a tall, rich and handsome boyfriend. Wei Mingming. This beauty is no less pretty than Yang Zihan. But why did she find a boyfriend so much better than mine? It really pissed me off. Executive Restaurant, 25th floor, Ruihua Hotel. Cao Pingwa invited Yang Zihan and her 3 classmates to have dinner here. We've been to Jianghan Road Pedestrian Street, the Yellow Crane Tower, the Yangtze River Bridge, Hobu Alley, and Tanhuilin these past 2 days. Yang Zihan happily showed her boyfriend the photos on her iPhone 16. Oh, by the way, we also took a ferry across the river. It was quite interesting. Cao Pingwa hugged her soft waist and said with a smile, Just have fun. At this time, Wei Mingming, who was sitting next to Yang Zihan, quickly interrupted and said, Zihan, this time when we came to Jiangcheng, we were able to stay in a 7-star hotel for free and enjoy a private car pickup every day. We had such a great time, and it was all thanks to you. Yang Zihan's face flushed. Oh, Mingming, don't say that. Wei Mingming then took the opportunity to look at Cao Pingwa with an ambiguous gaze. Brother Cao. Of course, I also want to thank you. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, You're welcome. Seeing his girlfriend flirting with Cao Pingwa in front of him, Nie Feng, who was sitting next to him, dared not say anything. Coming from a relatively well-off family, he drove a Xiaomi SU7 in his second year of university and was considered a very popular figure in school. But when the rich second-generation Nie Feng met Boss Chow, who had hundreds of millions in cash, his original confidence disappeared in an instant. During the meal, Wei Mingming, who had been observing the situation silently, noticed that several waiters in the executive restaurant, both men and women, seemed to be very familiar with Cao Pingwa. It seems like he must be a frequent visitor to this high-end hotel. After the meal, we paid the bill. The total consumption was 57,800. Seeing that his 3 college classmates all had shocked expressions on their faces, Yang Zihan couldn't help but feel a little proud. Cao Pingwa explained calmly. It was mainly because the bottle of white wine I drank was quite expensive. That bottle alone cost 48,000 yuan. The meal didn't cost much. After dinner, in a standard room on the 8th floor of the hotel, Wei Mingming sat on the bedside, holding her phone, her mind full of Cao Pingwa's appearance. Young, tall, handsome, rich, gentle and manly, he is simply the perfect boyfriend. No, it's no use just sitting in the room and daydreaming. I have to find a way to get close to him. But he is so busy that he doesn't travel with us. Even if he goes out with us, I guess Yang Zihan will stick to him the whole time. I need a chance to meet him alone. Jia, I'm going out for a while. Li Jiao? Mingming, where are you going? Do you need me to go with you? Wei Mingming said as she put on her shoes. No, I just ate a little too full at dinner, so I'm going out for a walk and will be back soon. After saying that, she took her cell phone and left the room, then took the elevator directly to the 25th floor of the hotel. Chapter 196. If there is no opportunity, create one, Part 2. Thanks to the sponsor, Source Beast Essence, who loves crispy pizza. For the reward, I will add another chapter. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Wei Mingming returned to the executive restaurant on the 25th floor. At this time, there were only a few scattered tables of guests drinking and chatting in the restaurant. Wei Mingming looked around and spotted a pretty waitress who happened to be free and walked towards her. Hello, beautiful. Wei Mingming glanced at the waitress's name tag, which read Fu Jiejia. Fu Jiejia gave a standard professional smile. Hello, ma'am. How can I help you? Wei Mingming boldly asked. Beautiful sister, is Mr. Cao Pingwa a frequent visitor to your hotel? Fu Jiejia raised her eyebrows and carefully looked at Wei Mingming, who was wearing a generic t-shirt, shorts, and white sneakers, which was obviously an ordinary student outfit. Oh, my dear, didn't you just have dinner with Boss Cao today? Don't you know he's an SVIP client of our hotel? Wei Mingming smiled awkwardly. Actually, I just met him not long ago. Fu Jiejia asked again. The beautiful girl sitting in Boss Chao's arms tonight, is she your classmate? Wei Mingming nodded. Yes. Fu Jiejia sighed softly and said, your classmate is so lucky. She can become Boss Chao's girlfriend. I added Boss Chao on WeChat last year, but I've been sending him messages for a year straight, and he hasn't replied to a single one. Fu Jiejia looked at Wei Mingming with a rich look in her eyes again. Little beauty, do you want to know some gossip about Boss Chao? Wei Mingming quickly replied. Yes, beautiful sister. Can you tell me about it? Seeing her eager look, Fu Jiejia covered her mouth and smiled. Okay, I'm not busy now anyway, so I'll tell you what I know. There's an executive lake view suite on the 30th floor of our hotel. Boss Chao booked it for 2 years straight. From last year to this year, just counting the ones I've seen with my own eyes, there have been 5 different beauties who have lived there. Of course, there are some other rumors among colleagues in the hotel. Some people say they have seen more than 20 different beauties living there. Some say they have seen more than 50 different beauties, and some even say they have seen more than 100 in total. Wei Mingming's eyes widened. More than 100 in 1 year. That's too much. I don't believe it. Fu Jiejia smiled and said, I don't believe it either. But I guess it's inevitable that Boss Chao has many girlfriends. When Wei Mingming heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. It's just as I guessed. Although Yang Zihan is indeed pure and beautiful, it is obviously impossible for a man as outstanding as Boss Chao to be monopolized by a simple-minded female college student like her. That means I have a chance to join in too. Thank you, beautiful sister. I think I have found the idea. Fu Jiejia looked at Wei Mingming with a determined look and thought, the young are really to be feared. Little beauty, I hope your luck will be better than mine. Wei Mingming took the elevator from the 25th floor to the 1st floor lobby of the hotel and then walked to a front desk. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm a friend of Mr. Cao Pingwa. Can I go in and take a look at the lake view suite he booked on the 30th floor? The receptionist was stunned. Ma'am, are you talking about Lake View Suite 3018? Wei Mingming quickly said. Yes, it's Lake View Suite 3018. The receptionist smiled and said, Ma'am, please provide Mr. Chao's personal mobile phone number so I can help you check in. This. Wei Mingming's mind raced. I saved his number on my other phone, but not on this one. Why don't you give him a call from your hotel and tell him that Wei Mingming wants to stay in Lake View Suite 3018. He'll definitely agree. Now it was the front desk lady's turn to start struggling. The girl in front of him could tell me Cao Pingwa's name and knew the Lake View Suite 3018, but she didn't have his cell phone number. It's definitely not okay to let her live there like this. But if I reject her, if I find out tomorrow that she is really Boss Chao's friend, I will probably be criticized. Ma'am, Please wait a moment while I consult my supervisor. After saying that, the receptionist quickly walked up to the lobby manager and explained the situation to him. The lobby manager said, "Then you can call Boss Chow to verify it." The receptionist looked confused, but it's already past 9 p.m. Wouldn't it be disturbing to call him now? The lobby manager looked at Wei Mingming standing at the front desk and pondered for a moment. "It's okay. Just call Boss Chow. I'll take care of any complaints." Good manager. At the same time, in the living room of Building 6, Room 3601 of Yuhu family, Cao Pingwa was sitting among a group of women, playing ball and watching TV. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. So Cao Pingwa, with both hands full, said to Su Tiantian, the E-level beauty, sitting on his right, "Tiantian, help me get the phone in my pocket and see who is calling me so late." "Okay, husband." Hey, Tiantian, I asked you to help me get the phone out of my pocket. Where did your hand go?" Su Tiantian helped Cao Pingwa take out his phone with a sly smile on her face. "It's the Ruihua Hotel calling. Will you answer it, honey?" "Ruihua Hotel." Cao Pingwa pulled his left hand out of the clothes of Liu Ruyan. The stewardess sitting on his left took the phone from Su Tiantian's hand and pressed the answer button again. "Hello, who's looking for me?" "Well, she's my friend." Cao Pingwa was on the phone with his left hand, while his right hand continued to wantonly manipulate the childlike Su Tiantian. "I understand. If she wants to stay, just let her stay. Well, don't call me next time." But, after seeing Cao Pingwa hang up the phone, Su Tiantian leaned on him and asked curiously, "Honey, why is the Ruihua Hotel calling you so late at night?" Cao Pingwa said cheerfully, "Nothing much. It's just that someone suddenly wants to stay in my PO room which I haven't used for a long time." Chapter 197. If there is no opportunity, create one, Part 2. Su Tiantian's eyes widened instantly, her face full of curiosity. "Who is it? Who wants to stay in your Lakeview suite?" Cao Pingwa reached out and pinched her round little face and said with a smile, "Why do you ask so many questions, little girl?" Su Tiantian, who was very approachable, rubbed Cao Pingwa's arm with her plump curves. "Oh, husband, just tell me." Cao Pingwa, who loved delay very much, could not resist the little girl with a childlike face and a beautiful figure acting like a spoiled child, so he could only whisper in her ear, "It's Zihan's roommate." Su Tiantian turned her head with a rich look in her eyes to look at young Zihan, who was sitting not far away and chatting with two fellow Sichuanese, Xia Tian and Su Yingying. Then she turned back to look at Cao Pingwa and asked, "Honey, are you going to the hotel now?" "No." Cao Pingwa looked calm. He had already returned home and taken a shower, and was too lazy to go out again for a female college student who scored over 70 points without makeup. Wouldn't it be nice to have 14 girlfriends of varying sizes at home? What's more, the short-haired beauty Xia Tian and the secretary Su Yingying are not pregnant yet, so Cao Pingwa has already arranged tonight's ammunition for them. Ruihua Hotel, first floor lobby. After the receptionist finished the call, she smiled and said to Wei Mingming, "I'm sorry, Ms. Wei, I kept you waiting. I've already checked with Boss Chow, and we'll check you in a Lakeview Suite 3018 right away." Wei Mingming was pleasantly surprised. "He agreed to let me stay right away?" "Yes, Ms. Wei." Soon, Wei Mingming took the room card of the Lakeview Suite and took the elevator to the 30th floor of the hotel. Walking on the thick carpet, I came to the door of 3018, swiped the card to open the door, and inserted the card to turn on the phone. A large and luxuriously decorated suite appeared in front of Wei Mingming. "Wow, this Lakeview Suite is bigger than the house I live in." The little girl walked slowly around the living room, bathroom, and master bedroom, exclaiming, "Is this the life of a truly wealthy person? I'm no less pretty than Yang Zihan, and my breasts are much bigger than hers. I must become Boss Chow's mistress." After strolling around the Lakeview Suite carefully twice, Wei Mingming first touched up her makeup in front of the large mirror in the bathroom, adjusted her clothes, then walked back to the living room and sat on a single sofa. This place is facing the door of the room, and she wants Cao Pingwa to see her beautiful self as soon as he enters the room. Unfortunately, Wei Mingming waited from 9 o'clock in the evening until 12 o'clock in the morning, but she still didn't see the Boss Chow she was thinking about. At this time, her cell phone rang. It was a call from her roommate Li Jia. "Hey, Mingming, where are you? Why haven't you come back from your walk yet?" Wei Mingming felt that it would be a waste of time to wait any longer tonight, so she said to her phone, "Don't worry, Jia. I'll be back soon." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the room." After hanging up the phone, Wei Mingming sighed lightly, stood up and walked out of the Lakeview Suite, and took the elevator from the 30th floor of the hotel back to the 8th floor. When she was about to reach the door of her room, she found her boyfriend, Nia Feng, standing in the corridor, waiting for her anxiously. "You haven't slept yet?" Nie Feng asked cautiously. Ming, Li Jia said you went out for a walk. Why did you come back so late? Wei Ming said calmly. I was too full after dinner, so I just wandered around the hotel and accidentally forgot the time. Nie Feng frowned slightly. Ming, you must pay attention to safety when you go out as a girl. Next time you want to take a walk, let me accompany you. The security in Jiangcheng is pretty good, and I'm just walking around the hotel. What danger could there be? Wei Ming charmingly lifted the hair beside her ear and said, It's getting late. I'm going back to my room. You should go to bed early too. Hey, wait a minute, Ming. Nie Feng reached out and grabbed Wei Ming's slender wrist and said with a somewhat lustful look in his eyes, Why don't you rest in my room tonight? Wei Ming's face flushed and she shook off Nie Feng's hand. Why is your mind full of these things? If you continue like this, I will ignore you. Seeing this, Nie Feng quickly apologized. No, Ming, I was wrong. I was too impulsive just now. Don't be angry. Wei Ming, who is not yet hooked up with Boss Chow, does not intend to break up with Nie Feng now. After all, Nie Xiao, who comes from a wealthy family and drives a Xiaomi SU7, is a pretty good backup. So she raised her lips slightly, looked at Nie Feng with expressive eyes and said, You know, I'm a very conservative girl. Besides, we've only been dating for less than 3 months. I still need more time to understand you, your character, and your sincerity. Nie Feng nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Don't worry, Ming, I won't push you anymore, and I will let you see my sincerity. The next day, July 15th, was my godsister Chen Shooting's birthday. 5 p.m. Cao Pingwa drove a brand new silver Porsche 911 to her building and picked her up to go out for dinner. Pingao, this 911 isn't the one I sold you. Chen Shooting, who was wearing a purple dress, looked puzzled. Why did you buy 2 identical cars? Cao Pingao held the steering wheel with a wicked smile on his face. This 911 is my birthday gift to you, sister. Oh. Chen Shooting covered her mouth in surprise. Silly brother, why did you give me such an expensive birthday present? Cao Pingwa said calmly. Hey, it's just a sports car worth over 3 million yuan, not expensive. Besides, Sister Shooting's birthday only comes once a year, so of course I have to put some thought into getting you a gift. In fact, ever since he obtained the Lucky Husband badge, bronze, from Chen Shooting, he has distributed cash rewards on the 15th of every month, totaling more than 24 million renminbi from February to June. At 12 noon today, Mr. Chow, whose total assets have reached 1.3486 billion, received another 13.486 million system reward. The money spent on buying Chen Shooting a birthday present was just a fraction of the bonus in July. Get in the car, sister, let's go eat. In a high-end Western restaurant, Cao Pingwa and the beautiful Chen Shooting sat opposite each other, talking and laughing while having a romantic candlelight dinner. During the meal, the restaurant waiter, at Cao Pingwa's signal, brought out the birthday cake that had been prepared long ago. The violinist who was lying in ambush on the side also appeared at their table at the right time and began his accompaniment. Chen Shooting took the initiative to stretch her fair little hand across the table, held Cao Pingwa's big hand, and said with emotion in her eyes, Thank you, Pingao. I haven't had such a happy birthday in a long time. Cao Pingwa covered Chen Shooting's small hand with his other big hand. Happy birthday, Sister Shooting. I will make you happier every year. Flat. After the candlelight dinner, Cao Pingwa was originally planning to accompany Chen Shooting to go shopping and watch a movie, but his sister-in-law firmly asked them to go home directly. As soon as they got home, Chen Shooting put the Porsche keys on the shoe cabinet at the door, and then took Cao Pingwa's hand and walked towards the bathroom at home. After taking a relaxing bath together, the two returned to the bedroom hand in hand. This time, the gentle Chen Shooting let Cao Pingwa lie on the bed to rest, while she performed the beautiful scenery of turbulent waves in front of him. Suddenly, Cao Pingwa's cell phone on the bedside table vibrated, and Chen Shooting quickly reached out to help him get the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Chow. This is the front desk of the Ruihua Hotel. I'm here with Ms. Wei. Didn't I tell her to stay if she wants? Why are you calling me again? I'm sorry, Mr. Chow. Ms. Wei asked us to leave a message for you. She said she will wait for you in the room tonight until 12 o'clock. Okay, I understand. After seeing Cao Pingwa hang up the phone, Chen Shooting asked, Anything else tonight? Fine. It sounds to me like there are other girls waiting for you. Cao Pingwa kneaded Chen Shooting's voluptuous waist with both hands and said with a smile, Let her wait if she wants to, but I'm not going anywhere tonight. I want to be with my godsister wholeheartedly. Chen Shooting smiled, leaned over and pressed on Cao Pingwa's chest and kissed him passionately again. Chapter 198, A Pair of Little Wings, Part 1. On the 30th floor of the Ruihua Hotel, In the Lake View Suite number 3018. Wei Mingming, with delicate makeup on her face and wearing a tight white t-shirt and a black miniskirt, sat on the large sofa in the living room, holding the receiver of the hotel's landline. Well, what did Brother Chow say in reply? The receptionist on the other end of the line said. Mr. Chow's response was, "Okay, he got it. That's it." "Yes, Ms. Wei. Can you please just give me his cell phone number so I can contact him myself?" "I'm sorry, Ms. Wei. Without Mr. Chow's permission, the hotel cannot disclose his personal contact information to anyone else." "Okay." Wei Mingming pursed her lips and put down the phone receiver helplessly. Since the message that she would continue to wait for him tonight had been delivered to the hotel, Wei Mingming could only hold on to a glimmer of hope and wait for Cao Pingwa's arrival in the Lakeview Suite while playing with her mobile phone. Time slowly came to 12 o'clock in the evening. Not surprisingly, Wei Mingming, who wanted to take a shortcut in life, waited in vain again tonight. The next day, on the 20th floor of Building A, Wanda International Office Building. In the office of the chairman of Banana Media, Cao Pingwa sat in his boss chair and said to Jianjia, who was sitting opposite him in an office lady suit, "The month is already halfway over, and it's almost the end of the month. July 29th is the first anniversary of Banana Media's official establishment. My idea is for the company to pay for us to go to Sanya for a week." Jianjia's eyes widened. "Boss, our company now has over 150 employees in the Jiangqing headquarters alone. Adding the Chengdu branch, we estimate that there are nearly 300 people in total. If 300 people go to Sanya for a week, assuming each person spends 5,000 yuan, the budget for this kind of anniversary celebration would have to be at least 1.5 million yuan. Cao Pingwa remained calm and said, "It's okay. It's just a small amount of money. Mr. Jian, in addition to the company's employees, bring 200 of the company's core influencers and female anchors to Sanya. 500 people in total. This scale of anniversary celebration is truly grand. As for the budget, I'll give you 10 million first. It doesn't matter if you spend more than that. The important thing is that everyone can have a good place to stay, eat well, and have fun." Jinjia nodded and asked, "Boss, what arrangements will be made for the colleagues who will stay on duty during the company's anniversary celebration?" Cao Pingwa touched his chin and said, "Everyone will receive a subsidy of 30,000 yuan. After listening to what Jinjia said, he said seriously, "I understand, boss. I will arrange it according to your idea." Time soon came to evening. After dark, the Chuahanja commercial street is crowded with people and bustling with activity. Cao Pingwa first invited Yang Zihan and her 3 classmates to have a Cantonese evening tea at the Daoxiang restaurant on Han Street, and then accompanied Yang Zihan shopping and bought her clothes. The other 2 girls, Wei Mingming and Li Jia, who were shopping together, were so envious and jealous when they saw Cao Pingwa buy Yang Zihan a rose gold necklace worth more than 60,000 yuan without blinking. Niefeng next to him was complaining in his heart, "Brother, it's very difficult for me to deal with what you are doing. I only have a little over 10,000 yuan in my bank card, WeChat, and Alipay. Even if I spend it all on my girlfriend Wei Mingming tonight, I guess she won't feel anything." While strolling around, Cao Pingwa and his group came to the only women's clothing store. Wei Mingming, who had been looking for an opportunity, took advantage of the time when Yang Zihan and Li Jia were changing clothes in the fitting room and walked towards Cao Pingwa wearing a new white-based pink floral halter dress from the store. Suddenly, her boyfriend, Niefeng, came out from the side and blocked her way, his eyes constantly glancing at her collar. "Mingming, you look so good in this skirt." Wei Mingming quickly pulled up her suspender skirt, covered her chest with her hands, and asked with a frown, "Where are your eyes looking?" Seeing this, Niefeng quickly looked away, then said with a silly smile, "Mingming, I'll buy this skirt for you, okay?" In order to get rid of her boyfriend, Wei Mingming tore off the tag on her skirt and handed it to Niefeng. "Take it to the front desk and pay." "Okay." Niefeng took the tag and happily went to the cashier to queue up to pay. As soon as she saw Niefeng walking away, Wei Mingming immediately took 2 steps at a time and walked to the front of the tall Cao Pingwa, then deliberately pulled her suspender dress down and forward. Cao Pingwa, who was looking at his mobile phone, suddenly saw 2 dazzling white balls appear in his peripheral vision. He put down his phone and took a closer look. He had to say that the 20-year-old female college student was really tender and fair. Seeing Cao Pingwa lowering his head slightly, smiling as he admired the spring scenery in his collar, Wei Mingming's little face also showed a happy smile. It would be too boring to live alone in such a large Lakeview suite. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, "Don't you have a boyfriend? You can ask him to accompany you." Wei Mingming pouted slightly and swayed her body gently, saying coquettishly, "Oh, brother. Actually, I don't like him at all." He was the one who pestered me at school and insisted on being my boyfriend. I had no choice but to temporarily agree to it. I've never even held his hand. When we went out to play and stayed in a hotel, I shared a room with Jia Jia. There's nothing between him and me. Brother, you have to believe me. Cao Pingwa said happily. Okay, I believe you. Stop shaking, it's making my eyes blur. Wei Mingming raised her head slightly, looked at him teasingly, and said, Then can I wait for the person I want to wait for tonight? Cao Pingwa grinned and said, You'll know when you see. After saying that, he walked towards Yang Zihan, who had just changed her clothes, and walked out of the fitting room. She was also wearing a new white-based pink floral halter dress. Compared with Wei Mingming, who has a D-level daily eye, Yang Zihan, a B-level contestant with a pure style, seems a bit mediocre. Honey, do I look good in this dress? Yang Zihan turned around in front of Cao Pingwa, her skirt fluttering. Cao Pingwa smiled and said, It looks good. My Zihan looks good in any clothes. Really? Cao Pingwa said sincerely, Of course it's true. I'll go to the cashier and pay right away. Yang Zihan blushed, and she stood on tiptoe and gave Cao Pingwa a light kiss on the face. You're so kind, darling. After shopping, Cao Pingwa took Yang Zihan's hand across the road and returned to Yuhu family, while Wei Mingming and the others went east back to Ruihua Hotel. After sending Yang Zihan to the bottom of Building 6, Cao Pingwa said to her, Zihan, you go home first. I still have some work to do at the company. Yang Zihan quickly crawled into his arms with a distressed look on her face, hugged his waist, and said, Don't work too hard, dear. Try to go home and rest early. Cao Pingwa caressed her little head and said with a smile, I know. Ruihua Hotel, 30th floor. As soon as Cao Pingwa walked into the Lakeview suite, he saw Wei Mingming, who was barefoot and wearing a white halter dress with pink flowers, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room looking at the scenery. Brother, I finally got you here. Wei Mingming walked up to Cao Pingwa with her fair little feet and said to him with a look of affection, Brother, I want to be your girlfriend too. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, Why don't you ask me first what it means to be my girlfriend? Wei Mingming shook her head with a rich look in her eyes. I have seen how you treat Zihan, brother. I know that as long as I'm obedient and can make my brother happy and satisfied, he will definitely treat me no worse than he treats her. Cao Pingwa grinned. Well, I like smart big girls like you. He first stretched out his big hand and caressed Wei Mingming's little face, chin, neck, and a pair of small shoulders. Then use your fingers to gently push the two shoulder straps to the sides. The white halter dress with pink flowers slid smoothly onto the carpet in the living room. It was only then that Cao Pingwa discovered that Wei Mingming was not wearing anything else underneath. You're quite well prepared. Wei Mingming's face flushed. I've been expecting it for 3 days. Cao Pingwa leaned over and kissed her, and Wei Mingming quickly hugged his neck and responded positively. After kissing for a while, Cao Pingwa took the misty-eyed little girl he had kissed and walked to the huge French window in the living room. Turn around and lie on the window. Wei Mingming quickly obeyed and did as she was told. Cao Pingwa stretched out his big hands and tightly grasped her small waist. He looked down and smiled. Wow, your tattoo is on your lower back, and it's a pair of little wings. Chapter 199, A Pair of Little Wings, Part 2. Thanks to the tip from Supreme Ocean Lord for adding another chapter. 15 minutes later, Cao Pingwa grabbed Wei Mingming, who had just been killed by him, and held her in his arms, then strode towards the bathroom of the suite. In the spacious shower room, the tall and strong boss Cao squatted beside Wei Mingming, holding the shower head in his hand. Wei Mingming held the wall next to her with one hand and his shoulder with the other. Be my girlfriend, and I'll give you 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Cao Pingwa gently helped the little girl wash away the little bit of blood on her legs and said, If you are willing to give birth to a child for me, my monthly allowance will be doubled to 100,000 yuan. In addition, I will also give you an additional 1 million yuan reward for each baby you give birth to. Wei Mingming's eyes widened. 100,000 a month. That's 1.2 million a year. Brother, is Zihan willing to give birth to a baby for you now? Cao Pingwa grinned and said, Zihan is already pregnant. Wei Mingming. Her mind worked quickly, and she said quickly, Since Zihan is willing to give birth to a child for her brother while she is in school, then I am willing too. Ha 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 ha. This young man is teachable. After taking a shower, Cao Pingwa held the naked, soft female college student in his arms and returned to the big bed in the suite bedroom to test the pregnancy. It's a bit of a pity that Wei Mingming doesn't have the same good luck in getting pregnant as her roommate Yang Zihan. After finishing, Cao Pingwa stroked Wei Mingming's smooth and flawless back with his right hand, took his mobile phone with his left hand, added her WeChat, and then transferred 100,000 yuan in cash to her. Thank you, brother. You were so nice to me. Wei Mingming, who had never received so much money, was so happy that she hugged Cao Pingwa's neck and kissed him more than a dozen times. By the way, Mingming, I don't really like cheating on others, so you should go downstairs and officially break up with your boyfriend later. Wei Mingming said obediently. Okay, brother. I'll listen to you. 11:30 that night. Nia Feng, who didn't know that a green grassland had grown above his head, was leaning against the head of the bed and browsing his mobile phone. Suddenly, the doorbell of the room rang. Nia Feng stood up and opened the door, only to see his girlfriend standing outside. Looking at Wei Mingming in a halter dress with a blushing face and a hint of shyness, Nia Feng thought that she had figured it out after accepting his gift, and he would finally be able to eat tonight. Mingming, what's the matter with you looking for me so late at night? Nia Feng couldn't suppress the smile. Wei Mingming said calmly. Nia Feng, I have a few words to say to you. Come in first. Let's sit in the room and talk slowly. Nia Feng reached out to hold Wei Mingming's hand and pull her into his room, but she nimbly dodged him. No, it's just a few words, I'll be done quickly. Wei Mingming said seriously. Nia Feng, after spending a few months with you, especially traveling to Jiangxing with you this time, I feel that our personalities are not compatible. Let's break up. Nia Feng, middle-da. No, why? Mingming, what's wrong with our personalities? Wei Mingming said expressionlessly. You've spent some money on me in the past few months and given me some things, so I just transferred 30,000 yuan to you via WeChat, and we're financially even now. The action of clearing the accounts was requested by Cao Pingwa, otherwise Wei Mingming would never spit out the benefits she had already taken. At this moment, Nia Feng suddenly came to his senses. Before coming to Jiangxing, our relationship was fine. Ever since you met Yang Zihan's rich boyfriend, your attitude towards me has changed immediately. Tell me, is it because of him that you want to break up with me? Wei Mingming looked calm. I said, our personalities are not compatible. It's getting late. I want to go back to my room to rest. Unexpectedly, Wei Mingming had just turned around when Nia Feng, unwilling to give in, grabbed her wrist from behind and said, No, you can't just break up like that. I can't accept that. Nia Feng, what are you doing? Let go. There are cameras in the hotel corridors. You are sexually harassing me. Don't you know that? When Nia Feng heard the word sexual harassment, he felt like he was electrocuted and immediately let go of Wei Mingming's wrist. I'm sorry, Mingming. I just don't want to break up with you. I don't have any other intentions. Wei Mingming glanced at Nia Feng coldly. Forget it, this won't happen again. After saying that, she walked into the next room and closed the door. The next day, around noon, in the chairman's office on the 20th floor of Building A, Wanda International Office Building, Cao Pingwa sat in his boss chair, holding Xia Tian's slender waist in his arms with both hands, and they were entangled in love. Suddenly the phone on the desk rang. Cao Pingwa then held Xia Tian's naked, fair back with one of his large hands, and reached out with the other to pick up the receiver. Hello. The voice on the other end of the line was that of the female secretary Su Yingying. Boss, the front desk called, and said that a boy named Nia Feng said he knew you and asked to meet you. The lady at the front desk said he seemed a little off. Boss, should we have security send someone to remove him? No need. Yingying, just ask the front desk to let him in. Chapter 200 A Pair of Little Wings, Part 2. Nia Feng, with a look of grief and indignation on his face, was led all the way to the door of the chairman's office by the beautiful receptionist. He walked in and saw two beauties wearing OL suits sitting in a room of about 20 square meters. One is mature and intellectual, the other is pure and lovely. Nia Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Fuck, that damn Cao Pingwa really knows how to enjoy himself. He hired two such beautiful female secretaries for himself. When Su Yingying saw Nia Feng coming in, she stood up, stroking the hem of her hip skirt under her buttocks, and said, Hello, sir. You can sit on the sofa next to me for a while. The boss will see you after he finishes the work at hand. Facing the beautiful black silk female secretary, the 20-year-old male college student suddenly became speechless. Oh, okay. I'll sit for a while then. 5 minutes later, Su Yingying then received a WeChat message from Xia Tian, saying that she and her boss were done. Sir, you may come in. Oh, okay. Thank you, beautiful. Nia Feng stood up, shook his stiff limbs a few times, adjusted his hair, and then walked into Cao Pingwa's office with his head held high. As soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by the spaciousness of the inner office. My God, it's so huge. Then, Nia Feng discovered that there was a very sweet-looking short-haired beauty sitting on the legs of Cao Pingwa, who was sitting in the boss chair behind the boss desk. Moreover, The short-haired beauty was helping Cao Pingwa button up his dark blue shirt with a gentle look on her face. At the same time, he seemed to smell the vague and ambiguous smell in the air. Seeing Cao Pingwa looking at him calmly while holding the beauty in his arms, Nia Feng, who was originally filled with anger, suddenly felt his throat dry and he couldn't say a single word of the lines he had prepared all night. Seeing that the other party couldn't utter a word for a long time, Cao Pingwa spoke first and asked, "What do you want from me?" Nia Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Ming broke up with me last night." Cao Pingwa hugged Xia Tian's slender waist and said calmly, "I'm very sorry. I know you think Wei Ming broke up with you because of me, isn't it?" Nia Feng asked back with a sad and angry face. Cao Pingwa laughed and said, "Then tell me yourself. Ever since I picked up Zihan and the three of you at Tianhe Airport, have I ever done anything to actively poach your girlfriend?" Nia Feng was stunned for a moment. "I really don't have this." Cao Pingwa grinned and said, "Little brother, listen to my advice. Wei Mingming's waters are too deep for you to handle." Nia Feng frowned. "What do you mean?" Cao Pingwa touched Xia Tian's smooth little hands and said with a smile, "You can't keep a woman who doesn't belong to you. Even if Wei Mingming didn't meet me today, she would have met other men who are richer and more powerful than you in the future. Do you think she would stay with you wholeheartedly then? Or would she dump you just as decisively as she did last night?" Nia Feng, this. When Cao Pingwa saw the conflicted and painful expression on Nia Feng's face, he knew that he had really listened to some of the truth he had said. So it's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Nia Feng, I have helped you clear the minefield in advance, preventing you from losing more money and emotions. Nia Feng stared at Cao Pingwa with complicated eyes. He was very dissatisfied, but he was unable to refute what he said. So he had to vent his anger by throwing dirty water on his ex-girlfriend. Humph, that bitch Wei Mingming. I heard she has 7 or 8 ex-boyfriends in our University of Finance and Economics alone. I guess she's been slept with by who knows how many people. Boss Cao, I'm kindly reminding you to be careful of getting sick. Cao Pingwa saw through Nia Feng's bluffing at a glance. After all, he had just taken Wei Mingming's first blood last night. Thank you for your reminder, but I can tell at a glance whether a girl has a clean past or not. Although Wei Mingming is a bit materialistic and a bit too strong-willed, and even has a small tattoo, she's still very clear-headed and intelligent. Overall, she's a good girl. Wait, what tattoo? Nia Feng widened his eyes, his face full of shock. Cao Pingwa was stunned at first, then said happily, "Hey, so you didn't know she has a pair of small wings tattooed on her lower back?" Little wings on the lower back. Nia Feng's mind went blank in an instant, and tears of sadness burst out. That afternoon, Nia Feng, his heart broken, took the high-speed train and left Jiangsheng alone. Santa Maria Maternity Hospital, second-floor clinic. Xiaoya, the obstetrics director, moved her mouse, opened the folder of Mr. Chow, the hospital's SVP, and created 2 new documents inside. Number 013, Zhou Jing, 22 years old, 8 weeks pregnant, all indicators are normal. Number 014, Yang Zihan, 20 years old, 5 weeks pregnant with twins, all indicators are normal. As Xiaoya typed, she glanced at Zhou Jing, Yang Zihan, and Cao Pingwa, who were sitting opposite her, and complained in her heart. Another 20-year-old female college student. What about Zhou Jing? Why did you even go after the female nurses in the hospital? It's simply a seed drill. Suddenly, the phone on Xiaoya's desk rang. I'm Xiaoya, okay, I understand. I'll be right over. She put down the phone, stood up, and said to Cao Pingwa, Mr. Chow, Ms. Yu's water just broke. Let's go over there first. I'll get Zhou Jing and Ms. Yang's files later. Okay. When Cao Pingwa heard that Yu Qian was about to give birth, he quickly stood up, then took Zhou Jing and Yang Zihan on his left and right, and followed Xiaoya to the luxurious single room where Yu Qian lived. 3 hours later, Yu Qian gave birth to a baby girl smoothly, and Cao Pingwa once again received the reward from the fertility system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of having many children and good fortune. The mission reward is 100 million yuan. Marksman badge, bronze, upgraded to Marksman badge, silver. Silver badge, the host's dunk accuracy increases by 60. Random reward, 2 tonic pills. At this point, the cash in Cao Pingwa's hands returned to the level of 800 million, totaling more than 875 million. Looking at the long string of Arabic numerals in his mobile banking account, and thinking that he has a child born almost every month now, Cao Pingwa couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I can never spend it all. This money can never be spent all.